Dragon Kingdom, Jiangnan Province, Jiangnan City, Jiangnan No. 1 Middle School. At this moment, all the boys and girls who have turned 18 have gathered on the playground, waiting for the moment of awakening that will determine their fate. Meanwhile, the teachers stood on the playground, their eyes fixed intently on these young faces, hoping that an S-level genius would emerge from among them and bring glory to the school. These young men and women stared intently at the platform, filled with anticipation, hoping to awaken their top talents.
Thank God, I'm not greedy. I just want to awaken a B-level elemental talent.
You, a B-rank elementalist? If you're still not awake, go back to sleep.
Remember to prop your pillow up. You can dream about anything.
A boy waiting to awaken heard this sarcastic remark, which sounded almost like a dream, and it ruthlessly shattered his fragile illusions.
Reality is too cruel, but that's reality.
In the distance, Su Ran watched the scene before her and couldn't help but sigh.
I, Su Ran, graduated with a master's degree from stop talking nonsense.
I, Su Ran, am 18 years old, 1.8 meters tall, and a transmigrator.
I have no parents and was adopted at a young age.
I live with my adoptive master's family.
I have no bad habits and am single.
That's right, Su Ran isn't from this world. After he transmigrated, he woke up to find himself lying in a hospital bed, which startled him so much that he sat up abruptly, then lay back down. After lying in bed for a few days, he accepted the fact that he had transmigrated and merged with the original owner's memories. The original owner was also named Su Ran. He was beaten up by a group of people because he liked a girl, and died from his injuries after being sent to the hospital.
That gave him the opportunity to transmigrate.
This is a world parallel to Earth, but hundreds of years ago, a rift tore open in the sky, and ferocious beasts poured in from the rift, launching a brutal massacre against humanity. Fortunately, hundreds of years ago, the first human with supernatural abilities was born, leading humanity to sound the horn of counterattack.
Countless ancestors sacrificed their lives to achieve a delicate balance between humanity and ferocious beasts.
Lin Fun, sea-level healer. A girl named Lin Fun walked down from the awakening platform with a face full of excitement, while the people around her looked at her with envy. Although her sea-level talent was not high, her healer ability was enough to ensure that she would have no worries about food and clothing, and even become an indispensable pillar in the team.
Xiao Haizi, E-level weapon type, basketball.
What's the point of this superpower?
Are you kidding me?
Kai Shukuan, E-rank transformation type, chicken.
Another fellow sufferer has arrived.
At this point, the awakening process was halfway complete, but not a single S-rank talent had appeared, and there were very few A-rank talents either. The leaders on the stage began to feel uneasy.
Principal M.O., this year's students seem to be not very good.
Director Lin, don't worry, the best is yet to come. The principal was chatting and laughing with the director of the Dragon Guard Bureau when suddenly, something unexpected happened.
Zhang Meng, A-rank enhancement type, Dragon Blood Knight. Everyone, isn't my son great? Vice Principal Zheng Chang stood up, beaming with pride.
Excellent.
With proper training, they will surely become pillars of the nation. Director Lin smiled as well.
Lin Juyu, S-rank elementalist, ice and snow funeral song.
Wow, an S-rank elemental type.
Goddess, I love you.
Sister, I want to have your babies.
Miss Tank, please watch your words. It seems your school is about to gain fame, Director Lin said with a smile. Of course, it would be strange if your daughter didn't have that talent, Principal M.O. replied with a smile.
Next, Su Ran.
Ding.
Hello, host. I am the anime stealing system. Would you like to bind with me?
Golden touch, you finally arrived.
Ding. Host, please remain calm. Please select whether to bind to the system.
Bind.
Ding. Binding successful. New player gift pack available. Would you like to open it? Ding.
Congratulations on obtaining a pair of Manjikyu Sharingan containing the eye techniques Tsukuyami and Amaterasu. Congratulations on obtaining one sealing talisman. That's a Sharingan that can take on 7 opponents without breaking a sweat.
By the way, system, what's the sealing talisman for?
Ding. An extremely terrifying energy exists within the host's body. If released directly upon awakening, the body will be unable to withstand it and will collapse. It can be sealed using a sealing talisman, thus forming a sealed body.
Ha. What exactly is the sealed body?
Ding. The host can use the sealed body to achieve form liberation, an effect similar to the 8 gates, but since this is the host's original power, it will not cause harm to the body. Once a certain level is reached, form liberation can be used as a commonly used combat form.
Then let's seal it.
Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully sealing the seal. Currently in the first stage, only form liberation, stage 1 can be used.
What is this again?
Ding. This is the form liberation ability, which allows you to gradually unlock stronger and more compatible abilities. Through form liberation, stage 1, you can transform your body into a ghost, possessing skills such as passing through walls and becoming invisible. Please explore the specific abilities yourself.
Duration, 10 minutes. Cooldown, 3 hours.
Su Ran, please come up to the awakening platform for awakening, the awakening teacher urged.
Who is this guy? He's quite good looking.
He's a piece of trash. Because he liked that public bus bitch Zhang Chang found out and beat him half to death, sending him to the hospital.
So he's the lovesick guy on the bus. That's hilarious.
Alright, students, put your hands on it and feel the fluctuations of your own superpowers. Suddenly, the wind and clouds in the sky changed, and a golden light shot into the sky, like a dragon soaring, and finally rushed into Su Ran's body. At this moment, teacher Zhu Xing was so shocked that he couldn't speak. He scanned the words on the awakening stone, and his eyes gradually dimmed.
The teacher said bitterly, Su Ran, what you have awakened is an SSS level unknown body system ability, dual pupils. Ha ha ha, my family is killing me with laughter. The SSS level superpower is actually double pupils. This is not even as good as grade A. Don't talk nonsense. This piece of trash's eyes are probably not even as good as a B-level elemental eye. What are you laughing at? Try laughing at me.
Class teacher Jiang Shui cursed angrily.
Come on, keep laughing, and see if I can send you to the ICU with one fiery bullet.
Sister Shui, please don't do this, Su Ran quickly advised.
Mind your own business. Everyone at number 1 high school knows I'm fiercely protective of my own.
Even if you're a double-pupiled person, or even if you're just an ear-rank white chicken, I'll still protect you. Upon hearing this, one student immediately felt insulted.
Alright, Ms. Jiang, calm down, Principal Mo said. We have guests here, so stop making a scene. Principal, okay.
Jiang Shui immediately suppressed her anger. At this point, the awakening ceremony concluded, and Principal Mo addressed the class. In this awakening, 2 students achieved S-level or higher, 14 achieved A-level, 35 achieved B-level, and several achieved C-level or lower. Students who achieved C-level or lower should not be discouraged. The written exam 2 months from now will still be your chance to reverse your fate.
Let us all strive together and contribute to the prosperity of the Dragon Kingdom.
Students who have awakened C-level combat abilities or B-level or higher, please go to your homeroom teacher to collect your alien cores.
For cultivation, Su Ran, Lin Juyu, and Zhang Meng, please come to my office.
I will personally distribute the school's reward resources.
Yo, not bad, SSS level double pupils.
See, my effort paid off, making you, a piece of trash, awaken such an awesome talent. Zhang Meng put his hand on Su Ran's head and mocked. Take your filthy hands off, or I won't hesitate to chop them off and stuff them in your mouth. You bitch, say that again if you dare.
Su Ran silently urged the system, what would happen if I used Tsukuyami to cast a genjutsu on him right now? Ding!
Host, given your current physical condition after awakening, it is not recommended to use Tsukuyami.
Why? System, open your personal panel. Anime stealing system. Host, Su Ran. Realm, first tier, first level. Special ability, Manjikyu Sharingan. Constitution, 30 points. Speed, 30 points. Special ability points, 120.
I technique, Tsukuyami, consumes 100 ability points at once, 20 uses. I technique, Amaterasu, consumes 20 energy points per second, 20 uses.
Kill points, 0. Master Thief Order, 0. Ding! If the host uses Tsukuyami now, their ability points will be easily depleted, causing them to faint. However, you can choose another method. First consume 60 ability points to plant the Tsukuyami illusion seed, and then replenish the remaining 40 ability points after your mental strength recovers to complete the activation of Tsukuyami. Is it still possible to do it this way? Ding! Given that the host is a newbie, a special newbie benefit is offered. This is a rare and one-time opportunity. Confirm planting the Tsukuyami seed? Alright, plant it. Hatred can't wait until tomorrow.
I will show no mercy to anyone who becomes my enemy, especially this guy.
Ding! The Tsukuyami seed has been successfully planted.
Su Ran felt a wave of dizziness and could barely stand.
She could only bite her tongue to keep herself upright.
It seems it's still too much of a stretch, he muttered to himself with a wry smile.
TSK, your superpowers are really useless. I only glanced at you and you're already like this, Zhang Meng mocked. Su Ran cursed inwardly, bastard, I'm going to get you tonight.
If I don't cripple you in this Tsukuyami, I'll change my mind.
Shut up, do you want me to calm down by myself?
Lin Juyu interrupted coldly.
Juyu, don't be angry. I won't argue with this kid anymore.
That kid, get lost, don't spoil my fun, Zhang Meng said with a smile.
Zhang Meng, we're not that close yet, don't call me Juyu, that name disgusts me.
Lin Juyu said with a look of disgust.
You filthy bitch, what are you pretending to be so high and mighty for?
Just wait until I get you into bed, then let's see if you're still so cold and arrogant, Zhang Meng thought to himself. After arriving at the principal's office and receiving the resources, Principal Mo said, Su Ran, Zhang Meng, and Lin Juyu, the 3 of you stay here.
What's wrong, Principal? The 3 asked in unison.
In addition to the 5 alien cores given to you by the school, I will give you 10 more privately. I hope you will work hard to cultivate and break through to the 5th level of the first tier, or even the 6th or 7th level, as soon as possible, so as to bring glory to the school.
All 3 of you have outstanding talents. Alright, Principal, but I don't think Su Ran needs to go. Awakening her dual pupils is useless, and even at SSS level, she's not worth cultivating. Why not give her to me and let me lead the school to a higher ranking?
Zhang Meng stood at the door, taunting.
Su Ran walked over and took the alien core, shoved aside Zhang Meng who was blocking the door, and said coldly, "A good dog doesn't block the way." "You bastard, you have some nerve. Say that again and see what happens. I'll cripple you in the martial arts exam." Zhang Meng roared, utterly humiliated. "Then let's wait and see if you cripple me, or I cripple you," Su Ran replied coldly. Here I come, here I come." Principal Mo thought to himself, competition is a good thing, but to start by crippling someone is going too far. I hope it doesn't cause any major trouble. After leaving the principal's office, Su Ran saw a vegetable market on her way home and turned around to go inside. "Boss, 1 chicken, 1 serving of offal, and 2 pounds of pig's trotters." "Oh, Xiao Su is here again. Sit down and wait a moment, I'll get it ready for you right away." Uncle De, the butcher, greeted her with a smile. "No rush, Uncle De, take your time. I haven't been here for a few days, so I just stopped by to see you," Su Ran replied with a smile. "Ha, so you finally decided to come see me. How's your awakening of your superpower going lately?" "Not bad, the ability is pretty good. It's in the combat sequence." "That's good. I won't charge you for this. Consider it Uncle De's blessing to you. When you become famous, remember to come and take care of Uncle De and help me keep this little butcher shop afloat." "How could I, Uncle De? You've taken such good care of me. I have to give you this money, otherwise you'll look down on me." "Okay, then remember to come often." "Okay, teacher." Su Ran smiled and said goodbye to Uncle De, then slowly walked towards home. "Brother, what delicious food did you bring back this time?" Master's daughter, Lin Yaya, ran out and asked. "Help me get the barbecue grill out. I'll go to the kitchen to stew the offal and pig's trotters, and then we'll roast the chicken," Su Ran said with a smile. "Yay, brother is the best." Lin Yaya excitedly ran into the kitchen to get the barbecue grill. "This girl is still so impatient," Su Ran said with a smile, shaking her head. "Slow down, don't fall." From the kitchen came a distant voice. "I understand. Yaya, eat more, you need to grow." Su Ran tore off a chicken leg and put it into Lin Yaya's bowl. Lin Yaya wanted to argue that she was no longer a child and would awaken in 2 years, but due to her brother's authority, she could only silently eat the chicken leg. She really wanted to ask Su Ran what his special ability was, but she didn't know how to ask, so she could only turn to her mother, Shenruyue, who also had doubts, for help. "Xiao Ran, you awakened today. What is your superpower?" At this moment, Master Lin Hanshan, unable to contain his curiosity, asked. "Oh, SSS class." "What, SSS rank?" "That's right, SSS rank." "Bro, you're rich." "Ha, honey, something good happened today. Quickly bring out that bottle of liquor I've been saving. I need to have a good drink." "Brother, you mean these double pupils, right?" Lin Yaya said, pointing to her eyes. A sudden silence fell over the dinner table. They all knew how lucky it was to obtain an SSS level talent, but when they learned that their talent was actually double pupils, the sense of desolation was almost like falling from heaven to hell. After a long silence, Lin Hanshan finally spoke. "Xiao Ran, don't be discouraged. With your SSS level pupils, you will definitely be able to forge a bright path in the scientific research field in the future." "Yeah, brother, I'll protect you from now on," Lin Yaya said earnestly. "Don't worry, I'm not so easily defeated. I want to fight. I won't give up the martial arts exam. I'm going to the dark forest to level up." "No, brother, you're very likely to get hurt there. You might even..." Lin Hanshan interrupted her, saying, "Your master and I respect your decision. Wear this ring, it contains a gift from us." "A spatial ring? It's too valuable, master. I can't accept it." Su Ran quickly waved her hand. "Take it. There's nothing valuable inside, just some essential items for the wilderness." Lin Hanshan waved his hand. "Yeah, brother, take it. At least it will keep you safe," Lin Yaya added. Knowing that things had come to this point, Su Ran had no choice but to accept the ring. "Thank you, master. I will try my best." After the two children left the table, Shenruyue couldn't help but ask, "Do you really want Xiao Ran to fight?" "I don't want to see his parents' tragedy repeat itself. The fledgling eagle will eventually take flight, but we have the ability to protect him. One is at the 8th level and the other at the 7th level. Keeping them safe is no problem. But we couldn't save his parents back then. We could only watch helplessly as those beasts in the country had their powers extracted. That's why we've been living in seclusion here with these two children. I'm afraid that if they find out that Xiao Ran is their offspring, they will repeat the same mistake. We tried our best, but we could only take those 2 power stones that contained his parents' powers." Shenruyue sobbed uncontrollably. "We were powerless to save them back then, and they almost lost their lives trying to save us. I'm afraid I can't even protect their orphans. After we pass away, how will I have the face to face them? Let's take it one step at a time. If it really doesn't work out, we'll move to another place with the child. With our abilities, it'll be the same no matter where we are," Lin Hanshan said softly, holding Shenruyue in his arms. Su Ran was unaware of what had happened in the kitchen. She went to the bedside and quietly activated the system. Prepare to activate the Tsukuyami seed. Ding! Do you wish to start the Tsukuyami? Ding! Tsukuyami has been successfully activated. Oomph! What bastard can stand it? At this moment, the Zhang family. Zhang Meng had just finished showering and was sitting cross-legged on the bed, preparing to begin his cultivation. Suddenly, a strange change occurred. Zhang Meng suddenly found himself nailed to a rusty cross
across with a rusty nail. He looked up at the black sky under the red sun and a deep sense of panic welled up in his heart. Just then, he saw a person dressed in black robes with red clouds approaching, carrying a long sword. Anger surged within him, and he couldn't help but shout. Ding! System panel opened. Who are you? Why are you tying me up here? The man asked coldly. What is 1000 minus 7? Zhang Meng was stunned. What? The man asked again. What is 1000 minus 7? No sooner had he finished speaking than the man in black thrust his long knife toward his heart. Zhang Meng felt as if a knife had pierced his heart. His life force was slowly draining away, and the shadow of death loomed over his mind. Suddenly, he felt a blur before his eyes and realized that the man in black was only a meter away from him, looking down at his heart. However, his heart had not been pierced, and everything seemed to have returned to the beginning. The man in black asked coldly again, what is 1000 minus 7? What is 1000 minus 7? He repeated. The man in black plunged the long knife into his heart once more. Enduring the excruciating pain of having his heart pierced, Zhang Meng answered with difficulty, 993. Strength 40 points. Everything has returned to its original starting point. What is 993 minus 7? 987. You answered incorrectly. At this moment, two men in black emerged from the shadows, and all three simultaneously pierced Zhang Meng's heart with their long knives. What is 993 minus 7? 986. Everything was reset to 0 again, and a new torment began. Jiangnan Province, Jiangnan People's Hospital. What's 1000 minus 7? Zheng Chang stared at his son, who had been tortured to the point of looking like a fool, and said angrily, whoever dares to mess with my son, I will find them and kill them. At this moment, a doctor from the hospital jogged over, urgently calling out to Zheng Chang, Mr. Zhang, the test results are in. Lingzi's illness was caused by the mental illusion created by at least a fifth-order mental system. To cure Lingzi, at least, how long will it take? Stop beating around the bush and just tell me. 1 month. After a moment of deathly silence. Damn it, Xiaomeng hasn't left the house at all lately. How could he have offended a fifth-tier mental powerhouse? No, I have to go back and find out the truth. Su Ran was still completely bewildered, staring dumbfounded at the task issued by the system. Ding! The system has issued a mission. Become stronger, young man. Training for 1 night will grant you 5 types of fire release ninjutsu of rank B or lower. Accept the mission? Task accepted successfully. At dawn, Su Ran looked at the 2 first-tier alien cores in his hand, which had been refined into powder, and slowly said, cultivation is really expensive. I used up 2 tier 1 alien cores in just 1 night. Ding! That's because the host has exceptional talent, with absorption efficiency far exceeding that of ordinary people. Even an A-level ability user could only absorb half of 2. Claim mission reward? Ding! Congratulations on obtaining C-rank fire release, fireball technique, C-rank fire release, phoenix flower technique, C-rank fire release, dragon fire technique, B-rank fire release, fire dragon flame bullet technique, B-rank great dragon fire technique. I've made a fortune. I have enough fire release ninjutsu for my needs. System, open your personal panel. Ding! System panel is now open. Anime stealing system, host, Su Ran, level, tier 1, level 2. Special ability, Manjikyu Sharingan. Constitution, 50 points. Strength, 60 points. Speed, 50 points. Special ability points, 140. Eye technique, Tsukuyami, consumes 100 ability points at once, 19 uses remaining. Eye technique, Amaterasu, consumes 20 energy points per second, 20 uses remaining. Techniques, Great Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique, Fire Release, Phoenix Flower Technique, Fire Release, Dragon Fire Technique, Fire Release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet Technique, Great Dragon Fire Technique. Kill points, 0. Master Thief Order, 0. To save time from now on, only the main character's stat points will be recorded for leveling up. An SSS level talent adds 20 points per level, and a breakthrough adds 200 points. By the way, system, what exactly are kill points and thief orders? Ding! Kill points are the currency used to exchange items in the system shop and can be obtained through killing. Thief tokens are items used for stealing items using supernatural abilities and can also be exchanged for kill points. The beasts are divided into 9 ranks, from 1 to 9. The points gained for each rank increase are multiplied by 10. The first rank is worth 10 points, the second rank is worth 100 points, and so on. The slaughter orders are divided into 4 levels, heaven, earth, black, and yellow. The yellow level is worth 1000 points, the black level is worth 10,000 points, and so on. Xiao Ran, come down for breakfast. Shen Ruyue's voice came from downstairs. Okay, I'll be right there, Su Ran replied. At the dinner table, Su Ran said, Master, Anchu, I'm going to the mysterious forest to hunt exotic beasts and level up these few days. I probably won't be back for about a month. Lin Hanshan casually tossed over a jade pendant and said, take this with you. It contains a defensive formation I set up. It can withstand attacks below the 5th rank. You'll need at least the strength of the 6th rank and level 5 to break it. Once the formation is broken, it will trigger a teleportation that will send you directly back
to the city. Su Ran didn't say much and simply accepted it. He knew that talking to his master was pointless and might even get him scolded. Shaoran, you must be careful. There are some cooking utensils in the ring your master gave you. Be careful about what you eat when you go out, and most importantly, protect yourself and come back safely. Shenruyue was like a mother about to send her child on a long journey, nagging incessantly, but Su Ran felt warm all over. Don't worry, Aunt Yu, I will definitely be careful, Su Ran replied with a smile. Shaoran, you. Shenruyue wanted to say something more, but before she could finish speaking, Lin Hanshen raised his hand to interrupt her. Brother, you must come back safely. I'm still waiting to eat your delicious cooking. Lin Yeye's face was full of reluctance. She didn't want her brother to go on such a risk at such a young age, but she was powerless to stop him. Alright, have more faith in your brother. I'll definitely be back safely. I'm off. Su Ran bit into a piece of bread, rushed out of the house, and headed for the delivery truck. At this moment, Su Ran sat on the transport vehicle, arrived at the city gate, and stepped out of the city gate. Please stop. You need to show your identification to leave the city. The city guards stopped him. Okay, here you go. Su Ran took out her identification card and handed it to the soldier. Su Ran, 18 years old, a student who just awakened this year, the soldier asked. This is a distress call device. It ensures that you will have the support of the dragon guards if you encounter danger, and will do its best to protect your personal safety. Thank you, sir. You're welcome. I wish you good luck in your military endeavors. After leaving the city gate, Su Ran put the identity card into her spatial ring, feeling grateful for her master's generous gift. A great long sword, a set of top-grade B armor. I'm not afraid of even second-tier enemies, and I also have 3 third-tier and 1 fourth-tier alien cores. Master is really worried that I won't have enough resources. A wave of emotion washed over me. Although Master Yu was a superhuman, these supplies were undoubtedly the result of most of their savings. Upgrade properly and live up to their expectations, Su Ran muttered to herself, patting her cheek lightly. Ding! Congratulations on triggering the quest path to growth. Reach tier 2. Level 1 within 1 month. Success rewards 10 as stealing orders. Failure results in being demoted back to tier 1, level 1 for 1 month and being unable to level up again. Vocal, this punishment is really harsh. Failure will become a regret for eternity, and you won't even be qualified to participate in the martial arts exam. Ding! So please cultivate diligently, host. By the way, the first 10 pull guarantees at least 1 gold item. Is that true? A journey of 1,000 miles cannot be overtaken. Okay, I believe you. Su Ran strode into the dark forest, embarking on his own path to godhood. On the forest path, Su Ran was fiddling with the long knife in his hand. This knife seems to be able to store supernatural abilities? Ding! Host, you guessed correctly. This sword can store 3 B rank or 1 A rank supernatural abilities, which can be activated simultaneously during an attack. Is this sword called Slash? Ding! That's right, host. Alright, I'll store a fire dragon flame bullet in the knife first. Su Ran slowly channeled the power of a fire dragon flame bullet into the sword. He felt the surge of power within the sword, knowing that the fire dragon flame bullet could be released at any moment with a thought. Great, that way I can become the 6th brother's spies. Suddenly, a feeling of weakness washed over me. Ahem, let's save this B rank skill for a more important purpose. If I use such a powerful skill as a minor skill, won't I end up like Uchiha Shunzundong, running out of chakra? As soon as he finished speaking, Su Ran sat down cross-legged and began to recover his supernatural abilities. Once his abilities were full, he stored in another Phoenix Immortal Fire technique. That's why I felt at ease being the 6th son. Holding the knife, Su Ran ventured deeper and deeper into the forest. Roar! A loud noise shook the forest and the earth trembled. He quickly activated his 3-tomo Sharingan. At that moment, one of the scenes he never wanted to see again appeared before his eyes. A level 3 berserk giant bear and a level 3 sky python are locked in fierce combat, but during the battle, the situation is developing in the direction of interspecies love. It's so disgusting. Is it too late for me to gouge my eyeballs out now? Ding! Host, please cover your hands. Don't look like you want to see but are also scared. This is the first time I've seen a film like Bear and Snake Love, and I'm a little uncomfortable with it. But a true master must maintain the mindset of an apprentice. Pa, I admit you're just looking for the morbid curiosity. It's just you and me here, nobody else knows. Speaking of which, host, don't you want to take advantage of their weakened state? They were both severely injured in the previous battle, and then this happened. It's a miracle. They're even half their strength left. 2 tier 3 alien cores, plus bear gallbladders and snake gallbladders, can greatly enhance their physical attributes and abilities. Geneva, dry. Su Ran hid in the grass, waiting for the 2 beasts to collapse like mud before activating his form and quietly approaching. Taking advantage of the raging bear's unpreparedness, he flipped over and landed on the back of its neck, piercing its central nervous system with his bayonet and swiftly ending its life. No pain, it ends instantly. Perhaps it was the stench of the raging giant bear's death that roused the heavenly python, causing it to raise its head. But Su Ran leaped forward, using his Sharingan to pinpoint its weakness, and with a single thrust, killed it. Ding! Congratulations
Congratulations, host, you have gained 2000 kill points. Phew, these two are indeed third-tier beasts, with thick skin and tough flesh, but I still managed to break through their defenses. That's awesome. Host, don't get cocky. If it weren't for these two filming animal movies and their serious injuries that greatly reduced your strength and rendered you unable to use any of your skills, you would have been quite capable to escape under normal circumstances.
Oh, don't say that, let me pretend. Stop pretending. Quickly dispose of anything useful and take it with you. The system has detected someone approaching from 500 meters away. Unable to determine good or evil, the best of the 36 stratagems is to flee. Retreat now.
Oh, okay. Suran quickly removed the two heteronuclei, dug out the bear gallbladder and snake gallbladder, then peeled off the snakeskin, pulled out the snake bones, and chopped off 4 bear paws.
I'm bringing this little bit for Master and the others to try. Anyway, time doesn't flow in the spatial ring, so it's perfect. Host, were you a butcher in your past life?
You leave nothing useful except for bare bones and 2 lumps of meat that even dogs wouldn't bother with.
Don't say that. Staying here might aid the enemy. It's better for me to take it with me and strengthen myself, don't you think? Shameless thief, how dare you steal my prey?
Just then, a girl with delicate features rushed over, puffing up her cheeks like a porcelain doll.
System, do you have a mask?
I don't want to reveal my identity now. Give me one quickly.
Ding.
1 red tiger skin mask from the night of the clan's extinction, worth 100 kill points.
Vocal, buy it quickly and put it on me.
A chilling aura rose from Su Rant's body, and the red tiger skin mask on his face dripped like blood.
A cold, 3-tomo Sharingan stared intently at the girl. Your prey? I didn't see you make a move. I was the one who killed it. You're being unreasonable. That's clearly mine.
Since I didn't die at your hands, I am my prey. Little girl, if it weren't for the fact that you belong to the same country as me, I would have killed you and dumped you in the wilderness long ago.
What did you say?
While I'm in a good mood right now, get out of here, or I'll kill you myself and make you go down with those 2 beasts. At that moment, the Magatama in Su Rant's eyes spun rapidly, and then he cast a small illusion spell on the little girl.
The wind is strong, let's retreat.
Wearing a mask, Su Rant swiftly ran into the depths of the forest as if the girl would break free of the illusion at any moment, see his true face, and wait for the opportunity to take revenge on him.
Phew, wow, that was fucking thrilling. The feeling of showing off and then running away was amazing. Ding.
Host, I advise you to slip away quickly, or find a place to conceal your presence.
2 6th-tier experts are coming. If they catch you, you'll be in big trouble.
Damn it, you should have said so earlier.
We should have run.
These 2 guys' loot is worth a lot to me. I'd rather die than give it back to them. Second brother, I've seen the young lady. Hurry over there.
Okay, big brother.
2 guards landed one after the other beside the little girl, and were stunned to see her blank expression.
Masaka, these are traces of illusion. Second brother, did you bring any calming ointment? I brought it. Big brother, this is for you.
After saying that, the second brother handed over a box of ointment, and the eldest brother took out some and applied it to the young lady's forehead.
Before long, her dull eyes gradually cleared. Oh my god, I'm so angry. That wretched masked man, don't let me catch you. If I do, I'll make you suffer. Miss, who is that masked man? DeLong and Erlong? What are you two doing here?
It's all because of you, Erlong replied helplessly. Young miss, you were too reckless. You secretly ran away from home to train in such a dangerous place without even leaving a letter. If it weren't for the jade pendant that Master gave you, the 2 of us would never have found this place. That muddle-headed scoundrel of a father, even after I've awakened, he still treats me like a child. I want to hone my combat skills and level up, but he just won't let me. At this moment, DeLong and Erlong were sweating profusely. The only person who could so recklessly curse their master was probably this young lady in front of them.
Miss, the master meant well. After all, you are his only child, and he doesn't want you to suffer any harm. Alright, stop talking. You didn't take 2 corpses with you. Let me see what else you have that's useful. You despicable masked man, Xiao, will never let you get away with this. Beside the carcass, apart from some meat and a bare skeleton, there were no other useful materials left. Even the snake bones used to make the knife and the 4 bear paws were taken away. Achoo, someone is insulting me. Ding, with your petty squabbles, who wouldn't curse you out? Hey, don't talk nonsense. Who told me to do it? You're slandering me. Alright, stop arguing. How do we use these 2 gallbladders? Ding, host, you're truly a chosen one, your luck is off the charts. There's a pool of spiritual water in the cave ahead, surrounded by medicinal herbs, perfect for brewing a potion with. Your 2 bear snake gallbladders and the alien core. However, I sense there's something inside, around level 5 of the 2nd tier, which you won't be able to handle at your current stage. If they're not easy to deal with, then there's hope. Brother Tong, what should I do?
If anything happens, just call for Brother Tong. Once the form release cooldown is over, sneak up stealthily, find its weak point in the neck, and with one strike, pierce the skin on the back of its neck, releasing the fire dragon flame bullet hidden in the blade to destroy its central nervous system.
Even a god couldn't save it then.
I found that the first level form release and this knife are a match made in heaven.
That's still the power after it was sealed. And then what happens after all the lockdown is lifted? Enough talk, let's get started. Master, are you kidding me? Tier 2, level 5? This is clearly a Tier 2 peak flame demon lion. Ahem, there was a miscalculation, but the tactics are still usable. This guy has fire resistance, so he might not be killed by a single fire dragon flame bullet. Then why don't you fire it again yourself? It's not like you can't use the fire dragon flame bullet. I'll risk it all. If I die, I'll be a bird in the sky. If I live, I'll live forever. If I succeed this time, I'll be rich overnight. As soon as she finished speaking, Hua Saran silently activated her invisibility and sneaked over. Feeling the intense heat emanating from the flame lion, she suddenly plunged the knife in her hand into the skin on the back of its neck. A deafening roar echoed from the depths of the cave, startling birds and beasts within a 10-mile radius into flight. Su Ran dared not be careless and immediately detonated the fire dragon flame bullet within his blade. With a loud bang, a bright red wound burst open on the back of the flame lion's neck, from which blood dripped. The wound was so deep that the neck bone could be seen inside. However, the flame lion did not fall as expected. Instead, it roared and opened its blood-red maw to pounce on Su Ran. Didn't they say this thing couldn't withstand it? Host, you're quite the character. I was referring to 2 fire dragon flame bullets, but you only threw 1. You'll definitely be able to withstand it. He had no time to joke with the system, because the flame lion's 2 front paws were firmly planted on his shoulders, and flames were churning in its mouth. The flame lion opened its mouth and condensed a fireball, preparing to burn the invading Su Ran to death. But Su Ran was faster. He suddenly spewed a fire dragon from his mouth into the flame lion's mouth, and combined with the wound on the back of its neck, completely killed this peak second-tier beast. Su Ran forcefully pushed the dead flame lion away, cursing. That thing was really heavy, and it didn't brush its teeth, so it had terrible breath. Luckily, it didn't kiss me. What are you thinking, host? If it actually kissed you, your head would be gone by now. That's true. Now it's time for some fun looting. Su Ran deftly dug out the flame lion's alien core and put it into her ring like a treasure. System, what's the next step? Throw the gallbladders and ectocarps of those 2 bear snakes into the pool. Go pick 2 Tonshianko plants, 1 Senawangwa plant, and 4 Tugai leaves. Dig a hole and bury the lion's carcass under the pool to make a water heater. TSK, they really made the most of it. Stop talking nonsense and do it now. This is all to make you stronger. System, why do you want me to become stronger? Don't ask questions you shouldn't. Just know that I won't do you any harm. I will only help you become the strongest person, so that you will be able to face what comes next. The system suddenly fell silent. Seeing this, Su Ran didn't ask any more questions. System, is it safe to soak in this pool of water? Enough with the nonsense, get down here. The once crystal clear spiritual water disappeared, replaced by a pool of pitch black water, as if it came from the abyss. Go down. Su Ran felt her body suddenly stiffen and fall straight into the pool. System, I am Geneva. You are M********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************
asterisk 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 dot. Quickly sit cross-legged, this pool of water can level you up at least 5 times. Su Ran immediately shut up, sat cross-legged in the water to absorb the medicinal power, but her face was contorted in pain. The originally pitch-black pool water returned to its clear state, and the humanoid creature in the middle of the pool, which was as black as venom, disappeared. Suddenly, the humanoid creature split open, revealing a boy sitting cross-legged inside. Oh, all absorbed? Too bad for your venom form. The fangs I drew are way cooler than what you have now. Su Ran stood up from the pool, dragged the corpse of the flame lion from underneath, and while skinning it, asked the system, "System, how long have I been absorbing this?" "It's been a month." "Mission failed, system self-destructing." "Ha, don't kid me, this guy died before he even got started?" "Bong, you've been fooled, you idiot, you actually believed it?" "Stop messing around, system, how long has it been? How many levels have I gained in just half a month? What level have you reached?" "Open the system panel to check." Ding, system panel is now open. Anime stealing system, host, Su Ran, level, tier 1, level 9. Special ability, Manjikyu Sharingan. Constitution, 190 points. Strength, 200 points. Speed, 190 points. Special ability points, 280. Dujitsu, Tsukuyami, consumes 100 ability points at once, 19 uses remaining. Eye technique, Amaterasu, consumes 20 energy points per second, 20 uses remaining. Techniques, Great Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique, Fire Release, Phoenix Flower Technique, Fire Release, Dragon Fire Technique, Fire Release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet Technique, Great Dragon Fire Technique. Kill points, 1900. Master Thief Order, 0. This stat sheet is almost on par with some weak third-tier individuals. Stop talking nonsense. While the spiritual energy here is still plentiful, take out that peak second-tier alien core of the Flame Lion and refine it, directly upgrading it to the second tier. Su Ran took out the second-tier crystal core from the ring, sat cross-legged on the ground, and began to refine it. Streams of energy surged into his body and ran rampant, but were suppressed by his powerful willpower, slowly merging with his body and causing changes.
With a crisp pop, the remaining energy within the alien core surged into Su Ran's body, stabilizing his second tier, first level cultivation. Host, would you like to submit the task now, or wait for it to be automatically settled in 1 month? What's the difference?
Exceeding the mission objective will grant even greater rewards depending on the circumstances, but with only half a month left, unless you dare to hunt tier 4 monsters, you won't get any good rewards.
Let's do it. Forget about it. You were just feeding the enemy before.
You were lucky to kill 2 tier 3 monsters. Now, even a tier 3 tier 1 monster is enough to give you trouble. Don't think you can cross tiers with skills and techniques just because you're tier 1.
Then let's wait another half month. I'll collect more alien cores and prepare some things for the girl. Ding!
Congratulations, host, on completing the mission. An extra reward has been issued for exceeding the mission requirements. Although he stayed for an extra half month, Su Ran's level did not improve much, only rising from tier 2 level 1 to tier 2 level 2. However, he gained a lot, with alien cores and alien core materials filling the entire ring.
Ding! A total of 12 stealing tokens have been credited to your account. Do you wish to begin stealing? Congratulations on obtaining 10 explosive tags. Congratulations on obtaining 10 explosive tags. Congratulations on obtaining the A-rank ninjutsu, Chidori. Congratulations on obtaining 10 kunai. That's good. With Chidori, we can start developing lightning-type abilities now. Ding! Golden Legend.
Congratulations, host, for obtaining the beginner-level Hashirama Sage Body.
3 wood release techniques have been automatically unlocked. Congratulations on obtaining wood release, wood spear technique, wood release, exploding tree technique, and wood release, wood wall technique.
Ha! The serfs have been liberated and are now singing. I, the African chief, have actually achieved something like this.
The lottery is full of surprises. I absolutely have to have a drink today. Accompanied by Su Ran's hearty laughter, the system silently said,
I hope these things will be a strong support for you to weather the storms.
After all, I also want to see what you look like with your Susanoo adorned with the great Buddha. Welcome to Jubo Pavilion. How may I help you? I need to sell some materials from exotic beasts. Could you please find me a room? I have quite a lot of materials.
The maidservant who greeted him quickly responded and led him to a trading room.
Sir, you may now present your materials.
With a gentle wave of her hand, Su Ran caused the materials inside the ring to pour out like flowing water, instantly filling the table and even scattering onto the floor.
This is too much, sir.
Please wait a moment while I go and call our manager. The maid left in a hurry, and soon after, a middle-aged man walked in. Young man, you have quite a lot of ingredients.
Please wait a moment.
Xiao Jing, bring this young man a cup of good tea. A moment later, a maid brought in a cup of tea.
Su Ran took a sip inside.
The finest tea is sourced from the very peak of Xiefang Mountain, the highest point of the snow-capped mountains.
I didn't expect you to know so much about tea, young man.
I'll give you a jar as a gift from a friend I've made to you, the middle-aged man said with a hearty laugh.
How can I accept this? I can't accept something for nothing. I appreciate your kindness. Don't be shy, please accept it.
If you have any more materials like this in the future, you can bring them to our treasure pavilion, and we will accept them all. I guarantee that no one else has the capability to do this except our treasure pavilion.
Thank you very much. May I ask your surname? My surname is Gu. You can just call me Uncle Gu. My name is Su Ran. You can call me Xiao Ran.
Alright, brother Su, I've decided to be your friend. Soon, the maid came over with the statistics. 215 pieces of tier 1 materials, 68 pieces of tier 2 materials, 98 tier 1 beast hides, and 45 tier 2 beast hides, totaling 17,820,000. Let's round it up to 18 million for brother Su. Also, get him a black gold card. With that card, he can enjoy a 10% discount on all his purchases at Jubao Pavilion.
Thank you so much, Uncle Gu. I also have a favor to ask Jubao Pavilion. What kind of help is needed?
As long as it's within the scope of our Jubao Pavilion's capabilities, we will definitely help you. Help me process these 3 animal hides.
After saying that, Su Ran took out 3 huge animal hides from the ring. A peak 2nd tier flame lion, a 3rd tier berserker bear, and a sky-piercing python.
Young brother, you already have the strength to kill 3rd tier beings at the 2nd tier. You are truly a formidable young man.
Not at all, you flatter me. It was just a fluke. What kind of equipment are you planning to forge, young man?
I want to make a close-fitting inner armor with fire amplification from the hides of the raging giant bear and the fire demon lion.
I'll
make a set of inner armor and a sword from the materials of the sky-piercing python, which will be a slightly feminine gift for my sister. Su Ran had already made up her mind to give the equipment made from the heavenly python as a gift to Lin Yea, while she herself would use the remaining set. The material cost might be a bit high. After all, both of these are at least grade B, and if the craftsman is skilled, they can even reach grade A. With the discount from the black gold card, I'll give you 8 million.
Uncle Gu said after a moment's thought. Okay, let's swipe the money. Su Ran readily agreed. Okay, I like your straightforwardness, young man. Come back in half a month to pick up the goods.
After Su Ran left, she walked towards a monster meat shop.
Boss, 2 jars of rainbow honey, please. Boss, give me 2 more skewered squid.
Boss, another set of good exotic beast cooking seasoning, please. Not long after, Suran came out carrying 2 full bags. One bag was full of ingredients, and the other bag was full of seasonings. He put them all into his ring. Then he saw a snack shop and went inside. The shop assistant stood respectfully at the back to greet customers.
Suran took the spatial ring and bought some snacks for Lin Yaya, just a tiny bit. As a result, they completely emptied the snack shop's stock. Yaya, Anchu, I'm back. Open the door.
Suran stood outside the door and called out helplessly.
Who would have thought that he would be gone for a month without his keys? Yaya, go open the door. It sounds like your brother is back.
Lin Yaya ran quickly to the door, and as soon as she opened it, she saw the figure she had been longing for the past month.
She rushed into Suran's arms.
If Suran hadn't been physically strong, he probably would have been knocked to the ground by this girl.
How old are you and still so clumsy?
Luckily it was me, otherwise you would have knocked someone over.
He, bro, did you bring me a present? Here you go. The real gift won't be ready for another 2 weeks. As Suran spoke, she tossed a spatial ring into Lin Yaya's hand.
She opened it and immediately exclaimed with delight.
Wow, so many snacks. Thank you, bro. Look at you. You're as happy as a 200-pound child. Shaoran, you're back. Are you alright? It's alright, Anchu. This is for you.
As Suran spoke, she handed over the other ring.
Thank you, Shaoran. With so many good things, I can make even more delicious dishes.
Suran knew very well that her aunt's attention was entirely focused on food this month, so giving her something practical related to cooking would be better than giving her anything fancy.
Shaoran is back? Lin Hanshin poked his head out of the bedroom and asked. Yes, I'm back, master. Oh, and there's a big gift here.
As Suran spoke, she took out the paws of the 4 ferocious giant bears.
A 3rd-tier berserk bear's paw? You hunted it yourself? You're courting death. Lin Hanshin shouted angrily.
He was really worried that his disciple was too arrogant and would challenge the 3rd level again in the future, fearing that something irreparable might happen. Even with your master's protection, you can't touch anything of the 3rd tier. It's too dangerous, Shaoran.
Shenruyue also spoke in a reproachful tone.
No, it was this beast that was seriously injured and on the verge of death after fighting with Yaya's beast. That's how I managed to get this thing by chance. But if you try to fight a level 3 monster when you're only at level 1 and it launches a counterattack before it dies, I won't be able to protect you in time and you'll be finished. Lin Hanshin's tone softened a bit, but he still didn't forget to reprimand Suran.
You're only at level 1 now. Next time. What's wrong, honey? 2nd tier. This kid is already 2nd tier.
Lin Hanshin hadn't paid attention to Suran's level before, but now he breathed a sigh of relief and realized that Suran was already at the 2nd level.
Who said it was 2nd tier? Could it be?
At this moment, Shenruyue also probed Suran and discovered that his cultivation level had reached the 2nd level of the 2nd tier.
Alright, honey, you take these good things into the kitchen, and I'll bring out some good things too to help you out. Let's cook a nice meal tonight and celebrate properly. Yay, there's good food to eat. Lin Yaya jumped up happily. Yaya, eat more so that you can lay a solid foundation for your upcoming awakening. As Suran spoke, she placed half a bear paw into Lin Yaya's bowl. Okay, brother, I'll eat it. Don't put any more on my plate.
Lin Yaya pouted and wondered why they all treated her like a child.
Your brother is right.
Only with a strong body can you bear more powerful superpowers.
Lin Hanshin echoed this sentiment. By the way, Shaoran, there's still a month until awakening. How do you plan to spend this month?
Shenruyue naturally didn't want Suran to spend her days in a state of despair. I'll train at home and start summarizing all my abilities once the new equipment is ready.
Suran answered while eating. Isn't the equipment your master gave you enough?
This time it's made with the hide of a raging giant bear, which will better protect my safety.
That's good. Having more safety nets makes things more secure. Lin Hanshin nodded and said. The dinner ended slowly amidst laughter and cheerful conversation. Wow, bro, is this my gift? It's so cool.
The craftsmen at Juboj were highly skilled and made 2 sets of A-grade inner armor and weapons for me. At this moment, Lin Yaya, dressed in the sky-piercing python armor and holding a snake knife, excitedly waved it around as she spoke.
If you like it, that's good. This inner armor will last you a while even after you awaken, and you won't have to worry about changing weapons for at least 2 years after awakening. Thank you, brother. You're welcome. Let's go.
Shaoran, you need to focus on comprehensive skills training for the next 2 weeks. Otherwise, you'll lose in a very frustrating way if you can't use your strength.
Understood, master. Suran responded. System, do you think I can research a 5 elements great combo technique? If you really think you're the 3rd Hokage, then give it a try. Don't blame me when you're drained dry. That's terrifying? How come I saw the 3rd Hokage in the game use this move as easily as drinking water? Aren't you being a little too impatient? Everyone says this is from a game.
To complete that 5 elements technique, you first need to master multiple shadow clone technique, then become proficient in the 5 elements, and then use 4 shadow clones in conjunction with your main body to unleash 5 elemental orbs that are no less powerful than an A rank technique. Only then can you achieve the 5 elements
else you're talking about. Hiss, is it that complicated? Don't even mention Shadow Clone Jutsu. You use that A-rank ball like it has no power, and you still want to use 5 elements? Let's talk about that after you reach tier 3. Is there anything I can combine to create something?
Yes, you know basic fire release and wood release techniques, including the cuttings and whirlwind dance.
You're talking nonsense. Why don't you mention the Kamui Sharingan? Do you think my 2 eyes have that ability? Try a single pull?
A single pull might bring miracles.
I don't want to. I want to save up for a 10 pull. Give it a try. You might just win.
Just give it a try. You'll learn it back with just one task. System, play some music, expand the domain, and wait to reap the rewards from the gamblers. As Su Ran finished speaking, the system promptly played a piece of music.
Su Ran opened the lottery interface, looked at the 2 pitiful stealing tokens left, and began a gambler's single draw. Ding! Congratulations on receiving a copy of Ica Paradise. This is what you call a guaranteed hit in a single pull? It's a total ripoff. Let's do one more pull. What if the next gold item is in this single pull?
I won this time, and I immediately handed over my computer screen.
Ding! Congratulations on acquiring the Kamui Sharingan ability. It has been automatically integrated into the host's current Sharingan. System, you are my father, my godfather. Stop praising me. I'll secretly give you something good next time. You're controlling this thing? I didn't say anything. You didn't hear anything. We were just taking a nap. Don't overthink it. Fire release. Phoenix Fire Dragon Flame Bullet Technique.
As soon as he finished speaking, Su Ran spat out a mouthful of flame, which split into countless small fire dragon heads that rushed straight towards a boulder in front of him.
With a loud bang, the boulder was covered with pits and marks from being burned by flames.
Then, with another bang, the boulder shattered into several pieces.
Impressive, host.
You actually thought of combining a C-level stat with a B-level technique to unleash A-level power, while consuming only the combined resources of a C-level and a B-level stat.
You think I've been practicing for nothing these past 2 weeks?
Now I can use almost all my ninjutsu as combination ninjutsu. Anyway, I have enough ability points.
Open the system panel. Ding! System panel opened. Anime stealing system. Host, Su Ran. Level, Tier 2, Level 3. Cough cough. Special ability, Manjikya Sharingan. Constitution, 330 points. Strength, 440 points. Speed, 330 points. Special ability points, 560. Dujitsu, Tsukuyami, consumes 100 ability points at once, 19 uses remaining.
I technique, Amaterasu, consumes 20 energy points per second, 20 uses remaining.
Escape techniques, Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique, Fire Release, Phoenix Flower Technique, Fire Release, Dragon Fire Technique, Fire Release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet Technique, Great Dragon Fire Technique, Wood Release, Wood Spear Technique, Wood Release, Wood Spear Tree, Wood Release, Wood Ingot Wall, Lightning Release, Thousand Birds Technique, Kill Points, 8700, Master Thief Order, 0, I become so powerful without even realizing it. System, how many kill points do I need to buy a set of Uchiha Pleasure Night outfits? 500 points. By the way, why did you buy that outfit?
As Su Ran exchanged for the clothes and put them on, she said, there's a hunting segment in the martial arts exam. Points are awarded based on the alien cores you hunt.
I don't care about the score, but all those alien cores are mine. Hee.
Fortunately, this isn't Xiaoyan's world, otherwise you could definitely enter the Soul Hall and become an elder.
If you can't speak properly, then shut up. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Ran finished dressing, wearing a scarlet mask and a gray long robe, with his hair covering the mask and a cleaver at his waist, looking exactly like a bootleg Obito. Hey host, have you really never thought about becoming a villain?
You look more like Obito than Obito himself.
I'm doing this so I have another identity. After all, if I'm doing something bad, I'm bound to be targeted. Of course, I can't use my face. I have to use Obito's identity.
After saying that, Su Ran used illusion magic to change the appearance of the Sharingan, making it have 3 sickle-shaped windmill patterns inside. Alright, now you can take this sword, find a clan, wipe them out, and completely evolve into Kurenai Obito.
Never mind then. I've done good deeds all my life. I can't do something like that.
Hearing Su Ran's words, the system silently muttered to itself, I hope that even after learning the truth about your parents, you can still say this with equanimity. After all, at that time, you might be at odds with this country.
Brother, why are you wearing this to the exam?
Lin Yeye, who accompanied her parents to take Su Ran to the college entrance examination, asked curiously. And he doesn't cut his hair, it's so long it almost covers his face.
Hey girl, look at the state I'm in now.
As Su Ran spoke, she put on the mask and stared at Lin Yeye. Lin Yeye immediately felt a chill run from the soles of her feet to the top of her head, and when she saw those red eyes, she felt a little dizzy.
Do you still recognize me?
Su Ran took off her mask and looked at Lin Yeye, who was staring intently at her.
Oh, I really can't recognize you. Well, if you walk over now, won't people still recognize you when they see you in these clothes?
Don't worry, I used illusion magic to change it.
Everyone sees me wearing a school uniform.
So with your abilities, you'd just be good at murder and robbery.
What are you thinking, you little rascal? This is the disguise I used when asking other other classmates for heteronuclear cells during the exam. It was a peaceful acquisition, not a violent theft. Still denying it? This is clearly just a disguise, a way to avoid retaliation. Hey, you little rascal, wait till I get back from my exams, I'm going to give you a good beating. Oof, who's afraid of who? Lin Hanshin looked at the two clowns and spoke helplessly. Yeah, don't argue with your brother, lest he perform poorly. And you, Shaoran, feel free to do whatever you want. As long as it's within the law, we will always support you no matter what you do. Yes, Shaoran, be brave and do it. Even if you don't get into a good university, you and your master can support you too like parasites. Don't be nervous, keep going. I understand. I'll leave you here. I'm going in to take the exam. You little rascal, remember to come back for dinner. Please stand in your respective classes. Next, I will explain the important points for the exam. On the playground, the sparse crowd quickly divided into classes. Su Ran, over here. Lin Juyu waved and shouted. Su Ran, how many levels have you gained in the past 2 months? Lin Juyu asked curiously. You. Su Ran, you good for nothing, you haven't even passed level 5 of the first tier in 2 months. I'm already level 7 of the first tier. Call me dad and I'll help you pass the college entrance exam. Zhang Meng mocked. Su Ran's expression immediately turned cold and a second tier, third level aura erupted from him. Who's trash? You haven't even broken through to the second tier in 2 months. If I were you, I would have already smashed my head against a block of tofu. Zhang Meng was stunned and speechless. He never expected that the good-for-nothing's level would far surpass his own. I don't want to team up with trash. I can get good rankings by going it alone. Can I come alone? I promise I won't hold you back or steal your credit. At this moment, Lin Juyu seemed like a different person. She was no longer the ice that had never melted for thousands of years on the snow-capped mountain, but was like a babbling brook in spring, refreshing and soothing. Zhang Meng stood frozen in place, his heart twisted with jealousy and anger. Why? The first part of the martial arts exam is the secret realm hunt. The assessment involves a 7-day beast hunting activity within a secret realm. Scoring will be based on the heterocore points earned. If you voluntarily withdraw within 7 days, your score will be automatically calculated, and there will be no second chance to enter. Please go to your class teacher to collect your wristbands to ensure your safety and for real-time monitoring to prevent cheating. The wristbands will not interfere with students excessively and will automatically teleport you out of the secret realm in case of danger. Killing is strictly prohibited within the secret realm. Violators will be imprisoned in the Dragon Guard Bureau's heavenly prison. May your martial arts prosper. Those who have heard clearly, please get ready and enter the examination room one by one through the secret portal next to me. Su Ran, shall we go into the examination room? Su Ran, holding Lin Juyu's hand, stepped into the teleportation portal. After a dizzying sensation, Su Ran found that the scenery around her had changed. She was surrounded by towering trees, and the sounds of insects and birds filled the air. Su Ran, let's go find some strange beasts and start hunting them. No rush, let's find a place to hide first. We plan to hunt down second-tier ones. Meanwhile, on the other side, but there aren't many second-tier beasts, and you might not get enough points. Are you trying to steal them? Please shut your cherry lips. We civilized people don't talk about stealing, we talk about borrowing, understand? If you want to be the sixth one, just say so. Don't pretend to be all righteous. Do you want to do it? It's a time-saving and labor-saving method. You won't find another one like it. Okay, I'll definitely do it. Lin Juyu also got excited. This was the first time she had done something bad, and she was even led by someone else. Just thinking about it was thrilling. I found a cave. There seems to be a boar-like magical beast of about level 7 in the first tier inside. It's getting dark, so let's use its cave for now. It's over. Poor Gigi Buying is going to be in trouble. I hope you won't eat it while I'm baking it. Su Ran, just give them a bite. Just one bite is enough. Lin Juyu stared at the roasting meat on the grill, her mouth watering. Even though she had eaten plenty of delicacies, the unique aroma emanating from this piece of roasted meat stimulated her taste buds, as if it were an abyss from which she could not escape. Su Ran got goosebumps all over when she heard this. Shut up, eat quickly and don't talk. Su Ran quickly tore off a piece of meat and stuffed it into Lin Juyu's mouth. Hot. Are you stupid? You're an ice-type ability user yourself. Why are you afraid of getting burned? Upon hearing this, Lin Juyu immediately used her ice-type ability on the flesh, instantly causing the temperature inside her mouth to drop significantly. It's so delicious. She completely disregarded her ladylike image and ate it in big bites. You wretched brat, what have you done to my daughter? You deserve to die. Lin Sun stood aside and said indignantly, Old Lin, you'd better keep a close eye on her. Judging from your daughter's attitude, she's probably liked him for a long time. Someone's little darling is about to get a cold snap. At this moment, a burly man sat to the side, chuckling and teasing Lin Sun. This man was Zhang Mohan, a teacher at Imperial University and another proctor besides Lin Sun. But Lao Lin, why use this map for the exam? A 9th-tier nine-tailed fox once descended into this place. Although the spacetime god Su Chen and his wife dealt with it back then, this map is still quite dangerous. dangerous. I have my reasons. Although this map is dangerous, it is rich in resources. After all, we are all on the same side. With the teleporter, as long as we can get some resources, even if we don't get into a good university, becoming a Dragon Guard in my Dragon Guard Bureau is a good choice. At least we can become a mid-level Dragon Guard. You little rascal, you're quite the player. I hope those brats don't wander into the place where the nine-tailed fox is sealed, or they'll just be adding to that old fox's meal. No, back then, the god of time and space and the others used the yin-yang seal to seal that fox in the dark. No one who is not of their origin or stronger than them could find it. Won't any of their descendants be among this year's test takers? Impossible. The two gods of time and space died suddenly when they were young, and we all know the reason. They didn't leave any descendants. Then my worries were unnecessary. Old Lin, let's go. Buy me a drink tonight. You big guy, you actually have the ability to get others to treat you to meals. Let's go. Let's have a meal at Uncle Mo's hole-in-the-wall restaurant. That's fine. It's been a long time since I visited Uncle Mo. I've been in Yanjing for so long, and it's been a long time since I've tasted his cooking. I'm so full, Su ran. At this moment, Lin Juyu sat on the ground, rubbing her round belly, and said, Sister, how can you say that? I saved some of that pig for breakfast tomorrow, but you ate most of it in one meal. If I hadn't been quick, I probably wouldn't have had a single bite. He, how about becoming my cook? Food, lodging, and even cultivation resources are all included. Lin Juyu smiled foolishly. I can cook for you a few meals occasionally, but I have no interest in being a chef, and your cooking is so delicious. It's still early, go and get some rest. You keep watch for the first half of the night, and I'll keep watch for the second half. After Lin Juyu finished speaking, she walked away. Su Ran saw that there was no mat on the ground, so she immediately activated Wood Release, the art of cutting propagation. A huge rock supported by a few logs has been turned into a bed, covered with a layer of leaves. You also have wood-type abilities? Haligato Happy Sheepsand. Please go back to your aloof self. I prefer your cold and icy look. You look a bit silly like this. I don't want to either, but I can't smile at the people who come to my house because they're just trying to curry favor with my family, so I have to keep pretending to be cold. Lin Juyu pouted and said, just don't become a silly girl. You keep watch over her. I'm going to rest now. Su Ran walked to the side and wrapped herself in a wooden ingot-shaped wall formed by her wood release technique, absorbing spiritual energy from heaven and earth through plants. No wonder someone who has reached the second level at such a young age. In the distance, a pair of blood-red eyes were watching everything inside the cave. The eyes were not human pupils, but vertical, as fierce as those of a wild beast. Hey, Su-chen, you said your son would come, is it that one? He's got good talent, but I can sense the power of our world from him. A ghostly figure floated out and spoke. Nine Lama, it must be him. I can sense the presence of my descendant. Your hope of escape has arrived. Once he arrives, you can tell him how to transfer the seal. Then you. Don't cry, Karama. We don't belong to this world. It's time for us to leave. Another female phantom appeared. I didn't cry, I just felt a little sad about your deaths. The two figures looked at the stubborn Nine Lama and couldn't help but laugh. Nine Lamas, we have one last request for you before we die. The man's expression suddenly turned serious. After we're gone, please look after that kid, at least. I agree. The Nine Lama's face was solemn, and a single, glistening tear flashed across the corner of his eye. Aren't you really considering living a little longer? Even if it's just for that kid. We are already dead, we cannot stay too long. We have lived for so many years thanks to the seal, and we have been friends with you for many years. We are very happy. Yes, I'll leave that kid to you. Ding! Host, a great treasure has arrived. The cheat system has been credited to your account. Please claim it promptly. What cheat? Where is it? That's something you've always dreamed of. It could even allow you to reach the 4th rank of combat in a short time, and with your full power, you could even threaten the 5th rank. What exactly is that? Look outside. Su Ran turned her head and met a pair of blood-red eyes outside. Upon seeing those moon-like eyes, she immediately stiffened and turned her head away. Damn system, are you trying to kill me? That aura is at least level 8. You think I'm using it as a cheat? I might as well just get eaten. Didn't you see clearly? That's the nine-tailed fox, Karama. Su Ran then opened his Sharingan and examined it closely. He noticed that the skin around his eyes was orange and that there were 9 tails swaying back of him. Hey kid, come here right now, or I'll have to come to your door and arrest you myself. System, this. I advise you to go obediently. If they really want to kill you, one-tailed beast ball, and you're going to die anyway, so you might as well go obediently and at least save the life of the little girl traveling with you. Forget it, we're going to die anyway, might as well fight it out. Su Ran walked out of the cave and ran towards the 9-tailed creature. It really is Karama. I wonder if this thing can help me activate 9 tails mode. He stared in astonishment at the enormous fox before him. Are you called Su Ran, kid? How do you know my name? I hope you're not lying to me. Someone left something for you inside this seal. Someone left something for me? I don't know anyone besides my master's family. Stop talking nonsense and get in. 9-tailed lion swung its claw and slapped directly at the target. Su Ran's anger angry roar came from afar. Nine Llama, I'll fuck you're immortal. Su Ran fell to the ground, staring at the illusory figure in front of her, cursing under her breath. Nine Llama, damn you immortal. If I weren't so tough, I would have fallen apart with one swipe of my claw. Your name is Su Ran, right? Didn't you ask me this question outside? Oh my god, it's Xiao Ran. Our Xiao Ran. A blurry figure rushed over and hugged Su Ran tightly. Xiao Ran, my child. The phantom figure cried out in anguish, and another phantom figure floated over as well. The two embraced and wept together. What's going on? Aren't you the true forms of the Nine Tails? Hey kid, who are you talking to? An orange figure emerged from the shadows. If you are Nine Ratna, then who are these two? Su Ran looked at the orange figure that walked out, her face full of doubt. The two of us, to be precise, are your parents? The male phantom took a deep breath and spoke slowly. What? Parents? I'm not an orphan. I was adopted by my master. Child, who is your master? Lin Hanshen. The child's father. It turns out that it's old Lin and his wife who are taking care of Xiao Ran. Wait, what you're saying is making my head spin. Explain things clearly first. Okay, but a lot has happened over the years, so let's keep it short. The male phantom spoke again. Back then, the aura of the Nine Ramas suddenly descended upon this place, and the country sent us, a pair of 8th level superhumans, to deal with it. Our mission was to kill it. Seeing how weak it was, we used our powers to investigate and found that it had no ill intentions toward this world, and even saw you coming here from a corner of the future. It only wanted to live, so we didn't kill it, but instead saved it, leaving this power to wait for you. Then something happened that prevented us from being by your side. We didn't want you to know about it, we just wanted you to grow up happily, so we entrusted you to your master, Lin Hanshen, to take care of you. Leaving the Nine Lama was also our decision. I reached an agreement with it to use my supernatural powers to restore it and hide it. It cannot harm the world, it must protect you. Then why? What exactly caused your deaths? Do you know how I've lived all these years? Why did you abandon me back then? Su Ran questioned angrily. If your parents really died because of something, I need to know what happened, at least to find out what happened back then. System, you'll know. We don't want you to carry hatred, we only hope you grow up happily. The slash should be on you. Give it to me, let me unseal it. This knife is, my weapon is the only thing I'm leaving you. As he spoke, Su Ran's father poured his power into the cleaver, and the cleaver's aura gradually grew stronger. An S-class weapon sealed as an A-class weapon? Father, who exactly are you? He's just an unknown nobody. Su Ran wanted to ask more questions, but her father interrupted her. We don't have much strength left. We'll leave our last possessions to you, and then we should depart. Yes, Xiao Ran, eat well and take good care of yourself. Although we couldn't be with you for a single day, please believe that no matter what you become, we will always love you. At this moment, Su Ran's mother was already sobbing uncontrollably. After a while, honey, stop crying. Let's give our strength to Xiao Ran. The two phantom figures poured the remaining power into Su Ran's body, and the aura within him gradually solidified, while the two phantom figures became increasingly transparent. Goodbye, child. Xiao Ran, remember, mom and dad will always love you. Wait, I still have some questions to ask. Before you leave, at least let me know your names. My name is Su Chen, and your mother's name is Mou. As soon as the words were spoken, the two figures transformed into starlight and vanished into the world. Su Ran watched them leave, tears streaming down her face. Although they never really took care of him, he felt a deep love from them, a love from his parents that nothing in the world could replace. Hey, Su Ran, stop being sad, we should go. Nine Lama, how can I get you out of here? Come here, I'll teach you the Yang transformation seal. I'm sealed with the Yin transformation seal. You just need to place a Yang transformation seal on yourself, and you can absorb the Yin transformation seal that sealed me as well, forming the Yin Yang seal. This seal is even more powerful than the Bagua seal. I can also lend you more power, and you can even summon it as a spirit beast. As he spoke, Nine-tailed Fox pointed a finger at Su Ran's brow, and knowledge about the Yang transformation seal continuously flooded into his mind. I see, I understand now. Su Ran drew dense lines all over her body. With the last stroke, all the lines converged at her navel, forming half of a yin-yang symbol. Quick, stand outside the seal, I can finally get out. Su Ran stood up and stepped out of the seal. Suddenly, the Yang transformation seal on her body emitted a suction force, pulling the entire seal along with the nine-tailed fox. The seal's appearance also transformed into a complete yin-yang fish. Congratulations, host, on completing the mission. The rest of the text appears to be random characters and symbols, possibly indicating errors or inconsistencies. A direct translation isn't meaningful without further context. Su Ran stared into thought as the task notification appeared and disappeared so quickly. Hey, let's go, kid. Kurama, may I ask you a question? How did you come into this world? It's nothing. Back then, I had Naruto activate heavy particle mode, and after I used it, I died. As my body gradually became lighter, I felt something grab me and throw me into this world, where it even reformed my body. But at that time, I was extremely weak, with only 1% of my strength. You know what happened next? I understand. Can I activate Ninetales mode? I just can't do anything with
with you, kid? Instantly, a surge of orange-yellow energy erupted from Su Ran's body, quickly enveloping him and transforming him into a golden figure.
There's no time to mourn Su Ran's departure. Next up is Kizaru.
Su Ran shouted excitedly. Someone ran up to Lin Sun and Zhang Mohan and said something.
Something terrible has happened, my lords.
Don't rush, tell me slowly. Lin Sun spoke calmly. The nine-tailed fox's energy suddenly disappeared. It may have escaped.
What? Explain things clearly.
Last night, during our routine energy check, we discovered that the nine-tailed fox's energy was gradually decreasing and eventually disappeared completely. I suppressed the news immediately and only reported it after meeting with the two of you.
You bastard. Do you know how many people you might have killed by keeping that beast under your control last night? When something like this happens, you should report it immediately, even if it's a false alarm. If that big guy gets away, our place will be a bloodbath.
There's only one way left now, Lao Zhang.
You have to go into the secret realm. I'll report the situation to the Jiangnan Dragon Guard headquarters right away and go get reinforcements.
At this moment, Su Ran was completely unaware that the nine-tailed fox he had acquired as a cheat code had already caused a huge uproar in the Dragon Guard Bureau of Jiangnan City.
Good morning, I had a really good night's sleep last night. Lin Zhuyu yawned and stood up, saying, you can really sleep. I even threw up my breakfast and you're only just waking up?
Beautiful girls need beauty sleep, right?
Wait, a peak second-tier alien beast? Su Ran, you actually have the strength to kill something like this?
It's not surprising that Lin Zhuyu was so surprised. Everyone here is only at the peak of level 1, so this thing is practically a boss that dominates the scene.
What's all the fuss about? Let's eat, Su Ran urged. Actually, just last night, Kurama taught Su Ran a few extra ninjutsu techniques. Study hard.
This is Naruto's Rasengan, this is Minato's Flying Thunder God technique, and this is my tailed beast ball. Since you have the Sharingan, you should know how powerful these techniques are. I only followed the father and son, and I only learned these few that I thought were good.
I didn't learn any of the lower level ones. When Su Ran received these 3 ninjutsu, he was grinning from ear to ear.
These were things that he didn't know when he would be able to get from the system, but the Nine Tails gave them to him for free.
Wait a minute, you're only at level 4 of the second tier, and you've only been in the secret realm for one night.
Nothing much, I just grabbed something to eat and suddenly broke through. Lin Zhuyu rolled her eyes as she looked at Su Ran's Versailles-like demeanor. In fact, this breakthrough was not achieved by simply eating something, it was purely due to the immense energy left behind by the nine-tailed fox and Su Ran's parents. Although it was sealed, it still forcefully pushed his level up by 1.
By the way, what's today's goal? Only kill the second-tier beasts.
I'll finish off the first-tier beasts with the last blow. I won't touch any of the other first-tier beasts, I'll just steal them. Lin Zhuyu seemed to have gotten used to it and continued eating her food with her head down.
This is the last one. We're done for today.
Su Ran looked at the explosive fire ape lying in front of him, whose points had exceeded 30,000, and said with a smile. Lin Zhuyu ran over with the storage bracelet in her hand. Including this, there are a total of 24 second-tier alien cores. If we continue killing like this today, I really don't know if these second-tier alien beasts can survive until the last day. There's no need to hold out until the last day. The second-tier enemies have already been killed. Taking advantage of the beast's hostility towards humans, Su Ran used the nine-tailed fox's malicious perception to kill to his heart's content today.
Almost all the second-tier beasts in this secret realm died at his hands.
Perhaps 1 or 2 were killed by other teams, but that was insignificant. He basically owned more than 99% of the second-tier beast cores.
Let's divide them equally according to the established ratio.
You get 12, I get 12, but I'll take more of the materials.
Su Ran spoke up. Okay, here's all the materials. I don't need them. You said it, you can't go back on your word. If you don't want to back out, what are we going to do tomorrow? Of course, we should borrow some first-order heteronuclei from others. You really have no shame.
At this moment, the two sat in the tree hole where the explosive fire ape lived, roasting meat and joking around. The explosive ape, lying dead to the side, cursed from the sky. Damn it, my body isn't even cold yet and I've already died right here in my own home?
Old Lin, I went to check the seal.
It doesn't seem like the nine-tailed fox ran away. It's more like it took the seal with it.
Go check the surveillance footage in that area. I'm sorry, Lord Lin, we can't find it.
The nine-tailed fox is too powerful. Any equipment that gets close to it will be damaged by its aura.
Were there any foreigners mixed in during this exam?
No, Bloodgate has checked. If someone is not from our country, even if they are of mixed race, they will be sent directly to prison through Bloodgate and a second test will be arranged depending on the circumstances. This is not discrimination, but because 30 years ago, some foreigners entered the college entrance examination with their mixed race status, and, as a result, they swept away all the geniuses in that group, almost causing a shortage of young talents.
That's why this regulation was introduced.
There must be a genius among these children, who even surpasses that infamous fox spirit. Old Zhang, remember to send someone to find that genius.
Our Dragon Kingdom is destined for prosperity. The Dragon Kingdom shall rise again. The Dragon Kingdom shall rise again. The Dragon Kingdom shall rise again. By the the way, Lao Zhang, don't forget to find the child who took away the nine-tailed fox. He might be the son of an old friend. Understood. And the next exam, proceed as usual. Lin Sun said calmly. My lord, something has happened again. At this moment, Lin Sun's head was throbbing with pain. How could all these ridiculous things have happened on this one day? The energy of all the second-tier beasts in the secret realm has disappeared. The surveillance footage shows that it was done by 2 examinees. That old Lin. Let's put them in the market trade exam and make them stay an extra day to get ahead in the heterogeneous core section. Do you want to see them crush all the other candidates? Then, apart from the 2 of them, no one else will be able to get into university. By the way, Lao Zhang, keep a close eye out. One of those 2 candidates might be the person we're looking for. Meanwhile, inside a tree hollow, the 2 were happily munching on roasted meat, completely unaware of the huge commotion that had been stirred up outside because of them. Notice, due to special circumstances, the exam will end early at 6 a.m. the day after tomorrow. Please be prepared. The notice is being broadcast again. Due to special circumstances, the exam will end early at 6 a.m. the day after tomorrow. Please be prepared. A tremendous sound echoed throughout the secret realm. No way, wasn't the test supposed to last 7 days? I haven't even started hunting yet. Did they encounter a ghost? Ending it so early, are they trying to prevent people from taking the college entrance exam? Examiner, what exactly is going on? Exams that end early are the hardest. The 2 people sitting in the tree hole eating barbecue looked at each other, completely bewildered. Suran, what's going on? It seems we went too far. We just cleared out the second-tier enemies. Did it really have to be this serious? Yes, that's right. Lin Juyu nodded vigorously, but she didn't put down the roasted meat in her mouth for a long time. Perhaps they are also afraid of some kind of situation. Su Ran analyzed calmly. You're driving me crazy. Stop pretending to be mysterious and just tell me. Lin Juyu looked at Su Ran and finally put down the barbecue. The examiner definitely knows it was us. The exam was set for 7 days, probably to stage a scene of fighting for the alien core. After all, there are only a limited number of alien beasts. If the exam drags on for too long, the examiner is afraid that the 2 of us will destroy this place, and then no one but the 2 of us will be able to get into university. That's why he ended the exam early. Lin Juyu listened, not fully understanding, but her expression showed a mixture of understanding and confusion. She turned around and picked up the piece of roasted meat again to continue eating. What? Those 2 candidates who broke through to the second level, one is Juyu, and the other is that kid named Su Ran? Oh ho ho, Lao Lin, it looks like your little cotton-padded jacket is doomed. That's not the point. The point is that the kid's surname is Su. I don't think Juyu has the ability to break that seal and take away the fox demon. After all, it's the yin-yang seal that old Su and his group are famous for. It's said that no one can see the seal or what's inside it except for the caster and someone of the same origin. And what about this kid? If nothing unexpected happens, it should be the orphan of the 2 time gods from back then, the old Su couple. What can we do then? After all, we all know what happened back then. The Su couple's superpowers are incredibly strong. If this kid is even slightly smarter and releases the nine-tailed fox, at least 3 provincial capitals will become ghost towns. There are only a few 9th-level experts, and they are mostly stationed at the border. Then at least until this happens, the 2 of us have to do our best to hold off the 9th-level adults, and hopefully that kid doesn't know about this yet. From now on, we can only proceed step by step. Pass down my orders. After the exam, have Juyu bring Su Ran to me. Okay. I need you to keep watch tonight. I have something to take care of. No problem. Enough for 3 meals of barbecue. Su Ran then walked to the side and began to meditate. 9RA, how much of your power can I draw upon right now? Su Ran, you're not a reincarnation of Azura like Naruto. You don't have that sage body constitution. At best, you can only use me. Something's not right. It's completely wrong. What happened? Su Ran asked, puzzled. A sage body? You're the reincarnation of Ashura? No, this aura is that of Hashirama Senju's sage body. Then why do you possess both a sage body and sage eyes, yet haven't awakened the eyes of the 6 Paths Elder? Maybe I'm too young and haven't met the requirements yet. Su Ran summoned another cheat code from the bottom of her heart. System, what's wrong? You can indeed awaken the Rinnegan, but only if you possess eyes at the Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan level, and you also need sufficient mental stimulation. Furthermore, your sage body must be upgraded to the 3rd stage, otherwise, activating it now will overwhelm you. You need to draw a new pair of kaleidoscopes through a lottery. So how do you upgrade the celestial body? 100,000 kill points to advance to the 2nd tier, 1 million to advance to the 3rd tier, and 10 million to advance to the complete form. I don't have nearly enough points right now. Ding! System has issued a mission. Top scorer in the college entrance examination. The mission is complete by defeating the top scorer in Jiangnan province. The reward is 20 stealing orders and 50,000 kill points. System, you're simply a god. Shoo, be quiet, don't say anything. Yoshi, Su Ran, are you even listening to me? 9 Lama immediately became somewhat displeased. beast. I'm listening, please continue. According to my calculations, you can only withstand 10% of my chakra, which is the energy of this world, and that's already the limit. At most, you can use a mini-tailed beast ball. But with the sage body, you can use about 30% and release the tailed beast ball normally. I can also help you replenish your power. It's a 9 Llama brand power bank. Go to hell with me. Kurama is not a power bank. 9 Llamas immediately became anxious. Yes, you're right. Kurama, can I enter the tailed beast berserk state? Why did you enter that state? 9 Llamas asked in confusion. Naruto used that form and it was very strong, but it was activated when his chakra was wrapped in negative emotions, so it was very risky. It's okay, I have the Sharingan, I'm confident I can control it. Suran, you must tell me why you want to activate that state. Losing control is no joke. If Naruto hadn't had the chakra left behind by Minato, he would have completely lost control and become a beast that only knows how to kill. If you don't tell me the reason, I will never let you activate that form. I need a trump card that can completely turn the tide of the battle. Why? You mean that Kizaru, in his Nine-Tails cloak form, his actual combat strength isn't much weaker than a tailed beast in berserk mode. But when the tailed beasts go berserk, they can unleash even greater power, which allowed Naruto to overpower Pain. Am I right, Kurama? No, that's too dangerous. 9 Llama, Suran said coldly. My parents had an accident back then, and I don't want it to happen to me again. I need to have a trump card to turn the tide and avenge them. So that's how it is, Suran. I can tell you frankly, Suran, your parents love you very much, even more than they love themselves, and they don't want you to put yourself in danger for revenge. What's the meaning? When they left back then, I gave them the Nine-Tails chakra, so I know part of what happened back then. What? Kurama, tell me. Your parents were ambushed while carrying you as an infant. The enemy was very powerful. Even though they had reached the 9th level and possessed my chakra, they still couldn't fight against them. At the most critical moment, your parents chose to use all of my chakra to protect you without reservation. That's why I was able to sense your presence when you came here. They knew there was no way to escape that ambush. In my judgment, one person stayed behind to hold off the enemy, while the other took you and escaped. But they didn't do that. To ensure your safety, they transferred all their chakra to you and then tore open a spatial rift to send you away. So, that's how it is. So you must strive to become stronger. Even your parents, who had reached the 9th rank, were defeated by the enemy. Do you think you can defeat them with your current level and the rampage of the tailed beast? Don't be ridiculous. Even if I let you enter the 9-tailed berserk form now, you can only deal with a level 7 enemy at most, and only with one strike. After that, your body will be burst by my energy. Therefore, we must suppress the hatred in our hearts now and wait until we have enough strength before we seek revenge. Your Sharingan must reach at least the eternal level to suppress the rampage of a tailed beast of 7-tailed or higher. Eternal? I have no family. The eternal Sharingan requires the fusion of the Sharingan of a blood relative. It doesn't necessarily have to be a relative. Just like the old man of the Six Paths son, Indra, he evolved the Manjikyu Sharingan to the eternal level on his own. I understand. Thank you for your guidance, 9 Llama. You'd better get stronger quickly, and then you can get me out of here to eat. I'll be thanking you then. At that moment, a ray of morning light pierced through the clouds and shone on Suran, also taking away the resentment in his heart. Good morning, Suran. Would you like breakfast? No need, sister, you're my own sister. I can do it myself, don't bother you. Suran clearly remembered that the last time this girl said she was going to cook for herself, the stove exploded. Lin Juyu pouted and walked to the side. How many people are you planning to rob today? Suran didn't even look up and simply replied with a curt answer. Okay, what did you say? Everything? Yes, everyone. Are you crazy? There are so many people here, one spit from each of them could drown us both. You're the idiot, put this on. As he spoke, Suran took out a fox mask from his pocket and handed it to Lin Juyu. Welcome to visit us next time. You went to do bad things and still showed your true face? Quickly put on this mask. He also put on a red tiger skin mask. Look, can you still sense my presence like this? I can't feel it anymore. Instead, he seems like a treacherous, ruthless, and unscrupulous villain who will do anything to gain profit. Do you still want breakfast? Yes, of course. Thank you for being such a handsome and kind man, with a face that could make fish sink and geese fall from the sky. Honestly, he can talk so much even when he's not full. Woohoo, doing bad things is so exciting, Lin Juyu said as she jumped from tree to tree. Now you know the fun of doing bad things, right? Remember to call me next time you have work. I have good news and bad news. Which do you want to hear first? Bad news. We don't need to look for anyone else. Suran, you're talking nonsense. Isn't this good news? The good news is that they've all gotten together. I heard that someone knows we stole the alien core and is planning to team up and double-cross us. Suran, are you confident? Suran secretly asked the 9 Llamas. 9 Llama, do you have confidence? Nonsense, if these minor characters were hit by a tailed beast ball, a large number of them would die. Then forget it. I'm afraid the teleporter won't be able to react in time and will just wipe them all out. Then you can use the mini-tailed
tailed beast ball in combination with the raisin shuriken. You're good at both, just control the energy. You can force them to the brink of danger and teleport them away, and also finish them off. Lin Juyu, I need your cooperation. You use your ice and snow funeral song to create a giant ice mirror, and I use my eye power to project illusions onto the ice mirror. As long as they see the pattern that appears in my eyes, they will be pulled into the illusion space, and then we can go over and reap the spoils. You little rascal, you're really good at playing tricks. Stop talking nonsense and get started. Lin Zuyu and Su Ran quietly sneaked to the gathering point of those people. Seeing that some people were resting in the camp, they began to prepare for their operation. As the girl's voice faded, a giant ice mirror quickly covered the surroundings. A windmill pattern appeared in Su Ran's eyes, and he imprinted the pattern on the ice mirror. The wind is getting strong, retreat. The two then quietly left. At that moment, the camp watchman suddenly noticed a huge pattern in the sky and immediately sounded the alarm. Wake up, everyone, something's up. What's going on? It's the middle of the night, and there's not a ghost in sight. Exactly, there's no need to resort to such despicable means to change shifts. It's not fake. Look at the sky. The man on night watch was almost in tears, knowing that something was really wrong. The people in the camp looked up at the sky and saw the red pattern, then one by one they fell to the ground. It worked. Those fools actually looked up at the sky. The illusion has been activated. Lin Juyu, go pack your things. One for you, one for me, one for you, and one for me again. Two masked, shifty-eyed men darted out of the darkness and began rummaging through the fallen man's belongings. Lin Juyu, don't take too much, take half and leave the other half for them. Our gains this time are due to their inferior skills, but it wouldn't be good to take too much. Let's leave some for them and let them suffer in silence. Before long, the two of them had filled their storage rings, and the person on the ground slowly woke up. Who is it? Ah, my alien core. The masked man, born evil, I will personally. At this moment, Su Ran spoke up. I am a kind-hearted person and I can't bear to see you suffer like this. I will send you on your way now. Super giant jade raisin shuriken. Su Ran conjured a giant spiral shuriken in his hand and threw it forward. Scatter and run. A few of us can escape. You think you can get away? Lin Juyu's hands flashed with blue light, and in a short while, a huge ice prison rose from the ground, leaving only a gap at the top. Su Ran threw the giant jade spiral shuriken into the ice prison, and immediately an explosion rang out, with wind blades and ice shards flying everywhere. A gale swept up, making the faces of the two people sting. What a terrifying ability. But didn't you say your ability was your eyes? How can you have wind-based powers? If you don't want to talk about it, then don't. Although Lin Juyu was somewhat dissatisfied with Su Ran, she understood that everyone has secrets, and she herself was no exception. The exam is over. All candidates, please press your wristbands and leave the examination room. Repeat, the exam is over. All candidates, please press your wristbands and leave the exam room. A loud mechanical sound rang out, announcing the end of the exam. The two exchanged a glance, pressed their bracelets simultaneously, and transformed into a beam of white light, leaving the secret realm. People outside the secret realm waited anxiously, hoping for the top scorer in this exam. White light flashed continuously, but Lin Sun and Su Ran's master and mistress did not see the figure they were looking forward to. Honey, was that Xiao Ran the last one to come out? Xiao Ran came out so late. Is there still a chance for her to win first place? Don't get excited. Even if he gets first place here, he might not be the top scorer. Never mind, I'll just have to take advantage of Xiao Ran tonight. On the other side, Lin Sun looked around and said, why hasn't that girl come out yet? Hey, it looks like she's out. Why did she run off with that guy again? Did she just throw herself at him? Lin Sun gritted his teeth in anger. Although he knew Su Ran's true identity, he couldn't help but feel angry that the cabbage he had painstakingly cultivated over the years had been taken by a pig. The first place winner in this exam is Su Ran. As soon as the mechanical sound rang out, a deafening roar of cheers erupted from the audience. His dad, Xiao Ran, really is number one. This kid is truly worthy of being my disciple. Don't talk nonsense. It's clearly Xiao Ran who is so outstanding. What's it to you? Honey, don't expose me. At that moment, a sudden voice rang out. Zhang Meng jumped out suddenly and said, I'm not convinced. This kid's special ability is his eyes. How can he get first place? He must have cheated. This bastard without parents, who only got an SSS level double pupil by virtue of his parents' death, how could he get first place without cheating? Zhang Meng, say that again if you dare. Su Ran shouted angrily. You little bastard, what did I say? A bastard without parents, you have the nerve to cheat. Su Ran, I can't stand it anymore. If I don't kill him today, I'll write my name 9 Llama backwards. Yes, that's exactly what I was thinking. At this moment, golden and red light intertwined and shone on Su Ran's body, making him look like a god descending from heaven. A skeletal arm grew from the red skeleton, its palm tightly gripping for Magatama. Two golden arms extended from the golden body, one hand holding a black sphere, and the other hand forming a giant wind-style spiral shuriken. Yasaka Magatama, tailed beast raisin shuriken. Su Ran threw the objects in her hands toward Zhang Meng with both arms. The three merged into one in mid-air, emitting a suffocating and terrifying aura.
aura. This is bad, Xiaomeng. Quick, save them. Lin Sun called out, but his voice seemed to be deliberately delayed, only coming out after Zhang Chang had finished shouting. Zhang Chang immediately rushed in front of Zhang Meng, activated his peak 5th tier cultivation, and erected a shield. A loud bang was heard, and dust billowed up on the stage, obscuring the view and making it impossible to see what was happening on stage. That was a powerful blow. I hope Vice Principal Zhang will be alright. Nonsense, no matter how strong Su Ran is, he's only at the 2nd level. If he could break through Principal Zhang Chang's shield, I would eat my computer screen on the spot. The wind dispersed the smoke and dust. At this moment, Zhang Chang was in a terrible state, blood spitting from the corner of his mouth, his clothes torn, and his breathing unsteady. As for Zhang Chang himself, he was the figure who had been blasted into the wall by the shockwave. Vice Principal Zhang is injured? Hey buddy who wants to eat the computer screen, I've bought you a monitor. The students of number 1 middle school were shocked. Who would have thought that a student from the same year would severely injure the veteran powerhouse, Vice Principal Zhang? Of course, this wasn't Su Ran's doing. Although the moves were all his, it was Kurama who truly delivered the fatal blow. Kurama instantly took control of Su Ran's body while he was speaking and launched the fatal attack. Cough cough cough. Kid, are you trying to kill someone? I'm going to report you to the Dragon Guard Bureau. Zhang Chang coughed up blood but managed to stay upright as he spoke. You old bastard, you can go wherever you want, but I'm telling you there won't be a next time. If I hear those words from your son again, I'll risk going to jail to kill him. What do I have to be afraid of? Su Ran's Sharingan had already been activated due to the emotional fluctuations. At this moment, he was dressed in gray, his eyes were blood red and eerie, and he stared intently at Zhang Meng. Death is inevitable, but punishment is unforgivable. He threw a stone engraved with the flying thunder god symbol at Zhang Meng, which instantly arrived in front of him. He thought to himself, it seems we still need to forge a weapon specifically designed to carry the flying thunder god technique, otherwise, it'll break into pieces every time it's used, and how much money would that cost? Nevertheless, his face remained icy cold as he stomped hard on the wall, shaking Zhang Meng out of it. Zhang Chang tried to stand up to stop Su Ran, but the movement aggravated his wound, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. What do you want to do? What do you think I want to do? Su Ran said, holding Zhang Meng, who was lying like a dead dog, and staring at Zhang Chang with a cold smile. Su Ran, don't go too far, Lin Sun advised. Xiao Ran, there's no need to get so angry over someone like that, Lin Hanshan and his wife added. Lin Sun looked at Lin Hanshan and his wife, thinking to himself, as expected, they have been taking care of Su Ran all along. Alright, you're lucky today. I'll let you two bastards go this time. After saying that, Su Ran suddenly kicked the unconscious Zhang Meng next to Zhang Chang. Kid, you'd better kill me now, or when I get back I won't hold back against you and your family. Zhang Meng threatened Su Ran, glaring at him menacingly. You're welcome? I'd like to see just how you're going to be impolite, Su Ran replied coldly. You old bastard, how dare you threaten me? You're tired of living. Lin Hanshan and his wife unleashed their auras simultaneously, displaying powerful 8th and 7th tier auras respectively. Seeing the two of them unleashing their full power, Su Ran said with a wry smile, Master, Anchu, you two have been hiding your true abilities very well. Kid, stop talking nonsense. I wouldn't have revealed my level if it weren't for you today, Lin Hanshan replied in a low voice. Old Lin, what kind of talk is that? Xiao Ran is number 1 right now, how dare you talk to him like that? Shenruyue gently tapped Lin Hanshan from behind. Do you two really want to go against the Zhang family? This brat is just an apprentice. Zhang Chang gritted his teeth, trying to intimidate the two by mentioning the Zhang family behind him. If you threaten me again, I'll wipe out your entire family. Before you try to scare me, check if you've used my name, Lin Hanshan, Shenruyue replied coldly. I raised Xiao Ran myself. It's not up to you, old woman, to use your status to pressure him. Shenruyue's voice was firm and powerful. Zhang Chang looked up and stared at Lin Hanshan's face, which gradually overlapped with the photo in the newspaper in his mind. It really is him, and the one next to him. He looked at Shenruyue and thought with a wry smile that his son had run into a tough nut to crack this time. My son has offended you today, senior. I hope you will forgive my son's petty offense and spare his life. Zhang Chang knew that threats would be ineffective. After all, these two were madmen who followed the gods of time and space back then. If he really angered them, his family would be finished. He didn't want to become a sinner for all time. Your attitude in apologizing is good. Make amends, Lin Hanshan said calmly. What? Zhang Chang was stunned. You frightened my disciple. Shouldn't you apologize? Lin Hanshan's aura surged again, as if he was ready to make a move at any moment. Senior is too kind. I will naturally offer my apology. Although his heart was breaking, Zhang Chang forced a smile and handed over the storage ring. A whole blade soul? And so many tier 2 alien cores, barely enough to make amends. Su Ran took the ring, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. Yes, senior is right. It is indeed a bit shabby. Zhang Chang dragged the still unconscious Zhang Meng and limped out. Hey kid, catch this. Lin Hanshan tossed the storage ring to Su Ran. Master, what is this? Su Ran asked in confusion. Fusing this sword spirit into Slash will significantly improve its quality, and my
might even give birth to a sword spirit belonging to Slash itself. The rest are just a small bonus, keep them for your own cultivation.
Thank you, Master. Su Ran quickly put the ring away. Speaking of which, you're quite quick. Lin Sun's voice came from afar, gradually transforming into a figure. Kid, your cultivation has improved over the years.
I'm not as good as you guys, after all, I've only just entered the 7th rank, Su Ran replied modestly.
Lin Sun, don't be sad. We're all outcasts in this batch, Lin Hanshan sighed.
Sister Yu is getting more and more beautiful, Su Ran thought to herself, her gaze softening. You're such a smooth talker, kid.
Su Ran watched the three talking, feeling puzzled. Master, do you know these three people? Don't even mention knowing him, we're practically inseparable.
By seniority, you should call him Uncle Lin.
Don't be so loud, kid. I'll tell you about some things later. I think you shouldn't go back. How about coming to my place for a drink? After all, it's been a long time since you two have been here. Let's go, Shaoran, dinner's all set for tonight. Old Lin, are you questioning whether my cooking is good? No, not at all. I was just thinking of having a drink with an old friend I met again. You'd better be. Su Ran, what are you doing at my house?
Lin Zhuyu, who had just returned home, looked at Su Ran at the door with a puzzled expression. Your dad invited my master and the others to dinner, so I just happened to be passing by.
Xiaoyu, please help arrange the kitchen. I'll be receiving guests at the bamboo garden today.
Lin Sun stepped out from behind the crowd and said. Su Ran was about to go in when Lin Zhuyu called her back.
Su Ran, wait a minute, I'll go get a grill.
You haven't settled the bill for the 3 barbecues you promised me yet. As Lin Zhuyu spoke, she rushed inside.
What's going on?
Lin Hanshan and his wife looked puzzled.
Nothing special.
Due to some special reasons, I finished my exams early. This girl has been eating barbecue with your son for a few days and has become obsessed with it. Lin Sun explained helplessly.
Little Lin, your cabbage is being eaten by my pig. Aren't you angry? If my son-in-law were this kid, I think he would be pretty good.
Lin Sun turned the tables on him.
Alright, you two stop arguing and get inside right now.
Shenruyue, with one person on each arm, pushed everyone inside.
Now I finally understand why my daughter keeps talking about this barbecue.
Lin Sun hugged a piece of meat and took a big bite.
Isn't my Xiaoran's cooking pretty good?
As Su Ran grilled the meat, she looked at the girl beside her with stars in her eyes and felt a surge of warmth in her heart. Taking advantage of this free time, he began to summon the system from the bottom of his heart.
Master, is there any other way to obtain the stealing order?
Yes, 5 Tier 2 heteronuclear cores can be exchanged for 1, the price fluctuates.
Give me 10 draws first. Ding, redemption successful. Ding,
congratulations, host, you have obtained 10 jars of celestial wine.
Master, what is this celestial wine?
This stuff is great.
It can enhance superpowers, and drinking more can even boost basic attributes.
However, it's extremely strong. It could get even a celestial being drunk.
Ding, congratulations, host, you have obtained the complete intimate paradise set. What the hell is this thing? Ding,
congratulations, host, you have mastered the 5 elements.
Great stuff. I've finally gotten what I've been dreaming of. Ding,
congratulations, host, you have obtained a gourd of immortal wine. Great, now even the gourd for holding the wine has arrived.
Host, don't underestimate this gourd. Though small, it's a spatial artifact capable of holding roughly 5 jars of celestial wine.
A sip will grant a 1-minute berserk effect. We're rich. At this moment, Su Ran's consciousness was pulled away from the lottery interface, and she heard the voice next to her.
Little Lin, how can we eat such good barbecue without some drinks?
Well said. Wait for me, I'm going to Kaifeng to get that jar of old wine from 20 years ago.
Well, buddy, you even have a wine cellar? You still dare to drink? Are you getting cocky?
Shenruyue grabbed Lin Hanshan's ear and said,
Hey, honey, on such a nice day, can I have a sip?
Su Ran used her storage ring to block the system space and took out a jar of heavenly immortal wine.
Master is right, ain't you? Let him have a sip. Master, what do you think of this jar of wine?
Su Ran opened the lid of the heavenly immortal brew, and a rich aroma of wine immediately wafted out.
Good lad, you know this trick? Let me have a taste.
Lin Hanshan, now completely unconcerned, grabbed the bowl and charged straight over.
Master, slow down, this liquor is very strong. Don't drink yourself into oblivion. You don't trust me at all, do you?
Back when I was in the capital, I drank 6 jars of drunken immortal wine all by myself and I was still fine. Little Lin, come here, give this jar of wine to my apprentice to drink. This isn't quite right, after all, it was given to you by Brother Su.
It's alright, good wine should be drunk. What's the point of hiding it? Yes, Director Lin, you should have a bite too. It's too formal to call me Director Lin anymore. Your master and I share the same surname, Lin. Just call me Uncle Lin. Okay, Uncle Lin. At this moment, the 2 drunkards were drinking from their bowls one after another, and Shenruyue couldn't help but feel uneasy. Shaoran, are you alright?
These 2 are so drunk, I hope nothing bad happens. Don't worry, Anchu, at most you'll just black out.
Why don't you have a sip too? No, I prefer fruit wine.
As she spoke, Su Ran, under the menacing gazes of the 2 drunkards, scooped a bowl of wine from the jar, turned around and went into the kitchen, where she found a bottle of juice. juice. A small amount of wine plus this bottle of juice makes a decent fruit wine. You put your heart into it, Shaoran. Suddenly, with two thuds of people falling to the ground, the two drunkards had indeed blacked out. Lin Sun was still speaking incoherently at this moment. Shaoran, you can stay at our house tonight. Be careful with tomorrow's exam. The top 3 will be chosen from the chaotic competition to take the unified exam in the capital. Judging from your performance today, you might become the target of our attack tomorrow. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Sun collapsed to the ground, and both Lin Sun and Lin Hanshin began snoring loudly. Forget it, let's not move them. One is an 8th level and the other is a 7th level. It's okay if they freeze. With that thought in mind, Su Ran got up and walked to Shun Ruyue's side. Anchu, you've had too much to drink. Let me help you to your room to rest. Thank you, Shaoran. The place was bustling with activity, completely forgetting that there was a forgotten, unfortunate soul at home waiting for dinner. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Aren't those 3 coming back today? I haven't eaten yet. Ugh. Su Ran helped Shin Ruyue into the guest room, and suddenly remembered that the unfortunate Lin Yeye, who had been forgotten, hadn't eaten yet. Oh no, I was having so much fun eating that I completely forgot about her. As she spoke, Su Ran grabbed a piece of untouched roasted meat from the bag, packed it up, and hurriedly rushed out. Su Ran, what are you doing? Didn't my dad say he was staying at our house tonight? Lin Juyu, when they wake up, tell them I'm going home. My sister hasn't had dinner yet. I need to bring her some food. After saying that, Su Ran left without looking back. Damn idiot. I finally get a chance to be alone. Lin Juyu stomped her feet in anger. How infuriating. These people won't even bring me anything to eat. There's still some food at home, but I don't know how to cook. Brother, Mom, can you come back soon? If you don't come back soon, your dear Yeye will starve to death. Lin Yeye rolled around on the living room carpet. Yeye, open the door, I'm back. Lin Yeye suddenly stood up, rushed to the door, opened it, and threw herself into the arms of the person outside. Brother, I'm so hungry, I'm starving. As she spoke, she slumped limply into Su Ran's arms. Stop pretending. I brought you a ton of snacks last time I came back. Don't tell me you ate them all. As Su Ran removed the octopus from her body, she placed the grilled meat in her hand on the table. Hee hee, I do have a big appetite. Hee hee hee. Stop chuckling and hurry up and eat. Lin Yeye disregarded her ladylike image and started biting into the piece of meat. Hey girl, at least cut your food into pieces. Don't eat so messily. If any boys outside see you like this, none of them will dare to come near you. So what? I have my brother and parents with me, so I don't mind being a freeloader for the rest of my life. Su Ran smiled helplessly. Just then, Lin Yeye suddenly asked, Brother, shouldn't you still be in the exam hall today? Why did you come out? It's nothing, there was a malfunction in the secret realm, so the exam ended early. What rank did you get? It's a secret. You'll find out tomorrow. Fine, don't tell me then, you stingy thing. I'll find out tomorrow when I see your second exam results. Lin Yeye snorted and continued to gnaw on the grilled meat. Remember to clean up after you finish eating. I'm going upstairs to rest now. After saying that, Su Ran ignored Lin Yeye and went straight upstairs to her room. After entering the room, Su Ran locked the door and began a new round of cultivation. Su Ran, you can put in a few more alien cores. With me here, we can definitely hold on. The 9 llamas inside the body spoke. Now I reside within your body, and some of the energy you cultivate will flow into me. You can absorb more at once until your body reaches its limit, after which the remaining energy will be transferred to me. You can even cultivate while fighting, as long as the alien core energy within me is sufficient. You can cultivate anytime, anywhere. Really? Then I'll have to make good use of it. As he spoke, Su Ran took out more than 20 second-tier alien cores from his storage ring and began a new round of cultivation. The next morning, the first rays of sunlight fell on Su Chen, waking him from his meditation. Second tier, level 6, and the level is even trending upwards. Look around you, more than 20 second-tier superpowers have turned into dust, but I still have most of them stored here. This energy is enough for you to break through to the 3rd tier. 9 Llama, can I use this energy to unleash my power? 9 Llamas asked in confusion. You are my partner, and even more so, my friend, so I'll tell you a secret. I have a system from your world that allows me to gradually acquire the abilities from your side. Karama, what do you mean by this? I already knew. Not only me, but your parents know too. Do you think the title of Twin Gods of Time and Space is just for show? We all know you have this thing, but apart from the 3 of us, no one knows this secret. That's good. Tongzi, come out and say hello to Nine-Tailed Buddha. As expected of the strongest tailed beast, its aura truly lives up to the name Nine-Tails. You two knew about each other's existence all along? Looking at the fox in the system, Su Ran sighed inwardly, realizing that he was the real clown. Host, didn't you want to complete that technique? Throw in a 10 pull, and I'll help you meet the requirements. System, open the lottery pool and give me a 10 pull. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained 10 Flying Thunder God Kunai, and the Flying Thunder God technique has been automatically marked. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired the Multiple Shadow Clone technique. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained 10 Flying Thunder God Kunai, and the Flying Thunder God technique has been automatically marked. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired the 5 elements ninjutsu.
You have automatically learned all 5 elements rank A and below ninjutsu.
Su Ran stared blankly at the mountain of flying Thunder God kunai and the newly acquired ninjutsu in front of him.
Brother Tongzi, is it really okay for us to cheat so openly? Don't call me, it's all to make you stronger. There's no need to give you anything else.
You'll need to develop and evolve Susanoo yourself. I don't need to give you anything else right now.
System, you are my god. Let's go, Su Ran, it's time to take the exam.
If I don't get first place, I might as well come back and smash my head against a block of tofu. If I can't get first place, I'll just carve the flying Thunder God all over my body. I'll just use purple clay.
Please note the following exam information. Today's exam is a free-for-all. The top 3 who remain in the secret realm and are the last 2
leave before noon will become the 123rd and will be able to go to the imperial capital to participate in the exam for the top-tier academy. The remaining 4 to 50 will participate in the exam for the first-class academy. 51 to 200 will participate in the exam for the second-class academy. 200 to 500 will participate in the exam for the third-class academy, and those below 500 will not be eligible for the academy exam.
When students enter the secret realm wearing teleporters, if they encounter fatal danger, the teleporters will automatically teleport the students out and their grades will be terminated. Hey, Su Ran, I'm here.
Lin Juyu jumped up and waved her arms, as if afraid that Su Ran wouldn't see her.
You're in for a rough time today. I heard over 100 people say they're going to mess with you. You think I'm afraid? I'll kill them one by one. I'm one of those hunting you down today too.
Lin Juyu smiled and stared at Su Ran, as if chatting with an old friend.
Then I'll save you for second to last. I'm looking forward to our battle.
Remember, we need to go directly to Su Ran.
No one can beat him one-on-one.
Only by joining forces can we drive him out of the exam room.
I agree.
That kid is too sharp. If we don't get rid of him, none of us will have a chance.
Does anyone have invisibility?
Just stab him in the heart and teleport him out.
If he doesn't die, he'll definitely be number 1. All students are wearing teleporters and are entering the examination room.
The secret realm was a forest.
Although the trees were towering, Su Ran could still clearly see the figures with his Sharingan.
70 on the left,
30 in front, 120 behind, and 50 on the right. Come out. Do you think hiding is fun?
The people lurking in the darkness slowly emerged. I'm sorry, Su Ran, no wonder so many people were hunting you down. It's because you're too strong.
Haven't you noticed? The prey isn't me. Stop pretending and get out of the exam room.
At this moment, a man wielding a dagger charged at Su Ran.
Su Ran remained standing, neither dodging nor flinching, letting the dagger pierce her chest.
Bright red blood flowed down her chest, but Su Ran's body remained standing steadily, and she was not teleported away.
You.
The girls in the group screamed.
Aya, murder. You went too far.
You aimed straight for a vital spot.
Where's the teleporter? Why isn't it working?
At this moment, Su Ran slowly collapsed, and suddenly a strange change occurred. His body instantly turned into water and merged into the grass.
I won't waste time with you.
I'll take care of you in 10 seconds. Su Ran's voice came from all directions. Earth escape, earth flow wall. The earth began to churn, and a mud wall bearing a dog's head burst forth from the ground, trapping the hunters within.
Why did an earthen wall suddenly appear?
You should be glad. This is a newly developed spell of mine. I haven't tested its power yet, and the first time I used it on you is on you.
5 elements. Great continuous bullet technique.
Suddenly, 5 plumes of white mist rose up, and 5 Su Ran emerged from the mist at the same time.
Each of them condensed a different giant elemental ball and threw it into the earthen wall.
The collision of water and lightning produced a hissing sound, the wind blew and the fire roared, and the water and soil were swirled into a mud tornado that swallowed everyone inside. This kid is amazing. He eliminated so many people in one go.
Looks like first place is secured. Nobody dares to mess with him. Let's have another drink to celebrate tonight.
The 2 drunkards, who had blacked out last night, swayed as they spoke. Don't stand there, sit down properly. Don't let others know that a 7th or 8th level person drank themselves into oblivion. That would be very embarrassing.
Shenruyue also sat down next to her and spoke.
At this moment, Su Ran's main body was not so relaxed.
Hurry up, Karama, keep transferring energy. Stop pretending to be a big shot.
Luckily I have your chakra, otherwise I might have been drained dry after these 2 sets. As the 9 llamas poured in energy, he said in an annoyed tone.
I knew you'd pull this trick. Luckily, I've been keeping an eye on your alien energy. I'll replenish what you're lacking. I used up all the extra energy I stored up last night.
If I hadn't also replenished your energy, your house would definitely be hanging with white silk today.
Hee, thanks. Su Ran smiled as she apologized to 9 Llama.
When the power of the 9 llamas reached its peak, Lin Juyu walked over.
Come on, this battle belongs to us. I'd be happy to oblige. Wait a minute, Lin Juyu. What's wrong? Let's start fighting.
Another friend has arrived. Su Ran fixed his gaze on a giant tree and spoke loudly.
Come out, friend, there's no point in hiding.
A handsome young man emerged from behind the giant tree, carrying a long sword, and said loudly to Su Ran. Su Ran, I know I can't beat you, but I still want to raise my sword against you, against the strong. Alright, I won't use my cultivation this time, I'll respond with my sword. Let me introduce myself first. The Hua family of Jiangnan, Hua Kyuji. The two boys stood facing each other, clasping their hands in greeting. I'm sorry. Hua Kyuji took a step forward and thrust his long sword straight at Su Ran. Su Ran gently turned to the side, dodging the sword. Hua Kyuji spun his sword and launched another attack. The sword energy within the sword erupted violently, and countless fine, rain-like sword energies pierced towards Su Ran in all directions. Actually, you can use your cultivation level. My level is far higher than yours. I have already reached the heavenly limit realm. If you don't use your level, I naturally won't either. If I defeat you with my special abilities when you're not using your cultivation, this battle will lose its meaning. Hua Kyuji's sword intent surged, and his level jumped from Tier 1, Level 9 to Tier 2. Is your sword heart clear and bright? Bring out your strongest sword strike, and I will respond with my strongest attack. Upon hearing this, Hua Kyuji's longsword trembled slightly, and his supernatural power flowed into the sword. The sword intent behind him was like a dragon soaring and a tiger leaping, actually condensing into the image of heaven and earth. You are strong, but I am stronger. Su Ran infused Kurama's chakra into the sword, and a faint phantom of a demon fox appeared behind him. The two simultaneously swung their blades, their dragon and tiger figures clashing fiercely with the phantom of the demon fox. Although the dragon and tiger were celestial phenomena formed from sword intent, the nine-tailed demon fox possessed a stronger aura, completely shattering the dragon and tiger phantoms. Did I lose? Hua Kyuji's eyes were filled with resentment, but his body fell straight backward. Su Ran, are you alright? Lin Juyu ran over and asked with concern. I'm fine. This kid is very strong. With such dedication to the sword, the Dragon Kingdom will probably have another sword saint in less than 20 years. So what do you plan to do? I'll go and clean up the rest of them. He's so powerful, with a clear sword mind, yet some cowardly people took advantage of him and he didn't get into a top university. That college entrance exam was a complete joke. As he spoke, Su Ran took out 3 flying thunder god kunai and threw one out, which landed on the ground. Be right back. The kunai swept through the air, and Su Ran disappeared in the process. Does he still have spatial abilities? Go out. Su Ran knocked down the last person and pressed the teleportation button on his bracelet. I'm so kind. Don't talk nonsense. It was Nine-Tailed Fox who warned you that if you kept killing, you would fall into a bloodthirsty state and become a mindless monster. Otherwise, you wouldn't have stopped. Brother Tonzi, I got a loot. Hey, since you got first place in the big exam, I'll give you that thing. It'll effectively prevent you from entering a bloodthirsty rage state. That's almost done, let's go back. Su Ran activated the Flying Thunder God technique and returned to the previous location. How long have I been gone? It hasn't even been half an hour yet. Lin Juyu sat by the tree, idly playing with the leaves. Are we still fighting or not? Go ahead and hit him. I'll get rid of this kid first. Su Ran walked towards Hua Kyuji and pressed his wristband. That kid is finally gone, in this freezing cold. Regardless of whether Su Ran had reacted or not, Lin Juyu used her field skill to sweep towards him. Damn it, did you sneak attack me? Alright, if that's how you play it, then I'll just send Kizaru into the fray. Orange energy swept over Su Ran's entire body, and lines gradually appeared on her stomach, transforming her into a pure golden Su Ran. Damn it, don't be a sore loser. I was just using a field skill. Did you have to go for such a powerful move? Don't worry, I won't use my ultimate skill. I'll just use my normal skills to spar with you. That's settled then. Lying will bring you bad luck for life. Su Ran didn't care about anything else and immediately unleashed a Phoenix Immortal Fire technique. An ice cage immediately formed beneath Lin Juyu's feet, tightly enveloping her within it. Using an ice cage to protect yourself? That's a novel idea, but won't you get cold? Are you out of your mind? I'm an ice-type ability user. You're asking me if I'm cold? Ice Lance technique. Lin Juyu glared at him helplessly, but her hands moved swiftly, and several ice spears flew out. Su Ran ignored the ice spears and easily dodged them with a few sidesteps. Seeing that her attack was ineffective, Lin Juyu launched another area of effect skill. Earth Flow Wall. Su Ran summoned several earthen walls to block the rain of ice spears. It's wrapped up? Perfect. I'll give this a try. Lin Juyu thought to herself and secretly activated several ice-type skills. Ice Tornado, Ice Blade, Ice Bullet. However, all of these moves were blocked by Su Ran's Earth Flow Wall. Lin Juyu sensed the icy aura around her and then unleashed her ultimate move. Ice Giant. A giant forged from ice rose from the ground. Though it had no face, the sharp ice spikes on its back revealed its power and terror. Smash that turtle shell. Lin Juyu commanded the ice giant to smash through the earthen wall protecting Su Ran with a single punch. This aura, you've already reached the second tier? Of course it's tier 2. Do you think everyone is like that good-for-nothing Zhang Meng, who hasn't broken through to tier 2 in 2 months? At that moment, someone lying in bed recovering from an injury felt insulted and couldn't help but sneeze. Achio, which bastard is cursing me? That wretched Su Ran. Su Ran nodded in agreement, a hint of amusement in her eyes. So you still won't admit defeat now?
now? Oh, okay. Su Ran asked with a smile, finding the situation quite interesting. Should I admit defeat? Haven't you noticed? These ice skills are slowing you down until they limit your movement. Take a good look at your legs. Su Ran looked down at her legs, which were covered in ice, and pounded them hard, struggling with all her might. Don't waste your energy. This ice was cast by a 6th-tier contracted beast, the ice giant. With your meager 2nd-tier cultivation, how could you possibly break it? That's not necessarily true. The outcome is still uncertain, so don't be too confident. He's just being stubborn. Lin Juyu controlled the ice giant and threw a punch at Su Ran. Wouldn't it be better to just admit defeat and back down? Why did I have to use the ice giant to beat you out alive? Wouldn't it be better to suffer less? However, Su Ran took out a flying thunder god kunai and threw it at Lin Juyu. It's no use. I know your darts have spatial abilities, but only if the darts are in that place. Am I right? Lin Juyu stared at Su Ran, smiling confidently. You think this ice prison is only for protecting me? You're wrong. This ice prison can also restrict your strange spatial abilities, preventing you from teleporting with darts. That's indeed impressive, but how do you know that this is the only spatial ability I possess? Su Ran stared intently at the kunai, which suddenly swirled and twisted around itself, instantly engulfing it. This, ha ha ha, you launched an attack and swallowed your own weapon? Are you a clown sent by the monkey? At this moment, the strange vortex-like distortion above Lin Juyu's head reappeared, and the flying thunder god kunai also appeared. As I said, victory is not yet assured, so don't underestimate your opponent. Su Ran used the flying thunder god technique to fly into the ice prison, carrying the Rasengan in his right hand. This is the 2nd stage of flying thunder god. Su Ran slammed the Rasengan in her hand hard at Lin Juyu, piercing through the ice prison. Roar! Roar! The ice giant roared angrily. Because of the contract with its master, it sensed that its master was injured and was furious. It desperately tried to bite the person who had hurt its master. The powerful Rasengan instantly shattered Lin Juyu's supernatural ability, and the enormous ice giant turned into ice blocks, falling one after another. Cough cough cough, how did you get in here? Lin Juyu was lying on the ground. Fortunately, Su Ran did not use his full strength when releasing the Rasengan, otherwise she would have been blasted outside long ago, instead of still lying here. Su Ran would never tell her that he used Kamui to send the flying thunder god inside first, and then teleported himself in. Fine, don't tell me then. You're so stingy, Lin Juyu said, turning her head away and pouting. Alright, don't be angry. Go out now. I'll grill some meat for you when we get home as an apology. Okay, but, oh, it hurts. Lin Juyu was about to press the hand ring to go out when she completely forgot about the wound from being hit by the Rasengan and cried out in pain. Stop struggling, I'll take you out. Su Ran picked up the kunai and walked over, pressing the button on Lin Juyu's bracelet. Then, he pressed the bracelet himself, turning into a white light and disappearing into the secret realm. Old Lin, is this really the apprentice you taught? Lin Sun asked Lin Hanshin while holding a beer. Ha, of course I taught him. If I hadn't taught him, how could he be so good? Lin Hanshin's cheeks flushed, and he stood up and laughed, only to be hit hard on the head by Shunru Yue. Everything is your doing. Even Xiao Ran's weapon was given to her by you. What exactly did you teach her? Shunru Yue grabbed Lin Hanshin's ear and questioned him fiercely. I also gave him so many heteronuclei. You think you can give that? You don't even know Xiao Ran's 5 elemental ability. You might not even have mastered the basic elemental abilities, and yet you're pretending to be a fat guy. Shunru Yue muttered. At this moment, Su Ran was teleported out of the secret realm, and Lin Sun quickly walked up to her. I hereby declare that the examination in Jiangnan province has officially ended. Our Jiangnan province's top scorer in the college entrance examination is Su Ran, who is standing in front of us. Su Ran! Su Ran! Su Ran! A deafening roar of cheers erupted from the audience, celebrating the new champion. Please don't be discouraged, fellow students. This exam doesn't represent everything. We must continue to work hard and make our great dragon kingdom stronger together. Su Ran walked up to his master and knelt down on both knees. Master, I have not failed you. Lin Hanshin's eyes were glistening with tears, but he forced himself not to let them fall. Good, you are worthy of being my disciple. With that, he helped Su Ran up and hugged him tightly. Although his master's words were clumsy, Su Ran felt a deep warmth from his embrace, a feeling of home. Yay, brother, you've become the top scholar. Let's have a big meal, a big meal. Lin Yeye appeared out of nowhere, congratulating Su Ran with a smile. Xiao Ran, this is your reward for being the top scorer in Jiangnan province. Lin Sun handed over a card and a ring. There are 50 million in your card. This is your bonus for becoming the top scholar in Jiangnan province. This ring contains an A-level special skill called the sword drawing technique. As for its secrets, you'll have to figure them out yourself. In addition, there are some special cores and 2 level 1 special skills. Congratulations again on becoming the top scholar in Jiangnan province. Thank you, Uncle Lin. Please come to our house for dinner tonight. Okay, I'll definitely go because of your invitation. At this moment, although sitting to the side, Su Ran silently called upon the system in her heart. Brother Tonzi, the mission is complete. Ding!
Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the mission top scorer in the college entrance examination, and you have received 20 stealing orders and 50,000 kill points.
System, quickly upgrade my immortal body to the second stage.
Ding! Congratulations, host, your sage body development has reached the second stage.
You have acquired the following ninjutsu: Wood Clone, Hellfire,
Wood Binding Killing Technique, 4 Pillars Clan Technique, Ranking Technique, Tree Sea Descent Technique, and Linked Pillars Clan Technique.
Ding!
Due to the sage body evolving to the second stage, the Sharingan's side effects have been reduced by 50%, and the 6 Paths bloodline fusion rate has increased to 30%.
What exactly does the fusion degree of these 6 bloodlines mean?
Your bloodline fusion level is not high enough to unleash its full power for now. When the fusion level reaches 100%, you will become the second perfect sage of 6 paths.
I see. System, hurry up and draw the reward for me.
Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a pair of Hinata stockings.
System, I feel like something's wrong with you. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained 10 soldier ration pills. Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have obtained 1/4 Hokage's divine robe.
It looks like we'll have another disguise for Yandemai's robe.
After waiting for a long time, Su-Ran finally heard the notification sound she had been looking forward to.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have obtained an enhanced version of the Thousand Hands necklace.
Can this thing actually withstand the attack?
I remember when Naruto went berserk with the 6 tails, that thing was shattered.
Are you stupid? Didn't you see the words enhanced version?
Even if the 9 tails goes berserk with this necklace, you'll still stay conscious.
But isn't this thing a guaranteed way to kill whoever carries it? Do you want to take it? If not, just give it to Kurama. It's a treasure left behind by Hashirama, and it at least has the wood release enhancement. Then I'll take it.
As he spoke, Su-Ran took out the Thousand Hands necklace, with the long, rectangular ornament hanging in the center of the rope, and put it around his neck.
It's pretty good, but it still looks a bit conspicuous. As Su-Ran spoke, she tucked the necklace into her clothes.
By the way, Xiao-Ran, you'll be coming with me to the capital tomorrow to take the entrance exam for the academy.
Lin Sun reminded him. Thank you, Uncle Lin, I understand. Remember to come for dinner tonight. Come on, Lindsay, what happened?
You've collapsed. I'll allow you to use your superpower to dissipate the alcohol and keep drinking. Lin Hanshin patted Lin Sun, who was fast asleep on the table, and then shook him awake with a slap.
Okay, keep drinking.
Lin Sun sat up groggily, grabbed the sauce dish on the table, and gulped it down as if it were wine.
You're so generous, I can't lose to you either. Lin Hanshin also grabbed another sauce dish and took a big gulp.
Just then, a girl who had just peeled a shrimp was about to dip it in sauce when she discovered that her plate was missing. She looked up and around and saw the 2 plates being held tightly by the 2 drunkards.
Dad, you two. We're not drunk.
Yes, I'm not drunk. Both of them had flushed faces and were staggering from drinking, but they stubbornly refused to admit that they were drunk. Brother, don't let them drink next time, Lin Yeye said helplessly from the side.
I didn't want to either.
Su-Ran smiled bitterly, but her heart was filled with regret. The 2 drunkards knew that tonight was Su-Ran's celebration banquet, and they insisted on drinking another jar of heavenly immortal wine, otherwise they would use it to make wine.
Su-Ran, you don't want to end up in a bar.
The 2 of them stared at Su-Ran with smiles on their faces, rubbing their supernatural abilities together. Su-Ran wasn't afraid, she just reluctantly took out a jar of heavenly immortal wine.
What's going on? I meant 1 jar per person.
Lin Hanshin handed a jar of heavenly immortal wine to Lin Sun, and then asked Su-Ran for one for himself.
Master, 1 jar is enough for the 2 of you. Drinking more will cause you to black out.
Bullshit.
I was ambushed that time. Stop talking nonsense and bring me the 2nd jar. I know you have one.
Lin Hanshin unleashed his 8th level aura and stared at Su-Ran with a smile. Su-Ran said this through gritted teeth and handed over another jar of heavenly immortal wine in humiliation.
This is my good apprentice. Lin Hanshin, holding the heavenly immortal wine, turned and left happily.
Fortunately, you had the foresight to fill the gourd with the immortal wine beforehand, otherwise, it would have been just an empty ornament. The system looked at the scene just now and sighed.
I filled the gourd the moment I got it. How could I not know how much of a drunkard my master is? That old man even dug a wine cellar outside the city and hid thousands of bottles of wine there. 666. Hey, Su-Ran, give me a jar too.
At this moment, the 9 llamas hidden within his body spoke. Here, take it. Su-Ran took out a jar of heavenly immortal wine, placed it on his seal, and then teleported to the 9 llamas.
Why be so generous to 9 llamas?
The reason is simple. In critical moments, we still need this great deity to help save our lives.
Truly excellent, it lives up to its reputation as a heavenly brew.
9 llama scratched open the jar with his fingernail and drank the wine one sip after another.
System, I only have 1 jar of celestial wine left. I'm hungry. Time for some food. Stop disgusting me. If you do a 10 pull, I'll give you a chance to eat your fill. Music, bring it on.
As the gambler's music started playing, Su-Ran threw out his final 10 shot.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have obtained 10 celestial wines.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have obtained obtained 10 celestial wines. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained 10 celestial wines. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained 10 celestial wines. Looking at the 100 jars of celestial wine piled up like a mountain in the system space, Su-ran was completely stunned.
System, what's going on?
If there weren't a limit to the number of draws, I could upgrade you to rank 9 right now. Then you'll become countless little stars here and there.
With a bang, it exploded.
Su-ran's beautiful fantasy shattered instantly.
By the way, system, how's my ability to unleash my form going?
The second tier is reaction amplification, a passive skill that doesn't manifest physically. It enhances all your reflexes and even allows you to sense seashells. Work hard these next few days, don't be stingy, use the third tier alien core directly, don't worry about wasting it. With Nine-tailed Fox supporting you, you should be able to break through to the third tier by the time you reach the Imperial capital. I'll arrange an even stronger ability for you when you reach the third tier of form liberation.
Okay, thank you, system brother. Uncle Lin, let's go first.
I don't want to see the scene of parting, nor do I want to see that girl cry. Su-ran placed a letter on the table and walked straight to the door.
Okay, I respect your decision. Go home and pick up Juyu, then we'll set off. My head hurts so much. You drank too much.
Lin Hanshin, feeling wronged after being scolded by his wife, walked into the living room, clutching his throbbing head.
Shaoran? Lin Hanshin called Su-ran's name as usual, but there was no response.
He noticed a letter on the table, tore open the envelope, and saw the contents of the letter.
Dear Master, I am departing today.
I fear the sorrow of parting, so I am leaving without saying goodbye. The kindness of Master and Mistress will forever remain in my heart, and I will never forget it. I have prepared a small gift in the ring as a token of my respect. Lin Hanshin stared at the letter, speechless for a long time.
What's wrong? Staring blankly at a piece of paper this early in the morning? Has this paper made you stupid?
Shenruyue walked over, patted Lin Hanshin on the shoulder, and asked. When she saw the contents of the letter, her eyes involuntarily welled up with tears. That kid dared to leave without saying goodbye. He'll have to be taught a lesson when he comes back next time.
Lin Hanshin tossed a ring over and said, "These are things Shaoran left for you.
Take a look." Shenruyue opened the ring and found that inside, besides some snacks, alien cores, and alien beast meat, there were also 3 flying thunder god kunai wrapped in paper.
She unfolded the note, which read,
"The snacks and alien cores are for Yeya, the alien beast meat is for Anchu, and you should keep these 3 kunai safe. They can save your lives once. That kid is a real bastard. He didn't leave me anything."
Shenruyue took out a flying thunder god kunai from her pocket, slapped it into Lin Hanshin's hand, and cursed. "Didn't you see this? This is also..."
Before he could finish speaking, the letter in Lin Hanshin's hand suddenly emitted a surge of heat, and a piece of information flooded into his mind.
"Master, I know you are scolding me." Su-ran's phantom image appeared in Lin Hanshin's mind.
"However, those 10 jars of celestial wine are not suitable to be stored in the ring, for fear that Anchu might confiscate them, so I put them in your wine cellar outside the city in advance.
You don't need to thank me too much."
After saying this, Su-ran's illusory figure vanished into thin air.
"What a little rascal, but he's quite like me, this old rascal, ha ha ha."
Su-ran took one last, affectionate look at the city where she had lived for 18 years, then turned and boarded the train. Something's not right, absolutely not right, it's just so incredibly wrong.
"What's wrong, Shaoran? Is something wrong?" Lin Sun turned around and asked with concern. "It's nothing, Uncle Lin. Don't forget to tell me if anything happens. I'm a 7th level expert, and no one can stop me in a place like this.
Otherwise, I can call your master for help," Lin Sun said with concern.
On the surface, Su-ran remained calm, but inwardly she anxiously asked the system, "Brother Tonzi, what should we do?"
I remember that the main characters all seem to have conflicts with these trains.
I mean, probably not.
With a 7th tier expert providing cover, unless an 8th tier or higher expert arrives, there might not be much danger. As Su-ran spoke, she sat back in her seat, took out the alien core, and began to cultivate.
"Alright, Su-ran, you don't need to absorb anymore."
At this moment, Nine Lama's voice came from the bottom of my heart.
"This is enough. It will be enough for you to cultivate for about 15 days. Nine Lamas said.
"Why? I feel like I can still absorb some more. There are still quite a few places inside that aren't full."
"No need.
The essence of your 3rd tier ability is all in your body.
I've already removed the more messy parts. I'll transfer it to you after I've refined it. Once you've refined it,
you should be able to break through to the 3rd tier by the time you get off the train.
That foundation might not be. You don't need to worry about that at all. You have Hashirama's sage body inside you, so your physical body is absolutely powerful. After all, it was left behind by the 6 Paths Elder who inherited Ashura's power. As for your abilities, I'm here, so there's no need to worry. The only
drawback right now is that your level is too low, so you can't use many powerful skills yet.
After you break through to the 3rd rank, you'll be able to try to use S-rank ninjutsu multiple times.
As long as I don't drain your abilities completely even once, I can help you replenish them."
"I see, I understand now."
By the way, try to learn Sage Mode and Master Sage techniques, so you can use a powerful move.
What ultimate move? Sage art, yin-yang escape raisin shuriken. Isn't that Naruto's technique? But I was the one who guided this move. I extracted all the natural energy of that planet and combined it with Naruto's Rasengan in Sage mode. Theoretically, in addition to Sage mode, you also have Sage body in Sharingan, which already meet the requirements for its execution. After saying that, Su-ran entered a meditative state again. Lin Sun looked at his daughter beside him and couldn't help but jump up and down in anger. Look at them, and you're still playing around. Practice hard and try to break through to the third tier, then fuse with the Ice Giant's remaining abilities. Oh dear, Dad, calling for your own father won't help. It took me so much effort to capture this Ice Giant. I need to train hard now. At this moment, the girl who was affected by a certain Scroll King glared angrily at that Scroll King, and then she also entered a state of cultivation. We have arrived at the capital city. Passengers, please take your luggage and disembark in an orderly manner. We have arrived at the capital city. Passengers, please take your luggage and disembark in an orderly manner. We have arrived at the capital city. Passengers, please take your luggage and disembark in an orderly manner. As a gentle female voice announced over the loudspeaker, Su-ran and her companions finally arrived at their destination, the capital city. You two go to the hotel first. I've already booked rooms for you. Just give me my name. I'm going to Takeo University now to deliver your exam materials. Lin Sun said hastily, then turned and left. Two people who had just arrived in the capital city began their own adventure. Hello, guests. Are you here for lodging or dining? The receptionist at the Emperor Hotel asked respectfully. The accommodation has already been booked. The name is Lin Sun. Okay, Mr. Lin Sun's reservation is here. Here are your room keys, 1101 and 1102. Have a pleasant stay. The receptionist respectfully handed over two room keys and explained to the two of them, you stay in 1102, and Uncle Lin and I will stay in 1101 together. Su-ran took out a room key and handed it to Lin Juyu. Stop right there, you two bumpkins. Here's 100,000 yuan, and I'm taking back your room cards. A little girl who looked like she hadn't grown up at all stood at the door, took out 100,000 yuan from her storage ring, threw it on the ground, and said arrogantly. But Su-ran didn't see her at all, and continued to search for the source of the sound. Hey, you country bumpkin, look down. The little girl felt offended and angrily shouted at Su-ran. Oh, I thought it was a dog barking somewhere, but it's just such a short dog. Which adult didn't leash it properly? How did this mad dog get out? The little girl felt insulted, and her second tier, level 6 aura suddenly erupted, as if she was ready to attack at any moment. Little girl, this is not a place for you to act arrogantly. Lin Juyu took a step forward, and her aura as a second tier, 7th level cultivator exploded forth. Wow, Juyu has broken through to level 7. It's all because of you, you pervert. You wouldn't let me have a moment's peace while I was sitting in the car. My dad forced me to break through to level 7. Not bad, look at this mad dog, it's only level 6. The two men completely disregarded the little girl and mocked her. Lingling, what's wrong? A blonde young man walked over and asked the little girl with concern. Brother, they bullied me and even called me a dog. When the little girl saw her protector arrive, she threw herself into the young man's arms, crying her eyes out. The blonde youth looked at Lin Juyu, who was releasing a second tier, 7th level aura, and his expression immediately turned cold. Gentlemen, isn't it going too far to use your rank to intimidate others? His face was cold, and his aura as a second tier, 8th level expert suddenly erupted. Who did you think you were? A mere tier 2 level 8. What are you so arrogant about? Su-ran lazily interjected. That's still better than you, a piece of trash who hides behind a woman and has no status whatsoever. Su-ran smiled broadly, and her aura leaped to the first level of the third rank. Second tier, 8th level? What are you trying to prove in front of your grandpa? Su-ran stared at the blonde youth with disdain. Su-ran, you've reached level 3? Lin Juyu asked from the side. That's right, how can you not make some progress if you don't sit in the car for 3 days? How long has it been since you broke through to the 7th level of the second tier? I thought I could catch up with you, but I didn't expect the gap to widen so much. The blonde youth glanced at the two men chatting and laughing in front of him, realizing he had kicked a hornet's nest, and shamelessly called for help from behind. Uncle N, thank you for your help. Understood, young master. A peak 6th tier aura suddenly erupted from behind him. An old man with a withered face slowly walked out from behind. Gentlemen, why bother? The oppressive aura of a peak 6th order cultivator swept over them like a torrent, causing Su-ran and Lin Juyu to lose their footing. If you kowtow 3 times, apologize to my young master and young lady, and give them the room, I will let you go. The old man's smile was full of wrinkles, as withered as a dead tree. Old man, you've got some nerve. This mad dog says we should give up our rooms, so if she wants the stars in the sky, are you going to pluck them down for her too? You don't know what's good for you. As soon as he finished speaking, the oppressive aura intensified, as if Mount Tai were pressing down on their shoulders. Great, Uncle N, take them back. I'm going to torture them to death bit by bit. The little girl stood behind, so excited she almost jumped up. Juyu, stand behind me. Su-ran activated the Susanoo skeleton, stepped forward, and stood in front of Lin Juyu. Oh, not bad.
A 3rd-tier cultivator has actually managed to withstand the pressure of my peak 6th-tier cultivation until now, but this is where it ends.
Jiangyan pressed all his energy onto Su Ran, and cracks began to appear on Susanu's skeleton.
Su Ran, prepare to change people. I can't stand this kind of attitude. I'll just use the Yasaka Magatama-tailed beast shuriken again. Looking at the situation outside, the 9 Llama's heart pounded with anxiety.
Okay, I'm ready to hand over control to you.
Orange energy gradually emerged from Su Ran's body. Just as he was about to unleash it, he suddenly sensed a familiar aura and quickly withdrew Kurama's chakra back into his body.
You were so frightened by my aura that you couldn't even use your skills. You're really no good. Come with me to the Jiang family and kowtow to apologize.
No sooner had the old man finished speaking than his hand swiftly reached out to grab Su Ran like lightning. You old bastard, who are you going to kowtow and apologize to your damn Jiang family? Just then, an even more powerful aura of a high-level 7th rank erupted from behind the old man, firmly grasping his hand that was reaching out to Su Ran. Uncle Lin, if you had arrived any later, I would have been in big trouble.
That's right, it was Lin Sun who arrived. Sorry, something came up and I was held up, but it's not too late, right?
Su Ran put away the cracked Susanoo skeleton and explained the situation to Lin Sun. Uncle Lin, this little girl tried to take our room and even threw 100,000 yuan on the ground for us to pick up. I disagreed, so she used her social status to suppress us. We went back and forth, and in the end, she forced this old bastard out and made us kowtow and apologize. After listening, Lin Sun turned around and smiled at the old man.
In that case, each of you 3 should kowtow 30 times.
Jiang Yin immediately felt his status was humiliated, but he was not afraid of Lin Sun being a 7th level cultivator and looked him back directly. Boy, although I am not as high-ranking as you, these two are the young master and young lady of the Jiang family.
Are you sure you want to offend the Jiang family? The Jiang family? They're just a family that's only risen to prominence in Beijing's elite circles in recent decades.
I'm not afraid of those old established families, let alone a small family like yours.
Lin Sun responded nonchalantly.
Boy, since you insist on this, I have no choice but to launch a distress signal and ask my family's 8th ranking member for help. Although I am not as strong as you, I am sure I can launch the distress signal before I am killed. You will die, and it will be right behind me.
If you're so capable, then go ahead and send your 8th tier warriors over. I'll call Lin Hanshan over now. Lin Hanshan?
Yes, among the 3 8th level experts in your family, it seems that one of them was chased and killed by Lin Hanshan for harassing Shenruyue just 20 years ago.
Have you forgotten?
Lin Sun stared at him with a smile.
No, it's impossible. Lin Hanshan retired 19 years ago. You can't possibly call him over.
Jiang Yin's face changed drastically, filled with terror. Looking at the old man who was still stubbornly clinging to life even when he was about to die, Lin Sun directly dialed Lin Hanshan's number.
Hey, Lindsay, what's up with calling me now?
The voice on the other end of the phone was one that Jiang Yin never wanted to hear again.
It really is him.
Jiang Yin was covered in cold sweat, realizing that the young mistress had stepped on a landmine this time.
It's nothing, it's just that you still remember the Jiang family, right? Back then, I chased after and killed an 8th tier member of the Jiang family?
Before Lin Sun could finish speaking, Jiang Yin hurriedly interrupted him.
We are willing to kowtow to you, seniors, for your kindness. Why, Uncle Un?
The little girl's disgruntled voice rang out from behind the blonde youth.
That's right, Uncle N.
With the strength of our family, even if we deal with those 3, it won't matter.
Shut up. If you two don't want your families to be destroyed overnight, you'd better kowtow to me obediently.
With a stern shout, Jiang Yin forced the 2 men to kneel and kowtow, regardless of their agreement.
Knock 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 knock.
The sound of kowtowing echoed one after another.
Speak, what is it?
If the Jiang family really wants to harm you, just tell me. I'll just go to the Jiang family again. Lin Hanshan's anxious voice came from the other end of the phone. He was really afraid that his little apprentice would suffer a loss.
It's nothing, I'll treat you to a drink when I get back.
Lin Sun walked up to the 3 people who were kowtowing and threw down a 7th level aura. You can keep kowtowing. I have no interest in watching you kowtow.
This aura won't dissipate until you finish kowtowing. Let's go, Shaoran, Juyu.
Lin Sun led the 2 towards the room. After arriving at the room, Lin Xian began to explain the school to them.
3 of us from Jiangnan participated in the entrance exams for top universities.
The other one, as you all know, is that guy surnamed Hua. Judging from your current cultivation levels, you've easily reached the admission threshold.
Next, I'll analyze the various departments for you. Juyu, you are an S-rank ice attribute ability user, making you the most suitable candidate for the Azure Dragon Academy.
As far as I know, there are no fewer than 5 ice attribute mentors in the Azure Dragon Academy, and you are free to visit them.
Shaoran, your special ability is even more unique. You possess multiple elemental abilities and can also use those special eyes to launch other combat methods. I suggest you go directly to a man named Dongfang Yu and become his apprentice. I believe you will like him. I've prepared all the information about your school. Get some rest and prepare for the entrance exam tomorrow.
After Lin Sun finished speaking, he dismissed the 2, and Su Ran and Lin Lin Zhuyu began to study hard for tomorrow's exam. On the other side, Imperial Capital University. In the meeting room, many teachers were organizing student materials when suddenly the door was pushed open and a teacher walked in. Everyone, I found a very interesting little guy. As he spoke, he placed a document on the conference table. Oh, you actually made a special trip for me, Mushue. I'd like to see this little guy. The person sitting in the main seat spoke. Let's watch the video. Mushue took out a USB drive and inserted it into the conference room computer. The screen played a video of Su Ran using the 5 elements Great Barrage to clear the area. This child is named Su Ran, and his abilities are quite strange. He is registered as an SSS level Spirit Eye, but he can still use elemental abilities. Are you kidding me? Isn't Spirit Eye the weakest ability? How could it possibly use elemental abilities? That's not all. Mushue switched to the next video. The scene still features Su Ran, this time showing Kurama controlling Su Ran's body to release the Yasaka Magatama-tailed beast Shuriken. What's even stranger is that a skeletal-like defensive skill appeared on one side of his body, and the 4 unidentified objects on the screen seem to originate from the same source as the skeletal structure. The other side of its body resembles a giant 9-tailed golden fox, and those 2 spherical flying objects came from that side. With this strike, Zheng Chang, who was at the peak of the 5th rank, was directly injured. Are you kidding me? That kid was at most a 2nd-tier cultivator back then. How could he possibly have injured Zheng Chang, who was at the peak of the 5th tier? I think the strange thing is the other half of the 9-tailed fox. A 9-tailed fox? The 9-tailed fox from back then? I remember it was sealed in a secret place in Jiangnan. That's right, it was Su Chen and his wife who went to seal it back then. Could it be that this kid has subdued that 9th-tier behemoth? The person sitting in the main seat said in a deep voice. This kid must belong to my capital, and no one can take him away. Other top universities have also received the news and are planning how to recruit Su Ran to their own institutions. Another place. The 5 sat around the table. If anyone from the capital city saw them, they would recognize them as the 5 strongest young men from the 5 great families of the capital city, known as the 5 sons of the capital city. One of them, holding a notebook, addressed the group. Guys, I found a pretty interesting guy. What's going on? Zheng Chen, who is this person that you would personally speak to? The girl sitting in the chair crossed her legs, looking at Zheng Chen with an elegant posture and a smile. Please watch the video. Zheng Chen operated the computer, and the video appeared shortly afterward. The content of the video was identical to that in the conference room. A video of the martial arts exam? Zheng Chen, do you know that if this gets leaked, you'll be headed for the gallows? When the college entrance examination video was uploaded, one of the people was an elder from my Zheng family, which is why I was able to get this information. Gentlemen, we may have a new opponent. A young man dressed like a playboy asked the question. We are known to the world as the 5 princes of the imperial capital. We have been fighting for many years, and the first place has almost been taken by turns. But the appearance of this kid may break this balance. Judging from the strength he has shown, the 5 of us have almost no chance of getting first place in this year's big exam. If an outsider takes first place, the face of our 5 great families will be trampled on. He's just a country bumpkin. I, Master Zhou, can kill him with one palm. A burly young man said with a sneer. Zhou Yang, shut up and let him finish speaking. A young man with an air of nobility stopped him. Imperial University has likely already taken notice of this person. This exam is a tournament, and he will most likely be assigned to defend the number 1 arena. We have to take him down step by step. I may not compete for first place this time, but I will never allow the name of our Zhang family to be surpassed by a country bumpkin. TSK, Zheng Chen, you're really going backwards. A country bumpkin scared you like this? Another girl among the 5 joked. Yue Chen, if you're not afraid of being caught off guard, then you don't need to deal with that kid. What I mean is, the 5 of us have to take him down in the first round. We absolutely cannot let anyone who threatens our position get through. Vote. The 5 people threw out their notes, and the final result was that the vote to eliminate Su Ran was 4-1. What's up? Only Zhou Yang voted against it. Chu Xiaonan, Chen Siyu, why are you 2 chickens out too? And you, Yue Chen, didn't you say you weren't afraid? The young man, known as Chu Xiaonan, questioned him. First place is definitely mine. I will never allow any variable to stand in my way. I will nip even the slightest risk in the bud. Host, the planning for the 3rd stage of form liberation has been completed. What is it? I've been looking forward to this 3rd stage ability for quite a while. Host, can I ask you something? That's okay. Do you want to wear a Gundam? Gundam? I've already activated it, and I can now use the 3rd stage of Susanoo. No, you misheard me. I said where. That's right, the 3rd stage's ability is gigantification. With the infusion of supernatural power, you can directly don Susanoo and transform into armored Susanoo. That's so cool. Let me think of a way. I want to see a giant fox wearing Susanoo, being ridden by someone wearing Susanoo, a double Susanoo. Hey kid, I'm not letting you ride me. I'm the one who should be riding you. 9 llamas chimed in from the side. By the way, you're at level 3 now, so you
can summon my spirit now. I don't know psychic magic and we don't have a psychic contract. What a hassle.
Nine Lama imparted all his knowledge about spirit communication to Su Ran, and Su Ran soon understood and absorbed it. Su Ran bit her finger until it bled, then slammed her hand heavily on the ground.
Spiritualism, wait, that's not right. He suddenly realized that if the enormous 9 llamas were summoned, wouldn't this place be overcrowded? But it was too late. The spirit communication array had already taken shape. With a loud boom, a cute little orange fox with 9 tails stood in the center of the array. Ha ha, Kurama, how come you're so small? Su Ran looked at the 9 llamas that had appeared through spiritual communication and laughed so hard she couldn't straighten her back. The famous 9 tails, the strongest tailed beast, but the one that came out of the summoning is such a tiny little thing. Ha 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 ha. 9 Llama looked at Su Ran, smiling but not angry at all. If I hadn't taken control of my form the moment I was in the spirit realm, my physical body alone would have been enough to destroy this building. Do you think the government would have taken immediate action if a 9th tier behemoth appeared in the city center? I shrunk my body, partly to make it easier to go out and have fun, and partly because I'm only around 2nd tier strength now. At most I'd be treated like a pet by you humans. If you laugh again, believe me, I'll just stop paying rent. Then, with those high energy consuming skills, won't you end up dried up like a corpse? 9th Master, I was wrong.
Su Ran admitted her mistake very quickly, fearing she would lose this powerful backer.
It's good that you admit your mistake. Come on, take me downstairs for dinner.
9-tailed fox flicked its tail, turned around, jumped onto Su Ran's shoulder, lay down there, and gave instructions. The hotel buffet staff were somewhat annoyed. He watched from afar as the man and the fox ate happily, as if he were looking at a monster. Su Ran sat opposite the 9 llamas, eating quite elegantly, only consuming a plate of noodles.
Kurama is different. Although it is just an adorable little fox now, its true form is a colossal beast that once caused the chaos of the tailed beasts.
Therefore, the plates piled up in front of the 9 llamas formed a small mountain.
Su Ran, get me another serving of fried chicken. What the heck? Back when I was with Naruto, we ate such bland food?
While gnawing on a piece of meat with his paws, 9 Llama gave instructions to Su Ran. Su Ran was about to get up when she heard a familiar voice.
What's going on? Oh, Su Ran, you've come down for dinner too? Wow, what an adorable little fox.
The person who arrived was Lin Juyu. She came over carrying a plate of vegetables.
You can eat so much, Su Ran? It wasn't me, it was.
Su Ran pointed to the 9 llamas next to her who was frantically gnawing on meat.
You mean this little fox? With its size, it's no wonder it can't possibly eat that piece of meat.
Before Lin Juyu could finish speaking, she saw 9 llamas swallow the piece of meat in one gulp. After wiping its mouth with its paw, it waved to Su Ran, signaling her to get some more food.
You see, this little thing can eat so much? What level of beast cub is it?
Lin Juyu was knowledgeable and knew that the stronger the beast cub, the more it ate in its early years, allowing it to accumulate energy faster and lay a more solid foundation for itself.
So she asked Su Ran, I don't know either.
I found this little fox outside, and it just wouldn't leave. Unable to tell Lin Juyu the truth, Su Ran could only make up a story to deceive her. Lin Juyu walked up to 9 Llama and, regardless of its wishes, hugged it tightly and started petting it.
9 Llama tried to struggle, but because he was only at the 2nd level, he couldn't break free from Lin Juyu's embrace. At this moment, 9 Llama was filled with regret. He really wished he had spared more strength and kept at least a 3rd tier level, so that he wouldn't be held by this girl and manipulated by others. Unfortunately, there's nothing that can be done. This is just a small clone separated from the main body.
The real full power is still sealed in Su Ran's body.
If you want to use it, you have to rely on Su Ran.
So, the 9 llamas reached out a pleading hand to Su Ran, who was holding the plate. Su Ran saw the longing for help in 9 llamas' eyes, but pretended not to see it and turned to get the fried chicken.
9 llamas roared inwardly. You wretched brat, hurry up and help me get out of here.
Yes, yes, grab that spot and use a little more force. While cursing Su Ran, 9 llama hummed comfortably as Lin Juyu tickled him. With no hope of resistance, he simply began to enjoy this treatment. Su Ran had just picked up a plate of fried chicken from the self-service area and was walking back with the plate when she heard a very unpleasant sound.
Wow, what an adorable little fox, with 9 tails. Hey you, I've got my eye on your fox, sell it to me, name your price.
The voice belonged to Yu Yuechen, who had said yesterday that he wanted to punish Su Ran. I'm sorry, miss, I won't sell this little fox. Su Ran walked over, put down the plate in her hand, and stretched out an arm to signal to 9 llamas. 9 llama understood immediately and jumped onto Su Ran's shoulder along her outstretched arm, looking down at the woman from above.
So this fox is yours. Tell me, how much do you want for it? Don't you understand what I'm saying? I've already said I won't sell it. I absolutely must have this fox today.
Tell me, if you sell it, I'll give you some money. If you don't, humph. Yu Yuechen threatened Su Ran with an arrogant expression. Su Ran didn't think anything of it, but 9 llama, with his fiery temper, didn't see it that way.
You think you can treat me like a pet?
With a yeah, the 9 llama quickly conjured a small black bead in his mouth. Su Ran felt a familiar vibration on his shoulder. He turned his head and bumped right into Kurama. Kurama, who was charging up a mini-tailed beast ball. At this moment, the tailed beast ball in Kurama's mouth had almost completely solidified and was held there, ready to be unleashed. Su-ran broke out in a cold sweat. If this thing exploded here, even if it was just a mini version of the tailed beast ball, it would destroy an area of 500 meters in radius. She quickly activated Kamui and absorbed the mini-tailed beast ball into the Kamui space. Kurama noticed that the tailed beast ball in his mouth had disappeared and immediately protested with a dissatisfied "yeah" towards Su-ran. "Don't worry, it's alright. We can't resort to killing people for everything. What are you muttering to yourself? Are you going to sell this fox or not?" Yu Chen lost patience and impatiently questioned Su-ran. However, Su-ran ignored her, seemingly talking to herself but actually whispering to Nine Lama. "Next time, unless absolutely necessary, don't use such a powerful killing move lightly. Although there are many superhumans in the capital, there are still ordinary people. It's not a good thing to hurt the innocent. So you can use this method too?" Su-ran turned to look at Nine Lama, and a windmill-shaped kaleidoscope pattern had already formed in her eyes. She then locked her gaze on Yu Chen and activated another ability of the kaleidoscope. At this moment, blood tears began to flow from Su-ran's windmill-shaped right eye, and a black flame swept towards Yu Chen. "Do you think you can stop me with these flames?" Yu Chen unleashed his special ability, forming a shield around his body in an attempt to block the unknown black flames. "You think you can stop Amaterasu? Don't be ridiculous. Just a country bumpkin who doesn't understand what strength is." Before Yu Chen could finish speaking, the black flames attached themselves to the shield and began to erode it rapidly. Yu Chen was filled with disbelief. That was a fifth-tier shield left by her father, which should have been able to withstand all dangers for her, but the shield was gradually disappearing under the erosion of the black flames. Su-ran looked at Yu Chen inside the shield with a cold smile. That was, after all, a black flame that was said to never go out and could burn everything. Although it didn't perform well in Naruto, that was because there were many powerful people in Naruto, and Yu Chen at the moment was not considered a strong person at all. The shield was quickly burned away, and the black flames began to burn directly onto Yu Chen's skin. It hurts. Why can't I get rid of this thing?" Yu Chen rolled on the ground, desperately trying to extinguish the eerie black flames, but all her efforts were in vain. The black flames couldn't be extinguished simply by swatting them away. "I've turned Amaterasu down to its lowest power. Enjoy it." Su-ran, without any ceremony, pulled up a chair and sat down with Nine Lamas, feeding him a plate of fried chicken. As the nine-tailed Buddha watched the woman struggling on the ground, he thought to himself, "Serves you right. Who told you to treat me like an animal? Now you'll taste the pain of black flame." Seeing this scene, Nine Lama couldn't help but groan. At this moment, Yu Chen's lackey finally made his move, delivering a vicious straight punch to Su-ran's face. Su-ran didn't take it to heart at all, and even teased the Nine Lamas on her shoulder without raising her head. "You better watch your step, or I'll make you regret it." The henchman increased the force of his punch, seemingly wanting to smash Su-ran's head with a single blow. While stuffing the fried chicken in her hand into Nine Lama's mouth, Su-ran raised her hand to block the heavy and powerful blow. "Were you just about to kill me?" Su-ran stared coldly at the person who attacked her, and suddenly exerted force, her knuckles cracking as if her bones were about to break. "Ah, my hand, my hand!" The henchman clutched his hand, howling in pain on the ground. Su-ran looked at the two people lying on the ground groaning in pain and said impatiently, "Stop fucking howling, it's so noisy, you know? You ambushed me, and I blocked it. There was no need to use such force, but it's different if you want to kill me. This is a hotel, and I don't like to have blood on pretty surfaces, so I spared your life and only crippled one of your hands. As for you," Su-ran turned to look at Yu Chen, "feel the pain of Amaterasu's burning body, Juyu, go." With Lin Juyu and Nine Lama by her side, Su-ran turned and headed towards the stairs. "I wonder if my anger has subsided, young friend?" A whisk was lightly placed on Su-ran's shoulder. He tried to leave, but found himself unable to move an inch. He was even forced to turn his head, and what came into view was a gentle and refined middle-aged man. "Let me introduce myself first. My name is Yu Chang, and I am the current head of the Yu family," the middle-aged man said with a smile. Su-ran was annoyed at being stopped, but the aura emanating from Yu Chang forced him to turn back. "I have nothing to say about you crippling that lackey, he deserved it. But Yu Chen is my daughter, the next head of the Yu family. It's not appropriate for her to be humiliated in public here." Su-ran cursed him inwardly for being a smiling tiger, but her face remained expressionless as she coldly replied, "Is this all the manners the next head of the Yu family has? It seems this family isn't all that great." "You're right, my daughter has been spoiled since she was little, but she's not a bad person by nature. Please, young friend, have mercy on her." Yu Chang still smiled, showing no anger whatsoever. Everything in this world comes at a price. Su-ran knew that this person wouldn't let it go so easily, so she decided to try to extort him. Yu Chang pulled out a storage ring from somewhere and tossed it to Su-ran. Su-ran took the ring and put the Amaterasu black flame into it. He squatted down, looked at Yu Chen's still trembling body, and said coldly, "It's fortunate that your father came early, otherwise by this time next week you would already be on your 7th day
after death. After saying that, Su Ran turned and went upstairs without looking back. Decisive and ruthless, he seems to be another great figure in the future, Yu Chang remarked. Dad, I'm going to kill him, skin him, and make a drum out of his skin. Yu Yuechen snapped out of his daze, staring at Su Ran with a grim face. It seems I've been too lenient with you. You provoked him first, and it would have been good if he had killed you before I arrived, but you were instantly killed by him and you still can't see the difference? You're truly hopeless. Yu Chang flicked his whisk and walked out without looking back. Take that crippled man with the severed hand back to the clan for treatment. I don't want anything like this to happen again, nor do I want to offend a future genius because of it. Su Ran, why did you stop me? If that cannon had gone off, that little wench would have been blown to pieces. Nine Lama angrily questioned. Do you think I don't want to kill? When have I ever let a tiger return to the mountain? Su Ran replied. Once you throw out your tailed beast ball, your aura will be exposed. At that point, your 9th tier strength will be impossible to hide, and I don't want to be invited to the Dragon Guard Bureau for tea. Uncle Lin told me that not many people know that I took you away, and he helped me keep it a secret. If the government finds out that you've gone out, they will definitely launch a massive search to find and kill you. They will never tolerate such a big change in their own base. Oh, Kurama's mood was noticeably lowered. Stop looking so gloomy, hurry up and eat the rest, then go to sleep and prepare for tomorrow's exam. Su Ran released a pile of food from the Divine Might space. When were these? I left a wooden clone while I was frying chicken, intending it to be used as a food runner, but I didn't expect this trouble to suddenly arise. While everyone's attention was diverted, I used the clone to unleash its divine power, took some of the food, and successfully slipped away. Okay, stop being so touched. Finish your food and go to sleep. Nine Lama devoured the remaining food in a flash. After Su Ran forced him to brush his teeth, the two snuggled together and quickly fell asleep. Su Ran felt something furry on his nose. When he opened his eyes, he saw 9 furry tails gently swaying his face. He then realized that it was 9 llamas sleeping on his face. Wow, Kurama, you're so heavy. Get up or you'll crush my face. What salted duck? 9 Lama opened his eyes groggily and found himself being held by the back of the neck by Su Ran, hanging in midair. You brat, put me down right now, or I'll charge up and unleash the tailed beast cannon right now. As he spoke, Kurama deliberately opened his mouth exaggeratedly, condensing a small black sphere. That thing might fool others, but it won't fool me. Su Ran didn't back down. He reached out and closed 9-tailed fox's chin, then shook it to put the small black ball inside. Su Ran, you. 9 Lama's belly swelled slightly, making a soft popping sound. The sound was not loud, just a light jump. Wow, that really is a tailed beast bomb. I was careless. The 2 people and a fox started playing around on the bed. Before long, they were exhausted from playing. 9RA, do you want to stay outside like this, or continue to stay inside my body? Just stay outside. The body outside is just my consciousness and a ball of energy. My real body is that huge energy body, so there's no difference. Okay, but I need to wash up and have breakfast first. Regardless of whether 9 Llamas agreed or not, Su Ran picked him up and headed for the bathroom. I don't brush my teeth. As the strongest tailed beast, I don't care about brushing my teeth. But now, compared to Su Ran, the outcome of the battle between 9 Llamas is obvious. Su Ran, raising this little guy must be quite expensive, right? Lin Juyu sighed as she looked at the mountain of plates in front of 9 Llamas. It's alright. After all, I'm not short of money right now, so raising this guy isn't too much of a burden, Su Ran chatted with Lin Juyu. Upon hearing this, 9 Llama immediately became displeased. Oh, this little guy can even protest, how cute. Lin Juyu picked up the 9 Llamas who was eating and started petting him. 9 Llama realized he had stumbled into a den of thieves again and cast a pleading look at Su Ran. Su Ran pretended not to see and continued eating her breakfast with her head down. Xiao Ran, thank you for your help. Lin Sun walked to the table, grabbed the bread that Lin Juyu hadn't finished eating, and started chewing it. What's wrong, Uncle Lin? Tell me slowly, don't rush. Su Ran handed him a glass of milk, afraid he would choke. Today's exam is a tournament, with only 100 spots available. Only those still on the stage when the sun sets will be admitted to Imperial University. Pretty good, Juyu and I are basically in the bag. This wasn't arrogance on Su Ran's part, he genuinely couldn't imagine what kind of monster could possibly dethrone him. Lin Juyu also had a 6th-tier ice giant as her contracted beast. In this match, he couldn't possibly lose even if he kicked it with his eyes closed. However, you are the champion of the number 1 arena. Oh, wait, Uncle Lin, what did you say? It's me? Su Ran was immediately speechless by Lin Sun's words, and pointed to herself in disbelief. That's right, it's you. Some people say it was a random draw, but of those 100 champions, the first dozen or so were all from the capital, and only the number 1 champion is you, from Jiangnan. Su Ran was stunned on the spot, and then turned to the all-powerful Tongzi for help. Brother Tongzi, if this goes on for a whole day, I'm afraid I'll be tortured to death. Do you have any ideas? Are you a little stupid? What are those wooden clones for? Kurama is such a huge power bank right there, are you worried about not having enough power? Besides, if you really can't win, just use the multiplicative explosive. tags to blow them up.
That thing is basically just a summoning technique. Use explosive tags to summon explosive tags. Detonate all those 100 or so you have. The power is definitely no less than a small nuclear bomb.
Su-ran suddenly realized that she had unexpectedly gotten away a new ninjutsu for free. Don't worry, Uncle Lin, I have a plan.
I was just about to look for equipment that can restore your powers.
What? You're saying you don't need it anymore?
Yes,
believe me.
Lin Sun looked at Su-ran, who was full of confidence. Although he was a little worried, he didn't want to discourage him, so he could only nod.
Alright, I'll see you off here. I can't go into the exam room.
I wish you both the best of luck in getting the top score in the exam. Lin Sun stood at the entrance of Imperial University, watching Su-ran and Lin Juyu leave.
Goodbye, Uncle Lin.
I will definitely carry the list of top scholars back with me.
Goodbye, Dad.
Although Su-ran and Lin Juyu were reluctant to part, Lin Sun couldn't help them with the road ahead. They would have to rely on themselves.
Candidates, please assemble.
The sound of assembling came from the playground in the distance, and the candidates who were originally looking around surged toward the playground like a tide.
Su-ran gripped Lin Juyu's hand tightly and walked towards the examination hall. He held my hand.
The girl's cheeks were flushed with a blush like the afterglow of the setting sun, and a few wisps of green smoke rose from her head, but Su-ran was completely unaware of it.
He still held her hand tightly and walked toward the meeting point.
Lin Juyu did not struggle and let Su-ran lead her away. At this moment, in a quiet attic at Taikyo University, an old man slowly opened his eyes.
The aura of the sword? Wasn't Su Chen supposed to take this sword with him? How come I can still sense it at Imperial University? Could it be that kid really came? The old man slowly rose, turned around, and vanished from the pavilion in a flash. You two actually got together?
A familiar voice came from beside him. It was Wakyuji, who had challenged Su-ran single-handedly with his sword back then. Su-ran's eyes darted around, and suddenly an idea struck her. He suddenly pulled Lin Juyu into his arms.
What's wrong? Can't you give us a red envelope?
Su-ran held Lin Juyu in her arms, laughing mischievously.
You're absolutely wicked.
Lin Juyu tried to break free, but she was too weak and could only let him do as he pleased. The foolish Wakyuji actually started taking out money, searching his body for anything red so he could make a red envelope.
Don't mind me, I was just teasing you.
Su-ran quickly shoved Wakyuji's hand back into his pocket, afraid that if Uncle Lin found out that she had seduced his daughter the moment she turned around, she would definitely suffer a terrible fate when she got back. Wakyuji hadn't quite grasped the situation yet, which was understandable, given that he was always surrounded by swords and was bound to be a bit slow on the uptake.
Stop fooling around, get ready to listen to the exam rules.
On the stage, a beautiful female teacher is beginning her explanation.
My name is Gu Qianxue.
I am very happy to see you all, because you represent the strongest strength of the current generation of young people, but I
am also very sad, because there are only 100 spots here. This is a place to cultivate top monsters. We only accept monsters and not ordinary people. I won't go into the rules.
The school has randomly selected 100 people as champions. Those who are still standing on the stage before dark will be admitted.
No killing is allowed during this time. Let's begin. Arena number 1, Su-ran. Arena number 2.
As the teacher called out names one by one, the chosen champions stood guard on their respective stages.
Who is this Su-ran? Are there any families with the surname Su in the capital? Brothers, I've found out. This Su-ran is the top scholar in Jiangnan. Who does this kid think he is, getting the number 1 position? What makes this country bumpkin from Jiangnan think he's in number 1?
Watch me take him down. As soon as Su-ran stepped onto the stage, she heard those words and pointed at the speaker.
It's you. Come out and fight me one-on-one. You think I'm afraid of you? In a one-on-one fight, don't be a coward. The young man, full of youthful vigor, stepped onto the ring without hesitation. Prepare to die.
He activated his supernatural ability, and a layer of animal fur gradually covered his entire body, with wind elements beginning to gather on the surface of the fur.
S-class wind-type beast form, Gale Wolf King ability. That kid from Jiangnan is going to be in trouble. What's wrong? Serves him right, he's just unlucky. Su-ran remained motionless, as if she had no intention of making a move. That's it? Tier 2, Level 1? Wood clone, you go and deal with it.
Su-ran activated his wooden clone, instantly splitting off an identical clone from his own body.
Original body, why did you call me out? Another question came from Su-ran.
Take care of the challenger, but don't kill him, and just don't bother me here.
While activating the earth flow wall to block the way, Su-ran instructed his wooden clone. Anyway, Kurama's chakra will replenish our energy. I'll research ninjutsu, and you have my abilities too, so go ahead and do it.
Without wasting words, the wooden clone faced the boy before him, lightning crackling in his hand. He condensed lightning into 1,000 birds.
Lightning-based superpowers?
But they're still weaker than mine. The boy mocked, but the wooden clone ignored him and charged forward with the 1,000 birds. The boy tried to use his Gale Wolf King ability to dodge, but found himself locked on and unable to escape no matter what he did. Overestimating yourself, Wind Blade. He transformed completely into wolf claws, unleashing a series of sharp wind blades. The wooden clone clone dodged the wind blades with the Sharingan, while Chidori let out a sharp eagle cry and pierced straight at the boy. The boy felt death approaching and tried to move but could not. Alright, you win. The proctor suddenly stepped down from the stage and stopped the wooden clone of Chidori from rushing towards the boy. Waste is waste. The wooden clone scoffed and kicked the boy off the stage. Anyone who wants to challenge me is welcome to come, as long as you're not afraid of being kicked around like a dead dog. The wooden clone spoke arrogantly, which aroused the dissatisfaction of those around him. Where is your clone? The mad bull demon. How to cooperate? I don't believe this clone has much energy. Use a human wave tactic to wear down this clone and force Su ran out. The wooden clone looked at those people and thought to itself, I can only draw this much fire for you. From now on, it's up to you, Juyu. The wood clone used Chidori, and the effect was outstanding. You damn system. Su ran was hiding behind the earthen wall, studying the principle of the multiplicative detonating talisman, when the system's words startled him, and he almost made a mistake in his actions. However, Su ran didn't notice and used the explosive tag to activate the summoning spell. A cloud of white smoke rose, but instead of summoning another explosive talisman as he had imagined, it summoned the nine-tailed fox, who was sleeping in the divine might space. How come it's you, Bull Demon King? Nine Llama was sleeping soundly when suddenly, with a bang, he felt his position being moved. Su ran, what are you doing? Wasn't I in the divine might space? How did I get out? Oops, I was researching multiplicative detonating tags. Multiplicative detonating tags, the kind from the second generation? Why are you researching that thing? Even the second generation of masters only dared to use this forbidden technique in conjunction with the impure world body. Are you planning to get blown to smithereens if you use it? But I have divine power illusion, so it can't blow me up. Oh right. You little rascal, you've brought another big one over. However, if I use a talisman to communicate with spirits, I can summon you. Are you stupid? I'm bound to be summoned by you since I signed a psychic contract with you. If you just draw the psychic array on that talisman and set the contract object as the detonator talisman, the talisman can be infused with supernatural power and summoned by itself. Nine Llama's words hit the nail on the head, waking Su ran up. But Su ran ignored him and continued studying the next talisman on her own. He threw out a talisman with a spirit communication array drawn on it, and immediately a white light flashed, and another explosive talisman was sent forth from the talisman. It's done, but the explosion power is wrong. Shouldn't the explosion power be multiplied by the explosion power of each talisman? Why is it just two ordinary talismans exploding now? You'll have to figure it out yourself. Do you think this forbidden technique is easy to learn? You haven't explained it to me yet, so it's like the blind man and the elephant. You'll be lucky if you can even make the talisman spiritual. Nine-tailed Rabjam rolled his eyes, grabbed Su Ran's hair, dug a nest in it, and lay down comfortably. Su Ran ignored him and continued to study the remaining steps. Something's not right. What has the spirit summoned this time? Nine Llamas of the Bull Demon King, your saliva has dripped onto my talisman. This explosion is not powerful enough. It didn't even force out my Kamui's active intangibility. Damn, the explosive power is right, but why does it only explode when these two talismans are stuck together? On one side of the earthen wall on the stage, the wood clone diligently guarded the arena, while on the other side, Su Ran hid inside, peacefully researching new ninjutsu. This clone is really unlucky. That's right, they're fighting tooth and nail to defend the arena, while their master is hiding away playing with talismans. Do you think this clone is running out of energy after fighting so many people? If you're not afraid of death, go ahead. You can't dodge that clone's lightning-based ability, you can only take it head-on. But the guy who took it head-on has already been electrocuted into 5 pieces. That's right, one guy who mainly uses Earth-type defense went straight to challenge the wood clone, hoping to use Earth's non-conductive property to wear it down. The wooden clone was so annoyed that it exploded, directly amplifying its power, turning Chidori into a silent Raikiri, and piercing through the brother's turtle shell. The brother was electrocuted and foamed at the mouth, collapsing to the ground. I feel like I've seen this clone on the #1 arena somewhere before. Su Ran recognized the man. It was Zhao Xiao, the one who had stolen 2 third-tier beasts when he first went to level up. Why, I remember now, this outfit. It's the one worn by the bastard who stole my beast back then. Thinking back to what happened, Zhao Xiao was furious. She had planned to hunt down 2 third-tier beasts to curry favor with her father and ask for his approval to level up, but Su Ran had intercepted her plan. Now, Zhao Xiao just wanted to teach that bastard who stole her beast a lesson. She began to put on her equipment and stepped onto the arena. Clear. Ha, who's this little girl? Shoo, keep your voice down, this girl is Zhao Xiao, the little devil from the Zhao family. Ha, didn't they say she's quite tall? But to me she looks. The person speaking felt that the actual product was too different from the picture, so they gestured with their hands. Look, isn't this a small potato? For some reason, Zhao Xiao happened to hear the words little potato and turned around to glare fiercely at the person who called her little potato. The man quickly lowered his head, afraid that the eldest daughter of the Zhao family would remember his appearance. You despicable bastard. Fortunately, the world is so small small, giving me a chance for revenge. Your death is imminent. The wooden clone was still lying there sunbathing, its eyes fixed on Zhao Xiao Wang, who was dressed in excellent equipment and rushing towards it. It quickly called for help from its main body. Main body, quickly give me a weapon, or your adorable wooden clone will be doomed. This guy who came up here is fully equipped. I can't beat him with my bare hands. I heard you, leave me alone. Su Ran impatiently drew his sword and threw it to Kurama. Condense a tailed beast ball into it, a small one will do. Kurama lay there lazily, reluctantly condensing a tailed beast ball and channeling it into his sword. Do a good job. I've sealed some top tier stuff in this thing. It'll be enough for you to turn the tables. If there's nothing else, don't bother me while I'm doing my experiments. Su ran through the slash over the earthen wall, and the wooden clone caught it steadily. The wooden clone gripped the blade, staring intently at the girl, and suddenly felt that she looked somewhat familiar. It's over, our enemies have come knocking. After all, the wooden clone was separated from Su Ran, so it naturally knew what Su Ran had done back then. It never expected that the retribution would fall on its own little clone. Enough with the nonsense, prepare to die. Zhao Xiaoxiao took out a bunch of scrolls, which immediately emitted a strange light, and countless weapons flew out from them. Thank you. What kind of superpower is this? Manipulation or spatial manipulation? It should be an A-level ability, a weapon master, capable of controlling hundreds of weapons, completely comparable to an S-level ability. There are always people in the crowd who know the inside story, and they can guess that it is the weapon master's ability as soon as they see this fighting style. With such a relentless offensive, will Su Ran lose? Are you so engrossed in watching the arena that you've lost your mind? That's just his clone. His real body hasn't even made a move yet. What if his special ability is creating clones? Then tell me, what kind of lightning-based ability does the clone use? The group disagreed and began to argue about Su Ran's supernatural abilities. Oh dear, what a fierce attack, but it's useless. The wooden clone slapped the ground with both hands, and instantly a mud wall with a dog's head on it rose up. He hid behind the earthen wall and said smugly, "Does it hurt? Push harder, push a little harder. Ah, I'm going to die." Lecture. Zhao Xiaoxiao blushed with embarrassment at the words of the wooden clone, but she did not stop, and more weapons flew towards the earthen wall. A strange smile appeared on her lips. Still laughing? This is going to be tough for you. Huh, why am I suddenly feeling so weak? Is it kidney deficiency? The wooden clone sensed the attack outside suddenly stop, and when it peeked out, it saw the scene it least wanted to face. Wow, who uses mechs in a fighting arena? At this moment, Zhao Xiaoxiao was already standing inside a mecha. The previous offensive was merely to buy time for summoning the mecha, while the wooden clone chose to defend, giving her ample time. Zhao Xiaoxiao fixed the mecha to the ground, and the main cannon on her chest began to charge. Damn it, he just stole 2 monsters from this little girl. Is he really planning to go all out? Hee hee, I haven't had enough of playing with this sword of his own yet. I hope the trump card he left behind is powerful enough. It seems so. The wooden clone also infused its supernatural power into the blade, preparing to activate the skill sealed within it. Zhao Xiaoxiao charged up her main cannon and blasted it towards the wooden clone. The wooden clone completed its guidance, and a small, jet black ball flew out from the tip of the knife. Tailed beast ball? WC referee, hurry up and save them, or we'll be digging up their graves with hose. Upon seeing the tailed beast ball shoot out, the wood clone soul was terrified and flew away. If this thing is used improperly, it can be deadly. The Ninetales tailed beast ball is no joke. At this moment, an old man appeared in the air and absorbed the tailed beast ball and Zhao Xiaoxiao's main cannon attack together. Su Ran wins this match. Why should I win? I should win. He'd be dead if I fired one shot. First, little girl, I diverted your attacks. I know which attack was more difficult to divert. Second, this is just a clone. Killing it won't help. Its real body is still hiding behind that earthen wall and hasn't made a move yet. The old man pointed to the earthen wall behind him. Zhao Xiaoxiao looked dejected and slumped to the ground. She had even used her mecha, but she couldn't even defeat the other person's clone. She felt utterly humiliated. Don't just sit there like an idiot. We only stole 2 monsters from you. Is it really worth fighting this hard? The wooden clone grabbed the bewildered Zhao Xiaoxiao, pulled out a candy from somewhere, and stuffed it into her mouth. Stop stern. It's like I've hurt you. Go down now. The wooden clone smiled as he escorted Zhao Xiaoxiao off the stage. He was genuinely afraid that the girl might pull out an even more powerful weapon to deal with him in a fit of anger. After all, he was just a wooden clone who hadn't done anything wrong. This guy isn't so bad yet. We finally succeeded. After a full day of research, Su Ran finally developed a small-scale multiplicative detonating talisman. Although this thing can only blast 2 or 3 at a time, I can compensate for the quality with quantity. Among the 5, the burly Zhou Yang spoke up. I'm telling you, Xu Xiaonan, if you don't make a move soon, this kid's first place is practically guaranteed. It's time to bring this kid down from his pedestal. The 5 of them strode towards the number 1 arena. I've played my royal flush. In the afternoon, arena number 1 was deserted. Su Ran had just successfully developed the mutual multiplication explosive talisman, and he immediately created a new wooden clone to play Dodiju, a card game. I don't accept it. Because the three people are essentially the same person, and the paper strips on their faces are all similarly pasted on, resembling old-fashioned cloth mops.
Su Ran, get off the number 1 arena. You're not worthy.
A piercing sound rang out. Chu Xiaonan led the four of them straight to the front of the number 1 arena.
Wow, there are so many dogs in this capital city. Why do people here love to call dogs? Su Ran looked at Chu Xiaonan with disdain.
Let my strength speak for itself.
I must take this ring today. Alright, so you won't say I didn't give you a chance.
Su Ran stood at the other end of the arena and waved for the 5 people to come up.
Come at me all at once, you ants. This kid is really arrogant. Does he even know who he's up against?
The 5 clans that possess the bloodlines of 5 divine beasts. He's definitely going to fail here today.
I don't think so.
He survived facing so many powerful people, so he might not be afraid of their so-called divine beast bloodline.
Su Chui, these 5 divine beast bloodlines are the orthodox 5 divine beasts.
The azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise are all present.
Chu Xiaonan's family also has the Qilin bloodline. The bloodline inheritance of divine beasts? It's nothing special.
The 5 were most proud of their divine beast bloodline, and they naturally could not tolerate Su Ran's insult to their pride.
Beastly form revealed.
The 5 men shouted in unison. 5 enormous beastly shadows descended simultaneously above their heads, conjuring majestic phantom images of divine beasts.
5 against 1. Aren't you ashamed?
You are the famous Su Ran, who said you would take on 5 people at once. Don't blame us for being despicable. Don't blame us for bullying the few with the many. Su Ran raised his hand to form a hand seal, using Karama's chakra to create countless wood clones that landed in front of the 5 people, creating a 5-on-1 situation.
This is what 5 against 1 looks like.
Don't call me despicable. After all, you are the 5 princes of the imperial capital.
Since the 5 of you can pilot Gundams, do you think I can too?
Ah, Su Ran, how could someone with your bloodline possibly inherit the bloodline of a divine beast?
Don't make me laugh.
You may be stronger, but you don't have this noble bloodline at all.
That's the difference between us. Without wasting words, Su Ran ordered all the wooden clones to transform into Susanoo in giant form.
Anyway, the eyes of those wooden figures were not important. They could just carve new eyes out of wood.
It's a lie. It can't be a lie.
The sight of 25 Susanoo giants standing together was breathtaking, almost filling the entire wide arena.
Impossible. I've never seen such a bloodline inheritance before. How could he possibly possess such a phantom? Chu Xiaonan's face was filled with disbelief.
In his understanding, it was impossible for someone without status, position, or family background to possess a bloodline capable of summoning phantoms.
Damn it, we'll unleash the 5 elements fusion. Let's fight. The 5 quickly formed a battle formation, standing in 5 different positions on the arena.
A strange aura instantly bound them together. Su Ran watched them with interest, neither stopping them nor letting them set up their formation.
Wow, not bad. Concentrating everyone's cultivation on you actually allows you to temporarily unleash 5th tier power.
Su Ran said with a smile, staring at Chu Xiaonan's increasingly solidified Qilin phantom. Although I can't maintain my 5th tier abilities for long, it's enough to defeat you.
Admit defeat, Su Ran. What makes you so sure I can't win? Su Ran retorted.
Although your cultivation level is very high, far exceeding the 5 of us at the 2nd rank of level 8 or 9, I am now at the 5th rank, and you, a junior at the 3rd rank, cannot shake me.
What? Tier 3?
Su Ran is actually tier 3, as someone exclaimed. I thought I was already very powerful at level 6 of the 2nd tier, but it turns out there are always higher levels to reach. To reach the 3rd level at such a young age, one must have used something one shouldn't have.
Be careful that your foundation doesn't become unstable. That's a bit sarcastic. Let's beat him up.
No sooner had he finished speaking than a sour-smelling fellow was pinned to the ground and given a good beating by the people around him.
Your formation has a flaw, doesn't it? Every spell has a weakness. Your weakness is that the 4 people who provide you with superpowers can't move, right? That's right, but you can't break through their defenses. Their divine beast phantoms combined with my feedback power are not something you can easily overcome.
Su Ran took out 4 flying thunder god kunai from the divine might space, activated the light and heavy rock technique, flew into the sky, and threw them at the 4 people.
In vain. Do you think these 4 darts can break through their defenses?
Chu Xiaonan, in the form of a Qilin phantom, stepped forward, attempting to deflect the darts. Su Ran activated his divine power again, storing the flying thunder god kunai into his divine power space, and then releasing it back out.
With these annoying guys gone, I can finally get my hands dirty. Su Ran used the flying thunder god technique to quickly fly to Zhou Yang's side. Do you think your Lord Zhou is made of dough? Zhou Yang unleashed the aura of Xuanwu, though only a trace. It was the true power of a divine beast.
Su Ran swiftly conjured a tailed beast ball with his left hand and slammed it into Zhou Yang's Xuanwu phantom.
Cracks gradually appeared on the phantom of Xuanwu, and then it shattered with a crash.
Then, Su Ran used flying thunder god technique to instantly arrive in front of the next target. He condensed lightning blade in his right hand and thrust it straight at the vermilion bird phantom, piercing through it. He dodged again and unleashed the wind release, super giant raisin shuriken, tearing the azure dragon phantom to shreds.
heads. Turning to look at Chen Xiu, the owner of the White Tiger Phantom, Su Ran said mockingly, "This is the so-called divine beast bloodline? Weak and powerless, and easily defeated. That kid is really arrogant," someone said angrily. "Don't forget, he is the inheritor of the bloodline of the 5 divine beasts of the imperial capital. It's only him. Look around, who else can rival the power of the 5 divine beasts? God Su, God Su, God Su." Cheers erupted from the audience. "As for you, I have another way," Su Ran sneered. "Fire release, Phoenix Fire Dragon Flame Bullet." He conjured a huge black fire dragon blast from his mouth and sprayed it towards Chen Xiu. You dare. I'm not as weak as them." Chen Xiu activated the White Tiger Phantom, and the next moment, a pressure like that of the King of Beasts pressed down on Su Ran's shoulders. The form is there, but the meaning is not yet there, so it's over. The enormous fire dragon fireball dispersed into countless smaller black fire dragon fireballs, which engulfed the White Tiger Phantom. "Last one, that's it. You're next." Su Ran pointed the knife at Chu Xiaonan. At this moment, even the teachers in the stands couldn't contain themselves any longer. What kind of superpower does this kid have? How can he have so many skills? He has mastered so many elemental abilities. He should be trained at my Azure Dragon Academy. Nonsense, his intense killing intent should be subdued by my White Tiger Academy. Here in my Vermilion Bird Academy happens to be the most suitable mentor for him. My Xuanwu Academy is not short of money, and I can still attract him here. Which of your academies has equipment that can compare to mine? He should come to the Qilin Academy. We are the strongest academy here. Nonsense, you should come to my place. None of you are capable. In the end, you'll have to rely on me. If this kid comes to Suzaku Academy, I'll just find him a wife. Bull Demon, your methods are too ruthless. What are you going to do? The teachers in the stands were arguing, when an old man slowly walked in through the air. Not bad, it really is a slash. It seems that I can take on another good disciple in my old age. It's pointless. You don't have any helpers. No one can help you. Failure is your ultimate fate. You keep chattering and making noise. I hate people like you the most. I'll twist your head off if I have to. Suddenly, a surge of red energy erupted from Su Ran's body, quickly enveloping him into a pure red monster with 2 tails trailing behind him, and his cultivation aura surged to the 4th level. 9RA, who was sleeping in the divine power space, was suddenly awakened. That aura? The tailed beast has gone berserk? What did this kid do to trigger such strong negative emotions? Where's the necklace? Why isn't it working? 9 Lama was filled with doubt, but being in the divine power space, it was unable to interfere with anything happening outside. The monster that Su Ran had transformed into let out a series of roars and suddenly slashed at the ground with its red claws. Before Chu Xiaonan could react, the phantom of the Qilin was pinned to the ground by 4 red claws. You think you can win by trapping me? So what if you use secret techniques to raise your cultivation to the 4th level? Now, let you truly face your defeat. Chu Xiaonan began to gather his strength, with dark clouds gathering overhead and thunder rumbling. Su Ran lay down to the side and began to gather the tailed beast ball she had used before, but this time, the tailed beast ball emitted blood-red energy. Did this kid go all out? The old man in the void was puzzled, but he did not make a move and watched quietly. Chu Xiaonan's Qilin Phantom condensed a huge ball of lightning from its mouth and suddenly shot it towards Su Ran. Su Ran let out a scream, and the tailed beast ball in her mouth slammed into the lightning ball. The moment the two forces collided, the explosion was deafening, and the arena was filled with smoke. The teachers in the stands could all feel that the lightning ball had dissipated, but the tailed beast ball remained. Quick, save him. Su Ran has gone berserk. This attack is aimed at Chu Xiaonan's life. A chubby teacher hurriedly jumped onto the ring, holding up a red shield with both hands. Fire Mountain Shield. The tailed beast ball struck the shield and came to a steady stop. Phew, thankfully it was blocked. The chubby teacher breathed a sigh of relief, feeling fortunate. However, Su Ran was clearly dissatisfied. In his berserk state, he viewed everyone as a mortal enemy. He was particularly furious at those who stopped his attacks. He quickly condensed a second-tailed beast ball from his mouth and fired it. The fat teacher immediately sensed something was wrong and quickly poured more supernatural power into the Flame Mountain Shield. However, the first-tailed beast ball remained on the shield, and then the second-tailed beast ball rushed in. The two collided, and the explosion was even louder. The surface of the fiery mountain shield was covered with cracks and eventually shattered with a crash. Sigh, it seems I'll have to step in again. The old man in the void no longer stood idly by. With a wave of his hand, the space where the tailed beast ball exploded shattered layer by layer like a mirror. Su Ran sensed the old man's aura and quickly condensed a third-tailed beast ball. Kid, you're really going to cause trouble. The space around the old man kept shattering, and then his figure flashed and disappeared into the void. Su Ran's tailed beast ball lost its target and began to gradually come to a standstill. Suddenly, the old man appeared behind Su Ran, struck out with a palm, knocked Su Ran unconscious, forcibly brought him out of his berserk state, and then picked him up. Old you? What brings you here? I knew you kids were going to get into trouble. This old man has been watching the game from the void all along. So that's how it is, but elder you, could you please put this child down? He's going to join my Qinglong Academy. Nonsense,
it's clearly from my White Tiger Institute.
None of you will do, it has to be my Kirin Academy. I am Suzaku's.
Alright, stop arguing. I'll take care of the child.
Old you. Don't you have any faith in this old man?
I've already trained the two gods of time and space, so how could I not train this kid? I'll take him with me. Oh, and remember to seal his first place in the arena.
I don't think anyone will dare to challenge him. I don't want my disciple's first place to be taken away.
Okay, I understand. Su Rance will clash with the nine-tailed fox's negative emotions.
Have you witnessed the horrific deaths of your parents? Don't you want revenge? Accept my power, and I can make you the strongest. You are not Kurama. I am. Why not? Once you fully accept my power, you will no longer be weak. Don't you want to avenge your parents? Su Ran was lost in confusion.
He knew that the hatred was something he could never truly let go of. This loss of control and rampage largely stemmed from that hatred.
It was this torment that allowed negative emotions to creep in, triggering the tailed beast's rampage.
Therefore, unleash my power, and let us become the masters of this world. Su Ran involuntarily walked towards the sealed cage of negative emotions and saw the pitch-black nine-tailed fox.
Yes, open it.
Only by opening it can you gain endless power, become the master of the world, and avenge your parents.
9RA suddenly sensed something was wrong in the divine power space.
Oh no, this kid is about to unleash his negative emotions. He's just like Naruto back then, easily tempted by a few words. 9 llamas paced anxiously in the divine power space.
Forget it, I don't need this body anymore. I can just create another one.
9 llama detonated the body, allowing consciousness to return to Su Ran's body. He submerged his consciousness into the sealed space and happened to run into Su Ran preparing to unseal it.
9 llama lunged forward and tackled Su Ran, who was about to break the seal. Calm down.
9 llama's roar startled Su Ran awake.
What's wrong with me? It's my fault.
The yin-yang seal is too powerful, which made me lose my senses for a moment and fail to notice the danger. The yin-yang seal not only sealed me, but also separated and sealed my body, forming a good side and an evil side. I am the good side, and the evil side is sealed inside. I controlled many of its original abilities and tried my best to suppress all its power, but the tailed beast's rampage of negative emotions eventually fell on it. This time, while I was in the Kamui dimension, it secretly released its rampaging chakra, which, combined with your negative emotions, caused the two tails to go berserk this time.
Then how did you? Abandoning that body is no big deal. We cannot kill the evil side, otherwise the balance of yin and yang will be disrupted and the seal will be broken.
At this moment, the evil side spoke.
I knew you'd always be so timid and cowardly. If you ask me, why not just let this kid go berserk? That's much better than your tailed beast cloak. Shut up. Do you know how big of a disaster this almost caused?
The kind-faced man roared angrily. Don't leave next time, or I can't guarantee how many tails this kid's negative emotions will explode.
I'm too lazy to argue with you. Su Ran, you should still be in the ring. Go out now. Dongfang, you paced anxiously. You better not die, kid.
If you die, how am I supposed to face those two when I get down there?
Aha, where am I?
Su Ran opened her eyes and found herself lying on the bed.
It's good that you're awake.
Drink this refreshing soup. It will help restore your confused consciousness after your rampage.
Dongfang, you picked up a bowl of dark liquid and handed it to Su Ran. Who are you? Su Ran asked in confusion. Shouldn't I be on the ring?
I remember fighting Chu Xiaonan to a standstill.
My name? Didn't Lin Sun tell you?
Su Ran pondered for a moment, then asked the person in front of her uncertainly, are you?
Dongfang you?
That's right, I will be your teacher from now on. Su Ran struggled to sit up but felt weak in her limbs, and finally had no choice but to lie back down on the bed. Stop struggling, kid.
Just lie down.
You've got some nerve, daring to use that fox demon's power.
How did you?
I asked Lin Sun, and he said that if that fox demon makes you go berserk, I will find a chance to deal with it. No, teacher, it doesn't mean any harm. Su Ran wanted to defend 9 llama, but as soon as she got up, she fell back onto the bed. I told you not to struggle, and it's my fault for not pulling you out immediately.
Drink this medicine, and you'll feel better. Su Ran stared at the bowl of ink-like medicine, mustered her courage, and tilted her head back to drink it down. Wow, it's so bitter, I'm about to die from the bitterness. Dongfang Yu, holding the bowl, slowly walked out the door.
Su Ran had no idea how precious this bowl of medicine was. To help this kid, Dongfang Yu had used almost all of his spiritual medicines, combining them with other herbs to brew this bowl of medicine, nearly emptying his own spiritual medicine reserves in the process.
You're really lucky, buddy.
That stuff isn't cheap. It even contains a 7th tier spiritual herb, demon eye water.
Vocal, you're really willing to invest in me. What do you think? This is yours.
The system suddenly fell silent, not finishing its sentence.
It's nothing, just focus on recovering.
I'll try to get you some good stuff next time to prevent you from going berserk.
Didn't you say that the 1,000 hands necklace could keep me sober?
The system suddenly started cursing.
Who the hell knew you, Peach, would go berserk? The necklace didn't even have time to react.
You even threw Kurama into the Kamui dimension. There was no way to save him now.
You should be thankful that it was.
Only the two tails that went berserk this time. If the fight had gone on longer, given your emotions at the time, it could definitely have escalated to the four-tails going berserk, and then you would have. What will happen? The four-tailed rampage can probably propel your cultivation to around the second level of the 5th rank. If you force it to go higher, it won't just be a mess of bruises and welts, it'll be all over the place, with your attacks and my attacks completely out of sync. Hiss. It's not that serious, is it? You think Kurama's chakra is like Shikaku's, which only has one tail? Kurama's chakra is only 1/10 of Shikaku's. Don't forget who the 6th-path sage favored the most back then. Also, train your emotional intelligence. If you can use this thing while fully conscious, it'll be an absolute trump card. At that point, your power can even absorb Kurama's power. With that giant power bank, you'll be practically unstoppable. Oh no, my ring. Just as Su-ran lay down, she suddenly remembered something important. Kurama, just use your chakra to repair your body. I'm about to lose my number 1 position, and my home is about to be taken away. Use light rock flying. I'm afraid your body will break down after using tailed beast berserk. Don't use chakra directly. I know how to do this? Su-ran asked in confusion. You're telling me you can't? How did you fly when you were fighting those kids? Su-ran used the light and heavy rock technique to change gravity and took flight. Use this as little as possible. I always feel uneasy when I'm standing on something. Stop talking nonsense, Su-ran. It's not too late to fly now. I can sense the residual chakra. The sun is about to set, and if we don't hurry, we'll be eliminated. Just as Su-ran opened the window and was about to fly out, Dongfang Yu suddenly called out to him. Kid, you can fly? Where are you going? Teacher, I'll explain in detail when you get back. If I don't go to the ring soon, I'm afraid I'll be eliminated. Sit down properly. Dongfang Yu used his ability to teleport Su-ran directly from the window back to the bed. Why do you think I made you call me teacher directly? Your number 1 arena has been closed, and number 1 is definitely yours. Oh, that's good. Bullshit. I haven't even gone to see Lin Juyu yet. What if she gets eliminated? You don't need to worry about that. That girl, with her special abilities and that ice giant, seems to be on stage number 23. Don't worry, she won't be eliminated. But you, kid. Dongfang Yu stared at Su-ran as he spoke. Focus on recovering from your injuries. I'll take you somewhere. That place can suppress your berserk abilities. Where, teacher? There is a pool in the Beast Mountain range. The water there is not an ordinary spiritual pool, but a manifestation of a special energy. WC, host, something big is coming again. What is it, system? If you keep me in suspense, I'm about to lose it. Do you want to know more? Then hurry up and tell me. That substance is most likely natural energy, unclaimed natural energy, a full pool of it, and it won't have any side effects. So, you big idiot, have you forgotten what things formed from natural energy are? Could it be Sage Mode? That's right, and this time it's unclaimed, meaning your Sage Mode won't have any problems. It won't turn into a frog or snake like in Mount Mayaboku and Ryuchi Cave, and the mask will only remain slightly visible. Wow, this is so awesome. More importantly, this thing doesn't have any special abilities, unlike the unique Sage techniques of Ryuchi Cave. It's likely the purest form of enhancement, enhancing yourself, enhancing everything. Your skills will very likely all evolve into Sage technique versions, a Sage Mode exclusively for you. Su-ran looked at Dongfang Yu and said firmly, Teacher, I want to go to that place. That place is indeed nice, but you might have to stay for 2 months, and there are quite a few dangers involved. What did you say? I said, Teacher, I want to go to that place. Stay for 2 months? After you finish your training, you still need to participate in the national freshman competition. Do you have enough time? Although you are currently ahead of your peers in terms of level, these 2 months could very well become a springboard for others to overtake you. No, teacher, I'm confident. But, should I join a specific department to study in? That's not necessary. I don't belong to any department. You are my disciple, so I can just put a department name on you. But that's not important. I love your efficiency, kid. We're leaving in 2 days. You'd better get ready. Dongfang Yu left without looking back, a strange smile playing on his lips, as if he wasn't going to do anything serious. 5 deans, I'd like to casually place Su-ran under the name of one of your departments. What do you all think? Hang up with my Azure Dragon clan, and I can give him anything he wants. Bullshit. Do you think your weapons and equipment are as numerous as those of my Xuanwu Academy? I said, hang it in my Kirin Academy. Old Zhang, don't be so shameless. Don't you know what you're taught at Qilin Academy? That's still better than those idiots in your White Tiger Academy who only know how to kill. We, Suzaku, little girl, don't interrupt when adults are talking. The 4 of them glared at the headmaster of the Vermilion Bird Academy. It all depends on your sincerity. The 5 deans knew that the old man was trying to extort them, but there was nothing they could do but let him do it. You can choose any elemental techniques from the Azure Dragon Academy, with one-on-one instruction from teachers, guaranteed to teach you until you master them, and you'll also be provided with a set of S-grade weapons and equipment. My Kirin Academy will offer double the terms. My Xuanwu Academy will give 5 times that amount. The old dean of Qinglong Academy looked at those old guys from his generation and gritted his
his teeth. The Azure Dragon Academy not only provides the above conditions but also offers unlimited use of the Academy's cultivation secret realm, with all costs deducted directly from the Azure Dragon Academy's account. Old Dragon Head, are you out of your mind? Yes, Old Long, have none of the other students stopped cultivating? My Azure Dragon Academy needs someone who can take the lead, but such a person hasn't appeared for decades, so I must make a decision about this child. Forget it, I'm not going to argue with you, you old madman. Old Dragon Head, let's see what you're going to do. Upon hearing the conditions offered by the Dean of Qinglong Academy, the other deans all gave up competing for them. They also desperately wanted Su Ran, but they couldn't afford to sacrifice the entire academy for one person. Now, the Azure Dragon Academy had no way out and could only gamble everything. I hope this child will bring me unexpected surprises, and they even dragged old Yu into it. At this moment, Dongfang Yu was in an exceptionally good mood. Teaching an apprentice without having to pay for materials yourself? Where in the world is there such a good thing? However, he sensed something was wrong, and then it suddenly dawned on him. Damn it, I have to go into the Azure Dragon Academy with this kid too. The old man scratched his head, annoyed that he had been too greedy and ended up having to teach a student he didn't want to teach at all. Suddenly, Dongfang Yu coughed up a mouthful of blood. Looks like my days are numbered. Those bastards. I was so careless back then, I fell for their trick. Young man, I hope that while I'm still here, your wings will be fully grown, and you'll be able to soar freely in this vast sky. My time is running out. The next morning, Su Ran jumped out of bed. WTF, my back is about to break. It's really going to break. 9 llamas said lazily from the side. Just stay alive, daddy. If it weren't for your immortal constitution, you would have been lying in bed all day. Su Ran carried the 9-tailed fox into the bathroom, not to do anything bad, but simply to brush her teeth and prepare to take it to breakfast. Su Ran, The little brat swore quite rudely, but I like that kind of thing. After saying that, Su Ran exerted even more force, as if she wanted to rub the skin off the 9 llamas alive. After washing up the 9 llama, Su Ran tossed it onto her head and went out to find something to eat while humming a little tune. You walking towards me make me so restless, I've never felt this way before. Ugh, damn it. Su Ran was humming a little tune with her head tilted back when she suddenly felt something trip her up. Which bastard tried to ambush me? Hey, this is really strange, encountering a ghost so early in the morning. Boss, 3 baskets of Xiaolong Bao, please. At this moment, Zhao Xiaoxiao, who was being used as a roadblock, suddenly erupted. Su Ran, do you want to die? WC, who's calling me? I'm at odds with all you tall guys. Su Ran wandered around looking for someone. He even wondered if he was looking up at the sky, but he still couldn't find Zhao Xiaoxiao, who was shorter than him. Zhao Xiaoxiao used her special ability to jump up suddenly and grab Su Ran's ear. Next time, please look down at people. Oh, it's just a little kid. Boss, another basket of steamed buns. Little one, have you had breakfast yet? It's on you. That's easy. Zhao Xiaoxiao was so angry that she couldn't bear it any longer and jumped up and punched Su Ran. But Su Ran's head pat pinned her to the ground, making it impossible for her to jump up. Hey, little potato, you're hitting people? Which teachers are your parents? I'll take you home. Su Ran stared at that familiar face, her eyes revealing 3 parts indifference, 3 parts mockery, and 4 parts nonchalance. Hiss, the more I look at your face, the more familiar it seems. What do you think? First place? You stole all the beasts I painstakingly injured. No wonder you're so familiar with me. Yesterday, Zhao Xiaoxiao thought he was alright, but today that good impression has been completely shattered. Su Ran, Xiao, what are you two doing? Just then, a young girl eating an apple asked as she walked by. Zhuyu, he bullied me. Zhao Xiaoxiao broke free from Su Ran's clutches and threw herself into Lin Zhuyu's arms, crying and pleading. Su Ran, what exactly did you do? It's nothing. I just came out for breakfast and tripped over this little potato. I offered to treat her to breakfast and take her home, but she started hitting me instead. I had to subdue her with one hand. Hey, Zhuyu, you know her, right? You should know where she lives. Help her get home. It would be a real problem if such a young child ran around like that and got caught by some weirdo. Su Ran, didn't you wake up this morning? This is my roommate. Now it was Su Ran's turn to be surprised. He gestured with his hands to the image of a girl crying and throwing herself into Lin Zhuyu's arms, then gestured to himself. This guy's only 8? You're saying this is your roommate? Otherwise, how would she know me? We separated after the fight last night, didn't you notice? No, I went straight to my teacher after I fainted, so I had no idea what was going on. That's true. By the way, Su Ran, you need to be careful lately. What's wrong? Is that little potato trying to cause me trouble again? As she spoke, Su Ran looked at the little potato in Lin Zhuyu's arms. That's not it. It's because you went berserk yesterday, taking on 5 people single-handedly and wiping them out. The school's opinion of you is divided. One side thinks you are very strong and will definitely be a pillar of the Dragon Kingdom in the future, and they must spare no effort to cultivate you. The other faction is worried that you have a history of going out of control and suggests that you be completely sealed away to prevent you from going out of control and causing a disaster in the future when you become stronger. No wonder the teacher was in such a hurry to take me away. Su Ran Ran said with a gloomy expression. Lin Juyu asked with concern. It's alright. I ordered 3 servings of steamed buns as an apology. I won't be at school for the next 2 months. I'll be going to train with my teacher. Oh, Xiao, could you please give him a communicator? Why? I would never give my communicator to someone who calls me little potato. Please, it's a sisterly bond. Lin Juyu lowered her voice, but Su Ran didn't hear her. Zhao Xiaoxiao reluctantly took out a communicator and threw it to Su Ran. Su Ran, take this. With it, I can contact you. Okay, thank you. Are you participating in the national competition 2 months from now? If you participate, remember to leave me a team name. And you, Xiao too. Zhao Xiaoxiao. Su Ran tossed out a ring. Sorry for calling you little potato. There were just some snacks in there, nothing else. It's just my personal apology to you. Su Ran didn't even have time for breakfast before rushing back to her dorm. Mastermind, don't let me catch you. If I do, I'll make sure you regret it. A dark underground conference room. Everyone, another person has emerged who threatens the status of our 5 races. How should we deal with this? Let's try to find a way. If that doesn't work, we'll use the same methods we used on the gods of time and space back then, and give this kid another go. No, my sources say that Dongfang Yu values that kid highly, so it's not a good idea to take action. Dongfang Yu? That dying man isn't afraid of him. I think we should just send Ying to kill him today. Anyway, that old bastard Lu Guohua still needs the support of our 5 clans. Without us, what is he? This kid's surname is Su. Surname Su? That makes things even easier. He's very likely a descendant of the 2 time gods from back then. Just give him the evidence that Lu Guohua attacked Su Chen and his wife back then, and he'll probably go after that old bastard's family. It's best to get revenge without bloodshed. We can discuss what you're talking about later, but Su Ran must be put on the kill list now. At this moment, Su Ran was completely unaware that someone wanted to harm him. He walked towards his residence while wearing the 9 Llama's hat. Hey, Su Ran. 9 Llama patted the remaining Su Ran. That girl named Lin Juyu is clearly interested in you. Are you planning to say yes to her? I still have so many responsibilities on my shoulders, and I don't think I will. Think what you want, but remember, keeping things bottled up for too long will make you sick. Before you have a girlfriend, feel free to talk to me. At least I'm willing to listen. Su Ran had just returned to her residence when she ran into Dongfang Yu. Teacher, should I stay in the school dormitory or here? Stay here. You don't need to go to class anyway, and this old man wants to find someone to keep him company. Oh, by the way, I should mention this. Dongfang Yu glanced at the weapon in Su Ran's hand. What do you plan to do with this knife? Dongfang Yu asked. If you get first place in the entrance exam, you can choose a weapon that is more suitable for you, or even a weapon with great growth potential. Lin Sun said you have an unclaimed sword spirit. I came to ask you this time because I want to hear your thoughts. To be honest, this sword's potential has reached its limit. It's difficult to improve it further. Do you want to fuse the sword's spirit into it to forcibly upgrade the sword's level, or would you like to get a stronger hunter-sealed weapon? Teacher, what is hunter packaging? It's a long story. 100 years ago, the Dragon Kingdom gathered countless genius craftsmen and used the most powerful, strange, and mysterious materials at the time to forge 100 weapons, including knives, spears, swords, halberds, and daggers. At that time, the United States harbored ulterior motives and launched a hunting plan against our country. The participants were called hunters, and the goal was to hunt down that generation of geniuses from China. But back then, several powerful figures from the Dragon Kingdom took action and used the first batch of hunter-encapsulated weapons to kill all the hunters. That's why these 100 weapons were called hunter-encapsulated. You now have 2 choices. Continue using this knife, or come with me to the hunter-sealed area and choose a stronger weapon? Su Ran touched the slash in her hand and finally made a decision. Teacher, I don't want to change the knife. You girl, I respect your decision, but I'd like to know why. This sword is already powerful enough, and I am confident that I can upgrade its level to the peak. I believe that the name Godslayer Blade is not something that comes naturally, but rather something that is called Godslayer Blade after the user has used it to slay a god. Good lad, you've convinced me. I was originally planning to take you to pick out a hunter's seal and then deal with this knife. Only those with inner strength can truly be strong. I believe in you. This knife will definitely become the 101st knife that the hunter has sealed in the future. Give me the knife, and I'll help you fuse the sword's spirit into it. Su Ran handed over his sword and the ring containing the sword's soul. What is this? A sword spirit born from a sword? You found a real treasure today. Teacher, what exactly is going on? In the past, the spirits of swords were all born from the swords. Once the sword was broken, the spirit of the sword would also disintegrate. This is true for the spirits of all weapons. But now people have developed new technologies that allow them to artificially create sword spirits, making them as difficult to collect as before. Your sword spirit comes from the remnants of a powerful weapon from the past. And you're lucky. I can sense that your sword can store special skills, and the power of this sword spirit is to enhance all the special skills on the sword. In other words, perhaps this is a blessing from heaven. You have always stuck with this old friend, and it has
responded to you with enough strength. Dongfang Yu began to fuse the sword spirit. At first, the sword spirit struggled fiercely, seemingly unwilling to enter the sword again, desperately trying to escape Dongfang Yu's clutches. But Dongfang Yu grabbed him with a dragon claw and pressed him onto the blade, slowly merging the blade with its spirit. 1 hour later, the sword spirit in Dongfang Yu's hand had completely disappeared, leaving only a faint white phantom flickering on the blade. Su Ran, come here. Su Ran jogged over. Drip a drop of blood into this knife, making it completely recognize you as its master. Once it does, you can imprint your abilities on the knife. No one else can use this knife without your permission, and this effect applies to everyone. Moreover, you can also unleash a greater power in this knife, approximately 1.2 to 1.5 times its previous strength. Upon hearing that there were so many benefits to being recognized as a master, Su Ran immediately cut her finger. Blood gushed out wildly, splashing onto the blade. What's the meaning? You're such an idiot, kid. I told you to drip a drop of blood to signify your master, but you went and cut your finger instead. Wait, something's not right. Unlike ordinary swords that absorb only a drop of blood and then release it after recognizing its master, the sword frantically devoured Su Ran's blood like a whale sucking water. A blood pact? This kid's really lucky. Host, this knife has struck gold. It's actually signed a blood pact with you. Stop hiding it. Just tell me what the blood pact is. TCH, this knife absorbed your blood, not only recognizing you as its master, but also developing sentience through your blood and the knife's spirit, gaining the ability to fight independently. Oh no, my lifespan is in danger. What are you panicking about? This has never happened before in history, has it? Besides, this sword can not only hold your abilities, you can also imprint the Sharingan's abilities on it. Su Ran's eyes darted around as she quickly decided on the ability she wanted to imprint. When Jean stopped sucking blood, Su Ran discovered that a subtle connection had formed between him and Jean, and he could even sense its emotions. Congratulations on winning the grand prize. Now think carefully about what ability you want to imprint. Teacher, I've made up my mind. A large windmill pattern composed of 3 sides appeared in Su Ran's eyes. That was Shinwei's power. Let me see what ability it is. Dongfang Yu asked with a face full of curiosity. What's the meaning? Su Ran infused his supernatural power into the blade, and a vortex-like pattern immediately appeared on the blade before the blade disappeared and entered the divine might space. Spatial abilities? Not bad, but how did you acquire those spatial abilities? Pretty good, right, teacher? Not only is it easy to carry, but it can also be a backup plan when needed. I imprinted the ability of etherealization on this sword, which allows the blade to become ethereal, ignoring all defenses and armor, and directly striking flesh. My spatial ability is something that comes naturally from my eyes, and I named it Kamui. A good name, and you're very capable. Here, let me try a jar of your celestial wine. Ha, how did you know? Dongfang Yu said with a wicked smile. That kid Lin Sun even told me the color of your underwear. How could I not know that? Okay, you should be careful, don't get drunk like them and black out. Su Ran said helplessly. Ah, impossible. How could someone as addicted to alcohol as me possibly black out? The master and apprentice walked towards home, laughing as they went. Their backs looked just like those of a real grandfather and grandson. However, they were unaware that a troublesome figure named Bogang was approaching them. The master and apprentice were chatting about the immortal wine when, not long after, a girl stormed angrily toward the administration office. Why did you close the first arena? There are still 10 minutes left in the match. What gives you the right to close it? The girl rushed up to the teacher in the disciplinary office and questioned him bluntly. This girl is Bogang. Su Ran left the competition early. He didn't deserve to be number 1, but you can't stop the people behind us from being number 1. That's blatant discrimination against girls, don't you understand? The teacher in the disciplinary office was taken aback by her barrage of questions and tentatively asked, otherwise what? Excuse me, are you talking about the number 1 arena? That's right, if it weren't for you guys, I would have won first place by now. You have to give me an explanation. The teacher responded with a cold laugh. Those are the rules set by the 5 deans. If you're not satisfied, you can go and argue with them. If that doesn't work, just challenge Su Ran. If you beat him, first place will naturally be yours. Besides, I just checked your information. What right do you have to question others when you only managed to get into the top 100 with a guaranteed minimum score? Bogang said coldly. He's gone, so the ring is empty and I can challenge him. You're discriminating against us. I'm going to sue you. Whatever you want, but I advise you that if you want to take first place, it's better to challenge Su Ran directly. If you go to the 5 deans, you might get expelled in no time, let alone be told what to do. That's all I have to say. Bogang's eyes darted around, and Su Ran's situation immediately came to mind. How well has the guy who was badly injured yesterday, and whose teacher personally escorted him off the field, recovered today? If I defeat him now, first place will be mine. Okay, tell me his address, and I'll go challenge him tomorrow and show you. Having learned Su Ran's address, Bogang left without looking back. The master and apprentice were still on their way home. Teacher, I have an A-level sword drawing technique manual here. How do I practice this move? The sword drawing technique, let me think. This move seems to involve first building up momentum
momentum, and then striking out with a single blow. However, the time it takes to build up momentum needs to be practiced. The more proficient you are, the longer you can build up momentum. For you, this is a good unique skill. After all, your main weapon is a sword, which perfectly matches the requirements of the sword drawing technique. If you change your main weapon, I will also find a way to help you change this special skill to the corresponding weapon skill. Teacher, do you know this trick? Dongfang Yu waved his hand and said, "What a coincidence. My teacher also uses a knife, and I actually know this special skill. Moreover, this ability can be developed. I'll teach you how to develop it when we get back." Sure, but that wine. Enough for you, kid. I'll even make you some snacks to go with your drinks. Good lad. This old man has been waiting for you to say that. I've heard from Lin Sun that you're a great cook, and I've been craving it for ages. Then let's go home. I'll wipe my bottom with gauze and show you what I can do. When the two returned home, Suran prepared several dishes to go with the drinks, fried a plate of peanuts, took a jar of heavenly immortal wine from the system space, and presented it to Dongfang Yu. Good lad, you've got some skills, but you'll have to take it somewhere else again. Where are you taking it, teacher? Su Ran looked puzzled. Behind the training ground. I'll teach you sword drawing techniques while we eat. Teacher, this liquor has a high alcohol content. Aren't you afraid of getting drunk? If this wine can get me drunk, I'll teach you all my skills today. Upon hearing this, Su Ran didn't hesitate and followed him out with the food and drinks. Ha, kid, don't be impatient. In fact, Dongfang Yu had one more thing he didn't say. Silly boy, even if I don't get drunk, I will definitely teach you all my skills. After all, you are my last apprentice. Su Ran arranged the food and wine, then took out the skill book for drawing the sword and began to learn it. Before long, he felt a piece of information appear in his mind, and the book in his hand immediately turned to dust. Holding an umbrella, he struck a pose as if gathering strength in front of the test stake. Time ticked by, and the momentum of the energy strike in his hand grew stronger and stronger. Dongfang Yu said in surprise, 10 seconds? Logically speaking, beginners can only charge up for a maximum of 5 seconds. If it exceeds 5 seconds, there is a risk of going berserk. No, the time is still increasing, it's 13 seconds. When the timer reached 15 seconds, Suran finally drew the sword from its sheath and slashed at the wooden stake. The test stake, which was strong enough to withstand the force of a third-tier, 5th-level opponent, was cleaved in two by his single strike. Not bad. To be able to charge up for 15 seconds on your first use is quite remarkable. However, you're still a bit behind me back then and need to practice more. Dongfang Yu deliberately lowered his voice to prevent Su Ran from getting carried away. However, you can also learn some derivative skills. He put down his wine glass, picked up a wooden knife, and began to demonstrate. Dongfang Yu slowly sheathed his sword and stood quietly in front of the wooden stake, assuming a posture of gathering strength. 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 15 seconds, 30 seconds, a minute passed, and Dongfang Yu remained motionless. Suddenly, he made his move, drawing his sword and swiftly slashing at the wooden stake. Su Ran saw a flash of cold light, and the wooden stake was instantly split in two. This is just a small trick. It uses compressed momentum to convert into speed, thereby increasing the speed and damage of your blade. Speed equals damage. However, this move is still difficult for you. After all, it takes at least 30 seconds to build up the momentum before you can barely meet the requirements for a quick strike. Dongfang Yu spoke eloquently as he went. Su Ran listened but did not respond. She simply walked to the side and began practicing gathering her strength. He can remain calm in the face of such temptation. This kid has a much stronger will than me. He will definitely be a pillar of society in the future. As Su Ran practiced, a sudden inspiration flashed in her mind. He realized that the lightspeed kick was achieved by Kizaru using the acceleration of the glint fruit. The perfect combination of power and speed, along with the power of the glint fruit, created the lightspeed kick. Although he didn't have the glint fruit, he could use charged up power to mimic the acceleration and achieve a lightspeed slash. Once the idea was formed, Suran stood back in front of the wooden stake, sheathed the Janha sword, and a strong aura of sword energy erupted from his body. What has this kid figured out? While eating and drinking, Dongfang Yu stared at Su Ran, who was standing quietly. 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 50 seconds passed, and Su Ran still did not draw his sword. Oh no, it's backfiring. Dongfang Yu disregarded his beloved wine, threw down his glass, and rushed toward Su Ran. Just as he was about to set off, Su Ran also made her move. A simple, unadorned blade flashed, leaving an extremely deep gash on the 4th-tier wooden stake 3 times deeper than before. Teacher, this is a new ability I just mastered. It allows me to concentrate all the potential energy into the blade, creating a perfect combination of speed and pressure. It may seem like I'm only making one cut, but I can actually make multiple cuts at once. Moreover, there is theoretically no upper limit to this. As long as your sword is hard enough and your body is strong enough, being able to cut 10,000 times is not a dream. Dongfang Yu listened to Su Ran's eloquent speech with great surprise. A genius, a true genius. He had lived for 100 years, but he had never seen a genius who could instantly comprehend another set of moves after learning a new ability. This kid had far surpassed everyone he knew. Practice hard. If you
you can master the light speed slash, it will definitely be a deadly weapon that kills without blinking an eye. You should learn these two abilities first. The ones that follow are more dangerous. I'll teach you them when you're stronger. After saying that, Dongfang Yu waved his hand and sat down to drink. Su Ran, holding the Zhanhe sword, continued to practice her sword drawing technique. This should be it. Open the door. Open the door now. Bo Gang arrived at the gate of Dongfang Yu's house and pounded on the door. Dongfang Yu looked at Su Ran, who was cultivating, and did not disturb her. He went to open the door himself. As soon as the door opened, a huge black shadow rushed out with a gust of evil wind. Dongfang Yu immediately unleashed his full power and pressed forward. Indecent assault. The teacher has assaulted the student. Bo Gang was pressed down by the powerful aura and fell heavily to the ground, crying out in pain. You are human? Dongfang Yu began to seriously doubt his own perception, finding it almost unbelievable that the enormous creature before him was actually a human. I'm a fairy, and that shrimp-headed guy is a real slug. Dongfang Yu suppressed his nausea and asked the question about the mountain of flesh in front of him. What are you doing here? Teachers don't allow people to come and go as they please. Leave immediately. I'm here to defeat Su Ran. Why did he manage to seal off Unit 1 after just one fight? I'm not convinced. Bo Gang curled his lip, revealing an expression that was even uglier than crying. You're looking for Xiao Ran, right? Xiao, what does the teacher want to see me about? Hearing Dongfang Yu open the door, Su Ran stopped her cultivation and walked over. You're here. This young lady needs your help. You'll have to handle it yourself. Dongfang Yu turned and went back into the room. This bastard is not convinced that you are number one. She came here specifically to challenge you. Hurry up and deal with her. Don't delay dinner. Dongfang Yu's voice came again, reminding Su Ran. With that small frame, how did you manage to get first place? Is there something fishy going on behind the scenes with this exam? What's going on? Su Ran then looked at that Miss Tuo. Upon closer inspection, I was immediately shocked to find that she looked remarkably like Pagon from a certain anime. What are you laughing at? Shrimp-headed guy, you really don't have a raccoon dog. Hurry up and give me first place. I have things to do. Master, throw me a three bodies technique. Hey, what a rare guest. What brings you to me today? The system also saw the scene outside and couldn't stop laughing. I never thought something like Bo Gang actually existed. You want the three body technique? I'll give you a 10 pull, just wait and see. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the divine relic that sealed Bagong. The drum. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the instantaneous movement technique. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the substitution jutsu. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the transformation technique. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained. As usual, the system delivered the three things Su Ran needed, mixed in with a pile of trash. Why are you giving me a drum? I'm worried you won't have a divine artifact to seal this guy later, so I'm giving you one in advance. Su Ran snapped out of her daze, turned around, and walked towards the arena. Hurry up if you're going to fight, I'm in a hurry. On the stage, Su Ran and Miss Bo Gang stood separately, while the stage instructor watched them from midair. I don't mean to offend you, but I really think you and this guy are so alike. Su Ran activated the transformation spell, turning herself into the appearance of the demon Bo Gang. The same bun hairstyle, the same figure, the same bright red lips, only the skin tone and eyes are slightly different, otherwise they would be exactly the same. You dare to insult me. Miss Bo Gang roared and unleashed her superpower, instantly growing to enormous size as she charged toward Su Ran. I'll give this product a try. Su Ran took off the gourd of immortal wine from his body, tilted his head back and took a swig of wine. That's more like it. He steadied himself, sheathed his sword, and began to gather his strength. Miss Bo Gang's size increased, but her running speed slowed down considerably. Su Ran actually managed to fully charge up the light speed slash. He drew his sword, and a blade of blood-red light shot straight at Miss Bo Gang. Miss Bo Gang was so frightened by the sword energy that she stood frozen in place, completely unable to react. They don't even dodge when danger comes, they're utterly useless. The arena instructor snorted coldly and blocked Su Ran's sword energy. You win, the ringmaster announced. Why? He stole. If you're bad at this, practice more. If you can't handle losing, don't play. If I hadn't blocked that attack, you would have been a piece of meat by now, the ringmaster coldly said to Bo Gang. At this moment, Su Ran also walked over. You, wait until the heavens lend you another 500 years before you challenge me again. After he finished speaking, he sheathed his sword and left without looking back. Finished? Dongfang Yu looked at Su Ran as she walked in and asked. It's over, teacher. I didn't expect that guy to be so useless. I actually killed him with one strike. By the way, Xiao Ran, what exactly is this Bo Gang you've been talking about? Dongfang Yu looked on with curiosity. Su Ran didn't say much and transformed into Bo Gang's appearance again. Pfft, that's such a vivid portrayal. Dongfang Yu laughed so hard he couldn't stand up straight. Su Ran deactivated the transformation spell and turned to ask Dongfang Yu. Teacher, when do we set off for the Beast Mountain Range? No rush. If you really need to leave, you can leave right after dinner. After dinner, Su Ran was
was busy washing the dishes. What's wrong? Dongfang Yu asked. I've always been curious, teacher, how exactly do we get there? Are we really going to walk?
After Su Ran finished washing and tidying up the dishes, she continued asking questions.
Is there anything else you want to bring? That's all. Everything I needed to carry is in the ring. Then let's get ready to go.
Dongfang Yu raised his hand, and the layers of space shattered instantly, revealing a teleportation portal.
Do you really think only a fool would walk?
We're not stupid enough to not use the convenient methods available.
Teacher, what is your special ability? You haven't noticed after using it so many times? My ability is SSS level space jumper. This is just a specific application of a basic ability. Su Ran was dumbfounded, unable to understand why Dongfang Yu would use such a powerful ability to travel.
Dongfang Yu saw through his thoughts and smiled.
Do you think that with such powerful abilities, I should be charging into battle, hunting monsters, and protecting the country, instead of using them for travel? Su Ran nodded.
Anyway, you're my disciple, so I'm not afraid of you laughing at me. I'll tell you, back then, I was on the front lines and achieved great feats. I killed so many alien beasts that they dared not launch a beast tide when they saw me. I was so powerful back then, but after that incident, I became so pathetic. Back then, I was still on the front lines, and my 2 disciples were training in China. But when the news came, I felt like the sky had fallen. Those 2 children died. They died at the hands of the country. They died at the hands of their own people.
I couldn't find the murderer, not even the body. That incident destroyed my mentality.
I suffered repeated defeats on the battlefield, which is why I retired and came to live at Taikyo University.
Stop being so sentimental, let's go. After saying that, Dongfang Yu kicked Su Ran into the teleportation portal. Teacher, you.
Su Ran was kicked in the head by a sudden kick, sending him flying towards the teleportation portal and turning him into a dragon. But he didn't see that Dongfang Yu had glistening tears in the corners of his eyes. They couldn't protect the 2 of them, but at least I can protect you, kid. Su Ran flew out of the portal and was about to stop when another portal appeared in front of her.
Ouch. Teacher, please don't kick me into the portal next time, okay? I actually quite like that feeling, but it's a bit of a dilemma. Difficult to handle? WC, you just...
Su Ran felt the aura emanating from Dongfang Yu, and her tone softened involuntarily.
Forget it, let's just do it anyway.
Dongfang Yu nodded in satisfaction and said,
Silly boy, don't think that just because we've arrived, you can see that tree in the distance?
He pointed to the unusual-looking tree.
Don't go over there like an idiot when you see it.
That's a 9th-tier magical tree king.
Don't stare at it. You can't resist its illusions yet.
Upon hearing this, Su Ran realized that her body was moving forward uncontrollably.
There's one more thing. WC, why are you heading that way? Brother Tonzi, what should I do? Help! I haven't become the strongest person yet. I don't want to die here. Are you being a little silly? Don't you know about the Sharingan's Genjutsu reflection?
I know, but it's no use. The level difference is too great.
The Sharingan's Genjutsu reflection is absolutely effective, you idiot. With a let's give it a try attitude, Su Ran activated her Sharingan.
Suddenly, I felt my body back under control, and the big tree began to twist and deform.
Don't be impatient, kid. Let me see if there's anything that can break illusions. Ha!
Dongfang Yu suddenly noticed that Su Ran was standing there again, while the large tree in the distance began to twist and deform, emitting a piercing scream.
Your eyes, are they absolutely true? How did you know? Su Ran asked curiously.
You were able to deflect the illusion of that 9th-tier tree with your 3rd-tier, first-level strength.
I can't think of any other explanation other than that it's absolutely true. Perhaps I was too impatient, kid.
I've decided to adjust your teaching methods, shifting the focus from leveling up to cultivating your own strength.
Why? Su Ran asked, puzzled.
Because you possess too many abilities, the elemental powers of 5 different types, the power of that 9-tailed fox, and the derivative techniques. Of your slashing and drawing sword skills, you are powerful, yet you have never reached a level where you can challenge opponents of higher levels. I will give you special training during these 2 months while you absorb that special energy to help you fully integrate all your abilities. Su Ran also realized that, apart from a few powerful S-rank ninjutsu and the power of Kurama, it seemed that only his sword drawing technique was something he could truly rely on.
The old man is right, Su Ran.
At this moment, the 9 llamas inside her body also spoke up.
You can't rely on me forever, just like Naruto back then. Unexpected things can happen, and I might not be able to help you.
Therefore, you need to find your own path, just like the 2nd Hokage.
He didn't have any special bloodline limits or secret techniques, but he created
an entire forbidden technique on a sealing scroll through his research abilities.
These forbidden techniques even influenced later generations.
I don't know if Naruto's situation will repeat itself, nor do I know when I will leave you, so you must plan ahead and prepare in advance. And all I can do is make you as strong as possible before I leave you, strong enough that you no longer need me and can still stand at the top of the world.
No, 9 Llama, Su Ran said in a deep voice. I will not let that day come.
I will become powerful enough to sweep across the entire world and there will never be a second heavy particle mode again.
You brat, stop being so sentimental and go out and cultivate properly.
As soon as he finished speaking, Shrieking, Kurama slapped him into the consciousness space with a claw. Damn it! Why do they all like to slap me with their paws or kick me with their feet? Su-ran muttered helplessly. Dongfang Yu looked at Su-ran, who was in a daze, and flicked her forehead again. Su-ran simply let the blow knock her to the ground and started to give up. I'm done playing. Let's just destroy it. I'm tired. What are you muttering about, kid? Get up and get going. I dare not use spatial teleportation here. Although those 9th tier beasts are nothing to me, there are a few spatial beasts that can tear open spatial tunnels, which would be extremely deadly to you. Just walk properly. Dongfang Yu took the lead and walked forward. Su-ran quickly got up and followed behind him. This kid can actually deflect my illusions. Interesting, Dongfang Yu thought to himself. Teacher, we've been traveling for a whole day and night. I really can't go on anymore. Let's take a break. After saying that, Su-ran collapsed to the ground like a rag doll, regardless of whether Dongfang Yu agreed or not. We're almost there anyway. Let's take a break first. Is it really that close, teacher? Su-ran heard Dongfang Yu nod, slapped the ground with both hands, and used a practical ninjutsu. Wood release, a technique of the Four Pillars family. A wooden hut suddenly rose from the ground and appeared in front of the master and apprentice. You little brat, you said I was wasting my time? You can even use your superpowers to build houses. The construction team is really losing a lot without you as a key member. Dongfang Yu said as he walked into the wooden house. The room is fully furnished, with tatami mats, a wooden kettle, and other furniture. Shaoran, are these things really okay made of wood? Won't they catch fire? Dongfang Yu poked here and there with his finger and asked. No, teacher. Su-ran conjured a small fireball in her hand, picked up the wooden pot next to her, and threw the fireball into it. However, the expected combustion did not occur. Instead, the wooden pot became hotter and hotter, just like an ordinary iron pot. I reinforced this thing with my superpower, so there's absolutely no problem with it. Alright, Shaoran, you go cook. Dongfang Yu, holding a gourd filled with heavenly immortal wine, sat on the wooden sofa and began to drink it by himself. Someone like you who exploits labor would have been hanging from a street lamp in Siberia sooner or later if you lived in my original world. Su-ran muttered to herself. You little brat, if you keep muttering to yourself, I'll give you a good beating. After finishing the meal, Su-ran did not wash the dishes as usual, but sat on the wooden sofa with Dongfang Yu. What, you've already washed the dishes? Teacher, are you a little silly? We don't need this wooden house anymore. We can just take it back. Why bother washing the wooden pots, bowls, and chopsticks? You're right. But teacher, there's something I've always been confused about, and I'd like to ask you about it. With a pool of energy just sitting there, won't anyone take it? Do you really think I'm stupid? Have you forgotten what my superpower is? I used my spatial abilities to transfer that energy to the dark side of the world a long time ago. Without me, they would never find it even if they searched for a lifetime. Hiss, how do I put it? You can think of this world as two. One side is the sunlit earth, which is the positive world we live in, and the other side is the opposite, called the dark side. But I remember many people have shadow-related abilities. Can't they access the dark side by entering the shadows? Let me give you a flick on the forehead first. Without thinking twice, Dongfang Yu raised his hand and smashed Su-ran's head on the head, making it smoke. You're just letting what I say go in one ear and out the other, aren't you? I've already told you, I entered the dark side using my spatial abilities. That dark side isn't what you think. I'm the only key to get in there. No one can get in without me, understand? Su-ran, rubbing her aching head, quickly replied. I understand. Teacher, please stop hitting him. If you keep hitting him, he'll become mentally disabled. I told you not to disobey me. Go sit in meditation and clear your mind. It will be good for your spirit and help you recover from your outburst. Dongfang Yu reached through the portal, grabbed Su-ran by the neck, and threw him onto the roof. Just sit here and meditate. It will end when the sun comes out. While meditating and cultivating, Su-ran didn't stay idle. She started asking the system about the cultivation method for immortal mode. System, you should give me the cultivation method for immortal mode by now. It is indeed time to give it to you. I know you're in a hurry, but don't rush. Let me be in a hurry first, because I am the king of haste. Stop being cheeky. Ahem, you should know the basics of sage mode, right? If I remember correctly, it is natural energy combined with physical energy and spiritual energy that mixes to form sage chakra, thereby entering sage mode. That's right, but I need to correct you on one point. If all sage modes are like this, why are the sage modes from the three holy lands different? Why do the immortals of Mount Mayaboku turn into frogs, and why do those who fail in their training at Ryuchi Cave transform into giant white phosphorus serpents? Stop keeping me in suspense and tell me already. Because of the unique chakra of their respective sacred sites, the Great Toad Sage of Mount Mayaboku, the White Snake Sage of Ryuchi Cave, and the Slug Sage of Shikatsu Forest, their sage chakra releases influence natural energy, resulting in three different sage modes arising from the three sacred sites. But yours is different. It should be unclaimed natural energy, meaning there's no sage releasing chakra to influence it. It's very likely your sage mode is truly perfect. Everything has weaknesses, but this kind of naturally nurtured treasure has no weaknesses, so
So that means I won't have that hideous fairy face paint on my face?
That's right, once you develop your own sage mode, you can decide which parts of your body transform into a sage, including but not limited to your arms, hair, and even your swallow-like body parts.
Don't be ridiculous, Tonesy. What kind of decent person would use their own swallow skin as a symbol of becoming an immortal?
Hypothetically speaking.
Oh, right, there's something else quite important. I'll give you a minute to think about it carefully. What is it? Let me think.
Su Ran, like a celestial emperor, began to rack his brains, suddenly realizing a serious problem.
Damn it, how am I supposed to sense natural energy without toad oil? The system was furious and almost went berserk. It could only regret that it didn't have the Ninetales chakra and couldn't reach out and beat up this happy. I am.
Hearing the telegram from the system in his mind, Su Ran silently shut his mouth.
This is infuriating. This entire pool of liquid natural energy is condensed, and you're telling me it needs that old toad oil to sense it? Is your head tilted to one side? I'm asking you what happens to battery life in sage mode. What the hell are you talking about?
The system got angrier and kept cursing. This isn't like Mount Mayaboku where 2 toads replenish your energy, nor does it have a summoning scroll to instantly summon 2 shadow clones.
This sage mode is notoriously weak. You've forgotten you can only last 5 minutes?
Su Ran lay on the ground thinking, and soon came up with a good idea.
To put it another way, is it possible to use Kurama as a medium to activate sage mode? Isn't Kurama essentially a part of the Ten-Tails chakra? Thinking about it from another angle, if this chakra were to completely transform into sage mode chakra, wouldn't I automatically enter sage mode when I use this power? A hermit-tailed beast?
The system gave a brief response. Yes, after Kurama becomes a sage-tailed beast, I won't have to worry about its endurance.
My plan is to first cultivate sage mode
myself, and then, based on my understanding of sage mode and natural energy, help Kurama cultivate into a sage-tailed beast,
hereinafter referred to as mythical beasts. It seems like it really works. Let's do a 10 pull, and I'll give you the loot. Brother Tonzi, isn't it a bit inappropriate for us to cheat so openly? How many times have I corrected you?
This is the prize you drew. The odds of winning are entirely in my hands. I can adjust them as high as I want. The system gave a haughty snort.
Su Ran looked at the dozens of alien cores she still had and couldn't help but feel sorry for herself.
I'll make all these hundreds of them.
I need to find a way to kill some alien beasts, preferably a beast tide. That would be a huge profit.
What others feared, the beast tide, became a good opportunity for Su Ran to earn alien cores.
I advise you not to be delusional. This is just a small-scale first-tier beast tide. One spit from each beast could absolutely kill you. Don't undermine me.
As soon as she finished speaking, Su Ran exchanged 10 stealing tokens and began to choose her favorite items. Seeing that Su Ran had redeemed the stealing token, the system decided to unleash its ultimate move.
Watch out, I'm about to unleash my ultimate move. That's true. Ding.
Congratulations, host, you have obtained the false god's eye, thunder.
Ding.
Congratulations, host, you have obtained the false god's eye, ice.
Ding.
Congratulations, host, you have obtained a fake god's eye.
Damn. Ding.
Congratulations, host, you have obtained the false god's eye, water.
Ding.
Congratulations, host, you have obtained the false god's eye, wind.
Ding.
Congratulations, host, you have obtained the false god's eye, fire.
Ding.
Congratulations, host, you have obtained the false eye of God, rock.
Ding.
Congratulations, host, you have obtained a book explaining sage mode. Su Ran looked at the 7 fake god eyes in the system space and said helplessly,
System, you want me to activate the ape god? Fine, but you're giving me 7 of these things at once, and they're all fake.
Sorry, I couldn't think of anything to fill in the blank, so I'll just give you 7 divine eyes to activate the ape god directly. Su Ran took out the book explaining the immortal mode, her face full of disdain.
If you don't want to bring along any good stuff, just say so. If you're so capable, then just bring out Ryujin Jaka for me.
The system was also provoked by these words. I could give it to you, but it depends on whether you dare to take it.
What wouldn't I dare to do? If you dare to give it to me, I dare to accept it. With your current abilities, you can't even use your Shurkai.
Even if you could, the flames from that Shurkai would be enough to burn you to death. If you throw a torch, you'll definitely be the one who dies.
It's not that scary, is it? I think Old Man Yamamoto uses it quite well. Old Man Yamamoto is the strongest Shinigami, and his Ryujin Jaka is naturally a top-tier Zanpakuto.
You're only at the 3rd tier, wait until you're a higher level before talking about this. Su Ran was well aware that he couldn't control such a powerful Zanpakuto as Ryujin Jaka, so he simply gave up the idea and instead focused on studying the detailed manual on sage mode. With the aid of the Sharingan, Su Ran finished reading the detailed explanation book in less than half an hour and began to figure out his own sage mode. Only by integrating natural energy, physical energy, and spiritual energy and finding the right ratio for oneself can one create one's own unique magical energy. Su Ran stood on the mountaintop, deep in thought about his recipe, completely unaware that the sun was slowly rising from the horizon, the first rays of sunlight falling on him.
Ha! The sun has risen?
As Su Ran gazed at the distant sun, a thought suddenly popped into her mind. Without hesitation, he activated his his Sharingan and stared intently at the distant sun.
Damn it, why can't I sense the 3 Tomo Jade?
As soon as he finished speaking, Su-ran didn't waste any more words and directly activated a more advanced Manjikyu Sharingan. Even so, he still couldn't sense anything unusual about the distant sun.
Big fool Chun, what are you doing? Absorbing primordial purple chi to cultivate the purple demon eye? Isn't this thing supposed to enhance eye power? I'll practice more and be more diligent.
I don't want to go blind early because I used the Sharingan too much.
Ha 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 ha.
The system's laughter seemed to pierce through the heart, striking the depths of the soul.
You think that purple demon eye will be of any use to your Sharingan?
With Hashirama's sage body around, as long as you don't sleep with your Sharingan active, you're basically not going blind.
You'd be better off getting some more sleep. Xiaoran, let's go.
Dongfang Yu's voice came from inside the house.
Su-ran jumped off the roof and landed steadily on the first floor with a Gaio-style landing.
The landing kicked up a cloud of dust, causing Dongfang Yu to cough repeatedly.
Cough cough cough. Next time you come down here, watch your step and don't make a cloud of dust, or I'll beat you up.
Hee, I won't do it again, teacher, but I'll do it again next time.
Hey, you little rascal. Dongfang Yu opened the portal again and picked up Su-ran.
Be more careful next time, and tidy up this house.
Let's get going.
After saying that, Dongfang Yu threw Su-ran to the ground. Su-ran wanted to resist, but she was not strong enough and could only silently endure it. He went outside, slapped the ground with both hands, and released the 4 pillars family technique.
That's an amazing skill. If you went into real estate, housing prices across the country would definitely plummet within 3 years.
Su-ran said helplessly.
Even if I wanted to do this job, do you think the Dean of the 5th Academy would let me go? You actually know that the Dean of the 5th Academy values you highly?
Dongfang Yu was shocked and couldn't understand how this kid knew about this without any prior knowledge.
Teacher, this is called insight. Back then, I took on all 5 of them single-handedly.
Although I went berserk and fainted, I know myself very well and can imagine the madness I felt when I went berserk. There's no way that the Dean of the 5th Academy would let me go.
Dongfang Yu walked up to Su-ran and patted him on the back of the head. Good to know, now go on your way.
Su-ran and Dongfang Yu traveled for another half a day before arriving at a mountain peak.
Okay, this is it. Stop here.
Dongfang Yu parted the grass, saw the marks he had left, and said,
Ah, right here? Su-ran looked around.
The space was vast and empty, without a single tree, let alone a water source.
Are you really stupid or just pretending? I already told you I'm hiding in the shadows.
While using his supernatural abilities to open up the dark side, Dongfang Yu kept complaining about Su-ran. Su-ran didn't dare to talk back, so she could only sit aside and silently watch Dongfang Yu's actions. As time slowly passed, ripples appeared on the once bare ground, and then a pool gradually emerged.
Okay, this is it, you.
Before she could finish speaking, Su-ran had already leaped onto the stone platform in the center of the pool.
Sometimes this kid really needs a good beating. Dongfang Yu muttered to himself. Is this natural energy? Su-ran felt the rich, liquid-like natural energy in the pool and couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Stop talking nonsense and practice properly.
Su-ran drew out a drop of natural energy from the pool, absorbed it, and began to merge it with her own alien energy. Natural energy and alien energy erode each other, eventually leading to an imbalance between the two and triggering annihilation.
Oh, you can even do that? Then can I? He. Host, I advise you not to overthink it.
The system promptly provided a notification. A single drop of natural energy and your alien energy will annihilate each other. This thing is even more dangerous than AC0 self-destruction.
Unless you have an immortal body like Haydn, don't mess around with it. This should only be used as a last-ditch, one-for-one trade, otherwise, it's a huge loss. Then I'll be careful. I said no, and that's final. Go practice your sage mode.
Su-ran had no choice but to suppress her thoughts and continue cultivating the immortal mode. The ratio is wrong. The energy is just dissipating.
It vanished again. Damn it, nobody told me this thing could self-destruct. Alright, Su-ran, stop now.
At this moment, the 9 Lama residing in his body created a small clone, patted Su-ran, and stopped his impulse.
I've cultivated enough for today. Haste makes waste. Get some rest. But I haven't even completed the most basic immortal transformation yet. I still need to keep practicing. Who told you it wasn't finished?
9 Lama raised his claw and pointed behind Su-ran, where long white hair and black hair were intertwined. If I'm not mistaken, your hair will grow long and turn completely white when you enter the sage transformation stage. Judging from the fact that your white hair has grown halfway, you have already mastered the initial stage of sage transformation.
Then I'll give it a try.
Su-ran walked to a huge rock, so tall that it was almost impossible to see the top of it when she looked up.
Hey, get up.
He activated his supernatural abilities and actually managed to lift the large rock. Excited like a child, Su-ran casually tossed the boulder down the mountain. A hapless teacher who had just returned with some goodies nearly got hit. A 4th tier 3-eyed demonic ape and a 4th tier sky-reaching python, these 2 top-grade exotic beasts, which are strong in both spirit and body, should be enough for that kid to eat. Dongfang Yu heard an unusual rumbling sound, looked up, and almost had a heart attack. What the hell
hell is wrong with this rock? It was clearly on the east side of the hill yesterday. I was afraid it would fall, so I specially came up from the west. How did it still roll this way? He dared not be careless. Such a large rock falling from such a height would surely cause him serious injury if he were hit. So he quickly opened a portal and rushed back up the mountain to hide. Upon arrival, I saw Su Ran still in the throwing stance. You little bastard. Dongfang Yu grabbed Su Ran by the ear and began to beat her severely. Are you trying to kill your master? Are you trying to crush me to death with that stone? Still not satisfied, he dropped his prey and began punching and kicking it mercilessly. On the surface, Dongfang Yu was furious, but in reality, he didn't have much strength. His blows to Su Ran were like tickling, but pulling her ear really hurt. Ouch, 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 ouch. Teacher, I was wrong. Please let go. I promise I won't do it again. You dare to do it again, kid? Dongfang Yu's attack frequency became even more intense, but no matter how he attacked, all his attacks landed on Su Ran, but all of them turned into misses. Teacher, I apologize to you. Am I atoned? How about 2 jars of heavenly wine? If you hit the child again, he'll become stupid. You actually still have some in stock? Dongfang Yu was stunned. He had originally thought that the jar of wine was a rare and precious brew, but after hearing what Su Ran said, it seemed that he still had quite a lot on him. Therefore, Dongfang Yu decided to take the opportunity to extort money from his apprentice. 1 jar a day, or there's no point in talking. Although she was extremely unwilling, Su Ran reluctantly agreed, even though it pained her. Deal, but teacher, you must teach me some derivative moves of the sword drawing technique. Deal, you go and grill some meat to soothe my wounded soul. Su Ran took out a jar of heavenly immortal wine, carried the 2 prey to the mountainside, and began to wash them with water magic. This kid is truly unfathomable. Dongfang Yu picked up his wine bowl and scooped a mouthful of wine from the heavenly immortal brewing jar to taste. Poor Su Ran could only cook in silence, enduring Dongfang Yu's nagging complaints. Don't throw stones around like that next time, especially such big ones. Luckily it was me this time, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to avoid being hit. Even though there's no one around, it's still not good to hit the flowers and plants. Dongfang Yu kept nagging like a nagging old woman. To Su Ran, these words were like a tight rein. When Su Ran put the food on the table, Dongfang Yu only ate a few bites and spent most of his time drinking. Apart from Su Ran touching the dishes a few times, the food remained almost untouched. Teacher, why aren't you eating? Don't you like these dishes? These things were prepared for you to enhance your physical and mental strength and effectively reduce the risk of you going berserk. Su Ran hadn't expected that Dongfang Yu was still worried about his tailed beast's rampage, but he couldn't directly say that he could control it, so he could only grit his teeth and eat the dishes, with a hint of helplessness and regret on his lips. Seeing that Su Ran had finished eating and was about to lie down to rest, Dongfang Yu suddenly kicked him up. Meditate diligently to refine the effects of this meat. Your task is to absorb at least half of this pool of water within 2 months, or you can return after you have finished absorbing it. Although he said that, Dongfang Yu only set a goal of 1/10 for Su Ran in his heart. Because only Su Ran could absorb this pool of water, he couldn't control the specific amount she absorbed. Having been kicked up, Su Ran dared not slack off and had no choice but to continue meditating and communicating with the natural energy. I won! I won! I won! A month later, Su Ran looked at her full head of white hair in the pool and, instead of being afraid, laughed. His full head of white hair was a sign that he had successfully cultivated the immortal mode. Oh, you've mastered Sage mode? Let me see your skills. Okay, then I'll go find a few stronger ones. I feel like I'm not even afraid of 4th tier ones. This is not an exaggeration on Su Ran's part. After more than half a month of arduous training, which consisted of nothing but meditation, eating, and more meditation every day, he vowed never to experience it again. Hey, after a month of hard work, you finally finished? Let me see your skills. After Dongfang Yu finished speaking, without caring whether Su Ran agreed or not, he kicked him into the portal again. However, Su Ran, who had been kicked many times, was prepared. This time, instead of being kicked to the ground, she stood up steadily. Yeah, I was afraid you wouldn't be able to unleash your full power. This is the nest of a group of bloodthirsty ants. There are about 3 4th tier ones left. I've wiped out the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd tier ones so as not to disturb you. KO. 2 soldier ants exuding 4th tier aura emerged from the bloodthirsty ant nest, and the remaining one should be the queen ant. This old man actually believes me? Su Ran watched Dongfang Yu turn around and pass through the teleportation portal, and couldn't help but mutter to herself. However, Dongfang Yu did not go far away. Instead, just like when he watched the battle last time, he stood in the void, closely observing Su Ran's every move. If any danger occurred, he would immediately teleport him away. I hope this kid can give me enough surprises. 9RA, don't lend him any more power this time. Let this kid truly understand the gap between himself and a strong person. Otherwise, if you keep helping him, you might end up harming him. Hearing the system's words, 9 Ratna nodded. That's exactly what I was thinking. Su Ran took out 10 flying thunder god kunai from the divine might space and threw them in all directions. Excuse me, gentlemen, your appointment with Oxhead and Horseface is going to be late. I'll give you a ride. Before he finished speaking, speaking, Su Ran instantly activated Flying Thunder God technique, and the Rasengan in his hand slammed into the largest red soldier ant closest to the dart. The Rasengan struck the red soldier ant's hard carapace with great force, and this time, the usually foolproof move didn't leave a single crack, as expected of a 4th tier rank. After saying that, Su Ran's white hair instantly turned white, and he successfully activated the Immortal mode. In Immortal mode, Su Ran has long, white hair reaching her waist and wears a black robe that resembles a long gown, instantly giving her an air of otherworldly beauty. Then, he slapped the ground with both hands, as if he was about to unleash some powerful move. Nine-tailed Fox, the system, and Dongfang Yu in the air all stared at him. Immortal magic, 1,000 needles. Su Ran slightly raised her buttocks, and the white hair behind her instantly transformed into countless fine needles, piercing straight towards the giant red soldier ant. Not to be outdone, the dark brown soldier ants nearby instantly built an earthen wall to block the big red soldier ants from the flying stingers. The two soldier ants below are called Big Black and Big Red. This is not because the author was lazy and wanted to save words. Earth attribute? Looks like I'll have to deal with you first. As Su Ran spoke, 1,000 birds quickly materialized in his right hand. He intended to use the 1,000 birds to stab the Great Black, but the other Great Red also activated its power, creating several walls of fire that blocked Su Ran's path. However, Su Ran's hand speed was even faster. A flying thunder god kunai flew into the wall of fire and disappeared without a trace. Have you exhausted all your methods? It's quite impressive that you can hold out for this long against two 4th tier opponents while only at the 3rd tier. As soon as Dongfang Yu finished speaking, he prepared to descend from the void to rescue the people, but he sensed a strange spatial fluctuation and had to stop and continue to observe. That familiar recipe, that familiar taste, the same trick I used on Lin Juyu during the exam years ago, is now manifesting itself in the world once again. The two ants, oblivious to the situation, began to squeak and laugh, their mouthparts trembling, their eyes fixed on Su Ran with amusement. Look carefully, who said I was the real me? The 4th tier beasts had begun to develop intelligence and could understand some of the human language. The two beasts that spoke quickly turned around, eagerly searching for Su Ran's figure, but they did not notice the flying thunder god kunai slowly emerging from the vortex above their heads. Sage technique, lightning release, 1,000 birds. Su Ran activated flying thunder god and flew towards the flying thunder god kunai, while the Chidori in his right hand fiercely stabbed at the carapace of the giant black beast. The giant black creature let out a terrible howl as the 1,000 birds of immortal magic successfully pierced its defensive shell made of earth element. Big Black was pierced through the body and was about to die on the spot, but it did something that shocked Su Ran and the others. Big Black used its claws to dig out its own core and held it to Big Red's mouth, seemingly hoping it would swallow it. Just as Da Hong was about to devour the Dehei alien core, Dongfang Yu, who was floating in the void, landed in a Gaia-like manner, stepping on Da Hong's mouth. I was just saying it. How could I let you actually eat it? Hand over your heteronucleus too. Dongfang Yu threatened while stepping on the large red mouthpiece. Without hesitation, Da Hong attempted to detonate its alien core. Did I tell you to self-destruct? Dongfang Yu stomped on the hard, red carapace, forcefully dispersing the supernatural power it had gathered. At this moment, Da Hong was like a fish on a chopping board, at the mercy of others, even deprived of the ability to end her own life. Looks like I'll have to do it myself. Dongfang Yu's left hand shot out swiftly like a claw, easily crushing the hard shell of the giant red beast like tofu. He then took out the different cores of the giant red and the giant black beast and handed them to Su Ran. Despite wearing a smile, Su Ran couldn't help but curse inwardly as she accepted the two alien cores. Teacher, you might as well just let him explode. Now that we've produced such a 4th tier kill value, I've lost out big time. It's a huge loss of a 4th tier kill value. However, Dongfang Yu couldn't hear Su Ran's inner thoughts, and continued to praise him verbally. Good lad, I didn't originally plan for you to kill these two 4th tier creatures. I thought it would be a success if you could hold them off for half an hour. I didn't expect you to actually take down one of them. Oh, no, teacher, I didn't expect the energy to be so strong. There's another problem. If all the ants die, what happens to the queen ant? Dongfang Yu replied. The other ants of the younger generation have all hatched. They just need to wait a while to grow up and protect the queen. We will not damage the environment here. By the way, teacher, there's something else I'd like to ask you for help with. Su Ran pulled out a spirit scroll from her ring, which she had hidden somewhere, and handed it to Dongfang Yu. Could you please bring out the queen ant? I'd like to talk to her about something. After saying that, Dongfang Yu activated his supernatural power and opened a portal to teleport the ant queen out. The obese queen ant, who had always lived in a dark cave, was suddenly exposed to sunlight and seemed uncomfortable, so she quickly closed her eyes. Queen ant, I wish to establish a psychic contract with you. Hey, Su Ran, I don't agree to this. I didn't even agree to those two old toads on Mount Mayaboku. How could I let this ugly bug share a host body with me? Nine Lama reacted most violently, emitting a wailing warning sound towards the queen ant. Xiao Ran, can you tame animals? Dongfang Yu looked at Su Ran curiously and asked. Yes, teacher. Su Ran nodded. This is a special scroll that I obtained somewhere. As long
long as the two parties who have made a contract are far apart, they can be teleported to each other through spirit communication. However, you don't need this one for your pet. This kind of queen ant can only produce ants of around level 4, at most level 6 or 7, and it's not certain that they can be upgraded to the later stage. I only need her ant colony to help me with the detection, nothing else matters. If it won't harm you, then sign it. There's no harm in it anyway. Dongfang Yu waved his hand, indicating that he would no longer concern himself with the matter. Su Ran turned to look at Nine Llama. Why are you looking at me like that? I'll sign it. What does it have to do with me? Nine Llama guiltily turned his head away. Seeing that everyone around him agreed, Su Ran handed the scroll to the queen ant. Are you willing to sign a contract with me? The queen ant could understand human speech and knew that as long as she recognized him as her master, reaching the 7th rank was not a dream. She herself could only hold on to the 5th rank at most. Why would she disagree with such a windfall? The queen ant pressed her bloody handprint onto one side of the psychic scroll. Su Ran also pressed her handprint on the other side, and a strange connection immediately linked the two together. Su Ran successfully heard the queen ant's voice. The queen ant's voice is like that of a girl next door, clear and lively, like a mountain spring. Just by her voice, one can tell that she must be very beautiful. Thank you, master. Please feel free to ask if I need your help in the future. Young lady, don't you have a name yet? No, master. People of our low bloodline generally don't have names. Only races with higher bloodline levels have names. Don't call me master anymore. Just call me Su Ran from now on, or you can call me Brother Su. I've thought of a name for you. How about Chestnut? Chestnut? What a lovely name. Thank you, master. I told you not to call me master. Just call me Su Ran. Understood, master. Su Ran realized that she couldn't change her tone no matter what she did, so she simply let her be. By the way, little Chestnut, can you transform into human form? Replying to master, normally beasts need to be around the 6th rank to transform into human form, but sensing master's aura is so strong, I feel that it is possible for them to transform into human form at around the 5th rank. Su Ran returned to the natural pool, used wood release to create a bowl, scooped up a ladle of natural water transformed from natural energy, and then passed it to Chestnut. He dug a hole in the ground with his hands and then covered it with wood to prevent natural water from seeping in. Take these. Su Ran poured the natural water into the pit, filling it completely with a little room to spare. Cultivating near the pool here will help improve your cultivation level. Worried that the surrounding area was too open and the sudden appearance of a small pond and a huge queen ant would seem out of place, Su Ran used earth release and wood release to change the surrounding terrain, perfectly concealing the queen ant and the aura of natural water within wood release. You should focus on your cultivation here. There won't be too much danger here. Keep it up. Queen Chestnut looked at all that Su Ran had done for her and was filled with gratitude. She wanted to express her thanks, but because her body was too big, she couldn't even stand up. Su Ran sensed Chestnut's feelings and quickly waved her hand, saying, "We are not in a master-servant relationship, but friends. There is no need for friends to thank each other." Thank you, master. Although the chestnut, being a mythical beast, had not truly learned human language, it still tried its best to express its gratitude, repeatedly saying thank you. Don't be so polite, just focus on your cultivation. Su Ran waved and walked towards Dongfang Yu. Dongfang Yu looked at Su Ran inside. To be able to treat alien beasts as friends, you really have a ruthless streak. Perhaps the opportunity to change this world is truly in your hands, not in the hands of those corrupt and decadent people. After Su Ran had settled the queen ant, Dongfang Yu waved to him. Let's go back. After saying that, Dongfang Yu left without waiting for Su Ran, and went straight through the portal. Teacher, wait for me. Su Ran saw Dongfang Yu pass through the portal alone and close it without waiting for her, and realized that she had to find another way to get back. Really? He sensed the flying thunder god mark he had left beside the pool of nature, activated the flying thunder god technique, and quickly returned. When Su Ran returned, she found Dongfang Yu sitting there alone, casually scooping up wine and drinking it. Shaoran, what are your plans next? Dongfang Yu asked. Your main task is complete, and you have 1 month left. What are your plans? Will you continue training here, or return to the academy? There's one more thing. When you switch back to your red form, I want to see if you're at risk of going berserk. Su Ran entered immortal mode, his consciousness sinking into the sealed space, to find the nine-tailed fox and urge it to pay the rent. Hey, you jerk, it's time to pay the rent. You still dare to enter berserk mode? You've got some nerve. Stop talking nonsense and pay the rent right now. After saying that, Su Ran, regardless of whether Evil Face agreed or not, used his special ability to condense a hand and directly grabbed at Evil Face. Are you serious? Your mother. Before Evil Face could react, a portion of his chakra had already been stolen by Su Ran. Don't give me another chance next time. If I do, you'll be in big trouble. Next time I'll make you go berserk with your 5 tails and see if you can handle it. What's the meaning? Red chakra enveloped his entire body once more, and Su Ran entered the tailed beast berserk state again. Combined with sage mode, the berserk aura was even stronger than before, directly surging to the peak of the 4th rank, just 1 step away from the 5th rank. This This time, however, he did not launch a direct attack as he had done before. Instead, he stood quietly and looked at Dongfang Yu.
Teacher, do you see? I've successfully controlled this form.
To be honest, if he hadn't controlled it, he really would have encountered a ghost. Sage Mode, the Thousand-Armed Necklace, and the Benevolent Ninetails. With this combination, unless he took the initiative, he simply couldn't enter a berserk state. At this moment, the fox, whose chakra had been stolen, roared in grief and anger within the sealed space.
The Uchiha are inherently evil brats. Second Hokage, please come and subdue him. That's good. I can rest assured now. Of course, that's not all. I also have a gift for you.
After saying that, Su Ran instantly activated the body instant technique and suddenly appeared in front of Dongfang Yu, startling the latter.
What are you trying to do, kid? If you keep scaring me like this, I'll be scared to death one day.
Su Ran remained silent, but gently tapped Dongfang Yu's brow with her finger, transmitting her insights into cultivating the immortal mode.
This is a method I summarized during my cultivation. Teacher, you can also try to learn it. It's never a loss to have more knowledge.
Kid, you. Dongfang Yu never expected Su Ran to give him something so precious. It's no exaggeration to say that the part that suppresses berserk behavior alone is enough to fetch an
astronomical price for this immortal mode, not to mention its ability to temporarily boost cultivation. If this thing were to be leaked, it would definitely attract countless people vying for it. We're family. Su Ran revealed an innocent smile, and Dongfang Yu was stunned.
He had seen that smile decades ago, and those two children had said the same thing back then.
We're family. Okay, thank you for the gift.
So what are your plans next? Continue your training here, and since you also need to learn this, I can guide you through the basics. You shameless brat, you even want to lead the way for me. With that, Dongfang Yu sat down by the pool and began cultivating in immortal mode. Seeing that Dongfang Yu had begun to cultivate, Su Ran suddenly bit her finger and summoned a smaller version of Nine-Tailed Fox.
Chicken drumsticks, Su Ran, chicken drumsticks, I want two.
As usual, the 9 llamas was still fast asleep. Wake up, wake up. Su Ran shook the 9 llamas in her hands desperately, but the 9 llamas was sleeping like a pig and couldn't be woken up at all.
Water release, water ball.
Su Ran chanted a spell, condensing a small water ball, and then threw the sleeping, pig-like 9 llama into it.
Glug glug. I'm not glug glug, so how could there be water in there?
Glug glug. Kurama hadn't even realized what was happening in the water and swallowed several mouthfuls. Once he understood the situation, he immediately concentrated his chakra in the soles of his feet and jumped out of the water sphere.
What's wrong with you, kid? Why did you just throw me into the water? What is this?
9 llamas grumbled in dissatisfaction. Su Ran ignored them completely and reached out with a wicked hand to grab a cute little fox.
It's all right, Kurama. No, Su Ran, don't do this. Sweetie, let me see. No, please.
After saying that, Su Ran picked up Nine-Tailed Fox and prepared to begin cultivating immortal mode. 9 llamas stared at the pools of water, his face full of doubt. This is natural energy. I will teach you to cultivate the immortal mode and make you a true immortal. No, I don't want to become one of those shameless toads. 9 llama thought of the 2 immortals of Mount Mayaboku and immediately shook his little head like a rattledrum. Don't worry, I won't turn you into a toad. You see. Su Ran activated immortal mode and her long black hair quickly turned white.
This is the sage mode I cultivated myself.
It doesn't look much different, except my hair will turn white. After you become a sage, you can help me replenish my sage chakra. I don't have the abilities of the 2 toad sages from Mount Mayaboku or the reverse summoning shadow clone technique, so I can only make you this type of sage.
That's it? That scared me to death. I thought I was going to turn into a toad. Do you think I'm willing to take the risk of turning into a frog?
Jiraiya's sage mode turned into a frog so badly, it was incredibly ugly.
That's why I chose to train my own unique sage mode.
Alright, pass on the cultivation method to me. Su Ran said no more, and gently touched the center of 9 llama's forehead, just as she had done to Dongfang Yu, and transmitted the cultivation secrets of immortal mode to him.
You're not bad, kid. As the 9-headed serpent processed the information in his mind, he exclaimed in admiration.
This immortal mode might be the true meaning of perfection. I don't think the 3 holy lands combined are as powerful as you. Of course, to learn this sage mode, you need to have this first. Su Ran pointed to the pool of nature. If it weren't for this naturally formed pool of water, I'm afraid I would have had no choice but to choose the immortal mode, one of the 3 sacred lands. 9 llama slightly expanded his body, sat down cross-legged, and began to cultivate the immortal mode. Not long after he sat down, Dongfang Yu stood up again, his white hair flying in the wind.
Ah, teacher. Su Ran was stunned.
The sage mode that she had painstakingly cultivated for a month was achieved by her teacher in less than an hour.
This shape is indeed quite good. Dongfang Yu clenched his fist and sighed. Teacher, you've got it done? Su Ran was so surprised that she was speechless. There's something else I forgot to tell you. Dongfang Yu spoke slowly.
You already have a high affinity for the 7 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and thunder, because they need to communicate with the elements through heaven and earth.
But my special element has an even higher affinity.
I am the master of space, which also falls under the elemental realm. If I were to encounter a time-based ability, I could probably easily control it the moment I came into contact with your power. The terror of time-based abilities. I understand, teacher, but this also. Su Ran didn't say the rest of his words, but Dongfang Yu already understood his thoughts. Silly boy, don't you know my cultivation level and yours? Dongfang Yu released his full cultivation aura, and an aura of pressure like that of an ancient behemoth erupted from his body, making Su Ran almost unable to breathe. Your use of natural energy is extremely powerful. It even pushed my peak 9th level strength to the next level, allowing me to experience the charm of the 10th level. The settings that were missed earlier are now being added. 10th rank? Teacher, I remember the highest rank wasn't 9? That's just to tell you ordinary people that the 10th rank is already a semi-public secret. Once a superhuman reaches around the 8th rank, they'll hear about the existence of the 10th rank. The allure of the 10th rank makes countless people flock to it, even at any cost. Then, teacher, there must be quite a few level 10 experts in the world. After all, the population is huge, and there must be many geniuses who are 1 in 100 million, right? No, Shaoran, you're mistaken. Dongfang Yu corrected him. Due to the evolution of superpowers back then, this planet has expanded in size several dozen times, and its population has reached 40 billion. The total number of 10th tier powerhouses among all humans and alien beasts is no more than 3 digits. The Dragon Kingdom accounts for the majority, with more than 20 10th tier powerhouses. Advancing to the 10th rank is not just about level and cultivation, but more importantly, about that moment of enlightenment. Geniuses are as numerous as fish in a river, and I have seen no fewer than 1,000 geniuses stuck at the 10th rank, including myself. But your immortal mode allows me to temporarily enter the 10th rank. Needless to say, you should understand how precious this thing is. Dongfang Yu said earnestly. But teacher, if I told you I could stay in sage mode forever, would you believe me? Su Ran dropped a bombshell without hesitation. What? Say it again? Dongfang Yu was shocked. He grabbed Su Ran's shoulder and shook her as he spoke. Teacher, let go. You've practically shaken up last year's New Year's Eve dinner. Su Ran struggled desperately and finally broke free from Dongfang Yu's clutches. Teacher, please listen to me carefully and stop shaking me. Su Ran still felt dizzy and sat down in a daze. Okay, go ahead. Dongfang Yu sat there like a child thirsting for knowledge. As one of the geniuses also stuck at the 10th rank, he was naturally eager to know if there was a way to maintain that rank. I hope so. There are 2 ways to maintain immortal mode. The first is to convert all your superpowers into immortal magic, so that immortalization is completely solidified. You can shed your human body and become a true immortal. The second method is to use clones to absorb natural energy. When your sage mode is about to end, release a clone, absorb the clone's sage art power, and then enter sage mode again. You have cultivated before and know that activating immortal mode is both lengthy and complex. Condensing immortal techniques and abilities takes a lot of time, which means there is no chance to use it during battle. You must leave the battle state to enter it. Then how can you open it instantly? Because I still have supernatural powers within me, I can first deactivate the immortal mode and then immediately reactivate it. Then I must continue my cultivation and strive to become a true immortal. To Dongfang Yu's delight, he discovered that the immortal mode had suppressed the beast poison that had once been in his body, and there was no longer any danger of it erupting. You're a lucky star, kid. Dongfang Yu said softly. Ha, teacher, what did you say? What are you going to do? I'm old, with white hair and a powerful aura. Becoming an immortal doesn't matter to me, but you're different. You're young and not strong enough yet, so you'll be easily recognized. That's easier to do. Su Ran pointed to the 9 llamas who was cultivating nearby. This 9-tailed fox has become my natal beast, sealed within my body. After I make it a sage, I can use its powers to enter sage mode, and it can also replenish the energy of my sage mode. Borrowing the powers of alien beasts? Aren't you afraid that the mismatch in powers will cause an explosion? Su Ran activated the tailed beast connection mode, and a layer of golden chakra armor enveloped his entire body, forming a new form that was completely different from the red form when the tailed beast went berserk. My abilities are highly compatible with its, and its power can also help me unlock new combat forms and assist me in battle. Good. People are in high spirits when they have a good time. Kid, have a few drinks with me tonight. The 9 llama, who was suffering in his cultivation, made a dissatisfied whimpering sound, as if questioning Su Ran about why he couldn't get food. Alright, 9 llama, stop calling. I'll bring it to you later. While cooking, the 2, master and apprentice, started chatting again. Then tell me about your plans for the next month. You and 9-tailed fox continue to cultivate immortal mode, while I go to hunt exotic beasts to improve my strength. Be careful, this is for you. Dongfang Yu tossed over a jade pendant. This is a protective shield and a teleportation portal. It will automatically activate when you encounter danger that you cannot withstand, protecting you and teleporting you back. Then I will take you to take revenge. But if you are ambushed and driven back by a beast of the same level, don't blame me for being impolite. The next morning, Su Ran left the pool of nature without disturbing Dongfang Yu and Jiu Lama, who were focused on on their cultivation. He stopped on a hilltop, looked down at the forest, and asked the system, "Master, what skills do you think I'm still lacking?" "You currently lack nothing. For recovery, you have the Sage Body and Kurama's Chakra. For skills, you possess all 5 elemental ninjutsu except for S-rank techniques, as well as derivatives of the draw sword technique. For equipment, you have a sword and several pieces of A-rank armor. If there's a weakness, it's probably your taijutsu." "Understood. Come on, give me the 8 gates formation. Let my Grandma Lee knock on the door. Don't you know how damaging that thing is? Opening 4 or more gates will injure your body, and even a slight collision will hurt terribly when you open 7 gates. Your taijutsu is already entailed Beast Link state, and with Kurama's support, you're not weak either, so there's no need to use it." "What about my Sharingan?" "Go ahead and use it. The second stage of Hashirama's Sage Mode will help you recover from your losses. As long as you don't die and activate Perfect Susanoo, you can use it normally without any problems. My suggestion is that you should start practicing Flying Thunder God technique in Kamui. I'm using those two just fine, aren't I? I shouldn't need any more. That's just the basic usage." "Kamui, you've only used the intangibility ability. You haven't developed the other derivative abilities yet. The Flying Thunder God technique is the same. If it were merely a ninjutsu that teleports to a marked location, it wouldn't deserve to be called the Yellow Flash's signature ninjutsu. Train diligently in this forest for a month until you have mastered all your ninjutsu. At that time, even without Kurama's power, you will be invincible among your peers." Su Ran left a Flying Thunder God mark here, then leaped down and entered the depths of the forest. "I have cleared the habitats of Tier 4 and Level 5 or higher beasts for you. Your goal is to kill enemies of Tier 4 and Level 5 or lower. Something big is coming." Hearing a rumbling sound coming from ahead, Su Ran immediately prepared for battle. A large, golden ant crashed into a tree, climbed up the broken trunk, and stared intently at Su Ran. "Mighty golden ant? 3rd tier cultivation is not bad." Su Ran left the Flying Thunder God mark on the spot and threw Flying Thunder God kunai in all directions, entering battle mode. This guy's aura is a bit unusual. However, Su Ran ignored the system's warning and directly activated the Flying Thunder God technique to begin the attack. Fire release, Great Fireball technique. He spat out a fireball and blasted it towards the mighty golden ant. But the mighty golden ant remained motionless, standing there undaunted by the fireballs burning its body. Why isn't this guy reacting at all? Su Ran was puzzled. Theoretically, even if the fireball couldn't kill the opponent, it should at least feel pain. "Let's see how thick-skinned you are." Fire release, Phoenix Fire Dragon Flame Bullet technique. Countless small fire dragons condensed by Amaterasu spewed out and struck the mighty golden ant hard. The fire from Amaterasu adhered to it and began to corrode the defenses of the mighty golden ant. "You've hit the jackpot, kid. This guy actually let me hit the jackpot? You hit a Diane brand car. I advise you to get out of there quickly. If I'm not mistaken, this thing should be a descendant of the mythical beast sky-moving ant, or at least a powerful offspring that has undergone a bloodline reversion." Su Ran recalled the description of the sky-moving ant in her textbook, and cold sweat immediately broke out on her back. The sky-moving ant possesses immense strength, mastering the ultimate gravity and power attributes, as well as near-ultimate earth attributes. In terms of gravity and power, it can even rival the sky-shaking Divine Ape Clan, which is renowned for its control over gravity. Its strength is extremely formidable. But the sky-moving ant is fierce and will fight to the death once it identifies an enemy. It was wiped out 300 years ago, and now only a few remnants of its bloodline remain. Su Ran was sweating profusely as she recalled the contents of the textbook. "This is terrible. It seems there's no escaping it now. I know you're anxious, but don't panic. System, do you have a solution?" Su Ran felt a glimmer of hope, expecting the system to provide a solution. "You could call this little guy a sky-moving ant. Its bloodline has almost completely reverted to its ancestral form. Its power is so great it can even tear space itself apart. Your Kamui and Flying Thunder God techniques are ineffective against it." Hearing the system's words, Su Ran felt a chill run down her spine. "You can't say that. This guy is only at level 3. How are we supposed to beat him? But there is a way, Susanoo. Have you forgotten that your Susanoo is red? And you still have 2 divine artifacts." Su Ran suddenly remembered that he possessed Itachi's Manjikyu Sharingan, which came with 2 divine weapons, the Tatsuka blade and the Yata mirror. Furthermore, if you kill it, not only will its body be useful, but it will also allow your queen ant to summon it and devour it. Perhaps the queen ant will then lay offspring with the bloodline of the sky-moving ant. "Doesn't the queen ant only produce soldier ants and worker ants? That's a regular queen ant. My queen ant has been modified. It can breed stronger species." Red skeletons appeared on Su Ran's body, tightly enveloping him. The skeletons quickly grew a head and limbs, then flesh and veins filled them, revealing a humanoid form. Finally, the Tengu armor covered his body, completing the 3rd form of Susanoo. "Is this the 3rd power, Susanoo? It's truly an awe-inspiring power." Su Ran's Susanoo unfolded, the forest was stretched open, and the originally flat forest was suddenly torn apart by a huge red shadow, destroying the tranquility and beauty of the entire forest. Su Ran noticed that Susanoo Susanoo was consuming a lot of his eye power, so he stopped talking and launched an attack on the sky-moving ants. With a loud bang, Susanoo's large hand slammed down, kicking up a cloud of dust. However, instead of turning the sky-moving ant into a pulp as expected, the sky-moving ant retaliated by raising Susanoo's large hand high and hurling it away. The sky-moving ants swiftly manipulated gravity and earth elements, condensing them into a giant stone ball, which they slammed down on Su-ran. Su-ran controlled Susanoo and used the Yata mirror, which has the strongest defense, to block, but he was still forced to take 2 steps back by the impact. This little guy is really strong. He has an inexhaustible amount of energy all day long, and he uses it specifically to target me. Stop being so sarcastic. Didn't you see the red glint in that little guy's eyes? Today, either you kill him, or he eats you. Su-ran looked at the ants in front of her and had a terrible headache. Suddenly, he noticed something was wrong. The Amaterasu fire attached to the sky-moving ants had disappeared. Wait, where's my Amaterasu? To confirm his suspicions, Su-ran once again unleashed Amaterasu on the sky-moving ants. At first, the ants could endure it, but soon they started screaming in pain and began to roll around on the ground. Su-ran continued to observe and finally discovered the problem. The ants were seen rolling and struggling on the ground, miraculously escaping the scorching heat of Amaterasu by molting their shells. This Amaterasu really doesn't kill people. Wearing an extra layer of clothing can help you avoid it. It's no exaggeration. Your score is for the target audience. The system then issued a notification. A normal person would never give up until Amaterasu completely burns them, but this little guy withstood it thanks to his divine beast bloodline. If it were an ordinary mighty golden ant, it would have been burned to ashes long ago. But that doesn't solve anything. It can evade my Amaterasu by molting. Although it's a 3rd-tier creature, a normal 4th-tier creature is no better. All my attacks are ineffective. How am I supposed to fight it? Su-ran helplessly shrugged and simply started to give up. Feel it carefully, the system prompted. This little thing weakens its aura with each molt. It can't possibly withstand your Amaterasu without molting. Just slowly wear it down with Amaterasu. But before I could grind it down, I felt like I was going to go blind. And this was just a regular kaleidoscope eye technique. Don't worry, your eye technique won't blind you. Hashirama's cells caused Sachiko to go blind from using the Manjikyu Sharingan so frequently. But he survived until the end thanks to the Hashirama cells. You possess a more advanced Hashirama sage body, so what are you afraid of? After listening to the system's instructions, Su-ran began the long and arduous process of persevering. Alright, no need to use Amaterasu anymore. This little thing has molted multiple times and is now as weak as a newborn monster. Call your little queen ant over. Su-ran followed the system's advice, turned off the kaleidoscope, rubbed her dry eyes, and said, "This little thing is really tough. I managed to burn its aura from the 3rd level to the 1st level. I wonder how much effort it will take to absorb its power with these wood-style techniques." Nonsense, that's how powerful the bloodline of divine beasts is. Su-ran stopped arguing with the system, wiped away her blood and tears, and used a summoning spell to summon the queen ant. "Master, what are your orders?" the queen ant asked respectfully. "It's time for you to choose your evolutionary path. Will you let the queen ant obtain the seeds of the sky-moving ant and produce an army with sky-moving ant bloodlines, or will you let the queen ant devour it and gain the ability to fight independently?" Su-ran pondered for a long time, then turned to ask the queen ant. "Queen ant, what do you think?" The queen ant glanced at her enormous body and said calmly, "Master, I'll read it lying down." Su-ran sighed and rubbed her forehead, but still pressed on earnestly. "I'm asking if you have any ideas about your future evolutionary direction? Do you want to become a combat type or a legion producer?" As he spoke, he pointed to the sky-moving ants enveloped in wood release. The queen ant turned to look at the sky-moving ant and immediately felt her blood flow abnormally. As a 4th-tier ant, she was being suppressed by this 3rd-tier little thing. The queen ant stared at the golden ant, and the image of a mythical beast from legend couldn't help but come to mind. She asked Su-ran, "This ant isn't a sky-moving ant, is it?" "That's right, today is incredibly unlucky. I didn't check the almanac before I went out and ended up running into this thing," Su-ran said helplessly. But, the queen ant said in shock, "If I remember correctly, master, weren't the sky-moving ants extinct hundreds of years ago?" Su-ran had a "I knew it" look on her face and said with a wry smile, "Who can I reason with about this? I just happened to run into a descendant of the sky-moving ant bloodline that has reverted to its ancestral form, and with such a pure bloodline at that, nobody would believe it even if they were beaten to death." He continued, "The reason I've called you out is to hear your opinion. Do you want to become a producer for the Legion, or focus on combat?" The queen ant seemed surprised that Su-ran would care about her evolutionary path and stammered, "It is already a great honor that master still remembers me, and you even want to use such a precious sky-moving ant to help me evolve. As for my evolutionary path, it is entirely up to master to decide, and I have no complaints." After saying this, she dragged her massive body and bowed deeply to Su-ran. This excitement is not hard to understand. In an era where nature is dominated by another species, for the queen ant to be recognized is tantamount to entrusting her life to another. Surviving is already already a stroke of luck, let alone receiving the help of a mythical beast of the same origin to evolve.
Su Ran walked over, helped the kneeling queen ant to her feet, and said gently, "We are partners, we are friends. Although you are willing to call me master, I regard you more as a friend. Your evolutionary path will naturally depend on your opinion."
After pondering for a long time, the queen ant replied, "If my master lacks the ability to fight in groups and detect enemies, I am willing to become a producer for the Legion, but I would prefer to evolve into a combat-oriented individual, fight alongside you, and share your burden." Su Ran never expected that the queen ant would be willing to give up her area of expertise and choose a completely new path as an assassin for him. "I have no shortage of group combat ability." He demonstrated his multiple shadow clones and would clones to prove that he had strong group combat ability. Upon seeing this, the queen ant resolutely declared, "Then, master, I will take a different evolutionary path. I need to possess the power to share your burdens." Upon hearing this answer, Su Ran decided to completely exterminate the sky-moving ants and use them as material for the queen ant's evolution.
Su Ran, stop. The system suddenly intervened. "Is there anything else I haven't mentioned?" Su Ran asked. "You have to kill it slowly.
If you kill it now, it will lose all its blood, and that important divine beast bloodline will also be lost. Use would release to completely seal it and store it in Kamui space. Once you've gathered enough materials, then let the queen ant evolve." Su Ran activated the Tree Sea Descent, completely enveloping the sky-moving ants before storing them in the divine might space. "Wait a little longer until I've gathered all the materials, then I'll officially help you begin your evolution."
"Well, master, I'll take my leave now." "Don't worry, you're not far from the day you evolve."
Su Ran, I have a few evolution plans here, take a look. The first type is the warrior class, which uses sky-moving ants as the base material, allowing the queen ant to evolve along the sky-moving ant's path.
The second type is the assassin class.
This involves finding dark elemental evolution materials and, using the powerful strength and gravity attributes of the sky-moving ants, training the queen ant into a high-attack, high-control assassin.
The third type is the mage type. The sky-moving ant is already close to the ultimate earth attribute.
If it gathers evolution materials of the other 4 ultimate attributes and achieves the fusion of the 5 elements, it may be able to push the earth attribute to its extreme by relying on the power of mutual generation and restraint.
Its prospects are limitless. Support/healing abilities are unnecessary to consider. Control abilities fall under the mage category. The sky-moving ant bloodline is primarily for combat and lacks any support capabilities.
I am strong enough on my own, and I don't need to add another powerful warrior to supplement the lineup. I also have the ability to fight in groups. On the contrary, my speed attribute is insufficient. After analysis, Su Ran found his weakness.
"I'm going to find dark-type evolution materials. I've decided to evolve the queen ant into an assassin. A wise choice.
Earth and dark attributes are indeed very powerful assassin traits.
I'll help you find the evolution recipe." After searching for a while, the system finally found a good recipe.
1 Shadow Demon Flower, the basic material for evolving into a dark-type creature.
Bone-shaping grass allows the queen ant to transform earlier, enhancing her physical strength. For the heterogeneous core, the sky-moving ant is sufficient. Nothing else is needed.
The more other dark and earth attribute evolution materials the better. Ideally, find the complete corpse of a tier 5 dark-type beast for fusion.
5th tier? Won't the earth and dark attributes be unbalanced?
Brother, don't worry. The sky-moving ants are divine beasts. Even in the past, when divine beasts were everywhere, they were a top-tier race.
This one is only at rank 3 now. It won't truly revert to its ancestral form until rank 5.
To match its attributes, you'll need a rank 7 one, and you're incredibly lucky. There just happens to be a 5th-tier dark-type beast here.
Judging from its aura fluctuations, its bloodline strength is quite good.
Brother Tonzi, let me make this clear first. I'm only at the 3rd rank, level 1. I just activated Sage Mode and barely reached the 4th rank.
Moreover, I need the
tailed beast to go berserk to have the strength to fight against a 5th rank.
You say my bloodline is strong, that's good, but don't give me another living father. Strength is the only motivation to take it down.
Your queen ant is waiting for these materials to evolve, so let's go.
Just charge. Okay, let's go take a look.
Following the system's guidance, Su Ran traversed mountains and valleys until a gigantic creature appeared before her. It was a giant tiger with a purplish-black body. The king character on its forehead was not the mark of an ordinary tiger, but a
bewitching red.
Black stripes and purple fur intertwined to form the tiger's domineering appearance, which made Su Ran tremble with fear. "You damn bull demon, shadow tiger, and a 5th-tier one at that. System, if you really want me dead, just say so." Su Ran stared at the giant tiger coiled at the entrance of the cave, cold sweat pouring down her back.
"This is what you call a 5th-tier bloodline? Damn it, you're trying to play dirty tricks on me, aren't you?"
Su Ran recalled the description of the shadow tiger in her textbook. The shadow tiger possesses powerful dark and strength attributes. Legend has it that its ancestor was a descendant of the divine beast white tiger, which
transformed into a dark attribute after falling into darkness. It is extremely ferocious. Never approach it unless unless absolutely necessary. Remember this. You think you can fight this thing?
I don't have any light-type abilities, and this thing could probably shatter the Yata mirror if it hits it.
What's the point of fighting it? Have you forgotten how you killed that fiery lion the first time? Su Ran recalled his experience hunting the flame lion and asked the system, should I use the first stage of form release to directly destroy its central nervous system? This guy is extremely ferocious.
Once he senses a threat to his life, he will self-destruct, and then he won't even be able to escape.
That leaves only one last option. The system suddenly went silent, making Su Ran's stomach clench with anxiety. Why won't you speak? Speak up now. Damn it, you're trying to play dirty tricks on me, huh? Then none of us should live anymore.
Su Ran stood up just as the shadow tiger was facing away from her, which startled the system so much that it broke out in a cold sweat.
Why are you in such a hurry?
I know you're anxious, but don't rush, let me be anxious first. I'm also considering the feasibility of that method because it sounds absolutely ridiculous.
Nonsense aside, let's talk about it first and see if it works. To twist its head off with Kamui, do you think that sounds absurd or ridiculous? Su Ran fell silent and began to consider the feasibility of the plan.
That thing is too far away to focus on, and if I get too close, I'll be detected and it'll just blur out, making it impossible to turn my head.
How about this one?
Su Ran took out a telescope from her ring. If I stand on a distant mountaintop, staring at the shadow tiger through a telescope, and then remotely twist off its head using my divine power through the telescope, what are the chances of that happening?
You're a real genius, damn it. The Uchiha clan losing you is like the West losing Jerusalem, or the East losing Confucius.
If the Uchiha had thought of this move back then, Konoha would have been renamed Uchiha Village long ago. Su Ran quickly ran to the distant hilltop, found a suitable angle to set up the binoculars, and then aimed them at the shadow tiger crouching there.
You really want to do that? System, you have to understand that sometimes you have to start running before you can learn to walk.
Su Ran stared at the telescope with her left eye, and suddenly 3 sickle-shaped windmills appeared in her vision. He felt his pupil power transmitted through the telescope to a distant place, landing precisely on the shadow tiger. The shadow tiger's sixth sense immediately detected the danger.
It stood up and roared warnings to its surroundings. Unfortunately, these sounds were useless.
The shadow tiger would never have imagined that the threatening enemy was hiding on a distant mountaintop, and that it was just a little guy at only level 3. Suddenly, swirling ripples appeared around the neck of the shadow tiger, and then its body was split into several parts.
Bull Demon is really powerful.
It's a waste that you're not the 6th brother.
Stop praising me, stop praising me.
Hurry down and retrieve the body. The blood is crucial, don't let it drain completely. Su Ran didn't dare to delay, so he activated the light and heavy rock technique and flew straight towards the place where the shadow tiger had fallen. However, he did not expect that trouble would follow. Just as Su Ran flew to the corpse of the shadow tiger, he suddenly felt an attack flying towards him, forcing him to activate his ethereal state. He looked and saw that it was several darts, aimed directly at his back.
Looking back, a woman appeared. The woman looked extremely unruly and spoke in a rude tone. Trying to take my spoils? You've got some nerve.
Yusinu arrived at this mountain range with 2 bodyguards, intending to hunt down the strange beasts. As someone with an A-level ability to sense magnetic fields, she sensed the 5th-tier shadow tiger and urged her bodyguards, Xiongde and Xiong'er, to hunt it down.
Uncle, second uncle, I sense a 5th-tier shadow tiger. What do you think about killing it? Okay, miss, I'll do as you say.
The 2 brothers were not arrogant, they also possessed the stone armor bear's special abilities, making them virtually invincible in this area. After their superpowers are activated, they are good at both offense and defense. In addition, they are all 6th level experts.
Even if a 7th level expert came, he might not be able to defeat them. Wait, uncle, second uncle. Yusinu suddenly noticed something was wrong. How could the demon shadow tiger, which should have been so fierce, suddenly be dead?
Now that the shadow tiger is dead, we can reap the benefits. Yusinu immediately activated her movement technique and rushed towards the direction she sensed.
Big brother, are we in danger?
The younger brother, Xiong'er, couldn't help but ask with concern.
Don't worry, nothing will happen.
Brother Xiongde said calmly, let Miss go get it herself.
It's so close, we can get there if there's any danger. The call was answered quickly.
After saying that, Xiongde calmly lit a cigarette and slowly walked towards Yusinu.
Okay, maybe I'm overthinking it.
Xiong'er lit a cigarette and followed his older brother.
Didn't you hear me? Put that thing down, it's mine.
Yusinu's face was full of threats.
Damn it, why do I always run into this kind of crap every time I go out to hunt monsters?
Last time it was Zhao Xiao Xiao, and now it's happening again.
Su Ran took out the red knight mask and put it on, completely changing his aura. He turned around, using wood release to wrap the demon shadow tiger's corpse and then Kamui to contain it, all the while mercilessly mocking. He's got hardly any meat on his chest, but he's got a lot of talking. You think you can kill this guy?
He's so skinny you can't even find an ounce of meat on him, not even enough to feed someone half a meal.
You're really good with your mouth. I killed it and you say it's yours. Well, if I kill your horse, you'll have to say it's yours too. Yusinu was so angry that she couldn't speak.
She was used to being a spoiled princess, but this was the first time she had been so speechless after being scolded.
What did you say? Pointing your finger at me? I'll break your finger, you believe me? You've got some nerve.
Su-ran transformed into a keyboard warrior, becoming the #1 online troll, and began to hurl insults without holding back.
Yes, hand it over, kid.
The young lady has never failed to get what she wants. At this moment, Xiongde and Xiong'er came out and locked their eyes on Su-ran.
Su-ran also noticed them and sensed their aura.
She immediately felt a chill in her heart, as if ice were piercing her bones.
Damn it, 2 6th tier experts. System, how long can my immortal mode last? There are still 2.5 minutes left. Besides, even if you activate Sage mode, you might not be able to defeat them.
Clean up the Shadow Tiger's corpse and hurry back home. Of the 36 stratagems, running away is the best.
You just wait and see.
While using his divine power to escape, Su-ran didn't forget to utter a few harsh words.
You were allowed to leave?
Xiongde gently moved his fingers, and the powerful pressure forcibly pulled Su-ran out of her semi-ethereal state. Su-ran was pulled out, but immediately suffered a backlash, falling heavily to the ground and spitting out a mouthful of blood.
System, report all the resources I can mobilize to me. Kurama's power cannot be used, otherwise his Sage mode will fail, and his Berserk power will be unusable. Your only option now is Sage mode. I'll fight to the death.
Even if it means dying, I'll bite off a piece of flesh. Without hesitation, Su-ran activated Sage mode, scattering Flying Thunder God Kunai all over the ground, instantly setting up the battlefield. Stop struggling, kid. The difference in level can't be bridged by a few tricks. Su-ran activated the Flying Thunder God technique, weaving between each mark, leaving Xiongde and Xiong'er dazzled.
Acrobatics? Not bad, but that's enough.
Xiongde reached out and pulled, and the powerful pressure forced Su-ran to fly towards him.
Wouldn't it be better to surrender sooner? Do you have to get beaten up before you learn your lesson?
However, Su-ran, who was caught, instantly turned into white smoke. It was a shadow clone that he secretly released when he was using Flying Thunder God technique to confuse his opponent. The real Su-ran had already raised the Rasengan and was aiming at Yusingyu, the weakest of the three.
This is the real end.
Su-ran slammed the Rasengan in her hand toward Yusingyu, only to see a strange smile appear on the other's lips.
Have you forgotten that I'm still here? Xiong'er also activated his superpower, using gravity to attract Su-ran and slam her hard into the tree.
Su-ran crashed into a tree trunk and spat out another mouthful of blood. Sage mode has only 1 minute left. Quickly activate Flying Thunder God technique to escape. Su-ran struggled to stand up, but Xiong'er stepped on her and pressed her firmly to the ground.
You won't learn your lesson until I take action against you. Xiong'er sneered and punched Su-ran hard, shattering his mask. Hand it over. You didn't have to suffer like this.
But Su-ran was not to be outdone. She spat a mouthful of blood onto Xiong'er's face and cursed angrily.
You're really good at bullying the weak.
Your children will definitely be bullied at school. Your dad will be criticized when he plays chess. Your mom will definitely see prices go up when she buys groceries. Your grandma will definitely trip and fall when she goes out. And your grandpa will definitely miss the bus when he goes out.
Hey, I have a short temper. Xiong'er roared angrily and threw another punch.
Su-ran closed her eyes, preparing to endure the pain, but the pain did not come for a long time. Upon opening his eyes, he saw half of Dongfangyu's body emerge from the portal, clenching a fist that was about to strike. Then, the other half of his body was also teleported over.
A 6th tier fighter against a 3rd tier fighter? You guys are pretty good. Dongfangyu looked at Xiongde and Xiong'er with a smile. Teacher, if you had come any later, your dear disciple would have been beaten to death. You're really stupid. Did you not use the protective jade pendant I gave you, or did you forget about it? If I hadn't received the alarm, I wouldn't have known that something had happened here.
Su-ran opened her mouth to speak, but she was too weak to utter a word.
Just sit here and adjust your breathing. Now it's up to me to make my move.
Since you are using strength 3 levels higher than him to deal with him, then I will use strength 3 levels higher than yours to teach you a lesson. Dongfangyu's hair gradually turned white, a sign that he had entered immortal mode. Although his aura had risen to the 10th level, he forcefully suppressed it back to the 9th level.
Both of you come at me together. Don't let me be accused of bullying you.
Su-ran also breathed a sigh of relief, looking at Dongfangyu's brand new immortal mode.
Teacher, don't use this before you complete your immortal transformation. Once the natural energy is exhausted, all your efforts will be in vain. You think I don't know? You silly boy. I'm even more cautious than you.
This is just an avatar. The real body is still cultivating to become an immortal.
Don't worry.
As he spoke, Dongfangyu unleashed his full power, and a terrifying pressure enveloped the entire area.
Don't even think about escaping, you two. You beat my disciple like that. Today, either I'll kill you, or you'll kill me.
Bear Big and Bear 2 felt the suffocating pressure and couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat.
Xiongde spoke up.
I'm going to self-destruct in a bit, trying to tear open an escape route. We might both be done for today, but we must make sure the young lady can escape safely.
Upon hearing this, Dongfangyu's aura intensified, firmly locking the two of them in place.
I'm sorry, you two, but if you can really self-destruct in front of my cultivation level, then I might as well just commit suicide.
suicide. As he spoke, he turned to Su Ran and asked. Su Ran looked at herself sitting on the ground and said calmly, I'll sit and watch. Bull Demon, I'm asking you, what should we do with these 3 people? Kill them ourselves, or feed them to the beasts? Leave these 3 people here. Upon hearing this, Xiongde and Xiong'er hurriedly said, Our young lady is the second young lady of the Yu family in Shanghai, and the most favored daughter in the family. Letting us go will definitely bring you benefits. But Su Ran's next words chilled them to the bone. I'm looking for evolution materials for my alien beast right now. These 3 people can stay here and supplement its abilities when it's not enough. Boy, you've got some nerve. If we and Miss die here, you won't be able to withstand the wrath of the Yu family. They'll slaughter your entire family. The 2 men threatened Su Ran, but Su Ran was not afraid and directly retorted. Your young lady wants to kill me, so why isn't it my turn to kill her? What kind of logic is that? I'm telling you today, all 3 of these people here will die. I'm telling you, even if Jesus came, it wouldn't matter. If you dare to lay a hand on us, all 3 of us possess an aura that can transmit the record of whoever killed us back to the Yu family. If you kill us, you will also go to the Yellow Springs with us. Let me correct something. Dongfang, you spoke slowly. When I arrived, the surrounding area had already been sealed off with space. In other words, not even a mosquito could fly out. Su Ran originally intended to take them into the Divine Might space and kill them, but Dongfang Yu was more considerate and resolved the trouble ahead of time. How about we try a different approach? If you win, you can get out alive. Dongfang Yu pointed at Su Ran and said, Let your young lady beat him, and if she does, you can leave alive. Xiongde and Xiong'er turned to look at Yusinyu. I accept. At this moment, Yusinyu was no longer the willful and capricious girl she once was. With a resolute expression, she spoke righteously and sternly. I caused this situation, and you shouldn't lose your lives because of my mistake. Now you realize you're being righteous? Where were you all this time? Anyone can talk a good game. Su Ran looked at Yusinyu with disdain. Weren't you pretty decisive when you ambushed me with darts? Let me see your skills and whether you truly deserve that decisiveness. Su Ran stood up. Although he hadn't fully recovered, he had regained most of his strength enough to deal with her. Yusinyu launched another sneak attack, but Su Ran activated his divine power to dodge. The attack pierced through Su Ran, and the distorted figure made the scene appear eerily strange. What is this? Are you kidding me? In a panic, Yusinyu threw out a number of offensive weapons, attempting to kill Su Ran. Su Ran activated his divine power, calmly walked up to Yusinyu, grabbed her by the neck, and lifted her up. With a determined heart, Yusinyu forcibly activated the shield her father had left her, and decisively detonated a 4th-tier grenade in her hand. This is really troublesome. Did it succeed? Looking at the smoke and dust in front of her, Yusinyu thought she had been blown up by Su Ran, but she didn't realize that he was still holding her neck tightly. If I only had 1 Kamui like 2 GE, you might have been able to dodge it, but unfortunately I have 2 Kamui eyes, which allows me to launch an attack while intangible. As soon as she finished speaking, Su Ran tightened her grip, pinching Yusinyu so hard that her eyes rolled back. Stop. I can give you anything you want. Oh, you'll give me anything? Su Ran threw Yusinyu to the ground. She felt the fresh air rushing into her throat and thought to herself, there couldn't be a better moment than this. Yes, I can give you anything you want, including myself. As she spoke, Yusinyu lay down on the ground and began to show off her figure. It must be admitted that her actions were quite alluring. Even the resolute Su Ran was almost seduced. It's pretty good. Su Ran's gaze drifted down to Yusinyu's lower body. Yusinyu listened to his words and sneered inwardly. As expected of a man who thinks with his lower body, Tui, I'll just burn you a little and then let me go. Just wait and see how I kill you. Just as she was about to retaliate, Su Ran suddenly produced a knife and stabbed it viciously through her chest. A beautiful lady is the object of a gentleman's affection, but I won't joke with my life. No matter how beautiful you are, if you pose a threat to me, I will still kill you, let alone someone like you. Yusinyu fell to the ground, trying to struggle, but couldn't utter a single word. Seeing this, Su Ran immediately enveloped her with wood magic. Don't waste this, it can at least replenish some of my beast's power for evolution. Upon hearing this, Yusinyu coughed up another mouthful of blood. Su Ran disgustedly pulled out her sword and flicked the blood off it. The wooden sphere formed by her wood release technique completely enveloped the blood. You dare to disgust me even when you're about to die, you're a real devil. Upon hearing this, Yusinyu coughed up another mouthful of blood, even more violently than before, which completely extinguished her life force. The faces of the 2 bears were filled with grief, anger, and fury. The child they had raised since childhood had died right before their eyes, and the pain was like ants gnawing at their hearts. You dared to kill my disciple? What? Killing a little girl makes such a scene. Xiong'er, use that move. What's the meaning? After saying that, the 2 brothers hugged each other tightly. Xiongde completely merged Xiong'er's body into his own, and his aura surged to the peak of the 7th rank, just 1 step away from the 8th rank. A pretty good ability, but it's useless. Dongfang Yu raised his hand and waved it, tearing open a spatial rift that forcibly pulled them out of their combined state. That's the difference, you ants. The 2 were severely injured and were so angry upon hearing this
noticed that they vomited blood. Dongfang Yu manipulated space, forcefully breaking off the fingers of the two people wearing storage rings and throwing them in front of Su Ran. When your queen ant evolves, check here for any materials it needs. If it's not enough, go back to the main body and get them. Use your wood release to control these two for now. Su Ran quickly put away the ring, activated wood release to bind the two of them tightly, and drained their remaining supernatural power. They're pretty good supplements. Give them to your queen ant, they'll help replenish her powers. Come back as soon as you're done. After saying that, Dongfang Yu's clone vanished without a trace. Su Ran looked at the two people who were tied up tightly and laughed. Don't worry, you two, you're not going to die yet. The old man's gone, why aren't you letting us go yet? Once we regain our powers, we'll beat you to a pulp. Let me go right now, or I'll let you experience another punch. But you will die somewhere else. I won't let you spread the word. I'm not that stupid. Su Ran's right. I suddenly unleashed a powerful suction force, pulling the two of them into the divine might space, and he followed them in as well. This kid is smart enough to know not to leave himself any future trouble. Dongfang Yu watched Su Ran through the spatial rift from afar, secretly praising him. Facing Su Ran, who was holding a knife, Xiongde and Xiong'er trembled all over and said in trembling voices, "You can't kill us. If you kill us, the news will reach the Yu family, and they will definitely come looking for trouble." Su Ran said with a smile, "So I brought you to this space. This is my private territory. No one can enter or leave without my permission. It is also the perfect place to kill you." Xiongde and Xiong'er tried desperately to activate their superpowers to resist, but found that there was not a trace of superpower left in their bodies. "I anticipated that you would activate your abilities, so I used wood release to absorb your abilities beforehand." The two tried to break free of the wood release's restraints, but found they couldn't move at all. "Without superpowers, what are you? Just people whose bodies are stronger than ordinary people. Without superpowers, you can't even transform into beasts. How pathetic. Stop talking nonsense, kid. If we two brothers are going to get hurt today, you can kill us however you want. Don't rush, you will die, but not now." Su Ran activated his divine power, leaving behind a final message as he departed from the divine power space. Ciao. After leaving the divine might space, Su Ran rode the flying thunder god horse all the way back and found Dongfang Yu squatting on the ground rummaging through his rings, seemingly busy with something. "Hey teacher, what are you doing? Are you squatting on the ground counting ants? Stop being cheeky, kid. Hurry up and help me find it. What are you looking for? Just tell me." Dongfang Yu tossed two rings to Su Ran and said, "These are the evolution materials for the queen ant. Take a look and see what materials you need, and just take them out." Su Ran opened the ring and stared wide-eyed at the dazzling array of treasures inside. "Teacher, you must be really wealthy." "Nonsense, I spent so many years on the front lines, taking a lot of heads from other countries, not to mention all the materials I obtained during the war." Su Ran searched for a long time but only found a series of dark materials such as bone-shaping grass and shadow demon flower that she needed, but she couldn't find the one she wanted. "Teacher, why aren't there any dark-themed materials? What do you need that for? The queen ant is going for a legionary strategy. Isn't that thing meant for dark-type evolution?" "Teacher, I want the queen ant to evolve in another direction, an assassin type." "Assassin type? Without a powerful beast of the same bloodline to modify the body, it can't withstand it. If you really want to try, I'll help you find one when we get back." "No need, teacher, I have some here." Su Ran pulled out a dying sky-moving ant from the divine might space, which startled Dongfang Yu. "What's up? Sky-moving ants? How did you end up with something that went extinct hundreds of years ago? Get rid of them right away, they can be deadly." "Teacher, don't be nervous, look at this." Su Ran shook the cage woven from wood, and only then did Dongfang Yu sense the dying breath of the sky-moving ant. "A sky-moving ant formed from the bloodline of the mighty golden ant? How come you always run into these kinds of strange encounters when you go out?" "Teacher, please stop talking. I was almost driven crazy by this little guy. Luckily, I finally managed to tame him by pestering him relentlessly." Dongfang Yu's eyes sparkled, and he said to Su Ran with a hint of embarrassment, Xiao Ran, could you give me a blood sample? I want to complete the encyclopedia of alien beast blood." "Could it be? This is nothing." Su Ran spoke. "When the queen ant begins to evolve, I will personally collect a vial for you. Here, take this ring." Dongfang Yu picked and chose, then tossed a ring to Su Ran. Su Ran opened the ring and saw that it was full of dark materials, such as shadow demon flower, ghost vine, and blood fruit. About 80% of the dark materials in this world can be found there. "Hey teacher, could you give me some more earth-type materials?" Dongfang Yu tossed over another ring, and as expected, it was full of earth-type materials. "Everything is ready except for the queen ant." Su Ran activated her summoning spell and brought the queen ant to him. "Look, you have all the materials for your evolution." "Ha, everything, it's all here?" The queen ant was surprised that Su Ran had gathered all the materials in just one day. "That's right, look at these two guys." Su Ran took out the wooden ball containing the shadow tiger and said to the queen ant, "Prepare to begin the evolution." The author is asking for character names. The reply is in the comments of this sentence. It's definitely not that the author can't think of names. Absolutely. I see.
be. System, tell me, how can I make it evolve? Dig a hole, scoop half a ladle of natural water from the pool and pour it in, then dilute it with water. The queen ant's abilities are too poor. She'd burst if she used a high concentration of natural water directly. Then throw in the corpses of the sky-moving ant and the shadow tiger together, and let the queen ant hold the alien core in one hand. I will help you select the best materials from the available ones to aid its evolution. With this set of materials, even a pig could be drastically modified, let alone a queen ant of the same species. Su Ran took out a ring containing dark and earth elemental materials, poured out the materials, and said, "You take your pick, your eye is much sharper than mine. Shadow flower, ghost vine, divine shadow fruit, ghost grass, rock core, earth spirit flower, stone marrow, WC, and earth dragon skeleton." Following the system's voice, Su Ran looked over and saw a huge skeleton lying in the storage ring. "I've got it. I'll go find a few more medicinal herbs to completely balance these two elements." As the system went to search for other medicinal herbs, Su Ran was so shocked by the earth dragon skeleton that she was speechless for a long time. Dragons are top-tier beings in any world, yet one of these powerful dragons has perished here, lying quietly in a storage ring. "Teacher, is this the skeleton of an earth dragon?" Su Ran pointed to the skeleton and asked. Dongfang Yu nodded in the direction Su Ran was pointing. "Yes, if I remember correctly, it was during that beast tide decades ago. This guy tried to crawl out from underground to ambush me, but I killed him and put him here. I didn't expect you to be able to find his corpse." Hearing Dongfang Yu's slightly boastful tone, Su Ran was powerless to refute him. Just as Su Ran was about to continue searching for other things, the system spoke. "Su Ran, you should keep that little girl's body." "I'll definitely keep it. I'm not a pervert." "What use is this corpse?" "For the queen ant. With this body, the queen ant can transform more smoothly and avoid wasting some of her special ability on body creation." "But what if we run into the Yu family? Won't we be discovered? After all, she's their second young lady, someone we know very well." With so many medicinal herbs and materials used in the transformation, even a pig can be transformed into a human, let alone a dead person. And I saw you didn't hesitate when you killed him, so why are you afraid of retaliation now? How can you blame me? That girl tried to self-destruct with her 4th-tier lightning type ability. Without divine might, I would have been dead long ago. Why keep someone who wanted to kill me alive? Just waiting for her to seek revenge? That's true. At least you're better than many of the hosts I've seen. Those bull demons and their gang act like they've never seen a woman before, going after everyone they see like teddy bears. Alright, now give me control of the body. I'll prepare the evolution potion. Su Ran handed over control of his body to the system. Apart from speaking, he could no longer control himself at all. The system controlled Su Ran to dig a huge pit and throw everything needed for evolution into it. Shadow tiger, sky-moving ants, earth dragon bone. Even if it weren't for the earth dragon bone, this 1,000-year-old black abyss grass could have been saved. It's a pity. And this girl's body, that's crucial. The queen ant lay to the side, listening to the system's words and speaking. "If these medicinal herbs are important to the master, I can do without them. There is no need for the master to waste these materials on me." "What are you saying?" Su Ran spoke up. "You are my partner, and even more so, my family. Precious things only have value when used. This isn't a talisman, so it's meaningless when you don't use it." "Oh no." The queen ant wanted to speak, but found that any words would seem utterly pale and powerless. At this moment, the system had already prepared the evolution potion and returned control to Su Ran. Su Ran waved to the ant queen. "Go in. Once the evolution is complete, you will become a completely new version of yourself." The queen ant knew that words were useless and that she could only prove her determination through actions. "After this evolution, I can call you by the name Chestnut. The queen ant tried to respond, but the medicinal power had already flooded her body, and the intense pain prevented her from speaking. "Prepare those two people, connect them using wood release, and replenish the queen's power as needed." Su Ran released Xiongde and Xiong'er from the divine might space. As soon as the two saw the sunlight outside, they began to shout, "Second brother, the family has come to rescue us. Hey, you little beast, let us go right now. Once I regain my powers, I'll smash you into a pulp with one punch." Su Ran manipulated the wood inside the wooden ball to tightly bind the two people's limbs. "Prepare to become the backup energy source for my alien beast evolution, paratrooper." He gagged them with wood to prevent them from getting agitated and causing a fatality. "Xiao Ran, come here." Dongfang Yu waved to Su Ran. Seeing that the queen ant's evolution was progressing smoothly, Su Ran left a wooden clone to guard the spot and quickly walked over. "Teacher, is there anything you need from me? I called you here today to deal with a problem." Dongfang Yu spoke. "The situation involving the three of them is already settled. I can sense an aura within the spatial blockade I set up, searching for a breakthrough, which is probably on that girl. I can't maintain the spatial blockade indefinitely, and besides, I wouldn't have sensed it if it hadn't collided with it. It should have already recorded your facial information and sent it back to the Yu family, which might cause you trouble. Tongzi, come out and think of a solution. Either use divine might to transfer that aura along with the space itself into the divine might space, or use a high burst skill to completely shatter
shatter that space, causing that aura to be sucked into the spatial rift. This will solve the problem. Teacher, give me the approximate coordinates, and I'll know what to do. Dongfang Yu pointed to Su Ran's brow and sent over the approximate coordinates. That's roughly the location. Be careful. Su Ran activated the Flying Thunder God technique and quickly headed in that direction. Upon arriving at the location, he sensed a barely perceptible aura flowing within him, and only after activating his Sharingan was he able to pinpoint its location. They really know how to hide. If I hadn't activated my Sharingan, I wouldn't have been able to find them at all. Hurry and get rid of it. The Queen Ant is just one step away from evolution. The sooner the better. Tailed Beast Raisin Shuriken. Su Ren combined the Tailed Beast Ball and the Raisin Shuriken and launched them at that aura. It's resolved, let's go. Seeing the sight of the explosion and feeling no trace of life, Su Ran left. However, he did not notice that a faint aura, though torn apart, had still managed to escape from here. When it returned to its original spot, the Queen Ant had completely transformed into a giant cocoon. Looks like we'll have to wait a bit longer. Su Ran didn't sit idle either. She sat down cross-legged and began cultivating. Yeah, 10 days until I go home. Well, it's finally done. It took me almost 20 days to level up. Su Ran snapped out of her cultivation state, felt her third tier, second level cultivation, and shook her head slightly in dissatisfaction. Keep pretending. It takes about the same amount of time it takes your peers to level up. You're already miles ahead of them. Don't forget you have Sage Mode and Kurama's power. With those two combined, you can easily handle a 4th tier opponent. By the way, system, I've been cultivating for so many days. Has anything happened? I've regained control of your wooden clone. Everything's alright. If the timing is correct, Kurama, and your teacher should wake up in about 3 days. When you participate in the national competition, I will give you a task and introduce you to some new skills. What abilities? I already have a full range of abilities. I was originally planning to give you Koto Amatsukami and Kagetsuchi. These are two pretty good abilities, but if you don't want them, then forget it. I admit I spoke a little loudly just now. It was my fault. You need to be more careful lately. You've got a lot of enemies, kid. Don't get ambushed without even realizing it. I'll just sit here and wait patiently, since they're still asleep. Or should I go find something to have some fun? You mean finding some fun to play illusions with that 9th tier magic tree king? Then I'll contact a funeral home right now and make sure it's a grand and respectable affair. That thing poses no threat to me. I can deflect its illusions, so it has no ability to harm me. It's true that it's skilled in illusion magic, but it's not just about illusions. With your small frame, if it lashes you with its whip, you probably won't even be able to make a sound. What can we do then? This is no fun. I can't exactly go and trigger a beast tide to fight right now, can I? If you really want to, you can wear the 4th Hokage's divine robe with the Eternal Sister. That equipment can enhance all the ninjutsu Minato used and reduce energy consumption. It's a very good piece of equipment. We must eliminate them all before the allied forces arrive. Su Ran chuckled, imagining himself transforming into a yellow flash and traversing the battlefield. Just thinking about it is enough. Don't let it become a real joke later. This is just a space-time ninjutsu, not a spatial ability. As long as there are 1 or 2 people who can counter your space-time ninjutsu, you'll be in trouble. At most, you can only use intangibility. Wait a minute, something seems to have happened to Chestnut. Let's go check it out right away. As soon as she finished speaking, Su Ran rushed over in a hurry. When he arrived, the large cocoon containing the chestnuts had cracked, and the tender white skin inside could be vaguely seen. Didn't they say it would take more time? Has it already evolved successfully? The energy was too immense. I miscalculated. This energy forcibly compressed her evolutionary process, resulting in some energy leaking out. But don't rush. First, use wood release to completely seal off the surroundings, including the underground area, to prevent further energy leakage. Upon hearing this, Su Ran activated wood release, sealing off the surroundings completely, even covering the ground, forming a sphere. Prepare to use a sealing technique to completely seal back her overflowing energy, then everything will be fine. Just as Su Ran was about to unleash the yin-yang seal, the wooden clone controlled by the system suddenly pushed him. Don't use the yin-yang seal. Do you want to unleash seal? I'll handle this. As the system spoke, it inscribed runes around the area, and the runes of the 4 symbols seal gradually emerged, covering the surface of the large cocoon. No way, it's not you, Tonzi. How come you can do everything? I have all the abilities from Naruto. If it weren't for the system's limitations, I would have given you a powerful attack long ago. The 4 symbols seal is nothing, a piece of cake. The system clapped its hands, and after the 4 symbols seal was completed, the cocoon shattered instantly. The Queen Ant was nowhere to be seen, replaced by a white-haired, red-eyed girl. Her skin was snow-white and delicate, and looking up from below, her towering breasts, cough. I can't say too much about this part, as I'm afraid the book will be banned if I reveal it. You can find the details on the wonderful little website. Su Ran blushed immediately when she saw the scantily clad girl in front of her. WWW, why aren't they wearing any clothes? Nonsense, what kind of monster would wear clothes when it transforms into human form? Quickly find her some clothes to wear. Su Ran quickly took out a set set of clothes from the ring and put them on the girl. At this moment, the girl slowly woke up, looked at Su-ran and said, "What? What did you call me? Say it again?" The girl in front of me showed the most innocent smile, just like a child. "Don't you remember me? Dad, what are you saying?" The girl, like a child, put her finger in her mouth and asked Su-ran a question. This matter, system, come out and explain. It's probably because there's too much energy. After all, there are too many good things. It's nothing serious. The bloodline has successfully reverted to its ancestral state, and Chestnut has returned to a childlike stage. There's nothing to worry about. What am I supposed to do? A grown girl calling me dad. People will think I'm a pervert who traffics young girls. Then good luck to you. I'm going to bed now. After the system finished speaking, it fell silent. No matter how Su-ran called out, she could not get a response. "Dad, I'm hungry." Chestnut rubbed her belly and looked at Su-ran. "Wait a minute." Su-ran left a part of his mind to watch over the chestnuts while he flew out to hunt. Not long after, Su-ran's true form brought back 2 wild rabbits, skillfully gutted and skinned them, and then roasted them over a fire. "Okay, eat up." Upon hearing Su-ran's words, Chestnut, disregarding the heat, grabbed the rabbit meat with her bare hands. "You're too hasty with your mouth. It's burning hot." Su-ran suddenly realized that Chestnut's true form was a 5th-tier exotic beast and immediately felt that her worries were unnecessary. After wolfing down the chestnuts, he reached out to Su-ran for a tissue. "Dad, wipe my hands." Helpless, Su-ran had no choice but to take out a tissue to wipe Chestnut's hands. He said to Chestnut while wiping his hands, "Could you please not call me dad? Call me brother is fine too." "Why, dad?" After half a day of patient instruction from Su-ran, it finally paid off. In front of outsiders, Li Zi calls himself brother, but in private he still calls himself father. Su-ran could only console herself. At least half the battle is won. Changing one's mind isn't something that can be accomplished overnight. Let's take it slowly. "Hey, Su-ran, I've been cultivating for over a month and I'm finally done." As the 9 llama's voice came, Su-ran turned around and saw a fox of a different color standing in front of her. It wasn't the familiar orange-yellow of the 9-tailed fox, but rather a snow-white body, just like the legendary 9-tailed white fox. "Wow, you're quite pretty, Kurama. How did you turn into a 9-tailed white fox?" "Who knows? After I transformed into an immortal, my entire body turned white, even that." "Where is it white?" "Shut up and get out of here." 9-tailed fox turned around and flicked its tail, sending Su-ran flying. "Sharan, how did you get slapped against the wall by that little fox's tail?" After completing his cultivation, Dongfang Yu walked over and saw Li Zi sitting to the side. "Where did you find such a beautiful girl in this desolate wilderness, you rascal?" "Damn, could this be an illusion created by that illusion tree king?" As he spoke, Dongfang Yu slapped Su-ran across the face. "Impossible. Wake up, don't be confused. This is an illusion." Dongfang Yu used both hands to strike, and if it weren't for the immortal's rapid recovery, Su-ran's face would have been deformed long ago. "Teacher." Su-ran struggled to climb out of the wall. "This is not an illusion. It's my queen ant. Her name is Chestnut." "Oh, they were all taken. Let's give you something fun to do." Upon hearing Dongfang Yu's words, Su-ran immediately became interested and hurriedly asked, "What's interesting? Tell me. You haven't formed a team of superhumans yet, have you?" Dongfang Yu spoke. "No, I've been training with you ever since I entered the academy, and I haven't formed a team yet." "Alright, I'll put you in there. I remember there's a good mission." Su-ran exclaimed in shock. "That was a task I took on in my junior year. I'm only a freshman." "Your strength is almost there. One word, accept or not." "Then you need to tell me what the mission is first." "Bomb the Yasukuni shrine and destroy their arsenal while you're at it." "Teacher, the Yasukuni shrine you mentioned isn't that place that's always making that baka 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 noise, is it?" "I, Su-ran, will take on this project." Su-ran hadn't expected Dongfang Yu to set him up with such a big challenge right from the start. As a patriotic youth born under the red flag and raised in the spring breeze, he had long wanted to bomb the Yasukuni shrine. In the previous life, the world was at peace, but there was no opportunity. This time, it finally has. And you don't have to worry about harming innocent people. Dongfang Yu spoke again. "Those little bastards are always thinking about messing with us. You could say that country is rotten to the core from top to bottom. They're also America's lackeys. They've killed a lot of our geniuses over the years." "You bastard, but I can't go with you this time." Su-ran asked, her face full of doubt. "Why? Wouldn't it be safer to have a 10th tier expert like you by my side?" "No, because the country of Little Sakura was swallowed up and dragged to the bottom of the sea by sea monsters, and now it is very close to our country. Experts of the 9th rank or above must never attack civilians or low-level ability users. This has become an unspoken rule in the world. If I go there, someone will definitely sense my presence, and that will become an excuse to start a war. Although countries are secretly sabotaging each other, once a superhuman of level 9 or above shows up, it will inevitably trigger a war. Therefore, I cannot go, and I cannot even give you the talisman. As long as they sense the aura of the talisman, they will conclude that there is a 9th level or higher expert manipulating things behind the scenes, which will also become a reason to start a war. Before you set off, I had a portal mark engraved on you. If you encounter danger, you can use it to instantly teleport back, which is an extra layer of protection for you.
However, this portal cannot be entered during combat. If there are any signs of danger, you must retreat immediately.
Besides, you don't need to bite the bullet and take on this mission. I really hope you can destroy it, but before that, I'm more worried about your safety, understand?
Hearing Dongfang Yu's words, Su Ran suddenly said firmly,
in this world, we must both do certain things and refrain from certain things.
I will definitely do this, and I will return safely.
Teacher, please don't worry, I can definitely do it.
Since you put it that way, I won't stop you. Let's go home. What about the natural pools here?
Dongfang Yu raised his hand and injected a supernatural power into Su Ran's body. This is the key to open the dark passage.
You can open it too once you come here. Half of the pool of nature is still unused.
After saying that, Dongfang Yu cast a spell again, turning the pool of nature into the dark side of space. Su Ran carved the mark of the sword of endurance on the ground so that he could come back next time. I've been here for over a month, and it's been a long time since I've had school food.
Let's go then, teacher.
Su Ran took Chestnut back to the Dongfang Yu family. After settling Chestnut in, she hurriedly headed to the Superpowered Individuals Association. This is the official agency of the Dragon Kingdom that manages people with superpowers. All matters related to people with superpowers are handled here. Dongfang Yu walked to the front desk, pointed at Su Ran, and said to the receptionist, help this kid get a certificate of his superpower. He's been awakened for so long, but he hasn't registered with the association yet. Hello, Mr. Yu, the receptionist greeted politely. Is it just to get a certificate for this little boy?
Yes, expedite it for him using my credentials. Dongfang Yu took out his golden superpower certificate. Don't be surprised.
Dongfang Yu looked at Su Ran, whose eyes were wide open, and said,
you'll have this thing too. With your talent, it's only a matter of time before you reach the 9th rank.
Hearing Dongfang Yu's words, the receptionist quickened her pace, because it was important to leave a good impression on a future 9th level ability user.
Little brother,
the receptionist said with a smile, you and Mr. Yu wait 15 minutes, the certificate will be ready immediately.
Dongfang Yu chimed in from the side.
After you've finished, please deliver it to my residence at Taikyo University.
I have other things to do with this kid. After saying that, leave your address. The receptionist took the address and assured me that it would be delivered. Next, I'll take you to the team you'll be joining.
Dongfang Yu opened a portal and led Su Ran away from the Superpowered Individuals Association, arriving at a certain place. Your teammates are behind this iron gate. As he spoke, he knocked on the door.
Little Lee, open the door, it's me.
A handsome young man opened the door, saw Dongfang Yu, and asked with a smile, Old Yu, what brings you here today?
Stop kidding, are you still worried about getting your team promoted to B level?
Upon hearing this, the young man's face showed worry, and he said,
that's right, Elder Yu. A B-level mission is a direct confrontation with a 6th tier beast.
We mere 5th tier beasts have no chance of winning.
Other escort missions are even more troublesome.
Each time they send 7th level experts, making it difficult to even protect them, let alone avoid losing their lives.
Do you remember that mission to destroy the sacred toilet in Japan? You're not really planning to send me to blow up that awful place, are you? You're practically killing me. 1001.
The young man said with a wry smile.
Completing this task is less worthwhile than fighting 6th tier beasts.
The ones guarding those places are all at least 8th tier. It's just a joke.
Doesn't this just provide you with a solution?
Dongfang Yu pushed Su Ran forward.
This is my apprentice. What do you think? Master Yu, you've actually taken on a disciple?
The young man was extremely surprised that Elder Yu, who never accepted apprentices, had actually made this exception.
But this kid has good talent.
If we take a liking to him, we'll take him on.
Dongfang Yu said with a smile.
I'm afraid there's more than that. The young man responded with a smile.
Stop being cheeky.
I'll put this kid in your team so he can get some experience and broaden his horizons.
Alright, this mission is dangerous. Remember to come here to have a portal engraved before you set off.
As soon as Dongfang Yu finished speaking, he disappeared.
The young man turned around and led Su Ran into the iron gate. My name is Li Shi, and I will be your captain from now on. Hello, Captain. Li Shi couldn't help but laugh as he watched Su Ran speak clearly and articulately. Don't be nervous, let me introduce you to the team members.
Li Shi led Su Ran to a large hall. 2 men and 3 women were sitting in the hall discussing something. Li Shi clapped his hands. We have a new member on our team. Newcomer, please introduce yourself.
The next morning.
My name is Su Ran, and I am a Tier 3 Level 2 special ability user.
Tier 3, Tier 2? Are kids these days all this powerful? A voluptuous woman exclaimed in surprise.
My name is Zhao Yurong, and I have a Level 6, 4th tier water-based ability. Looking at her tall and straight figure, Su Ran sighed inwardly. Indeed, a person's greatness lies in their tolerance. The ancients were absolutely right. At this moment, a young man with a gloomy face spoke up. Wang Ying, a 5th tier shadow dagger ability. Seeing his stern face, Su Ran forced a smile.
Zhao Yurong offered quiet words of comfort.
He was injured before, and his face became paralyzed. He always has a poker face. A middle-aged man, as burly as a bear, also spoke up.
My name is Lu Shi, and I possess the 5th tier, 2nd level stone giant ability. Hello, Uncle Lu. I knew Su Ran would call you that.
Zhao Yuran laughed so hard she couldn't stand up straight. Su Ran, this guy is in the same year as us, but because of his special ability in his face, he looks older and is often mistaken for an old man.
Oh, I'm sorry, Brother Lu.
Lu Shi smiled sheepishly.
At this moment, a cool-looking older woman also spoke up.
Han Bing, 5th tier, 1st level Ice Frost Sword ability. Su Ran nodded in response. The last girl in the crowd, clutching a teddy bear who looked like a socially awkward girl, also whispered, I am Bai Wan Wan, and I also have a special type of ability, level 5, level 2. If it weren't for the enhancement from the immortal body, the sound would be barely audible.
Su Ran responded with a smile.
Bai Wan Wan blushed and hid behind the bear.
Zhao Yurong said beside her.
There's nothing I can do, this girl is shy around strangers, but she'll be fine once you spend more time with her. At this moment, Li Shi also spoke up.
I don't think I've formally introduced myself.
My name is Li Shi, and I have the ability of a level 5 blazing warrior. Li Shi extended his hand, and Su Ran shook it back.
Hello, Captain.
Our team is called Shadow. We don't have many rules, just 3.
First, obey the captain's orders during combat.
Second, team members are prohibited from harming each other.
Third, protect your teammates.
The rules are that simple. At this moment, Zhao Yurong said while watching the commotion.
Su Ran, show us your special ability. Do you really want to see it?
Of course I want to see it. This will also allow us to get to know your abilities.
I want to see it too.
The crowd in the hall started to cheer.
Sure, is there a training ground here?
I'll take you there. Li Shi led Su Ran behind a door, and the others followed closely behind.
This is the training ground. Let's begin the demonstration.
Brother Lu, would you please have a sparring session with me? Lu Shi pointed to himself and said with a smile. Lu Shi entered the training ground and activated his superpower. In an instant, countless stones surrounded him, attaching themselves to his body and forming a sturdy rock armor. Without hesitation, Su Ran raised his hand and unleashed a weakened version of the great combo technique, hurling it fiercely and stirring up a cloud of dust.
5 elements? How is that possible? Those outside the training ground were shocked by Su Ran's ability to control 5 elements simultaneously.
They had never heard of anyone being able to use 5 elements at the same time. Not even elemental or mage-type ability users could do it.
This attack won't break through my defense.
When the smoke cleared, Lu Shi's rock armor had only suffered minor damage, without even a large gash. Su Ran raised her hand and threw out the flying thunder god kunai, but Lu Shi easily dodged it. The movement is too slow. This kind of attack can't hit me. The next second, Su Ran activated flying thunder god technique and flew to the marked location, delivering a Rasengan that struck Lu Shi hard in the back, instantly cracking the rock armor. Lu Shi quickly turned around and threw a punch, trying to knock Su Ran away. However, his fist passed right through Su Ran's chest without touching anything. The crowd outside the training ground was shocked once again, never expecting that Su Ran, in addition to the 5 elements, also possessed spatial power.
Spatial power? I'd like to see how you counter that. Earthen walls slowly rose around Lu Shi, enveloping and protecting him completely.
Su Ran stared at the earthen walls, the Sharingan pattern appearing in his eyes. Before the earthen wall could completely block Lu Shi's view, he cast an illusion spell on Lu Shi. All anyone saw was Su Ran glare at Lu Shi, and then Lu Shi fell straight down.
Illusion magic? What kind of special ability does this kid have? How can he possess so many abilities?
After a while, Lu Shi sat up from the ground as if nothing had happened.
You're really something, kid. You actually managed to beat me down.
You flatter me. I only managed to win by taking advantage of your mental weakness, Brother Lu.
Wang Ying said with a gloomy expression. A win is a win.
His weakness in that area is his own problem. I never expected that a 3rd-tier player could beat a 5th-tier player. Captain Li Shi clapped his hands and said,
Su Ran, go and make some preparations today. We'll set off tomorrow to complete the mission. Zhao Yurong leaned over and asked Li Shi, Captain, what's the mission? 2 missions. Destroy the sacred toilets and armories of the Japanese nation.
The crowd gasped in surprise, while Su Ran went out to prepare supplies. Hot pot base, pot, meat, vegetables, potato chips, snacks, soft drinks, wheat juice.
Sleeping bag. I have a family of 4 pillars. Why would I bring these things?
Su Ran used several wooden clones to sweep up the food in several shopping malls. More than 100,000 silver dollars are gone. It hurt so much. Looking at the bill, Su Ran felt a pang of regret for the money she had spent, but then she thought about how she had only been able to eat barbecue for more than a month and felt that the more than 100,000 yuan was well spent.
Alright, everything is ready. We just need the right opportunity.
Su Ran used his divine power to collect all the food worth over 100,000 and then used his divine power to return home.
Wow, that's a pretty novel way to get home.
Dongfang Yu looked at Su Ran emerging from the vortex and said,
Not bad, right? How's things going with you, kid? Su Ran gave an okay sign. It's done.
Tomorrow we're going to fry cherry blossoms.
Are you sure?
There's still a chance to back out. If you die there, you're really dead, with no chance of resurrection. direction. Su Ran thought to himself that he could use Shinwei through the telescope, and his confidence immediately increased. Teacher, I do, and I have the confidence to lead the whole team out of this predicament. Alright, don't cultivate tonight. Get a good rest and recharge your energy. Su Ran nodded and went straight to his room. Tonight, he didn't meditate or cultivate as he had in the past few months. Instead, he completely emptied his mind and fell into a deep sleep on his bed. The next morning at 7 o'clock, Su Ran woke up early due to her cultivation habit and began preparing for the day. After he finished washing up and went downstairs to prepare breakfast, his teammates also arrived at Dongfang Yueja one after another. Old Yu, we've arrived. Dongfang Yu, who was sitting in a rocking chair reading a newspaper, stood up to greet the group as they arrived. You're here? Have you had breakfast? Would you like to eat here? Li Shi asked with a smile. We've already eaten. We're here to take Su Ran on a mission. Alright, turn your backs. I'll inscribe a teleportation portal for you. Upon hearing Dongfang Yu's words, everyone turned their backs and asked him to carve a teleportation portal onto their bodies. When the last stroke was completed, Dongfang Yu was covered in sweat. Hey, I didn't expect it to be so difficult for me to carve a portal for someone after so long. I'm getting old, really old, Li Shi said with a smile. There's probably no one else in the world who can carve out 6 directional teleportation portals at once like you. If word gets out, those foreign space-based cultivators will be furious. Ha, that's true. At this moment, Su Ran, who had just finished breakfast, was pulled through the portal by Dongfang Yu and thrown to the ground. The child, with breakfast crumbs still on his face, was completely stunned and was instantly teleported over. In return, I'll carve a portal for you. Before Su Ran could turn around, Dongfang Yu kicked him and lifted his shirt. Looks like I'll have to put in some real effort. Dongfang Yu activated his immortal mode to replenish his powers, his hands moving rapidly across Su Ran's back. In less than a quarter of an hour, a portal mark appeared on Su Ran's back. This sage mode is still the best, so I won't deactivate it. Mom won't have to worry about me not having any superpowers anymore. Li Shi looked at Dongfang Yu, whose hair had suddenly grown long and white, and asked in confusion, Elder Yu, what's wrong with you? I have recently developed a new combat mode, but it can only be practiced by those with a cultivation level of 9 or above. Dongfang Yu attributed the development of the immortal mode to himself. While one shouldn't harbor malicious intent, one must be wary of others. Su Ran isn't powerful enough yet, so he must be protected. Upon hearing that a 9th level cultivation was required, Li Shi immediately abandoned the idea of learning the immortal mode. Let's go, Su Ran, it's time for us to set off. Li Shi waved to Su Ran and led the way towards the door. Su Ran felt excited as she thought about the important things she was going to do today. He followed Li Shi and the others outside and asked curiously, Captain, how do we get there? We're not really going to have to walk, are we? Li Shi smiled mysteriously and said, let's go, you'll know once we get out of the city. The 7 people took a taxi to the city gate and passed through the inspection smoothly. Once outside the city, Li Shi waved to Bai Wanwan. Wanwan, it's your turn. Bai Wanwan obeyed and took out a blanket from her ring, spreading it on the ground. She held up 2 fingers and muttered incantations. Soon after, the blanket she was lying on floated into the air. What is this? Is it the Indian brothers' flying carpet? Su Ran asked in surprise. Don't make a fuss. The mature and sophisticated Han Bing said. This is Wanwan's special ability, S-rank telekinesis. It will make missions much easier with this. Come on up. As she spoke, Han Bing reached out to invite Su Ran. With the help of Han Bing's hand, Su Ran easily jumped onto the flying carpet. Everyone, hold on tight. I'm about to start. Bai Wanwan said weakly. Li Shi looked at the people already sitting on the carpet, then turned to Bai Wanwan and said, let's go, Wanwan. Bai Wanwan then controlled the blanket to fly towards its destination. Su Ran looked at the group of people sitting idly on the blanket and asked, do you always just sit around like this when you're on a mission? Zhao Yurong answered, of course, everyone's storage rings are very small. They are used to store mission supplies and necessary materials. There is no extra space to put food. We all bring dry rations. Then Zhao Yurong watched as Su Ran pulled out a large pile of snacks from her spatial storage. You actually brought so much food? Aren't you worried about not having enough storage space? Zhao Yurong stared at Su Ran as she poured out the snacks and asked. Su Ran raised her finger and pointed to her eyes. I put these snacks in the space above my glasses, and my own things are in the storage ring on my finger. He shook the 3 storage rings on his hand. Zhao Yurong said through gritted teeth, there are so many rich people in the world. Why can't there be one more like me? Alright, everyone, eat something to keep your energy up. Su Ran greeted everyone. Zhao Yurong grabbed a bag of potato chips, opened it, and started eating. The others also picked out their favorite snacks and sat down to eat. Even Bai Wanwan, a socially awkward girl who was already skilled at controlling the flying carpet, was huddled in a corner eating a small bag of potato chips. Cough cough cough. These potato chips are really dry. Su Ran, did you bring any water? Zhao Yurong, who almost choked on the potato chips, asked. Soda, tea, wheat juice, and even fruit juice that girls like. Su Ran took out a bottle of beverage from her spatial storage and placed it on the blanket. drank it. Zhao Yurong quickly grabbed a bottle of cola and gulped down several mouthfuls. Burp, I almost got solo killed by potato chips today. You're really in trouble. Be careful. Han Bing patted Zhao Yurong on the back to comfort her. Then Han Bing picked up a bottle of oolong tea and sat down to sip it slowly. Su Ran, I think I heard you say that there is wheat juice here? Wang Ying and Lu Shi leaned close to Su Ran and asked. Yes, do you want some? Su Ran reached out and took out 2 cans of wheat juice. Su Ran, stop. Li Shi spoke. You two drunkards, have you forgotten that I said no drinking is allowed on missions? If you want to drink, I'll treat you. Wang Ying and Lu Shi clapped their hands after hearing this. Plan succeeds, Captain He can have another drink. As they spoke, the two picked up their sugary drinks and started drinking them. You too. Li Shi reluctantly took a bottle of soda and sat down to drink it. Su Ran looked at everyone who had drinks in their hands and noticed a socially awkward girl in the corner who wanted a drink but didn't dare to take one. He handed over a bottle of strawberry juice. I see you want to take it but are afraid to, so I'll take the liberty of giving you a bottle of strawberry juice. Ah, thank you. Wan lowered her head, her voice barely audible. Su Ran, don't mind her, that's just how this girl is. I'm having a 300-round battle with snacks, Zhao Yurong said. She has a natural social anxiety. Even though Wang Ying has been here for a while, she is still timid and hesitant. She'll be fine once she gets used to things. While everyone was happily eating and drinking, a sudden change occurred. Black birds with 2 white lines running through their bodies appeared around the flying carpet, attempting to attack the people sitting on it. Li Shi looked at the birds and said, Black Koan chicken, a second-tier exotic beast, is not difficult to deal with, but its ability to fly is troublesome. Upon hearing the words Black Koan chicken, Su Ran couldn't help but recall all the sad memories from her past and present lives, barely managing to hold back her laughter. Although he didn't show a smile on his face, he thought to himself, hey, you're bad-mouthing my brother again. Are you guys even going to eat people or not? Is Director Chien really a black fish or something? The system seemed to malfunction and burst into wild laughter. Ha! As expected, every world has its share of trolls. The system's seniors weren't lying to me after all. Li Shi couldn't hear Su Ran's inner thoughts, but he continued to lead everyone in resisting the attacks of the alien beasts. A few of you with ranged abilities, join me in driving this black rooster away. Lu Shi, you're in charge of protecting Wan. Make sure she doesn't get hurt. Lu Shi retreated to by Wan's side, conjuring up hard rock armor on both of them, tightly enveloping them. Su Ran suddenly asked a question that was different from the others. Captain, is this meat delicious? It's delicious, after all, it's a second-tier beast and it's a chicken-type beast. Su Ran activated his Sharingan, and several wooden spikes bearing the mark of the Sword of Love were condensed in his hands using wood release. With a flick of his finger, a wooden spike pierced the Black Koan chicken's skull precisely, instantly killing it. Because Su Ran was extremely fast, before anyone could react, the black rooster had already fallen to the ground. We can't let you get away with this good stuff. Su Ran used the Flying Thunder God's instant return technique to retrieve the Black Koan chicken with a wooden splinter still stuck in its head. So many good things, I can tell they weigh at least 5 pounds. That's enough for me to eat my fill. Su Ran continued to attack, but only managed to shoot down 2. The remaining black-feathered chickens became much more alert, getting scratched or pierced by splinters, and eventually fled into the forest. What a pity, we only managed to take down 3. But you were the one who took down all 3 of them. Su Ran dug out the heteronucleus and handed it to Li Shi. This was obtained during the mission, and I should have handed it in. Everyone originally thought that Su Ran would keep all 3 second-tier alien cores for himself, since he had killed them with his own hands and it was only natural for him to take them. However, to their surprise, Su Ran chose to hand it over directly, a decision that made his teammates look at him with new respect. Okay, then I'll accept it. Without further ado, Li Shi stored the 3 alien cores into a ring specifically for storing mission loot. These 3 heteronuclei are used to replenish Wan's energy consumption during flight. Does anyone have any objections? Everyone is familiar with this rule, and bringing it up now is clearly to let the newcomer Su Ran understand it. Around noon, the group chose a hilltop to rest. Let's rest here for an hour, and then continue our journey. Everyone took out their dry rations from their rings and began to eat. Amidst everyone's surprised gazes, Su Ran pulled out a pot, took out hot pot base and water, set up the hot pot, and began to cook. Why are you all looking at me? Let's gather around and eat after the hot pot is boiling. Why are we eating dry rations? As Su Ran spoke, she took out one dish after another from the Divine Might space. Lettuce, tripe, beef aorta. He has all the ingredients you'd find in a hot pot restaurant, and even more than some hot pot restaurants. A system notification sounded. I've left the dipping sauce here. Make your own sauce however you like. He then took out 2 rows of dipping sauce dishes and a stack of bowls, sat down, and waited for the hot pot to boil before starting to eat. Su Ran, your arrival is truly a blessing to us. Zhao Yurong hugged him tightly and began to reminisce about the past. Before, when we went on missions, we ate dry rations every meal. My goodness, since you came, life has become so much better. In the past, we would only bring some vegetables and make a vegetable vegetable soup. Compared to now, it's a very simple life. Zhao Yurong was holding Su Ran, completely oblivious to the awkward expression on the person in her arms. Form is emptiness, emptiness is form is emptiness, emptiness is form. Sis, let me go. Your two mouths are making me so hot and bothered. Su Ran silently recited Buddhist scriptures in her heart, but the system didn't forget to add to the chaos by interrupting her. Don't let willpower defeat desire. Show this body who's in charge. I bet you studied under those teachers in your past life. Su Ran quickly interrupted. Don't talk nonsense. I'm going to sue you for defamation. Do you know that? You're defaming me. Defaming me. Believe it or not, I'll just pull out all your browser history from your past life and let you see it for yourself. Father, you're wrong. Su Ran admitted her mistake extremely quickly. If she had been even a second slower, the book might have been shut down. You, please let me go. I'm suffocating. Zhao Yurong then noticed the awkward look on the person in her arms and quickly let go of Su Ran. Are you alright? It's okay, I'm about to suffocate if you hold me any longer. Say it once and I'll punch you. Zhao Yurong conjured a water hammer, pretending to hit Su Ran, but in reality, all the water fell into the hot pot, which was already running low on broth, adding more broth to it. Alright, and those three little black ones too. Su Ran stood up and took out the three black chickens. Let me think about how to do it. I've got it. He quickly killed the three chickens, gutted them, removed the inedible parts such as the tails, and then chopped off their necks. Then he performed a jaw-dropping skill. Wind release, vacuum jewel. Three vacuum jades flew out, instantly scattering the chicken's feathers and cleaning the chicken thoroughly. Su Ran said to Zhao Yurong beside her, Sister Yurong, could you please use some water to make a plate? Zhao Yurong conjured a plate with water and stood there curiously asking, what do you need this plate for? Just watch. Su Ran drew his cleaver and unleashed a lightning-fast slash at one of the chickens. Apart from the chicken carcass, the chicken meat was sliced off intact and landed on the plate in Zhao Yurong's hand. He broke the bones of the other chicken, and with his other hand, Su Ran used wood release to condense two wooden grills. Throw these pieces of meat into the hot pot, and I'll grill a whole chicken and chicken carcass for you. What should we do with the last one? Let me think. Soon, Su Ran came up with a good idea. He used earth and water escape techniques to create a pile of yellow mud and took out several lotus leaves from his storage ring. Su Ran, what are you doing? Zhao Yurong watched him marinate the chicken on the lotus leaf and asked in confusion. I'll make you a delicious dish that you've had before, just wait. Su Ran marinated the chicken, wrapped it tightly in lotus leaves, and then sealed it with yellow mud. Aren't clay ceramics? What delicious things can you make from clay? You just wait and see. He used earth magic to dig a large pit, cut down a tree, and gathered firewood. Fire release, great fireball technique. Su Ran used a powerful fireball to ignite the firewood and began preparing to roast the remaining two chickens. He skillfully used a wooden grill to hold the chicken and its carcass, turning them over and sprinkling seasonings on them from time to time. Just when everyone thought it was over, they saw Su Ran take out a special crispy skin glaze for roasting chicken from the Divine Might space. Isn't this going too far? Is this kid here to carry out a mission or to have a picnic? Han Bing couldn't help but complain as she watched the busy Su Ran. Captain, can we keep this kid in the team? He's not only a strong fighter, but he's also a cook. With him around, we'll never have to worry about not having good food. Li Shi looked at Su Ran but did not answer. Su Ran looked at the nearly cooked roast chicken and chicken carcass in her hand, and casually glanced at the beggar's chicken with her Sharingan. Those parts aren't cooked yet. Looks like we need to step up our efforts. He created two wooden clones to help the beggar's chicken ripen. The system looked at the busy Su Ran and sighed. Were you wrong Nianbing in your past life? Using that fighting ability for cooking is truly something else. Your statement is too one-sided. Su Ran looked at the roast chicken, which was still almost cooked, and poured the prepared sauce over it. Soul-soothing sesame juice poured over. Result, just as Su Ran finished roasting her chicken, the beggar's chicken on the wooden clone side was also roasted. The two wooden clones walked directly into the fire and carried the beggar's chicken out. Seeing this, Su Ran pointed and made a wooden table, on which she placed the baked food. Come on, everyone, let's eat. Su Ran took a can of chili powder out of her pocket, placed it on the table, and said, considering that some people don't eat spicy food, I put the chili powder here. You can add as much as you want. As a result, Su Ran discovered that there was no one who didn't eat spicy food. Even Bai Wan, who was usually socially anxious, didn't hold back and sprinkled a lot of chili peppers on the roast chicken, turning it completely bright red. If I had known you all loved spicy food, I would have just mixed it in. Su Ran also grabbed a piece of chicken, dipped it in chili powder, and started eating. Zhao Yurong ate the most voraciously. As soon as she finished the roasted chicken in her hand, her devilish claws immediately reached for the chicken carcass. She tore off a piece of meat and gnawed on it with relish. Burp, I'm so full, I can't eat anymore, Zhao Yurong said, rubbing her stomach. But that one hasn't been touched yet. Su Ran pointed to the beggar's chicken next to her. What's so delicious about this big mud dumpling? Su Ran didn't say much, walked straight over, tore off the outer layer of soil and lotus leaves, revealing the golden and fragrant chicken inside. Your
kidding me? No way, I can try again.
Zhao Yurong ate the most when she had hot pot a few days ago, and this time she also ate a lot of roast chicken and chicken carcass, so full that she could hardly move. But she still tore off a chicken leg and wolfed it down while rubbing her stomach. When everyone had almost finished eating, Su Ran discovered that the real glutton in the group was actually Bai Wanwan. This girl looks delicate and frail, but I didn't expect that she ate most of the beggar's chicken. She ate more than Zhao Yurong, including the hot pot, roast chicken, and chicken carcass.
I'm so full, I can't eat anymore.
Bai Wanwan touched her still flat belly and said leisurely,
Wanwan.
Su Ran walked over, her tone tinged with concern.
Ha, what's wrong with me?
Bai Wanwan looked up at Su Ran. The familiarity she felt during the meal vanished, and she immediately reverted to her usual socially awkward self.
If you had told me earlier that you could eat this much, I would have prepared more. Oh, did I eat too much? I can eat less next time.
Bai Wanwan lowered her head shyly.
No, that's not what I meant.
Su Ran quickly explained.
I'm the cook, and I don't want everyone to go hungry.
This is my first time cooking, and seeing that you're not very strong, I subconsciously assumed you have a small appetite, so I didn't prepare much.
I'm not saying you eat a lot, really not.
I'm just amazed that such a delicate girl like you can eat so much.
Bai Wanwan couldn't help but laugh as she watched Su Ran busy explaining.
After the meal, while everyone rested, Su Ran inquired about the specific plan for this operation from Li Shi.
Captain, how do we proceed with this mission? We don't have anything explosive. Who said there isn't?
Li Shi took out a small black cube from his storage ring.
TNT, a special national research and development project, can easily blow up a 10-story building with just 10 kilograms.
I brought a full 100 kilograms this time, which is the total amount needed for both missions. The operation plan relies on your uncanny spatial abilities to send the bombs into the air, land at the detonation point, and complete the mission.
Sodi to death.
Su Ran silently asked the system if there was any way to help.
Brother Tongzi, he's cheating. He's cheating. Okay, stop rushing me. You don't have many alien cores left. I guarantee you'll get something good with a single pull. Su Ran quickly exchanged for a stealing token and threw it into the gacha pool. Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have obtained a weakened version of the C0 self-destruct puppet.
Su Ran looked at the description of the self-destructing doll. Want to become art? Want to explode? Want to create Patrick Star through art? Then choose this.
The C0 self-destruct doll does not require a user to detonate it. It only needs to be placed at the explosion site. Upon detonation, it automatically releases a weakened version of the C0 self-destruct, within blast radius of half a kilometer. Awesome, Brother Tongzi, you're practically my god.
Stop making noise, I'm going to sleep.
Li Shi clapped his hands and called for everyone to gather. We won't cook tonight, we'll just have some dry rations to tide us over, and then we'll get ready to carry out our mission immediately.
As night deepened, Su Ran and the others finally arrived at the highest mountaintop on the outskirts of Sakura City and began to plan their operation. Su Ran, you will be carrying out this mission personally.
Remember to prioritize your own safety.
It's okay if you fail the mission, we will be here to meet you.
If necessary, you can use the teleportation portal opened by Elder Yu to retreat at any time.
Don't worry about us. Li Shi handed him a packet of specially made TNT explosives. Su Ran set up the binoculars and looked at Li Shi with a firm gaze, saying,
We don't need this kind of explosive anymore, Captain. The Immortal has a brilliant plan. Li Shi first looked through the binoculars, then stared at the clay figurine in Su Ran's hand, and asked in confusion,
You're not planning to use this guy to teleport, then blow up the puppet, are you? Why not?
As Su Ran spoke, she adjusted the telescope, only to find that the lens was full of blur.
Have I gone blind after using my Sharingan so many times? Captain, come and take a look, it's completely blurry in here.
Li Shi leaned closer and confirmed this through the binoculars.
Is it broken? This despicable, unscrupulous merchant, I'm definitely going to report his shop later.
At this moment, Zhao Yurong ran over, turned the focus adjustment knob, and said with a smile,
You too, you didn't adjust your scopes, did you?
At that moment, the innocent shop owner narrowly escaped disaster.
He. The two men grinned foolishly, trying to get away with it. Stop laughing and hurry up and finish the task. Su Ran brought his left eye close to the telescope and activated Shinwei. Hey, I'm telling you, those Chinese monkeys aren't really planning to blow up the shrine, are they? It should be, right? There's even an 8th level master guarding this place, it's probably true. Those despicable monkeys from the Dragon Kingdom, how dare they even think about bombing our Yasukuni shrine? They're doomed.
As the two soldiers from the Sakura Kingdom spoke, they looked up at the shrine in front of them. It was the highest honor for them as soldiers of the Sakura Kingdom, a place they had strived to enter their entire lives. The person sitting at the entrance of the shrine suddenly spoke.
Go patrol now. If those Chinese monkeys blow this place up, you two can prepare to commit seppuku as atonement.
Su Ran searched for a long time before finally pinpointing the location of the shrine.
Little cherry blossoms, your grandpa is treating you to Patrick Star food today.
Through the telescope, Su Ran pinpointed the release point of the divine power above the shrine, and a clay figure fell from the vortex.
Oops, something's coming? Inside the shrine, a sensory ability user rushed outside and caught the clay doll that fell from the sky. Is this a toy that someone's child lost? The superhuman was unaware that the clay doll in his hand was the key to destroying this place. The superhuman from the Sakura Kingdom suddenly sensed a sense of danger. He searched around but couldn't find the source. Finally, his gaze fell on the doll in his hand. He suddenly flung his hand, trying to throw the doll away. But it was all too late. Art is Patrick Star, drink. Su-ran detonated the clay doll, which quickly collapsed into a small, cracked black face, instantly unleashing tremendous power, with a towering pillar of light shooting into the sky. The beam of light extended 2 hands, forming the shape of Patrick Star. He couldn't help but burst into a tirade of curses. The superhumans inside the shrine tried desperately to stop the explosion, but it was to no avail. Patrick Star's power destroyed the shrine and also wiped out all enemies below level 6 in the surrounding area. Explosion successful here, evacuate. Su-ran led the group to the next detonation point. After blowing up the toilet, Su-ran felt refreshed, and at that moment the system sent her a reward notification. Congratulations, host, on completing the hidden mission, destroy the toilet in Japan. Reward, 30 theft tokens. Keep up the good work. It's rich. It's rich. Since you've done something good, I'll be generous and give you a task as a reward. Before he finished speaking, Su-ran and his group had already arrived at the next hilltop, where they could clearly see the armory of Sakura City. My blood is boiling. Captain, give me all the gunpowder. Su-ran reached out her hand and asked Li Shi, "Dai, do you still have that clay doll? Doesn't that thing have a larger blast radius?" He spread his hands with a wry smile and said, "I only have one, and it was specifically designed to blow up the Yasukuni shrine. I simply don't have time to make more now." Although Li Shi is the captain, Su-ran cannot reveal his secret of being able to manufacture a large number of C0 self-destructing dolls. He doesn't want to be targeted by the national military as a test subject because of this thing. Li Shi seemed to understand what he meant, nodded, and neatly stacked the 100-kilogram pile of TNT together. Everything is ready. Let's put on a good show for these little cherry blossoms. Su-ran, holding binoculars, looked around for a safe place to land and detonate, but all she could see were patrolling soldiers. Now that things have come to this, let's execute Plan B. Inside the Sakura Castle Armory. Baka Yoru, Baka Yoru, Baka Yoru da. A middle-aged Japanese man with a large belly and a mustache cursed angrily from his seat. These people guarding the shrine are all useless. The shrine was destroyed, and the entire clan should commit seppuku to atone for their sins. He roared at his men. You all must guard this place well. If this place falls, our entire tribe will be wiped out. We must be on high alert. However, he never expected that his words would become a prophecy. This is difficult. If Geneva is difficult to handle, then forget about anything else. Su-ran activated his wood clone technique, creating 10 clones. He carefully observed the cherry blossom soldiers patrolling below and quickly transformed all his wooden clones into identical cherry blossom soldiers. He addressed the wooden clones. You are my clones, so you can naturally use divine power. You know exactly what to do. My main body, how big is this? It can disrupt them. I'm so excited. The main body, could this thing explode and turn into Patrick Star? Art is an explosion. Art is Patrick Star. The Shadow Squad members watched Su-ran's incoherent commands to the wooden clone and couldn't help but sigh. What kind of cult is this kid trying to start? He's definitely a cult leader. He's a complete cult leader. Right. Alright, let's go. Each wooden clone was allocated 10 kilograms of specially developed black powder TNT, which was stored in the divine power space. Su-ran then stored his wooden clones into the divine might space and projected them out one by one using a telescope. He. Little cherry blossoms, wait for my ultimate move. Should we arrest this kid? He's grinning like a villain. +1. At that moment, near the Yasukuni shrine after the explosion, an 8th rank soldier was speeding toward the armory. He was dressed in rags and covered in wounds, all from being blown up by the C0 self-destructing doll. You wretched monkeys from the Dragon Kingdom, I will definitely catch you and crush you into dust. I hope I can make it in time. There absolutely cannot be any problems at the armory. He quickened his pace as he spoke. This 8th tier player never expected that he would be attacked with 2 hemp eggs right after accepting the mission, and that he would fail to defend 2 key points. At this moment, the wooden clones had each knocked out a patrolling soldier and successfully infiltrated the armory. Everyone, get yourselves together. The shrine has already fallen. If we fall again, we'll all be executed. This will damage the morale of your great Sakura clan and bring shame upon your family, understand? The wooden clones hiding inside imitated it perfectly. One of the wooden clones spotted a place not far away where guns and gunpowder were stored, and a brilliant idea struck him. He said in the communication channel of his wooden clone, "All clones, I've discovered a gunpowder depot here. I have a grenade depot here. I store artillery shells here. I also saw the gunpowder depot used to bomb the city. Since everyone has seen it, there's no need to say more. Get this disruptor out of the formation. This should be he. As the
the patrol teams of the various wooden clones approached their favorite explosion sites, all the wooden clones suddenly switched to Sage mode, forcefully smashed through the sturdy steel gate, rushed into the armory, and detonated the explosives.
Art is Patrick Star. Fighting was so exhilarating. This is my ultimate art, go for it.
The massive explosion instantly destroyed most of the armory, and the intense flames swept away all surviving creatures inside, turning them all to ashes. The 8th level fighter, who had just arrived at the scene, was instantly blown dozens of meters away by the powerful shockwave from the explosion.
Kyuso, bastard Yuru.
The 8th tier warrior unleashed his full power, desperately trying to sense the location of the destroyer.
We've succeeded. Everyone, open the portal and retreat. Su Ran quickly ordered everyone to evacuate. So this is where they are, you ants.
The 8th ranked creature roared and charged towards Su Ran and the others.
Su Ran felt even more nervous when she saw the 8th ranked warrior rushing towards her. He knew that Dongfang Yu's teleportation portal was a fixed-point teleportation system.
No matter how many people used it, they would all converge in the same spatial channel, rather than each opening up their own different routes. Through the flying thunder god Mark left at Imperial Capital University, Su Ran sensed that the end point of the teleportation portal was exactly 1 mile outside the city gate of Imperial Capital.
This is bad. Captain, you guys run. I'll cover your retreat.
Li Shi sensed the approach of the 8th tier being and, having previously used Dongfang Yu's teleportation portal, naturally understood its characteristics.
No way. What kind of captain abandons their teammates and runs away?
Yeah, Su Ran, if we're going to die, we'll die together.
That's right.
We would never abandon you to cover our retreat and then run back like deserters.
We can't abandon our teammates' lives. Right. If we don't run now, it will be too late.
You guys go first, I'll stay here and protect you.
You bastards.
May you be buried forever beneath the soil of the land of cherry blossoms. The 8th ranked warrior from the Sakura Kingdom rushed in front of everyone, his eyes blazing with fury.
You guys are really bold.
Destroy the shrine, blow up the armory, let's see who gave you the guts.
Zhao Yurong stepped forward in response without fear. What? You're allowed to hunt down our nation's geniuses, but we're not allowed to retaliate?
The 8th ranked warrior showed no mercy, unleashing an energy blast that sent Zhao Yurong spitting out blood.
Did I give you permission to speak?
Bai Wanwan rushed to Zhao Yurong's side, trying to activate the portal on her body to take her away. The 8th ranked warrior unleashed another energy attack, causing Bai Wanwan to cough up blood.
Did I give you permission to move?
The remaining 5 understood that the battle was extremely dangerous, and they entered combat mode without hesitation. Han Bing gripped the icy sword and thrust it fiercely towards the 8th rank. The 8th ranked woman stood still, neither dodging nor retaliating, until Han Bing rushed close, then grabbed her by the neck and lifted her up.
Oh, really? Do you want to dance too?
With that, he tossed Han Bing to the ground next to his 2 companions who were spitting blood. Upon seeing this, Lucia roared in anger, summoned the stone giant, who was clad in rock armor, and charged forward. Wang Ying crept into the shadows, preparing to find the best opportunity to deliver a fatal blow to this 8th tier opponent. Li Shi activated his blazing warrior ability and turned to Su Ran, saying,
Su Ran, let's 3 of us buy some time.
We'll teleport away as many of the fallen people as we can. After saying that, Li Shi rushed towards the 8th step without looking back, like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, or an ant trying to shake a tree. The 8th ranked being did not intend to kill them directly at this moment, but rather to break their limbs and make them kneel on the land of the Sakura Kingdom for the rest of their lives to repent for their sins. The 3 worked together to attack the 8th tier enemy, while Su Ran jumped to the side of the 3 who had fainted due to excessive blood loss and activated the teleportation portals on their backs one by one.
1, 2, 3, Captain, I'll help you. Then, Su Ran saw Lu Shi, whose superpowers had been completely shattered.
Although it was slightly different from having superpowers stripped away, the difficulty of fully recovering was no less than that of repairing superpowers that had been stripped away. On the other side was Wang Ying, whose own shadow dagger was stuck in his chest, blood slowly flowing from the wound, as if he was on his last breath. We have to go all out and use this power. Li Shi chose to ignite his life force, and his aura instantly soared to the 6th rank, level 6. Little bug, even if you burn the flames of life to improve your cultivation, you're still just a slightly troublesome little bug. The 8th ranked man looked at Li Shi, who was burning with the flame of life, and sneered sarcastically.
Captain, put out that fire quickly, or you'll die. Su Ran shouted a reminder from behind.
Li Shi calmly replied, I can keep fighting for another half hour.
I'll entrust the rest of my teammates to you.
Before he finished speaking, Li Shi's fists burst into flames, and he charged forward. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. Although Li Shi's attacks all missed, they bought Su Ran valuable time to teleport his teammates.
If we delay any longer, all these little insects will escape.
With a thought, the 8th ranked man used his earth elemental ability to create an earthen prison to trap Li Shi, and then rushed towards Su Ran. Seeing this, Su Ran lightly placed her finger to her lips, preparing to activate the spirit communication spell and summon 9 Ramas.
Am I going to lose my teammates again?
The pain of losing teammates in the past resurfaced in Li Shi's mind, and the bitterness followed him like a shadow.
No, absolutely not.
His body erupted gifted with an even stronger aura, and Li Shi's cultivation level was forcibly pushed to the peak of the 6th rank. He burst through the earthen prison and charged straight toward the 8th step.
Don't hurt my teammates.
Li Shi rushed up to the 8th ranked man and knocked him down with a single punch. How can this little insect possess such power? Before he could finish speaking, Li Shi punched him hard in the face again. With 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches, Li Shi, at the peak of the 6th rank, actually managed to hold off the 8th rank, successfully creating conditions for Su Ran to complete the initial treatment and teleport his teammates. After Su Ran finished treating her teammates, she saw a scene she never wanted to see again in her life. Li Shi fought fiercely, burning with the flames of life, but was caught by the 8th rank and his fate was unknown. The 8th rank sneered, "I will definitely skin this kid alive and use him as a drum."
He threw Li Shi hard at Su Ran and said coldly, "You're the only ant left, aren't you?
These ants are quite troublesome.
Just surrender obediently and stop making futile resistance."
Knowing that she could not win, Su Ran bit her finger and used her spiritual power to summon the true form of the 9 llamas.
Kurama was aware of the situation outside.
After communicating with the spirit, he unleashed a tailed beast ball without hesitation.
Ouch, what a fierce attack. The 8th tier summoned earthen wall actually blocked Kurama's tailed beast ball. But how do you know that I have already used my full strength?
The aura of the 8th rank suddenly surged, reaching the 1st level of the 9th rank before stopping.
Who knows?
I understand the unspoken rules of the 9th rank, but as long as you all die, no one will know. 9 Llama, remember to leave him with a complete corpse.
Su Ran whispered instructions to the enormous 9 Llama beside him. You still dare to dream of defeating me? With just a 9th tier beast like you? I control pure earth element, and I am an invincible enemy to you.
9-tailed fox stopped talking nonsense, activated his immortal mode, and transformed into a white fox.
The 9-tailed white fox from the Legends of the Dragon Kingdom? Looks like I've stumbled upon a treasure on this mission.
Having said that, the 9th ranked llama rushed over, holding a container specifically for capturing strange beasts. You're mine now, my little darling. However, with a flick of its other 8 tails,
the 9 tails firmly locked the 9th rank in midair. It's no use, this thing can't trap me.
The 9th ranked creature struggled desperately, only to find itself unable to move.
Kurama was gathering his strength to launch the tailed beast cannon.
The tailed beast cannon, formed from the yin and yang chakra gathered in his mouth, exuded a suffocatingly dangerous aura.
The 9th ranked figure, his entire body encased in a diamond-hard shield, sneered as he spoke. This is a diamond barrier with absolute defensive power. It is absolutely invincible among its peers. You simply cannot break through it.
Kurama unleashed a tailed beast cannon, but this time it was not the super large tailed beast cannon of the past. Instead, it was a tailed beast cannon compressed to the extreme, as thin as a chopstick. The tailed beast bomb pierced straight through the heart of a 9th tier being, leaving no trace of the diamond barrier. It only left a small hole about the thickness of a chopstick in the heart, and it was this fatal hole that completely ended his life. Finally got rid of this troublesome guy. Su Ran, panting heavily, spoke to the 9 llamas.
Thank you, Kurama. No need to thank me.
Quickly use the teleportation portal to transfer you and your captain.
I sense other auras approaching.
Su Ran used his divine power to store the 9th tier corpse into his divine power space. He saw several black dots rapidly approaching from afar and, not daring to delay, immediately activated the teleportation portal on Li Shi's body, threw him in, and then jumped in himself.
No sooner had Su Ran left than the reinforcements from the Sakura Kingdom arrived. Where's Yamamoto-sama? Won't they get defeated by those Chinese monkeys? Baka Yaruda. How could those useless Chinese monkeys possibly defeat Lord Yamamoto? How are we going to go back and explain this? We haven't even found Lord Yamamoto's body here.
After the turbulence of the portal, Su Ran and Li Shi finally arrived at their destination. Fortunately, there were no strange beasts around, otherwise the first few people who were teleported here would have been powerless to fight and would have become food for the strange beasts.
Looking at the distant city wall, Su Ran sighed. It feels so good to be alive. Would you be willing to do this kind of work again next time? We'll definitely do it. Whether this succeeds or not, we'll become heroes. Even if we die, we'll live on forever. Let's just do it.
When Su Ran tried to activate his wooden clone to take all his companions back, he coughed up a mouthful of blood.
What happened? That 9th tier cultivator didn't hurt me, did he? Haven't you noticed yet? The system provides an explanation.
If Kurama hadn't known beforehand that you were going to summon his true form and protected your body with his chakra, you would have exploded like a balloon the moment Kurama was summoned.
This is impossible. Chestnut's level is so much higher than mine, yet nothing happened when I communicated with her?
When you participate in the lottery, I'll give you a potion of wisdom. If I don't use the wisdom potion to cure your brain soon, I'll find another use for this pig brain of mine.
Don't you even consider whether 9 Llama and Chestnut are in the same situation?
Although Kurama and Kuriko are essentially summoned beasts that have signed a summoning contract with you, Kuriko is an independent individual. Even though she is at level 9 and you are at level 3, summoning her is not a problem. But Kurama, being your tailed beast, requires your chakra to be condensed into a physical form through your meridians to be summoned. Such a powerful force erupting from your body would be incredibly strong. You'd be lucky if you didn't burst. Fortunately, this time it was just a severe injury to the meridians. If your teacher doesn't react quickly enough after using Nine-Tailed Fox, he might have to treat the whole school to a meal.
How am I supposed to get them away now? I can barely move, but I can't carry these 6 seriously injured people. Leave this to me.
At this moment, the 9 llamas inside the body spoke. Su Ran felt as if she had seen a savior and hurriedly immersed her consciousness into the sealed space, asking Nine-Tailed Buddha, "Boss, it's dangerous in the wild, please help." Kurama raised his hand, crossed his 4 fingers, and performed a ninjutsu that he knew all too well.
Multiple shadow clone technique.
7 plumes of white smoke exploded with a bang bang bang, revealing 7 shadow clones formed from Kurama's chakra, all of which looked exactly like Su Ran. Each of the clones carried 1 person on their back and hurried towards the city.
Thanks to you, Kurama, I never knew you knew this ninjutsu. Naruto doesn't know many ninjutsu, but I was bored living in his body, so I learned them all. I even know the sexy jutsu. Do you want to learn it?
Su Ran recalled the classic scene from the anime she watched in her previous life where Naruto used the gecko technique and couldn't help but chuckle to herself.
This isn't about Naruto using the sexy jutsu against Jiraiya, but rather the scene where he used the reverse harem jutsu to seduce Kagaya.
Really,
believe me, I am a decent person, an absolutely law-abiding citizen. The thought of someone bumping into that thing would be a complete social death.
Once discovered, the only option would be to move to another planet and start a new life, just like the moonfish cat.
Let's forget about this. Getting caught using seduction techniques would be a social death. Ha, I thought you were like Naruto, fearless of nothing. While chatting idly with Su Ran, 9 Llama took the injured man back to the Dongfang Yu family.
9 Llama's shadow clone carried Su Ran and the others to the entrance of the Dongfang Yu family's residence. Then, he dispelled the shadow clone and put everyone down. Just as Su Ran was about to knock on the door, she heard Dongfang Yu's voice coming from inside.
"Little darling, have a bite. Your father is on a mission and won't be back for the next few days. I don't want to eat.
I want to wait for Dad to come back before I eat."
"Oh my little darling.
Your father will be heartbroken if he sees you haven't eaten and have gotten thin from hunger when he gets home."
Hearing what was being said inside, Su Ran couldn't help but raise her hand and knock on the door. Upon hearing the knock on the door, Dongfang Yu quickly put down the bowl of chestnuts he was feeding and walked towards the door.
"I hope it's not that little bastard Su Ran behind the door, or I'll give him a good beating today." The moment the door opened, Dongfang Yu saw the little rascal he had been talking about who he wanted to beat up.
1001. You little brat. How dare you leave your daughter at home and go on a mission by yourself? Do you know how hard it has been for me to take care of your daughter these past few days?
Dongfang Yu wanted to grab Su Ran by the ear and drag him into the house so he could take a good look at his troublesome daughter.
Ouch, 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 teacher, it hurts.
Please let go. Dongfang Yu felt that he hadn't used much force, less than 1% of what he usually used to hit Su Ran.
So why did this kid feel pain? Wasn't he always tough and thick-skinned?
He placed his hand on Su Ran's shoulder and began to examine his body by channeling his supernatural power into him.
This examination was quite alarming.
Dongfang Yu discovered that Su Ran's meridians were almost severed and were only being maintained by some special orange-colored energy. Without that energy, they would have been severed long ago. Fortunately, Su Ran's self-healing ability has begun to repair itself, although the recovery period seems to be a bit long.
What happened? How did you get so badly injured?
Your meridians were almost completely severed.
Teacher, look at this.
Su Lan released a 9th-tier corpse from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, still covered in a diamond barrier, from the Divine Might space.
This aura is 9th tier? And why does it look a lot like someone from Sakura's side?
That's right, this mission was really unlucky. We actually ran into a 9th-tier opponent.
What happened? Did you run into this 9th-tier monster during your mission? No.
Su Ran began to recount how they blew up the Yasukuni Shrine and Armory in Japan, only to be caught up by that 9th-ranked being and beaten badly. He had to summon Kurama, almost severing his meridians.
Outrageous.
I want to see who's backing this little cherry blossom. They actually dare to disregard the unspoken rules and send a 9th-ranked person to deal with someone below the 9th rank.
Dongfang Yu grabbed the storage item from the 9th-tier corpse and prepared to go to the Sakura Kingdom to demand an explanation.
Take these things for now, consider it initial compensation. I'll make sure they get a good squeeze out of me, or I'll come back as a different person. As he spoke, Dongfang Yu immediately switched to immortal mode, raising his aura to the 10th level. Carrying the 9th level corpse, he prepared to go and cause trouble for the Sakura Kingdom.
Teacher, please wait a moment.
Su Ran hurriedly stopped the imposing Dongfang Yu.
What? Are you just going to swallow this insult? Dongfang Yu asked. No, how could that be?
Su Ran pointed to his seriously injured teammates behind him. We can cause trouble anytime. The evidence and the reasoning are on our side.
But saving them is more important right now.
He specifically pointed to Li Shi, especially the captain. In order to buy time to teleport his teammates, he did not hesitate to burn his life force to withstand that 9th level monster, and only fell down after I teleported my teammates away. Dongfang Yu glanced at Li Shi and said said slowly. Burning the flame of life wouldn't cause him too much damage. Teacher, please don't joke around. Everyone knows that once the flame of life is extinguished, death will ensue. The captain has held on for so long, and he's probably at the brink of death now, Su Ran retorted anxiously. Dongfang Yu shook his head, pointed at Li Shi and said, if I remember correctly, this kid's special ability is the Blazing Warrior. Legend has it that the Blazing Warrior has a close connection with the fire god Jerome. The ancient stone tablet records the various abilities of the fire god Jerome, and these abilities are all manifested in the Blazing Warriors, only much weaker. Legend has it that the Blazing Warriors first appeared in the family of Zhu Rong's descendants, and the Blazing Warriors are the inheritors of the god of fire's supernatural powers. So burning the flame of life for them is just a few months of weakness, a little consumption of life force, and they can recover by eating some good food to replenish it. After saying that, Dongfang Yu opened a portal and called out, Sister Lin, please help these children with their treatment and recovery. I'll cover the costs. As he spoke, he threw a sixth-order alien core inside, and at the same time teleported Li Shi and the others inside as well. A gentle and kind female voice came from the other end of the portal. Old Yu, this amount of money is not enough. We need to add more. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Yu reluctantly threw in another sixth-order heteronucleus. Damn Sakura, I must get back double those 2 tier 6 alien cores. As if remembering something, he asked, why has Chestnut been calling you dad these past few days? And you've hardly eaten or slept at all. Go and comfort her. After saying that, Dongfang Yu carried the 9th tier corpse and left through the teleportation portal. After a long time, Su Ran's body had almost fully recovered thanks to the regenerative power of the immortal body. But then a white figure suddenly rushed over and crashed into his arms. The small figure clung to him tightly like an octopus. The impact from the chestnut nearly caused Su Ran, whose body had just recovered, to cough up blood again. Dad, you're back. At this moment, Chestnut was no longer like a 5th tier beast, but more like a child longing for his long-lost father to return, so excited that he almost wanted to fly. Su Ran wanted to put the chestnut down, but she refused and hugged it even tighter. No, I don't want to get down. If I get down, you'll leave again. The girl in his arms began to cry, her eyes filled with tears. Seeing this, Su Ran didn't want to forcibly pull Chestnut off her arms, so she could only hug her and gently pat her back to comfort her, saying, I won't be able to walk around for a while, I'll stay home and keep you company. Really? The girl looked up, tears still glistening in the corners of her eyes. Really? I'm not leaving. I'll stay with you. Hearing this, Chestnut finally got down from Su Ran's arms, but she still held his hand tightly and refused to let go. Alright, Chestnut, how have you been getting along with Grandpa Dongfang these past few days? These past few days, Chestnut was speechless. She couldn't very well say that she had barely eaten or slept these past few days, just to wait for Su Ran to come back, which had made the old man so angry that he was blowing his beard and glaring at her. Looking at the speechless Chestnut, Su Ran suddenly remembered Dongfang Yu's words before he left, and seemed to have discovered something big. Confess honestly and you will be treated leniently, resist and you will be punished severely. Under Su Ran's increasingly intense gaze, Li Zi still recounted everything that had happened in the past few days. After saying that, Chestnut looked guilty and stood silently to the side. Su Ran felt the fist clenched so tightly it was almost hard enough to break steel. He really wanted to teach Li Zi a lesson so she wouldn't do anything so foolish as to anger Dongfang Yu again. But when he saw Li Zi staring at him with a wronged look on her face and slightly red eyes, he couldn't bear to scold her with a stern expression. Next time, you must listen to Grandpa Dongfang properly and not make him so angry that he blows his beard and glares at you again, understand? Perhaps due to a bloodline atavism, Chestnut reverted to a childlike state, obediently nodding vigorously. You haven't eaten much either. Sit here and don't move. I'll go make you something to eat. As Su Ran spoke, she went into the kitchen, chopped some scallions, and quickly stir-fried 2 plates of egg-fried rice. When he came out, Chestnut had already set out 2 pairs of chopsticks and was sitting there obediently waiting for the meal to be served. Su Ran placed the larger plate of fried rice in front of Chestnut and said, Don't just stand there like an idiot. You haven't eaten properly for days. Hurry up and take a bite. Upon hearing this, Chestnut seemed to be starving, devouring the fried rice in one go, her eyes still fixed on Su Ran's plate of rice that had barely been touched. Seeing this, Su Ran pushed her unfinished fried rice to Chestnut and said, Eat up. I ate something before I got back, but I can't finish it all, so you can have it all. Are you full? I'm full. Glug glug. Before Chestnut could finish speaking, her stomach started growling again. This girl can really eat. Oh well, being able to eat is a blessing. It's good that she eats more. Don't you even know what a chestnut is? These 2 plates of fried rice are supposed to fill her up? I'd start to suspect there's something wrong with your fried rice. That's true. Su Ran waved to Chestnut. Wait here for me a moment, I'll wash the dishes first, and then I'll take you to buy clothes. Chestnut glanced at her clothes and shook her head, saying, My outfit is fine, I don't need to buy a new one. The outfit you're wearing is the one I gave you when you took human form. If I don't buy you new clothes soon, you won't even be able to wear this one later. Su Ran glanced meaningfully at Chestnut's prominent breasts. Chestnut seemed to realize something, lowered her head, and blushed. Su Su Ran quickly washed the 2 plates, took out the communicator that Zhao Xiaoxiao had given him more than a month ago, and dialed Lin Zhuyu's number.
Zhuyu, are you busy tonight? Lin Zhuyu, who was practicing in her dormitory, saw the phone call and quickly answered it. It's alright, not too busy. What can I do for you? I need to talk to you tonight. Let's meet at the school gate.
Lin Zhuyu quickly got out of bed, put on a fake no makeup, took out several dresses, and picked them out in front of the mirror.
How about this outfit? This one is also nice, and the white floral dress is quite pretty.
Zhao Xiaoxiao, who had just returned from the balcony, saw her picking out a dress and asked curiously,
Zhuyu, why are you still picking out a dress so late?
Su Ran wanted to see me, so of course I had to dress up nicely to meet him.
TCH.
Lin Zhuyu spent half an hour choosing a white floral dress, then picked out a pretty bag and handed out.
Let's go, Chestnut, I'll take you to buy clothes.
Chestnut nodded, ran over to Su Ran, and naturally took his hand.
Su Ran's hand trembled slightly, then she gripped Chestnut's hand tightly and led her outside. I spent so much time and effort getting dressed up, and this is what you're showing me? Su Ran.
Lin Zhuyu was so angry when she saw Su Ran leading a beautiful girl with white hair and red eyes that she almost exploded.
Hey, don't get excited.
This girl is a mythical beast I've contracted with. Her name is Chestnut.
You're kidding me.
There's no way you could sign a 6th tier beast.
You brought your girlfriend out here. Are you trying to provoke me?
Su Ran wanted to explain, but seeing that Lin Zhuyu was too angry to listen, she had no choice but to let go of Li Zi's hand and walk to the open space next to her. He bit his finger and slammed it heavily onto the ground. The art of spirit communication. Su Ran clapped his hands, and a black spirit communication array immediately appeared. Accompanied by a loud bang and a puff of white smoke, Chestnut appeared in the center of the array.
See, I was just kidding.
Zhao Xiaoxiao is destined to be a little potato her whole life. Zhao Xiaoxiao, who was lying in her dorm reading, suddenly sneezed, rubbed her nose, and muttered, "Who's cursing me?"
That wretched Su Ran.
Lin Zhuyu asked curiously, "Oh, how can you, at level 3, sign a contract with a level 6 beast?
Didn't you sign a 6th tier ice giant at the 2nd tier? How dare you criticize me?" Su Ran retorted.
Lin Zhuyu waved her hand. "That's different. That ice giant was sealed by my dad. It can only slowly improve along with me after I break through.
Yours is a completely different concept, but I didn't sense any sealing aura from Chestnut. I'm very curious how you signed it."
Lin Zhuyu took a step forward and met Su Ran's gaze.
Su Ran said calmly, "Nothing special. Chestnut's true form is an ant queen.
I found a powerful beast with the same bloodline as her and used a series of materials to help her evolve, which caused her to revert to her ancestral form and become what she is now." He pointed at Chestnut.
"Dad, brother, how much longer are you going to chat with this sister?"
Chestnut's voice suddenly rang out, sounding somewhat out of place.
"Wait, Dad? Su Ran, are you trying to fool a child?" Lin Zhuyu rushed to Li Zi and asked anxiously, "Li Zi, did Su Ran tell you to call him that? Has he done anything bad to you?" Lin Zhuyu's rapid-fire questions completely overloaded Chestnut's CPU.
She stood there dumbfounded, staring straight at Lin Zhuyu.
Su Ran said helplessly, "Don't rush.
Chestnut calls me dad because I signed a psychic contract with her, and the first thing she saw when her bloodline reverted was me. The intimacy from the psychic contract, plus this reason, is why she keeps calling me dad."
"Oh, so why did you call me out tonight?" Lin Zhuyu asked. "Take this girl shopping for clothes. Didn't you notice she's still wearing my old clothes? If we don't buy her new clothes soon,
her size will keep getting bigger and bigger, and she won't be able to fit into my clothes anymore."
Su Ran pointed at Chestnut.
Lin Zhuyu looked in that direction and immediately felt inferior.
As she squatted down and drew circles on the ground, she sighed, "Why are all the alien beasts bigger than me in their transformed forms?
I'm so tired. Let's destroy this world." She looked at the chestnuts again, then at her own slightly undulating figure, and completely lost her composure. Seeing this, Su Ran walked over and helped Lin Zhuyu up. "She's just a kid who doesn't understand anything, and I can't possibly go in with her when I take her to buy women's clothes, so I'm asking you for help," he said, slapping a card into Lin Zhuyu's hand. "If I remember correctly, this card was a reward I received when I became the top scholar in Jiangnan.
There are still tens of millions in it. Tonight's expenses will be paid by young Master Su."
Upon hearing this, Lin Zhuyu immediately snatched the card from Su Ran's hand and said while pulling Li Zi along, "Li Zi, your brother is paying tonight.
I'll take you to buy some nice things."
Chestnut, who was still restarting due to a CPU malfunction, was pulled away by Lin Zhuyu before she could even react.
"Hey you two, slow down. The mall isn't going anywhere, what's the rush?"
Su Ran shouted as she chased after them.
"Looks like there's going to be some excitement tonight.
I, your humble servant, must come out and join in the fun." Nine-tailed Fox, looking like he was about to enjoy a good show, summoned himself and perched on Su Ran's shoulder.
"Nine Llama, what are you doing here?" "Hee hee, it's rare to find something this fun, of course I have to join in."
Su Ran grabbed the 9 llamas who was perched on her shoulder, threw it violently onto her head, and ran in the direction Lin Juyu and the others had left. Hey, Kurama, let go. You're pulling all my hair out. Then slow down, or your hair will fall off if I don't grab it. What? Su Ran pulled the 9 llama off his hair and put him back on her shoulder. You're pulling my hair out of my head. It hurts. Just put it on my shoulder instead. After saying that, Su Ran started running, and the 9 llamas on her shoulder immediately suffered terribly. Slow down. My ribs are going to hurt from all the jolting. Su Ran, put me down quickly. I'd rather run away myself. If you keep doing this, I'm going to throw up my dinner from yesterday. Hearing the 9 llama constantly shouting beside her, Su Ran simply hugged it in her arms and continued running. You two can really run. You've gone this far and you haven't even had time to catch your breath. I'm almost too tired to run anymore, but Chestnut has been carrying me the whole time. This little girl's stamina is amazing. Are you a fish? Just now at the school gate you were saying that Chestnut was a 5th-tier beast, but she didn't even catch her breath at this distance. Su Ran smiled and said to Lin Juyu, take her shopping for clothes, and buy some women's products while you're at it. I'm going to browse the toy section. Contact me via communicator if you need anything. After saying that, Su Ran waved her hand and walked away gracefully, without taking a single cloud with her. Lin Juyu remained silent, the atmosphere as quiet as Cambridge that evening. Suddenly, she seemed to have figured something out. You called me out to accompany your daughter to buy clothes, but you just washed your hands of it and became a hands-off manager. Su Ran seemed not to hear, and her pace quickened. Never mind. Lin Juyu looked at the chestnut, which was as cute as a doll, and a smile appeared on her lips. Tonight you're my little doll, hee. As Lin Juyu approached, Li Zi took a step back and swallowed hard. Lin Juyu took Li Zi's hand and walked towards the women's clothing section on the 3rd floor. Instead of rushing to the toy section she had been dreaming of, Su Ran went to the pet supply store first to pick out things for 9RA. What do you think of this place? Su Ran held a cat bed in her hand and asked 9 Llama. I'm not a cat. I don't want to live in a cat bed. 9 Llama turned his head away, rejecting the offer with disdain. What about this one? Su Ran picked up another doghouse. Aren't foxes canines? What do you think of this doghouse? 9-tailed fox jumped onto Su Ran's head and began a series of counterattacks. I told you I'm not going to live in these places. Don't bother me. So what are you planning to do? Keep sleeping with me? I'm afraid I'll roll over in the middle of the night and crush you into a Jerry-style mouse. At that moment, the saleswoman from the pet store came over. Hello sir, are you looking for a pet house for this little fox? The sales assistant touched the 9-tailed Buddha and asked a question. Yes, I'm just buying a bed for this little guy and some pet supplies. Su Ran turned her head to the side, trying hard to suppress the smile on her lips. What do you think of this one? The sales assistant pointed to a huge nest and introduced it. This is a nest made from the feathers of a 3rd-tier exotic beast, the white-feathered swan. It is 1.3 meters high and can accommodate any size pet. I think your little fox will like it. As she spoke, she picked up the 9 llamas and placed him in the large nest. 9 Llama wanted to struggle, but the nest was too comfortable. After lying down, he let out a soft hum and transmitted his voice to Su Ran. I want this place. It's incredibly comfortable. Didn't you say you didn't want it? Never mind, just buy it already. I know you have money. Su Ran was genuinely grateful to those who tried to steal his things. If it weren't for their compensation, he wouldn't have been able to afford this place at all. He rummaged through his ring and pulled out a card. Hello, teacher. Try this card. There should be money in it. Su Ran had forgotten who gave her the card, only remembering that none of the cards had a pin. The saleswoman took the card, swiped it, and 2 million was deducted. Then she came over carrying a brand new bed and a whole bunch of pet supplies. Thank you for your purchase. This is a complimentary pet supply from our store. Su Ran put the items away, and the sales assistant took out another card. Sir, your purchase of 2 million has reached the diamond membership level of our store, and we are pleased to present you with a diamond membership card. The sales assistant handed me a card. With this card, you can enjoy a 20% discount at stores across the country, and we will notify you as soon as new pet products are launched so you can come and experience them. Su Ran slid the ring over each item, storing everything into the storage ring. Welcome to visit us again next time. As they walked out of the store, Su Ran smiled and said to 9 Llama, do you want me to pack up those pet supplies for you when you get home? Get lost, all I want is that nest. Ha. Su Ran laughed as she led 9 Llama toward the toy section. Lin Juyu was helping Li Zi try on clothes. Chestnut, how's this outfit? Do you like it? Lin Juyu held a red and white Lolita dress in her hand and asked. Sister Juyu. Chestnut pointed to the mountain of clothes piled up behind her. You've already bought me so many sets, I don't need to buy any more. What's there to be afraid of? Anyway, it's your brother who's paying, so the two of us can just go on shopping. Then we should save some money. Lin Juyu looked at the chestnuts with an incredulous expression. You have no idea how rich your brother is, do you? Chestnut shook his head. I don't know. After I woke up, my brother was on a mission, and Grandpa Dongfang took care of me for a few days. I still don't know what's going on. Your brother brother has at least a few small goals on him now, so feel free to use it. Waiter, please wrap this up. Lin Juyu waved her hand, and the waiter immediately came over and wrapped up Lolita. Miss, is there anything else you'd like to buy for your sister? Chestnut tugged at Lin Juyu's sleeve and said, okay, Sister Juyu, no need to buy anymore. I can't wear them all. What's wrong? Okay then, you put the clothes away, I'll help you put them away in a bit. Okay, sis. The waiter cheerfully went to tidy up the clothes. After the waiter finished cleaning up, Lin Juyu used her storage ring to put all the clothes away, and then put the ring on Li Zi's hand. Keep your clothes safe. I think I haven't bought you any underwear yet. Let's go. After saying that, Lin Juyu led Li Zi towards a lingerie store. Looking at the towering peaks of Chestnut Mountain and then at her own few small hills, Lin Juyu sighed inwardly, realizing she couldn't really help. She decided to do it herself, and when no one was around, she secretly pinched the peak of the chestnut. 36D. Sister Juyu, what are you doing? I don't know your size, so I can only try it on. Don't do it here. There are so many people here. It's okay, I've blocked it. No one can see it. Knowing the size of the chestnut, Lin Juyu quickly bought her some underwear, then took her hand and walked out of the store. Chestnut, is there anything else we haven't bought yet? Chestnut turned its little head, thinking for a long time but couldn't think of anything else missing. That's all. Shouldn't we go find my brother now? Lin Juyu picked up the communicator and dialed Su Ran's number. Su Ran, where are you? We've finished shopping. At this moment, Su Ran was still in the toy store picking out toys with Nine-Tailed Fox and didn't hear the communicator ring at all. 9RA, what do you think of that assembled race car? I think it's great. What do you think of that 1:1 life-size made doll? On the other side, Lin Juyu frowned, wondering if something had happened to Su Ran, and didn't answer the phone. What's this kid doing? Buying a toy shouldn't take this long. Let's go take a look, Sister Juyu. The two walked to the toy section and saw Su Ran and Nine-Tailed Fox excitedly picking out their favorite toys. You bastard, Su Ran. Lin Juyu rushed over and grabbed Su Ran's ear. You don't answer your phone. Aren't you afraid your daughter will be kidnapped? Lin Juyu's words stunned everyone in the toy store. Even the store manager looked at Su Ran with disbelief. At this moment, the older brother, who had just been enthusiastically discussing with Su Ran which toy was more fun, asked with an incredulous look. You already have children? Just as Su Ran was about to explain, Lin Juyu's eyes darted around, and she suddenly had an idea. She then pointed to Chestnut, who was standing to the side. Yes, brother, you have no idea. Lin Juyu immediately transformed into a housewife and began to complain to her older brother. That bastard is always out playing. He doesn't care about the life or death of my daughter and me at all. He gambles every day, and my daughter and I live on plain porridge every day. As she spoke, Lin Juyu used her ice-based supernatural ability to condense a few drops of water, which slid down to the corners of her eyes, resembling tears. The eldest brother looked at Li Zi, who was about 12 or 13 years old, then glanced at Su Ran, who was at most 19, and sighed, saying, Brother, let me tell you, becoming a parent at such a young age, you're really... The older brother started rambling on, but Su Ran caught a faint smile on Lin Juyu's lips. Fine, you're messing with me, aren't you? Well then, I won't hold back. Su Ran dropped a bombshell. You're out fooling around with a dozen or so men every day, while I work hard every day to support the family, and you come here to slander me. How am I supposed to live like this? Everyone turned their attention to Lin Juyu. Lin Juyu's face immediately turned as red as a steamed shrimp, and she stammered, unable to speak. I. What did you say you? What did I say I finally got a day off today and came out to buy some things I like, and you even brought your daughter to see me. Go home and stop making a fool of yourself here. After saying that, Su Ran pulled Lin Juyu and Li Zi away from the scene. Those present were still reeling from the explosive news and had no idea that the person involved had already left. Looking at Su Ran's acting skills, Nine Llama couldn't help but sigh that the Oscars owed him an award. Others might act convincingly, but Su Ran simply didn't seem to be acting at all. Ha 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 ha, hiccup, ha 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 ha. Su Ran looked at the Nine Llama, who was shaking with laughter, and said with a smile, Stop laughing, or you'll become the messenger of pleasure. Control yourself, you little rascal. Were you an Oscar-winning actor in your past life? At this moment, Lin Juyu, whose face was still burning red from being pulled away by Su Ran, was only now recovering from the shock of Su Ran's words. What nonsense are you talking about? You dare to mess with me first? Lin Juyu touched her burning face, feeling that she simply couldn't live in this city anymore. I think I should move to another city. Su Ran's voice drifted over from the side. If we keep bickering like this every day, even if you go to Mars, it won't help. Lin Juyu touched her face and felt that the heat had not subsided at all, so she used the ice glasses to check her face. It was shocking to see that her face was as red as a boiled shrimp shell, and the color wouldn't fade. How am I supposed to go out with this bright red face? Su Ran pondered for a moment, then casually used water magic to condense a water ball, which immediately covered Lin Juyu's face. After thinking for a moment, I moved a small patch of water away from her nose, leaving her a breathing opening. You're actually a pretty nice person. Thank you for the compliment. My name is Lei Feng. Lin Juyu was about to retort when Su Ran grabbed her arm. The The only way to cool down your face, which is as red as a monkey's bottom, is with this trick. Lin Juyu stopped resisting and let the water balloon cover her cheeks. Su-ran suddenly felt as if she had forgotten something important, but she couldn't remember it no matter how hard she tried, until his gaze fell on the chestnuts beside him. Chestnut was staring at a string of candied hawthorns, her eyes shining, but she didn't say anything, just stared quietly. Oh no, I almost forgot to bring this girl to eat. Su-ran walked over, bought the candied hawthorn skewer, and handed it to Li Zi. I almost forgot I didn't take you out to eat. Let's go. He took out his phone, found the nearest night market, and waved to Chestnut. Come on, what are you standing there for? Su-ran walked towards the night market with chestnuts, completely forgetting that the unfortunate child who was being physically cooled by water balloons was still standing nearby. The unlucky kid felt the heat on his face finally subside, so he froze the water with ice and then smashed the ice with a single blow. Finally finished. Lin Juyu looked around, her gaze falling on two small black dots that were gradually disappearing. It's here. Lin Juyu used her special ability to sense the two people and, after confirming that it was Su-ran with Chestnut, she quickened her pace. Feeling that the distance was about right, she leaped into the air, her right leg instantly covered in frost. Su-ran, you little thief, try my ice kick. She knew perfectly well that Su-ran's strange spatial abilities could dodge her attacks with 100% certainty, but this kick was a powerful blow that she had been preparing for a long time. I see. Su-ran was happily walking towards her destination when she suddenly sensed danger. Lin Juyu's heavy kick came down without reservation, directly forcing Su-ran to unleash his passive ethereal divine power. After recognizing Lin Juyu, Su-ran devised a plan. As Lin Juyu passed through Su-ran, he activated his divine power to suck himself into the space, leaving only a wooden clone covered with explosive tags on its back. Lin Juyu turned her head with a dashing air, only to see Su-ran's clone with its chest kicked through, before exploding. It really exploded, the kind of explosion that you could feel was dangerous just by looking at it. Lin Juyu was stunned, never expecting that her joking kick would actually kill Su-ran. Old ma, no, Su-ran. She plopped down on the ground and burst into tears. When Chestnut saw Lin Juyu sitting on the ground crying, she wanted to go over and help her up. Chestnut, I'm so sorry. I kicked your brother to pieces. Chestnut still didn't fully understand why Sister Juyu was crying so sadly when she clearly sensed that Su-ran was still alive through the psychic contract. She wasn't good with words, she just wanted to pull Lin Juyu up and tell her that Su-ran wasn't dead. At this moment, Chestnut saw Su-ran, who was halfway out of the divine might space, and made a shoe gesture to her. Immediately afterwards, a sharp rap on the head struck Lin Juyu. Who attacked me? Lin Juyu was stunned by the blow. She looked up at Li Zi, only to find that Li Zi was standing 2 meters away, out of reach of her. When do we leave? Taking advantage of Lin Juyu's dazed state, Su-ran struck her hard on the back of the head again. He secretly opened a small opening in the divine power space and had Nine-Tailed Fox cooperate with him. I died a terrible death. Understood. The 9 llamas' stern cry rang out in response. Ugh. Lin Juyu was so frightened that she shrank behind the chestnut, trembling. Seeing that the effect was almost achieved, Su-ran came out of the divine might space and patted Lin Juyu on the shoulder. Lin Juyu turned her head stiffly and saw Su-ran, whom she thought was dead. Ah! Screams erupted, startling all the birds in the trees into flight. Su-ran quickly covered her mouth and explained. Stop howling, I was just trying to scare you. Don't do that again next time. Upon hearing this, Lin Juyu punched Su-ran in the chest. You know what? You almost scared me to death. Don't make jokes like that again. As she spoke, tears welled up in her eyes again. You started it all. Su-ran regretted his words as soon as he finished speaking, because Lin Juyu started crying again and buried her face in his chest. Don't cry, don't cry. Don't wipe your tears and snot all over me. I'll treat you to something to make up for it. Lin Juyu gradually stopped crying. This, and this, I want them all. Lin Juyu grabbed the barbecue menu and ordered randomly. With your small frame, can you finish all that food? You yourself said you would apologize. Okay, whatever you want. I'm done. Chestnut, what would you like to eat? As Lin Juyu spoke, she handed the menu to Li Zi. Chestnut simply drew a few circles on the menu and then handed it to Su-ran. Strange, isn't this girl supposed to have a big appetite? Why is she ordering so little? Then, Su-ran heard the next sentence. I don't want the one circled. Give me one of everything else. Okay, I don't need to order anymore. You two have already looked through the menu. As she spoke, Su-ran handed the menu to the waiter next to her. As everyone was drinking their beverages, Su-ran suddenly remembered something and asked Lin Juyu, have we forgotten that there are still a few days left in the national tournament? It's a wonder you still remember. There are only 2 or 3 days left. Lin Juyu responded with a hum. The participating teams have been decided long ago. Besides you, who will definitely be playing, there's me, Xiao Wakuji, a tall guy from the defense department, and a pair of healing sisters. That's the lineup for our Imperial University this time. Looking at this lineup, Su-ran felt a little sweaty. No problem, I'll take the center position. By the way, it seems there's a rule in this competition that specifically targets
targeting you. You can only use one ability to improve your cultivation level. If the judge finds that you are using two, you will be judged to have failed immediately. How can we play like this? It's exhausting. Let's just destroy it. The government explained that this was to prevent students from overdrawing their potential to improve their cultivation. TSK, that person is really pitiful. Who knows if any of those troublemakers will suddenly burst me down. Without a skill that can boost my cultivation, I'm afraid I'll be in trouble. Su-ran felt that the sky was gray and gloomy, but then Nine Lama transmitted his voice to him. What are you panicking about, kid? Su-ran listened to the Nine Lamas as if she had grasped at the last straw. Ninth Master, do you have any ideas? Are you stupid? Have you forgotten that I've become an immortal? Nine-tailed Rabjam settled into a more comfortable position in Su-ran's arms and said, you can directly activate the second stage of Sage Mode through my chakra. This is a combination of my Sage Mode and the power of the tailed beast. Although it is not as powerful as your full power burst, it is more than enough to fight in the national tournament. Listening to Nine Lama's words, Su-ran felt her back straighten up. Furthermore, you can store a few Sage Mode shadow clones in advance and use them to fight in the early stages. Those people will eventually figure out your Sage Mode fighting style, and in the later stages, you can use my power to catch them off guard. If all else fails, you can also use a spirit summoning to bring Chestnut and me together. They don't restrict battle pets. You didn't expect that, did you, old folks? You have your clever schemes, but I have my own siege ladder. Your younger generation is in for a world of trouble if they run into me. Looking at Su-ran's wicked smile, Lin Juyu asked curiously, what, you have a solution? They already have some. I'll give them a good job. Looking at Su-ran's wicked smile, Lin Juyu couldn't help but silently mourn for her future rival for a minute. You guys are unlucky to have run into a guy like this. Just as Su-ran revealed a wicked smile, the waiter had already brought over the barbecue. Everyone, this is part of the barbecue. There's more to come, so please enjoy. The waiter turned to leave, but Su-ran called him back. Hey buddy, do you have any drinks here? Yes, we have fruit juice, soda, and wheat juice. Okay, bring me a glass of wheat juice and 2 glasses of juice for these two. I don't drink juice, Lin Juyu said. Then give me a glass of wheat juice too. Can I drink this? Small cabbage? See, I can't outdrink you. Keep drinking. Didn't you say you were going to drink me out of the water? No need. Lin Juyu picked up a chopstick, dipped it in wheat juice, and then rolled up a napkin to signal her surrender. I knew you couldn't drink it. Su-ran took out a bottle of hangover soup from the Divine Might space. Luckily, I bought this thing when I was on a mission to buy supplies. I'll take it to the wake-up bar. When Lin Juyu saw the bottle of hangover soup, it was as if she had seen a savior, and she gulped it down. Su-ran, you little thief, let's fight another 300 rounds. Save your money, little pickled fish. Small, sour, bland, and superfluous. Su-ran, I'll fight you to the death. Lin Juyu made a move to attack, but Su-ran pulled out a deadly trump card. I have photos of you when you're drunk, so watch your tone. As Su-ran spoke, she waved the photo in front of Lin Juyu. How could that be? Everyone knows I love Geijai the most. Geijai, could you please delete that photo? Lin Juyu said this aloud, but secretly she was thinking, Su-ran, you little bastard, just wait. I'll take action as soon as the photos are deleted. But Su-ran seemed to see through her thoughts and said calmly. After saying that, he lowered his head and continued eating his barbecue. Lin Juyu pleaded and begged, using every trick in the book to charm and coax Su-ran, but Su-ran remained unmoved, focusing solely on eating her barbecue. At this moment, a group of thugs looked over at Su-ran and his group. Tiger, look at those two girls over there. The younger brother pointed in the direction of Lin Juyu and Li Zi. Look how pretty those two girls are, especially the one with white hair and red eyes. Oh my gosh, they're really good. It'll be just the two of them tonight. Tiger, along with his gang of underlings, walked over to Su-ran's table. Hey, guys, isn't it a bit lonely to have a drink with no one to keep you company on this beautiful night? As he spoke, Tiger brother sat down in the empty seat on his own. Lin Juyu raised her hand and pointed around. Would you mind if I shared a table with you? But there are still many around. Before he could finish speaking, he saw that Tiger's henchmen had already filled all the surrounding tables. Now that's all gone. Would you mind if I shared a table with you, beautiful ladies? Tiger's eyes gleamed with lewdness, and his hand wandered insidiously toward Chestnut's shoulder. Chestnut slapped Tiger's hand away in disgust. You disgust me. Hey, you little rascal. Tiger was enraged and unleashed his supernatural abilities. Grandpa, I just want you to stay with me tonight. It would be a great honor for you to sleep with someone like me who has superpowers. After saying that, Tiger reached out and grabbed the chestnut. Su-ran grabbed Tiger's hand, and his third-level, second-grade aura instantly erupted. It's probably not that simple. PC, you should go to a brothel, not lay a hand on my sister. You still want to play the hero and save the damsel in distress? Tiger brother unleashed his full power, exuding the aura of a fourth-level, second-tier cultivator. You think you can stop me with your level? Men, break this kid's limbs and drag him out to feed the dogs. The henchmen around him were about to make their move, but Su-ran was one step ahead,
activating the Tree C descent to trap all the henchmen around him. We've just received some new stock, would you like some? The system opens at the appropriate time. What's new? A pole that can force someone to perform pole dancing, and a special talisman. Without hesitation, Sue ran through 210 poles into the lottery pool. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained 10 poles for forced pole dancing. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained 10 poles for forced pole dancing. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained 10 poles for forced pole dancing. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained 10 special desire talismans. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained 10 special desire talismans. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained 10 special desire talismans. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained 10 special desire talismans. Looking at the neatly arranged 100 steel pipes and 100 desire talismans in the system space, Suran already had a plan in mind. He took a steel pipe out of the system space and held it in his hand. What? You want to hit me with a steel pipe? Come at my head. If you can break through my defenses today, I'll kneel down and call you father. Tiger Brother arrogantly provoked them. Who said I was going to break your defenses? Suran planted the steel pipe in the ground, targeting Brother Tiger. Enjoy it. Humph. You think I'd jump after you stick this thing in the ground? Before Tiger could finish speaking, his body had already involuntarily moved toward the steel pipe. Tiger Brother performed a series of sexy pole dance moves, including leg raises and squats, but what he showed everyone was what visual pollution really meant. It's so offensive. There are also the flowers of our motherland here. This guy is shameless. He dares to publicly display this unusual fetish on the street. Steamed goose heart with 4 kinds of vegetarian dishes. The words of the crowd pierced Tiger's ears like needles, causing him immense pain. What did you do to me, you brat? Why is my body out of control? Klee doesn't know. Suran sat quietly, enjoying Tiger's cringeworthy dance. She endured it for a while, but couldn't take it anymore, so she simply closed her eyes. As soon as the steel pipe's function was gone, Tiger pounced on Suran like a tiger pouncing on its prey, but Suran pulled out another steel pipe. Keep jumping. When did I tell you to stop? You fucking bastard. I'll fuck you fucking. Tiger's curses continued, but Suran calmly took out 6 earplugs. Here, 1 for each of you. Suran put the earplugs into her own ears and handed the remaining 2 to Lin Juyu and Li Zi. As for you, Suran then took out 10 steel pipes from her spatial storage and stuck them into the ground. Take your time dancing, or this beautiful night will be too lonely. Faced with this forced control, Tiger had no choice but to humiliatingly finish dancing the remaining 9 poles. When he reached the 10th talisman, Suran took out a stack of desire talismans from the system space and his gaze fell on the system's introduction. This item, when applied to the body, will arouse desire. It takes effect after 5 minutes. Use with caution. Use with caution. Use with caution. After reading the introduction, Suran glanced at his underlings who were bound by the Tree C descent technique, a wicked smile playing on his lips. He. What are you planning to do, kid? The system and the 9 llamas questioned each other in unison. Have you ever heard of the word state? The tailed beast Karama didn't understand, but the veteran driver system immediately did. You wouldn't be thinking of doing something like, wait, would you? Then what are you going to do with all this new stuff? Isn't it just for fun? Suran looked at his underlings. Only 40 odd. Looks like we can save quite a bit. He went to each of his underlings and affixed the talisman to them. The moment the talisman was applied, it instantly transformed into a ray of light and entered the body of the person whose body it was applied to. Okay, all done. Suran walked to the cashier and took out stacks of 100,000 yuan in cash from her spatial ring. This is for our meal, plus compensation for the damage I caused to the venue. Please accept the rest as a tip. The shop owner was honest. After giving Suran 40,000 yuan, he returned the rest of the money. The damage you caused, plus the cost of your meals, is at most 40,000. I wouldn't feel comfortable giving you that much. You should keep it for yourself. Suran raised her hand and saw that the activation time of the desire talisman was almost up. What's wrong with you? Boss, please keep it. There's going to be a big show later, and it won't be easy to clean it up. After saying that, he turned and ran outside. Oh right, I almost forgot. Suran activated his 3-tomo Sharingan and cast a simple genjutsu on his underlings. Nothing much, it's just that in their eyes, Tiger became a very slutty woman. Hurry up, you two don't want to see what happens later. Suran pulled the 2 of them along, used the light and heavy rock technique to change their mass, and flew them up. Wah, how did I fly? Lin Juyu exclaimed. At this moment, Suran raised his hand and saw that there was only half a minute left before the desire separation talisman was activated. Don't say anything, let's get out of here. He carried them a distance, so fast that the beads on Chestnut's hand fell off. Brother, why did you rush us like this? Pay attention to tomorrow's news. I don't know why I'm in such a hurry. After saying that, Suran released the light and heavy rock and slowly led the 2 back to the school. Meanwhile, Tiger's situation was far from optimistic. A one-on-many male-on-male brawl had already begun, and Tiger, with several things in his mouth, couldn't even speak. Suran set off half an hour later. Dongfang, you brought the corpse of a 9th-tier Sakura
Sakura Kingdom expert to Jiang Long, the dean of the Azure Dragon Academy. Old Dragon Head, what do you think about this? As Dongfang Yu spoke, he threw the 9th tier corpse onto the floor of Jiang Long's office. Old Yu, you didn't kill someone and now you want me to clean up the mess, did you? Jiang Long stood up and carefully examined the corpse, quickly noticing something amiss. Old Yu, this corpse looks like one of Xiaoyi Ingwa's people. That's right, it's the one over there with Sakura. Su Ran and his group were on a mission to the Sakura Kingdom, but that 9th tier guy impersonated an 8th tier to kill them. He was even carrying a 9th tier beast, meaning they were all going to die in the Sakura Kingdom. I don't care where this kid ran off to. What are you going to do if he gets bullied in your department? This is utterly outrageous. Does Sakura think she can turn the world upside down? How dare she break the rules and directly lay a hand on the children? I'm going to find the principal and ask her who gave them this audacity. Is Fish Liang backing them up? Jiang Long walked halfway and suddenly turned to ask Dongfang Yu. Wait, tell me first, what exactly is the mission that Su Ran and the others are carrying out? Bombing the Yasukuni Shrine's arsenal? Isn't that just 2 B-level team missions? Say that again? What did that little rascal do? 1001. It's just a toilet and an armory that were blown up. What's the big deal? Jiang Long then realized the seriousness of the situation and said in a deep voice, that's incredibly audacious. What are you afraid of? They bombed our martyrs' cemetery before, so it's nothing. I'll go with you to find the principal. When the 2 old foxes came out of the principal's office, they both had a meaningful smile on their lips. Hee, what I, the old leader, wanted to do back then. I never thought that the younger generation would accomplish it today. Stop talking nonsense, hurry up and finish this, then go home and get some sleep. After saying that, the 2 men carried the body and walked out of the school gate. This is it, let's begin. Dongfang Yu summoned his sword, spat on his hand, and swiftly severed the head of the 9th level corpse. Your turn, Old Dragon Head. Jiang Long used his supernatural ability to seal the bleeding from the corpse, making the corpse kneel facing the gate of Imperial Capital University, with its head placed in front of it. Here you go, Lao Yu. Dongfang Yu activated his immortal mode, sealing a spatial barrier around the corpse and opening multiple teleportation portals to prevent it from being stolen. The final step. He broke all 4 limbs of the corpse and used a wooden stick to pierce through the broken neck to the tailbone, firmly securing the body. Then a sign was thrown out and placed in front of the body, which read, the villains of Cherry Blossom actually attacked our school students, bullying the weak and feeling ashamed. Now, their bodies, the victims of suicide, are brought to our school gate to kneel and repent for their crimes. Now that we're done, let's go. Come on, Lao Yu, we have to come to my place for a drink on this auspicious day. You should keep that wine. Dongfang Yu took out a jar of opened heavenly immortal wine from his storage space. This is wine my apprentice gave me. Don't be fooled, your wine is 1,000 times worse than this. Jiang Long took a sniff and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. This is truly an excellent wine. If you like it, I'll give you a jar. You can just call me Godfather. If you don't want to drink it, that's fine. After saying that, Dongfang Yu took out a brand new, unopened jar of heavenly immortal wine from his storage space and threw it to Jiang Long. After Su Ran and Li Zi were escorted back to the girls' dormitory by Lin Juyu, they leisurely returned home. Get some rest, Chestnut, we have to go to practice tomorrow. After washing up, Su Ran went straight to her room. Su Ran had barely lain down when she felt something quietly open the door and slip into her bed. He turned his head and saw that it was Chestnut, which was resting on his arm. Chestnuts, he called softly. What's the big deal? He pushed Chestnut helplessly. No matter what he did, she slept like a dead pig, without any reaction. Let her sleep peacefully. I guess this is normal behavior for children in the early stages of this ancestral bloodline reversion. Forget it, I'll just meditate and cultivate tonight. Su Ran was about to get up and pull his arm out from under Chestnut's head when he found Chestnut clinging tightly to his arm as if he had lost something important. It's over, Karama, we'll have to rely on you tonight. Take the alien core with you, my main body will handle it. 9 Llama rolled over in his nest, lay down comfortably, and continued to sleep. What's the big deal? Su Ran took out a bunch of second-tier alien cores, placed his right hand on them, and let the 9 Llama's main body absorb them and nourish himself. Then he fell into a deep sleep. Hiss, why do I feel like I can't move? He tried to move his body, but before he could even move, he was tightly embraced by a force. Su Ran then realized that Chestnut had used the octopus technique to trap him, and because she possessed the power attribute of the sky-moving ant, he couldn't break free. What's the meaning? This kid, he just never stops. Water release, water transformation technique. Su Ran activated the water transformation technique, turning herself into a liquid, and only then was she able to escape from Chestnut's octopus like magic. Chestnut realized that the person in her arms had disappeared, so she quickly grabbed a doll from the side and stuffed it into her arms. After touching the doll, Chestnut finally stopped whimpering, hugged the doll tightly again, turned over, and continued to sleep. Kid, didn't you sleep well last night? Dongfang Yu sat on the sofa, holding a newspaper in his hand. I didn't sleep well, teacher. Have you had breakfast? We've already eaten. There's still some fried rice in the pot, which
which I saved for you in Chestnut. Su Ran opened the pot, ladled out some egg fried rice, and started eating. Dongfang Yu stared at a section of the newspaper, then suddenly closed his eyes and threw the newspaper away.
Damn it, how can I see this kind of news in the morning? I feel like my eyes have been raped.
Having just finished eating fried rice, Su Ran picked up the newspaper after tidying up her things and saw an extremely sensational news story.
Shocking. Multiple men openly engaged in group sex in the street. The surrounding area was covered in white smoke. The victim has been taken to the hospital and remains unconscious. Is this a sign of distorted humanity or moral decay?
Looking at the accompanying picture below, Su Ran almost threw up the food she had just eaten. The video shows several naked men robbing a man who was tied to a steel rod.
That man is Tiger from last night. TSK, Tonesy, that thing of yours is really harmful, but I like it. I knew it, you're just like that.
Just as Su Ran stepped out of the kitchen, Chestnut, who had just woken up, staggered out of her room. She opened her arms and threw herself into Su Ran's embrace.
Chestnut, I'm going to practice with the team. You stay home by yourself and listen to Grandpa Dongfang, okay? Chestnut nodded absent-mindedly. Who knows if she actually listened?
Then I'll leave this girl in your care, teacher.
Alright, go ahead and do it. Su Ran carried the drowsy Chestnut to the sofa, then turned and left.
He was walking along the wide campus road when he suddenly remembered a thorny issue.
Damn it, I've been away for 2 months and it seems like I have no idea where the participating teams meet.
Use the communicator Little Potato sent you to contact Lin Juyu, you idiot. Su Ran took out her communicator, ready to contact Lin Juyu, but the phone rang first.
Are you still going to gather? It's almost noon.
Lin Juyu's roar came from the other end of the communicator. Su Ran quickly moved the communicator further away and checked the time on the display, only to find that it was only 9 o'clock.
It's only 9 o'clock now, and you're saying we won't get to Bull Demon's place until noon? Come here quickly, everyone's here, we're just missing you. Zhao Xiaoxiao's voice came from afar.
Tell me where it is, immortals. On the other side, Lin Juyu sent her location to Su Ran. We will arrive at the school's training ground within half an hour. Upon seeing the location, Su Ran was about to use the light and heavy rock technique to change his weight and fly there when he suddenly remembered something.
When I fought with Lin Juyu, did I leave the Flying Thunder God mark on her?
Yes, there is, but that mark can only be used once because you were too weak at the time to leave a permanent mark.
Once is enough.
Sensing the Flying Thunder God mark, Su Ran activated the Flying Thunder God and rushed over at top speed.
Am I too late?
Lin Juyu suddenly noticed Su Ran appearing behind her and reflexively swung her hand. Su Ran stood there without dodging, easily avoiding the attack by relying on the autonomous etherealization of divine power.
What do you mean? I just arrived and I got slapped?
Alright, Su Ran, let's get to know your teammates first.
Jiang Long came out and said to Su Ran, let's all introduce ourselves.
A tall, sturdy boy said loudly, my name is Chao Zhuang, and I am skilled in the elemental ability of controlling iron sand. Su Ran stepped forward, shook hands with Chao Zhuang, and nodded in acknowledgement. Two girls who looked almost identical came out to introduce themselves. My name is Yu. I have healing abilities, and I am one of the twin flowers.
My name is Cho Shui.
I also have healing abilities and am the other half of the twin flowers. Huo Kyuji, who was standing to the side, spoke up. There's no need for introductions between the three of us, since we know each other very well.
Then let me introduce myself. My name is Jiang Long.
I am the Dean of Qinglong Academy and also the teacher leading the team in this national competition.
Hello, Dean Jiang. Su Ran bowed deeply to Jiang Long. No need to be so polite.
Jiang Long straightened Su Ran's posture. Now that everyone is here, let's have one last practice session before the national competition.
Su Ran will take on all 6 of you one-on-one. Su Ran nodded to indicate that she understood. He walked onto the adjacent battle platform and stood still. What? Elder Jiang, you're letting him fight 6 people at once? That's seriously underestimating us. Zhao Xiaoxiao shouted. Aren't you afraid we might accidentally hurt him? Don't be afraid, go ahead and do it.
Xiao Xiao had no choice but to walk to the other side of the arena with her 5 teammates. At this moment, Wakuji began to arrange tactics against Su Ran, and Zhao Xiaoxiao quickly went over to listen. Zhao Zhuang, protect Xiaoyu and Xiaoshui. I'll take the lead in the attack. Lin Juyu, prepare to control the situation.
Zhao Xiaoxiao, you stand in the back and prepare to summon the mecha. We'll buy you some time.
The 6 men stood still, forming a classic 2-1-3 formation.
It seems you've already reached an agreement. Su Ran conjured 2 wooden swords from his palm, preparing to fight. Let's use these 2 swords to fight. I can't bear to use my sword like that.
With a kaleidoscope pattern appearing in his eyes, Su Ran attached Amaterasu to the wooden sword. Both players, get ready. Jiang Long stood on the referee's platform and raised his hand. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Ran shot out like a cannonball, so fast that even Jiang Long couldn't react.
Such speed. Did this kid really learn something from old you?
The 6 were shocked by Su Ran's speed, and Huakuji, as the core of the team, immediately gave instructions to his teammates. Lin Juyu, take control of the situation.
Chao Zhuang, give me an iron sand shield. I'll deal with him.
Lin Juyu activated activated her supernatural ability to freeze the ground, and a bone-chilling cold rose from the ground, greatly slowing down Su Ran's speed. But Hua Kyuji, as Lin Juyu's teammate, was completely unaffected and continued to rush towards Su Ran at high speed. Xiao Zhuang conjured an iron sand shield at the opportune moment, which surrounded Hua Kyuji. The venue wasn't large, only about 500 meters wide. Maintaining their sprinting speed, the two collided head-on. Su Ran's wooden sword danced up and down, unleashing a series of Amaterasu slashes at Hua Kyuji, but they were repeatedly blocked by Xiao Zhuang's iron sand shield. This is a bit troublesome. Su Ran bit the wooden sword in her left hand, freeing her hand to conjure another wooden sword imbued with Amaterasu fire. I'd like to see how you can withstand the speed of the three-sword style. His body suddenly accelerated, and the three knives flew up and down in his hands, like butterflies dancing among flowers. Damn it, we need to add 2 more shields for this Hua Kyuji brat. The iron sand shield's defense gradually weakened, and several times Amaterasu slashes nearly hit Hua Kyuji. Xiao Zhuang quickly conjured 2 more iron sand shields, which greatly reduced the risk of Hua Kyuji being breached. Damn it, why can't I see Su Ran's sword trajectory? I have no choice but to use that move. Hua Kyuji took a step back, and the sword aura of Dragon's Roar and Tiger's Howl erupted once more. Su Ran looked at Hua Kyuji, who was gathering his strength in place, and then turned around and rushed towards the crowd behind him. I won't let you pass. Lin Juyu increased the output of her cold energy and summoned an ice giant, preparing to use it to block Su Ran. Su Ran raised his hand and used the multiple shadow clone technique to create 4 clones, confusing the ice giant's vision. Unable to distinguish which was the real body, the ice giant began to pound the ground haphazardly, trying to hit the real Su Ran. The ice giant struck one of its clones, and the clone vanished with a bang. Ice giant, if you destroy all of Su Ran's clones, you will be able to find the real him. Upon receiving its master's command, the ice giant increased its striking speed, turning the remaining 4 Su Ran clones into white smoke that dissipated on the field. At that moment, a strange mist rose up. What's going on? The cold air is clearly there. These wisps of mist couldn't possibly rise up. That's because you're too naive. Su Ran, who had suddenly disappeared, instantly reappeared beside Lin Juyu, turned around and kicked her out of the arena. Lin Juyu manipulated ice elements, growing a giant ice hand that steadily caught the body that had been kicked away. Water release, mist concealment technique. Su Ran once again turned into a wisp of smoke and dissipated on the field. All personnel on high alert. Focus on Zhao Xiaoxiao and quickly regroup. But Su Ran would not act according to their wishes at all. He instantly appeared next to Zhao Xiaoxiao and activated the secret ninjutsu of Yunin Village. Thunderous plow and hot knife. Instead of attacking Zhao Xiaoxiao's neck, he used his lightning-infused arm to slam into her abdomen, using the speed boost from the lightning to try and knock her out of the arena. Zhao Xiaoxiao, who was still summoning her mech, was interrupted, and the backlash caused her to become dizzy and confused. Su Ran's foot speed increased, and he was already close to the boundary line. Just then, countless icy hands materialized on the ground, firmly grasping Su Ran's feet and throwing him to the ground with a thud. This ability to control the situation is really a headache. Su Ran took off his shoes and used wood release to create a pair of wooden shoes for himself, on which Amaterasu flames blazed. I'd like to see how you try to stop me. These wooden shoes, burning with Amaterasu fire, were not slowed down by the ice like the shoes of the past, but Hua Kyuji's sword momentum had already been fully charged, and a sharp sword aura was aimed directly at Su Ran. Xiao Zhuang used iron sand to condense 2 large hands. He threw Su Ran aside with one hand and sent Zhao Xiaoxiao to the Qiuyu and Qiushui sisters to begin treatment with the other. Now, you can't escape, can you? 1001. Ignoring the temperature of the Amaterasu fire, Xiao Zhuang and Lin Juyu used their elemental energy to unleash their strongest binding technique, locking Su Ran firmly in place. Hua Kyuji, with a fierce sword aura, thrust his sword tip straight at Su Ran. Su Ran unleashed his divine power, directly taking Xiao Zhuang into his spatial dimension. Solve 1. He unleashed his divine power once more, devouring Lin Juyu and throwing both of them out of the realm. Su Ran turned around and raised her hand, preparing to take Hua Kyuji into her divine might space just like she had taken Lin Juyu and Xiao Zhuang. However, Hua Kyuji, aided by the power of his sword, deftly dodged the fatal grab. Just as Su Ran was about to unleash his divine power again, he suddenly felt tears of blood welling up in his eyes. You need to slow down. Divine power consumes a lot of energy, and if you use it so frequently, your immortal body might not be able to replenish it in time. Upon hearing the system's notification, Su Ran immediately deactivated the divine might remote control on her left eye, retaining only the ethereal state of her right eye to deal with Hua Kyuji. Su Ran felt that her supernatural power was almost depleted, so she asked the nine-tailed fox for help. Kurama, help me activate the tailed beast link. My power is almost depleted. You little rascal, how come you look exactly like Kakashi? Kurama injected chakra into Su Ran's body, and a layer of golden energy immediately enveloped him, allowing Su Ran to successfully enter the tailed beast link mode. Su Ran and Hua Kyuji clashed again. Meanwhile, after being treated by the Qiuyu and Qiushui sisters, Zhao Xiaoxiao recovered and began summoning her mecha again. During the battle, Su Ran suddenly felt a strong threat and turned around to see Zhao Xiaoxiao preparing to summon her mech again. It seems you guys quite like using this tactic. Su Ran ignored Huokyuji, remained in her ethereal state, and charged straight at Zhao Xiaoxiao. Sister, it's our turn, Xiao Shui said to Qiuyu. The two sisters stepped forward side by side, blocking Zhao Xiaoxiao's path. You think you can stop me? Twins imprisoned. The two held hands and together gave Su Ran a big surprise. Su Ran felt completely imprisoned and was even forcibly pulled back into physical form, her ethereal state destroyed. Huokyuji looked at Su Ran, who was radiating golden light but was being suppressed, and said, Not necessarily. I knew you'd be stubborn as a mule, Su Ran. I'll just blast you down with one shot. Zhao Xiaoxiao's mecha was finally successfully summoned and began to charge up. She didn't want to hurt Su Ran, so she chose a low-damage cannon that charged for 5 seconds. Although it couldn't seriously injure Su Ran, it was enough to knock him out of bounds. Su Ran tried to dodge, but was firmly restrained by the twin flowers, making it difficult to even lift her arms and legs, let alone avoid the attack. He could only drag his heavy body and pull out a flying thunder god kunai from his system space, holding it horizontally in front of him. Your little dart can't stop this shot of mine. Get down here. Zhang Long shook his head and turned away upon seeing the scene before him. Old dragon head, this isn't over yet. Why are you in such a hurry to turn around? The one speaking was Dongfang Yu, who had arrived through the portal. Your apprentice has already lost. What's the point of watching? Dongfang Yu looked at Su Ran, who was blocking his way with a kuo, and said to Zhang Long with a smile, Let's bet on a 5th-tier alien core, and on whether this kid can withstand this attack. Then this 5th-order heteronucleus is mine. I haven't lost yet. Just as Zhao Xiaoxiao's attack made contact with Su Ran, a huge black array suddenly appeared on the Ku Wushang. Flying thunder god-guided thunder. Zhao Xiaoxiao's attack hit Su Ran, but he didn't budge an inch, not even retreating from the impact. Then, Su Ran pointed the tip of his flying thunder god kunai at the three of them, and a huge black array condensed on the tip of the kunai. Zhao Xiaoxiao's attack was guided out of the array and went straight for the three of them. The three were knocked out of bounds, and the restraints on Su Ran were also released. Without all these troublesome things, Su Ran stood up from the ground and said softly, Fighting will make things easier. He activated the shadow mist technique again, and a thick fog rapidly erupted from him, covering the entire area. Su Ran's figure also turned into mist, and Huokyuji was unable to catch his trace at all. Thank you, teacher. This fog is really annoying. Huokyuji gripped his sword with both hands, and the sword's momentum coalesced into the silhouettes of a dragon and a tiger, which began to spin wildly. The thick fog dissipated instantly, but Su Ran's figure was still nowhere to be found. Just then, a hand crackling with lightning gently touched Huokyuji's neck. You were too careless. Su Ran's figure slowly emerged from the shadows behind Huokyuji. The moment Chestnut successfully evolved, Su Ran had gained the ability to shadow escape thanks to Chestnut's feedback. It was precisely this skill that allowed Su Ran to swiftly slip into the shadows the instant he activated the mist concealment technique, appearing behind Huokyuji and ultimately winning the match. Jiang Long also announced at just the right moment. Su Ran won this match. The moment Huokyuji heard Jiang Long announce Su Ran's victory, his tense body immediately relaxed. You're really something, kid. Not at all. I only recently mastered the shadow cloak technique. If this match had been held a month earlier, the outcome would have been very uncertain. But you won, that's a fact. Su Ran and Huokyuji walked down from the training field, chatting and laughing. Suddenly, Su Ran sensed something flying towards them at an extremely fast speed. Huokyuji quickly assumed a defensive stance, and Su Ran also sensed the aura. She reached behind her and steadily caught the two 5th-tier alien cores. Seeing that Su Ran had successfully caught the alien core, Dongfang Yu nodded in satisfaction and then left through the portal. Everyone gathered together. Jiang Long clapped his hands, summoning everyone together. After this battle, we all know each other better now. We're heading out tomorrow for the national competition, so all you little rascals, get your spirits up and bring back first place perfectly. Su Ran asked, Is it permissible for battle pets to participate in combat? Jiang Long pondered for a moment, then took out a small booklet from his pocket and examined it carefully. After watching for a while, he nodded in response, Of course, but non-beast tamer ability users can only summon one beast. Then our first place is secured. Please raise a slightly larger protective shield to isolate the aura here. Although he didn't understand Su Ran's specific intentions, Jiang Long still raised the protective shield. The art of spirit communication. Su Ran bit his finger and slammed it heavily on the ground. A huge spirit array immediately appeared in his hand. At that moment, a girl who was eating potato chips, drinking beverages, and watching TV at home was teleported over with a bewildered look on her face. She blinked and casually stuffed the potato chips in her hand into her mouth. This is my battle pet, and also our biggest trump card. Jiang Long was stunned when he saw the chestnut that looked like a human. You actually raised a beast that can transform into human form? Where did you get this thing from? I captured her. After signing the contract, I helped her evolve, and she completely transformed into human form. Kid, beasts of the 6th rank and level 5 or higher are not allowed to participate. Even Juyu's ice giant is only of the 6th rank and level 4,
barely on the edge. Beasts that can transform must have at least a 7th rank ordinary bloodline as a minimum, and even if the bloodline is good, it must be at least the 6th rank and level 8. I'm afraid yours can't be used. But Elder Jiang, Chestnut is only at the 5th level. Jiang Long stared at the white-haired, red-eyed girl in front of him, carefully sensing her aura, and confirmed that she was indeed a 5th-tier beast. How is this possible? A 5th-tier beast can transform into human form? This is the first time I've ever heard of such a thing. Could it be? Jiang Long had a vague idea that only divine beasts could break the rules of transformation of alien beasts, but he dared not imagine how Su Ran had obtained such a divine beast. I see. Su Ran, did you really catch the chestnuts? Yes, the teacher was watching when I caught the chestnut. Jiang Long felt much more at ease when he heard that Dongfang Yu was also present. Perhaps your beast could really be our trump card. Everyone go back and get some rest. We'll meet at the school gate at 8 a.m. tomorrow. As Lin Juyu left, Su Ran patted her on the shoulder, leaving her with a one-time flying thunder god mark. Why are you taking pictures of me? A mosquito was about to bite you, so I swatted at it, but I missed. Lin Juyu nodded thoughtfully, then turned and left with Zhao Xiaoxiao. Tonzi, why was old Jiang so shocked when he saw the chestnuts? Actually, Elder Jiang didn't show any surprise. Given his status and experience, he'd probably seen quite a few shape-shifting beasts. What truly shocked him was his reaction when you said chestnut was only at the 5th rank. What's so strange about that? Chestnuts evolved from the 4th to the 5th tier before they started to take human form. You've misunderstood that. The system explains slowly and methodically. You're right about old Jiang. A beast's bloodline determines its transformation level. The stronger the bloodline, the more likely it is to transform at a lower level. The ability to transform signifies that the beast's overall strength has reached a certain stage. It's a mark of its entry into the ranks of the strong. Beasts with weaker bloodlines can only transform into human form through quantitative accumulation leading to qualitative change, while beasts with stronger bloodlines can transform much earlier. This is the innate advantage brought by bloodline. And the 5th order transformed beasts are basically all divine beasts, which is the key reason why Elder Jiang was shocked. Su Ran looked down at Chestnut, who was eating potato chips with a blank expression. He just couldn't equate this little creature in front of him with the powerful mythical beast in legend. You're saying Chestnut is a mythical beast? Isn't her true form the queen ant? That was her pre-evolutionary species. With the support of elements like sky-moving ants, shadow tigers, earth dragon bones, and millennium-grade black abyss grass, Chestnut's true form is evolving in a completely new direction. I would even dare to assert that Chestnut is creating an unprecedented divine beast race. Su Ran said to Chestnut, who was still eating potato chips, Chestnut, can you shed your human form and return to your original form? Chestnut nodded thoughtfully and began to circulate the supernatural power within her body. She used her special ability to turn her face bright red, but didn't fully transform into her original form. At this moment, the darkness and earth elements were extremely unstable, as if they were about to erupt into elemental chaos at any moment. Stop. Don't turn back into your original form. Su Ran quickly reached out to stop Li Zi. Why, brother? I feel like if I try a little harder, I can turn back. Su Ran pointed to the piles of earth and the dense, swirling dark elements on the ground. If you really turn back, this place will probably be destroyed. Then I don't need to change? No need. Let's go home for dinner. After saying that, Su Ran turned and walked outside. Li Zi quickly followed, took Su Ran's hand, and the two walked together towards home. System, this girl's true form might be quite extraordinary. She's been holding back for so long without reverting to her original form. If she really does, the training ground will probably be lost. I understand, it's because of the 4 symbols seal. After pondering for a long time, the system suddenly remembered the 4 symbols seal it had set up when Chestnut was about to break out of her cocoon and be born. This seal not only sealed Chestnut's overflowing supernatural abilities but also her true form, which allowed Chestnut to be born in human form. The 4 symbols seal set up at the time not only sealed off Chestnut's overflowing energy but also sealed her true form, which is why Chestnut cannot revert to her original form. When Chestnut broke free from its cocoon, its main body may not have been able to withstand too much power, so it chose to release some of its supernatural abilities, allowing its main body to descend into the world in human form. We mistakenly believed that our supernatural abilities had leaked out and inadvertently used the 4 symbols seal to seal away this overflowing energy, thereby sealing our true form. So this won't do any harm to the chestnuts, right? Su Ran was a little worried. System response. Just think about it, how powerful must an ability be if even Chestnut's true form couldn't absorb it? At that time, Chestnut had already entered the realm of divine beasts, and a rather powerful one at that. Perhaps it's precisely because these leaked abilities were sealed that Chestnut is only at the 5th rank. When she can completely revert to her original form, it will mean she has absorbed all the sealed abilities, and only then will she be in her true, complete form. So what should we do now? Wait, or find something that can promote the absorption of supernatural energy so that Chestnut can complete the absorption as soon as possible. At that time,
you might gain a companion around the 8th rank, or even a 9th rank companion who can't threaten you, let alone a 10th rank companion. Su-ran nodded thoughtfully, took out a hawthorn pill from her divine space, and handed it to Chestnut. Chestnut, eat more things that promote absorption, so you can turn back into your original form sooner. Su-ran took out more hawthorn-based products from the divine might space and stuffed them all into Chestnut's arms. Before Li Zi had even finished chewing the hawthorn pill in her mouth, another pile of hawthorn products was stuffed into her arms. She looked at Su-ran with a puzzled expression. "You son of a bitch." Suddenly, a wooden clone separated from Su-ran's body and violently smashed into the back of Su-ran's head. "I asked you to find something to help Chestnut's digestive abilities, not to give her hawthorn berries to aid digestion." Before Su-ran could react, he was violently struck on the head by the system. He turned around to see who had attacked him, and when he looked, he saw a face exactly like his own. "Damn it, you want me to run into a clone in broad daylight?" Just as Su-ran was about to unleash his divine power, the wooden clone controlled by the system simultaneously used its own divine power to counteract it, followed by another sharp rapture on the head. "Look carefully, I am a system, not some clone." "System, can you come out?" Su-ran stared dumbfounded at the wooden clone that looked exactly like her. In all the novels she'd read in her past life, she'd never seen a system actually appear in person. "Of course you can. That's the access to one of your wooden clones. I got my hands on it a long time ago." "This is?" The system stretched its wrist and continued to explain. "Your wooden clones can actually be considered living beings, just without consciousness, or rather, they are all you. What I did was erase the consciousness of one of the wooden clones, allowing myself to enter, so that I could exit through the wooden clone." "You can do it like this? Brother Tong, help me fight. Kai Kai will take care of you." "You're dreaming." The system used its wooden clone to summon a wooden chair, then comfortably lay down on it and said, "If I make a move, I'll be targeted by the Earth's consciousness here, so don't expect me to fight for you. Doing the sealing work is about enough for me. Explain the reasons in detail." "You little rascal, you want to know the answer to everything?" The system put away the wooden chair and stood in front of Su-ran. "You were able to become a transmigrator, and I was able to become this system, both through special methods, essentially smuggling ourselves here. Although the Earth's consciousness here doesn't allow it, we still came. Because you have a physical body here, all living beings will gravitate towards the creatures of this world, so your actions will go unnoticed. But I don't have a physical body in the true sense. I'm more like a projection. If I make a move, the Earth's consciousness will seize me and kill me." The system walked up to Su-ran and merged the wooden clone back into Su-ran's body. "So, going out for a walk is fine, but don't make any moves." Su-ran took Chestnut's hand and hurried back home. "Hey kid, don't wander around today." Dongfang Yu said, sitting on the sofa. "I've absorbed those 2 5th-tier alien cores for you. Don't worry about wasting them. The energy there is strong enough to force you to level up, so you can be better prepared for the national competition." "Don't worry, teacher." Su-ran picked up an apple from the table and took a bite. "I just need to make sure my teammates don't mess up. If I mess up, there are substitutes, right?" Dongfang Yu let out a strange laugh. "A substitute? You're still hoping for a substitute? What's going on? Doesn't the team have any substitutes?" Su-ran was chewing an apple when she suddenly choked and asked Dongfang Yu in shock. "No, otherwise why do you think Imperial Capital University is #1 in the country? Tsinghua University is a step behind because our school's team in the national competition is fierce enough. We never bring substitutes and rely on our real skills to win first place, which is why our school has such a great reputation. You guys don't bring substitutes, but I do." Su-ran formed a hand seal, and immediately 4 or 5 wooden clones emerged from behind him and stood behind him. "Aren't these clones just substitutes? Problem solved. This guy probably doesn't have much of your strength. Can this thing even be a substitute?" No, you're wrong, teacher." Su-ran pointed to the wooden clones and said, "These wooden clones carry all my power and are actually no less powerful than my main body." "Oh my, you're just as good as yourself." Dongfang Yu opened the portal. It was the same familiar formula, the same familiar scent. He grabbed Su-ran by the collar and threw him into his room. "Then you should train hard. This army strategy that Chestnut can't handle will be up to you. From now on, you'll be the queen ant. If you don't absorb it all tomorrow, I won't mind pouring it into your ears and nose as well. Don't even think about coming out to see anyone until you've finished absorbing it." After saying that, Dongfang Yu closed the portal and sat down to watch TV. Su-ran held a different core in each hand, sat cross-legged on the ground, and began to absorb the supernatural energy inside. He felt 2 powerful surges of energy rushing into his arm, bringing waves of stinging pain. "Ouch, I'm exhausted, and it hurts a bit." Seeing the pain on Su-ran's face, Kurama, who was lounging in his laziness, snorted and mobilized the chakra belonging to Kurama within his body. Instantly, a terrifying pressure suppressed the energy in the 2 alien cores, allowing Su-ran to begin absorbing it steadily. Just as Su-ran was about to enter a state of clarity, she suddenly remembered something she hadn't done yet. "I almost forgot, I haven't prepared the shadow clones for Sage Mode yet." He put down the 2 alien cores, formed hand seals, and created 3 shadow clones.
Let's keep these three on hand for now.
Su-ran placed the alien core in the middle, held hands with his 3 wooden clones to promote the flow of alien energy, and began to cultivate. As the first rays of dawn shone into Su-ran's room, he opened his eyes and awoke from a state of clarity. He looked at the 2 fifth-order alien cores that had turned to powder, then glanced at the 3 power banks full of immortal magical abilities, nodded in satisfaction, and put the 3 shadow clones into the divine might space. When he went downstairs, he saw Li Zi and Dongfang Yu having breakfast.
Oh, teacher. Seeing Dongfang Yu's furrowed brows and worried expression, Su-ran couldn't help but ask, Teacher, why do you look so worried so early in the morning? Your eyebrows are almost furrowed into a whirl. There's bad news. The school just issued a notice that I can also be an accompanying teacher. Oh, what about the chestnuts? Su-ran choked while drinking water. I'm trying to figure something out too. If this girl goes with you, she'll definitely be with you. I had to persuade her not to come to you last night. Then would it be troublesome for you to make a few more trips? I can't take it anymore. I want a different host. Brother Tonzi, can you also give me some ideas?
Chestnut isn't a child, she's just regressed to a childlike state, but that doesn't mean she's actually a child.
Prepare some alien cores for her
to absorb in your divine power space, or put some toys and books in to keep her entertained.
If all else fails, throw Karama in to play with her. Sodi to death. Teacher, give me some low-level heteronuclei. Dongfang Yu didn't understand Su-ran's intention, but he still handed him a second-tier alien core from the ring.
The moment Dongfang Yu's hand touched Su-ran, he noticed that something was wrong with her.
You broke through 2 levels in one night? Looking at Su-ran's current level 3 to 4,
Dongfang Yu could hardly believe it. Just yesterday, he was only level 3 to 2.
What should we do with the chestnuts? That's easy. Su-ran walked up to Chestnut and said gently, Good girl, Chestnut.
I'll put you in my spatial dimension and you can stay there.
I'll let you out tonight, okay?
Perhaps Chestnut was not naturally good with words, and simply nodded slightly. After storing everything into his divine might space, Su-ran fixed his gaze on Chestnut's eyes and imprinted the divine might mark on her.
You've prepared quite thoroughly. Are you worried about something going wrong?
If I get injured and fall into a coma for 2 or 3 days, and this girl stays inside for 2 or 3 days without coming out, I'm afraid she won't be able to handle it. After thinking for a moment, he also put a clock inside.
Chestnut, I usually release you at 5 o'clock sharp.
If I haven't released you by 5:10, just activate the mark in your eyes and come out on your own.
Got it?
Chestnut nodded, and Su-ran felt relieved enough to put her into the divine might space.
Let's go, teacher.
Dongfang Yu opened a portal, and Su-ran and he passed through it one after the other, arriving at the school gate. Jiang Long glanced at his watch as the master and apprentice arrived late. The time was exactly 7:59.
Everyone's here, let's get ready to go.
Su-ran raised her hand in response.
Where is the venue for this national competition?
Shanghai, they won the hosting rights this time.
Won't it be too late to go now? What's late? You brat. Jiang Long pointed at Dongfang Yu.
Your teacher has the most convenient mode of transportation in the world right here. If it weren't for something going on at the opening ceremony, we could have even made it to the preliminary round at 9:30. You old bastard, you have such a foul mouth. Dongfang Yu waved his hand, and a huge teleportation portal appeared in front of everyone.
Everyone, please go inside. This is where we're going.
As everyone walked into the portal one by one, Jiang Long and Dongfang Yu followed closely behind.
Next up is the Taikyo University team.
Su-ran and the others walked out of the teleportation portal and found themselves standing on a straight path, surrounded by cheers.
The Imperial Capital. The Imperial Capital. Number 1. Number 1. Still so enthusiastic.
Of course, we also have to consider what we represent. Jiang Long and Dongfang Yu walked to the front of the group, leading everyone towards the high platform where all the representative teams were gathered. As Su-ran and the others reached their seats, the host standing on the platform began to speak. Now that everyone is here, the veteran viewers are certainly familiar with the rules of the national competition, so I'll just give a brief explanation for the new viewers. First, in normal combat, you can't go for the kill, stop when you've made a point, unless the opponent attacks first or there are special circumstances. Second, you must not intentionally injure or maim your opponent, violators will be expelled. Third, you cannot use beasts that are 3 levels higher than your own, the maximum is level 6, level 5. Fourth, that's it. All you future pillars of the Dragon Kingdom, show your strength before the people of the nation. As soon as the host finished speaking, the atmosphere reached a climax, and countless fireworks shot into the sky, bursting into brilliant flames. Next is our annual competition's traditional event, where the previous champion team, Taikyo University, will randomly select a team to compete in the opening match. The host was holding a box, and the platform beneath his feet began to spin wildly. Oh dear, I'm almost dizzy. The host pretended to fall down and happened to take a white ball out of the box. He lay down on the ground, instantly opened the white ball, and stood up like a carp leaping out of the water. I hereby announce that the team joining Taikyo University in the opening matches.
I can't recognize this character. Oh, sorry, I'm holding it upside down.
The host flipped over the card with the name written on it and finally saw it clearly.
Congratulations to Shanghai University. Although Shanghai Shanghai University was some distance from Su Ran and his group. He still noticed a few incongruous figures in black mixed in with the group. Su Ran activated her Sharingan, wanting to see more clearly. He saw several black people standing prominently in the Shanghai University group. Damn it, system, give me a 10 pull right now. I need to get an MP3 player that can play songs. Why are you smoking this? Buy now. The system saw the black men through Su Ran's Sharingan. I understand. You want to loop which version of the Sunshine, Rainbow, and Giant Ox Horse, right? Wait a minute, I'll edit it for you right away. The system became busy. All teams, please leave the stage. Leave the stage to those who will be playing exhibition matches. As the teams gradually left the field, only Shanghai University and Su Ran remained, staring at each other. Alright, now that you're done, hurry up and draw the cards. Su Ran quickly redeemed a 10 pull and unexpectedly received many pleasant surprises. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained an MP3 player with external speaker. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a saltwater whip. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a revolver. Looking at the farm owner outfits piled up in his system space, he said with a wry smile, let these guys taste fear. Change venues. As the host's voice rang out, a tall black man, accompanied by 2 other black men and 4 girls, lunged at Su Ran. Su Ran stood at the front, fearlessly facing the black man. Don't eat the pickled radishes. Those wretched yellow-skinned monkeys. He took out an MP3 player from the system space and started playing that song. Who are you? For details, please listen to the story on Sunshine Rainbow Little White Horse's page. The author frequently violates the rules, so it's inconvenient to release it here. Su Ran's teammates and 2 teachers tried hard to suppress their laughter, but the audience outside the venue couldn't help but burst into laughter. This guy is amazing. He unleashed a powerful attack right up to the face. These are all loop versions, they keep looping. Ha 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 ha, that's hilarious. That black man's face was completely black, but he was clearly so angry he turned green. When the black man heard the song Su Ran was playing, he almost couldn't resist turning around and attacking her, but luckily the girl next to him pulled him back. Paulu, calm down. Hey, you're a turtle, huh? You can really hold your tongue like that? Why don't you become a ninja turtle? I'm telling you, I guarantee you'd be a great old turtle in the sewers. Don't eat the pickled radish. I'm going to tear this monkey to pieces. The black man, known as Paulu, stood in his own territory and formed a battle formation. Alright, let's get ready too. Hwakyuji was about to gather his teammates when he noticed Su Ran's hands and feet trembling slightly. He realized that the trembling was not from fear, but from excitement. Juyu, I think this kid is preparing for a one-on-one fight, Hwakyuji said to Lin Juyu. Lin Juyu spoke slowly. I think this kid is going to take on 7 people at once. He led me to all sorts of trouble during the college entrance exam. I don't believe he doesn't even have this much guts. Hey everyone, wanna have a game? Su Ran turned to her teammates and said, don't worry, I have so many responsibilities on my shoulders, I will never fail. Just as Su Ran was about to put on the 4th Hokage's divine robe, he suddenly thought of a more suitable skill. My father once said that we should use the prisoner to defeat the prisoner. Lightning crackled around Su Ran's body, a manifestation of the cloud concealment secret technique, lightning release mode. Using cloud concealment techniques to deal with these black people? Kid, you're something else. Seeing the lightning crackling around Su Ran, Paulu became even more interested and activated his own ability, his body wreathed in lightning. I want to see which is stronger, this yellow-skinned monkey's lightning type ability or my SS level pure lightning body. All team members, please get ready, the competition is about to begin. As soon as the host finished speaking, the referee raised his right hand to signal. As soon as she finished speaking, Su Ran rushed towards her opponent like an arrow released from a bow. Paulu was not to be outdone, and a bizarre scene suddenly unfolded on the field. 2 people covered in lightning collided violently before the other team members could react. Wood clones, keep an eye on the other 6 people for me. A giant tree sprouted from Su Ran's back, rushing straight towards the 6 people opposite him, but he didn't make a move, he just stared at them quietly. Those wretched yellow-skinned monkeys. Paulu took a step back, put on his boxing gloves, and lightning began to crackle around them. Fuck you, if you're not being reasonable, why resort to weapons? Chao Zhuang, use your iron sand ability to condense a few double-edged swords for me. Upon hearing this, Chao Zhuang immediately activated his special ability, conjuring 8 double-edged swords and quickly delivering them to Su Ran's side. That makes things much more convenient. Su Ran secured the swords to various points on her body, using her special ability to firmly adhere them and prevent them from falling off. Next, he put the last sword in his mouth and infused the 8 double-edged swords with his lightning-based supernatural power. How can your 8 swords forged from iron sand compare to my twin thunder god fist? Paulu burst into loud laughter, but the laughter quickly stopped. Su Ran swung his sword so fast that even Paulu's eyes couldn't keep up. The lightning attribute blade sliced several wounds into Paulu's body, and lightning crackled at the wounds. Paulu tried to retaliate with a punch, but found that his fist could not keep up with Su Ran's movements at all. Faker, you! Paulu unleashed his full power, forcibly forcing Su Ran, who was attacking him, back 5 meters. I'm afraid we don't need to fight anymore. Let's eat something first. Lin Juyu took out a bag of potato chips from her ring and started eating them. Little one, would you like some? She handed over the bag of potato chips, and Jia Xiaoxiao took out a few chips and started eating. Aren't you really worried that he'll lose? Dazhuan, what are you worried about? He has more trump cards than we do. Don't forget, he defeated 5 people single-handedly during the entrance exam. Don't worry. Hearing this, Huaqiuji relaxed a little but remained vigilant, ready to support Su Ran at any time. This guy is amazing. His sword speed is so fast that you can't even see it. Didn't you guys notice? He's supposed to have lightning-based abilities, but he's using wood-based power. Who cares? I've had enough of those guys for a long time. They're always swaggering around the school. I've always wanted to beat them up. But Rueiji insisted that guests are guests, and told us to wait and see. Dude, where are you from? They're from this school. They just happened to take a few days off to watch the game. 666. This guy is amazing. He single-handedly took on 7 opponents, leaving his 6 teammates to sit back and watch the show. He's truly admirable. Seeing that Palu was at a disadvantage, the other 2 black players in Palu's team hurriedly began to direct their teammates. So, see what Palu's like? Quickly use your skills to support her. Several girls in the team immediately used their skills on Palu. Healing, purification, invincibility, and berserk. All these enhancement and amplification abilities were thrown at Palu, while some control skills were directed at Su Ran. Sorry, this road is closed. The 2 wooden clones joined forces to create an earth wall, blocking all amplification abilities. Zell, let's go together. Yes, Rice. The 2 black men unleashed their supernatural abilities, and a violent aura erupted from them, rushing straight towards the battlefield between Su Ran and Palu. Did they let you pass? One of the wooden clones activated its 3rd form release, growing to a gigantic size and smashing the 2 back with a single punch. I told you, stay here. This road is blocked. Zell and Rice refused to accept this and broke through the blockade of the wooden clones separately. How disobedient. The sea of trees has descended. Countless trees instantly sprouted from the ground, binding the 6 people opposite them tightly. I bet you guys are quite familiar with this guy, aren't you? Emu's clone took out the saltwater accelerator from the system space and walked up to Zell and Rice. The 2 of them immediately felt a deep-seated fear in their blood. Ooh, ah, oh ho ho ho. The accelerator, filled with salt water, swung down hard. The 2 tried to resist, but due to the wood release's ability to absorb supernatural abilities, they had no supernatural power left and could only be slaughtered at the mercy of their opponent. The wooden clones swung their weapons repeatedly, causing little damage but inflicting considerable humiliation. Looking back at Su Ran's side, Paulu's speed did increase after unleashing his aura, but he could only barely keep up with Su Ran's pace. You look like you're working really hard. Su Ran performed a backflip, landing steadily on the ground with several swords in her wake. He immediately unleashed his supernatural power, and the 8 iron sand swords attached to his body clattered and fell to the ground. Chao Zhuang, put the sword away. The next form is not suitable for me to use a sword. Upon hearing this, Chao Zhuang immediately activated his supernatural power, disintegrating the sword back into iron filings and retrieving it. Su Ran, on the other hand, began a new performance. Since you've switched to 2nd gear, I'll switch to 2nd gear too and play with you. Juyu, play some background music for me. As she spoke, Su Ran steadily tossed her MP3 player into Lin Juyu's hands. Just press that button. Lin Juyu pressed the button, and the Song of Sunshine, Rainbow, and Big Ox Horse started playing again. I got reported again. It's so infuriating. This is hilarious. This guy is really brave. Using your ultimate skill at point-blank range is the most lethal. Look closely. That black man's face is all red. He's completely enraged. You, die. Paulu made a throat-slitting gesture and suddenly charged towards Su Ran. You have successfully angered a male flea. Su Ran's hair stood on end, clearly indicating that she had activated the highest level of lightning release mode. But Paulu bypassed Su Ran and rushed towards his teammates behind him. Clock up. Using the speed boost from lightning release, Su Ran arrived at his teammates faster than Paulu. Rider kick. Just as Paulu's fist was about to strike Huaqiuji at the front, Su Ran stepped forward, his right foot fully charged with supernatural power, and delivered a fierce spinning kick to Paulu. Paulu was kicked dozens of meters away, flying directly back to the opposing camp. Are you alright? Huaqiuji jumped around a couple of times before Su Ran felt relieved enough to continue fighting. Walk along the road. A huge thorn bush rose up behind Su Ran, and countless wooden spikes shot out, heading straight for Paulu and the others. It's useless. Paulu unleashed another burst of power, blocking all the flying wooden spikes. After blocking the wooden spikes, Paulu and Su Ran became entangled in a fight. Although Su Ran no longer had a sword, the enhancements from the later stages of lightning release mode were still considerable. Relying on the lightning attribute to improve his physical attributes, he managed to fight Paulu, who was wielding a weapon, to a draw. Give me a duck neck. When Paulu revealed an opening, Su Ran grabbed him, unleashed lightning from his hands, and slammed Paulu to the ground, secretly leaving a flying thunder god mark on the ground. But Paulu quickly reacted. As a pure lightning body, he was naturally naturally resistant to lightning. He was not dizzy when he was hit. After being slightly injured, he quickly curled up his body and kicked Su Ran's chest hard with both feet, kicking him directly to the edge of the boundary line. Su Ran was clearly badly hurt by that kick, curling up and groaning incessantly. "Juyu, that kid is injured. Hurry up and help him, or that guy will kick him out of bounds." As Zhao Xiaoxiao spoke, she tossed the potato chips she was still eating to Lin Juyu and began summoning a cannon. Lin Juyu grabbed Zhao Xiaoxiao's hands, which were calling out, and stuffed the potato chips back into her mouth. "That kid has so many strange spatial abilities. Do you really think he'd be beaten up like this? Is that kid still around? You're faking it, aren't you? You're so obviously trying to be the sixth one. How come you didn't notice?" Using lightning to accelerate, Palu instantly rushed in front of Su Ran. "Yellow-skinned monkey, you lost." Palu threw a heavy hook at Su Ran, but the fist didn't hit his flesh at all. Instead, the hook lifted Su Ran's body up. "Never let your guard down until you've secured complete victory, you piece of trash." Su Ran used the flying thunder god mark she had secretly left behind to return to her original spot, successfully deceiving Palu and stunning him. Thunderous plow and hot knife. Su Ran placed his left hand on his right, and his right arm rapidly gathered powerful supernatural energy, crackling with electricity, preparing for the next strike. While Palu was still suspended in the air, Su Ran had already used the acceleration of the thunder plow blade to rush in front of him and smashed the thunder plow blade hard into Palu's neck, knocking him out of bounds. "Go home and cry to your mom, ha ha." These words completely enraged Palu. As if he had lost his mind, he struggled to get up again, wanting to rush towards Su Ran to attack. "If you lose, you have to admit it. If you get hit, you have to stand up straight." The referee grabbed Palu by the back of his collar and shoved him back into the preparation area of Shanghai University. Palu, a student from Shanghai University, continued to attack students inside the arena after being knocked out of the arena. He will receive 1 demerit, and 3 demerits will result in disqualification from the competition. Palu, who was knocked unconscious on the ground, naturally couldn't hear these words. The referee had long wanted to teach these arrogant guys a lesson and make them behave themselves, but these guys were treated like treasures by some self-righteous smart people from Shanghai University. Today, he finally got the chance and taught them a good lesson. "That's awesome. You did a great job, kid." Although the referee didn't say it outright, his eyes were full of admiration for Su Ran. "Now that your boss has gone down, are you going to jump down yourselves, or do you want me to send you off?" Behind Su Ran, 6 wooden clones jumped up, looking exactly like a gang leader. However, Rice was unwilling to admit defeat. Faced with Su Ran and his companion's surrender question, he used his superpowers to launch another attack on Su Ran. Su Ran took out the flying thunder god kunai, used the intangibility skill, and flew directly towards Rice. Just as the flying thunder god kunai collided with Rice's attack, the kunai suddenly twisted strangely, skillfully dodging Rice's attack and continuing to fly towards him. The flying thunder god kunai and Rice's attack arrived at the two almost simultaneously. Rice thought that by dodging the kunai attack, he could injure Su Ran. He dodged the kunai attack by turning his head, but just as it was about to hit Su Ran's face, Su Ran suddenly disappeared. "Here it comes, it's that classic trick again." Seeing Su Ran disappear, Lin Juyu immediately understood his next move. "Damn it, where is that monkey hiding?" "Your dad's upstairs." Su Ran's voice suddenly came from above Rice's head. Rice looked up and saw Su Ran holding the flying thunder god kunai and the huge Rasengan in his right hand. The Rasengan slammed into Rice, the powerful impact knocking him unconscious. "I thought you could hold on better than that, Palu, but I didn't expect you to be like this. It's so good to be young. You can fall asleep as soon as your head hits the pillow." As Su Ran spoke, he kicked Rice off the playing platform and turned to look at the 5 people still standing on the field. "Are you 5 going to jump down yourselves, or do you want me to send you off? Don't underestimate me." The remaining Zell activated their powers and charged forward, their fiery red fur covering their entire bodies. "Flame demon lion?" Su Ran looked at the fur on Zair's body and felt it was very familiar. "That's right, this is the same kind of superpower as the flame lion you mentioned before, the one with the foul mouth. Hey, does he have bad breath? Bull demon, don't let the smell bother me." Su Ran activated lightning release mode again, his punches were incredibly fast, and he knocked Zell out of bounds. "Each one is worse than the last." "How could you say that?" At this moment, a pretty girl from Shandong University spoke up. "They are guests who have come from afar. You not only disrespect them, but you also beat them so badly. Are you even human? Speechless now, aren't you? You idiot whose mind is only focused on fighting. You like hitting foreigners so much, is it because you don't have parents and are an orphan?" Upon hearing this, the crimson chakra representing the evil 9 tails within Su Ran's body surged once more and began to leak outwards. "See, I told you so. This orphan is panicking. Oh no, Su Ran, calm down." The voice of the 9-armed Ramen rang in his mind, and without hesitation, he activated the 1,000 Hands necklace to help Su Ran stabilize his emotions. Kurama's words and the effect of the 1,000 Hands necklace successfully suppressed Su Ran's rampage, although a trace of chakra carrying negative emotions still leaked out slightly. "Oh
no, Juyu used ice element to calm him down. Huokyuji called out to Lin Juyu, who quickly activated her special ability, fearing that if she was a step too late, Su Ran would go berserk and lose control again.
A chill seeped into Su Ran's body, finally calming his emotions.
Su Ran slowly raised her right hand. This time, she didn't use the same wood spike propagation technique as before, but instead used the explosive gun tree version of the propagation technique. Countless thick wooden splinters shot out instantly, clearly indicating that a ruthless attack had been launched. Some of the wooden spikes bore the mark of the flying thunder god, and 2 of them even had divine runes inscribed on them. Referee, help! The teachers from Shandong University shouted loudly, and the referee, not being stupid, immediately stepped in front of the girl to try to stop Su Ran's attack.
Young people shouldn't be so impatient.
The referee erected a supernatural shield, but soon he realized he couldn't laugh at all. 2 wooden spikes pierced through the shield, went straight through his body, and hurtled towards the girl. A phantom of Su Ran appeared on the wooden spike on the left, holding a long, gleaming silver knife.
The referee turned to grab Su Ran, only to see that the phantom instantly turned into wood the moment it was caught. The real Su Ran had already stood in front of the girl, kicked her to the ground, stepped on her shoulder, and unsheathed his silver longsword, which resembled the scythe of death, capable of taking a life with a single strike. Su Ran swung his sword down, and everyone closed their eyes, seemingly unwilling to witness the bloody and gruesome scene. Strange, why is there no smell of blood? The remaining 3 female students from Shandong University were the first to open their eyes.
There was no gruesome scene of decapitation or
dismemberment on the scene.
Instead, Su Ran's blade slid across the room and shaved off one side of the girl's hair, revealing her smooth scalp. If this weren't a competition, I would have killed you long ago and seen how your spine broke, you foreign worshipping so. Su Ran kicked her hard in the head, and the girl coughed up blood and fainted.
However, he cannot escape death, nor can he avoid punishment.
He grabbed the last strand of her hair, the sharp pain gradually bringing her back to her senses. Su Ran turned her head back to its normal position, their eyes met, and the kaleidoscopic patterns in his eyes gradually coalesced. The immense impact of the Tsukuyami illusion caused her to faint again, and Su Ran kicked her off the field like a dead dog.
What's your choice, the 3 of you? Go down yourself, or should I personally send you off?
Su Ran's eyes still held a hint of brutality, tinged with a bloodthirsty red, as she stared intently at them.
We surrender! We surrender!
The teacher from Shandong University shouted loudly.
He wasn't stupid. Su Ran's attack just now made him realize that Su Ran truly intended to kill his student. If it weren't for the rules of the competition, that girl would have already been beheaded.
Hearing the concede, the referee quickly announced the winner. He didn't want to suffer such a shock any longer.
The winner of the exhibition match is the Taikyo University team.
After the referee announced the result, there was a 3-second silence outside the court, followed by deafening cheers.
Give me all the information about that person within 10 seconds. That guy is amazing. The referee seems to be at level 7 too. He couldn't even stop him. Brother, I want to have your babies.
I'll bring 3 houses and 2 cars with me.
Get out of the way, you men.
After listening to the referee's words, Su Ran flicked the hair off the sword. As she sheathed it, a vortex automatically appeared on the blade and then moved into the divine might space.
Are you alright?
Lin Juyu rushed over anxiously, bringing with her a cool aura, which completely calmed Su Ran's emotions.
I'm fine.
I'm sorry, I just lost control of my emotions.
It's not your fault. Huokyuji spoke up from the side.
Juyu, you will take my place in attacking in the next match, and I will control the game. Lin Juyu wanted to say something, but Huokyuji raised his hand to stop her.
Sure, but you have to manage the situation well and avoid making mistakes. No problem.
After saying that, everyone walked towards the rest area.
Everyone sat down on the chairs in the rest area.
The 2 sisters, Shoyu and Xiushui, were still shaken and urged the twin flowers to continue replenishing Su Ran's powers.
It's okay, you don't need to give me any more, Su Ran said.
After saying that, he pulled a portion of the Nine-Tails chakra from Kurama and quickly replenished his own power.
That wretched Su Ran.
Upon hearing this, the Choyu and Xiushui sisters withdrew their powers, but their eyes were still filled with worry as they stared at him. Alright, since Su Ran has decided to take the control position, our tactics need to be readjusted.
Huokyuji clapped his hands, attracting everyone's attention. Su Ran, what ability do you plan to use to control the situation? He asked.
Several thin vines sprouted from Su Ran's palm, which he showed to everyone.
This is my wood-type ability.
Its resilience is about the same as my physical strength, and it can also absorb the enemy's supernatural energy to replenish myself.
Very good, Juyu. What about you? Huokyuji then asked.
I plan to use Ice Giant in the mid to late game. For now, I'll use Ice-type offensive capabilities, Lin Juyu replied.
Alright, it's only 8:30 now.
I checked our match schedule, and the second match is against Yunhai University at 9:40.
Let's all take this time to rest and replenish our abilities.
Upon hearing this, everyone sat cross-legged and began to meditate, trying to recover their depleted supernatural abilities.
In fact, the consumption of superpowers was not much. Su Ran fought the most fiercely in the exhibition match.
Only Chao Zhuang consumed some superpowers and used a few iron sand swords. The superpowers of the others were almost at full capacity.
Olju, are you really going to let this kid go? Someone asked in a low voice. Didn't you notice? This kid is clearly in much better control than during the entrance exam.
Otherwise, he would have spat out those black spheres instead of these trees, another person said.
But, someone hesitated.
Trust him, Olju said in a deep voice.
Fine, I'll listen to you, you old man. The man reluctantly agreed.
The meditation time flew by, and soon the host's voice rang out again. Hey. Although there was a little hiccup just now, please welcome the Tokyo University team to the stage.
They will be playing against.
The host kept everyone in suspense, holding a ball and waving it around in the box before finally pulling it out and announcing the opponent's name. Congratulations to the Yunhai University team.
Let's give them a round of applause.
Both teams entered the field, and strangely, the opposing team consisted entirely of girls. Why is Yunhai University all girls?
Su Ran asked in confusion.
Lin Juyu turned around and explained. Yunhai University specializes in water science and botany, and these two departments have a large number of top female students in the country, so it is quite common for the all-female lineup this time.
I'll switch positions with you. Su Ran didn't say much, directly pulled Lin Juyu over, and took the offensive position again.
What the heck? They changed the referee, someone exclaimed. The referee standing on the referee's platform was not the 7th level referee from the previous exhibition match, but a new referee with 9th level strength. The referee glared resentfully at Su Ran, thinking to himself, if this kid hadn't caused trouble, I could have slacked off a little longer. Su Ran understood why the referee had been changed and awkwardly touched her nose.
Please state your names. Hua Kyuji, Lin Juyu, Zhao Xiao.
Compared to Su Ran's strong and energetic voice, the girls from Yunhai University had noticeably immature voices, with only one being slightly louder.
Tang Mingxiu, Yu Zihan, Tan Wenjing.
After the names were read aloud, Tang Mingxiu and her group saw Su Ran standing in the attack position. Several timid girls immediately hid behind their leader, Tang Mingxiu. The reason was simple. Su Ran's ruthlessness instilled fear in them. Seeing this, Su Ran revealed a wicked smile.
What are you yelling about?
Go back to your position where you're in control. Lin Juyu slapped Su Ho hard on the back of the head, interrupting his spellcasting, and then grabbed him by the back of the neck and threw him back to his position. Seeing that Su Ran hadn't taken the main attack position, the opposing team visibly breathed a sigh of relief, and everyone quickly returned to their respective posts.
The match begins.
As soon as the referee finished speaking, Su Ran manipulated the wood, activated the wood release, exploding spear tree, and attacked the opponent. During the flight, Su Ran suddenly remembered something crucial.
I'm in control. How can I launch an attack?
He quickly broke the explosive tree into small pieces of wood and crawled under the competition platform. Seeing that Su Ran had broken down the attack, Tang Mingxiu immediately removed the shield from his left arm, drew the heavy sword from his back, and charged forward.
Are you really capable of wielding that sword?
Su Ran stared at the long sword, which was at least 1.7 meters long, and then glanced at Tang Mingxiu, who was at most 1.65 meters tall. That sword is half a head taller than you.
Doesn't it get tiring to hold?
Tang Mingxiu ignored him completely and continued to stride towards Su Ran.
You're not answering me. The sea of trees has descended.
The trees of the exploding gun tree burrowed under the arena, and Su Ran used this opportunity to activate Tree Sea Descent, which was so fast that the opponent could not react at all. Especially Tang Mingxiu, who was charging ahead, had his legs tightly entangled in tree branches. Tang Mingxiu swung his sword and cut the branches binding his legs, but continued his charge. Let's see today whether your sword is sharper or my wood is harder.
Double, the sea of trees descends.
Twice as many trees as before entangled Tang Mingxiu's legs, but he still swung his sword and cut them off.
Something's not right. It's very wrong. It's absolutely wrong.
Su Ran activated the three tomo and stared intently at the heavy sword in Tang Mingxiu's hand.
Dark elements? No wonder my wood didn't work on you.
He saw the faint dark light at the tip of the sword and immediately recognized it as dark element.
Damn it, you're resorting to dirty tricks, aren't you?
Su Ran infused the power of the sage body into wood release, and this time he finally managed to bind Tang Mingxiu firmly. However, Tang Mingxiu activated his heavy sword, and black energy emanated from the tip of the sword, splitting the trees once again. So it was the corruption of darkness.
No wonder you were able to cut the wood with Yang release.
But don't get too excited yet. A super large forest of trees is about to descend.
Countless trees immediately appeared on the ground, dancing wildly.
This time, not only were their legs tightly bound, but their bodies and hands were also firmly restrained.
It feels like something's missing. I've got it. Su Ran summoned a huge tree and firmly tied Tang Mingxiu to it. It's almost not quite right.
He fine-tuned the way the trees were tied and nodded in satisfaction.
Perfect.
Looking at Tang Mingxiu, who was tightly bound in a manner reminiscent of Asian bondage techniques, Su Ran smiled with satisfaction.
Bastard, let me go. Tang Mingxiu roared, but Su Ran picked at her earwax with her little finger, pretending not to hear. Oh right, I almost forgot. Su Ran walked to Tang Mingxiu's side and took the heavy sword with dark elements.
I'll return this sword to you after the match, since you can't move right now. Bastard, pervert, lecher, scoundrel. Thank you for the compliment. Su Ran gently patted Tang Mengshu's cheek with the blade of her sword. You really want it, don't you? Give it back to me. But I refuse. He threw the sword away, and most of the blade was deeply embedded in the tree. Stop struggling. If this sword falls, you'll really crack, literally crack. Upon hearing this, Tang Mengshu struggled even more fiercely. Is this never going to end? Su Ran manipulated the tree branch to sprout a twig, pass through a hidden place, cross the mountain peak, and finally get firmly fixed to Tang Mengshu's neck. Just as Tang Mengshu was about to break free, she suddenly felt a strange current surge into her mind from below. Tang Mengshu looked down and immediately understood the source of the strange electric current. Those little mouths are as sweet as if they've been coated with honey. Su Ran manipulated the trees again to seal Tang Mengshu's mouth shut. The world is finally quiet. Using the earth escape technique, Su Ran conjured a table for playing cards and simultaneously created 2 wooden clones from his body. Everyone, I don't need to explain how to play, right? Su Ran, what are you doing? Zhao Xiaoxiao was using her special ability to provide remote fire support for Lin Juyu and the others when she turned around and saw that Su Ran had already set up a table. Let's have some fun. Are we really going to just sit there and play the whole game? Don't worry, that opponent with the water and wood attributes is being completely suppressed by Juyu. They definitely won't lose this match. Forget it, I'm not going to bother with you anymore. Zhao Xiaoxiao watched as Su Ran manipulated the wooden figures to continuously disrupt the opponent's offensive rhythm. Lin Juyu's attacks, which she couldn't dodge, time and time again, were blocked by the trees, as if the trees had eyes. So she went with the flow and continued to provide timely fire support from a distance. Su Ran took out bottles of cappuccino from his divine space and handed them to Tang Mengshu. The 2 wooden clones then divided the playing cards into 3 piles, leaving only 3 landlord cards on the table. Should we rob the landlord? Should we rob the landlord? Seeing the good hand she had, Su Ran decisively took the landlord's hand. He opened the 3 landlord cards and was pleasantly surprised to find that it was a royal flush plus a 6. Pour Auntie a cappuccino. After showing the landlord's cards to the 2 wooden clones, Su Ran put the cards back into her hand. You're playing a royal flush right from the start? Are you out of your mind? Do you still want it? No. Then I'll go with a 6. After playing the 6, Su Ran turned the rest of her cards face down on the table. What are you doing, main body? You think you can defeat us with 17 cards? You think you can kill us instantly? If you can defeat us with these 17 cards today, we'll eat 2 computer screens made of wood release right here and now. Su Ran turned over the remaining 17 cards with a big smile. KA2, 3 bombs, 3 5s with a pair of 4s, the 3 biggest bombs are all in my hand. You two can't possibly have a bigger hand than me, let's eat. After saying that, Su Ran used wood release to create 2 computer screens. No matter how much the 2 wood clones resisted, it was useless, and they could only obediently bite the computer screens. Hey, I'll say it. The wooden clone on the left asked the wooden clone on the right. Does this count as cannibalism? After all, we're essentially just pieces of wood. Hiss. Damn, that makes some sense. After the 2 wooden clones finished gnawing on the computer screen, Su Ran took out a bunch of slips of paper. Hearing that you say you are the same kind of people, I feel a little sorry for you. I will change the method of punishment next. What punishment? The winner gets a slip of paper, and the total is calculated after the competition ends. Where should we put it? On our foreheads? No. Su Ran used the wooden tool to bring over Tang Mengshu, who was bound, and slightly loosened the ropes binding her back, revealing her back, which was covered by a protective suit. What bad luck! Such a good spot. It's such a waste not to carve 2 holy marks on it. Su Ran manipulated the trees, conjuring a circle on her back and dividing it into 3 areas with 3 branches. The 3 of us will each have a spot. The winner will stick a sticker on their spot, and whoever sticks the most stickers wins. Thus, a bizarre scene unfolded on the field. While one side was engaged in fierce battle, Su Ran was leisurely playing cards with his 2 wooden clones, as if it were a retirement program. Is Su Ran still playing cards during the match? Is the team from Imperial University that strong? They're even winning against 7 opponents. Hey upstairs, you should watch your step. Why didn't you mention that Su Ran single-handedly overpowered Shandong University during the exhibition match? Exactly, and didn't you notice that the places Su Ran's 2 clones used to stick the notes were clearly from the same person? I dozed off during the first half. Who is this? Tang Mengshu, who looks like a big sister on the other side, wanted to charge forward to relieve the pressure on her teammates behind her, but she was tied up by Su Ran's wooden stick. That way of tying him up, this kid's really professional. The people upstairs need to stop their grumbling. Ahem, it's not really appropriate to talk about these things during a formal competition. Su Ran was engrossed in playing cards with his 2 wooden clones when suddenly, a girl wielding a water blade broke through the range of the descending sea of trees and charged straight at him. Brother, stop playing cards. Someone's coming for you. Seeing someone rushing towards Su Ran from the area where the sea of trees descended, Zhao Xiaoxiao quickly reminded him and simultaneously simultaneously activated firepower to suppress the opponent, trying to force them back. Holding a water blade, Liu did not panic upon seeing the opponent's attack. Instead, she exhaled a thick mist, completely enveloping Su Ran's group. Whose wife is this? Why does she have such foul breath? Upon hearing this, Liu, who was lurking in the fog, was almost enraged and wished she could strike Su Ran down with one blow, but she held back and chose to rescue the trapped Tang Mengshu. You can play with fog, but I can't beat you. When Su Ran activated the hidden mist technique, he increased his power output and, in conjunction with his wood clone technique, managed to upgrade the hidden mist technique from a D-rank ninjutsu to an A rank. As Su Ran exhaled the mist, Liu revealed a strange smile before completely merging into the mist and disappearing without a trace. Something's not right. Wasn't that girl's special ability to hold water? Why can't I sense her presence at all in my own mist? Su Ran, her special ability isn't the water in her hands, be careful. Nine Lama reminded Su Ran. Upon hearing Nine Lama's words, Su Ran relaxed completely and expanded her perception outwards. At that moment, a ripple suddenly appeared somewhere in the calm fog. Su Ran quickly grabbed the wooden playing cards on the table, imprinted the flying thunder god mark on them, and threw them toward the source of the fluctuation. The moment the card flew out, Su Ran also activated flying thunder god technique, arriving at the location of the fluctuation almost simultaneously with the card. Strange, why is no one here? The seal that bound Tang Mengshu has been broken. It must have been the woman with the water blade who saved her. I should have known better than to release this fog. Su Ran conjured a giant wind release raisin shuriken in his hand, which spun rapidly, sucking up the thick fog and revealing the area. The large tree that had bound Tang Mengshu was cut down, and the sword and the person on the tree disappeared as well. After Su Ran cleared the thick fog, another strange fog rose up. Su Ran, watch your back. Zhao Xiaoxiao's voice rang out, and Su Ran turned around, his arms forming a wooden ingot wall. Liu, who was trying to use a water blade to sneak attack him, was blocked by the wooden ingot wall. Seeing that her attack had missed, Liu quickly jumped back into the thick fog, and the rising fog soon covered her entire body. Upon seeing this, a wooden clone conjured two wind release raisin shuriken in its hand. The wooden clone had just absorbed the mist when it was struck by a fist made of mist, sending it flying out of the arena with a bang and turning into wood. A giant, about 10 meters tall and formed from condensed mist, appeared before Su Ran and his companions. Su Ran saw Liu and Tang Mengshu standing on the forehead of the fog giant, and the move she had seen in her previous life flashed through her mind. Soul fusion skill, mist giant? Be careful, it's not Tang Mengshu who's controlling the mist giant, it's Liu. Let me think. I can't use Susanoo right now, but I remember vividly that I have an ability to make myself bigger. You're referring to the third stage, form release. Since you rarely use this move after level 3, it's no wonder you've forgotten it. Su Ran activated the third stage of form liberation, and his body suddenly swelled, his clothes were torn, and he was about 3 meters tall. What are we going to do with our pants now? Are we going to have to run around naked? What are you afraid of? You have so much pubic hair down there, it'll cover it up. Forget it, I don't want to move to another planet to live. Don't worry, the rules will only rip your clothes, not your pants. I already stored your A-grade armor in my ring with my little wooden hand. You're quite thoughtful. Su Ran's body continued to expand until it reached a height similar to that of the fog giant before stopping. Is all this dense fog just to save one person? Then, Su Ran saw the fog giant draw a fog-made greatsword from behind, identical to the greatsword possessing dark elements. Bull Demon, you've grown to a giant size and are equipped with weapons? This is just too much of a bully for honest people. Su Ran immediately activated lightning release mode, creating a stark contrast between the giant whose entire body was wrapped in lightning and the mist giant wielding a greatsword. Su Ran, turn the voltage down a bit, you almost shocked me, you know that? Zhao Xiaoxiao's voice came from the ground. Even though Su Ran had grown to 10 meters tall, she could still hear her deafening shout. Su Ran slightly lowered the voltage to prevent the three people behind her from being affected. The two giants were on the verge of exchanging blows, staring intently at each other, seemingly searching for each other's weakness. Look at Bull Demon, why don't you turn around and look at your teammates? They're all gone, only the two of you are left. Upon hearing this, Liu and Tang Mengshu turned around instantly, but the moment they turned back, Su Ran's fist, crackling with lightning, slammed into the fog giant. Damn it! The fog giant was hit by this punch, and the fog on its body dissipated a lot. It was only with Tang Mengshu's help and Liu's injection of supernatural power that the fog giant was repaired. Everyone can tell the lies that are meant to fool idiots, but there will always be people who believe them. Su Ran glanced at Lin Zhuyu's group out of the corner of her eye, and only after seeing that they had dealt with the other 5 people did she feel at ease and begin the real battle. Su Ran's Sharingan flashed red, and without anyone noticing, he cast a genjutsu on Liu and the others. Within the illusion, Su Ran clenched his fist of lightning and pounded it repeatedly, but all his punches were blocked by the mist giant's sword. The real Su Ran remained motionless, standing still as she watched her opponent assume a blocking stance, but made no move. What is that fog giant doing? That stance looks like a blocking skill. Are you kidding me? Su Ran didn't even move, so where did this blocking come from? Look closely at his eyes, his pupils are different from usual. In the illusion, the fog giant and Su Ran's giant form were locked in fierce combat, but the real Su Ran had already quietly circled behind the fog giant, ready to have a heart-to-heart talk with him. Seeing that Su Ran was gradually losing his strength, Liu and Tang Mingxiu prepared to kick him out of the arena with one blow, but an unexpected incident suddenly occurred. Su Ran, who was about to be kicked off the stage, curled up a strange smile, and was then kicked off the stage by Liu and Tang Mingxiu. Su Ran dispelled the illusion, and Liu and Tang Mingxiu, freed from the illusion, looked outside the arena, but could not find the so-called Su Ran at all. Just as they were wondering, a powerful force suddenly came from behind them.
Su Ran, along with the two others and the mist giant, was kicked out of the arena.
As the three landed, the mist giant deactivated its form, and Su Ran also deactivated the third stage of its form release. Su Ran shrank back to her normal shape and made the classic Ip Man pointing emoji.
Illusions are fun, aren't they?
Look how intense your fight was, but you were fooled by illusions. Even the smartest person who tries to fool me with a fog will still end up drinking my foot bathwater. Ha! Lin Juyu rushed over and smacked Su Ho on the back of the head, abruptly interrupting his spellcasting.
Finish your fight and leave quickly, don't embarrass yourself by laughing here.
After saying that, Lin Juyu pulled Su Ran by the ear and quickly led him back to her own rest area, afraid that this conspicuous burden would continue to embarrass her.
In the rest area of Taikyo University.
Old Yu, I have something to discuss with you. Dongfang Yu, holding a wine bowl, looked at Jiang Long with a puzzled expression.
Old dragon head, didn't I just give you a jar of wine yesterday? Don't tell me you want more.
No, it's about when our team's two alien beasts will be on the field.
Where did these two come from? Isn't it only that little girl Lin Juyu who has a 6th tier ice giant? Your apprentice still has a divine beast.
We need to think carefully about when to send it into battle, since a beast of this level can be a trump card to turn the tide.
Upon hearing this, Dongfang Yu couldn't help but spit out his wine with a puff.
As soon as he uttered the words divine beast, he activated the spatial barrier.
Are you crazy? Using a mythical beast in the national tournament? What's wrong?
This kind of treasure should be used in a critical moment.
Are you out of your mind? Didn't you see that those families with divine beast bloodlines have become regional overlords?
Not to mention there's a living divine beast here.
A living one. I will absolutely not let Shaoran use chestnuts. Those families with divine beast bloodlines are already powerful enough. If a living divine beast appears in the world, can you guarantee they won't have any ulterior motives? Then isn't our national honor as the #1 university important? Besides, we don't necessarily have to let Chestnut take the stage.
Old Dragonhead, I can tell you this outright. If Shaoran summons Chestnut on the field and gets ambushed, I'll blow that lousy school up with a massive spatial blast before I die. You'll see if I dare.
Old Yu, are you crazy? You would dare to do something like this? What do I have to be afraid of?
As Dongfang Yu spoke, he became increasingly agitated and suddenly choked up.
You know better than anyone how long I guarded the border back then. I can say with my hand on my chest that I was a hero. Why?
Just for those two children, and for the people of the whole country.
But how did the country repay me?
They just glossed over the whole thing with a single word, accident.
I didn't even see the bodies of my two apprentices.
Unless something unexpected happens, Su Ran will be my last disciple in this lifetime. If something happens to him, I don't mind taking a few people down with him. The space jumper gives me the confidence to take those suspected to hell with me. So, old dragon head, let's not talk about this anymore. If you do, I might turn on you. You're always doing this shitty stuff. The Yu family has members on the Shanghai University team.
Those who inherited the bloodline of the little firebird?
My disciple, at the 3rd rank and 1st level, defeated 5 little firebirds.
What's there to be afraid of?
Old Yu, if my information is correct, the one in the Yu family who inherits the Phoenix bloodline in this generation actually has a companion beast.
It is indeed a bit difficult to handle. And your apprentices.
But it's not particularly difficult for that kid.
That kid has another trump card?
Dongfang Yu pulled out a deck of cards from somewhere, threw it on the table, and said, he has as many cards up his sleeve as this deck of cards. I really don't believe the Yu family can force him to reveal all his cards. Dongfang Yu opened the barrier and saw Su Ran and the others sitting in the rest area. Suddenly, a piercing alarm sounded, and the spectators who had just finished watching the game tensed up even more.
Old Yu is in trouble. This is a beast-tide alarm.
You 7 younger ones, please look after each other. Your Dean Jiang and I are going to take care of some things. Dongfang Yu raised his hand and opened a portal, leading Jiang Long away from the rest area. The host held up a piece of paper, turned on the microphone, and read aloud. National Emergency Conscription Order. All personnel with combat capabilities at level 2 and above shall proceed to the city walls to prepare for the defense against the beast tide. All personnel without combat capabilities and those below level 2 shall proceed to the shelter for refuge. The 7 people looked at each other, their eyes understanding each other's thoughts. They gradually surged towards the city wall with the flow of people.
Since all the superhumans are here, I won't say anymore.
A tall woman turned on the projection screen and displayed the content to everyone. According to the National Skynet detection, this beast tide is likely led by 3 9th-tier alien beasts, and not just one side.
A large amount of alien beast energy fluctuations have also been detected in the ocean. Someone below asked, approximately how many tier 9 are there?
The woman marked 3 large red dots on the screen.
3.
I believe in everyone here, but what I'm more afraid of, you all understand.
What about the 10th tier guards of the demon capital? Dongfang Yu asked.
When the woman saw Dongfang Yu, her tone was respectful.
Elder Yu, the one guarding the demon capital is the 10th ranked lady Zhu Shui. Why is it Zhu Shui, who is a healer?
I clearly remember there was another level 10 attacker here. Then Lord Yu, he has been sent to explore an undeveloped area.
What tier of beasts are predominant in this beast tide? Around level 3 or 4. Why did those brainless bastards launch such an attack?
Everyone, we have no time to hesitate. Dongfang Yu stood up and said to everyone, we old bones will deal with the high-level ones, and the younger generation can handle the low-level ones. A middle-aged man stood up and said, I am He Wen, the director of the Shanghai Dragon Guard Bureau. I have already dispatched all the combat personnel of the Dragon Guard Bureau to guard the city walls.
I entrust this beast tide to you all.
After he finished speaking, he bowed deeply to everyone present.
Let's go, everyone. Dongfang Yu opened a huge portal and stepped inside first. Kurama, is the Celestial Beast Link mode ready? It's developed. Activating the Sage Beast Link will consume my chakra first, so the strength of the Sage Beast after the link is not
around the 3rd rank, but the highest level that my 2nd stage Sage body can withstand, which is estimated to be around the 6th rank. Master, I'm afraid my Flying Thunder God Kunai aren't enough.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have triggered a hidden quest beast tide. Quest items, 200 Flying Thunder God Kunai, Konoha Jonin uniform already stored in system space. Mission objective, successfully repelling the beast tide constitutes a mission success, rewarding the user with the power of Koto Amatsukami and the ability to enhance their earth element. Failure incurs no penalty.
Su Ran took out the Konoha Jonin uniform from the system space.
After hesitating for a moment, instead of taking out the 4th Hokage's divine robe, he changed out of the tattered Uchiha Happy Night outfit and put on the Konoha Jonin clothes.
Xingshui, start. Su Ran, you changed your clothes?
Lin Zhuyu turned to look at Su Ran, only to see that he had changed into a new set of clothes, and his bare-chested appearance was nowhere to be seen.
Am I supposed to defend against the beast tide by going shirtless?
As the two were talking, a man in military uniform above them spoke up.
Next, I will give everyone a bracelet.
It can record your kill count, the level and type of the monsters you kill, and also allow you to call for help from nearby people.
I won't say much more. You all understand that the beast tide is not only a disaster for humanity, but also a springboard for you to make a name for yourselves. I can tell you clearly that among those of you here today, there will definitely be some who will sacrifice themselves, and more than one. Those who are afraid of death can remove the bracelet and leave on their own. The government will not force them, but once the bracelet is removed, you will no longer be able to enjoy the government's resources. Seeing that no one had taken off their bracelets, the man in military uniform felt relieved and smiled, saying, thank you. After saying this, he bowed deeply and turned to leave. Su Ran, what's the arrangement here? You're capable. We'll all listen to you. Hua Kyuji asked. Success.
You 6 can just arrange yourselves in the normal 2-1-3 formation.
As for me,
Su Ran created dozens of wooden clones and distributed the 200 Flying Thunder God Kunai to them. The wooden clones carefully put away their kunai, then simultaneously used the light rock technique to fly into the sky.
Su Ran, what are you doing? It's time for you to see the real name of Yellow Flash Dot. The city gates opened, and Su Ran led countless people into the beast tide. What are you waiting for? Follow him. Hua Kyuji's words brought everyone back to their senses.
The 6 of them formed a battle formation and headed towards Su Ran's direction. There are quite a lot of beasts this time.
Stop. Activate Sage Mode immediately.
I see several level 4 or 5 creatures in there. When the wood clones encounter danger, they throw Flying Thunder God Kunai in time, and I use Flying Thunder God to rush over. As soon as Su Ran stood still, her long black hair turned white instantly. He created 3 wooden swords using wood release, still imbuing them with Amaterasu fire, holding one in his mouth and one in each hand.
I wanted to ask you this last time. You know Zoro's 3-sword style? I never gave you that stuff.
Before I transmigrated here, I watched a lot of One Piece and liked playing with swords, so I learned from Zoro.
How about Zoro's Ashura 9-sword style for you? I can easily find it in my inventory.
Forget it. I understand the principle of not trying to do too much at once. I'll wait until I've mastered all my abilities before doing anything else. While chatting with the system, Su Ran had already easily dealt with a 3rd-tier alien beast. He swung his wooden sword with his right hand, pried out the alien core with a flick, and then put it into the storage ring on his left hand. Suddenly, a wooden stick fell from the sky and slammed down hard.
Su Ran sensed the danger but did not dodge.
He activated his divine might illusion to evade the attack and then quickly kicked the small figure holding the wooden stick into the distance. The little thing that was kicked away tumbled twice in the air before the impact was absorbed by the wooden stick, which then rested steadily on its shoulder.
5th-tier demonic ape, be careful.
careful. Upon hearing the system's reminder, Su-ran did not slack off at all, and the Sharingan with 3 tomo appeared in his eyes. The demonic ape swung its staff at incredible speed, making it impossible for ordinary people to see the trajectory of its attacks. However, with the power of his Manjikyu Sharingan, Su-ran managed to track its movements and used his wooden sword to strike the demonic ape several times in succession. Blood gushed from the wound, and Amaterasu's fire ignited within it. However, the demonic ape actually tore off the flesh covered by Amaterasu's fire, letting the blood flow everywhere, and before long the wound had scabbed over. This regenerative ability is terrifying. I'd like to see how much more flesh you can tear off, Su-ran thought to himself. The three-sword style intertwined with the wooden staff in the demon ape's hand, moving at a dazzling speed, making it almost impossible to distinguish which was a sword and which was a staff. Commander-in-Chief, look this way. A secretary held up a tablet and opened the monitoring footage transmitted by the drone. I captured this scene while monitoring the movement of the beast tide. On one side are our people, and on the other side are the 5th-tier demonic apes of the demonic ape race who are skilled in using weapons, and they are engaged in a fierce battle. Projected onto the big screen and use drones to detect the combatants' levels. I want to see which expert from the Dragon Kingdom can fight the demon ape to a standstill. The secretary followed orders, but the test results surprised the commander-in-chief. Commander, drone detection indicates that the combatants' level is approximately tier 4, level 6. Most of the kids who came to the competition were around level 3. When did our universities in Shanghai produce such geniuses? Keep an eye on that area. I don't want to hear the news of this genius's death in battle. Su-ran combined the 3 swords burning with Amaterasu fire into one, transforming it into a giant sword engulfed in raging flames. The demonic ape was also prepared to deliver a fatal blow. He made a gesture to sheath his sword, and the aura emanating from the blade suddenly surged. Sensing the terrifying aura emanating from the blade, the demonic ape's own aura surged violently, frantically channeling its supernatural power into the wooden staff, causing faint afterimages to gradually emerge from its shaft. Su-ran, that should be a wooden stick made of heavenly spirit wood, a top-grade item. Upon hearing the system notification, Su-ran immediately switched from light speed slash to speed slash heavenly fire. Just like that, unsheath it. He strode towards the demonic ape, his giant sword shifting from a charged stance to an offensive one, unleashing a surge of intense black flames. The demonic ape completely abandoned its defense, and the wooden stick, filled with supernatural power, smashed straight at Su-ran's head, as if it wanted to split his head open like a watermelon. I'm not afraid to fight you to the death, Su-ran said in a low voice. The giant sword, radiating Amaterasu's flames, cleaved the demonic ape in two, but the ape's club was faster, smashing down on Su-ran's head. However, the expected head explosion of the demonic ape did not occur. The wooden stick pierced through Su-ran's body as if passing through a phantom, which led to Su-ran's decisive strike that severed the demonic ape. Fortunately, I had the divine might illusion, otherwise I would never have dared to fight head-on. Su-ran tossed the burnt-out wooden knife aside, dug out the demonic ape's core with his bare hands, and took the wooden stick made of the heavenly spirit wood. Your life and weapons are mine. Inside a hidden cave. In the darkness, a giant ape slammed its fist on the stone table, smashed it, grabbed a stick from the side, and prepared to leave. Calm down. How can I stay calm? My son was the most promising successor, but he's dead. If I don't avenge him, can I still be considered his father? The monkey yelled and stormed off. Just then, a claw covered in scales suddenly pulled the ape back from the darkness. It's not time yet. Calm down and don't forget our mission. It's fucking despicable. My son is dead, and I, as his father, don't even have a chance to get revenge. The master's orders this time are to kill these young seeds of the Dragon Kingdom. We 2 8th-level beings cannot show ourselves yet, and those sea bugs haven't even started to make their move. Those damn black monkeys. When I see them, I'll smash their heads in one by one. Let's be patient for now. We've been planning this for so many years, we can't afford to fail at the last minute. That lord is still asleep. As long as we collect enough human corpses to replenish its energy, it will wake up. This time, we'll rely on that lord to take down that 10th-tier guard in the demon capital. Meanwhile, Su-ran was still fighting fiercely on the battlefield, completely unaware that this beast tide was actually deliberately planned by someone. Something's wrong. Where are those human corpses? How come they're all gone? Su-ran scanned the scattered corpses of strange beasts on the battlefield, but did not see a single human corpse. In a beast tide of this magnitude, human death is commonplace, but the complete absence of human corpses is truly bizarre. Strange, where did all those human corpses go? Su-ran suddenly sensed the flying thunder god mark within the wooden clone. He drew his sword with his right hand to block in front of him and quickly activated the mark to rush over. Upon arriving at the scene, Su-ran felt a heavy attack on the blade in his right hand, and then saw a middle-aged man fall straight down in front of him. Take her away, please. As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, he was torn to pieces by the strange beast in front of him. Su-ran raised his sword and slashed down, splitting the beast in two before it could react, but also revealing an opening in his side. Just then, a sweet call came from behind, and a white light shield instantly blocked the attacking beast, protecting Su-ran's side. I know
know how those bodies disappeared. Look closely at that body. Su Ran leaped up quickly, and a chilling scene unfolded before her eyes. 1001. The middle-aged man's body was slowly pulled into the ground and eventually disappeared completely. Tier 4 Stalker, be careful. The most important thing right now is to get this little girl away from here. Su Ran sealed off the surroundings with wooden ingots, leaving the mark of the flying thunder god on one of the wooden ingots. I'll take you away first. He scooped up the girl behind him, activated the flying thunder god mark left on Lin Juyu's shoulder, and quickly flew back to her side. Why are you back? Lin Juyu asked, puzzled when she saw Su Ran suddenly appear. I rescued someone from the beast tide. Take this, it's the most important thing I brought back. Su Ran put the girl down and handed a flying thunder god kunai to Lin Juyu. Before Lin Juyu could finish speaking, Su Ran had already activated the flying thunder god mark on the wooden ingot wall and left. He returned to the original spot and found that the wooden wall had been set ablaze by several fire attribute beasts, and several enormous beasts surrounded it. The situation is getting complicated. Kurama, tailed beast Link. The still sleeping nine-tailed fox turned over, and a surge of golden energy instantly flowed into Su Ran's body. Let me try out Kizaru's power. Su Ran manipulated energy to condense a chakra arm, grabbed a fire attribute beast and threw it out violently. Kizaru's divine power, kid. Strange phenomena appeared around them. All the beasts abandoned their original targets and rushed towards Su Ran. However, Su Ran managed to withstand the attack thanks to the tailed beast Link in Sage mode, and with the help of flying thunder god technique, he moved through the horde of monsters like a yellow lightning bolt. Seeing that the pressure had eased, the others immediately organized to rescue their injured comrades. Those who can still fight, hold on. Let the wounded retreat for treatment first. Captain, look. A person wearing a Dragon Guard uniform pointed in the direction where Su Ran was. That yellow flash relieved the pressure on us, and now all the monsters are attacking him. Hold on, I'll go support that yellow flash. The man known as the captain was about to get up, but the excruciating pain caused him to sit back down. The Dragon Guards then noticed that a huge wound had suddenly appeared on their captain's back. Captain, you should go back first. We'll handle things here. No, if that yellow flash doesn't get support, he'll eventually die from exhaustion when facing so many monsters. The captain tried to prop himself up with his weapon, but the pain from the wound on his back forced him to sit back down. Let's go back and ask for reinforcements first. Several of the less seriously injured Dragon Guards said, and together they helped lift their captain up, while the remaining uninjured Dragon Guards escorted them back. After they left, a young woman from Long Weishong ran frantically toward the command post. She pushed open the door and saw the Commander-in-Chief and others sitting in the command room. Commander-in-Chief, we're back requesting backup. What happened? Our battle area was besieged by a large number of alien beasts, and we were almost wiped out. But a yellow flash protected our retreat, and I faced the alien beasts in that area alone. Where is the area where you are fighting? Area B1. Pull up the surveillance footage for Area B1. The subordinates acted quickly, and soon the battle situation in Area B1 was displayed on the big screen. In the scene, the man named Su Ran is like a god of death. Every time he encounters a strange beast, he accurately kills it and removes its core. His movements are as smooth as flowing water, like a beautiful dance. Is this what you call the yellow flash? That's right, it's him. Immediately order a new Dragon Guard squad to proceed to Area B1 to support Yellow Flash and ensure his safety. The Commander-in-Chief's order was quickly relayed, and a brand new Dragon Guard squad rushed to Area B1. Captain, who exactly is that Yellow Flash? Why do we always have to go and support him? In the line, a thin boy couldn't help but ask. I don't know, we just follow orders. A stern-faced young man answered calmly. Damn it, the 6th-tier alien beasts are starting to cause trouble. Su Ran felt a chill run down her spine when she saw the enormous rhinoceros. TSK, a 6th-tier silver-armored rhinoceros. How come you always run into such powerful enemies? How should I know? What a fucking bad luck. Despite cursing, Su Ran still drew her weapon and charged forward. The slash landed on the silver-armored rhinoceros, but no blood or flesh splattered. Only a few sparks flew, and not even a blade mark was left. This defense is insane. This is only a 6th-tier silver-armored rhinoceros. You can be happy for now. Once it reaches 7th tier, it will become a golden-armored rhinoceros, and by then, your sword will probably be the first to get chipped. The silver-armored rhinoceros charged at Su Ran, who quickly threw out a flying thunder god kunai and used the flying thunder god technique to dodge the attack. If you were hit by this thing, your kidneys would probably be ruptured. Not only that, it might even result in dozens more tables of food being served. Su Ran stared intently at the silver-armored rhinoceros with his right eye, and pure black Amaterasu fire began to burn on its skin. Bull Demon King, this thing can even defend against Amaterasu? It can block something that even the sky-moving ants couldn't break? Fool, look closely, the sun didn't even burn it. Su Ran looked closely and discovered that the area where the Amaterasu fire was burning was a layer of keratin that shimmered with a metallic luster. The silver-armored rhinoceros doesn't eat ordinary food. Instead, it feeds on ores and powerful beasts. The minerals deposited
in its body forms silvery white armor on its skin. That's what makes it called the silver-armored rhinoceros. If you want to use the same method as grinding away at the sky ants to deal with this nearly level 7 silver-armored rhinoceros, be prepared to grind it down until next year.
This guy's defense isn't like some people's membranes that can be punctured with a single touch. It's really infuriating.
Don't forget that your sword possesses divine power.
Oh right, I forgot about that. This knife can ignore armor. It breaks my heart to see my baby like this.
Su-ran reluctantly imbued the slash with Amaterasu fire. Burning this treasure hurts more than burning my own heart.
Stop dawdling.
That horn can be used to repair your knife, and it even has thick rhinoceros hide and a foreign core on it. The system's words made Su-ran no longer hesitate. He wrapped the flames of Amaterasu around the entire sword, and the silver-white blade was covered by the pitch-black flames of Amaterasu, giving the sword an evil yet beautiful aura. Flame is a beautiful yet terrifying thing. Despite saying this, Su-ran's body had already begun to move. He used lightning and wind ninjutsu to accelerate and instantly rushed in front of the silver-armored rhinoceros.
Take a deep breath. Dizziness is normal.
He swung his sword down, and the silver-armored rhinoceros immediately used its horn to emit an overclocked shockwave in an attempt to block Su-ran's attack. But Su-ran's figure suddenly twisted strangely, and the entire knife also entered a state of etherealization at the same time, cleverly avoiding the strong shock.
This doesn't feel right.
As soon as the blade touched the silver-armored rhinoceros, Su-ran discovered that the blade could not penetrate even an inch. After the silver-armored rhinoceros was in pain, its silver armor was suddenly stained with a yellow light, and its entire body of silver armor turned into a golden light.
It then rammed into Su-ran and knocked him away.
Su-ran did several backflips to steady herself and looked at the silver-armored rhinoceros that was gradually turning golden, cold sweat beating on her forehead. Golden skin and silver flesh. Damn it, this guy has already reached the 7th rank.
System, can we win this?
If not, I'll retreat quickly and call a 7th tier helper. It should be possible. After all, you still have 2 forms of power that you haven't used yet.
Oh, shouldn't the mythical beast mode be kept as a trump card?
I'm talking about the 9 tails in its malevolent form, not your sage mode.
Its power is in no way inferior to your tailed beast link mode. The evil side? Isn't the tailed beast's berserk mode just the normal tailed beast mode?
Logically speaking, berserk mode is slightly weaker than the connection mode. Berserk mode is just stronger due to emotional fluctuations.
Your thinking is too one-sided.
The system explains slowly.
The yin-yang seal splits Kurama into 2 sides, good and evil.
The good and evil 9-tailed foxes each possess half the power of Kurama's original form. Therefore, the berserk form of the evil-tailed beast is no worse than your tailed beast connection mode. In fact, the more intense the emotions, the stronger the berserk mode becomes, because it is essentially Kurama's negative emotions manifested. When you can simultaneously control the power of both the good and evil aspects of Kurama, you will truly understand the terror of Kurama.
Following the system's instructions, Su-ran immersed his consciousness into the sealed space and saw the black-bodied 9-tailed fox once again. You rascal, do you want to come out and play? No way. You're always avoiding me, and you expect me to come out and play? Dream on.
No, as long as you promise me that your behavior and habits are the same as the benevolent 9-tails, I will agree to release you.
After all, you are also Kurama. Seriously? More real than pearls, more real than Jenny. I agree to this condition.
Upon hearing the 9-tailed fox's agreement, Su-ran immediately broke its seal.
The enormous sealing cage opened, and the jet-black 9-tails finally burst out, roaring excitedly, "Ha! I'm free! I'm free! Don't forget your promise, otherwise I can release you and then seal you back at any time." Alright, it's just a small condition, I agree. However, I sense that you are fighting. Perhaps you will need my power to break my seal? Take it.
The evil-faced 9-tails extended its right hand, and a ball of bright red chakra flowed within it. I have equipped your current mode with this tailed beast rampage chakra, but you must stay clear-headed and not let negative emotions control you. Su-ran placed his hand on the ball of red chakra, and the chakra flowed directly into his body through his hand. The red chakra attempted to go berserk but was suppressed by a powerful aura.
It seems this enhanced 1,000 hands necklace is indeed useful.
With the power of the malevolent side, your strength is now infinitely close to the 7th rank.
After all, you are now equivalent to Kurama in his complete form.
If you could withstand the full power, you might even reach the 10th rank, fully capable of fighting that giant rhinoceros.
This power is truly intoxicating.
A layer of red energy surged from Su-ran's body, covering the golden-tailed beast cloak.
However, this red energy simply adhered to the body and did not go out of control and completely envelop Su-ran as it had before.
The tailed beast's cloak in front of him only turned red and gold.
Come at me together, you two.
Good face, it seems like it's been a long time since we fought side by side after we were separated by the yin-yang seal.
Of course, ordinary sealing techniques are completely ineffective against this kid.
Only the yin-yang seal can forcibly separate us, which is why he was able to take his main body with him.
That's fine.
When you had Su-chen and the others seal my body with the yin-yang seal, you probably considered this point. After all, this kid almost released me due to his negative emotions emotions and activated his chakra. This is also a way to control his emotions. The benevolent Ninetales didn't speak, but simply extended its right fist to meet the evil Ninetales' outstretched left fist. Let's give this kid a hand. The evil-faced nine-tailed fox laughed loudly, and its left fist collided with the benevolent-faced fist. Su-Ran felt a burning sensation all over her body, and her aura, which had just stabilized, showed signs of breaking through again. Peak of the 6th rank. He seemed to sense something and submerged his consciousness within the seal. Inside the space where the evil nine-tailed fox was sealed, he saw a huge orange fox of similar size but completely different color, which was clearly the good one. The evil face's body slowly merged into the good face's body, and a terrifying energy burst forth from the good face's nine-tailed body. Su-Ran had sensed this power before from his master, Dongfangyu. It was clearly the aura of a 10th level being. Nine Lama, what is this? The 9 Lamas did not answer, but simply shook his head slightly. Su-Ran suddenly understood and turned around to withdraw her consciousness from the sealed space. I said, is it appropriate for the two of us to team up and lie to him? Who knows? Captain, that guy has been standing there motionless for a long time. Let's hurry and rescue him. A skinny boy saw that the golden armored rhinoceros's head had lowered, a sign that an impact was imminent. No rush, let's wait a bit longer. But, before he could finish speaking, the fake heart bull charged towards Su-Ran with its giant horns. The skinny boy was about to take off and carry Su-Ran away when the captain stopped him. Captain, his life is hanging by a thread. Calm down. The captain pointed towards Su-Ran's side, and only then did the skinny boy see a strange scene. The golden light emanating from Su-Ran grew even brighter. Just as the golden armored rhinoceros charged, he grabbed its horn tightly, lifted it high, and then slammed it heavily to the ground. Then, Su-Ran subdued the golden armored rhinoceros with his powerful strength, and his right hand twisted strangely as he reached straight for its alien core. The golden armored rhinoceros trembled violently and chose to detonate its own alien core. Are you going to blow it up? Su-Ran acted even faster, pulling the alien core out before it exploded. The golden armored rhinoceros convulsed and quickly collapsed to the ground. Su-Ran then activated his divine power, storing the golden armored rhinoceros corpse into his divine power space, and instantly left the scene. Truly worthy of being the yellow flash mentioned by the commander-in-chief, it actually managed to kill a 7th level golden armor rhinoceros with its 6th level strength. Captain, how did that rhinoceros collapse so suddenly? The skinny boy asked in surprise. The captain gave him a deep look and said, you didn't see anything today, understand? The skinny boy was about to argue when he suddenly realized something. Captain, shouldn't we retreat immediately? The captain slapped him and laughed. Withdraw my ass. Resisting the beast tide? You idiot. With that, the captain picked up his weapon and charged toward the group of strange beasts. 9 Lama, how long can this power be maintained? They can maintain it for as long as they want, but the evil side is already. Be careful. Su-Ran stood still, using his divine power to easily dodge the lightning-infused fist that came from behind. Palu from the University of Lushu? What do you want? Su-Ran's ethereal transformation allowed Palu, who had intended to launch a sneak attack, to suddenly appear in front of him. Su-Ran turned his head and saw that Zell and Rice, 2 black men, were also nearby. Brothers, take your medicine. We have to get rid of this biggest threat today, no matter what. As Palu spoke, he took out a small red pill and swallowed it. Zell and Rice followed suit, taking out the same pills from their bodies and swallowing them as well. The effects of the drug took hold, and the clothes on the 3 of them were instantly ripped apart by their bulging muscles, and their auras surged to the peak of the 5th rank. Be careful, that drug might be their last resort. Tell me more? I sense that their life force has begun to burn. It seems this medicine forcibly stimulates their life energy, sacrificing themselves for a surge in cultivation. Looks like the 3 of them are determined to capture you today. I really hate black people. Su-Ran's hands moved even faster, and as before, 3 wooden swords covered in black flames reappeared in his hands and mouth. Roar! Roar! Like a wild beast that had lost its mind, Palu pounced on Su-Ran madly. Zell and Rice also used their respective superpowers, trying to cooperate with Palu to kill Su-Ran in one fell swoop. Su-Ran used his right foot as a pivot and spun rapidly, with 3 wooden swords surrounding him, forming a huge vortex of black flames. Tornado destroys parking lot. Su-Ran's fierce attack, like a storm, quickly crashed down on Palu and the others, with the Amaterasu fire blazing fiercely. However, Paru and his 2 companions were not afraid at all. They tore off the flesh connected to Amaterasu's flames, and the flesh that was lost grew back in half a second. I'd like to see if you dare to tear yourself into a mummy. Su-Ran created 2 wooden clones, who then engaged in a righteous one-on-one duel. Remember not to kill them, just severely injure them and leave them to me. Su-Ran retrieved the 3 wooden swords and summoned his own sword from the divine might space. As the blade landed in his hand, dense black flames spread out from its body. Palu swung his lightning-infused fists and attacked fiercely, but Su-Ran dodged them all by using his intangible powers. Su-Ran toyed with Palu like a monkey. After a while, Palu finally realized that he had been tricked and chose to jump back to charge up. Oh, you want to test your ultimate move against me? Su Su Ran planted the blade vertically into the ground, gripped the hilt in reverse, and charged towards Paru. With each step he took, the aura of the slash grew stronger, and by the time he reached Palu, it had transformed into a towering black flame greatsword.
Go to hell and become a farm tool, you nigger.
Just as Su Ran activated his ethereal form, preparing to finish off Palu with a single strike, a figure suddenly rushed out and blocked his blade.
Fuck you.
Su Ran forcibly stopped the knife, but her body also broke out of the ethereal state, and she took a solid punch from Palu. He was sent flying by a punch, and when he turned around to look at the person who had blocked the blow, it turned out to be the girl who had called him an orphan before.
Why did you protect Palu?
Even if you envy him, you shouldn't have tried to kill him.
I see.
Su Ran wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, stood up, and without saying much, turned around to slash at Palu again. Unexpectedly, the girl pulled out a weapon and attacked him fiercely. Su Ran immediately used his divine power to move away, then created a divine power space above Palu's head and stomped him to the ground. Palu tried to struggle, but Su Ran grew several pieces of wood from his feet and pinned him firmly to the ground.
Su Ran drew his sword and severed Paru's neck with a single stroke.
He beheaded Paru, and the girl held Paru's head and wailed. The sound was so mournful that it seemed as if the entire tribe was performing a ritual to the heavens. If an outsider were unaware of the situation, they would truly believe that a funeral was taking place. The two wooden clones quickly dealt with Rice and Zell, their wooden swords piercing through their bodies and lifting them up, then throwing them, sword and all, next to Paru's corpse.
Well done, weren't you? We spared the two of them. It's alright, you guys can go back now.
Just as Su Ran was about to use Tsukuyami to find out why they had attacked her, she suddenly felt a terrifying aura approaching her. He tried to activate the holification, but found that he could not, and could only wait for Kamui's passive holification. A giant foot stomped down on his face, and then a portal appeared in front of him. Dongfang Yu quickly grabbed the foot and slammed it to the ground.
Fan Liwu, you clearly had a beast tied to fight off, so why didn't you stop it? Instead, you attacked my students.
The owner of that large foot was a woman, who yelled at Dongfang Yu in a hoarse voice.
Your student has already killed an international student. If you don't stop him, are you going to slaughter everyone here? As soon as the girl saw Fan Liwu, she immediately knelt down and cried out, Principal, you must do justice for Palu and the others.
Fan Liwu patted her head and comforted her.
Jiang Xian, the principal will support Palu and the others. Then, Fan Liwu pointed behind Dongfang Yu and said, Commander-in-Chief, you finally arrived.
Quickly, say a word for my student. Fan Liwu began to wail, as if something terrible had happened to Su Ran.
Dongfang Yu leaned close to Su Ran's ear and whispered, Are you alright?
I almost got through the game without taking any damage after taking a punch. Those three black guys wanted to get rid of me, but they ate something and became like that, so I had no choice but to kill them.
You're framing me, Jiang Xian roared. This is not the place to argue, Dongfang.
Teleport us to the conference room, the commander-in-chief said. Dongfang Yu nodded, waved his hand, and a huge teleportation portal enveloped everyone, instantly transporting them to the so-called conference room. Upon arriving at the conference room, Fan Liwu and Jiang Xian knelt before the commander-in-chief, accusing Su Ran of various things, saying that he killed Palu out of jealousy, and demanding severe punishment.
After listening, the commander-in-chief turned to Su Ran and asked, Do you have anything else to say? If not, I will report this matter directly to the military court.
Su Ran didn't say much, but simply took off the bracelet on her left wrist and threw it in front of the commander-in-chief.
Take a good look for yourself.
The commander stared at the wristband panel, which clearly displayed Su Ran's kill record.
A 7th-tier golden armored rhinoceros, a 5th-tier demonic ape kid. With that kind of strength, why did you get involved in a murder case?
Su Ran smiled wryly, her left eye conjuring a kaleidoscope-like pattern as she pulled Zell's gaze to meet hers. Zell's previously dull eyes suddenly brightened, clearly indicating that he had been controlled by Tsukuyami.
Tell me why you want to kill me.
Because of you, Zell stammered, then suddenly fell silent. Su Ran smiled and looked at the commander-in-chief. Then please take out the handcuffs and cuff me.
If others try to kill me and I kill them in return, I will be held accountable.
He stretched out his hands, a relaxed smile on his face. Dongfang Yu, furious, slammed his fist on the table, causing the surrounding space to ripple erratically.
Come here, handcuff my apprentice.
My apprentice has defeated so many monsters, and this is how you treat him. Handcuff him, and take responsibility for my actions too. As he spoke, Dongfang Yu also stretched out his hands.
It's all a misunderstanding. The commander-in-chief picked up Su Ran's bracelet and put it on him personally.
Su Ran abruptly withdrew her hand, dodging the commander-in-chief's movement.
I am not worthy of such a gift.
The commander-in-chief should handcuff me and take me to a military court himself.
You really think I wouldn't dare handcuff you?
Fan Liwu snatched the supernatural power-sealing handcuffs from the hand of someone behind the commander-in-chief and, with a click, cuffed Su Ran's hands.
Thank you.
A kaleidoscope-like pattern also appeared in Su Ran's right eye, and his gaze locked onto Zell and Rice. Intense Amaterasu fire quickly ignited, instantly incinerating the two severely injured individuals. You dare! Fan Liwu roared, his right hand slapping towards Su Ran's face.
However, Dongfang Yu was faster, slapping him away and and sending him flying against the wall. Fan Liwu spat out several bloody teeth. How dare you touch my disciple? Do you think I don't exist? Dongfang Yu said coldly. He walked up to the commander-in-chief and pulled out 2 pairs of supernatural handcuffs from his person.
He handcuffed the extraordinary principal and the extraordinary student one by one, and then with a slight movement forcibly broke the handcuffs on Su Ran's hands.
I think these 2 should at least be charged with espionage, right? If I remember correctly, the punishments for this kind of thing in China are quite severe, aren't they, Commander-in-Chief? Dongfang Yu said calmly.
Yes, that's absolutely right, absolutely. The commander-in-chief nodded hurriedly.
He then took out a ring and handed it to Su Ran, saying, "This is a private apology to you, young Su Ran.
I am truly sorry for believing some rumors and wronging you.
I am very sorry."
Dongfang Yu took the ring and played with it in his hand. If it were any other master-disciple pair here, the commander-in-chief's attitude probably wouldn't be so friendly.
After all, the law still grants female superhumans quite a few privileges, don't you think, Commander-in-Chief?
No, that's absolutely not true. At that moment, a person rushed in from outside the meeting room. Such a rush, it's really unbecoming. Commander-in-Chief, the beast tied outside is attacking even more fiercely. 9th-tier beasts have already appeared. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Yu turned to Su Ran and said, "Xiao Ran, hurry back to the battlefield, I'll be there soon." Su Ran took out the 4th Hokage's divine robe from the system space and put it on.
Which direction is the most aggressive? The eastern direction near the sea.
Su Ran activated the tailed beast link mode and, relying on the flying thunder god technique thrown by his wood clone, quickly rushed to the battlefield.
There are so many bull demons, it's frightening.
He raised his hand and released hundreds of wooden clones, directing them to rush to various battlefields to provide support.
Stop hiding, you rascal, what's the point of hiding?
In the clouds above, a jet black tail suddenly lashed down, and a giant golden arm materialized behind Su Ran, firmly grasping the tail.
"I am a dragon, you human brat, do you really want to die?" Su Ran didn't believe its nonsense and directly used Kizara 4A to pull it out of the clouds.
"You're at best half a dragon, you haven't even completely shed your snake scales, yet you dare to dream of becoming a dragon? That's because you're looking at things too superficially." Suddenly, black light emanated from the half-dragon's body, and its aura leaped to the 6th level of the 7th rank. The characteristics of a snake completely disappeared, and it truly transformed into a dragon.
"That lord's power has completely helped me shed my snake body."
A black dragon-shaped beam of light, complete with a ball, shot out from the black dragon's mouth.
"It has been sublimated into a dragon."
Su Ran looked at the black dragon in front of her and felt that the words and moves looked familiar.
Is this the bull demon's immortal hood?
He's even used the white ink technique.
You'd better be careful. This thing isn't something you can easily enslave with Izanami Genjutsu like Kabuto. High-level alien beasts have strong resistance to Genjutsu, so you might not be able to pull it in. And you haven't regained your Sharingan sight yet. What should I do?
I don't have a Sharingan like Danzo, the 5.5th Hokage.
Are you just randomly calling for reinforcements? Are those level 8 or 9 beasts just sitting around doing nothing?
A huge figure suddenly appeared in front of Su Ran and shattered the ball of light that was attacking him with a single punch.
"Kid, step back a bit.
This level of combat is prone to friendly fire."
Looking at the enormous figure, Su Ran couldn't help but curse. Is this bull demon's power a savage bear ability? Even the savage bear king isn't this big. You better watch out, kid.
These days, it's mostly 9th-tier beasts that are coming out. Dongfang Yu appeared beside Su Ran through the portal and delivered another of his favorite big flicks on the forehead.
"Ha, Senior Dongfang, don't flatter me too much.
Look at my disciple. He has already won the title of Yellow Flash, which is much better than those of us without titles."
Yellow Flash?
Su Ran looked down at the divine robe she was wearing, then picked up a strand of hair from the back of her head and examined it carefully.
This sage mode is amazing. It can actually withstand the Nine Tails mode when it turns into blonde hair 100%?
He stared at the strand of hair that shone with a faint yellow light. Although it was considered yellow hair, its color was not quite as pronounced as the rest of his body.
The name Yellow Flash? That's quite impressive.
Dongfang Yu snapped his fingers, instantly trapping the black dragon and the enormous bear together. "I'll open a spatial battlefield for you too, otherwise if you start fighting, a lot of our people will die."
"Thank you."
The savage bear let out a deafening roar and charged towards the black dragon.
"You better watch out, kid. The next ones are all high-level beasts. All those below level 6 will be sent back to the city walls.
After all, in high-level battles, you're just cannon fodder at best." "Teacher, I have temporarily advanced to the 6th rank with the help of the Nine Tails power, and I also want to stay here."
"Okay, be careful."
Dongfang Yu stood behind Su Ran and began to wave his hands. "You didn't use the teleportation portal I gave you last time, so this time I've changed it to automatically teleport you in case of danger.
Make sure you protect yourself, understand?
I have to go to the other side to provide support." Su Ran nodded, and Dongfang Yu opened the portal and left.
The next move is...
Su Ran manipulated his wood clones to unleash the wind release, Great Tornado technique, creating 10 enormous tornadoes, which he then imbued with Amaterasu Amaterasu's power through each of the wood clones. Tornado destroys parking lot. A massive black flame tornado swept forward, killing the alien beasts and buying precious time for people to evacuate. Su-Ran watched as her system points rapidly increased and couldn't help but laugh out loud with pride. Let's see if there's anything good in the system shop that I can exchange for. The system also let out a sly laugh. Now that we have points, we won't have to worry about running out of money when we play cards. Whatever you want, I'll give it to you through a lottery. I have other plans for the points. Upon hearing this, Su-Ran asked warily, what exactly do you want? Let's play cards. Every time you give me the alien core, I have to exchange for points myself when I play mahjong. Holy crap, dare to insult me? Then I'll just set your odds of winning to the absolute lowest possible level, and you'd better get your guaranteed win. Are you kidding me? The system is my closest brother, my dearest friend. Then it'll cost extra, right? Just give me more good stuff. Is that all you ask for? Do you want the bats from Skyfire Judgment, Dream Unity, or Galaxy Batman? Whatever you want, I'll go to the warehouse and get it for you. I didn't expect your requirements to be so low. Damn it seems we didn't cut enough of Bull Demon's bamboo poles. Okay, just tell me when you want it, and I'll sneak it over for you. Bull Demon, you didn't actually go and steal it, did you? What else can I do? Stealing is better than openly trading with him. Those marine parasites have started to move, and we have to put pressure on them. A giant hand covered in scales emerged from the darkness, its owner being a ferocious 8th-tier black dragon. Unlike the previous black dragon, which was a snake transformed into a dragon, this one possessed a rich and terrifying dragon bloodline that signified its noble status. We too are about to take action. We'll eat this fruit, suppress our aura to the 7th level, and that lord will awaken. We'll personally go down to find blood food for him. The giant ape and the black dragon swallowed the fruit together, suppressed their auras to the 7th level, and then both transformed into human form. Hey Kai, this isn't like you at all. Kai took out his weapon and spoke slowly. I am willing to do anything for that person's awakening. More and more powerful individuals joined the battle, and almost all the beasts of the 8th rank and above were pulled into the spatial battlefield by Dongfangyu, leaving only a few scattered 7th rank beasts for others to deal with. What are you going to do? This is truly amazing. The resources I've acquired this time will probably last me for several years. It's true what they say, no man can get rich without unexpected wealth, and no horse can get fat without night grazing. Use it sparingly, you'll need more and more abilities later on. You've only killed 4 at level 7 so far, and with the rest, you might only be able to last until level 5 at most. It seems we still need to keep working hard. Su-Ran aimed at a 6th-tier alien beast, threw out a Flying Thunder God kunai, and then activated the Flying Thunder God to rush over at high speed. This is the Super Whirlwind number 2 Pitch Black Spiral Flash 137th style, Deep Blue Comet Universe Planetary Ring Sage Art, Dark Bottom Chaotic, Wave Scattering Cave Jade Fire Night Sky 020 Flying Type Fire Will Rolling Wind Shrine Also Water Thousand Songs Dance of Words, Song Lion 3-stage Thunder Roar Style 2-stage Connecting Instantly Black Lacquer 10,000 Ones at Lion Flame Roar 2nd Style Flying, Thunder God 2-stage Flash Cave Time Space Tai Chi In Light Will Tailed Beast Jade Inspiration Spiral Hair Jiraiya Double Style Pill. Su-Ran conjured 2 enormous Raisingans in his hands and unleashed a powerful strike, instantly killing the 6th-tier alien beast. You're the real Yellow Flash, even Minato can't come up with a name like you. That's right. After putting on the 4th Hokage's robe, I finally understood why he could give his moves so many weird names during battle. Su-Ran skillfully extracted the alien core, put all the usable materials from the alien beast into the Divine Might space, and then used the light and heavy rock to send herself into the sky. Let me see. Bull Demon really went all out this time. Now even finding exotic beasts has become a problem. After searching for a long time, Su-Ran finally locked onto the next target and activated the Flying Thunder God technique to rush there at top speed. Hello, friend. Before the 4th-tier beast could react, Su-Ran, wielding a kunai, sent its head flying into the sky. As blood dripped, the alien core was removed. Goodbye, my friend. Su-Ran drew his sword from behind him. This old friend is still the most convenient to use. Those kunai are really not good at killing monsters. Hey, when was this sword repaired? He drew the sword from its sheath and saw that the sword was brand new, with no trace of being burned by Amaterasu's fire on its blade. The power of time? Truly, it is your weapon, Suchen. System, what did you say? It's nothing, I just secretly fixed it for you when you weren't looking. Thank you. Su-Ran transformed into a yellow flash and continued searching for prey on the battlefield. Holy crap, everyone come and see. A guy holding a drone shouted excitedly. What are you yelling about? What's so strange about it? Without wasting any words, the young man projected the drone footage directly onto the huge wall. Look, holy crap, that 4th-tier beast was instantly killed? That yellow flash is so cool. That guy is so handsome. I feel like I'm pregnant. Sister, your belly is already bulging. Don't talk nonsense. How did you get pregnant? A bunch of shrimp-headed men. Standing next to Lin Zhuyu, Zhao Xiaoxiao nudged her with her elbow and pointed to the weapon in the projection's hand, saying, Zhuyu, look at the weapon that the person on the projection is holding. Isn't that the dart that Su
Ran gave you? Lin Juyu took out her throwing knives to compare and found that the flying thunder god kunai in her hand was exactly the same as the weapon in the projection. It shouldn't be him, right? Although Su Ran is strong enough, he's only at the 3rd rank. It's impossible for a 4th rank beast to die instantly upon seeing him, without even having time to react. It must be that the dart he casually threw was picked up by that person. Look at the clothes he's wearing. Lin Juyu looked up and saw that it was a blue outfit with green protective gear strapped to it. The two exchanged a glance and said at the same time, could it really be Su Ran? Ha! Why are there 2 people? Su Ran saw Chi and Kai disguised as humans and flew straight towards them. Run! Those 2 are no good. That's true. Despite her doubts, Su Ran obeyed the system's instructions and controlled the light and heavy rocks to fly in the opposite direction. The blood on this man is my son's. Upon smelling the blood of his deceased son emanating from Su Ran, Chi immediately raised his hand and swung his staff. The wooden stick made of heavenly spirit wood in his hand expanded rapidly with a whoosh, and in the blink of an eye, it caught up with Su Ran's figure. The dragon leaped up suddenly and swung its club down hard. Su Ran successfully dodged the attack using his intangibility technique, but the powerful shockwave knocked him to the ground. What exactly are you two trying to do? How could you attack your own people? Kai stepped forward and questioned. We are not your lowly human race. I would rather die than be with your kind, the dragon coldly replied. What do these 2 mean by that? Kai asked, puzzled. Still haven't figured it out? Those 2 are actually 7th tier transformed beasts, and the bloodline strength I sensed is quite impressive. Wooden clones, come back! Su Ran commanded, summoning back all the flying thunder god kunai wooden clones and taking stock of the remaining kunai. There are still 150 flying thunder god kunai left, enough to deal with them. The sea of trees descends. Su Ran activated would release, manipulating the environment to change the course of the battle, and threw 150 flying thunder god kunai into the treetops with both hands. No matter what you do, you cannot escape the fate of death. With a powerful stomp of its feet, the dragon swung its wooden stick and launched a fierce attack on Su Ran. He approached Su Ran, then turned the wooden stick and brought it down hard on Su Ran's head. Just as the wooden stick was about to hit Su Ran calmly threw a flying thunder god kunai. He swiftly flew towards the location of the kunai, which happened to fall into the dragon's blind spot. Su Ran drew his sword from his back and quickly counterattacked. I'd like to see if you still have the strength to cosplay as Louis XVI. Su Ran sneered, pointing his cleaver straight at the back of Chi's neck, attempting to behead it in one strike. The tip of the blade suddenly collided with a hard black scale, making it impossible for the blade to advance any further. The dragon reacted immediately, swinging its staff backward. Su Ran quickly used the momentum to turn her body and dodge the attack. Seeing that the tailed beast link mode was struggling to deal with these 2 transformed beasts, Su Ran quickly activated Sage mode. Strands of white hair peeked through his long golden hair, and his aura instantly surged to the peak of the 6th rank. This is troublesome. I didn't expect to run into 2 tough guys. Do you need me to activate the celestial beast link? Kai asked. No need. Su Ran shook her head. His right eye looked at the sword, and the Amaterasu fire burned intensely once more. I'd like to see if I can take on 2 people by myself. Kai, how long will it take for that person to wake up? Someone asked. Soon, that person will have enough energy. We just need to hold them off for half an hour. Then I'll have a good spar with this kid. Having said that, the dragon gripped its wooden stick and charged directly at Su Ran. Su Ran took out the gourd of immortal wine from his waist and suddenly tilted his head back to drink a mouthful. The wine is drunk, the ancient sword is attached, and next is. He unleashed a sweeping slash. The power of wind release intertwined with Amaterasu flame, forming a massive flaming blade. The dragon lashed out with its staff, shattering the flame blade into pieces. But the Amaterasu flame spread and burned along the stick like maggots clinging to a bone. Hey, that's interesting. The dragon infused its power, instantly dispersing the attached Amaterasu flames. A great opportunity. Several giant trees suddenly grew and tightly entwined the dragon. Su Ran used the light and heavy rocks to leap into the air, forming a multi-shadow clone seal with his hands. After a few loud bangs, 4 more Su Rans appeared in the same spot. The 5 Su Rans joined forces to unleash a brand new 5 elements ninjutsu. 5 escapes, 5 dragon bullet technique. The 5 elements of wind, water, thunder, fire, and earth coalesced into 5 giant dragons, which spewed out from the mouths of the 5 Sarans, striking directly at the chi. An elemental reaction erupted around the dragon, and its aura suddenly and mysteriously disappeared. What happened? Where did that guy's aura go? Could it be? Chi wondered. Suddenly, the dragon appeared behind Su Ran and delivered a powerful whip kick. The whip kick was so fast that even Kamui couldn't react in time. Su Ran could only barely turn around and try to block it with her hands, but she was still kicked hard to the ground. Cough cough cough. Kurama, hurry up and activate the celestial beast connection, or we might really be doomed here today. Su Ran wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and spoke slowly. It should have been opened long ago. A white gold energy quickly enveloped Su Ran, and his form changed once again. His golden-tailed beast coat turned slightly white in the celestial beast link mode,
which, combined with his long white hair, made him look like an immortal descending to earth. However, the sword in his hand, burning with black flames, slightly disrupted this ethereal aura.
Oh, what secret technique did you use to raise your level to the 7th rank? Let me try your staff technique.
A ferocious light flashed in the dragon's eyes as it swung its giant club straight at Su Ran's head.
Be careful, that person is recovering very quickly, don't overdo it.
Kai gave Chi a reminder, then manipulated the black scales and sat steadily on it. Faced with the oncoming wooden stick, Su Ran neither dodged nor used Kamui's intangibility, but instead condensed a chakra arm and firmly grasped the stick. He kicked the dragon hard, forcibly snatched the wooden stick, and put it directly into his divine power space.
I'm not going to be like those fools who knock your weapon away so you can pick it up and keep fighting. You lowly human, you have angered me. The dragon transformed back into its original form, a giant ape hundreds of meters tall, soaring into the sky. Do you think you're the Monkey King? Anyone can grow to enormous size?
Su Ran activated the second and third layers of form liberation, transforming into a giant of the same height, 100 meters tall, to face the battle head-on.
Aura, would big. The
two exchanged blows wildly, and the resulting shockwave even reached the crowds outside the city walls.
Holy crap, what's going on? Has the Earth Dragon turned over? Something's wrong. Everyone, look over there.
Someone pointed in the direction where Su Ran and Chi were exchanging blows, and everyone witnessed an earth-shattering scene.
That's a yellow flash, isn't it? It can actually exchange punches with a 7th-tier demonic ape.
Look, the yellow flash of the fist is getting faster and faster, and it seems to be suppressing the demon ape.
Yellow flash, I love you.
The members of the Imperial University team sitting nearby couldn't help but worry as they watched Su Ran fight fiercely with the demonic ape.
What should we do, Zhuyu?
Su Ran is likely to lose. After all, his true cultivation level is only at the 3rd level.
Zhuyu, why don't you let my sister and me go?
At least we can replenish Su Ran's superpowers. Even the usually calm Hua Kyuji looked at Lin Zhuyu.
Everyone, calm down.
Lin Zhuyu took out the flying thunder god kunai that Su Ran had given her when she left. That kid is very clever.
If he can't beat us, he'll definitely run away. Xiaoyu and Xiaoshui, you two replenish your abilities first.
When he comes back with this dart, you can replenish his abilities immediately. Activate lightning release mode, imbuing my hands with Amaterasu flames. The system notification sounded, and Su Ran immediately reacted. A burst of lightning erupted from his body, and his originally platinum fists were completely covered by intense Amaterasu flames.
Aura.
Relying on the acceleration of the lightning release mode, Su Ran forcefully suppressed the 7th order demonic ape, unleashing several punches in succession, and the Amaterasu flame began to corrode the demonic ape's body.
This flame is strange.
The demonic ape stared at the still burning black flames on its body, becoming wary.
Chi, tear off that flaming flesh. The flames feel like an inextinguishable karmic fire.
Upon hearing Kai's words, Chi immediately tore off its flesh, which was burning with Amaterasu flames.
Su Ran was even faster, and before the dragon could clear the flames, the attack was already upon him. Kai manipulated several scales to block Su Ran's attack. A vortex-like ripple appeared around Su Ran's right eye.
Explosive wind dance.
A fiery serpent shot out rapidly from between Su Ran's right eyes, its scorching heat incinerating everything in its path.
Kai dared not be careless and quickly grew to a gigantic size, raising several enormous scales in front of him in an attempt to block Su Ran's attack.
This thing is not that simple.
Black Amaterasu flames ignited on the fire serpent, greatly enhancing the power of the explosive dance, which had already been upgraded to S rank by Su Ran's forced injection of supernatural abilities.
This is getting a bit tough.
Kai pieced together all the scales into a huge and heavy shield, which he placed in front of himself and the dragon, forming a solid defensive line. Suddenly, the sea's surface changed dramatically. A jet-black tail swept across, instantly dispelling Su Ran's chaotic whirlwind and slamming him against the wall.
You two did a great job. I have finally woken up successfully.
Seeing this, Dongfang Yu quickly rushed to Su Ran's side. At this moment, Su Ran was sent flying by that tail, and the immortal beast connection form was forced to dissipate, leaving only a clone to maintain the spatial battlefield. In the sea, the owner of the jet-black tail finally appeared. A slender figure flew into the sky, and jet-black bodies occasionally darted through the clouds, with a huge dragon head staring intently at Su Ran and his apprentice.
Who did I think it was? You little mudskipper, have you forgotten that I cut off one of your horns 30 years ago?
Humph, Dongfang Yu, I have broken through and become a true dragon.
Today is your death day. You're just a half-dragon. You haven't even grown 4 claws yet, and you dare to call yourself a real dragon? Don't make a fool of yourself. Without any hesitation, the black dragon unleashed a bolt of pitch-black lightning towards Dongfang Yu. Dongfang Yu quickly opened a teleportation portal and sent the lightning bolt back the way it came.
Oh no, if this little mudfish really reaches level 10, Xiaoran, you'd better get out of here right now. Regardless of Su Ran's consent, Dongfang Yu forcibly activated the teleportation portal behind him, sending Su Ran back to the city. Su Ran had no time to say more, so he left behind a thin wooden splinter, on which was clearly engraved the mark of the flying thunder god.
We don't need to pretend anymore.
She and Kai exchanged a glance and quickly restored their cultivation levels from the 7th rank to the 8th rank.
This is really going too far.
1 level 10 and 2 level 8s.
It looks like I'm going to be defeated here today.
Dongfang Yu muttered to himself, but his steps did not falter.
Even so, when I die, I will take the 3 of you with me.
He activated his immortal mode, unleashing a powerful aura that instantly propelled his strength, which had been at the 9th rank, to the 10th rank.
Oh, looks like you're trying to make one last desperate attempt before you die?
Of course, I'll be very lonely on the road to the underworld if the 3 of you don't accompany me.
As long as I can hold you back and let those 2 8th-tier subordinates destroy the city, your death will be meaningless.
I will show you the power of space jumpers.
Coincidentally, Su Ran was randomly teleported by Dongfang Yu to a location right next to the 6 members of the Imperial University team.
Su Ran,
are you alright?
Lin Juyu asked anxiously, while instructing the Choyu and Shoshu as sisters to treat Su Ran.
Teacher, I need to save the teacher.
Su Ran struggled to get up, but the heavy blow from the tail had seriously injured him, and his supernatural power was temporarily scattered and would take time to regroup.
He couldn't hold on any longer and fell straight into Lin Juyu's arms.
Autumn rain and autumn snow, apply the restraint treatment to this kid. Xiaoyu and Xiao Shui held hands and restrained Su Ran, beginning emergency treatment.
Su Ran couldn't hold on any longer and completely fainted.
Soon, his consciousness returned to the sealed space, where not only was Kurama there, but also a system exactly like his.
System, I want to participate in the lottery. You'll have to wait until the treatment is complete. Your current power can't be fully mustered. Kurama is also working with the sage body to repair your body using chakra. Having staked everything on this, am I really unable to save my teacher? There is still a chance. 9 Lama spoke up from the side.
When the Sharingan is developed to its fullest potential and combined with a massive amount of chakra, it can activate the complete Susanoo.
This is the source of your confidence in killing those 2 monsters. However, the complete form consumes too much energy.
With your current eyesight combined with the immortal body, although you won't go blind after using it, it will affect the abilities of your own eyes, and may even cause a backlash that even the immortal body cannot remedy.
You need to be mentally prepared. I have already come to this realization.
I'll handle this, Su Ran. Zhao Xiaoxiao has a mecha, you can borrow it and try it out. It might temporarily boost your combat power.
Understood.
Su Ran threw a stealing order into the lottery pool, and soon the system sent good news.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have obtained a 1-hour trial card for Eternal Kaleidoscope. He used the trial card and his consciousness exited the sealed space. When Su Ran opened his eyes, he saw the Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, a pattern unlike any he had seen before, radiating an evil and powerful aura. I've already decided on the design for the Eternal Kaleidoscope. 2 weasel god images intertwined, similar to the biohazard symbol.
Xiao, can I borrow your mecha for a bit?
Sure,
but you might not be able to handle it.
The superpowers in the mech are supported by superpower replenishment bottles. If your level is low, your body will be damaged by the superpowers.
I usually only dare to use the main cannon.
The full energy release in red is absolutely unacceptable.
That's a desperate move. I need strength. I see.
Clear. Zhao Xiaoxiao looked into Su Ran's eyes, then turned around and began summoning her mecha.
Soon after the mecha was summoned, Su Ran activated the Celestial Beast Link mode again and climbed into the mecha.
Unlike ordinary mechs that closed their cockpit canopies, Zhao Xiaoxiao's mech disintegrated into fragments that attached to Su Ran's body. Overwhelmed by the sense of technology, Su Ran activated the thrusters under his feet and sped towards Dongfang Yu. After battling the 3 beasts for a long time, Dongfang Yu's aura began to fluctuate. To be able to hold out against a 10th tier leader beast for so long, there are probably very few people in the entire Dragon Kingdom who could do that.
Damn it, I'll fight you to the death. With a wave of his hand, Dongfang Yu created a massive spatial barrier that quickly enveloped the man and his 3 beasts. You 2 go out and finish off the rest of the humans.
The higher level ones are all here. The black dragon whipped its tail, drawing out the human-shaped Qi and Kai, leaving only itself to confront Dongfang Yu.
Damn it, all the 8th and 9th rank warriors present are in the spatial battlefield. We can only hope that there will be reinforcements of the 8th rank and above later.
Kai,
how many levels do you think we'll get if we eat all the humans in this city? I think I can at least get promoted 1 level. That's not bad either. Eat, eat, eat. What the hell are you eating? A giant cannonball hurtled toward the 2 beasts. What the hell is that?
Kai used his scales to slice the shell into pieces, and the shockwave from the explosion even pushed the 2 of them back 2 steps.
Your grandpa is me.
Su Ran descended from the sky, followed by many pink metal pieces.
Oh, Lord Black Dragon flicked his tail and this kid came back to life so quickly? Looks like he has some amazing abilities.
If we eat him, we're guaranteed to level up to level 2. Su Ran raised her hand, and a huge pink Gatling gun was assembled into her hand using a metal plate.
6 depleted uranium bombs, 36 million revolutions per breath. With great compassion, I will deliver you 2. My 2 benefactors factors, today's Mercy is like this 50mm Gatling gun. Enjoy it. Su-Ran infused his superpower into the Gatling gun, barely managing to withstand its terrifying size thanks to the mecha's levitation ability. Countless bullets condensed from his superpower shot rapidly toward Chi and Kai. Countless giant projectiles bombarded Kai and Chi, and the two could only raise their shields to defend themselves. I'll blow your turtle shell off with one shot. The pink Gatling gun in his hand was once again fragmented and reassembled, becoming a pink Barrett with a 100mm caliber. Su-Ran frantically poured his supernatural abilities into it, even incorporating Amaterasu into the gun. Soon, a jet-black bullet condensed and took shape inside the gun barrel. Su-Ran locked onto the target and fired the shot directly. The immense recoil sent Su-Ran staggering backward, nearly shattering the bones in her shoulder. The recoil of this thing is really intense. Who would call a 100mm caliber rifle a sniper rifle? Isn't that caliber for tank cannons? Why isn't it a sniper rifle? It uses a trigger to load bullets, has such an exaggeratedly long barrel, and even comes with a scope. Isn't that a sniper rifle? You're truly my father. Thank goodness the immortal body was given to you beforehand, otherwise your shoulder would have been ruined long ago. As the bullet carrying a strong threat flew towards him, she suddenly grabbed Kai beside him, shielding him in front of him, and activated his defensive descent. Kai hurriedly stacked all the scales together, and the bullet actually pierced through all the scales before finally stopping. Kai, who had intended to repair the scales, saw the Amaterasu fire on the bullet instantly burn all the scales, leaving him no chance to save them. The bullets kicked up thick smoke and dust. Domran used the light and heavy rock technique to fly up and finally saw the situation on their side. Defense against descent? Shouldn't that long worm have used that gorilla to block it? How did it turn out the other way around? With their armor gleaming, the serfs were liberated, and even they could sing songs. If one shot isn't enough, let's go for another. Let's see if your shells are tougher, or if my 9 Llama power bank is more powerful. Su-Ran charged up the sniper rifle in his hand again, this time even combining the power of the tailed beast ball and the raisin shuriken. Fire! Su-Ran fired a shot at Kai, and the sniper rifle immediately turned into pink fragments that surrounded him. After activating lightning release mode, Su-Ran's speed was faster than a bullet, and he appeared in front of Chi in the blink of an eye. Serves you right for pretending to be such a stinky bum. He unleashed punch after punch, the lightning on his body instantly paralyzing the dragon. That'll teach you to lay a hand on my teacher. The enhanced Amaterasu flames from the eternal kaleidoscope reignited in Su-Ran's fists, the intense black flames engulfing everything before him. Let you fucking start that beast tide. Su-Ran suddenly punched the dragon in the left chest, trying to blast its heart. The dragon barely managed to shift its body to avoid the horrific sight of its heart being shattered. However, his right chest was pierced by a punch, and the aura of the dragon began to fluctuate violently. After dodging the bullets, Kai flew over quickly. Seeing that Su-Ran was trying to take the opportunity to finish off Chi, he kicked Su-Ran in the chest with all his might, barely managing to save Chi. Is it alright? The dragon spat out a mouthful of blood and spoke with difficulty. I can't hold out much longer. I'll hold this kid back. You slaughter everyone in the city, improve your cultivation, and then avenge me. And you, I will return to the embrace of the beast god and protect you. The dragon stood up abruptly, igniting the flame of life. A giant ape, hundreds of meters tall, suddenly appeared and blocked Su-Ran's way. The giant ape roared angrily and charged towards Su-Ran. Since you're going all out, I have to get serious too. Suddenly, a phantom of a nine-tailed fox appeared behind Su-Ran, also letting out an angry roar. He reassembled the Barrett from the fragments, this time putting all his energy into the gun. A terrifying beam of light condensed from the giant ape's mouth and shot towards Su-Ran. The bullets collided with the giant cannon, creating a deafening explosion. However, the giant cannon was more powerful, completely absorbing the bullets before launching a fierce attack on Su-Ran. Su-Ran was struck so hard that he coughed up blood. If it weren't for the mecha protecting him, he would probably have already fainted. He watched Kai approach the city wall, then looked at the giant ape before him, hesitant but ultimately made a decision. He pressed that red button, the full energy release button Zhao Xiaoxiao had mentioned, the switch that required him to exert all his strength. The superpowers within the mecha surged wildly into Su-Ran's body, the intense impact causing him to vomit blood again. Cough cough cough, this has a really strong after effect. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and, like an unkillable cockroach, stood up again. The giant ape sensed the increasingly terrifying power emanating from Su-Ran's body and a look of panic appeared on its face. You've gone mad, completely mad. With your strength, you could easily have kept yourself out of trouble, so why do you insist on protecting those who are defenseless? The mecha's powers clashed with Su-Ran's own, and the surging, chaotic energy caused Su-Ran to cough up blood again. Wiping the blood from his mouth, he slowly said, "You're right, but people have to do something in this world. You don't need to fight me to the death. Put down your mech now, and I'll let you go. There's no need for us to fight to the death here. Quick victory. Thank you for your kindness, sir." Su-Ran condensed all the pink metal pieces on his body into a giant cannon, and powerful supernatural energy surged into it, causing even the giant ape to tremble. He turned turned to look in the direction of the city wall and said firmly, "But for the people I want to protect, for the smiles on the faces of those children, I am willing to give my life." The giant cannon exuded a terrifying aura, making Chi realize that if he didn't kill Su Ran, he would surely die. The dragon gathered all its supernatural power into its mouth, and a beam of light, even more powerful than before, was rapidly condensing. "Then let you die first." A towering beam of light shot out from the dragon's mouth, heading straight for Su Ran, who was gathering his strength. Su Ran channeled his mecha powers and all the chakra of the immortal beasts within him into the cannon, unleashing a massive barrage of fire at the opponent. Ha 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 ha, have you ever seen a gorilla get smashed to pieces? The giant cannon blasted the dragon's light cannon back, shattering its body into pieces, leaving only its head containing an 8th order alien core intact. The giant cannon immediately disintegrated into fragments, and Su Ran fell heavily to the ground, blood gushing out continuously. It seems to be over. It's not over yet. Su Ran struggled to use the mecha to support her body and get up, but found that the mecha did not obey commands at all. What's going on? When you clashed with that giant ape just now, the energy you injected into the mech was so terrifying that it temporarily crashed. The system is right. You are not suitable for combat right now. Even your superpowers have been drained, so you have no fighting ability left. 9 Llamas said with concern. Su Ran watched Kai fly towards the city wall, gritted her teeth, and forced herself to sit up. 9RA, it's up to you now. Are you crazy? You'll really die if you keep going like this. I have to stop him. I don't want to see the tragedy that happened to me happen to other children. Now I'm directly connecting to your chakra. Let's go crazy one last time. Su Ran directly connected with Kurama's chakra, and the immense chakra enabled him to stand up once again. After Su Ran activated his divine power to store the dragon's head into his divine power space, a series of huge red skeletons enveloped Su Ran. Let that worm witness the power of God. The red, fully formed Susanoo soared into the sky, hurtling towards Kai's direction. Chi, I will fulfill your wish. Black lightning began to condense in Kai's mouth, and the intense lightning brought an aura of despair to everyone. Are we going to die? We can't escape it. It's just a pity for those predecessors who sacrificed their lives for us. Well, inside the city walls, a chorus of sighs and lamentations filled the air, as if the thunder of death could claim their lives at any moment. Bamboo rain. Zhao Xiaoxiao threw herself into Lin Zhuyu's arms and began to sob softly. Are we really going to die? Alas, it's a pity that I'll die before that blockhead of mine even gets to understand. Su Ran flew with all her might, but she still couldn't catch up when Kai threw down the lightning. Su Ran took off the Yada no Kagami from his left hand and sent it, along with a wooden clone, to Lin Zhuyu's Flying Thunder God Kunai via the Flying Thunder God technique. The Flying Thunder God Kunai in Lin Zhuyu's pocket instantly shot into the sky and rushed towards Kai's direction. Zhuyu, look, that's... Lin Zhuyu looked up and saw that Su Ran, the wooden clone, had returned via Flying Thunder God Kunai, along with a huge red shield. Kai's lightning struck the crimson 8-foot mirror without creating a ripple. The wooden clone disappeared instantly after blocking the lightning, and Su Ran's main body, wielding the Aim no Murakumo sword formed from the Tatsuka sword, slashed at Kai. You old black mudfish, stop right there. Su Ran swung her sword, sending Kai flying dozens of meters away. Su Ran picked up the 8-foot mirror and put it back into her left hand. Kai squinted and saw Su Ran standing in the pentagon on the forehead of the complete Susanoo. The dragon's desperate attack hit you. You can't possibly survive. Who knows? What can you do if the king of hell refuses to take me and sends me back? Su Ran's Tatsuka sword ignited with Amaterasu and slashed fiercely towards Kai. Today I'm going to chop you into pieces and use your meat to make stir-fried eel with celery tonight. Su Ran slashed forward but was blocked by Kai's scales, only managing to cut a mark on the scales but not penetrating any further. Your shell is pretty hard, so don't blame me for ganging up on you. Su Ran raised his hand and released 4 wooden clones, which also activated their complete Susanoo and stood steadily next to Su Ran. Grab him. The 4 fully formed Susanoo unleashed countless trees from their hands, binding Guy tightly. What are you going to do? With the amplification of wood released by Susanoo, Guy's superpowers were instantly drained, leaving Guy like a tiger without teeth, completely devoid of any threat. What do I want to do? Su Ran controlled her 4 wooden clones to tie Kai up straight, and used the Tatsuka sword to cut a perfect circle around Kai's neck. Right, we can't waste that blood. Su Ran made a huge wooden bowl and placed it under Kai. Then Su Ran grabbed the skin around Kai's neck and ripped it off forcefully. Wah. Kai's screams echoed throughout the city, but everyone inside was laughing gleefully. Is that the guy piloting that red Gundam, Lord Yellow Flash? Some sharp-eyed people noticed the prominent words 4th Hokage on Su Ran's back and immediately recognized Su Ran's identity. That's right, it really is Lord Yellow Flash. Long live Lord Yellow Flash. Yellow Flash is the best. The crowd cheered below, celebrating their survival. After Su Ran skinned Kai alive, he wrapped Kai in wood release and sent the skin and the remaining blood into the Kamui dimension. Kai said, his voice barely audible, Black Dragon. Lord Black Dragon will not let you go. Lord Black Dragon will kill you, kill all of humanity to avenge us. Su Ran grabbed Kai's dragon
horn and looked directly at Kai as she spoke. Then let's wait for him to come. And I'll make this clear, every time you launch a beast tide, I'll wipe you all out. Once I've completely wiped you out, humanity will no longer have any beast tide crises. Su Ran held Kai's dragon horn with her left hand and summoned the Tatsuka sword with her right. Go to hell with that gorilla. Su Ran swung his sword and severed Kai's head, storing it entirely within his divine might space. Oh, right, teacher. Su Ran flapped his wings and flew towards the teacher's spatial barrier. However, the so-called spatial barrier had already been shattered by Dongfang Yu and Heilong, and both sides were seriously injured as they looked at each other. Little mudfish, you've improved quite a bit in the last few decades. You actually managed to force me into serious injury. Dongfang Yu, today is your death day. A huge black lightning ball condensed in the black dragon's hand, and a massive spatial explosion also appeared on Dongfang Yu's right hand. The black dragon was very fast, faster than Dongfang Yu's attack speed. Su Ran engraved the flying thunder god mark on the Tatsuka sword in his right hand and hurled it towards Dongfang Yu. The instant the black dragon's lightning attack struck, Su Ran successfully teleported to Dongfang Yu's side using the flying thunder god technique and blocked the fatal blow with the 8-foot mirror. Good lad. Dongfang Yu used spatial teleportation to stuff a large spatial explosion directly into the black dragon's mouth, instantly blasting it into a near-death state. Su Ran sensed that the black dragon was not dead yet, so he used the Tatsuka sword, which was burning with Amaterasu, to cut off the black dragon's neck, finally killing the heavily injured and dying 10th tier beast. You're really great, kid. Before Dongfang Yu could finish speaking, Su Ran collapsed from exhaustion. Just as Dongfang Yu was about to grab Su Ran, he didn't realize that his superpower had also run out, and he fell down as well. As Su Ran fell, he activated Kurama's last chakra and released Kurama from the Kamui dimension. The summoned chestnut understood what had happened and used Shadow Cloak to safely send Su Ran and Dongfang Yu and his apprentice to the ground. Alright, I almost forgot about this trophy. Su Ran exerted all her strength to activate the divine power within her left eye, barely managing to bring the 10th tier black dragon into her divine power space. Just as Su Ran was about to fall to the ground, Dongfang Yu quickly grabbed her right arm and put it on his shoulder, supporting Su Ran as she stood up. Teacher, did we win? That's right, we won. After hearing Dongfang Yu say those words, Su Ran finally couldn't hold on any longer and fell into a deep sleep. Chestnut picked Su Ran up horizontally and casually placed Dongfang Yu's right hand on her shoulder. Luckily, I still have you, Chestnut. Chestnut looked at Su Ran in her arms with a worried expression and asked Dongfang Yu, Grandpa Dongfang, is my brother alright? Dongfang Yu's supernatural abilities had been somewhat restored through Sage Mode. He placed his left hand on Su Ran's shoulder and began to examine Su Ran's body. This is not good. His meridians are almost completely disrupted. This kid is too reckless. But if this kid hadn't acted recklessly and forcibly killed those two 8th tier beasts, I'm afraid everyone in the entire demon city would have been doomed. When Chestnut heard that Su Ran was seriously injured, she almost burst into tears. Grandpa Dongfang, let's get my brother to get treatment right away. It's alright, this kid's self-healing ability is terrifyingly ridiculous. Dongfang Yu withdrew his left hand and said, his body has already begun to heal itself. At this rate, he'll probably be back to his old self in just a day or two of rest. Dongfang Yu and Li Zi walked step by step toward the city gate, as the blood-red rays of the setting sun shone upon the three of them. The three of them seemed to be covered in a golden robe, which contrasted beautifully with the bloodstains on their bodies. Seeing that they were not far from the city gate, Dongfang Yu said to Li Zi, Chestnut, go into your brother's space first. I'll leave a mark on you so we can stay in touch. You're not ready to show your face in public yet. Then what should I do? Chestnut nodded in understanding, but then asked worriedly, Grandpa Dongfang, can you take my brother back? You've been seriously injured yourself. Dongfang Yu stretched his body and said, understood. My powers have recovered a lot, enough to take this kid back. Dongfang Yu raised his hand and cast a temporary spatial mark on Li Zi. Li Zi placed Su Ran's right hand on Dongfang Yu's neck, activated the divine power that Su Ran had left in her eyes, and entered the divine power space. You're quite heavy, kid. Dongfang Yu casually tore open a space and took a wooden staff. He used his left hand to support himself and led Su Ran step by step into the city gate. The crowd inside the city gate had already stood on both sides as if welcoming the hero's return. As Dongfang Yu brought Su Ran closer, everyone shouted in unison, Welcome back, Lord Yellow Flash. Dongfang Yu waved his hand and gestured towards Su Ran with his lip. I'm not some Yellow Flash, this is the kid who saved you. Everyone looked at Su Ran, who didn't look very old, and then looked at Dongfang Yu with puzzled expressions. Soon, someone with sharp eyes spotted the 4th Hokage's robe on Su Ran's body and pointed at it, saying, Look at the words on that piece of clothing, everyone. It's the 4th Hokage on the Yellow Flash. Could it really be him? Impossible, right? This kid looks like a freshman in college. How could he possibly be the Yellow Flash? But all the other powerful figures we know have returned, leaving only this 10th level adult and the people he brought back. I'm afraid that child really is the Yellow Flash. Just as everyone was about to cheer, Dongfang Yu put his finger to his lips, making a shushing gesture. Everyone, please
please be quiet. This kid is seriously injured and I'm taking him to get treatment right away. Please don't make a fuss.
Jiang Long, leading the 6 members of the Imperial University team, arrived at Dongfang Yu's side and asked, "Old Yu, are you alright?
I almost lost my life. If this kid hadn't blocked that blow for me, I would be dead. Then let me treat everyone."
A gentle female voice rang out, and a warm energy flowed into everyone's bodies.
Ah, that feels so good. I feel warm all over. K touches chicken.
As Dongfang Yu felt his supernatural power gradually replenishing and his injuries healing, he immediately realized who the newcomer was.
Xu Shui, you're here quite early.
A woman with red hair, holding a scepter, walked out from behind and said with a smile,
"Elder Yu, I think I'm not too late. I rushed over as soon as I heard you were returning to the city. I couldn't even handle the other 8th and 9th level people."
Xu Shui walked over and touched Su Ran with her hand.
"Is this the yellow flash who can take on 2 opponents at once? I didn't expect him to be a 3rd-tier kid. We'd better treat that kid quickly, otherwise."
Upon hearing this, Xu Shui immediately increased the output of her special abilities, even activating a large area-consuming domain skill like the healing aura.
"Is this kid hopeless?
I'm saying if you slow down any further, this kid will heal himself."
Xu Shui placed her hand on Su Ran's shoulder,
and her supernatural power immediately reached inside.
"This kid has such a rich life force in him that he doesn't need my treatment anymore. He just fainted from exhaustion due to excessive energy consumption. Let him sleep for a couple of days and go to my sanatorium to rest."
Dongfang Yu raised his hand and tore open a huge spatial rift, leading everyone to Xu Shui's sanatorium.
Xu Shui moved Su Ran to the bed and said, leaving a trail of light in her hand as she held her scepter, "There's no need to treat this kid anymore.
I'll just leave a healing aura here to channel some life energy into him from the outside in, and that's all I need to do."
Just as everyone sat down to rest, Dongfang Yu's communicator rang. "Lin Hanchen? Why is this kid calling me?"
As soon as Dongfang Yu answered the phone, Lin Hanchen's anxious voice came through on the other end.
"Old Yu, is Su Ran alright? It's nothing serious, I just fainted from exhaustion." "Okay, we'll be in Shanghai right away."
Just as Dongfang Yu hung up on Lin Hanchen, Lin Sun's phone rang again.
Dongfang Yu knew what the call was about, and answered it immediately. "Your daughter is fine.
She's in Xu Shui's sanatorium in Shanghai and wants to see you, so come over."
After saying that, Dongfang Yu hung up the phone.
Lin Sun and his wife Chu Chao exchanged a glance and immediately booked tickets to Shanghai.
These days are really worrying.
Dongfang Yu used his communicator to browse the network and suddenly burst out cursing.
"These bastards, Su Ran should have killed them back then."
Dongfang Yu angrily slammed his phone onto the chair, about to tear open a spatial rift to leave.
Jiang Long, quick as a flash, grabbed Dongfang Yu's hand and asked, "Old Yu, why are you so angry? What made you so upset?"
Dongfang Yu opened his communicator and pointed to the 5th most popular news item.
"Take a good look for yourself.
I'll send a large spatial blast over right now." Jiang Long looked at the 5th most popular news item, which clearly stated,
#Tokyo University student Su Ran maliciously murdered a foreign friend. Old Dragon Head, I can tell you frankly that the biggest contributor to this beast tide is this kid. If it weren't for this kid killing so ruthlessly, directly killing those strange beasts in the sea so they wouldn't dare to come up, I can say that the death toll of this beast tide would definitely not be so low, it would at least double. A hero was seriously injured, and now the internet is full of people cursing him. How heartbroken he must be when he wakes up. Dongfang Yu made a direct phone call to the president of Imperial University. "Oh, Old Yu, what brings you here today? What method? Principal, I want to resign. I quit." "What happened?" "If you look at the 5th trending topic right now, you'll understand why I'm so angry. Let me see." Shenya, the president of Tokyo University, quickly saw the trending topic on his computer. "About your apprentice?
Don't worry, I'll take care of that for you. If this kid really killed someone, I will let him face a real trial.
But since he only killed someone in self-defense because those 3 black guys wanted to kill
him, let's leave that aside for now. This kid is a hero of this beast tide in Shanghai. Today, I'm submitting my resignation to you.
I'm leaving Imperial University." Upon hearing Dongfang Yu's words, Shenya realized what Dongfang Yu was planning to do. "Calm down. I can't calm down.
I can swear on my life that this kid saved my life.
If he hadn't single-handedly killed 2 8th-tier monsters, the entire Demon City would probably have been wiped out by those 2 8th-tier monsters. He even killed that 10th-tier black dragon with a single strike." "Jiang Long, where are you?"
"Jiang Long, stop Dongfang Yu right now. I'm going to find the people in the information department." Shenya hung up the phone and then immediately made a call to the minister of the Ministry of Information.
"Principal Chen, what made you decide to call me today?" Minister of Information Fong Quan asked with a smile.
"You guys are fucking insane. Take down that 5th trending news right now, or you'll be in for a world of trouble with Dongfang Yu."
"Why, Principal Chen?" Fong Quan asked with a puzzled look on his face.
What I can tell you is that Su Ran is not only Dongfang Yu's disciple, but also the biggest contributor to this beast tide in Shanghai. If you are not afraid of being exiled to another space by Dongfang Yu, then don't retreat."
After Chenya hung up the phone, Fong Quan broke out in a cold sweat. He realized the seriousness of the situation and quickly ordered his men to remove the trending topic. At this moment, a puzzled young man asked, "Why, Minister, didn't Shandong University give us a lot of money to buy this trending topic? This makes things difficult for us. You might have the life to take that money, but not the life to spend it. If you're not afraid of a 9th-level madman risking his life for you, then don't leave." Everyone realized the seriousness of the situation and quickly removed the trending topic. Lin Hanshin saw the trending topic at home and immediately flew into a rage. "These bastards, let's just go through the portal." At this moment, Shen Ruyue came over and asked Lin Hanshin with a worried expression, "What's wrong? What's making you so angry?" Lin Hanshin showed the trending topic to Shen Ruyue, who immediately became furious. "Bastards, I'm going to tear them apart with my bare hands." Lin Yeye, who had just entered the house, was unaware of what had happened and asked the two of them, "Mom and Dad, what's wrong that made you two so angry?" "Your brother was injured fighting the beast tide. Let's go check on him right away. Give it a try." Lin Yeye hurriedly packed her things and prepared to leave, only to find that Lin Hanshin was holding a crystal in his hand. Just as Lin Yeye was about to ask something, she discovered that Lin Hanshin had already crushed the crystal and a teleportation portal had appeared. Inside the sanatorium, Jiang Long was still trying his best to stop Dongfang Yu, while Lin Hanshin and his family had already arrived through the teleportation portal. "Elder Yu." The two exchanged a glance and both saw the anger burning in each other's eyes. "There's one more thing before I leave." Dongfang Yu successfully contacted Li Zi using his own mark, and Li Zi emerged from the Divine Might space. "Chestnut, have you prepared what I asked you to get?" "Ready, but it's too cramped here to fit." "Then let's go outside." Dongfang Yu took the lead and walked out, followed closely by the others. "Let it out, Chestnut." The kaleidoscope pattern in Chestnut's eyes began to spin, and soon a huge black dragon with its head severed was released by Chestnut. The black dragon's oppressive aura made it hard for the lower-level people to breathe. Even after it died, they could still feel the terrifying aura emanating from the black dragon. "What's going on, Elder Yu?" "That 10th-tier black dragon that I fought, if it weren't for that kid Su Ran blocking that fatal blow for me, I might have died at its hands, let alone now that it's dead so neatly." The anger in Dongfang Yu's eyes intensified, but Jiang Long still spoke up rationally to persuade him. "Old Yu, calm down. If you really do that, you might be wanted by the police. Then what am I supposed to do? Just let this happen and discourage this kid? I can't do that. Don't forget how my first two apprentices died. This time, I know who did it. Those sons of bitches will definitely not get away with it." Just as Dongfang Yu was about to tear open a spatial rift and take Lin Hanshin and the Black Dragon directly to Shandong Province, he was directly suppressed by a powerful aura. "Mr. Yu, please calm down." Zhu Shue's voice came from afar, and that voice calmed Dongfang Yu's emotions considerably. "You think you can stop me?" Dongfang Yu instantly activated his immortal mode, and a sharp aura emanating from the space swept towards Zhu Shue. Zhu Shue, having been at the 10th level for some time, used her shield to directly block Dongfang Yu's aura. "I just wanted to stop you from making some impulsive decisions." "Then you can't stop me." Dongfang Yu tore open a spatial rift, but the chains radiating holy light that Zhu Shue extended from her side directly closed the spatial rift again. Zhu Shue handed over a piece of paper stamped with a red seal and said, "This is an order from above. They said they would handle this matter properly." Dongfang Yu couldn't help but curse aloud. "Take care of this. He's my only apprentice. Don't think I don't know they're just trying to smooth things over." Dongfang Yu didn't even glance at the paper. He tore open a spatial rift and headed towards Shandong Province with Lin Hanshin and the Black Dragon. At this time, at Shandong University. "Headmaster, will we be alright?" Zhang Xian asked Fan Liwu. "Nothing will happen. Do you think those people would dare to attack us under such public pressure?" "Don't worry." Dongfang Yu quickly brought Lin Hanshin to the skies above Shandong University, his angry voice echoing throughout the entire university. "Fan Liwu, you shameless old bitch, come out here." Dongfang Yu called out 3 times, but still no one responded. "You cowards, huh? Then none of you should live." Dongfang Yu raised his right hand, and a huge sphere, black and white, appeared above it. "You see, as long as we don't show our faces, that old man can't do anything to us." Fan Liwu smiled smugly, but then an extremely dangerous feeling came from above. "That damned old bastard. This aura is the aura of a spatial explosion." Fan Liwu hurriedly tried to escape from Shandong University with Jiang Xian, but found themselves crashing into an invisible wall. "I knew you were going to escape, so I set up the spatial barrier in advance. Come here." Dongfang Yu opened a portal with his left hand and grabbed Fan Liwu and the other person who were trying to escape. "Gentlemen, how have you been?" Dongfang Yu smiled at the two of them, but the two of them saw an extremely dangerous aura in Dongfang Yu's smile. Dongfang Yu turned to Lin Hanshin beside him and said, "Understood, the night is vast." Lin Hanshin raised his hands, and a dark aura emanated from them. Darkness quickly enveloped the 4 of them, creating a closed space. "If nothing unexpected happens, you guys are the ones who created that trending topic, right?" Dongfang Yu grabbed Jiang Xian by the neck and lifted her up. You committed malicious murder. The Dragon Guard Bureau will issue issue a warrant for your arrest. Enraged, Dongfang Yu laughed and flung Jiang Xayan onto the dark barrier. If I remember correctly, you two also have a charge of espionage? That alone gives me reason to kill you.
Family Wu stood to the side, seemingly obedient, but in fact, he had already taken out a sharp dagger from his palm behind his back and was stabbing it at Dongfang Yu.
Then you should die first. Family Wu's dagger was aimed straight at the center of Dongfang Yu's forehead, but Dongfang Yu's teleportation portal was even faster than her dagger. Family Wu was transported back to the starting point through the portal. Not only that, but Dongfang Yu also stabbed the dagger in his hand straight into his right chest through the portal. Does this feeling feel good?
Dongfang Yu condensed the huge sphere above her right hand into an extremely small sphere, and the compressed sphere emitted an even more terrifying pressure. At this moment, Lin Hanshen's great night sky suddenly shattered, and a long spear pierced straight towards the sphere in Dongfang Yu's hand. Dongfang Yu leaped up and delivered a whip kick, slamming the spear hard to the ground. Suddenly, several high-level auras appeared around him, and Dongfang Yu turned his head and saw several familiar faces.
Dongfang Yu snorted coldly, and then did something extremely crazy.
Everyone sensed that Dongfang Yu's supernatural power was beginning to converge towards his heart, a sign that the flame of life was about to be ignited.
Dongfang, calm down.
One of the tall men spoke up.
Yang Dianfeng, don't try to persuade me today. These two are going to die today. What's wrong with you, you old bastard? Did you take some gunpowder today? Put down your spatial blasting first, then we can talk things over properly.
Dongfang Yu turned to Lin Hanshen and said,
Shaolin, you go ahead.
Lin Hanshen nodded and began to recount the cause and effect of the matter.
Outrageous.
A hero of the beast tide has been slandered like this, and he even colluded with foreigners.
He should be executed.
However, Dongfang, you should at least take this person to the state for trial, otherwise it will be difficult for us to deal with your direct killing.
Take a good look at what this thing is for yourselves. Dongfang Yu threw out the head of the 10th tier black dragon, and the terrifying aura emanating from the head shocked everyone present.
This is the fifth trending topic that everyone on the internet is criticizing is the 10th tier black dragon that I killed with my help, and if it weren't for his desperate efforts to stop it, the entire city of Shanghai would have been slaughtered by two 8th tier beasts without any strong people left to defend it.
Then I'll bet my name today that these two will definitely die. Alright, I'll give you face today just for saying that.
Just as Dongfang Yu was about to deactivate the large space explosion, the people below started causing trouble again.
So what if you're at the 10th rank? Does being at the 10th rank mean you can decide the life or death of others?
Exactly. I don't believe the country will let this 10th ranker go.
We strongly demand that this level 10 individual be thrown into prison. Put the principal down. Put the principal down.
Dongfang Yu sneered, raising his right hand again as he had just lowered it, and an even more terrifying spatial explosion appeared on his right hand once more.
Did you all see that?
I think it's time to investigate this place again. Dongfang Yu raised his hand upwards, and the large space explosion hovered above the entire Shandong University. The scent of death filled the air, and everyone in the university desperately sought a way to survive. But all their paths to survival had been blocked, leaving only death to await them. The group that had just managed to calm Dongfang Yu down rolled their eyes upon hearing these words. All their hard work in persuading the old man to calm him down had been for nothing in just 2 sentences.
Everyone wanted to leave, as no one wanted to care about such a terrible university.
However, as members of the Dragon Guard, they couldn't really give up, so they had to try to persuade them again. Before anyone could finish speaking, Dongfang Yu had already pulled the person in front of him through the portal and slapped him hard across the face. This was no ordinary fight where the force was just right, leaving the opponent bewildered but not brain damaged. Dongfang Yu even had to suppress his physical strength to avoid killing him with a single slap, only managing to knock out his teeth.
The lucky spectator caught by Dongfang Yu was still in a daze when Dongfang Yu slapped him unconscious. Let's go, everyone, let's go somewhere we can chat.
Dongfang Yu used spatial chains to lock the two of them together and drag them away like two corpses.
Yang Dianfeng pointed to the large space explosion still hanging above Shandong University and asked, Dongfang, what is this thing? Just leave it hanging there.
This thing is a butcher's knife that could fall at any moment. As long as those who come after don't want to follow in the footsteps of this principle, that thing will be the best way to warn them. Dongfang Yu then opened a spatial tunnel directly to the Dragon Guard Bureau in the capital, retrieved the black dragon's head, and teleported it directly to the bureau chief.
I've caught 2 traitors who are colluding with the enemy.
You can interrogate them properly. With that, Dongfang Yu sat down on the empty sofa, crossed his legs, and waited for his result. The director of the Imperial Capital Dragon Guard Bureau glanced at everyone who had come through the Eastern Yu teleportation portal and couldn't help but give Yang Dianfeng a look. Yang Dianfeng simply shook his head slightly, then turned away from the bureau chief and closed his eyes to rest. The director of the Longwei Bureau quickly understood what was going on and began to investigate the relevant matters of the two people.
Director, there is a letter for you.
At that moment, the secretary trotted in with a letter, which was the evidence of Fan Liwu and Jiang Xayan's crimes sent by the Shanghai commander-in-chief, and even included a recording of Zaire. The director of the Dragon Guard Bureau took out 3 handcuffs from his body, handcuffed the 2 men to each other, and then used a bracelet to bind them together. Since you 2 enjoy putting handcuffs on others so much, then today I'll let you 2 wear them as many as you like. Guards, take these 2 spineless cowards away. 2 people quickly ran in from outside, grabbing one of them with each hand and dragging them away. The shouts and curses outside the door continued, but after 2 clear punches, the noise completely disappeared. The world is quiet now. The director of the Dragon Guard Bureau took a sip of tea and then spoke to Dongfang Yu. Elder Yu, I assure you here that these 2 people will die, and they will die a horrible death. After hearing this, Dongfang Yu nodded slightly, then opened a portal to find Lin Hanchen, and the 2 of them took him back to the sanatorium. After Su Ran fell into a coma, she returned to the sealed space. This time, the scene inside the sealed space was not the usual lively one, but rather 9 Lama and the system offering incense together. The fox and the system remained silent. Su Ran had just picked up 3 incense sticks, lit them, and inserted them into the incense burner when she didn't even see the hand gestures made by the 9 Lamas and the system behind her. That's not necessarily true. While Su Ran was still in mourning, the 9 Lama transformed back into his good and evil forms. The evil form lashed out with its tail and sent Su Ran flying. Why are you showing me such respect? I'm not dead. Su Ran turned her head and saw the black fox again. The evil face? You're not dead? The evil face lay on the ground, snuggling comfortably together with the good face, and lazily spoke. What do you mean I'm going to die? This is just becoming a complete 9 rat again, not opening a heavy ion. It's just that I've reunited with the benevolent side. What the hell am I going to die? Su Ran nodded, pretending to understand, and then looked at the system. Commander, how many kill points do we have in total? 127,532,269,000. I've credited the kill points from that level 10 black dragon to you, so that's how many points you have. Hee hee, let me see if I can get anything good to exchange. Don't rush. The system interrupted the path. I need 100 billion points to upgrade. Use the remaining 2 billion to upgrade to the 3rd stage of Sage Body. Then you can slowly grind your mastery of all your ninjutsu. I think my proficiency is pretty good. I'm quite good at using those ninjutsu, aren't I? This is just something you're familiar with. The system rolled its eyes and said, your other proficiency levels are only at the beginner level. I reckon your 2 billion won't even be enough to max them out. I'm going to level up now and bring you a big gift when I get back. Gonna. After that, the system went silent. You shouldn't stay in here either. 9 Lamas spoke up. The Sage Body has already repaired your body with the help of my chakra. Don't you dare mess around like this again. Su Ran chuckled and released his consciousness from the sealed space. This kid's got a knack for going crazy again next time. Oh well, he's already stored the mecha in his ring anyway, so let's just charge it up for him first. A wisp of pale golden energy emerged from one of Su Ran's fingers and flowed into the ring containing the mecha. Su Ran opened her eyes and realized it was already late at night. Just as she was about to sit up straight, she felt something pressing down on her legs. Su Ran looked over and saw that Chestnut was asleep on her lap. Su Ran looked at her hospital gown and understood what had happened. What a silly little thing. Just as Su Ran carried the Chestnut to the bed and was about to get up to leave, she was pulled onto the bed by a tremendous force. Su Ran was still wondering why Kamui's passive intangibility hadn't activated when the soft touch from his back made him realize who was pulling him. Chestnut quickly wrapped its arms and legs around Su Ran, once again using the legendary octopus technique to hold Su Ran tightly. The power inherited from the sky-moving ants gave Su Ran no chance to struggle and firmly fixed her to the bed. Alright, a famous scene is being recreated. Su Ran had no choice but to lie back down on the bed, but the Chestnut's interference kept him awake for almost an hour before he finally fell asleep. That morning, Su Ran was still half asleep when she felt something patting her face. The feeling was all too familiar. Su Ran reached out her right hand and grabbed the ear of the person who had slapped her face, and then she realized something was wrong. That's strange. Yeah, why are your ears so hot? Su Ran opened her eyes and found that the person whose ear she had grabbed was Lin Juyu. The girl had just bent down with a basin of hot water and a towel to wipe Su Ran's face, but before she could put the basin down, Su Ran grabbed her ear. You. Lin Juyu's pretty face instantly turned red. She was about to slap Su Ran's hand away when she realized that she was still holding a basin of hot water. She couldn't possibly pour the hot water directly on Su Ran, who was still a patient, so she could only let him pull her ear. It's a bit asymmetrical. I've got it. Su Ran struggled to break free from Chestnut's octopus-like grip with her left hand, and then used the same technique to grab Lin Juyu's other ear. Have you ever seen a hot pot restaurant employee carrying a hot pot? Su Ran was grabbed like that, only lying down. Su Ran looked at Lin Juyu, whose pretty face was so red it was almost about to explode, and sensed something was wrong. Something's not right. It's definitely not right. Putting aside the fact that this girl is holding a basin with both hands and slapping my face, isn't it Yaya who has the habit of slapping my face to wake me up? Lin Yaya, the culprit hiding under Su Ran's bed, was about to shrink back when she was grabbed out by Su Ran's wooden hand. You. Su Ran Ran manipulated the wooden arm, accurately and skillfully delivering the same flicks on the forehead that she often gave Lin Yaya.
Feeling better now? Lin Yaya said, rubbing her aching forehead. Brother, how did you know it was me?
Su Ran pursed her lips and said,
only you like to pat my face to wake me up.
Lin Juyu has never lived with me, so how could she know this habit?
It can only be you.
Su Ran was playing with Lin Yaya when she saw Zhao Xiaoxiao walk in.
Little, that mecha seems to have been. I thought it was something serious.
Zhao Xiaoxiao waved her hand and said,
I have a backup of that mech. As for this one, it's fine to just scrap it. After all, it was damaged while resisting the beast tide.
Just as Su Ran remembered, Chestnut, who was lying on the bed, grabbed her and pulled her back into the arms.
Water escape technique, water transformation technique.
Su Ran only escaped from Chestnut's octopus magic after turning into liquid. Suddenly, he remembered something very important.
My teacher? Lin Yaya responded, I don't know.
As soon as Su Ran turned on her phone, she saw the trending topic about herself on the message recommendation page.
How did the story of me killing those black monkeys get posted online?
Su Ran asked in confusion, and after reading some comments, she chose to become a keyboard warrior, wielding her keyboard to ascend to immortality and begin a 300-round battle with the other party's family tree. After more than an hour of fierce fighting, Su Ran successfully defeated the 3 trolls and broke their account deletion prevention measures, finally nodding in satisfaction. These 3 guys aren't very mentally strong. They were brought to their breaking point after just 1 hour of my scolding.
Lin Juyu looked at Su Ran with a puzzled expression and asked, aren't you angry?
After all, you, as a meritorious person, are being slandered like this.
Hey, there's no need to get angry with idiots. In the end, you'll only hurt yourself. I don't live for them. What do I care about their opinions? Besides, when I saw this news, I knew what my teacher was up to.
With his fiery temper, he wouldn't let the person behind this news get away with it.
Don't worry.
Su Ran washed her face with hot water, then grabbed an apple from the side and started eating it.
By the way, will the national tournament still be held?
Lin Juyu rolled her eyes as she finished making the bed. We should be worried about whether anyone will fight us. After finishing the apple in her hand, Su Ran turned around and picked up a dragon fruit to start eating.
You probably don't know about that matter, do you? What is it? Stop playing riddles and just tell me.
Lin Juyu took out the 4th Hokage's holy robe and Konoha Jonin uniform, which had been washed clean, from her ring and threw them into Su Ran's arms. No one would have known about the vest you were wearing, but after you fought that beast tide, you were exhausted and passed out, and your teacher carried you back.
So what? Su Ran took a bite of dragon fruit and said nonchalantly,
everyone saw you unconscious.
This outfit and your face represent the strength to kill an 8th tier opponent. In the national tournament, where you're at most a 3rd tier opponent, who can match you? What do we do then? We can't just lie there and win the championship, can we? Are we going to ban me from the competition? I don't know about that.
Su Ran turned around and threw the leftover dragon fruit peel into the trash can, just as she met Lin Yaya's gaze, who was covering her forehead and staring at her with a resentful look.
What do you think? What? You're not obeying your wife?
Unable to bear it any longer, Lin Yaya rushed over and started fighting with Su Ran.
You damn bro, all you ever do is hit me. Wow, this little thing is pretty strong.
If I don't beat you until you beg for mercy today, I'll.
So what?
Four wooden hands extended from behind Su Ran and firmly locked onto Lin Yaya's limbs, then attacked directly at Lin Yaya's weak points.
Are you convinced or not? Are you still going to argue with me? Su Ran's devilish hand scratched Lin Yaya's waist, and Lin Yaya laughed so hard she couldn't breathe. Ha ha,
your mouth is the toughest thing on your whole body. Two more wooden hands grew from Su Ran's back, transforming him into a four-armed overlord who began to scratch his itch.
Ha ha,
you should have said so earlier, or I would have had to tickle you. As soon as Su Ran put away the wooden hand, she felt something heavy pressing down on her back. As soon as the thing came up, it started to slide down. Su Ran quickly used both hands to support Chestnut's thighs and lifted her up. At this moment, Lin Yaya had recovered from her exhaustion. She looked at Chestnut and then at Lin Juyu, and whispered something in Su Ran's ear.
Brother, even if you're two-timing, you shouldn't let them see each other. How did you manage to keep things so harmonious? Sister Juyu isn't even angry.
Su Ran made a move to strike, but found that her hands were supporting the sleeping Chestnut and she couldn't free her hands, so she decided to use a long-lost martial arts technique. You'd better take my water turtle's rocket headbutt first.
Su Ran slammed her head down, making Lin Yaya see stars.
Lin Yaya covered her forehead and said aggrievely, "What are you doing? Hey ouch.
I have my contracted beast behind me.
If I weren't currently busy, I would definitely show you what cruelty is.
Come on, bro, don't I know you inside and out? I've dug up all your hidden study materials."
Su Ran grew a wooden hand from her chest and covered Lin Yaya's mouth, stopping her from uttering the next half sentence.
You can't just say things like that.
As Su Ran spoke, she brought her face close to Lin Yaya's and asked softly, "Girl, how did you know about those documents?
Don't you remember the little hole in our room that we've had for passing snacks since we were little?
That time, I was just about to hand you a bag of potato chips when I saw you open something on
your computer and quickly type in a string of numbers. I remembered those numbers. After you left, I quietly slipped into your room, typed those numbers in, and then it redirected me to that side. Damn it, something's wrong. Su-ran had just lowered her head when she heard Lin Yeye's even more explosive statement. Those Mitsukami stuff isn't anything special. I'll show you my resources sometime. You? Su-ran looked at Lin Yeye in front of her and felt that her image had changed instantly, from a well-behaved child to a seasoned driver who talks nonsense. You're still watching this? Go back and delete it right now, do you hear me? As Su-ran spoke, she suddenly realized an even more serious problem. There shouldn't be any blonde guys around here, right? Su-ran began searching through her predecessor's memories, and soon learned that when she was in junior high school, this girl had been pursued by a few blonde-haired boys. Her predecessor then beat her up severely and wiped out the blonde-haired boys within a 10-mile radius before she could finally relax. I don't have any blonde guys, but I do have a few blonde girls. This? Su-ran looked at Lin Yeye in shock, her jaw practically dislocated. It wasn't you, never mind. Su-ran placed the chestnut on the bed, used the flying thunder god technique to dodge the chestnut's grab, and said to Lin Yeye, take precautions. Su-ran struggled for a long time before finally managing to utter this sentence. Bro, I was just kidding. Lin Yeye laughed so hard she was shaking, and at that moment the system's voice rang out. Upgrading and replacing technology is so exhilarating. I feel like I'm bursting with energy. Upon hearing the system's voice, Su-ran quickly asked, weren't you supposed to be upgrading? Bull Demon King, you're out so soon? How long does it take to upgrade the system? Oh, and this is a gift for you. Suddenly, a golden skill book appeared in Su-ran's hand, with the 3 large characters 9 sword style written on it. 9 sword style, Demon Saraha, a powerful technique that allows the user to become stronger with each use of the sword in battle. I thought it was pretty good, so I took it out of the system inventory for you as a version update reward. Brother Tonzi, how many good things have you not given me yet? I can't tell you, but I can give you a little hint. Tell me about it. There's even something here that can bring the dead back to life and heal wounds, but that thing is extremely precious, and you'll probably have a hard time getting it back. However, Su-ran did not hear the system's next sentence. After all, that thing comes in handy at crucial moments. Chapter 100. Next to head to the battlefield is the wounded dog. By the way, Master, I haven't leveled up my 3rd stage Sage Body and Ninjutsu proficiency yet. Could you please do it for me? Okay then. Then Su-ran watched as the more than 2 billion kill points he had painstakingly accumulated were instantly wiped out, leaving only a measly 269,000. No, Tonzi, you calculated it all, right? There's only a tiny bit left. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your Sage Body has reached the 3rd stage and you have automatically acquired Wood Release, Wood Human Technique, Wood Release, Wood Dragon Technique, Wood Release, Roaring Dragon Strike, Wood Release, Advent of a World of Trees, Would Release, Advent of a World of Flowers, Sage Art, Bright God Gate, and the Skill of the Hermit. Holy crap, that means the 4th stage of the immortal body is only left with Sage Art, Would Release, True Several Thousand Hands, Top Transformed Buddha Technique. This is also the strongest ninjutsu in the Wood Release series. However, if you really want to use the 1,000-armed Buddha in the 3rd stage of the immortal body, I can give you a suggestion. What suggestion? Tell me in detail. Using Karama as an energy source, a giant Buddha statue was created using the Woodman technique. This Buddha statue was then reshaped to resemble Karama. This is the true 1,000-tailed fox transformation. While not comparable to the real 1,000-armed Buddha, it is still a remarkably powerful ability. But I have a more personal playing style. You're not talking about the kind of trick you learn from your 2 mentors, where you throw out a water clone to slow down the opponent, then jump in and unleash a devastating combo, are you? You really understand me. Anyone who comes here will be given a brutal beating. Once he's out of control, I'll just smash him with the wooden dummy. You are the true senior disciple. No wonder our master gave you the forest fire technique. While Su-ran was still chatting with the system, Dongfang Yu and the others had already returned. Su-ran was stunned when she saw Lin Hanshin following behind Dongfang Yu. Master? You, how did you get here? How did I get here? Lin Hanshin twisted his wrist and slapped Su-ran on the back of the head with a large slap. If I hadn't come, I wouldn't have realized how bold you were. You're only at the 3rd rank and you dare to challenge an 8th rank opponent? Are you really not afraid of death? Luckily, you had these abilities this time, so you escaped with your life. If I find out again next time, it won't be something that can be solved with just this big buck. Su-ran dared not resist and could only stand there obediently to receive the scolding. Just as Lin Hanshin was about to say something, Shinryue walked in from outside and happened to see Lin Hanshin giving Suho a big pat on the back of the head. Shinryue rushed forward and slapped Lin Hanshin hard across the back of the head without holding back. It almost shut him down. Old Lin, are you trying to kill me? Xiaoran was seriously injured and finally recovered, and you just beat him up? If you beat this kid silly, I'll never forgive you. Lin Hanshin was about to turn around to see who had hit him when he turned around and saw Shinryue's pretty face full of anger. Honey, it's a misunderstanding. After saying that, Lin Hanshin turned and ran out. Shinryue seemed
seemed to have anticipated Lin Hanshin's attempt to escape, and she blocked the doorway with her body.
You like hitting children, don't you?
Shenryue knocked Lin Hanshin down and dragged him towards the bathroom by the back of his collar. As Lin Hanshin passed by Su Ran, he hugged her leg as if seeking help, but Shenryue slapped him down and dragged him into the bathroom with even faster steps.
Next up is Tom's classic voice acting. Ooh, ah, oh ho ho ho.
Lin Hanshin screamed like a pig being slaughtered inside. The sound was so loud that it brought tears to the eyes of anyone who heard it. Su Ran nudged Lin Yeye with her elbow and said, I thought you came by yourself, little girl.
I didn't expect Master and Aunt Yu to come too. You think I sneaked out on my own?
After receiving your call about your injury, the two of them were even more anxious than I was, and they immediately crushed a portable portal to teleport here.
So that's how it is. After half an hour of being brutally beaten, Lin Hanshin emerged, his face still intact. After the injection, I'll receive treatment. TSK. Thankfully Aunt Yu won't hit me.
Lin Hanshin was about to rush over after hearing Su Ran's words, but was glared back by Shenryue with a fierce look. Shenryue half squatted down and touched Su Ran's face as she spoke.
You, Xiao Ran, it's too dangerous, you should go home. You know that Aunt Yu and your master don't want anything to happen to you. You've been too reckless this time.
As Shenryue spoke, tears began to stream down her face. When we received that call from your teacher, your master, and I were terrified.
We thought.
Shenryue didn't say the second half of her sentence, but her surging tears spoke volumes.
It's fine. Su Ran gently patted Shenryue's back and said, I will not die, I assure you.
Su Ran wiped away Shenryue's tears and said softly,
Didn't I leave you 3 darts?
Those 3 darts are my important tools for escaping in critical moments, so you can rest assured. Shenryue wanted to say something, but Lin Hanshin grabbed her arm. You should prioritize your own safety, kid.
Don't mess around like this next time.
Su Ran nodded, then, as if she had thought of something, took out a ring and began frantically searching.
Wait a minute, why are all of Bull Demon's cores at least tier 3? Where are my tier 1 and 2 alien cores?
Su Ran searched for a long time in his own ring before finally managing to find all 30 tier 1 alien cores, which he then placed into Lin Yeye's storage ring. If I remember correctly, you're going to awaken your superpowers next year.
I'll give you a low-level one first.
Lin Yeye shook the ring on her other hand and said helplessly,
Brother, you already gave me the alien core, there's really no need to give it to me again. These heteronuclei are not for you to absorb. Su Ran turned to Lin Hanshin and his wife and said,
Master and Aunt Yu, please guide some of the supernatural power from those first-tier alien cores into the girl's body every day so that she can gradually adapt to the supernatural power. The fact that you two can reach the 7th or 8th level proves that this girl is definitely one of the stronger ones in terms of superpowers. If we let her get used to superpowers in advance, the pain of awakening will be much less, and she may even reach a higher level of superpowers. Lin Hanshin and Shenryue nodded, indicating that they had remembered. These words were not spoken by Su Ran at all, but rather by the system using Su Ran's body.
How do you know so much, Tonzi?
Because time might be running out. I sensed the tide was accelerating and would likely arrive sooner than expected.
Chapter 101 10th Order Heterogeneous Core.
That was a massive disaster, affecting the entire world.
Looks like I need to work harder. You don't need to work so hard.
Even if the sky falls, there will always be someone taller to hold it up. If I have the ability but don't stop bad things from happening, then I will consider the main responsibility for that bad thing to lie with me. It seems my judgment was correct. At this moment, Lin Hanshin, with Shenryue in his arms, waved to Su Ran and said,
If you're all set, we'll be going now. Lin Hanshin put his arm around Shenryue's shoulder and turned around.
With a flick of his left finger, he sent a spatial ring into Su Ran's hand. Su Ran opened the ring and found some emergency healing items and some items for fighting desperately inside, so she decided to give Lin Hanshin something in return. Su Ran took out 10 jars of celestial wine again, put the contents of the ring into her own ring, then put the celestial wine into the jars and flicked it precisely into Lin Hanshin's hand. At first, Lin Hanshin thought Su Ran had returned the ring to him, but when he smelled the familiar scent of wine on the outside of the ring, he understood what was inside. At least this kid has some conscience. Lin Yeye tied a red string with a copper coin hanging from it to Su Ran's left hand and ran out quickly. Brother, remember not to drop it.
Su Ran looked at the copper coin bracelet on her left hand and shouted loudly in Lin Yeye's direction. Nu! Dongfang Yu grabbed Su Ran and opened a portal.
Kid, come with me. Without waiting for Su Ran's agreement, he kicked her inside. Su Ran cried out ouch, and used her face, which was slightly uglier than the reader's, to stop the car. When she looked up, she found herself in a huge cave. Su Ran roughly estimated that the cave was several kilometers in diameter. Teacher, if you keep doing this, your disciple's face will be completely ruined. It's alright, I know quite a few high-level healers.
As long as you're not dead, I can save you. However, I've come here for another reason.
Dongfang Yu opened a portal and released the body and head of the dead 10th tier black dragon. That old bastard almost got me killed. Now I have to get some interest back from him.
Dongfang Yu summoned a knife and began to dig out the black dragon's alien core. inside the divine might space. Why does that sword look so much like my cleaver?
Su-ran summoned his sword and discovered that the two swords were extremely similar. This sword is a weapon inherited from my father.
Could it be that my teacher's two disciples are?
Thinking of this, Su-ran rushed forward, pointed at the knife in Dongfang Yu's hand, and asked,
"Teacher, why does your knife look so much like mine?" "I know."
Dongfang Yu looked at the knife in his hand, then at the cleaver in Su-ran's hand, and thought to himself, this is bad.
"Oh no, I almost forgot about that." Dongfang Yu cleared his throat and then spoke. "I thought your sword was pretty cool, so I forged a similar one. What do you think of it? Pretty good, right? It's really quite good."
Su-ran nodded, but was interrupted by Dongfang Yu before she could ask anything else.
"Once you're done asking, quickly use your knife to remove the scales. After all, this is to make you a new set of equipment."
Su-ran pointed to herself and said,
"Of course, I'll get a share too.
This dragon is so big, even if we only take the essence, it's enough to make 2 top-quality products." Dongfang Yu patted the dragon's body and pointed to the nearly 1 kilometer-long black dragon's body.
Dongfang Yu plunged the knife deep into the black dragon's brain, and the tip of the knife quickly touched something very hard. "It seems this heteronucleus is quite large. We'll have to use some special methods."
Dongfang Yu placed his hand on the black dragon's head, and only after pouring in about a third of his supernatural power could he barely sense the size of the alien core.
"Goodness, this thing is probably as tall as a person." Dongfang Yu pulled out the knife, reached into the cut in the blade, and touched the huge alien core.
Space. Just as Dongfang Yu was about to use spatial teleportation, he felt an immense pressure devouring his supernatural power.
"I just don't believe it." Dongfang Yu's hair turned white instantly as he forcibly teleported the alien core out using spatial teleportation.
The heteronucleus is about the height of a person, and there is a distinct dragon-shaped symbol in the middle of the heteronucleus.
Dongfang Yu spoke softly to the alien core. "Even if you hide your soul inside the alien core, it won't help. I'll kill you."
Dongfang Yu infused his supernatural power into the alien core, and the powerful force directly tore the black dragon's soul to shreds.
Dongfang Yu thought to himself,
that kid could deflect the illusions of the 9th-tier magic tree king with his eyes when he was at the 3rd tier.
"I don't believe that you, who are not even at the 7th tier now, can destroy this kid's soul. I'll let you go today. After all, the purest dragon energy is in there, and it can't be destroyed."
Meanwhile, Black Dragon was unaware that he had been exposed and was secretly mocking Dongfang Yu.
As expected, they're all idiots. They think they solved everything by destroying a fake soul.
"Dongfang Yu, just wait until I take over your disciple's body and then I'll stab you in the back." Dongfang Yu patted the alien core, leaving a wisp of his supernatural power in the dark side of the world so that Su-ran could help him when needed. Dongfang Yu looked at Su-ran and found that the dragon's body had been completely dismembered. Not only was there not a drop of blood on the ground, but even the dragon's internal organs and bones had been removed. The dragon meat had been cut into neat squares and stacked together.
"How come you're so fast? Are you some kind of Superboy contestant?" Su-ran was about to retort when she heard this, but she was suppressed by Dongfang Yu's imposing aura. "Teacher, it's this extraordinary skill."
Su-ran formed hand seals and released the multiple shadow clone technique, instantly filling the entire cave with countless Su-ran clones.
TSK. If you're really not good enough, use this special skill in combination with your amazing wood-type ability to start a real estate business. In the future, it won't be a problem for houses to be sold for 9.9 yuan. "Teacher, do I really look like a construction foreman in your eyes?" "You're more than just like me. You're now more awesome than a construction foreman in my eyes. In the end, it was you who disliked me, teacher." "Oh well, you're just carefree like this. It's me, your disciple, who's being petty."
As Dongfang Yu listened to these seemingly casual remarks, his hands clenched into fists the size of 2 large earthenware pots.
"Hey kid, stick your head out here and let me give you a good whack on the head. Do you think I'm stupid? I've eaten so many chestnuts. Don't I know how much it hurts when you hit me?"
As he spoke, Su-ran prepared to unleash his divine power to escape from this place.
"Still trying to run?"
The aura emanating from Dongfang Yu surged, directly distorting the space around Su-ran.
"Eat your teacher's spatial confinement." Chapter 102 New Weapons. Run away.
No one will come to save you even if you scream your lungs out. Su-ran looked at Dongfang Yu, who was gradually approaching, and then looked around before resignedly lowering her head.
"Ouch, it hurts."
Su-ran touched the spot where Dongfang Yu had hit her, where a large bump had clearly grown. "I'll teach you a lesson for your witty remarks. This time, the punishment you received was mild." Dongfang Yu snorted, turned around, and clutched his hand, hissing in pain.
"Is this kid made of iron? How does this even have a counterattack effect?"
Dongfang Yu took out some medicinal oil from his personal space and applied it to the affected area, which slightly relieved the pain.
All right, stop howling. Grab those things and I'll take you to get some good stuff."
Dongfang Yu turned around, opened a portal, and stepped inside.
The evil Dongfang Yu. Su-ran snorted, then took the entire black dragon into his divine might space and left.
Su-ran stepped into the portal and found herself in a completely new world. There were countless equipment manufacturers here, engrossed in creating creating equipment.
Dongfang Yu led Su Ran directly through the equipment
manufacturers who were making equipment, and when they reached an elevator entrance at the edge, they pressed a button on the screen above.
Teacher, where is this? A place that manufactures superpowered equipment. How's it going? How does it feel here? Su Ran was mesmerized by the clash of iron and fire.
It's beautiful.
It feels like those equipment manufacturers are creating lifelike beauty.
Then you'll probably see something even more beautiful today.
As Dongfang Yu and his apprentice were chatting, the elevator arrived. Dongfang Yu led Su Ran into the elevator and pressed the only button on it.
Soon after, Su Ran felt a strong sense of weightlessness. She tried to project her senses outwards but found that she could only detect inside the elevator and couldn't detect anything outside.
Don't waste your energy. The security level here is very high. You can't detect it. How did you know?
Just then, the elevator doors opened, and a hearty laugh came from outside. Because that old guy tried to probe it back then, and he strained until his face turned red but still couldn't get it out, which made me laugh so hard I lost 2 teeth. Upon hearing the voice, Dongfang Yu did not hesitate and launched a front kick, but the owner of the voice nimbly dodged the kick with a backhand movement.
Old buddy, there's no need to expose my shortcomings behind my back.
Only then did Su Ran see the owner of the voice. His muscles looked powerful and strong, like a coiled dragon, and he was terrifying enough to eat 2 children in one sitting.
Ah, kid, my name is Li Tai, nice to meet you.
Li Tai extended his right hand, and Su Ran also extended her right hand and shook it.
Hello, my name is Su Ran, and it's nice to meet you too.
Suddenly, Su Ran felt a strong force coming from her right hand. When she looked up, she saw Li Tai looking at her with a mysterious expression.
Su Ran thought to herself, a contest of strength?
Su Ran activated the 3rd stage of the immortal body, gathering all the power of his muscles into his right arm, and returned the power to Li Tai intact.
Li Tai felt the strong force coming from his hand and laughed heartily. Good lad, you've got some strength. How about becoming my apprentice?
Li Tai patted Su Ran's shoulder with his large hand, which actually made Su Ran's shoulder feel slightly painful.
TSK, this person has terrifying strength.
This strength is probably comparable to that of a 7th tier golden armored rhinoceros.
This kid is my apprentice.
Hey buddy, you're trying to poach him right in front of me, aren't you?
Li Tai laughed twice and said, just kidding, old man. What made you decide to come visit me today? This kid needs to change his equipment.
Please make him a new set of equipment.
Master, what are your orders? Let me take a look at the materials first.
Li Tai casually picked up the hammer from the iron frame and played with it in his hand. Su Ran looked at Dongfang Yu and saw that the latter nodded before releasing several black dragon scales from the divine might space. Li Tai slammed his hammer into the scales, and the recoil from the impact shattered his hammer.
This is fucking beast material? My 8th tier touchstone hammer is broken?
Dongfang Yu spoke up leisurely from the side.
If you believe your 8th tier hammer can break through the defenses of this 10th tier black dragon scales, then I, Dongfang Yu, will acknowledge you as the strongest. What? 10th tier black dragon scales? Where did you get them? Do you remember a black dragon that caused me trouble many years ago? I cut off one of its horns.
This little thing caused me trouble during the beast tide in Shanghai, and my apprentice and I killed it.
It became this kid's equipment.
Li Tai's eyes shone with a fanatical light, as if the black dragon scales before him were naked beauties.
What are you trying to do?
If my craftsmanship is second to none in China, then no one dares to claim to be number 1.
You know that, Dongfang.
Li Tai picked up the scale and stroked it carefully, as if it were a rare treasure.
Your place is too small. Find me a bigger place. You know how big that dragon is.
Upon hearing this, Li Tai pressed a button on the wall, and the metal door on the left slowly opened, revealing a very spacious area.
Release it. Release the dragon head as well.
Su Ran nodded, and the scales of the 10th tier black dragon flowed out of Su Ran's right eye like water, taking a full 5 minutes to finish. When the dragon head was released, the huge dragon head crashed to the ground, even smashing all the scales up and causing them to float in the air. At this moment, Dongfang Yu spoke up. Make this kid a new knife with the dragon horn, and make a set of dragon scale armor with the dragon scales. I want the best quality, and use all the essence to make it. Su Ran did a rough calculation and found that even if all the essence from the dragon scales were used, there would still be one set of dragon scales left.
He couldn't help but ask Dongfang Yu, so what do we do with all those extra dragon scales?
Dongfang Yu patted Su Ran on the back of the head and said,
of course I want one too. After saying that, Dongfang Yu took out the 10th tier alien core and said to Li Tai, old iron block, give this kid a quiet room, understand?
Li Tai casually pressed a button, and another small crack appeared in the metal wall, revealing a spacious room inside. That's my training room, it guarantees absolute quiet.
Dongfang Yu nodded, and then Su Ran went inside carrying the 10th tier alien core. The moment Su Ran entered the training room, Dongfang Yu and Li Tai said something almost simultaneously.
I modified my dragon scale armor into a dragon scale blade and attached it to that kid's dragon scale armor.
Should we replace your dragon scale armor with a dragon scale blade and attach it inside the kid's dragon scale armor?
The two couldn't help but laugh as they listened to each other's words.
Chapter 103 3 my life is nearing its end. Oh right, I almost forgot to give them these things. Su Ran flung open the door to the cultivation room and threw out all the good stuff he had gained from this battle. I still have some good materials here. You two can pick and choose and see if there's anything good that can be used in the new weapon. After saying that, Su Ran closed the door to the cultivation room. Old Yu, your apprentice is amazing. He can even kill a 7th tier golden armored rhinoceros. Li Tai touched the huge, slightly yellowed horn and said. Dongfang Yu pulled out one of the wooden sticks and handed it to Li Tai, saying, look at this stick, whose is it? Li Tai took it and quickly realized that something was wrong with the stick. This aura is heavenly spirit wood? Your disciple killed a monkey from the demon ape clan? Dongfang Yu then pulled out the smaller heavenly spirit wooden stick and threw it in front of Li Tai, saying, there's more than one. There's also a smaller one that was sent to the underworld along with its father by that kid. Li Tai stroked the 2 heavenly spirit wooden sticks and exclaimed in admiration, your eye for talent is still as sharp as ever. This kid could very well become a world-renowned powerhouse, just like your first 2 disciples. Old buddy, I'd love to hold out until that day. Li Tai looked at Dongfang Yu with disbelief and said, what's the meaning? Dongfang Yu unbuttoned his shirt, revealing 3 large, dark wounds, and pointed to them as he spoke. I was captured by this old black dragon during the Battle of the Beast Tide in Shanghai. After all, I had reached the 10th rank through a special method, while that old black dragon was a genuine 10th rank. When I was about to trade my life with that old black dragon, I was left with these 3 wounds. In the end, my son saved me. Upon seeing Dongfang Yu's wound, Li Tai hurriedly began rummaging through drawers and cabinets. There's a way to deal with this dark poison. Let me find it. Let me find it. Li Tai quickly pulled out a white wristband and, without further ado, put it on Dongfang Yu's wrist. A 9th tier light bracer made from the core of a 9th tier light unicorn. This thing has both healing and purification abilities. Wearing it will make you feel better immediately. However, only a small portion of the dark elements at the wound site were dispelled. The vast majority of the dark elements remained clinging to the wound, showing no intention of dissipating. How could this happen? Don't worry, old Yu, I'll be right there. As Li Tai was speaking, he wanted to continue rummaging through the drawers, but Dongfang Yu grabbed him and gently shook his head. I know very well that these things are useless. The dark beast poison of this old black dragon has gradually merged with the curse in my body, and it can no longer be cured. Then I'll take you to the Church of Light. I'm a 9th tier equipment manufacturer, and I refuse to believe those people won't give me that kind of face. Just as Li Tai finished speaking and was about to get up, Dongfang Yu grabbed his hand and guided Li Tai's supernatural power into his own body. Can you feel what's inside my body? Dongfang Yu released Li Tai's hand, and Li Tai sat on the ground looking utterly dejected. Li Tai sensed that Dongfang Yu's heart, which should have been bright red and full of vitality, had become pitch black, with an aura of darkness and evil lingering around it. Could we remove those curses first? As soon as Li Tai finished speaking, Dongfang Yu shook his head self-deprecatingly. The curse set by the Yamamoto clan is not so easy to break. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had to rely on the time reversal ring that Xiao Shen left me to keep my body in the state before the curse was set in order to survive. Otherwise, I would have died a few years ago. As he spoke, Dongfang Yu looked towards where Su Ran was and smiled. However, this kid has developed a new combat mode. I was confident that I could live for another 3 to 5 years with the mode I was relying on, but with this new trick, I probably only have a little over a year left. While Dongfang Yu was talking, Li Tai was still desperately rummaging through boxes and cabinets, doing his best to save his last brother. Li Tai quickly pulled out a small bottle containing a crystal clear liquid and said, quick, drink this bottle of holy water and you'll get better. You definitely will. As he spoke, Li Tai hurriedly opened the bottle and poured it down Dongfang Yu's throat. Dongfang Yu did not resist. After all, he also hoped that the holy water, known as the strongest purifying medicine, could lift his curse. No one wants to die. A faint white light quickly emanated from Dongfang Yu's body, which even suppressed the darkness and evil aura, to the point that Dongfang Yu's wounds showed signs of healing. But the white light was quickly swallowed up by a mysteriously appearing black light, and the wound that had shown signs of healing returned to its original state. Is there really no other way? 2 lines of clear tears streamed down Li Tai's resolute face, just like the way his brothers looked before they died. Okay, stop crying. It looks awful crying like that. Dongfang Yu slapped Li Tai's head with his large hand, just like when they found Li Tai on the battlefield back then. Back then, all the brothers thought you would be the first to die. After all, you were very weak at the time. Dongfang Yu wiped away Li Tai's tears with his large hand and said, I never imagined that you, who were in such poor health at the time, would become the last person to survive. It's truly ironic how time works. I came to see you this time because I know I'm about to die. The main reason is to see you one last time. Making a weapon for this kid is secondary. Li Tai's face suddenly hardened, as if he had made up his mind. I will do anything to save your life, brother, because if you die, I will really have no family left. All of you have passed away one after another, and you are my only remaining family. Dongfang Yu's face showed some emotion, but he still forced back the tears in his eyes and said, after I leave, I remember what we told you before. And if it's convenient, please take care of this boy for me. After all, he's my grandson. Xiao Chen and Xiao Yu are orphans, so I should be considered half a father to them. I see. Li Tai didn't speak again, but instead meticulously forged the item requested by Dongfang Yu, hammer blow by hammer blow. The concept of harmony between man and nature, which had disappeared for decades, reappeared in this forging process. The vast forging room was silent except for the symphony of hammers and flames. After an unknown amount of time, a slightly hollow voice rang out. The king's child is still the king, and the orphan's child is still an orphan. Perhaps this is fate. Haha. Chapter 104 An Encounter in an Illusion. Inside the cultivation room, Su Ran was completely unaware of what was happening outside. He stared at the enormous 10th order alien core in front of him, feeling troubled. System, this is the essence of a 10th tier alien beast. If I absorb this thing, won't I explode? It won't explode even if you keep looking at it, unlike a pigeon that won't melt no matter how close you get. What are you afraid of? If I were to be converted into one of your exotic beasts, I would be at least a level 10 beast king, and definitely an old monster that has lived for hundreds of years. I would be more than enough to store energy in a container. Nine-headed serpent is right. This 1/10th tier alien core won't kill you at all. Besides, didn't you also get 2 sword-type alien techniques? I can use this black dragon's alien core and abilities to simulate a black dragon of the corresponding level for you to practice on. Upon hearing the system's words, Su Ran placed his hands on the alien core, and a powerful surge of energy erupted from his hands into his body. Su Ran felt so comfortable that she was about to succumb to it. The comfortable feeling made her body feel lazy. It feels so good. I wish I could just fall asleep like this and never wake up again. Su Ran comfortably closed her eyes, and a kaleidoscope had quietly appeared under her eyelids. I knew you wouldn't be able to resist the temptation. Become my new vessel. The black dragon's soul increased its power output, attempting to completely pull Su Ran into the illusion. Want to play illusions with me? Then I'll play along. Su Ran completely let go of himself, believing that with the system and 9 llamas around, nothing unexpected would happen. Su Ran's consciousness was quickly pulled into the carefully prepared illusion by the black dragon. Su Ran felt someone patting her face. When she opened her eyes, she only saw a scene that had only appeared in her dreams. Am I back home? Standing to the side, Lin Yeye waved her hand in front of Su Ran's eyes and said, Brother, are you still half asleep? Uncle Chen and Aunt Yu asked me to wake you up for dinner. After saying that, Lin Yeye skipped and hopped out of the room. What a realistic illusion. It's almost as good as the infinite Tsukuyami. Su Ran sat up, put on her shoes, and walked towards the door. Then Su Ran witnessed an unbelievable scene. Although Su Ran had only seen those 2 faces once, she recognized them as her parents, Su Chen and Mou, whom she had met in the sealed land of the 9 Ramas. Su Ran stared at the 2 of them, completely oblivious to the passage of time. Mou chuckled and waved to Su Ran. Xiao Ran, what's wrong? Are you staring at your mother like a madwoman? Hurry up and wash your hands and come eat. Mou's words brought Su Ran back to her senses. She walked to the sink, washed her hands thoroughly, and sat down at the dining table to start eating. Come on, eat more. Mou picked up a chicken leg and put it in Su Ran's bowl. Mom, don't add any more. We can't finish this. After saying that, Su Ran put the chicken leg in her hand into Lin Yeye's bowl, letting her take on some of the heat. Inside the illusion, Su Ran was happily eating her meal when the black dragon's soul outside the illusion looked at Su Ran's soul and said, I'll wait until your soul reaches its weakest point, then I'll squeeze it out and completely possess you. Hee. Black Dragon began to laugh like a villain, completely unaware that Su Ran had already made preparations. Su Chen spoke from within the illusion. Chestnut will be back this afternoon. She's done a great job this time. Really? That's great. After saying that, Su Ran burst into laughter. After finishing their meal, Su Ran helped Mou clean up the dishes. When Li Zi returned in the afternoon, it was an extremely happy day for Su Ran, a day that would never happen again. Soon it was time for dinner. The Su family and the Lin family prepared a large table of dishes and sat together happily eating. Alright, looks like I can completely possess this kid once night falls in the illusion. Hee. As Su Ran watched the sky outside the window gradually darken, she unconsciously slowed down the pace of her meal. What's wrong, Sharan? Don't you like the food? Mou asked with a worried expression. How could this happen? Su Ran quickened her pace and quickly finished the bowl of rice. After finishing the rice in her bowl, Su Ran stood up and said very solemnly, Everyone, I should be leaving now. The people sitting around the table looked at Su Ran with puzzled expressions. Mou broke the silence and asked, Sharan, where are you going? Mom, thank you. Su Ran rushed over, hugged Mou, and cried, Thank you for letting me feel like family. This place is actually an illusion that I can break at any time. It's just that the illusion is too beautiful, and I don't want to break it. Su Ran wiped away her tears and smiled as she pushed Mou away with both hands. But I have to leave. After all, I don't belong here, but I'm still very grateful to you and my father. Su Ran bowed deeply, then turned and walked towards the door. Su Chen spoke up. Although this is an illusion, your mother and I still want to tell you to be
careful and come back safely. Su-ran wiped away the tears that were about to fall again and said. After saying that, Su-ran activated Tsukuyami and forcibly broke free from the Black Dragon's illusion. In the illusion, Mou asked Su-chen anxiously. Old Su, is it really the right thing for the two of us to leave this force behind? Su-chen picked up a cup of tea from the table and slowly sipped it. Back then, the two of us left our special abilities on this Black Dragon because we knew this kid would come here one day, right? After all, we haven't really been by his side for even a single day. At least we can use this illusion to make up for what we feel we owe him. As his parents, all we can do is wish in peace. Mou faced the doorway and prayed with her hands clasped together. I hope the kid has a safe journey. After Mou finished speaking, the entire illusion completely collapsed. Alright, thank you for giving me such a wonderful body, Su-ran. As he spoke, the Black Dragon's soul burrowed into Su-ran's soul. However, just as the Black Dragon's soul reached Su-ran, it was blasted away by an extremely strange force. The Black Dragon's spirit saw the blood-red kaleidoscope in Su-ran's eyes and knew something was wrong. How did this kid escape from this illusion? Never mind, let's get out of here first. The Black Dragon spirit was about to escape when it was immediately sealed in place by several Mingxian gates. Where do you want to go, you old mudfish? Chapter 105 Dragon Chi. Su-ran stepped on the head of the Black Dragon spirit and asked from above. It's impossible. That illusion is inescapable. It's the Dragon Soul illusion prison from which there is absolutely no escape. The kaleidoscope in Su-ran's eyes began to spin, and soon Amaterasu's black flames began to attach to the Black Dragon's spirit body and burn. With your current strength reduced to less than 1/100th of what it used to be, I can even deflect the illusions of a 9th tier magic tree king. How could you, who is at most equivalent to a 7th tier one, possibly pull me into an illusion? As Su-ran spoke, she increased the speed at which the black flames burned. I should thank you. If you hadn't deliberately left your soul behind, I probably wouldn't have been able to absorb this pure spiritual energy. The Black Dragon clan will never let you go. I've already sent away the video of you killing me, and we'll meet again in hell soon. Upon hearing this, Su-ran immediately turned Amaterasu to its maximum power. Before the Black Dragon's spirit completely dissipated, the Black Dragon heard the last words of its life. Come on then, I'll kill one of them. As soon as Su-ran finished speaking, the Black Dragon's soul was completely burned to ashes by the Amaterasu fire. Su-ran quickly sat down cross-legged and began to absorb what the Black Dragon had left behind. Such pure spiritual energy. As Su-ran felt her mind gradually clearing, she couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Of course. Holy crap, you've hit the jackpot. What's so big? Before Su-ran could finish speaking, he felt a force rushing into his body. Dragon Aura. This Black Dragon's entire dragon aura resides within its soul, and since your new equipment is made from this Black Dragon's material, possessing its aura will instill awe in all dragon-like beings. You might even be able to perform exceptionally well with dragon-grade equipment. Is this dragon energy really that abnormal? Then why hasn't the dragon race been wiped out yet? Su-ran was well aware of human greed, which is why she asked the system with a puzzled expression. First of all, not all dragons possess dragon aura. Those with dragon aura are generally from races with relatively pure bloodlines. The Black Dragon you mentioned could barely be called the Black Dragon King. Only those with high bloodline levels and high personal levels can exude dragon aura. These are necessary conditions. And do you really think dragons are so easy to kill? This time, if your teacher hadn't risked serious injury to severely injure it as well, it wouldn't have been able to kill you even if it had just stood there and let you hack at it. The third point is that those who obtain dragon energy will not share it with others, because human greed is limitless. Outside, a trickle of blood suddenly appeared at the corner of Su-ran's mouth as she sat cross-legged, directly affecting her spirit from the outside in. What happened? It's probably a backlash from that Black Dragon's dragon energy. After all, you're not a dragon, so absorbing it carries some risk. Karama, please help him. Nine-tailed Fox, having just heard the system's words, was about to use his beastly might to suppress the restless dragon energy when Su-ran raised his hand to interrupt him. I want to see just how unruly this little thing is. You can come back if I can't take it anymore. As he spoke, Su-ran mobilized natural energy and activated immortal mode, multitasking across the board. Quick! Now is the perfect time to practice the ghostly Vajrasaraha, so you can absorb dragon energy while practicing. Su-ran crafted 3 wooden swords, and despite the excruciating pain, she gripped them firmly and activated the ghostly Soraha. Soon, a huge ghostly figure appeared behind Su-ran. The aura emanating from the ghostly figure was on par with the dragon's energy, causing Su-ran unbearable pain. 3 knives are too few, at least 6 are needed. Su-ran could only grit her teeth and create a wooden clone behind her, controlling the wooden clone to hold a sword in each hand and mouth before merging it into her body. When the ghost-faced Spaha sensed the aura of the 3 newly added swords, the ghost-faced Spaha behind Su-ran became even more solid, completely suppressing the restless dragon energy. However, the dragon energy could still break through the blockade from time to time and attack Su-ran. Not enough? Add 3 more. Despite the excruciating pain, Su-ran once again controlled the tree to grow a face and 2 hands on her body, which then materialized into 3 wooden swords that she held firmly in her hand. The ghostly figure behind Su-ran materialized completely, transforming into a terrifying ghostly face that clung to Su-ran's face. The mask had a blue face and fangs, as if a demon from the deepest hell had crawled out and clung to Su-ran's face. It's pretty cool, and look, that restless dragon energy has been suppressed, hasn't it? What should we do next, Master? The main effect of dragon energy is to improve the body. Once fully absorbed, one should possess the dragon's might of that old black dragon. This stuff is a powerful weapon for dragons, given the terrifying bloodline suppression within them. Okay, I'll help you in another way. Su-ran felt the chaotic dragon energy surging within her body suddenly burst out, condensing into an identical image of herself on the opposite side. What you possess, you also possess in this being I created with dragon energy. When you kill it, you will have successfully absorbed the dragon energy. I've divided the black dragon's alien core energy into 3 parts. You absorb 20%, seal 40% within Kurama's body, and I'll use the remaining 40% to improve your health. Why don't you let me absorb all 40% of the body improving properties, and then seal the 20% that was originally intended for absorption into Kurama's body? After all, the immortal body is terrifying enough. The system interrupted the path. I still think your immortal body's recovery speed is not good enough. This 40% should allow it to make a qualitative leap. Fine, whatever you want. Su-ran strode forward and quickly got into a fight with the Su-ran created by the system. However, as Su-ran continued playing, she quickly realized something was wrong. Holy crap, why does this thing like to elbow me like I do? I scanned your body before creating this, to guarantee it's authentic, with exactly the right amount of hair. Damn it, I really am. But the system completely ignored it and went to sleep comfortably. Li Tai held the dragon scale in front of him and began to struggle. Hiss, I'll go see if there are any more spatial type alien cores. Li Tai put down the hammer and began rummaging through the box containing the alien core. This is going to be difficult, Li Tai said, scratching his head. I only have 1/8 tier spatial mirror beast core left, and it would take at least 3 spatial type cores to make one for this kid. Then can I use my power? After all, I am also a space type user. Li Tai refused. Your superpower will eventually disappear. Once it does, the space where you store items will disappear and you won't know where it will go, so you can't use your superpower. Chapter 106 Artifact? Li Tai was still fretting on the side, but Dongfang Yu walked to a slightly open space and took off the ring on his right little finger. Dongfang Yu infused his supernatural power, and countless alien cores immediately flowed out like a torrent, quickly covering the entire ground. Let's look around here. I vaguely remember that I should have a few spatial system heteronuclei over the years. After searching for a long time, the two found 3 silvery-looking heteronuclei among the many heteronuclei. Sky-splitting horse, divine void eagle, void-devouring demon insect. It seems you've had a very exciting life all these years, old you. Dongfang Yu scratched his head sheepishly. It's quite embarrassing to say that all my assets only amount to 3 spatial cores. Li Tai rolled his eyes speechlessly and said, putting aside the fact that space-type monsters are extremely rare, even if you do encounter one, it's very difficult to kill it. Even my space mirror beast core was the price someone paid for me to make a 9th tier equipment. If you weren't a space-type monster, you probably wouldn't even have these 3. Li Tai snatched it away and calculated, holding the 4 spatial nuclei in his hand. 1 on the blade, 1 on the dragon scale armor, 1 on the dragon scale blade, and there are some left over. Dongfang Yu spoke up from the side. Place 2 alien cores on the dragon scale armor. Ideally, the thing should sense the danger and automatically possess the host. Then we'll have to ask you to inscribe the spatial magic array. As Li Tai spoke, he tossed a gleaming silver carving knife to Dongfang Yu. Dongfang Yu took the carving knife and his fingers danced back and forth on the 4 heteronuclear cores. In no time, the outer contour of the core was carved out by Dongfang Yu. Phew, it seems I really am getting old. I'm actually starting to feel a bit strained. Dongfang Yu activated his immortal mode, relying on its powerful regenerative abilities to continue his carving work. However, what Dongfang Yu did not expect was that the curse left on his body was attracted by the sage mode and began to slowly merge with it. How the hell can't this rhinoceros hide be torn off? I refuse to believe this nonsense today. Dongfang Yu rolled up his sleeves and used his supernatural ability to separate the rhinoceros's skin from its flesh. Then, he used a portal to teleport all the rhinoceros's flesh out, leaving only the intact skin. I almost forgot about this. Dongfang Yu summoned his sword with his right hand, amplified his supernatural power, and chopped off the golden armored rhinoceros's horn in one swift motion. Use this corner to make a scabbard for that kid, preferably 2 scabbards. Dongfang Yu threw the huge rhinoceros horn at Li Tai. Li Tai didn't even turn his head, he simply reached behind him with his right hand and firmly grabbed the massive horn. Li Tai asked Dongfang Yu, holding 2 heavenly spirit wood sticks in his left hand. What should we do with these 2 sections of heavenly spirit wood? Make them into a knife hilt for this kid or something? Let's make this knife handle for the kid. After all, heavenly heavenly spirit wood is said to be a material that can absorb no supernatural power. Li Tai split a relatively large piece of heavenly spirit wood into 2 sections and set them aside. Then, he took the smaller piece of heavenly spirit wood in his left hand and used a carving knife in his right hand to carve a wooden pipe. Here you go. I haven't given you any gifts over the years, so today I'm using the extra heavenly spirit wood that your apprentice has to make you a wooden pipe. Dongfang Yu did not immediately take the pipe but asked with a worried expression. Does that kid have enough heavenly spirit wood to make equipment? If not, let him use it first. I'll make the pipe with any material I need. Oh, don't worry. Without a word, Li Tai shoved the pipe into Dongfang Yu's hand. With just that huge piece of heavenly spirit wood, I could even add some to his armor. You can keep this pipe. After hearing Li Tai's words, Dongfang Yu accepted the pipe with peace of mind. His right hand quickly carved patterns on the pipe tip. These patterns were not just decorations, but also a small spatial storage array. Dongfang Yu pulled out a small pinch of tobacco from somewhere, stuffed it into his pipe, lit it, and started smoking with relish. Hiss. Phew. It's truly worthy of being made of heavenly spirit wood. It's really powerful to smoke. Dongfang Yu took out several large bags of tobacco from his personal storage space and quickly filled the storage space on his pipe to the brim. Let me try these autofill methods and see if they work. Dongfang Yu quickly finished smoking the last bit of tobacco. After the last bit of tobacco burned out, the space shimmered with silver light and then it was filled with brand new tobacco. That's great. Dongfang Yu happily smoked, completely ignoring Li Tai, who was making equipment nearby. If you want to smoke, go outside. Don't smoke in here and it will affect my production. Upon hearing Li Tai's words, Dongfang Yu quickly extinguished the fire and then used the power of space to disperse all the smoke. Making equipment for this kid is more important. Li Tai took a deep breath, picked up a medium-sized carving knife from the workbench, and began making his work. Li Tai took a dragon scale with his left hand and smoothly drew a circle on it, removing the softest yet hardest part of the scale, leaving only the hard outer edge. Li Tai's hands were very steady, and in less than 2 hours he had carved out all the dragon scales needed for Su Ran's dragon scale armor. Li Tai took another deep breath and exhaled, then began to work with the rhinoceros hide of the golden armored rhinoceros and the dragon scales. Time passed slowly, and Li Tai's aura gradually began to fluctuate, while Su Ran's dragon scale armor also began to produce some strange rhythms. This kid, he actually managed to complete the forging with his own physical strength. It seems that his skills are no less than my second brother's. Dongfang Yu was sighing when he suddenly noticed something was wrong with Li Tai. Li Tai had already installed the first spatial alien core, but when he tried to equip the second one, he couldn't lift his hand. Damn it, this forging actually exhausted this kid. Dongfang Yu rushed to Li Tai's side and gently infused Li Tai's body with his supernatural power. When Li Tai sensed Dongfang Yu's supernatural power, his hands regained strength. As he inserted the second alien core, the armor suddenly erupted with intense light, forcefully shaking Li Tai and Dongfang Yu apart. The two looked at each other and saw the excitement in each other's eyes. Congratulations, it seems another divine artifact has appeared in your hands. Dongfang Yu was the first to stand up and reached out his right hand to help Li Tai up. I should thank you. This kind of situation hasn't happened in a long time. This can be considered a stroke of luck for your apprentice. The two exchanged a smile, all their unspoken words contained in the clash of their fists. Chapter 107 I'm not human anymore. Li Tai quickly withdrew his hand, took out the remaining dragon horn of the 10th tier black dragon, and asked Dongfang Yu, still the same as before? The usual. Li Tai nodded, and soon a silver-white longsword appeared on the workbench. Li Tai used the remaining golden rhinoceros horn to compare with the blade and quickly made a matching scabbard. Li Tai sheathed his sword and placed it beside the dragon scale armor. Suddenly, a faint light flickered on both pieces of equipment, rising and falling like breathing, which made Dongfang Yu and Li Tai realize that something was wrong. The two looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. No way? Su Ran's injuries were so severe that she could only barely stay upright by supporting herself with 6 swords, while the dragon Chi on the other side did not have a single scratch on him and his aura remained at its peak. Cough cough cough. Su Ran had just wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and was about to stand up when Long Chi kicked her dozens of meters away, causing her to spit out another mouthful of blood. Long Chi picked up a wooden sword that Su Ran had dropped and swung it at Su Ran with a ferocious expression. Nine Lama, who was watching the battle from the sidelines, couldn't help but ask the system, "Are you really alright?" "It's alright. I secretly lied to that kid, saying he'd die if he couldn't defeat the dragon energy. But the more important thing is that to absorb dragon energy, you have to make it submit to you. If the dragon energy doesn't submit, even if you force it in, it will cause your meridians to burst and you'll die. This kid should be close to figuring out the secret to fighting desperately." Kurama looked at Su Ran with a worried expression, but he had already begun to use his chakra to communicate with the sage body. Sigh, only you worry about things so much. Su Ran quickly realized something was wrong. She had thought the mask was just floating on her face and hadn't noticed it until now, as if she could actually put it on. Masaka. Su Ran grabbed the mask and began to laugh maniacally like an Uchiha. Ha 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 ha, I get it. Su Ran took took the mask, put away the remaining 2 heads and 6 arms, and then laughed wildly as he spoke. Dragon Chi, after fighting with you for so long, I've come to understand something. Holding the mask, Su Ran walked step by step toward the dragon aura, which was forced to retreat due to Su Ran's strange state. I learned one thing from this brief battle. The more eager a person is to achieve success, the more likely they are to fail and lose all their previous efforts. Unless they surpass humanity. The dragon's aura grew impatient and swung its blade down at Su Ran. If you're going to say something, just finish it. I hate people like you who only say half of what they mean. Long Chi spoke angrily, trying to pull out the wooden sword that Su Ran was holding in her left hand, but found that he couldn't pull it out no matter what. Su Ran held the ghost mask in front of his face. Dragon Chi inexplicably sensed danger, but looking around, he could not find the source of the danger, until it saw Su Ran, who was about to put on the mask. What are you going to do? Su Ran put the mask on her face, and a powerful force emerged from the ghost mask. I'm not human anymore. Dragon energy. Looks like this kid isn't completely stupid. At least he knows how to use the mask. Su Ran suddenly unleashed a terrifying aura and casually picked up a knife, slashing it towards Long Chi's neck. Not to be outdone, Long Chi also swung his wooden sword at Su Ran's neck. Seeing the wooden knife approaching, Su Ran made a crazy decision. Instead of dodging, he chose to directly clash with the dragon's aura. Just 0.1 seconds before Long Chi's blade was about to strike Su Ran's neck, the blade suddenly and successfully pierced Long Chi's neck, killing him instantly. At that time, the knife was only 0.01 centimeters away from my throat. But a quarter of an incense stick later, the owner of that knife will die completely by my blade. Su Ran plopped down on the ground, wiping the cold sweat dripping from her forehead. This is so damn exciting, it actually made me forget about Kamui's intangibility. At this moment, the system's figure appeared in front of Su Ran, clapping its hands and saying, I must say, you're really ruthless. In all these years, you're the first person to subdue the dragon's aura with just your ruthlessness, and I doubt there will ever be another like you. That's true, don't you know who I am? Stop joking around, kid. After absorbing the dragon energy, your physical attributes will be around level 2 of the 4th tier, and your ability level should be around level 5 of the 3rd tier. Once you've absorbed it all, your level will be around level 8 of the 3rd tier. After a while, you can break through and prepare to work on the 4th tier. Su Ran's consciousness returned to her body, and the light of the huge alien core in front of her dimmed rapidly. Hey bro, is this some kind of set equipment? Dongfang Yu touched the dragon scale armor, then touched the sword and said, maybe more than that. Li Tai slowly began to speak. Don't forget that the sword you're using and that cleaver also came from the horn of this black dragon. It's possible that you need to collect all 3 swords to make a complete set. Dongfang Yu interrupted. The blade of time and space cannot be revealed to the world yet, at least not now. Try your best to make that dragon scale blade into part of a set, that way, you won't have wasted the materials. Then I'll give it a try. Inside the study of the Yu family patriarch in Shanghai. Dad, can I have Su Ran as my husband? A beautiful young woman, as if she had stepped out of a painting, stood behind Yu Chang, the current head of the Yu family, and spoke. The beautiful girl's skin was as smooth as jade, seemingly delicate enough to break at a touch, making her incredibly tender. Her eyes seemed to hold a vast starry sky, captivating all who beheld them. That girl was no mere pretty face, she was a member of the Yu family who had inherited the phoenix bloodline and possessed a phoenix companion beast. Su Ran? Which family in Shanghai does this kid belong to? Uncle Hua, go and check it out. Uncle Hua, who had been a housekeeper for decades, quickly returned with a brief overview of Su Ran's information. Su Ran, male, 18 years old, orphan, a student of Dongfang Yu of Imperial University, is suspected to be the person with the name of Yellow Flashing who appeared in the Beast Tide in Shanghai. A yellow flash. Yu Chang began to think. From Yu Chang's perspective, Su Ran is simply the best candidate to be his son-in-law. Being an orphan means he has no powerful background or influence, while the title of Yellow Flash signifies his immense strength and astonishing talent. From any perspective, Su Ran is simply too perfect. Girl, do you like this boy? Yu Ya nodded vigorously and said, yes, only a man who can decide the course of a war can be my husband. The men you found for me to marry into other families are no match for Su Ran. Chapter 108 Mech Upgrade. Yu Ya didn't even notice that her eyes had turned into starry eyes as she looked at Su Ran's photo and couldn't help but swoon. Yu Chang closed Su Ran's file and said, after the national competition is over, Dad will go and propose marriage to you. I think that guy will agree. Dad, I'm giving you a serious warning. You're not allowed to use force to threaten me. How come you're already siding with outsiders before you're even married? You don't care about your old man at all. Oh, Daddy's the best. Alright, hurry up and start cultivating. At least show some strength so that people don't look down on you. No, it won't. Yuya raised her left hand, and a bird engulfed in flames appeared from it. Xiaofeng is not far from becoming Jinfeng. I am absolutely confident that I can conquer him. Su Ran looked at the 10th order alien core that had completely lost its light, stretched slightly, and yawned. That one yawn caused the 10th order heteronucleus to be completely reduced to powder and scattered by the wind. Finally finished absorbing.
Ding. System, how long did I absorb this? About 2.5 days. If we go out now, we should still be able to make it to the national competition. 2.5 days? System, are you messing with my pigeon again? Hey, what are you doing? I'm a true fan. As soon as Su Ran stood up and was about to walk outside, she felt a very strange attraction drawing her forward. What happened? Su Ran pushed open the door to the cultivation room and saw the scene outside. Let's go back to the 6 hours before Su Ran woke up. Old you, you're full of clever ideas. Why don't you give me some advice on how to make this knife? I've already thought it through. Dongfang Yu raised his hand and pulled down, and soon a gleaming silver blackboard was pulled down by Dongfang Yu. That knife happens to have some heavenly spirit wood left. We'll use the rest on the dragon scale blade so that this kid can store 2 or even 3 special skills. Its normal form is attached to the dragon scale armor. In dangerous situations, that part of the armor will automatically transform into a blade and fall into the host's hand. Now that you mention it, I have an idea. Li Tai picked up his old tools and began to work on the dragon scale blade. After 4 hours, the blade was finally completed. TSK, this little thing is a bit sharp. As soon as Dongfang Yu's finger touched the outer edge of the dragon scale blade, a small cut was made by its sharp edge. It seems I guessed right. This dragon scale blade does indeed have a set bonus. Looking at the dragon scale blade that emitted a faint white light, Li Tai couldn't help but dance with excitement. With a wave of his hand, Li Tai's dragon scale blade transformed back into scales and attached itself to Su Ran's dragon scale armor. Done. If this kid injects his superpower into the armor, the sword will appear. It's finally done. Li Tai stretched his body and suddenly realized something. So, shouldn't we say goodbye? Goodbye what? Dongfang Yu took out a table from his spatial storage, put a bunch of snacks and 2 jars of heavenly immortal wine on the table, and said, "That kid hasn't come out yet. Let's have a drink first." As he spoke, Dongfang Yu took out 2 wine bowls, filled them, and presented one of the bowls to Li Tai. Okay, let's have a drink then. Li Tai and Dongfang Yu's wine bowls collided, and the crystalline substance in the bowls was wine, but it looked more like tears. Finally finished absorbing it. When I get back, I'll definitely ask Chestnut to give me a back rub. You dare to rub that girl's strength? Aren't you afraid she'll tear off a piece of your skin? Hey, what's there to be afraid of? As soon as Su Ran stepped out the door, the dragon scale armor and the sword seemed to be summoned by something and flew towards Su Ran. The dragon scale armor quickly covered Su Ran's entire body. Once it was completely covered, the scales began to rapidly retract towards the scale on Su Ran's chest. If it weren't for the scale on his chest that confirmed everything that had happened, Su Ran would have thought he was having an unbelievable dream. Hey, you're out here, kid? When Dongfang Yu saw Su Ran come out, he used his supernatural ability to clear the alcohol out of his body and then ran over. Dongfang Yu sensed a faint pressure emanating from Su Ran, and thus understood why the dragon scale armor had flown towards Su Ran. Looks like you're pretty lucky, kid. You actually absorbed all the dragon energy. Thank you for your guidance, teacher. Su Ran bowed deeply to Dongfang Yu, but Dongfang Yu waved his hand dismissively and said nothing. If you want to thank someone, thank Li Tai. Without him, you wouldn't have been able to create this set of divine artifacts. At this moment, Li Tai also walked over, looking at the scale on Su Ran's chest with increasing satisfaction. Not bad, but in the end I still have to thank you. If you hadn't brought me such good materials, I really wouldn't have been able to make this weapon. If you really want to thank me, just give me a jar of wine. Upon hearing this, Su Ran quickly took out 10 jars of heavenly immortal wine and neatly stacked them in a corner, saying, "1 jar isn't enough. If I give you 10 jars, others will think I can't afford it. Ha ha, if you ever need any high-grade materials to make weapons in the future, feel free to come to me. Speaking of which, I really have one more thing to ask of you." What's up? Li Tai also became interested and looked at Su Ran's face as he spoke. Su Ran took out the mecha that Zhao Xiaoxiao had given her and said, "I have an 8th tier black dragon. Could you upgrade this mech?" Li Tai looked at the mecha and said, "We don't need that tier 8 beast. We just happen to have some leftover materials from making your equipment, which you can use to upgrade your mech." Li Tai downed the wine in his hand in one gulp, cleared the alcohol off, and then got to work. "Teacher, what are those scraps and leftovers?" "It should be the outer part of that old black dragon's scales. Although it can't compare to the middle part, it's still a pretty good material." Su Ran and Dongfang Yu waited for half an hour, and soon Li Tai arrived with a brand new pink mecha. The entire exterior of that mech has been replaced with black dragon scale material. I saw that it had a pink exterior, so I didn't change it for you. I also redesigned and made a new energy array for you. Compared to the original, the power is increased by about 64.8% to 87% in my calculations. Under full power, it can even threaten the 9th rank. Li Tai twisted his wrist and tossed a silver white array core to Dongfang Yu. Finally, you inject your energy into it, and then the mech can have its own storage space through energy circulation. After activating immortal mode, Dongfang Yu infused it with a considerable amount of supernatural power, making the entire core appear to be almost glowing silvery white. After Li Tai installed the core, he said to Su Ran, "This thing has practically become equipment. Let's bind it
to our master with blood. Su Ran dripped her blood onto the mecha and immediately felt a strange connection between herself and the machine.
Chapter 109 Return. Oh, right, teacher. Su Ran turned to ask Dongfang Yu. What's wrong? Okay, no problem. Since we modified this mech without permission, shouldn't we give Zhao Xiaoxiao something as compensation? Dongfang Yu pondered for a moment and then spoke. Then give her that 8th tier black dragon with its alien core.
As he spoke, Dongfang Yu tossed Su Ran another storage ring. After Su Ran put the black dragon inside, he said to Dongfang Yu, Teacher, have we forgotten something very important? What else could it be? Dongfang Yu tilted his head back and gulped down a mouthful of wine. It's just the whole country. But Dongfang Yu spat out all the wine in his mouth and hurriedly said to Su Ran,
Oh no, oh no, oh no.
I was planning to let you absorb a portion of the 10th tier alien core and make equipment for you in no more than 7 days.
Dongfang Yu hurriedly stood up and rushed towards the elevator. Damn it, it's already the afternoon of the 8th day. We only have 7 days of rest. What are we standing around for? Let's get going. Here I come.
As he spoke, Dongfang Yu reached out to grab Su Ran and run away with her. Don't worry, teacher.
Su Ran took out a flying thunder god kunai and put his other hand on Dongfang Yu's shoulder.
I left a dart with Juyu. We should still be able to make it there in time.
Are you stupid? Even I need to go outside to use my spatial abilities. Do you think you can do it? Su Ran infused his supernatural power into the kunai, and soon he sensed the flying thunder god kunai on Lin Juyu's body.
Su Ran bowed 60 degrees to Li Tai and said, Thank you so much for making the equipment for me. If you ever need anything in the future, feel free to come to me. I will do my best to help. After saying that, Su Ran took Dongfang Yu and they activated Flying Thunder God technique and left.
Li Tai sat there alone, took a sip of wine, and said,
What terrifying spatial abilities.
It seems you've taken on a fine apprentice in your old age, old brother.
Li Tai downed all the liquor in one gulp. Whether it was the high alcohol content or his emotions, the tough man's eyes began to redden slightly. I hope that when we meet again, you'll still call me Old Iron Block, brother.
I'm so anxious. Why isn't that idiot here yet?
Lin Juyu paced anxiously in circles, while Zhao Xiaoxiao comforted her by patting her shoulder. It's okay, at worst we'll just lose one game. It won't affect our chances of winning the championship.
Even the usually calm Huoqiuji asked Zhang Long, Mr. Jiang, have you contacted Su Ran and his teacher?
Zhang Long handed the communicator in his hand to Huoqiuji and said, I've tried these past few days, but that old guy and his apprentice just won't answer the phone. Huoqiuji was not too surprised when he heard the result, but turned to organize his teammates.
Don't be discouraged, everyone. Even if it's 6 against 7, we can still win. We just need to do our best. Now, the Taikyo University team will face Kaijo University. Let's go, everyone. Huoqiuji took the lead and went forward.
Lin Juyu felt something moving in her pocket. She took it out and found that it was Su Ran's Flying Thunder God kunai. A flash of yellow light appeared on the kunai, and Su Ran and Dongfang Yu appeared there immediately afterward.
You're finally here. Do you know how worried I was?
As Lin Juyu spoke, she grabbed Su Ran's ear and pulled him onto the competition stage.
Ouch, ouch, ouch.
Juyu, let go first. Lin Juyu ignored her and dragged Su Ran by the ear to the competition stage. I was so worried about you these past few days when I couldn't hear from you at all. Lin Juyu looked at him with red eyes, her little pearls almost falling out. Su Ran had no choice but to hold her in her arms and comfort her, gently wiping away the small tears in Lin Juyu's eyes.
I'm sorry, I won't do it again next time.
As Su Ran spoke, she gently patted her back, completely forgetting that they were on the competition stage.
Should we move a little further away? This dog food is making me not want to eat lunch.
Then Huoqiuji's words completely stunned the other 4 people. That old bastard Su Ran lied to me and said we weren't together. Back when we were registering for school, I knew something was off when I saw them hugging and asking me for a red envelope. Old Hua, tell us about this melon. Xiaoyu and Xiao Shui didn't speak, but the way they looked at Huoqiuji clearly revealed their intentions.
Alright, I'll tell you all about it when we go out for a late night snack tonight. You guys better keep your mouths shut and don't let them find out that you're going with us. Otherwise, I won't be able to explain it to them. The audience erupted in chaos at this moment. Who's that girl in the WC? If I'm not mistaken, isn't it the guy with the yellow flash who's hugging and comforting her? Remove the scenes like part from the above.
I saw it through the binoculars. It was someone comforting that young lady. The yellow flashing man was even gently wiping away her tears and patting her back to comfort her.
Wow, I'm so jealous. You two shouldn't be showing off your love on the national competition stage.
Although we are very grateful to Lord Yellow Flash for saving us, I would also like to say that all couples who show affection should be dragged out and given 100 lashes, and then one should be sent to the South Pole and the other to the North Pole. I was planning to pursue the Yellow Flash lady, but it seems like that's out of the question now.
I already have a wife. Don't be discouraged, sister upstairs. Didn't you say that even a legal wife can have concubines? Sister, you're right. You even slept with your sister, little brother? You didn't expect that, did you? I'm a guy, little kitten brother.
After Lin Juyu calmed calmed down, she realized that she was on the competition stage, and her face, which had finally cooled down, turned red again. Lin Juyu brought her face close to Su Ran's ear, and Su Ran could even feel the heat emanating from Lin Juyu's face. Put me down. This is incredibly embarrassing in the national competition, Lin Juyu said urgently in a low voice. What if I don't want to let go? As Su Ran spoke, she hugged Lin Juyu even tighter, and Lin Juyu's neck turned a light pink. You bad guy. Lin Juyu spoke in a voice barely audible, her face flushed red as if it were about to bleed. Okay, I'm not teasing you anymore. Su Ran released Lin Juyu and looked at her opponent. A burly man opposite them, holding a giant cannon and smoking a cigar, spoke in a sleazy tone. Dude, your public displays of affection are putting us in a difficult position. Seeing that Dongfang Yu wasn't there this time, Su Ran took a cigar from the system, lit it, and spoke as if the crow himself had logged in. Difficult to handle? I'll just forget about it then. Su Ran summoned his mecha, and the mecha fragments quickly assembled into a giant cannon to fight the chi. The cannon's muzzle was pointed straight at the opponent, and a terrifying light began to flash inside. Chapter 110. There's always someone better. The students from Haicheng University across the street couldn't help but sweat when they saw the giant cannon Su Ran took out, and even the referee was ready to come to the rescue at any time. Who are you trying to scare with that cannon? If you're so capable, then charge it up. Lin Juyu gave Su Ran a sharp rap on the back of the head, almost turning the phone off the child. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Juyu, be gentle. This is just to teach you a lesson. Stop fooling around and come over here. Lin Juyu then pulled Su Ran's hand and returned to her own camp. When Su Ran returned, he saw that everyone was looking at him with expressions that were hard to describe, so he couldn't help but scratch his head. Why is everyone looking at me like that? Stop joking. Stand properly. Lin Juyu's shout immediately made Su Ran stand up straight and look at her properly. The 5 students from Taikyo University all had the same thought in their minds. Don't be afraid. Tighten the rules of the wife. Su Ran took her place, only to find that a girl opposite her was standing in the main attacking position. What's going on? Does the other side want this girl to fight me in close combat? The match begins. As soon as the referee finished speaking, Su Ran charged towards the girl opposite her like a cannonball. Let's take you down first. As Su Ran spoke, a wooden knife appeared in the palm of her right hand. Oni bha Saraha, one sword style, 1000 demon slashes. Su Ran slashed forward with his sword, and countless ghostly sword energies rushed forward with sharp whistles, quickly enveloping the girl in front of him. The girl calmly activated her superpower, her azure eyes meeting Su Ran's. Oh no, this is an illusion. Xiaoyu and Xiaoshui, prepare to remove the negative status effects from that kid. Lin Juyu gave the order and rushed towards Su Ran at lightning speed, but the man with the cigar in his mouth blocked Lin Juyu's way, threw the cigar away, and said, I'm sorry, beautiful lady. The man held the cannon horizontally in front of him and pulled out 2 long metal swords from it, saying, this road is blocked. Lin Juyu snorted coldly, conjured an ice sword in her hand, and charged towards the man. I'll see if your path is even passable. The two were soon locked in combat. Haha, playing genjutsu in front of someone with the Manjikyu Sharingan, that's the funniest thing I've seen all year, bar none. I also find it funny, but let's go all the way with the acting. It doesn't matter. Su Ran closed her eyes, and the kaleidoscope beneath her eyelids quietly turned, dispelling the illusion, but she still pretended to fall down. As Su Ran collapsed, a wooden clone bearing the mark of the Flying Thunder God technique slipped into the shadows using shadow escape. It seems that even the yellow flash has a weakness. The girl exuded a seductive aura, and after prying open Su Ran's eyelids, she stared directly at Su Ran. Bull demon, don't pluck my eyelids, system. I can't hold back any longer. Ha ha ha, you better hold it in. I want to see what tricks this girl is up to. After looking Su Ran straight in the eye, the girl put him down and then carried him off the field. As soon as they reached the edge of the field, the girl grabbed Su Ran by the collar and threw her down. Goodbye, Yellow Flash. Thank you for being my stepping stone to fame. The playing platform was very high. When Su Ran was still 2 meters away from going out of bounds, a strange smile appeared on Su Ran's lips. Wait, what is he laughing at? Su Ran opened her eyes, and her wooden clone emerged from the girl's shadow, hugging her tightly. Flying Thunder God technique. Instant return technique. The positions of Su Ran and the wooden clone were instantly switched, and Su Ran, who was about to appear, became that girl. The girl was stunned when she fell onto the soft grass, looking around blankly. What happened? How did I go out of bounds? Su Ran then withdrew his wooden clone and stood there, looking down at Su Ran. Your illusion didn't work in the first place. As for you going out of bounds, I have to thank you for being careless. If you hadn't been careless at the end, my clone might not have been able to catch you. Ha 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 ha. Su Ran laughed and turned around, leaving the girl standing there dumbfounded. Ha ha ha, I knew the Yellow Flash couldn't possibly lose because of a little illusion. That girl was really a bit of a clown. She didn't even realize from the beginning that her illusion wasn't working on the Yellow Flash. Alright everyone, stop arguing and let's continue watching the game. Su Ran left the Flying Thunder God mark on another wooden clone and once again sent it into the shadows using shadow escape. Everyone be careful. The commander on the other side shouted, and everyone went on high alert.
Let me think, I've got it.
Su-ran secretly slipped a wooden clone without the flying thunder god mark into the shadows, unnoticed by anyone on the other side.
The wooden clone lunged at the commander on the other side.
When the commander saw the wooden clone, his tense nerves relaxed, and he attacked the wooden clone in an attempt to free the commander.
Is this Sun Tzu's Art of War? It really was written by Sun Tzu.
I feel like you're swearing at me, but I can't find any evidence. You're right. While the opposing team was attacking the fake wooden clone, the real wooden clone, bearing the flying thunder god mark, had quietly arrived behind the opposing support.
The tree realm has descended.
The wood clone unleashed the descent of the tree realm, firmly binding the opposing support character. After seeing the wooden clone succeed, Su-ran quickly ran towards the edge of the arena, jumped down, and activated the mutual instant return technique just before her feet touched the ground, eliminating the corresponding support once again.
While playing, Su-ran suddenly remembered something important.
Lin Juyu was startled by Su-ran's sudden shout and quickly ran to Su-ran's side to ask,
"What's the matter? How much longer until dinner? I'm hungry. It feels numb when you pinch it."
Lin Juyu clenched her right fist and swiftly threw a punch at Su-ran.
Holy crap, this woman even managed to trigger my Kamui's passive ability, Intangibility. She's really going all out.
Kamui's passive Intangibility helped Su-ran dodge the attack, and Su-ran quickly ran behind Lin Juyu and hugged her.
"You!"
Lin Juyu's face flushed again as she struggled to break free from Su-ran's embrace.
"Let me go, you bad guy." "No, if you let go, you'll hit me again."
"Hey, let go of me right now. I promise I won't hit you, okay?"
Zun do is fake do?
"Hey, if you want to hug me, I'll let you hug me as much as you want, okay?
We're in a competition right now, so let me go."
Su-ran chuckled and released Lin Juyu, whose pretty face was flushed, from his embrace.
"I didn't realize you were such a good flirt."
"It's just a shame that Naruto, that blockhead, wasn't even 1/10,000th as good as you are now when he was a kid."
Nine Lama lay on the ground and said,
"However, I still sincerely congratulate you on finding your own Hinata."
Chapter 111 Necromancer System? He. Su-ran ignored Nine Lama and strode towards him. "Hurry up and finish the game so we can go home and eat. We haven't eaten for days."
As Su-ran thought about it, another wooden knife jumped into her hand. Dual-wielding style, the dance of the corpse woman. An eerie aura emanated from Su-ran's twin blades, with specks of green flame burning on them like will-o'-the-wisps. Just then, a sharp bone knife hurtled towards Su-ran's chest. Su-ran parried with his sword, then slashed at the owner of the bone sword.
"Thank you for your help. Where did this skeleton come from?"
The skeleton was slashed several meters away by Su-ran, then shakily stood up again. Su-ran activated his Sharingan and quickly saw the girl kneeling on the ground, holding a black crystal ball in her hands.
"It seems to be you."
Su-ran joined the two swords together, and a line extended from the tips of the two swords, connecting them to form a huge bow.
"Sorry, you have to leave the field." Su-ran kicked the bow, pulling it open, and a huge arrow quickly appeared on the bow.
"It's still a bit too short." Su-ran stretched the bowstring with her hands, and the large bow was almost drawn into a huge circle. Su-ran left the flying thunder god mark on the arrow, and with a release, the huge arrow shot towards the girl holding the crystal ball.
"Go back quickly. Protect Gulaner."
The man wielding the heavy cannon commanded his teammates to protect the girl named Gulaner, but Su-ran's arrow was faster, reaching several hundred meters in an instant.
"We succeeded."
Just as Su-ran's arrow reached her, the girl holding the crystal ball smiled.
A giant skeleton, 3 meters tall, rose from the ground and used its body to block the arrow. Too naive.
Su-ran activated the flying thunder god technique he had left on the arrow, and instantly appeared on the arrow.
"It's over."
Su-ran summoned the slash from the divine might space with his right hand, and with one slash, he severed the giant skeleton's head, then used the giant skeleton's body to shoot towards Gulaner. Suddenly, a plume of black smoke rose up, carrying a purple poisonous mist that forced Su-ran to retreat.
"Playing with cigarettes, huh?"
Su-ran formed hand seals and used his supernatural power to condense a large amount of smoke and dust from his mouth.
Combined Koan, fire release, ash concealment and burning technique.
A huge plume of smoke, still crackling with sparks, billowed from Su-ran's mouth, quickly engulfing Gulaner's poisonous fumes. "It's no use, the skeleton mage's poison smoke can assimilate all smoke."
"Oh, then I'll see if you can assimilate this."
Su-ran clenched her teeth tightly, and a spark flew out through them. Under normal circumstances, such a small spark would certainly not accomplish anything significant, but now the surrounding area is filled with highly dangerous smoke and dust that could explode with even a tiny spark, so it can play a much greater role. The smoke and dust exploded violently upon contact with that spark. The explosive force was so great that Su-ran had to rely on his divine power to become ethereal in order to avoid being injured by the blast. Amidst the smoke and dust of the explosion, a figure wielding twin white bone swords charged towards Su-ran. Just as Su-ran was about to use his knife to defend himself, he found that the figure was faster than him, kicking away the two wooden knives from Su-ran's hands with a single step.
"This thing, it feels like me?"
Su-ran looked at the skeleton opposite her and felt a bit of pressure.
"I don't recall that the necromancy evolutionary line has the ability to copy, but why do I feel
feel like that skeleton is myself. Because, judging from both posture and movements, the skeletal figure had exactly the same habits as Su Ran, to the point that it seemed as if he were fighting against him. While necromancers do not possess the ability to copy, that doesn't mean the crystal ball in her hand doesn't. Tell me more. Your entire battle just now was likely recorded by that crystal ball, and probably also your previous battles. The crystal ball's ability is likely to record and transfer the abilities used by those it records to others, while the girl's ability is probably that of a necromancer skeleton summoner. Furthermore, all the abilities you've used should be present on that skeleton, including Flying Thunder God. This replica is useless. That thing doesn't leave a mark and doesn't contain the Flying Thunder God technique's signature weapon, so it's probably unusable. Furthermore, your own unique abilities, such as techniques, likely won't work either, because the crystal ball's ability is at most to replicate the trajectory of a technique, allowing you to use it yourself, similar to the Sharingan's copying ability. If she can even use these special abilities, then that crystal ball could never have ended up in her hands. You understand what I mean? Just as Su Ran took out the Flying Thunder God kunai, 6 more skeletons appeared beside the skeleton. It's useless. You can only use your strange spatial abilities with darts. Am I right? As Gu Laner spoke, she controlled the 7 skeletons to walk forward step by step, and these 7 skeletons can appear instantly wherever you throw your darts. Your ability has been completely countered by me. Yellow flash. Su Ran stood there smiling without saying a word, a new wooden knife already in her hand, which she held in her arms. You're right. Ha 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 ha. Once I eliminate your Imperial University, you'll be defeated by our Haicheng University. The #1 university in the country is nothing special. Ha ha ha. Su Ran crossed his arms, and a powerful aura erupted from his body. My spatial abilities don't necessarily require darts, I can still do it over short distances. Upon hearing Su Ran's words, Gu Laner hurriedly controlled the 7 skeletons to shrink the defensive circle, but still stubbornly hid behind the skeletons and approached Su Ran step by step. Stop bluffing, there's no point in lying. Su Ran gently raised a finger, and Gu Laner felt as if she had been locked onto by a terrifying beast. It seems that just talking is useless. Su Ran unleashed a powerful aura, but Gu Laner couldn't withstand the pressure and controlled the 7 skeletons to rush towards Su Ran. Get off the field. Flying Thunder God slash. Su Ran bypassed the 7 skeletons and slashed Gu Laner with a heavy blow, sending her flying backward. Thunderous plow, hot blade. Lightning erupted from Su Ran's right arm, and the acceleration of the lightning caused the 7 skeletons to be knocked out of the arena before they could even react. As the ancients said, a fall into a pit, a gain in your wit. But I'm afraid you've learned a lot from my mistakes. Su Ran turned her head and saw that the remaining 4 people had been dealt with one by her teammates. At this moment, the referee's voice rang out. Congratulations to our Takeo University team for becoming the first team to enter the top 64. Cheers erupted around them, but Su Ran walked up behind Lin Juyu with a malicious look on her face. What do you want to do? Hee, what do I want to do? Su Ran picked Lin Juyu up in his arms and kicked off with both feet, sending her flying out of the arena. You said yourself that after the match I could hug you however I wanted. Teacher, we'll be going now. Dongfang Yu chuckled as he watched Su Ran carry Lin Juyu out of the arena. This brat is just like his father. Just then, the sun was setting, and the blood-red afterglow draped the two in golden robes, like a scene from a painting. Chapter 112 The Ring. You put me down. Go ahead and shout. No one will come to save you even if you shout yourself hoarse in this high sky. Hee. As she spoke, Su Ran landed in front of a hotel. Lin Juyu's heart skipped a beat when she saw the hotel sign. Isn't this too fast? I haven't even agreed to be his girlfriend yet, and he's already brought me here. Should I say yes when he takes me upstairs later? The more Lin Juyu thought about it, the redder her face became, and she literally imagined her face turning into a ripe apple. Su Ran took Lin Juyu's hand and walked straight into the hotel. No way, officer. You really came. Lin Juyu closed her eyes and let Su Ran pull her along. Soon, Lin Juyu was forced to sit down by Su Ran, but Su Ran's next words made Lin Juyu open her eyes. Waiter, the menu. Lin Juyu opened her eyes and saw Su Ran sketching dishes on the menu with a pencil. I don't want this or this, but please give me one of everything else, thank you. Su Ran closed the menu, and her eyes met Lin Juyu's. I closed my eyes and mentally prepared myself, and you bring me to dinner? Juyu, what are you saying? Nothing. Lin Juyu turned her head away, barely suppressing the urge to slap Su Ran. The dishes were served quickly, and Su Ran began to eat heartily. Are you really not going to eat, Juyu? Look at this tempting crispy roasted Black Mountain pig. It smells amazing. Su Ran took a bite, and the crisp sound, combined with the aroma of meat, tempted Lin Juyu's stomach. The neighbor's child was already drooling with envy. You're looking at this roasted lamb leg. Are you sure you really don't want to eat it? I said I won't eat, and that means I won't. With a mischievous grin, Su Ran held up the roasted lamb leg and started eating it, pointing it directly at Lin Juyu's face. It smells so good. Su Ran, I'm warning you, don't go too far. Look at this crispy pork knuckle. Just as Su Ran picked up a crispy roasted pork knuckle, Lin Juyu Juyu snatched it away and started gnawing on it. Oh my god, this smells amazing. Lin Juyu finished the braised pork knuckle in 5 bites, her eyes gleaming strangely as she stared at the dishes on the table. Don't rush, take your time eating, there's a portion for you. The two quickly finished their dinner and walked out of the restaurant hand in hand. What's wrong? I almost forgot something. It seems that Chestnut has been in my divine might space for a few days now. Oh, then let her out quickly. Let's go in and take a look. As he spoke, Su Ran placed his hand on Lin Juyu's shoulder, and a suction force erupted from his right eye, pulling the two of them into the divine might space. That's truly an amazing skill. Before Lin Juyu could recover, a rose sprouted from Su Ran's palm. Would you like to be my girlfriend, miss? Su Ran smiled and handed the roses in her hand to Lin Juyu. Only one rose? Can't you be a little more sincere when you're looking for a girlfriend? So, dear lady, are you satisfied with this sea of roses? As Su Ran spoke, she activated the power of wood release, causing roses to grow wildly on the ground that Chestnut had already laid out. The roses grew very quickly, and soon they reached the two people's calves. A very special rose quickly grew in Su Ran's hand. That rose bush had only 9 petals, but each petal was a different color. Yellow represents earth release, green represents wood release, black represents Amaterasu, and gold represents flying thunder god. The color of each petal on the 9 roses corresponds to one of Su Ran's abilities, and this is Su Ran's first gift. Lin Juyu took the roses and held them in her hands, liking them more and more as she looked at them. Thank you for the gift. But what? I'm afraid I can't be your girlfriend. Upon hearing Lin Juyu's words, Su Ran collapsed to the ground in despair, as if struck by lightning. I want to be your wife. Lin Juyu leaned down and gently pecked Su Ran's lips. Oh. Su Ran was as excited as a 200-pound child and picked Lin Juyu up in one go. But compared to Su Ran's ecstatic joy, it is clear that human joys and sorrows are not shared. Chestnut was lying on the ground, picking roses one by one and stuffing them into her mouth, while holding 2 more in her hand. Did my master forget to bring me food? At this moment, the 2 Ninetails also arrived in the divine might space with the help of the system, and lay down next to Chestnut to nibble on roses together. That kid will probably forget about the 3 of us. Fortunately, the 3 of us can survive without food. When Chestnut saw the 2 Nine Llamas arrive, she dropped the rose in her hand and quickly grabbed Evil Face to masturbate. You two are finally here. I was so bored in here. The evil side was bound by the power of the chestnut and could not move, so it could only turn to the good side for help. Shan Chun pretended not to see it, finished eating the rose, and then went to sleep comfortably. I almost forgot there was one more. Chestnut took the opportunity to grab Shanmian, hugged them to her arms, and petted them both at the same time. Serves you right for not helping me. Let's stop arguing and think about how to escape. The system can't send us back to the sealed space unless it's here. We'll just have to suffer here. Su Ran, carrying Lin Juyu, used the divine power teleportation to teleport directly to the entrance of the largest Ferris wheel in Shanghai. Hey, put me down. There are so many people watching. Seeing that the faces of the people around her had turned red again, Lin Juyu gently pushed Su Ran's chest and said. Su Ran wanted to tease her, but when she saw that her ears were completely red, she reluctantly put her down. That rose can be turned into a ring. Su Ran whispered in Lin Juyu's ear. Lin Juyu raised her hand to look at her right hand and found a 9-colored rose ring quietly worn on the middle finger of her right hand. Since you gave me a ring, I'll give you one in return. Lin Juyu took Su Ran's left hand and placed an antique black ring on Su Ran's left middle finger. This ring, why does it look so familiar? Of course, this is the ring you gave me when you rescued me from that alley when I was a child. I'm so glad that even though you didn't recognize me when we first met, you still remember this ring. Su Ran leaned close to Lin Juyu's ear and gently blew air into it. So you planned this all along? Lin Juyu gave a haughty snort and turned her head away so that Su Ran wouldn't see her face, which was as red as an apple. Soon it was their turn to ride the Ferris wheel, and Su Ran took Lin Juyu's hand and got on. Wow, Shanghai looks so beautiful from up here. There's something even more beautiful coming up. Su Ran saw the moon hanging high in the sky, and the Ferris wheel she and Lin Juyu were riding soon reached the top. So she opened the Ferris wheel door, picked up Lin Juyu, and flew out. Chapter 113, Flirting Under the Moon. Lin Juyu's shrill voice pierced the night sky, making Su Ran's ears ache. I'm telling you to keep your voice down. Are you trying to make sure everyone downstairs can see us by shouting so loudly? Su Ran, are you crazy? Lin Juyu hugged Su Ran tightly from behind, even burying her head on Su Ran's shoulder out of concern. How are we going to get down from such a high place? Won't we get smashed to pieces? Lin Juyu became more and more frightened as she spoke, and by the end she didn't dare to open her eyes at all. Su Ran said helplessly, Silly girl, have you forgotten that I can fly? Ha, you can fly? When did this happen? Damn it seems you married a silly wife. She's not even pregnant yet. How come she's already acting like a fool? Su Ran ignored the system's words and continued speaking. When I took Chestnut shopping for clothes last time, didn't I fly a distance with you and Chestnut? That means low-altitude flight. This is high altitude. Believe me. Strangely enough, after Su Ran said those words, Lin Juyu stopped yelling, but still buried buried her face in Su Ran's shoulder. After a long while, Lin Juyu finally dared to move her head off Su Ran's shoulder.
The moon is so beautiful.
Lin Juyu stared intently at the moon, completely unaware that Su Ran was looking at her. The moon is indeed beautiful enough, but the person in my arms is even more beautiful. Lin Juyu punched Su Ran with her hand, but Su Ran had the idea of teasing her instead.
Su Ran suddenly tossed Lin Juyu into the air, then quickly caught her in his arms. Ah!
Lin Juyu was startled by the sudden feeling of weightlessness, and her feet tightly wrapped around Su Ran's shoulders, completely becoming like an octopus clinging to him.
What are you doing?
It's nothing, just weighing how much this pig that's trying to seduce me weighs.
Oh, what did you say? Su Ran, you dare say it again?
Su Ran responded with an air of nonchalance, as if she were a dead pig unafraid of boiling water.
I said, weigh this pig that's rooting me up. You bastard.
As Lin Juyu spoke, she bit Su Ran's shoulder. It wasn't a strong application of force, I just gently sucked on it with my lips. But this also revealed the flaw in Lin Juyu's ears. Su Ran bit Lin Juyu's earlobe and gently sucked on it. Lin Juyu's face turned red at a visible speed, and even her neck was tinged with a light pink.
You let go right now.
Su Ran ignored Lin Juyu's words and stared intently at the ground.
That figure, could it be those 5 sneaking out for a late-night snack behind our backs?
Lin Juyu also looked over, completely forgetting that Su Ran was still biting her earlobe.
You're right.
That short, small figure looks like Xiao Xiao, and those 2 girls who are about the same height look a lot like the Qiuyu and Xiuxue sisters.
Su Ran swallowed hard, completely forgetting that Lin Juyu's earlobe was still in her mouth. Ah, you bastard. Let go of my earlobe before you suck my saliva. I'm so sorry. Su Ran opened her mouth and released Lin Juyu's earlobe, thus preventing blood from dripping from Lin Juyu's face.
Su Ran activated his Sharingan and was able to see the 5 people on the ground clearly.
Oh no, it really is those 5. Should we follow them? I think it's a good idea. Alright, shadow escape.
Su Ran pulled Lin Juyu into the shadows, and soon they disappeared into the shadows of Zhao Xiaoxiao and the other 4. You guys go into the private room first, I'll order some more dishes here. Huokyuji stood alone at the front desk, beckoning the other 4 people upstairs. This lad with thick eyebrows and big eyes is definitely up to something.
So what do we do now? Let's wait and see.
Soon Huokyuji had ordered his food and ran upstairs to the private room. As soon as Huokyuji opened the door, Zhao Xiaoxiao urged him impatiently.
Hurry up and tell us before the food arrives. Even if they find us, we'll have finished talking to the 5 of us by now. Alright, I'll begin then.
Huokyuji and the others were talking on the side, while Su Ran and Lin Juyu were secretly listening from the shadows. I saw them together when I was taking the college entrance exam.
They were originally going to start fighting, but Su Ran sensed me and stopped fighting to deal with me first. I don't know what happened after that. The second time was during the entrance exam.
I saw them hugging as soon as I saw them, and Su Ran even asked me for a red envelope. Although they didn't ask me for it in the end, I still watched them run hand in hand to the entrance exam arena.
That's all I know. Let's see if you guys know anything else.
Xiao Zhuang, Qiuyu, and Xiuxue exchanged glances and shook their heads. Finally, Zhao Xiaoxiao stood up and spoke.
I know a little bit about it, let me share it with you all. Once, it was the day after the entrance exam.
I bumped into Su Ran on my way out in the morning, and he called me Little Potato.
That's when Juyu appeared.
Although he apologized to me in the end, Juyu still begged me to give him the best communicator, saying it would be useful for sisters.
The second time was one night.
Everyone, take note of this important point, it will be on the test.
It can't really be what I think, can it? It shouldn't be what you think, sister.
Xiao Zhuang didn't speak, but just rested his head on his hand and listened quietly. It seems that Su Ran called, and Juyu hurriedly put on makeup, put on a white dress, and went out. She came back about an hour or 2 later, and she smelled faintly of sweat from exercising.
Puff.
Xiao Zhuang spat out the water he had just drunk, wiped his mouth, and said,
An hour or 2? Is this kid made of iron, or is he some kind of calf that's turned into a bull? TSK TSK TSK.
The 2 people lurking in the shadows heard everything the crowd said clearly, and Su Ran couldn't help but get an erection. It's just that my fist got harder, nothing strange, or hardened. I knew it wouldn't be good for the 5 of them to get together. They were definitely messing with me.
I just received an order for something. Do you want it? What is that?
The red-clad female ghost senior's outfit, combined with your girlfriend's ice powers, will definitely work wonders. It's guaranteed to scare everyone into silence.
Okay, same as always. Su Ran threw a draw into the gacha pool and got what she wanted as she wished. Juyu, I have a great idea. Do you want to listen to it? Lin Juyu quickly brought her ear close. Chapter 114 Pranks.
Su Ran took out the red-clad senior's clothes and said, You wear this outfit and use your ice powers to cool yourself and your surroundings. I'll use light and heavy rock to make you fly and pretend to be a ghost. I'll quietly turn off their lights to scare them. Lin Juyu quickly put on her clothes, and even specially painted her nails red. The 5 people in the private room were chatting when the lights suddenly went out.
What's going on? Can someone turn on a light?
Zhao Xiaoxiao shouted, and Xiao Zhuang, who was closest to the switch, walked over in the dark. Suddenly, Xiao Zhuang let out a piercing scream.
Ah, what's wrong, Dajwan? Hua Kyuji asked. At this moment, Su Ran, together with Lin Juyu, stirred up a cold wind. The slightly chilly wind blew onto everyone, causing them to shiver involuntarily. Sister, what's wrong? I feel a little cold. Xiao Shui moved closer to Chiuyu and hugged her tightly with both hands. It's okay. Hua Kyuji turned on the light and, in the instant he turned his head, pointed out the window and said, "Ah, there's something there." Everyone looked in the direction Hua Kyuji was pointing, only to find that he was pointing to the window. Are you scared? How could there be anything outside the window at night? Jia Xiaoxiao, still looking defiant, leaned her head against the window and said without a trace of fear, "Ha, whose cold hand is on my shoulder?" Jia Xiaoxiao reached out with her hand, but when she tried to grab the owner of the hand behind her, she found that her hand touched the hard glass. Glass. Jia Xiaoxiao stiffly turned her head and saw the woman in red, in disguise as Lin Juyu, floating outside the window, her hand even passing through the glass. Actually, it was the effect of Shenwei. Ah! Zhao Xiaoxiao screamed and ran frantically toward the door. Let's open the door and run away. Zhao Xiaoxiao tried to open the door, but Su Ran had already blocked the bolt with his wooden magic, so she couldn't open it at all. It's over. The door won't open. Zhao Xiaoxiao sat down on the ground with a dejected look on her face and said with a look of utter despair, "It's time for the next act." As Su Ran spoke, he used Shadow Cloak to pull Lin Juyu into the shadows. The female ghost is gone? Zhao Xiaoxiao looked out the window and said in disbelief, "They must have left, right? We're safe now, for the time being." As they spoke, everyone took their seats. Then the lights above her head suddenly went out, and Zhao Xiaoxiao felt something hug her from behind. Zhao Xiaoxiao turned her head and saw a bright red color, as vivid as blood. Let me try this newly developed illusion. Su Ran's Sharingan swirled, pulling all 5 people present into a genjutsu space. The 5 people remained seated as usual, without any apparent abnormality. Was that an illusion? I think so. It must be a hallucination. Look, the lights here are still on. Xiao pointed to the light hanging from the ceiling. Zhao Xiaoxiao let out a long breath and said, "That's good." At that moment, the waiter's voice came from outside. "Everyone, the food is served." Then Zhao Xiaoxiao witnessed a scene that she would never forget. The waiters carried trays of human corpses and placed them respectfully on the table. Outside the illusion, Lin Juyu gently nudged Su Ran and said, "There's a limit to joking. Let's put away that illusion." Su Ran ended the illusion, and the illusion vanished as if glass had shattered. Zhao Xiaoxiao's cloudy eyes gradually cleared, and then she saw Lin Juyu dressed in red. Ah, ugh. Zhao Xiaoxiao had just screamed when Lin Juyu covered her mouth. "Stop calling me, it's me, Lin Juyu." Zhao Xiaoxiao took a closer look. Although the makeup on her face was very strange, she recognized her immediately after spending several months with her. "Juyu, that female ghost is you?" Lin Juyu took off her red senior student ghost costume and said, "Then why did you scare me?" Wah-ah. Zhao Xiaoxiao sobbed in Lin Juyu's arms. "Understood. Is it really you, Juyu?" Hua Kyuji asked incredulously. At this moment, Su Ran, who had been lurking in the shadows, also came out and spoke. Su Ran turned on the light, bowed to everyone, and said, "This is a new illusion technique I developed. Xiuyu and I happened to see you while we were out and about, so we decided to test it out on you." Su Ran, you mother. Before Zhao Xiaoxiao could even utter a curse, Su Ran tossed over the ring containing the 8th tier black dragon. There's an 8th tier black dragon inside, complete with a foreign core. Consider it compensation for the damage to your mecha and this incident. He, what are you saying? Boss can use me to test new techniques anytime he wants, and I, Zhao Xiaoxiao, will never say no. Su Ran then addressed the crowd. "I'm sorry everyone, I scared you all this time. I'll pay for tonight's expenses. However, your illusion is very realistic. Even we couldn't distinguish between reality and illusion for a moment. After all, the next match is against Tianhai University, where 4 out of 7 students can use illusion magic. I haven't had time to test the magic I just developed, and I'm afraid it will backfire, so I can only use you guys as a test subject." Zhao Xiaoxiao nestled in Lin Juyu's arms when she suddenly caught a glimpse of something unusual out of the corner of her eye. "Juyu, why are you wearing a ring?" Zhao Xiaoxiao held Lin Juyu's right hand and asked, "Where's your black ring? Could it be?" Zhao Xiaoxiao looked at Su Ran's left hand, where the black ring was prominently displayed on Su Ran's left middle finger. "You too." Zhao Xiaoxiao watched excitedly, but before she could make a sound, Lin Juyu stopped her. "The couple you shipped became a couple, and this ring was given to me by him." Lin Juyu blushed slightly and said shyly. At this moment, Hua Kyuji also noticed the rings on Su Ran and Lin Juyu's hands and nodded thoughtfully. Hua Kyuji took out a huge stack of red banknotes from his spatial ring, casually grabbed a piece of the red-clad senior's clothes, wrapped it up, and handed it to the two of them. "I've already given you the money as a wedding gift. You can't possibly not accept it this time, right? Remember to invite me to your wedding banquet." Without saying a word, he shoved the huge red envelope in his hand into Su Ran's hands. The others followed suit, taking out bright red banknotes, wrapping them in their red clothes, and stuffing them into Su Ran and Lin Juyu's hands. "I remember. You must treat us to a meal. Just give us a separate table." No problem. I'll host another feast for you all when that day comes." Although
Although the late-night snack went through some twists and turns, it still came to a perfect end amidst everyone's laughter and joy.
Chapter 115 I Will Not Abandon You.
After everyone finished their meal, they returned to their resting places.
Oh right, I completely forgot about the chestnuts. Ha!
Then hurry up and let her out. Su-ran hurriedly activated the divine power in her right eye to release Chestnut, and suddenly a white figure rushed into Su-ran's arms.
The crowd responded in unison.
Chestnut laughed like an innocent child, clinging tightly to Su-ran and refusing to let go.
Get down! Get down!
After exchanging dozens of words, Su-ran walked towards Lin Juyu with chestnuts in her arms.
Men and women should not touch each other.
You will sleep with her tonight. Just as Su-ran put the chestnuts in Lin Juyu's arms, Lin Juyu threw the chestnuts onto Su-ran's back as she turned around.
Forget it, I can't handle this girl's octopus-like magic. I'll leave this blessing to you, sir.
As she spoke, Lin Juyu hummed a little tune and walked towards her room.
Bamboo rain.
Su-ran reached out her hand to Lin Juyu for help, but Lin Juyu quickened her pace and went into her room, even locking the door from the inside, clearly to keep Su-ran at bay. Having no other choice, Su-ran carried Chestnut back to her room, used her water transformation technique to throw her onto the bed, and said,
"Wash up and get ready for bed." "I won't." "Ha, you don't know? Then how have you been coping these past few days?" Su-ran asked Li Zi with an incredulous look on her face.
"We beasts can clean ourselves by circulating our supernatural energy, so I've never learned how to wash myself."
"Then you'll have to learn it today."
Su-ran pulled Li Zi to the sink and began to teach her step by step. After more than an hour of torture, Su-ran finally taught Li Zi how to wash up.
"Alright, you can have your sister Juyu teach you how to take a bath tomorrow. Then why don't you teach me?"
Chestnut asked with a blank look on her face, completely ignoring Su-ran's somewhat embarrassed expression.
"Don't mention it, go to bed."
As soon as Su-ran lay down on the bed, she felt a soft touch on her back. Just as Su-ran was about to turn over, she heard Chestnut's slightly sobbing voice.
"Brother, now that you have sister Juyu, will you still want me?"
Su-ran's heart softened immediately, and she turned around to hug Chestnut and said,
"I won't abandon you, and your sister Juyu likes you very much too, doesn't she?"
After hearing Su-ran's affirmative words, Chestnut fell into a deep sleep, and before Su-ran could say anything more, soft snoring began to sound.
"You're such a silly girl. Don't worry, I will never abandon you no matter what."
Su-ran didn't know if Li Zi heard what Su-ran said, but she knew that after Su-ran finished speaking, Li Zi tightened her grip on Su-ran's arms again.
The next morning,
Lin Juyu knocked on Su-ran's door, but when she couldn't open it, she put her hand under the crack and injected her ice-type ability into it.
"Ah, ouch. Why is it so cold?" "Chestnut, did you sleep with the air conditioner on last night?"
Chestnut was still half asleep. It was clearly not her.
"That's strange. I sealed the doors and windows properly, so why is it so cold?"
Su-ran looked in the direction the air conditioning was coming from and saw those two slender, tender fingers.
"Who is it? Is it fun to peek through someone's door so early in the morning?"
As soon as Su-ran pushed open the door, she heard ouch and then saw Lin Juyu lying there clutching her head and falling on her bottom.
"Juyu, what are you doing squatting at my door so early in the morning?"
Lin Juyu used her ice-based ability to apply it to her forehead and said,
"The game is about to start and you're still sleeping here? You're so carefree." "Ha, is it starting? Otherwise what?"
Su-ran rushed into the room, took out Yongdai Mei's divine robe, put it on, and put the chestnut into the divine space. He then prepared to take Lin Juyu to the competition venue using the Flying Thunder God technique.
"You're going to wear this?" Su-ran touched the robe she was wearing and asked in confusion. "This outfit is quite nice. Can't we wear robes to fight?"
Lin Juyu took a set of clothes out of the ring and stuffed them into Su-ran's arms.
"If you wear this outfit, no one will dare to fight you, you idiot."
As she spoke, Lin Juyu pushed Su-ran into the bathroom and urged him to change his clothes.
Alright, it's out."
Su-ran pushed open the bathroom door. Although she had only changed her clothes, she still gave Lin Juyu a refreshing feeling. A boy with a cool and aloof air stood at the door. A gray robe covered his entire body, which made his cool and aloof temperament stand out even more. His slightly messy hair was combed back and was obviously freshly cut.
"I didn't realize you were so handsome when you weren't talking. Stop joking around, let's go."
Su-ran picked up Lin Juyu and activated the Flying Thunder God technique to leave the room.
A flash of yellow light appeared, and Su-ran and Lin Juyu suddenly appeared in the rest area of Imperial University.
Huakyuji looked up and saw Su-ran and the other person, and quickly waved.
"Now that you two are here, come over quickly and discuss a plan."
Su-ran and Lin Juyu went over and found that everyone present looked worried.
"What's wrong, everyone? Why do you all look so gloomy?" Zhao Xiaoxiao spoke up. "Our intelligence was wrong.
The enemy is all capable of illusion magic, and none of the six of us can resist it." Su-ran pointed to herself and said,
"So I'm going to fight 7 people at once?" Huakyuji nodded and said, "That's right. Hey, why are you all looking so gloomy? Smile."
Su-ran took out some snacks and placed them on the table, saying,
"Why don't you guys have confidence in me? Trust me, it's just fighting 7 people, right? It's very simple."
Hearing this, the worries on everyone's faces eased a little. However, instead of eating snacks, they all sat down cross cross-legged to meditate, trying their best to face this difficult battle in their best condition. Zhang Long, who was sitting to the side, asked Dongfang Yu, "Aren't you worried about your disciple? Illusion-based abilities are quite troublesome. Aren't you going to teach him how to deal with them?" Dongfang Yu pulled out a gourd of wine from somewhere, tilted his head back and took a swig of wine, and said, "I'm worried about that kid? I'm worried about those 7 on the other side, whether they'll be tortured to death by my illusions." "What's the meaning?" Dongfang Yu then took out the wooden pipe that Li Tai had made for him, lit the tobacco inside, and puffed on it with relish. When that kid first entered the 3rd tier, he could deflect the illusions of the 9th tier Magic Tree King. Now that his aura is almost at the 8th level of the 3rd tier, I don't believe that the illusions of his peers can torment him. There's no way he can do that. Dongfang Yu took another puff of his cigarette and said confidently, "I have to say that even if a dream-eating beast came and caused this kid a little mental damage, I would doubt whether I was under a spell." The other side probably didn't expect that such a disgusting ability would encounter such a natural counter to this kid. Chapter 116. Am I unworthy of the name Yellow Flash? Alright, let these kids do their best. Zhang Long was no longer worried, and he took out a cigarette from somewhere and started smoking. "Want one? Yours is no fun. It doesn't invigorate you or wake you up. Let me show you what good stuff I'm smoking." A flash of silver light appeared in the cigarette in Zhang Long's hand. The tobacco had been replaced with the kind that Dongfang Yu smoked. Zhang Long smacked his lips and said, "It's really quite good. Then you should make a pipe too, and we can smoke together." "Never mind then. My wife is very fierce. I can't even afford to smoke this kind of cigarette now, let alone have a pipe like you." As Zhang Long and his friends chatted, the host's voice soon came from the stage. "Next up, please welcome our Taikyo University team to face the biggest dark horse of this competition." The host deliberately dragged out his words, keeping everyone in suspense and delaying his opening statement. Some of the more irritable guys in the audience started cursing. "You're only saying half of what you mean, so you're missing a single egg when you have a baby. Say what you mean, or you're going to leave half a sentence unfinished for the new year? I can't take it anymore. I'm going to beat him up. Does anyone have wind-type abilities to send me up there?" As he spoke, the hot-tempered man began searching for something that could serve as a weapon. The host was so frightened by this scene that his legs went weak, and he quickly announced the name of another university. "That's our Tianhai University. Let's give them a round of applause. It's safe to avoid lightning strikes." "Are you an idiot, host? This is a national competition, not some dating show," the host said with a hint of embarrassment. "Sorry everyone, I forgot to turn on the background music last night." Su Ran looked at the 7 people who were slowly coming up, then turned to the people behind her and said, "You directly used your powers to shut down your senses, shutting down all senses except touch. If I hadn't just lightly touched your face with 2 fingers of my left hand and launched an attack, that wouldn't be me." After Su Ran finished speaking, she turned around and stared intently at the 7 people opposite her. A short, cute girl in the group of 7 spoke to Su Ran. "You must be Yellow Flash, right? Then thank you very much. The reputation you earned during the Beast Tide will become a stepping stone for our team name. Ho 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 ho." As she spoke, the girl twirled an orchid in her hand, placed it against her cheek, and smiled. "Does this thing have some kind of mental problem? If we really can't handle it, let's call an ambulance and take her to get treatment." "What did you say?" The girl generated an extremely powerful pressure through mental fluctuations, which pressed directly down on Su Ran. Su Ran stood there, about to resist, when suddenly a faint dragon's roar resounded from his body. "Hold head high." The dragon's roar grew increasingly intense, completely shattering the girl's mental pressure and returning it to her. The girl spat out a mouthful of bright red blood, which landed on the table. "What are you doing?" A boy from the opposing team ran out, helped the girl up, and glared at Su Ran, saying, "How dare you bully a girl in broad daylight? Do you even deserve the title of Yellow Flash?" The boy's barrage of questions left Su Ran no chance to speak, so she simply unleashed the dragon's roar. "Hold head high." The dragon's roar gradually transformed from a clear and melodious sound into a howl, and the terrifying dragon's might rushed straight towards the 7 people opposite. With each step Su Ran took forward, the dragon's might grew stronger. Finally, Su Ran walked up to the boy and knocked him down with her fingers. "I earned this Yellow Flash title because I'm awesome. If you're so capable, go out and fight a beast horde. To put it bluntly, your entire team didn't even kill a fraction of what I did, you big talker." Su Ran emphasized the last 3 words, and the dragon's might, combined with the Sharingan's genjutsu, attacked the boy directly. The boy's spirit had already given way, and his genitals emitted a foul odor. "Why, how old are you to still wet your pants in fear? We suggest you go straight to the hotel rooftop and walk 100 meters to restart the road. People like you will only make rice expensive in this world." Su Ran covered her nose and fanned herself gently, saying with disdain, "Alright, I won't bully you anymore. After all, what adult would get angry with kids? Let's go, you little brats." With that, Su Ran waved her hand behind her back, then put her hands behind her head and walked back to her own camp with an air of indifference. "That Yellow Flash's real name is Su Ran, right?" "That's right. Based on the existing intelligence and the information we found, the name of the Yellow Flasher is indeed Su Ran."
Ran. Who the hell does that bastard from Tian High Academy think he is? It's only because Yellow Flash has such a good temper. If I had done that, I would be lenient if I didn't slap him twice and knock all his teeth out. Who is this guy? The yellow flashing name that all the people of Shanghai cheered for is now unworthy of him. I want to see how strong this kid is and whether he is worthy of his arrogance. As soon as Su Ran walked back, Lin Juyu gave her a thumbs up and said, as expected, you're really good at cursing. If you're really not good enough, go to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and curse at those foreigners. With your skills, I wouldn't be surprised if a few people committed suicide by cursing you. Su Ran gently placed a finger to her lips and said, Shu, don't talk, just kiss me. After Su Ran finished speaking, he hugged Lin Juyu tightly and forced her to kiss him on the cheek. Su Ran used water to create a water mirror and looked at the lipstick mark on her cheek with satisfaction. Although you didn't really want to kiss me, I'll let you off the hook for the sake of this kiss. Remember to make it up to me when we get back. Lin Juyu was furious when she heard Su Ran's shameless words, and she punched Su Ran's back again and again with her little fists. Baka, hentai, you rusi. Su Ran listened to Lin Juyu's words without changing her expression, and even picked her earwax with her little finger before flicking it away and saying, thank you for the compliment, my beautiful wife. After Su Ran finished speaking, Lin Juyu immediately fell silent, her face turning as red as a steampunk princess. TSK, when did you learn the silencing rules? I didn't know you knew this. Speaking of which, your girlfriend really is like Hinata, she blushes easily too. Su Ran looked at Lin Juyu, whose face was flushed, and slowly spoke to the system. But I still really like her rosy cheeks, at least she's maintaining her composure, isn't she? I didn't believe it in the previous world, but in this world I think that statement is very true, system. Su Ran took a deep breath and then slowly said, a woman's blush is more powerful than a long string of sweet words. Chapter 117 Concentrated Continuous Explosions. Su Ran turned her head and looked at the 7 people opposite her with a nonchalant air, without even taking out her weapon. Alright, our dear viewers, the match begins. As the host finished speaking, Su Ran dashed forward like an arrow released from a bow. Let's deal with 2 of them first. Su Ran activated his Sharingan and charged forward in conjunction with lightning release mode. The moment Su Ran's hand touched one of the girls, a large amount of smoke erupted from the girl's body, causing Su Ran to pass through her. Su Ran inhaled and exhaled the high explosive smoke and dust again. The technique of burning away accumulated dust. Su Ran created a spark, and the powerful explosion forced the girl to retreat and defend herself. The girl shouted, and a huge phantom appeared behind her. Nightmare? Be careful not to touch this thing. It can forcibly attack a person's mind. Understood. The pattern in Su Ran's right eye spun wildly, and a strange black flame began to attach to the nightmare and burn. The nightmare merely trembled slightly, and the Amaterasu fire fell from its grasp. You've been controlled by an illusion. Upon hearing the system's words, Su Ran suddenly rotated the pattern in her left eye, casting Tsukuyami on herself and taking control of the illusion. Su Ran released the Tsukuyami, and her somewhat cloudy eyes became clear again. This thing is terrifying. This nightmare isn't in its complete form yet. If it were, your current Sharingan wouldn't be able to withstand it at all. Its powerful mind control is disgusting. Then let's deal with it first. He. A strange sound rang out, and a sharp steel claw pierced through from behind Nightmare, reaching straight for Su Ran. The ghostly clown, this thing has reached tier 6. Things are getting a bit complicated. We can't just summon 9 Ramas and kill them with one shot now. Let evil inflict negative emotions on you. Use this as a defense against the opponent's mental attacks. After the system finished speaking, it immediately materialized and slapped the sleeping evil-faced man on the buttocks. Get up and get to work, stop sleeping. Before the evil side could react, the system had already torn off a piece of chakra carrying negative emotions to stimulate Su Ran's mind. Anger, sadness, and hatred swirled in Su Ran's heart. If it weren't for the Thousand Hands necklace, Su Ran would probably have lost control by now. Let's make things more interesting. Su Ran conjured 3 wooden swords, completing the 3-sword style once again. A giant ghost mask belonging to the ghost Vajrasaraha also appeared behind Su Ran, and its terrifying aura was already beginning to suppress the opponent. Su Ran's every strike, fueled by Amaterasu's flames, landed on Nightmare and Ghost Clown, but failed to inflict any real damage. They are all ghost-type battle pets. Physical attacks are ineffective against them. Then I'll use physical attacks on their owners. Su Ran took out 8 explosive tags from the Divine Might space and threw them towards the other side. You think you can harm us with these explosive talismans? How naive of you. As they spoke, the Ghost Clown and the Nightmare's master controlled the 2 beasts to protect themselves. This explosion is not a pleasant experience. The 8 explosive tags suddenly glowed white, and in the next instant, more explosive tags appeared on the field. Multiply detonating tags. In order to avoid killing the opponent, Su Ran used 8 explosive tags to summon 12 more explosive tags, and that was it. Otherwise, if all the detonating tags exploded by multiplying each other, the arena might cease to exist. Concentrate on one point and detonate continuously. Laugh. Ah! The Ghost Clown and Nightmare both
let out violent screams because they needed to rely on the fact that ghost-type physical damage was ineffective to avoid the explosion, but in order to protect their master, they had to materialize their bodies and take the damage from the explosion.
A great opportunity.
Su Ran left a water clone in place to slow down the opponents and then leaped towards the two of them. Immortal techniques, Bright God Sect. Su Ran's newly trimmed short hair grew long and turned white again, and several huge vermilion wooden torii gates descended from the sky, sealing the ghost clown and the nightmare, along with their master, firmly in place. Celestial magic, descend upon the flower tree realm. Countless enormous green vines sprouted from around Su Ran and grew towards the other party, enveloping the Mingshan gate and trapping the two of them tightly. Soon, countless flowers sprouted on the wood and pale yellow pollen floated in the air.
Cough cough cough. That pollen is poisonous.
The nightmare's owner was the first to react, but having inhaled too much pollen, he lay weakly on the ground.
You guys are only finding out now? Su Ran walked up to the two of them with a grin and said, I don't believe you can't breathe if physical attacks can't hit you. You never expected this, did you?
Unlike Su Ran's relaxed and carefree battle against the two of the remaining 5 people on the other side held hands, and their supernatural abilities began to merge. The other 3 stood in a semi-protective circle in front of the two, protecting their fusion from being interrupted.
Yuejia, how much longer until you two can complete that procedure?
The girl who was so shocked by Su Ran's dragon might before the start of the match that she coughed up blood is now Yuejia, who is undergoing a power fusion in the back.
There are 2.5 minutes left. If we can hold them off, we're guaranteed to win.
The owner of the ghost clown soon collapsed from inhaling too much pollen, and Su Ran was carrying one in each hand as they walked off the field.
Look at you guys, I have to personally escort you out.
Su Ran grabbed one of them in each hand and threw them down. Su Ran turned to look at the 5 people opposite him.
3 flying thunder god kunai had appeared in his hand,
one of which was actually a wooden clone disguised by a transformation technique.
You guys should get off the field. Don't make me do it myself like these 2 brothers did.
As Su Ran spoke, he threw out 3 kunai, and didn't forget to leave one behind near the boundary line through the divine might space. Seeing the 3 kunai hurtling towards them, the only tall man in the opposing team stepped forward to block his teammates.
The rest of you 2 are responsible for protecting them. I'll hold the kid off for a bit longer.
The man conjured a sword from the mist and held it in front of him, blocking only one of the kunai. The remaining 2 kunai, which had not been thrown at all, flew directly behind him. It seems that once you've learned your lesson, you don't even learn a thing's worth. One of the kunai quickly transformed into a wooden clone, grabbed another kunai, and then tightly embraced the tall man. Su Ran returned to the edge of the boundary using the flying thunder god kunai she left there, and leaned back with her arms outstretched.
Chapter 118 Seeking Death.
Su Ran had just dealt with the tall man when, as if remembering something, she asked the system,
have the Kagetsuchi and Koto Amatsukami arrived yet? Holy crap, I forgot to settle the quest.
The system then remembered that the Beast Tide mission had not yet been settled.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, for completing the Beast Tide quest and obtaining the Eye Technique Koto Amatsukami and the Earth Destiny. Delayed compensation. The fusion rate of the 6 bloodlines has increased by 15%, currently at 55%.
My 3rd stage immortal body fusion level has already reached 40%, and you only give me a 15% increase? That's still better than 3 entangled ones. The higher your bloodline fusion level, the stronger your 2 bloodline limits will be.
Furthermore, because your sage body has reached the 3rd stage, you can briefly use complete Susanoo and Yin Yang release.
The complete form? I'm afraid I'll go blind.
Using it for a few minutes is fine, but it's best not to exceed 10 minutes, otherwise it may damage your eyes. With Yin Yang release, one can only create black rods and various melee weapons such as swords, spears, and halberds from them. However, unlike truth-seeking balls, it cannot be used for self-defense or free attack. Su Ran looked at the 2 people standing there, and the windmill in her left eye had transformed into the shape of a still water kaleidoscope.
Farewell God. The 2 men were stunned for a moment when they saw Su Ran's eyes, and then they started fighting. Su Ran watched the 2 merging and then flew straight towards them with a burning Amaterasu wooden sword. The ability of Kagetsuchi has finally arrived. I no longer have to worry about the Amaterasu fire burning for too long and destroying my weapon. Following closely behind the wooden sword was a wooden kunai covered with an explosive tag. The burning, naturally formed wooden sword flew in front of the 2 of them, and then a kunai was stuck into the hilt of the wooden sword. Su Ran then detonated the explosive tag. The wooden swords were blasted apart by the explosive tags, and Amaterasu's flames quickly clung to their bodies and burned. But the 2 completely ignored the flames burning on their bodies, and the speed at which their supernatural powers merged increased even further. Then I'll see what you 2 are doing. Su Ran stopped attacking and quietly watched the 2 of them.
The auras emanating from the 2 individuals grew weaker and weaker until they reached a certain point where their auras completely disappeared, and a huge phantom took their place.
Get out of the way.
The system's voice rang out urgently.
Just as Su Ran was about to dodge, the phantom figure knocked her to the ground, and she immediately fainted.
The eliminated students from Tianhai University, seeing Su Ran faint, had already started popping popping champagne halfway through the performance. We won! We won! Whether this yellow flash will cause a mental breakdown after being caught in the Thousand Illusion Dream Prison is still a question. It's not that great. Su-ran slowly opened her eyes and found herself in a virtual space. In front of her was a huge black door that was slightly ajar, as if waiting for Su-ran to push it open. Tongzi? Julama? Chestnut? Su-ran called out, but there was no response. I want to see what's behind this door. Su-ran pushed open the door forcefully, her eyes instantly turning bloodshot. Behind the door, all of Su-ran's relatives were tied up and being cut apart piece by piece with a chainsaw. Ah! A scream rang out, and Su-ran looked over to find it was her younger sister, Lin Yeye. Lin Yeye was being raped, and her limbs fell to the ground piece by piece as the knife in the rapist's hand fell again and again. Lin Yeye saw Su-ran and cried out to her, "Brother, help me!" Su-ran was about to move to save the person when she found that her limbs were locked by thick iron chains and she couldn't move at all. Su-ran was about to activate her superpower when she discovered that the familiar energy had vanished, and she had completely reverted to being an ordinary person. Lin Yeye's cries seemed to trigger a switch in the rapist, causing him to cut even harder. Blood flowed down like a waterfall, and soon Lin Yeye became completely still, turning into a silent corpse. The perpetrator cut off Lin Yeye's head and placed it in front of Su-ran, saying, "This girl seems to still want you to save her. TSK, what a pity, you still failed her wish, you can't save her. Ha 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 ha." The perpetrator placed Lin Yeye's head in front of Su-ran, laughed loudly, and left. Su-ran looked in the direction the perpetrators had left and saw that the 5 people hanging there had even more bloodshot eyes, and the chains were clanging loudly as they pulled on them. The 5 people hanging there were Su Chen and his wife, Lin Hanchen and his wife, and Dongfang Yu. The perpetrator dragged the 5 people in front of Su-ran, killed them one by one, cut off their heads, and placed them next to Lin Yeye's head, saying, "You really want revenge, don't you?" The perpetrator lifted Su-ran's face and slapped her hard across the face. "But you can't do anything about it. You can only watch your loved ones die one by one in front of you. You don't even have the power to resist. Ha ha." At this moment, a new pair of Sharingan with 1 tomo appeared in Su-ran's eye sockets, forcibly activating the Susanoo skeleton. The pitch-black skeleton attached itself to Su-ran's body, allowing him to forcibly break free of the chains. "I know this is an illusion." Su-ran grabbed the assailant by the neck and said, "But you're really courting death." Su-ran snapped the assailant's neck in one swift motion, and the black skeleton and the brand new Sharingan disappeared once more, as if nothing had ever happened. Outside the illusion, the 2 people maintaining the Thousand Illusions Dream Prison suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, and their auras began to fluctuate unstably. Su-ran, who had been knocked to the ground by the phantom, stood up again, and red chakra surged from his body. Chakra quickly enveloped Su-ran's entire body, forming 4 tails behind him, and his aura was pushed to the 4th rank, 7th level. Su-ran's consciousness was not completely consumed by negative emotions, but her bloodshot eyes showed just how angry she was at that moment. Su-ran raised his right hand, and the slash jumped into Su-ran's hand from the Kamui dimension, also covered with bright red chakra. The illusions you 2 create are truly amazing. The mech emerged from the ring and formed 2 giant cannons on Su-ran's shoulders. "You've successfully enraged me." 2 loud bangs came from the cannon barrel, and 2 cannonballs covered in bright red chakra shot straight toward the 2 of them. The 2 shouted in unison, and 2 enormous beasts appeared and forcefully withstood the 2 cannon shots. They're twin dream eaters. No wonder they could forcefully evade the Sharingan's genjutsu rebound and pull this kid into the illusion. The system muttered to itself. Seeing that his attack was ineffective, Su-ran instantly turned the giant cannons on his shoulders into countless fragments that adhered to the blade, and a giant blade 100 meters long appeared out of nowhere. Su-ran's right eye looked at the giant blade, and the Amaterasu fire quickly enveloped it. The terrifying pressure, combined with the oppressive feeling of negative emotions, made the 2 of them weak in the knees and collapse to the ground. "Since you 2 dared to do those things in the illusion." As Su-ran's giant blade fell, the intense Amaterasu fire enveloping the terrifying blade, it resembled the scythe in the hand of death, about to take the lives of the 2. So it wouldn't be too much for me to do it in real life, would it? Chapter 119. How could it be a draw? The 100-meter-long giant blade, carrying black flames, fell, giving the competition stage a sharp, sculpted look. "Missed it?" Su-ran raised his right hand and used a spiral shuriken to disperse all the dust that was stirred up. Seeing the light emanating from the 2 individuals, Su-ran's anger intensified. Intense anger reignited negative emotions, and Su-ran's 5th tail slowly emerged from behind him. "Hold him back. You have to hold him back. If this keeps up, this kid is really going to have a seizure." The 9 tails, representing both good and evil, is desperately trying to control the chakra representing negative emotions, preventing it from leaking out even more severely. The evil-faced one looked at the kind-faced one and said, already extending his fist. The benevolent face also extended its fist to collide with the malevolent face, and they merged once again to form the complete 9 Lama. However, Su-ran's anger was even stronger, and he actually pulled the chakra of negative emotions towards his body bit by bit. Kurama had no choice but to activate the 1,000 Hands necklace, whose Manhwa's powerful binding force had begun to pull back the negative chakra bit by bit. At this moment, the system popped up, cutting off and pulling back most of the chakra, leaving only a small portion of negative chakra entering Su Ran's body.
However, that small amount of chakra propelled Su Ran's cultivation to the peak of the 4th rank once again.
Su Ran raised his hand and summoned the newly made sword, beginning to charge it up.
All of Su Ran's negative emotional chakra flowed into the sword, and a scarlet nine-tailed fox phantom appeared on the blade.
The boy among the two opposites stepped forward to block them, activating all his defensive measures.
I took this hit for you, now it's up to you to take care of the rest. Have you finished saying your last words?
Su Ran walked forward step by step, slowly drawing her knife. Su Ran drew his sword and slashed forward fiercely, unleashing countless scarlet nine-tailed phantoms that rushed towards the two of them. Two enormous dream-eating beasts rushed out quickly, and the huge sound they produced even caused ripples in the air. Standing below the stage, Dongfang Yu recognized what the two things were and was so anxious that he almost went up on stage. Jiang Long grabbed him and patted him on the shoulder. Calm down, you have to trust your disciple.
Dongfang Yu said anxiously.
That kid is using a newly developed ability called drawing sword technique. If we hadn't stopped him, both of them could have died here. But it was too late for the two to get on stage. The crimson nine-tailed phantom had already completely devoured the two opposite them. But then a white light suddenly flashed, and the boy on the other side appeared outside the boundary.
Qin Yuan has lost his fighting ability and is out of bounds. The match continues.
As the referee's voice rang out, the remaining girl on the opposing team looked at all her eliminated teammates and made a truly crazy decision.
Connect.
A special light struck Su Ran, and Su Ran felt a very close connection between herself and the girl on the other side.
This round is a draw, yellow flash.
The girl stood up shakily, looked up, and laughed loudly. The Thousand Illusions connection has connected the two of us completely, including everything, including pain.
I possess healing abilities. If you attack me, you will also be injured. Without healing abilities, you can only fight to the death, resulting in a draw. Let's draw. At least neither of us will get hurt.
A draw is the best outcome for us. The girl smiled confidently, her face showing an expression that suggested she had Su Ran completely under her control. Su Ran laughed loudly, then swiftly and accurately plunged the knife into her own thigh. I have the recovery ability of an immortal body. I want to see if you can withstand this. Su Ran pulled out the knife, completely ignoring his own pain. The girl opposite him fell to the ground, clutching her thigh and gasping in pain. But Su Ran didn't give her a chance to react. He conjured a wooden hand and controlled a wooden knife to pierce her body quickly and accurately. The girl opposite him lay on the ground, convulsing.
Come on, let's hurt each other.
Su Ran stabbed himself in the abdomen, but strangely, no blood flowed out, and the wound had healed completely when the knife was pulled out.
Keep talking. Weren't you being very arrogant just now?
Su Ran plunged two knives into her chest. The intense pain caused the girl opposite her to faint. Just as Su Ran was about to stab herself again, the referee quickly grabbed her hand and said something.
You win.
The referee gave him a complicated look, but still said those words.
Looks like you really are a madman. Thank you for the compliment.
Su Ran put away her weapon, turned around, and staggered towards her teammates. Su Ran woke up her teammates one by one, and almost fell to the ground after waking up Hwakyuji, the last one. Hwakyuji reacted quickly and caught Su Ran, preventing him from falling.
How did you manage to get all those ripped clothes? They won.
When Lin Juyu saw Su Ran being supported by Hwakyuji, she quickly ran over, put Su Ran's arm on her shoulder, and asked,
What happened to you? You're covered in this.
Lin Juyu saw that Su Ran didn't have a single wound on her body, and forcibly changed the last two words.
Su Ran smiled weakly, then kissed Lin Juyu on the cheek and said, It's because my love for you is so intense that I've made holes all over my clothes.
Lin Juyu made a move to hit him, but seeing Su Ran's weak appearance, she couldn't bring herself to do it.
You're being ridiculous. Go back and change your clothes right now.
Yes, my dear wife. Who is your wife? Upon hearing this, Lin Juyu's face instantly turned red, and steam began to rise from her head. Hwakyuji said to Chao Zhuang, Da Zhuang, make a platform out of iron filings so this kid can lie on it and then we'll transport him back. Chao Zhuang quickly used his supernatural power to create a floating iron sand platform.
Hwakyuji placed Su Ran on it and then spoke. Everyone go back and get some rest. Our next match is the round of 32.
Everyone nodded, even Su Ran, who was lying on the iron sand platform, nodded reluctantly. Lin Juyu turned her head and saw this, then pressed Su Ran down and said something.
Don't move.
Zhou pulled Chou Shui to stand in front of Lin Juyu and asked,
Juyu, how about my sister and I treat him?
Lin Juyu placed her hand on Su Ran's shoulder and said,
This kid is fine. He's probably just too weak after going all out.
Just let him eat his fill and get a good night's sleep.
Dongfang Yu and Jiang Long stood there watching everyone leave.
After a long while, Jiang Long slowly said,
Old Ju, it seems you've really found a good apprentice.
This kid has found the most effective, but also the most painful, way to break the deadlock, and he's even put it to use.
Dongfang Yu patted Jiang Long on the shoulder, lit his pipe, took a puff, and said, When have I ever misjudged someone?
That's true. The two looked at each other and burst out laughing. Chapter 1
120 highlights. The group quickly returned to their residence in Shanghai. After settling Su Ran into her room, everyone left, leaving only Lin Juyu by Su Ran's side. Lin Juyu had just brought over a basin of hot water, wet, and wrung out a towel, and handed it to Su Ran. Wash your face, look at all the dust you've gotten on yourself. Su Ran tried to raise her hand, but her arm felt like it was filled with lead, and she couldn't lift it no matter what. Hee, can you wipe it for me? I can't do it by hand. I'm warning you, don't go too far. Upon hearing this, Su Ran managed to lift her left hand, but as soon as she touched the towel, she slammed it heavily onto the bed. You see? After seeing this, Lin Juyu wiped Su Ran's face, applying so much pressure that Su Ran grimaced in pain. Ouch, ouch. Juyu, be gentle. Stop talking nonsense. If you want me to wipe it for you, then don't say anything. After Lin Juyu finished wiping, Su Ran's entire face turned red. Seeing that Su Ran's clothes were covered in holes, Lin Juyu simply grabbed the middle and tore them off with both hands. Su Ran tried to cover her body, but forgot that she couldn't move her hands anymore, so she couldn't cover herself even if she wanted to. You, why did you tear my clothes for no reason? Lin Juyu took a new set of clothes from her ring and threw it at Su Ran, saying, I know you don't like to change your clothes. You've been wearing that gray robe for ages without changing it. This ring of mine is full of clothes in your size. If I tear off one piece a day, it'll be enough for you to wear for a year. Lin Juyu twirled the ring on her hand, and Su Ran asked in confusion, how did you know my size? At this moment, Lin Juyu blushed and stammered for a long time before finally speaking. Last time, when Uncle Lin and the others came, I asked them, oh, as long as you have clothes to wear, that's enough. Don't ask so many questions. Lin Juyu turned her face away and quickly used her ice-based superpower to cool down her face. Actually, the size wasn't asked of Lin Hanchun or the others. Lin Juyu measured Su Ran while he was unconscious last time, and it took many measurements to get the correct size. Oh, stop talking. Let me get you dressed first. As she spoke, Lin Juyu pretended to grab her clothes, but instead lay down on Su Ran's abs as if she were sliding down. Oh no, I slipped and twisted my arm. I can't put it on anymore. As she spoke, Lin Juyu's head rolled on Su Ran's abs. What did you say? Ha, I said it itches, so stop rubbing your hair. After a while of fussing, Lin Juyu was about to help Su Ran put on her clothes when Su Ran interrupted her. I'm not wearing it anymore. It'll be too hot for me to sleep later. Whatever you like to eat? Lin Juyu finished tidying up Su Ran's clothes and turned around to ask. A sweet kiss from my wife, a cuddle, and a hug. Thank you. Upon hearing this, Lin Juyu's face instantly turned red. She was about to hit Su Ran hard, but then remembered that Su Ran was injured, so she patted her lightly instead. You bastard. You can eat whatever I bring. With that, Lin Juyu turned her head away haughtily and quickly ran out the door. What an easy girl to make blush. That's right, my dear apprentice. As he spoke, a portal appeared beside Su Ran's bed, and Dongfang Yu stepped out of it. Dongfang Yu, holding a pipe, tapped Su Ran on the head and said, what did you see, kid? This rampage is even more serious than the last one. Su Ran opened her mouth but found that she couldn't say anything. Upon seeing Su Ran's appearance, Dongfang Yu roughly guessed what kind of illusion Su Ran had been pulled into. Before Su Ran could speak, Dongfang Yu tore open a spatial rift and took out a bowl of soup and a black sphere, saying, the usual, a refreshing soup. Dongfang Yu forcibly pried open Su Ran's mouth and forced her to swallow a bowl of black ink like medicine. Wow, why is it still so bitter? Don't cultivate tonight. Empty your mind and get a good night's sleep to help your mental recovery. Now, let Dongfang Yu hand over the black sphere, he said. This is an AI system that Li Tai made for you, which can be used on your mecha. With a thought, Su Ran's mecha emerged from the ring and stood to the side. Let me see. Dongfang Yu opened the mecha's cockpit, searched for a while, and finally found a circular opening. He pressed the sphere into it and said. At that moment, a clear voice came from inside the mech. Mech system is upgrading. Please use it after the upgrade is complete. After saying those words, the mech turned off all its lights and fell completely silent. Dongfang Yu picked up Su Ran's finger, which was adorned with a mecha ring, and infused it with his supernatural power. The mecha was quickly stored in the ring, and Dongfang Yu opened the portal, waved, and said, he, you get some rest, kid. There's no match for us tomorrow, so you can go out and have some fun. After saying that, Dongfang Yu entered the portal and left. Looking at the bright moonlight outside the window, Su Ran soon fell asleep. Not long after Su Ran fell asleep, Lin Juyu returned with food. Is dinner ready, Su Ran? Lin Juyu pushed open the door and saw Su Ran sleeping soundly. Lin Juyu placed the lunchbox on the table beside her, pulled up a chair, looked at Su Ran's sleeping face, and gently kissed Su Ran's forehead. Sweet dreams, my yellow flash. Lin Juyu didn't want to cultivate either. She just sat in the chair and quietly watched Su Ran's sleeping face. Soon, sleepiness overcame her, and Lin Juyu fell asleep right next to Su Ran's bed. Su Ran opened her eyes the moment Lin Juyu fell asleep, and looked at the person sleeping next to her bed. Good night, my beautiful lady. With barely managing to regain some strength in her hands, Su Ran carried Lin Juyu onto the bed. The moment Lin Juyu's head hit the pillow, her limbs seemed to come alive, thrashing about as if grabbing at something. Lin Juyu quickly reached
reached out to Su Ran, who was standing to the side, and hugged her tightly with both hands and feet. What's going on? How does this girl know the octopus technique? Su Ran looked at Lin Juyu, whose face was flushed from sleeping, and gently kissed her forehead. She then used her arm as a pillow for Lin Juyu and fell into a deep sleep herself. Just as Su Ran drifted off to sleep, Lin Juyu smiled and held Su Ran tightly, refusing to let go. Inside the Kamui space, Chestnut and the nine-tailed fox, observing everything outside, ate the leftover roses and some food, watching the outside world unfold like a movie. Upon seeing the two of them finally sleeping together under the same quilt, the man and the two beasts couldn't help but clap their hands. Fantastic, absolutely fantastic. Chapter 121. Even racing can't beat them. The next morning, a ray of sunlight shone into Su Ran's room, and Lin Juyu slowly woke up. This cushion is really nice. It's warm and sturdy, almost like a real person. Lin Juyu sat up in bed and then she saw Su Ran sleeping soundly beside her. Lin Juyu kicked Su Ran off the bed and Su Ran landed on the floor in a daze, only then waking up in a daze. Lin Juyu, clutching the blanket, pointed at Su Ran with trembling hands and said, You, what are you doing on my bed? Su Ran was still dazed from the fall and hadn't even turned on his phone yet. It took him a while to come to his senses. Su Ran returned to bed, snatched the blanket from her, and said, This is my room. Lin Juyu looked around and realized that this really was Su Ran's room. Then the pillow I hugged last night was... Lin Juyu didn't say those words aloud, but the blush on her face betrayed her. Su Ran walked over and pinched Lin Juyu's flushed face, saying something. Last night you clung to me like an octopus and I couldn't break free no matter what I did. What? Now that the sun's out, you want to pull up your pants and forget about me, huh? Lin Juyu blushed even more after hearing Su Ran's words, and pushed Su Ran into the restroom. Damn it, don't say it. Su Ran opened the bathroom door, pointed to her face with her finger, and said, Give me a kiss. Okay. Lin Juyu leaned in and gave Su Ran a light kiss on the cheek before quickly running away. Su Ran quickly washed up, put on the clothes Lin Juyu had left in yesterday, and headed to the hotel restaurant to have a good meal. Su Ran had just finished serving her 2 baskets of Xiaolongbao when she saw Lin Juyu sitting alone by the window, looking out at the sea, seemingly lost in thought. Hi beautiful, would you mind sharing a table? Su Ran put down her 2 baskets of Xiaolongbao and looked at Lin Juyu with a faint smile. I have a boyfriend. Before Lin Juyu could finish speaking, she saw Su Ran smiling at her. Does this beautiful lady have a boyfriend? Then I'll move to another table. As Su Ran was about to leave with her 2 baskets of Xiaolongbao, Lin Juyu stopped her. Stop fooling around, take me to the beach after we finish eating. Miss, would you like to have a romantic beach date? I'd love to. You're such a chatterbox, even these 2 baskets of Xiaolongbao can't shut you up. The two quickly finished breakfast and left the hotel hand in hand. Wait a minute, let me call a taxi first. No need for that. Su Ran raised his hand to summon the mecha, and soon pink mecha fragments flowed out of Su Ran's ring, assembling into a huge mecha. You're going to take me there in a mech? Isn't that a bit too flashy? Little Pink is not just a mecha. Su Ran snapped his fingers, and the mecha, which had been lying prone on the ground, quickly transformed into a cool sports car. Su Ran got into the driver's seat, patted the passenger seat, and said, Get in the car, miss. Lin Juyu sat in the passenger seat and suddenly remembered something very important. Can you drive? Hiss. Little Pink, do you have autopilot? A mechanical voice came from inside the car. Alright, take us to the nearest beach. 2 seatbelts quickly extended from both sides of the car, securing the 2 people safely to their seats. The pink car quickly entered the lane and blended into the sea of cars. Su Ran rested her hands behind her head, enjoying the morning breeze. The peaceful atmosphere was quickly shattered by a piercing car horn. Su Ran opened his eyes and saw a sports car honking its horn at him provocatively. Su Ran completely ignored it and continued to enjoy the wind on her own. However, the sports car kept honking its horn and even accelerated to the front of Su Ran's car, kicking up thick dust that blew towards Su Ran and her companion. Is this never going to end, you bastard? Su Ran abandoned her lazy demeanor and turned to Xiao Fun, switched to manual driving. Su Ran floored the accelerator, leaving the sports car far behind. If it weren't for the traffic lights, you wouldn't even be able to catch a whiff of Su Ran's exhaust. As soon as Su Ran parked the car, she saw the person sitting in the sports car roll down the window and say something provocatively to Su Ran. Such a nice car has been wasted on an owner who doesn't know how to drive it. The man sitting in the car saw Lin Juyu and whistled at her. Hey, beautiful lady, would you like to ride in my car and experience the thrill of speed and passion? You bastard. But Lin Juyu ignored him completely, and indignantly, he honked his horn at Su Ran in a provocative manner. You piece of trash, how about you race your grandpa? The man said arrogantly. My mom told me not to play with idiots. The wager is that if you lose, you give me your girlfriend, and if I lose, you give me your car. Su Ran turned to look at Lin Juyu, who nodded slightly. Little Pink, full power. The moment the red light turned green, Su Ran's car shot off like a wild horse, leaving the man in the sports car completely unaware. A minute later, Su Ran's car came to a steady stop at the entrance of the beach, but neither of them rushed to leave. They
sat there quietly waiting for the man in the sports car to come over. After about 5 minutes, the sports car that had provoked Su-ran finally came into view. The sports car stopped beside the two of them. Su-ran opened the car door, grabbed the man inside, threw him on the ground, threw a fireball into the sports car, closed the door, put away Xiaofan, and took Lin Juyu's hand as they walked into the beach. Even though you lost, I don't want your piece of junk. What would I do with a car that can't even breathe my exhaust fumes? See you at the junkyard. As soon as Su-ran finished speaking, the fireball instantly intensified, engulfing the entire vehicle in flames. As they walked, Lin Juyu gently nudged Su-ran and said, "Why burn the car? I find it disgusting." Without waiting for a second, Su-ran kissed Lin Juyu on the cheek, then pretended nothing had happened and walked forward humming a little tune. Lin Juyu hadn't reacted yet when she touched the wetness on her face and realized that everything that had happened was real. "You bad guy." Su-ran picked at her ear, looking like a dead pig that wasn't afraid of boiling water, and said, "What can you do to me? If you're so capable, then kiss me back." "That's not up to you." Su-ran grabbed Lin Juyu's face, forced her to kiss him on the cheek, and then let go. Chapter 122 The Secret Realm of the Sea. Lin Juyu made a move to strike, but Su-ran stopped her first. "Let's go to the Divine Might space to change our clothes." "Does that mean I have to wear that kind of swimsuit? I'm not showing you LSP." After saying that, Lin Juyu muttered something under her breath. "If you want to watch it, wait until you get home." Su-ran transferred himself into the Divine Might space, took off his clothes, put on a pair of beach shorts, and went outside. What are you doing? Put your shirt on right now. The sun is too bright, I'm hot." After saying that, Su-ran scratched the back of her long hair and said, "My hair is too long, it's not very convenient to go fishing." Upon hearing this, Lin Juyu used ice elements to condense a pair of ice scissors and quickly cut Su-ran's hair. "That's good. Thank you, honey." After saying that, Su-ran tried to kiss him, but Lin Juyu pushed her away forcefully. "We'll talk about it when we get home." "Okay, my wife." Su-ran then used wood release to create 2 beach chairs and a parasol, set up a small wooden table, placed drinks on it, and comfortably lay down on it. Life is so pleasant. Who can argue with that? Lin Juyu also lay down, picked up a drink from the table, and clinked glasses with Su-ran. Su-ran took out a bunch of food from her spatial storage, and the two of them happily began to eat and drink again. After Su-ran finished eating quickly, she looked at the distant sea and had an idea. "Little Pink, do you have a boat mode?" As soon as she finished speaking, Little Pink reappeared beside Su-ran, and countless mecha fragments were pieced together to form a pink ship. "Little Pink, are you really that omnipotent?" Article 3 of the agreement states that, while adhering to Articles 1 and 2 of the agreement, the driver's requests shall be met to the greatest extent possible. Su-ran gave a thumbs up, pushed the boat into the sea, and waved to Lin Juyu. "Let's go fishing." Lin Juyu walked to the side of the boat and lightly hopped aboard. Little Pink is in autopilot mode, heading towards a 0.3 kilometers from the coast. After Xiaofan drove on autopilot for a while, Su-ran spoke to the system. "Tonzi, do you have anything for fishing? Bring me a set of fish food." After Su-ran finished speaking, she threw a card into the gacha pool, and a fish box appeared in front of her. Su-ran opened the lid, and lying on top was an American-style scooping net. "Tonzi, you understand me. You can use this American-style dipping net with confidence. Anything below level 4 won't withstand 1 shot, and anything below level 6 won't withstand 2. Little Pink has broken down." Su-ran took out her fishing gear, baited the hook, and cast her line. Within 3 minutes of the bait being taken out of the water, the bobbing of the float indicated that a fish had taken the bait. "Brother Tonzi, what kind of fish food is this? I haven't even baited the spot yet and I'm already catching fish? The improved food I made will only attract fish below level 6. Isn't that a good food?" Su-ran didn't have time to waste with the system. She grabbed her fishing rod and started battling the fish with all her might. But it was clear that Su-ran was stronger, and a huge rockfish was dragged to the side of the boat. "A dragon-spotted beast? You're lucky, kid, you got a tier 3 beast right off the bat." Once dragged to the side of the boat, the grouper seemed to unleash some kind of power and began to drag the fishing rod, attempting to pull both the man and the rod into the sea. "This little thing is quite strong." A wooden hand grew out from Su-ran's back, grabbed the American-style net, and shot the dragon spot in the head. The dragon spot immediately fell silent, lying motionless in the water. "This net is still the best." Su-ran pulled the fish up, and the huge weight of the grouper caused the boat to sink slightly. Grilled fish, grilled fish. Su-ran quickly gutted the fish with a cleaver and used wood release to create a giant barbecue grill. Su-ran lit the firewood below, and a bright flame ignited. "You used wood release and fire release techniques to grill fish. I doubt anyone but you would do that." Su-ran quickly grilled a skewer of fish, took one out and held it to her eyes, saying, "Want a skewer? Put yourself into the Divine Might space. Let me try your skills too." Su-ran put the skewers into the Divine Might space, and the system controlled the wooden clone to catch the skewers and eat them in big bites. "It's quite delicious. Thank you for the compliment." Su-ran found Lin Juyu, who was enjoying the sea breeze, and the two of them started eating skewers and beer again. After finishing his meal, Su-ran cast his line a few more times and caught quite a few more
more fish. There's no way to bring some fresh fish for the 5 of them as well.
Isn't that easy to handle?
Lin Juyu activated her special ability and quickly froze the fish of all sizes on the ground, storing them in her spatial ring. Just as Su Ran was about to say something, the two of them keenly sensed a strange fluctuation. The two looked into the distance and saw a strange whirlpool appear on the surface of the sea. The whirlpool was pitch black inside, as if it were the entrance to the underworld. At that moment, Lin Juyu's voice and the system's voice sounded simultaneously.
Is this a secret realm? Is this a secret realm? Su Ran looked at the vortex in the distance and asked Lin Juyu, Bamboo Rain, what is a secret realm?
After being amazed, Lin Juyu began to explain the secret realm to Su Ran.
A secret realm is a special space. An unclaimed secret realm can only be opened when the time comes.
The prerequisite for becoming the master of a secret realm is to obtain the key to the secret realm. The state strictly controls secret realms. Once a private secret realm is discovered by the state, it must be handed over,
because the benefits brought by the secret realms are too great.
There are skill book secret realms, ability enhancement secret realms, and even pet secret realms.
These 3 secret realms alone have driven countless people crazy, but there are even more terrifying secret realms to clear.
At this moment, Su Ran's appetite was piqued, and she continued to ask questions like a curious child.
Juyu, what is the secret realm for clearing levels?
Lin Juyu picked up a glass of water, moistened her throat, and then spoke.
The term passing through the secret realm means that once the secret realm is cleared, it will disappear, but the treasures inside are extremely terrifying.
Even from a recorded D-level cleared secret realm, the resources we obtain would probably be enough for the two of us to cultivate for a long time.
Shall we do a job together? Let's pull off a heist.
At this moment, the system's voice echoed in Su Ran's mind. Your girlfriend is right, but she missed the most important point.
Could you add something, Brother Tong?
That means clearing a secret realm is far more dangerous than other secret realms of the same level. The difference in danger is like night and day. I'll prepare something for you later to forcibly tear open space. If tearing it doesn't work, just pull it out and tear open space to escape.
Then why can't we smoke now? Because I'm still working on it. Chapter 123, The Origins of the Third World War. Little Pink has entered drifting mode and is waiting for the two of us to come out here.
After hearing Xiaofen's answer, Su Ran used light and heavy rock to fly herself and Lin Juyu to the vortex. The two looked at each other and then jumped down hand in hand. Gurgle, 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 gurgle.
After a dizzying experience, the two arrived inside a huge cave.
Su Ran grew wood from his left hand and used fire escape technique to serve as a torch. His right hand was tightly holding Lin Juyu's, as if afraid that the two would get separated if they weren't careful.
The two walked for a while. Soon they discovered a huge pool lying in the middle of the road. Be careful, it might be a trap.
After all, we've been too safe on our way here. Su Ran nodded and proactively activated the ethereal form of her divine power, moving closer to the edge of the pool. Su Ran walked to the edge of the pool, stirred the water with her hand and found nothing unusual, then waved to Lin Juyu.
It's very safe.
As Lin Juyu and Su Ran stood together by the pool, some images began to appear in the water. It was a tall man wearing a mask sitting on a skull throne, but the cloak behind him was a woman's style. Below were countless powerful undead creatures, stretching as far as the eye could see. A massive headless knight from among the undead creatures approached and respectfully addressed the man on the throne.
Lord, the army has been assembled.
The man nodded, stood up, and strode outside, the surrounding undead creatures making way for him. As World War III begins, I will utterly destroy this false world, Lin Juyu exclaimed when the man said those words.
World War III? Could this be the World War III that led to the Dark Ages? Tell me more.
Lin Juyu cleared her throat and began to explain. World War III was short, but it created a dark age for the whole world. The initiator of the Third World War is unknown, but it can be confirmed that it was launched by a necromancer.
At least dozens of 10th-ranked warriors perished in that war, and the casualties among 9th-ranked warriors and below were countless.
The initiator of the Third World War directly killed the one who was in charge of the Dragon Kingdom back then.
When the next leader
took over, news came that the one had been killed again, which left the Dragon Kingdom leaderless for decades until a genius appeared. Having been warned, the king replaced him with that one. That genius ended the 3 battles, killed all the undead creatures, and completely sealed the initiator. This may be the place where he was sealed. The scene on the water changed, and bloody images appeared on the surface. Countless people fled in despair, but the undead army swept through the land, leaving rivers of blood flowing everywhere. The scene shifts again, showing the tall man carrying the person from that time.
The man removed his mask, revealing his handsome face.
After the man said something, the other person's face turned terrified, and he opened his mouth as if trying to explain something. But the man didn't give him time to waste and drew a large white bone knife, cutting the man in half. After the man killed the Dragon Kingdom member, the white bone sword in his hand fell to the ground, and he knelt down, covering his face and weeping bitterly. The scene shifts again, showing the image of the genius who sealed the man from back then. The genius wanted to say something more, but the man shook his head. The genius could only turn his head away, set up the seal, and leave the place. After the video video of the scene on the water finished playing, a strange applause rang out. Clap clap clap.
Do you know what the two kids think after watching the video?
A man emerged from the darkness. He resembled the tall man inside. The man spoke with a beaming smile.
My name is Zhuge Ming.
As you can see in the pool, I am the initiator of the 3 wars and also the one sealed here. Su Ran immediately grasped his 2 swords, and his dragon scale armor instantly covered his entire body.
Zhuge Ming glanced at Su Ran and couldn't help but laugh. Don't be so nervous, child.
I dare not be careless towards someone who can launch a 3rd war without batting an eye.
After hearing Su Ran's words, Zhuge Ming raised an eyebrow and asked Su Ran with a meaningful look.
So do you think it was right or wrong for me to start World War III? I don't know, but you are wrong in the face of the so many people you have slaughtered.
Ha ha, everyone says I'm wrong. Everyone.
Zhuge Ming laughed self-deprecatingly, waved his hand across the pool, and a completely new scene appeared in the pool. After you've seen these images, then you can evaluate me, and I will answer all your questions.
Su Ran and Lin Juyu went closer to look at the scene in the pool.
In the picture, a little boy is playing carefree with a group of children his age in his own yard. I was born into a great clan that has now been destroyed, the Zhuge clan.
I have been a genius in the clan since I was very young.
I had mastered the things left by our ancestors by the time I was about 12 years old.
But what our ancestors left us was ultimately destroyed by the greed of some people. The scene shifts to a man who looks 9/10 like Zhuge Ming, angrily berating everyone sitting at the round table.
My father, Zhuge Qing, was required by the state to release the bloodline of the Zhuge family to benefit the whole country right after the end of World War II.
My father disagreed because he knew that the so-called bloodline of the Zhuge family was fake.
What they really wanted was what our ancestors left behind, the divine arts of prophecy and star observation.
Our clan is known for its prophetic abilities. My father withstood the pressure from representatives chosen by hundreds of families across the country and righteously refused them.
It's ridiculous that outsiders can take away what our ancestors left us with just a few words. The scene shifts back to the Zhuge family compound, but now the compound is awash in blood, with corpses of all sizes piled up. Those beasts, in order to forcibly seize our things, joined forces with hundreds of families to wipe out our family.
Our family was destroyed overnight, as if it had never existed. The scene in the water mirror shifted again, showing a young Zhuge Ming hiding behind a wardrobe with a little girl dressed in a woman's cloak.
My sister and I survived by hiding behind the closet, but the people outside knew that one body was missing, and they began searching everywhere.
My sister rushed out and drew everyone away so that I could survive. Chapter 124 The Truth.
I hid behind the closet and didn't dare to come out. I waited until the next night before I finally crawled out from behind the closet and saw that scene. The scene in the pool changes again, and the body of a little girl who died after being subjected to humiliation appears in the pool. She was only 9 years old when those beasts killed her. She couldn't even close her eyes.
9 years old.
I can't even imagine how she died.
Then I heard a commotion outside, and when I went to the window I saw a group of people. The scene inside the pool shifted again, and Su Ran could even feel the intense fire element through the pool.
Those beasts gathered a group of powerful fire elementals and burned down my house, burning all the corpses here.
I couldn't even
bury them properly. They could only turn to ashes along with this ancient house that has been passed down for hundreds of years. As he spoke, Zhuge Ming took off the cloak from his back and gently rubbed it in his palm. I only had time to take my sister's cloak, which was the last thing she left in this world. I escaped through a secret passage, and what happened the next day made me decide to launch World War III.
A newspaper appeared in the pool, and the first news item was the tragedy of last night.
The Zhuge family plotted a rebellion but was exterminated by the king and dozens of skilled warriors. I have traveled to countless places, and if there had been just one person who spoke up for the Zhuge family, the third war would not have happened. As Zhuge Ming spoke, he grinned menacingly, but not one of them said that my Zhuge family died well, and that the entire clan should be cast into the cycle of reincarnation as beasts for eternity.
Zhuge Ming put the cloak back on and said,
I obtained a necromancer's code, which clearly records how to summon the dead.
This book has become the key to my revenge.
Originally, my sister's cloak was an ordinary cloak without any rank, but after I tempered it, it became a divine artifact at the time, the most terrifying necromancer's robe. When I killed everyone who had harmed our family back then, and even the king at the time, I felt an immense sense of satisfaction.
Can you understand the feeling of getting revenge?
At this moment, Su Ran spoke up. It's right to seek revenge, but innocent people shouldn't suffer undeservedly because of it.
Innocent people? Ha 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 ha.
Zhuge Ming burst into laughter again, laughing so hard he almost fell over. At that time, I traveled to every inch of this country on my own, asking everyone I met whether the Zhuge family deserved to die, and without exception, they all said they deserved to die. I was even arrested as a mental patient, but I managed to escape thanks to the Necronomicon and continued my journey of inquiry. I've gone deep into the mountains, and I've asked 99% of the people in the country, but without exception, they all said he deserved to die.
So you're saying these people aren't innocent? People with cursed eyes?
Zhuge Minggang realized he had let something slip as soon as he said it, and walked to Lin Juyu's side, raising his right hand.
Beautiful lady, body. Please take a nap first. Zhuge Ming pointed a finger at Lin Zhuyu's brow, and Lin Zhuyu's body immediately collapsed like mud. What did you do to her? A kaleidoscope appeared in Su Ran's eyes, and Zhuge Ming burst into laughter after seeing it. As expected, the prophecy from back then was correct. The person with the cursed scarlet eye will come here. What's the meaning? Zhuge Ming picked up a stone slab and threw it in front of Su Ran, saying, after I took my revenge, I made a prophecy, trying to find a way to resurrect my entire family. The prophecy came true, but all that remained was this strange statement. Zhuge Ming spoke up. When the one with the cursed eye descends, 9 enormous beasts will descend from the sky, the divine tree will appear, and the gate to a new world will open. I tried countless ways to summon beasts, but I only managed to summon some strange-looking things. There were no 9 beasts descending from the sky. Then the next prophecy I made predicted about you, Su Ran. Your fate is not much different from mine. I want to ask you, if you had experienced something like this, would you have chosen to start a war? Su Ran pondered for a moment and then spoke. I will never allow my family and friends to escape being killed, and I will never give war a reason to start. Ha 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 ha. I would never let my family and friends be killed. What a ridiculous statement. Zhuge Ming grabbed Su Ran's shoulder and looked directly into Su Ran's kaleidoscope eyes as he spoke. I said that back then too, but you've all seen what happened afterward. They were all killed. If I'm not mistaken, your eyes should continue to evolve. And if my prediction of this pattern is correct, it just means you lost your parents, right? How did you know? Su Ran asked uneasily. I've already said that this is a divine prophetic technique left by our ancestors, star observation. When your pattern evolves to the next stage, I'm afraid you'll make the same choice as me, haha, because the next pattern represents your murdered relatives. Am I right? I hope you can still say that when you get the next design, because the next pair of eyes represents what you've lost. Su Ran grabbed Zhuge Ming by the collar and forced him against the wall, saying, I've said it before, I will never let my family be killed. Now I have the power to overturn the whole world. Then I wish you good luck, fellow sufferer with me. Zhuge Ming raised his hands, and a huge bow appeared in his hands. I want to see the future you're talking about, so I'll give you something that can help. As he spoke, Zhuge Ming threw the bow in his hand over. This is the divine weapon, the serious bow, that I created back then. I'll give it to you. However, there are conditions. Su Ran did not immediately take the bow, but instead let it float in the air and spoke. What are your conditions first? Zhuge Ming whistled, and a huge purple king cobra emerged from the cave. Take it away, it shouldn't be sealed here. Zhuge Ming turned to the king cobra and said, go with him. Congratulations on regaining your freedom after all these years, old buddy. The king cobra spoke in a human voice. Understood. Take care, old friend. As it spoke, the king cobra transformed into a purple light and attached itself to Su Ran's left arm. It was the only snake that reached the 10th rank back then but showed no signs of transforming into a dragon. However, I foresaw the opportunity to become a dragon in you. Zhuge Ming pulled up Su Ran's left arm and rolled up the sleeve, revealing the hideous cobra tattoo. Chapter 125 Azzy. Why doesn't it transform into a dragon? With its 10th level cultivation, it should already meet the requirements for transformation, and it couldn't possibly be a weak dragon. At this moment, the king cobra tattoo spoke. I don't want to become that ugly form. That appearance disgusts me. Su Ran looked up at Zhuge Ming, who then spoke slowly. Its name is Azzy. You can touch its purple, bewitching scales to see why it refuses to transform into a dragon. They are proof that it lost its most cherished family. Before Zhuge Ming could say anything more, Azzy spoke first. My race is the purple-scaled blood king serpent, an extremely ferocious race. But my family is not like the other tribes I've met. We are so loving that we haven't separated even when we are almost adults. But the shadow that fell that day became the monster that shattered this beauty. A fire dragon cub landed, ate my parents without saying a word, beat all my brothers and sisters to the point of near death, and then flapped its wings and flew away. And I was the youngest, hiding under my many older brothers and sisters to escape this near-death experience. As Azzy spoke, her tone turned sorrowful. I still remember what my older brothers and sisters said to me when they died, and I will never forget it. Eat us, little purple. Yes, eating us will allow you to evolve again. If you can evolve into the legendary purple scale poison dragon, you won't have to worry about being bullied anymore. Come on, kid, we're all going to die anyway, so we want to do something for you one last time before we pass away. As Azzy spoke, 2 tears fell from the tattooed eyes. Finally, my eldest brother forcibly pried open my mouth, and many of my older brothers and sisters crawled into my mouth, causing my body to begin to evolve. The last one to go in was my eldest brother. They died with smiles on their faces, as if they were still playing together. Before he died, my older brother looked at me with tears in his eyes, then crawled inside, leaving behind his last words. This power is entrusted to you. Promise us that you will live well. As Azzy spoke, the area where she had her tattoo started to get hot. With the help of many older brothers and sisters, I did find the way for the purple scale poison dragon to evolve, but I did not evolve. Instead, I chose the original body. I'm afraid that my evolution will cause the last thing they left me to disappear. At this moment, Zhuge Ming took over the conversation.
In the end, Azzy killed the fire dragon from back then, almost bringing the fire dragon clan to the brink of extinction.
Don't be fooled by Azzy's snake body. There are at least 800 to 1,000 dragons that have died at her hands.
Su Ran looked at the tattoo on her hand, then looked at Zhuge Ming and said,
then why was it sealed together with you back then?
I don't believe that the strength of the two of you could be sealed so that you didn't even have a chance to escape.
I was sealed away voluntarily. Zhuge Ming spoke up. Too many people died in that war.
After killing the king, I realized that the fault did not lie with those who died. Even if there were people who deserved to die, after so many years, most of them are probably dead.
Then I found my old friend and begged him to seal me away.
I saved Azzy's life back then, and it followed me willingly. When it was sealed, it rushed into the seal and chose to spend hundreds of years with me in this dark and secluded place.
But its lifespan is exceptionally long, and it shouldn't be sealed here to waste its time accompanying a sinner like me.
As he spoke, a huge book appeared in Zhuge Ming's hand and he placed it next to the heavenly wolf bow. I'll add this divine artifact, the Necronomicon, as a bargaining chip to make Azzy your contracted beast and take it away from this sunless place. Su Ran used his divine power to take away two divine artifacts, and looking at the tattoo on his hand, he said to Zhuge Ming,
I'm afraid even if I don't agree, Azzy will still go out with me through the tattoo.
Zhuge Ming laughed when he heard Su Ran's words.
You're very perceptive.
However, Azzy needs to become your contracted beast so that it can live in this era and experience its wonders. Su Ran rolled up her sleeves and looked directly at Zhuge Ming.
So, let's go back to the beginning. Why did you give me so much stuff?
Zhuge Ming sat in the void and spoke casually. I did avenge my past grievances, but I felt it wasn't the right way. So after I foresaw you, I started preparing for your arrival.
I won't force you to make any choices.
I just want to see what your choices will be after you've been through some things. Whether it's forgiveness or revenge, it's up to you. However, to prevent you from lacking the key power for your revenge, I have processed the Necronomicon, the Sirius Bow, and Azzy so that they have survived these years and are waiting for your arrival. Because our fates are so similar, child, when I put our lifelines together, I sometimes get confused about which one is mine.
Zhuge Ming placed his hands on Su Ran's shoulders and looked directly into the kaleidoscope as he spoke. Prophecies can be wrong, so I want to see if you, with all this power, will follow the same path I did back then?
Su Ran, you and I are very similar. You are just younger than me. I am just a fish powerless to make a splash in the tide of the times, and so are you.
The reason I left behind this power is simply to help you.
I have experienced the feeling of being all alone, the collapse, anger, hatred, and countless negative emotions piled up in my heart, which led to the Third World War. These powers are not only for you, but also for me back then, the child who wandered everywhere in search of revenge.
The path of revenge is difficult and lonely.
From the bottom of my heart, I don't want you to walk this path, but out of respect for you, I've kept the power for myself.
As he spoke, Zhuge Ming's body began to turn into specks of light. Looking at the light emanating from his body, Zhuge Ming couldn't help but smile. I'm finally able to come and see you all.
I hope you won't mind that I'm late. Just as Su Ran was about to reach out, Zhuge Ming interrupted her with a smile.
I won't give you the necromancer's robe. This item is more important to me. I want to take my last relic with me when I go down. I'm sorry.
As he spoke, Zhuge Ming's body completely dissipated into specks of light, and a slightly hollow voice rang out.
I'm waiting for you to take a different path from mine. We'll meet someday, but I don't want us to meet too soon. Ha 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 ha.
Chapter 126. Let's go. Just as Su Ran was about to turn and leave, Azzy emerged from the tattoo and retrieved a pre-prepared tombstone from the cave, placing it where Zhuge Ming had left. When Azzy picked up the tombstone, she felt that its weight was a bit off. She knew the weight of this tombstone, which had been carved for over 100 years, but now it felt slightly light.
Could someone have disturbed this tombstone? Azzy turned over the tombstone and saw a sentence left by Zhuge Ming. I knew all along that this tombstone was for me.
Place it where I left, so you won't miss me too much.
After seeing that sentence, Azzy immediately fell silent.
After setting up the tombstone, she stared at it for a long time before turning to Su Ran and saying something. That kid Zhuge Ming has one more thing he hasn't told you, and he asked me to pass it on. I don't want your eyes to evolve to the next stage, because that would mean you've already lost a lot.
Don't let hatred blind you.
After Azzy finished speaking, she transformed into a purple light and returned to the tattoo.
A massive portal of light appeared behind Zhuge Ming's tombstone.
Su Ran carried Lin Juyu away, allowing this secret realm to complete its final mission. In the end, this secret realm will turn into fragments in the void, completely burying the truth of what happened back then. Su Ran stepped out of the portal and found herself on Little Pink's deck. I have to say, no wonder he is known as the master of stargazing. He even foresaw this step. Su Ran looked up at the horizon and found that the sun was still in the same position. She also looked at the clock in the driver's cab of the Little Pink car and found that time had not moved at all. Su Ran looked at one side of the clock, where there was a small message. I won't give you the stargazing using artifact. It has long since faded from my memory over time. I'm sorry. As Su Ran finished reading the passage, the words slowly disappeared, as if they had never happened. Just then, Lin Juyu, who had been unconscious, slowly woke up and looked at Su Ran, asking a question. That Zhuge Ming didn't do anything to you, did he? I made a deal with him using that black dragon in the end. Don't worry, I wasn't hurt. That's good. Lin Juyu patted her chest lightly and took a breath. Let's go back now. This sea area is really too eerie. Little Pink, who was in tune with Su Ran's thoughts, understood what Su Ran wanted to do. After Su Ran used light and heavy rock to take Lin Juyu into the air, Little Pink quickly transformed into a huge mecha and carried Su Ran and Lin Juyu back to their residence. You should get some rest. After all, what happened today has been quite a shock to me. Lin Juyu waved her hand and turned to walk towards her room. Instead of returning to her own room, Su Ran turned and walked towards Dongfang Yu's room. Su Ran knocked on the door, and soon a familiar voice came from inside the room. Su Ran pushed open the door and saw Dongfang Yu sitting in a chair, smoking and drinking. You're here, kid? Dongfang Yu quickly put the pipe in his hand into his storage space, opened the window and used his supernatural power to dissipate the smoke in the room. Sit down, kid. What brings you here today? Su Ran sat down in the chair and asked the question that had been on his mind. Teacher, if one day I were to destroy the world, would you still want me? Dongfang Yu tilted his head back and took a swig of wine, then asked in confusion. Where did you hear these rumors, kid? No, teacher, it's really possible. Then Su Ran told Dongfang Yu about the results that Zhuge Ming had predicted using star observation. He didn't mention what Zhuge Ming gave him or a Z, but only told her about the prophecy and the cursed eyes. I never imagined that the initiators of the Third War would be descendants of the long-extinct Zhuge family. Dongfang Yu stroked his beard and then spoke. As your teacher and elder, in principle, if you were to destroy the world, I would do everything in my power to stop you. This is my responsibility as your teacher. But if the prophecy is true, then I don't think anyone has any reason to stop you, including me. As your elder, I will support you unconditionally because I believe that every decision you make is based on your own careful consideration. Don't worry about whether the prophecy is true or not. Leave the future to the future. People should live in the present. Besides, Zhuge Ming also said that prophecies can be wrong sometimes, so who knows if that thing might be true. After Dongfang Yu's persuasive explanation, Su Ran came out, took his immortal wine gourd, turned off its berserk effect, placed it on the table, and then took out a brand new heavenly immortal brew from the system space. Thank you, teacher. Then I must have a good drink with you today. Good lad, you've got guts. Dongfang Yu also took out his own wine gourd, took Su Ran's immortal wine gourd, shook it and found it was full, then directly immersed his entire wine gourd into the jar. Soon the gourd was full of wine, and Dongfang Yu took out some side dishes and said, no one is allowed to leave today without the signal being cut off. I have already locked this space with a spatial blockade. I apologize for offending you today. Amidst the clinking of glasses, jar after jar of heavenly wine was consumed by the master and apprentice, and the snacks on the table disappeared rapidly. In the end, the old drunkard Dongfang Yu prevailed, getting Su Ran completely drunk. Dongfang Yu looked at Su Ran, who was asleep on the table, and slowly stood up. You're not so great, kid. You got drunk after just 12 jars of wine, but you're still much better than your dad was back in the day. Ha ha ha. Dongfang Yu picked up Su Ran's gourd, then picked Su Ran up and carried her to her room. Dongfang Yu watched as Su Ran staggered and was about to fall, but the gourd in her arms didn't even tilt. Finally, he took out the key from Su Ran and opened the door. Dongfang Yu placed Su Ran on the bed, used his supernatural power to expel the alcohol from Su Ran's body, and then changed him into a new set of clothes before laying him down on the bed. I almost forgot to clean you up, kid. Dongfang Yu activated his special ability and quickly cleaned Su Ran's body. After covering her with a blanket and closing the door, he swayed and left. After returning to his room, Dongfang Yu picked up the remaining wine, placed a plate of peanuts and 2 small cups on it, and began to drink by himself while gazing at the moon. Dongfang Yu filled 2 wine cups with his gourd and drank, tears streaming down his face. If only you two were still by my side. As Dongfang Yu drank, he suddenly collapsed onto the table and fell fast asleep. Suddenly, some of the wine in the 2 glasses was gone. It was unclear whether it had been blown away by the wind or drunk by the person they longed for. Chapter 127 Sissy. The first rays of morning sunlight streamed in, and Su Ran just opened her eyes and woke up. After Su Ran finished dressing and washing up, she opened the door and bumped into Lin Juyu, who was about to come downstairs. Good morning, Juyu. Su Ran pulled Lin Juyu close, kissed her forehead, and said, whether Lin Juyu had gotten used to it or not, she wasn't shy like before. Instead, she hugged Su Ran's cheeks with both hands and kissed him, then naturally took Su Ran's hand and said, today's top 32 is Shanghai University, a subsidiary of Shanghai University. Su Ran asked with a puzzled look. Dumo University? A university can actually establish affiliated schools? Lin Juyu rolled her eyes at Su Ran and said irritably, you don't pay any attention to outside news except for fighting and eating. Of course, I really don't have the time or inclination for those trivial matters. Oh well. Lin Juyu cleared her throat
throat and said, 4 of the students at Dumo University have exotic beasts, and one of them is a profession similar to a beast tamer. We need to be extra careful about this. Judging from their battle situation, they most likely possess a space-type alien beast. This is the conclusion that Elder Yu came to after watching one of their matches. So this time, the main force consists of you and Huakyuji. Xiao Shuang will protect us. I can only provide some control capabilities. I need to pay more attention to the rear to prevent that alien beast from launching a sneak attack. Xiao Xiao, on the other hand, can provide you with firepower support. Upon hearing this, Su Ran rubbed her left arm, and Aziz's clear voice entered her mind. Is there something you need? Azzy, can you suppress it into a 6th tier, 4th level beast without anyone noticing? That's possible, but what do you want to do with it? Please lend a hand and help us secure a victory in this match. Su Ran severed her connection with Azzy and then heard Lin Juyu explaining the strength of their opponent. That space-type alien beast appeared in the hands of Yu Shui, the 3rd young lady of the Yu family. I also got some inside information about the Yu family. Lin Juyu suddenly leaned close to Su Ran's ear and whispered something mysteriously. What? The spoiled 2nd young lady of the Yu family is dead. I heard that the head of the Yu family was furious at the time, and even the soul lamp could not find the aura of the person who killed their 2nd young lady. Su Ran recalled Yu Xinyu, who had snatched his shadow tiger's corpse from the Beast Mountain range, and inwardly sighed that something was wrong. The system is broken. Have we fixed it? Don't worry at all. It's extremely difficult to retain any aura under such a powerful attack. At most, only a wisp of aura would drift away, and it might have been swallowed up by something along the way, or it might have been tainted by other auras that wouldn't be able to recognize you at all. Listen carefully, your girlfriend's expression suggests there's a big juicy story she's about to tell you. After hearing the system's words, Su Ran pricked up her ears and completely absorbed the shocking news that had left her speechless. I heard that the reason why the head of the Yu family was furious was that the 2nd young lady seemed to be his mistress. That man could even do that to his own daughter. TSK. Was it really that explosive? Aren't they afraid something might happen? Lin Juyu pursed her lips. Just then, the two walked into the restaurant. Lin Juyu picked up a glass of juice and drank it, saying, only the eldest and 3rd young ladies are his legitimate daughters. The 2nd young lady is said to be an illegitimate child. In order to return to the Yu family, she seduced his father by any means necessary. I can only say that your circle is really messy. That's true. Su Ran ordered a sandwich inside the restaurant and sat down to eat it. Just as Su Ran finished eating a sandwich, the other 5 teammates arrived at the restaurant one after another. Good morning, everyone. You two are quite young, Huakyuji said, holding a huge fruit in his hand, munching on it as he walked. Today, it might just be the two of us as the main force. Are we confident? Huakyuji extended his fist in front of Su Ran, and Su Ran, understanding, touched his fist to his. Of course I do. I'm too scared to fight 7 people at once, let alone you can help me share some of the burden. A clown. At this moment, 7 people carrying folding fans and with the word Duemo engraved on their right chests walked into the restaurant, speaking to Su Ran and Huakyuji with mocking expressions. Country bumpkins are just country bumpkins. Looking at you guys makes me lose my appetite. A handsome young man stepped out and said with a look of disdain. At the same time, it released its own pressure, and the aura of the 3rd rank and 5th level pressed down on Su Ran and the other 7. You sissy, the powder on your face is thicker than the plaster on the wall. How do you have the nerve to live with that bell hanging down? There, someone like you wouldn't even be fit to be a eunuch in ancient times. You'd only be used as a toy by men with homosexual tendencies. You. The young man, enraged, closed his folding fan as if to slap it towards Su Ran's face. Su Ran pinched the folding fan between 2 fingers and held it firmly in place, no matter how hard the boy opposite her tried to pull it out. Oops, you left some powder on my hand. Su Ran suddenly loosened her grip, causing the boy to fall flat on his face. After the boy regained consciousness, he even patted his hand with a hint of disgust. You just wait. I'll cripple you on the competition stage. Can I take this as a threat? The boy said arrogantly. So what if it is? My family's influence in Shanghai makes taking care of you a piece of cake. If you know your own, hurry up and lick my shoes. Maybe I'll take pity on you and spare your life, only breaking your limbs. Su Ran couldn't help but sneer at the sight before him. The second form of Susanoo, the Tatsuka blade, was already aimed at the boy's head. If you're so capable, then say what you just said again. Su Ran crossed her arms and looked at the boy with a slightly mocking expression. The boy wanted to curse as usual, but he felt the aura of death from the Tatsuka sword pointed at his head, and it was as if something was blocking his throat, making it impossible for him to speak. You think you can cripple me? Then I'll pilot a Gundam and fight you on the competition stage. I'd like to see if you'll be crippled first or if I'll cripple you first. As Su Ran spoke, she controlled Susanoo to grab the boy by the back of his collar and flung him out of the breakfast restaurant entrance. Don't disturb my meal. After all, I feel disgusted when I see your face, which is so white that even a dead person isn't as white as you. Su Ran withdrew Susanoo and returned to his teammates. Has everyone everyone finished eating? Alright, let's get ready to head to the competition venue. As he spoke, Wakyuji walked towards the door. It's not that complicated. Suran formed a closed loop by holding the 7 people's hands, and activated the Flying Thunder God mark left in his own rest area to take the 7 people to the competition venue. A yellow light flashed, and the 7 people appeared in their own rest area. Chapter 128 Defense arrives. After waiting for a while, the host's voice came from the stage. Then, as usual, please welcome our Takeo University team to the stage. As the host's voice rang out, Suran and her 7 companions entered the arena and took their original formation. Suran looked up and saw that the 7 people opposite her were the same 7 people who had come to annoy her this morning. So it's you guys, you scoundrel. Suran activated the 3rd stage of Susanoo, and a red figure wielding the Yata mirror and the Tatsuka blade appeared, enveloping Suran. The host then controlled himself to float to Suran's side and loudly plotted. The referee didn't say that battle mode can't be used before it starts. Oh, I see. Suran released Susanoo and stood there quietly watching the person opposite him. The match begins. The moment the referee finished speaking, a red Gundam shot into the sky, and the complete Susanoo reappeared in the world. Then I'll use this to play with them. Suran controlled Susanoo to draw the Heavenly Cloud Sword. The huge blade pointed at the 7 people opposite, seemingly about to fall at any moment. Just kidding, how could I possibly use my full strength against these 7 people? Suran deactivated Susanoo, crossed his legs, and used the light and heavy technique to fly himself up. He looked at the 7 people opposite him and said, "Rhino, tear him to pieces." A humanoid rhinoceros standing on 2 legs charged towards Suran, aiming its feet at Suran's legs as if it were about to knock Suran out of bounds. Be careful, this is an upright rhinoceros. This little thing is surprisingly strong. Just as Suran activated immortal mode and forcefully stopped the rhinoceros with his own physical strength, he sensed a dangerous aura coming from behind him. Yushue stood at the back of the line, looking excitedly at the huge tiger paw slapping out from behind Suran and laughing. One of them is taken care of. You guys keep that guy with the sword occupied so he can't come to help Suran. Guhai and I are confident we can knock Suran out of the arena. Just as the tiger's paw was about to strike Suran, the divine power was activated, and Suran dodged the attack by using the ability to become ethereal. Soon, the system also analyzed the species of the giant white tiger that had ambushed Suran. Void-eating tiger, watch out, don't let yourself be ambushed. While the system was speaking, the void-eating tiger tore open space again and hid inside, looking for another opportunity to launch a sneak attack. U2 used ranged skills to interfere with Suran, making him unable to react to Xiaobai's sneak attack. Yushue spoke to her 2 teammates, who nodded and unleashed a series of ranged attacks from their magical artifacts at Suran. Just as the attack arrived, the void-eating tiger found another opportunity to launch a sneak attack, firing a huge spatial cannon from its mouth at Suran. Faced with this pincer attack from both sides, Suran's combat experience with the beast tide allowed him to execute a perfect counterattack. He used both hands to grab the upright rhinoceros to block the attack coming from the front, dodged the space cannon with his divine power, then whipped the void-eating tiger away with a whip kick, and then threw the rhinoceros out. Your attacks are really irritating me. Suran used Yin-Yang Escape to form a snakehead cane. After pushing open the back of the cane, he used Yin-Yang Escape to form a card, inserted it, and then closed the back cover. The final moment has arrived, but it's your fault for irritating me. The system's voice appeared at the right time, and Azzy, whose cultivation had been forcibly suppressed to the 6th level, appeared beside Suran. Suran and Azzy exchanged a glance, and they both understood what the other wanted to do through their tattoos. Suran opened her arms and ran forward with all her might, while Azzy twisted her body and followed behind Suran. Suran rushed in the direction that the upright rhinoceros had been thrown. After sensing that the distance was about right, Suran did a backflip and jumped onto Azzy's head. Azzy spat out venom to match Suran's kick. Poison explosion kick. With the help of Azzy's venom, Suran kicked the upright rhinoceros several times, and the resulting violent explosion blasted the rhinoceros out of the arena. You've taken care of one, but what about you? Suran turned to the side, and with a dragon claw hand, grabbed the neck of the void-devouring tiger that was trying to launch a sneak attack, pressing it firmly to the ground. While the void-eating tiger was communicating with the spatial elements, Suran directly activated the tree realm descent, completely draining the surrounding elements and binding the void-eating tiger tightly. And of course, there's your kick, you little tiger who loves to ambush. At this moment, Azzy twisted her body and came to Suran's back. Suran once again did a cool backflip and landed on Azzy's head. With a 9 Heavens Thunder double kick, he kicked the devouring tiger out of the arena. Easy to do. At this moment, Wakyuji also dealt with the person who had trapped him. After sensing the fate of the void-eating tiger that might have threatened him, Lin Juyu immediately activated the ice spike technique. The huge ice spikes passed over the 2 of them and attacked each other. Yushue stood in front of her teammates, her hands radiating a terrifying heat that instantly melted Lin Juyu's ice spikes. Suran felt the slight sweat on her body and guessed that the other side had another trump card. It seems I wasn't wrong. The Yu family's bloodline inherits the divine beast Phoenix, so how could they possibly be a beast tamer?
As Su Ran sensed Yu Shue's increasingly powerful aura, upon reaching the 5th rank he unhesitatingly dispelled a shadow clone
filled with immortal magical abilities.
The immense immortal magical power directly recharged Su Ran's almost ending immortal mode.
I'm feeling a bit of pressure. Then Su Ran turned her head and shouted at Zhao Xiaoxiao. Battalion Commander Zhao, where the hell is your Italian cannon? Bring it up here.
Zhao Xiaoxiao didn't understand what Su Ran was saying, but she still threw a scroll containing a portable cannon at Su Ran. Su Ran opened the scroll, and a pink, handheld giant cannon fell into her hands.
It's a pity this thing isn't a peacemaker, but it'll do for now. You really my dad? You think I'm omnipotent? You think I'm invincible?
Then next time, catch me a peerless dragon.
I think you're dreaming.
After Su Ran infused the heavy cannon with her magical powers, she tossed it to Huokyuji and then took out her new knife, stroking it as she spoke.
Slay evil and eliminate wickedness. Since there is a sword called Slay,
then your name shall be Eliminate the Blade, a sword that eliminates all evil in the world. As Su Ran spoke, she infused her immortal powers into the sword, causing a strong white light to emanate from it, which echoed the white hair on Su Ran's body.
It seems that the old black dragon wasn't entirely without value after all.
At this moment, the old black dragon who was queuing to be reincarnated in the underworld suddenly sneezed, rubbed his nose, and continued to wait in line to be reincarnated.
Chapter 129 Immortal Mode vs Phoenix Form. How dare you? Hurt. Little. White.
Flames erupted from Yu Shue's body, and her crimson wings flapped as she punched Su Ran.
Juyu, can you help Lao Hua? Let me handle this little firebird.
Su Ran shouted behind him, but his hands moved without slowing down. His fist, filled with lightning, met Yu Shue's fist, filled with flames. The powerful energy that erupted from the collision forced the two of them to retreat dozens of steps. Yu Shue flapped her wings, and countless burning feathers shot towards Su Ran. After switching the blade to his left hand, Su Ran raised his right hand, and the cleaver followed suit, jumping into Su Ran's hand as well.
Dual-wielding style, the dance of the corpse woman. Su Ran activated his Manjikyu Sharingan, using its dynamic tracking to clearly see the trajectory of each feather.
His twin swords, burning with a faint green flame, precisely slashed at the incoming feathers. Yu Shue's hair instantly turned bright red, and her body began to be wrapped in flames, forming an exquisite flame armor.
Phoenix form, the form possessed by a woman with Phoenix bloodline inheritance. Be careful. This thing can't possibly be stronger than my Sage mode. That's true.
Upon hearing the system's words, Su Ran once again released a shadow clone technique. His already minimally depleted magical abilities were now fully charged, and the power of the technique was even further enhanced.
Fire meteor shower.
One after another, burning stones transformed into fiery meteors, attacking the location of the 7 members of the Teikyo University team from every angle.
Azzy, protect the people behind you.
Using her snake body, Azzy quickly swam to Chao Zhuang's side, surrounding everyone and finally using her head as a cover to protect the people behind her without any blind spots.
Old Hua, watch us.
Huokyuji sheathed his sword, while Su Ran grew a pair of wooden hands again to hold the cleaver. Together they entered the drawing/slash mode. As the heat wave from the fire meteors hit Su Ran's face, Huokyuji and Su Ran both drew their weapons and slashed at the fire meteors ahead. 3 massive slashes swept forward, completely shattering the fire meteor shower.
Su Ran looked at Yu Shue flying high in the sky,
then activated light and heavy rock and flew up as well.
Old Hua, you work with Xiyu to deal with the people below.
I'll take the battle with this little firebird to the sky. Su Ran flew into the sky, feeling his ability to escape gradually weaken, and couldn't help but frown. With such high humidity and being so far from the ground, all my escape techniques are no longer effective. 5 parts water release combined with 3 parts wind release and 2 parts Ian release. This is the most suitable bloodline limit for you right now. Ice release.
So you're not even going to pretend anymore and are just going to tell me the formula, right? It's just a normal chat. Whether it's actually implemented depends on you.
Su Ran controlled the energy of his escape technique within his body and fused them together. In a short while, a small piece of ice successfully condensed in his palm. Adding Ian release can enhance ice release's abilities. As long as it doesn't exceed the limits of the fusion recipe, it won't be unusable. Su Ran controlled the wind and water molecules in the high sky, and huge ice cones condensed around him.
Oh right, I almost forgot. Su Ran controlled the ice element, forming a pair of huge ice wings behind him. Alright, now I'm a person with wings too.
Su Ran looked at Yu Shue, who was also flying in the sky, but the short ice behind her did not shoot Wu De forward at high speed. Yu Shue spat out fireballs that melted the ice spikes, and soon Su Ran's ice spikes were completely consumed. The evaporation of water caused white mist to rise in the sky, making it impossible for the audience below to see the battle situation clearly.
What's going on? Why are they using cigarettes in the middle of a fight? Aren't you curious about why the yellow flash has gained a new elemental ability?
I wouldn't be surprised if he pulled a level 10 beast out of his crotch now.
I feel like there's nothing he can't do.
That's right, there are more yellow flashing cards than black dots on my shorts.
Hey buddy, how many black spots are on your underwear? I am pure black.
Yu Shue Yushue threw a fireball forward, and the terrifying temperature instantly evaporated all the white mist. However, Su Ran disappeared into the fog in an instant. Upon seeing this, Yushue immediately folded her wings, turned around, and raised her arms to block. Otherwise, Su Ran's sneak attack would have succeeded at that moment. The technique of concealing mist. A massive burst of white mist erupted from Su Ran's body, once again enveloping everything on the field. Yushue spat out another fireball to evaporate the mist, and turned around to see two flying thunder god kunai shooting towards her. A huge fireball condensed in Yushue's right hand, echoing the huge Rasengan in Su Ran's right hand. As the two drew closer, Yushue noticed a strange smile on Su Ran's lips. The two flying thunder god kunai exploded with two bangs and turned into two Su Rans, who were tightly holding onto Yushue's wings and arms, leaving the door wide open. Remember to bring your brain next time. Su Ran's Rasengan slammed heavily into Yushue, the enormous impact sending her flying backward. But just before she went out of bounds, Yushue regained control of her body, and Su Ran could see the fiery red armor underneath through Yushue's tattered clothes. TSK. How generous of them. The scales of the fire-type wyvern were actually made into armor and worn on her body. What a waste. Well, you still have armor made from the scales of a 10th tier black dragon emperor. While it's certainly not a waste for you, don't be a laughingstock. The two flew through the air, staring at each other, each seemingly trying to find a weakness in the other. But how could Yushue, who didn't have the Sharingan, possibly compare to Su Ran? Through the Sharingan's dynamic detection, Su Ran quickly found Yushue's weakness: 1,000 needles. Su Ran's white hair shot forward like a fine rainstorm, forcing Yushue to activate her shield to block it. While Yushue was hiding inside the protective shield, charging up her skill, Su Ran had already figured out how to win. The moment the protective shield broke, Yushue, holding a huge fireball that was almost the size of a small car, hurled it at Su Ran. Earth-stored needle. Su Ran left behind a clone to protect herself using the earthly needle, while her main body transformed into a tiny needle through a transformation spell and hid outside. Yushue looked at Su Ran, who was hiding inside like a turtle, and slammed the fireball down hard. Chapter 130 Betrayal. When the flames had almost burned away all the hair, Yushue discovered a white hair that she couldn't ignite no matter what she did. Yushue refused to believe it and spat out another mouthful of fire. Seeing the huge opening revealed by Yushue's spellcasting before turning into hair, Su Ran transformed back into human form and covered the flames that Yushue was about to spew out. The pattern in Su Ran's eyes spun rapidly, quickly switching to the design of Koto Amatsukami. Farewell, gods. The Sharingan's powerful genjutsu ability directly turned Yushue into a puppet. After confirming that Koto Amatsukami had been successfully activated, Su Ran flew down with Yushue. After landing, Su Ran pointed to Yushue's teammates and said, "If we eliminate all those people, everything will be fine." After speaking, Yushue activated the Burning Phoenix mode, her body engulfed in raging flames as she charged towards her teammates. While Huakyuji was fighting, he watched Su Ran's fancy moves, kicked his opponent away with a heavy kick, and then gave Su Ran a thumbs up. "You're really something." The audience in the stands were also dumbfounded. From their perspective, they couldn't understand how Yushue, despite having been turned against them, could be attacked by her teammates in her own combat mode without saying a word after landing on the ground. What did that guy do? He actually managed to turn the other side's trump card against them? Is this guy a spy or a traitor? How did he manage to turn the other side's trump card against them? Would you repay me with your body? I can't help but drool when I see the guy's abs peeking out from under his clothes. Where's security? Security! Hurry up! Drag this dead man out of here. If I hit him, I'm afraid he'll enjoy it. While Yushue was being controlled by Tianqian and was indiscriminately killing people in her own team, a petite girl stood in front of Su Ran and Huakyuji and said angrily, "Those who resort to such underhanded tactics to win will all die a horrible death." "What did you say?" Huakyuji was about to draw his sword when Su Ran stopped him. "Let her finish speaking, old Hua." Su Ran waved her hand to signal Huakyuji to reluctantly put down his sword. "I'd rather lose than win by resorting to such underhanded tactics. A bunch of grown men are even using such low-level methods as mind control to win. And you still have the name of Imperial University? So what?" Huakyuji handed a cigarette to Su Ran. Su Nan used his fireball technique to light both of their cigarettes, took a puff, and asked, "Release Sister Yushue from her control, then fight us fairly and squarely before admitting defeat." "You're right." Su Ran took a drag of his cigarette, and the image in his eyes switched back to that of Koto Amatsukami. "So I'll also grant you an illusion spell. Go and attack your teammates with your sister Yushue." "You're welcome." The girl was so angry that her chest heaved, making her already flat chest even flatter. "So all I said was just talking to a brick wall? I wasted my breath." The girl snorted loudly and then drew her weapon, intending to attack Su Ran and the other girl directly. Su Ran used a powerful move to glare at her, freezing her in place, and then walked over and said slowly, "If there's an easy way, why would I fight with myself covered in wounds? Will I die? You may not have anyone to care for you, but I do." Su Ran's words dealt a critical hit of 1,000 points to the girl in front of her. The wide range of the AoE attack not only dissed Huakyuji, but also made many single people sitting in the audience unable to bear it.
What do you mean? You can use area of effect, AoE, attacks in a match to hurt the audience?
That guy who said he wanted to send Yellow Flash and his girlfriend, one to the South Pole and the other to the North Pole, Wang Duoyu, have invested in that project.
You deserve to die. You die. You bastard. Get out of here. But Su Ran didn't hear the comments from the audience.
After giving the girl a good slap, he sat down with Wakuji again and happily finished the rest of his cigarette. Two opponents had already been forced to the edge of the boundary line, so Su Ran put in extra effort again, controlling Yushue, the flat-chested girl, to pounce on the two and knock them out of the arena, eliminating 4 at once. Get to work. After saying that, Su Ran patted Wakuji and stood up. But at that moment, a white light rushed over, moving so fast that Su Ran didn't even have time to react before being firmly pressed to the ground. A snow-white leopard forcefully pinned Su Ran down. Su Ran could already smell the stench of its breath.
Cheese snow leopard?
Just have your friend give him a cigarette and that'll solve the problem.
Isn't Snow Leopard a member of the Reformists?
They probably won't be used to the cigarettes of the conservatives.
How about this? Should I travel back to your old world, run to the auditorium, and buy you a Rexroth 5 for this leopard to play with?
After thinking about it, Su Ran still felt that the previous method was feasible.
Old man, if you put a cigarette in its mouth and light it, it will let go of me.
Wakuji, with some skepticism, put a lit cigarette into the snow leopard's mouth, and the snow leopard immediately let out a happy whimper and lay down beside him.
Shut up, Snow Leopard.
After Su Ran said those words, the leopard sat there obediently and began to smoke without moving. The cigarette was quickly finished, but the leopard stared at the two of them like a drug addict. With lightning speed, Su Ran pulled a cigarette from the pack and threw it off the competition platform. Unsurprisingly, the silly leopard jumped off along with the cigarette.
Get this sorted out quickly.
After eliminating several key players, the remaining players were no match for them. With the help of Wakuji, Su Ran quickly eliminated the remaining 3 and threw them off the field.
I hereby declare the winner of this match to be Takeo University.
As the host's voice faded, a deafening roar erupted from the surrounding area. They're gone, everyone's going home to their own mothers. As Su Ran spoke, she took the lead and walked towards the edge of the field. At this moment, a large hand grabbed Su Ran's shoulder and threw her backward.
Release my disciple's mind control before you leave.
Su Ran, who was stopped from going home, instantly lost her temper. Without saying a word, she activated her complete Susanoo and slashed at the owner of the giant hand. Zhao Xian, the owner of the giant hand, reacted quickly and used his supernatural power to create a huge shield to block Su Ran's
attack.
While he was feeling smug, Su Ran's other hand also condensed a blade and swiftly and accurately stabbed it into the shield. Zhao Xian, whose shield had been destroyed, immediately felt he had lost face. Just as he was about to gather his supernatural power to teach Su Ran a lesson, a large hand slapped him to the ground. You beat up my apprentice right in front of me, you little brat. You've got a lot of meat on your body but not many hairs.
Dongfang Yu's figure appeared in front of Zhao Xian.
Why did you attack someone else's disciple just because the driftwood died and you lacked manners?
Bullying the weak and getting your shield destroyed is utterly shameful.
From now on, don't say you're from this country, say you're from the neighboring Koreans, so you don't bring shame to the country.
Chapter 131. Don't be too nervous.
Hiss.
Zhao Xian looked at Dongfang Yu with a resentful expression.
Su Ran saw this and immediately reached out to stop Dongfang Yu, then walked towards Zhao Xian's location.
Are you sure you can handle this?
At least we have a chance to trade 1 for 1 with him, teacher. If any other third-tier being had said those words, Zhao Xian might not have believed it, but if Su Ran had said them, then it was indeed possible. After all, who could kill 2 8th-tier beasts when a third-tier person went berserk?
Although Zhao Xian, the team leader from Dumo University, had the strength of a peak
8th-tier person, he did not believe that he could defeat those 2 8th-tier beasts without suffering any injuries. Moreover, he would at least lose a layer of skin himself. However, Su Ran not only defeated the 2 8th-tier alien beasts, but also successfully killed them. Even the 10th-tier black dragon was the one Su Ran finished off with the last blow.
System, I want something more exciting.
Su Ran threw a shot into the card pool, and soon a revolver and a black bullet were drawn out. This is a rule-based weapon. The revolver can only fire black bullets. Anyone hit by a black bullet will die, regardless of level.
You have 6 chances to fire. You want me to break free from your control over your students, right? But your attitude just now really annoyed me, so let's play a game now.
Su Ran took out a revolver and the black bullet from the system space.
The moment the black bullet appeared, everyone present immediately
understood that being hit by this bullet would definitely result in death because the aura of death brought by that bullet was too obvious. Su Ran loaded the bullets into the magazine of the revolver, and with a slap of her small hand, the magazine spun rapidly.
Su Ran introduced Zhao Xian. Death bullet game. We each have 3 chances to fire. Whoever gets hit by a bullet will definitely die. What do you want to do?
Su Ran slammed the magazine into the revolver and toyed with it in his hand.
Your attitude makes me very unhappy.
Killing me will break the mind control, and killing you will also make me feel very good.
Su Ran pointed the revolver at herself
and handed it to Zhao Xian, saying, "Please begin." Zhao Xian's hands began to tremble slightly, and cold sweat began to pour from his back. "Why are you so nervous?" Seeing that Zhao Xian was reluctant to take the pistol, Su Ran had no choice but to point the gun at herself and fire. "Don't be too nervous." As Su Ran said this, he had already pointed the gun at his forehead and fired the first shot, but unfortunately, he missed. "Smile, darling." Su Ran fired a second shot at the back of the head, but it still missed. Su Ran quickly pointed the gun at Zhao Xian. Zhao Xian was startled by Su Ran's sudden action and activated his protective shield as if it were free. But Su Ran simply pointed the gun at her own heart and fired a third shot. "You have 3 chances left, while I only have 2 chances left to fail." Su Ran pressed the gun to her neck and fired a 4th shot. "Are you really not going to gamble on the last 50% chance? If this shot doesn't hit me, you'll die." Su Ran handed the gun to Zhao Xian, but Zhao Xian's hands were still trembling and he refused to take the gun. "The next shot must hit. This bastard must be killed." As Zhao Xian was thinking this, Su Ran had already put the gun barrel into her mouth and fired the 5th shot. However, the expected gunshots did not ring out. Su Ran gambled that all 5 bullets missed him, leaving Zhao Xian to die instead. "This is insane. To dare to fire 5 shots at yourself first while playing with this kind of roulette pistol, Lu Huaxiang, would call him the strongest. The yellow flash is so cool. If he ever makes a mistake, he becomes a failed man. Isn't that what makes yellow flash so audacious?" This time, Su Ran didn't point the gun but at Zhao Xian, but instead pointed the dark muzzle at Zhao Xian's heart and said, "That's enough playing house. Will you destroy yourself, or will I kill you with a single shot? Make a choice." Just as Zhao Xian was about to take advantage of Su Ran's inattention to force his way out, he was immediately bound to the spot by the arrival of the tree realm. "Make a choice." Zhao Xian was covered in cold sweat. He was so scared he was about to wet his pants. "You've got some nerve, kid." Dongfang Yu took the pistol and played with it in his hand. "Please be careful not to accidentally discharge the gun." "No, that won't happen." After playing with the gun for a while, Dongfang Yu returned it to Su Ran. "It's better to save this kind of killer move as a trump card. It would be a waste to waste it on someone like this." "Then I'll do as you say." Su Ran put the gun into her ring and turned to walk off the stage. Suddenly, Su Ran seemed to remember something and turned to Zhao Xian. "Actually, today's conflict could have been completely avoided. Even if you hadn't said anything, I would have released your student from control after the fight. If it weren't for your awful attitude that made me angry, you probably wouldn't have to deal with this kind of thing." Su Ran snapped his fingers, and the 2 people who had been controlled by Koto Amatsukami immediately returned to normal. Su Ran withdrew her tree world descent ability. Zhao Xian, a PK Thorder expert, was so frightened by Su Ran, a child who hadn't even reached the 4th order, that his legs went weak and he collapsed to the ground. Once everyone had returned to the rest area, Dongfang Yu clapped his hands and said, "We have a round of 16 match this afternoon, which is very tough." Huo Qiji asked, "Elder Yu, what kind of college is it that you also find troublesome?" "Miaojiang Academy, an academy that uses insect breeders and goo masters as its special abilities, at least in terms of lineup. We are completely countered," Su Ran said at this moment. "Teacher, is there really no other way?" "There is a way," Dongfang Yu said, turning to look at Chao Zhuang. "The afternoon's match will be led by Chao Zhuang. Have him set up an impenetrable iron sand barrier to defend against the insect's attack. If my information is correct, they have something called the mind control goo, which is more troublesome than Su Ran's illusion control. If Su Ran has the ability of that red giant, he doesn't need to hide in Chao Zhuang's iron sand barrier and can become the second main force in the attack." Su Ran then said in a whimsical way, "Teacher, can I open their entire bodies and then give them a final cut?" Dongfang Yu gave Su Ran a strange smile, then grabbed Su Ran's head and started rubbing it. "Are you out of your mind? You're using that kind of guy in this kind of competition? Aren't you afraid of getting suspended? Wow, old man, let me go. I'll fight you to the death." Su Ran was about to resist when Dongfang Yu pinned her to the ground with one hand, beginning their daily routine of hitting each other. Chapter 132 Amaterasu Form. After everyone sat cross-legged and meditated to replenish their supernatural abilities, and after waiting through several matches, Su Ran and his group of 7 took to the field again. The 7 people opposite also walked onto the stage, but without exception, they were all women dressed in plain gauze. At this moment, Su Ran's Sharingan began to issue warnings frantically. Su Ran looked through his Sharingan and saw countless insects hiding on their bodies. Su Ran turned to the 6 people behind her and said, "You guys go straight into the game from the start. I'll go face them." "Why?" Huo Qiji asked, puzzled. "Don't you believe in our power anymore?" Lin Zhuyu spoke up. "It's not that I don't trust you, it's just that there are too many bugs on the other side." The 6 people fell silent upon hearing Su Ran's words. Finally, Zhao Xiaoxiao spoke up and asked, Su Ran, don't scare us. First tell me how many kinds there are. If that doesn't work, the 6 of us will go down, so we won't hold you back." Xiao Yu spoke gently from the side. "Based on what I see now, there are a total of 97 species, but the actual number should be far more than that." After a deathly silence, Huo Qiji spoke. "Don't put
put too much pressure on yourself. It's okay to lose. We will win. Su-ran addressed the 6 people. Although dealing with these bugs will be tricky, we will still win. As Su-ran spoke, intense Amaterasu flames ignited from his body, quickly enveloping him. The thick black flames swirled around him, making him appear like a war god emerging from hell. You're a true genius. You actually thought of using Amaterasu's fire to modify the Cloud Village's lightning release combat mode, and you accidentally developed the Amaterasu combat mode. System, can you check where Amaterasu's flames haven't reached yet? I don't want to get bitten by these bugs. Don't worry, although your combat style isn't perfect, it's still among the best. And here's a suggestion, those creatures that rely on ranged skills and control abilities are generally not too strong. Don't get bogged down with the bugs, just attack their main bodies. Su-ran deactivated Amaterasu mode and stood alone in front of the 7 Meow people. At this moment, the host floated down with a puzzled look on his face, and asked Su-ran while holding a microphone. You Yellow Flash, where are your teammates? They forfeited, so I'll fight this battle alone. It seems against the rules for one person to compete. The host turned to look at the referee as he spoke, but the referee shook his head and said, the rules do not state that a person cannot participate in the competition. Oh well. The host flew into the sky and said excitedly, then let's welcome our Yellow Flash to bring us this spectacular battle. Mengshi nudged Xia Qiong with her hand and said, that Yellow Flasher is too arrogant. He actually thought he could take on all 7 of us by himself. He doesn't even care about his teammates. Xia Qiong shook her head and said with a cold smile, he will soon pay the price for his arrogance. The match begins. As the referee finished speaking, Su-ran unleashed boundless black flames that enveloped him and strode towards the 7 people. Sisters, let's get started. Xia Qiong directed the group, and countless insects emerged from their sleeves, flying straight towards Su-ran. Su-ran's body erupted with even more intense black flames, which, combined with the acceleration of the flames, propelled him toward the 7 people at an even greater speed. Su-ran's hands were not idle either. The twin blades of severing had already fallen into Su-ran's hands through divine power, and he began to wield them after they were wrapped in Amaterasu fire. Su-ran crossed her 2 blades and slashed forward, unleashing a cross-shaped slash of black flames that swept towards the 7 opponents simultaneously. A woman in purple waved her hand, and a giant beetle was summoned. With its hard shell, it withstood Su-ran's slash, but Amaterasu's fire was no pushover. It quickly attached itself to the beetle and began to burn, spreading outwards. The beetle was clever. With a quick molt, it shed its shell, which was still burning with Amaterasu fire, and the new shell inside, which was slightly reddish, instantly turned into a hard black shell. Su-ran was multitasking. Originally in dual sword style mode, he simultaneously unleashed the 1000 demon slash of the one sword style, and it was even a super enhanced version imbued with Amaterasu. A woman in green waved her hand, and a swarm of purplish black poisonous insects flew out from her sleeve. But before the poisonous insects could even get close to Su-ran's skin, they were burned to ashes by the flames burning on Su-ran's body. Damn it! Xia Qiong turned to the woman in green and said, Li Nan, use the enhanced poisonous insects to break through his defenses. He's the only one on the other side, so let's finish this quickly and not waste any more insects. Li Nan nodded and released more poisonous insects into her hand. That's right. At this moment, the system also sensed something was wrong and quickly called out to Su-ran. Hurry up and activate the 3rd stage, or you'll be worn down to death. Su-ran asked the system while launching the attack. What happened? Doesn't something look a little off about that area? Su-ran looked in the direction the system pointed and indeed found a small patch of insects that stood out from the surrounding swarm. If I'm not mistaken, they're trying to use those poisonous insects to wage a war of attrition. Those insects should be able to withstand your Amaterasu fire for a short time, creating an opportunity for the insects behind to attack. If you don't activate the 3rd mode soon, one bite from those things will be your end. Upon hearing the system's words, he suddenly unleashed a second burst of black flames without hesitation. The dense black flames even formed armor, completely enveloping Su-ran. Your neat and proper style is too ugly. Let me fix it for you. As the system spoke, it began modifying Su-ran's armor. The system modification was completed quickly, and it was clearly superior to the rigid armor system design. The edges of the armor were carved with intricate patterns, exuding an ancient and solemn aura. The outer layer of the armor was made into pieces of black scales by the system, as if a majestic black dragon had spread its wings and was ready to strike. Su-ran had just taken out a flying thunder god kunai, intending to throw it to close the distance, when a swarm of insects suddenly flew out and quickly devoured the kunai, leaving not even the metal parts untouched. Good heavens! My Holy Mother Mary, I thought those poisonous insects were invincible, but now there are insects even more valiant than them. Whose generals are these? Chapter 133 The Art of the Wooden Dragon. Su-ran jumped backward, intending to activate Immortal Mode, but found that only one Immortal Technique clone remained. We need to finish this quickly. Su-ran activated her Immortal Mode, and her long hair instantly turned white. Immortal Technique, The Art of the Wooden Dragon. Su-ran slapped his hands together on the ground, and a huge wooden dragon emerged from the ground.
ground. This wooden dragon is not the kind with an eagle-shaped nose like the one in the manga, but rather a wooden dragon that is closer to the form of an Eastern dragon. With its distinct scales, dragon whiskers, horns, and claws, the wooden dragon, if left still, would be a perfect work of art. So, doesn't the wooden dragon modified with dragon energy look better than Hashi Hot Mom's? I really don't like that hooked nose. Su-ran jumped onto the wooden dragon and quickly wrapped it in Amaterasu armor using the Kagetsuchi method. Su-ran controlled the wooden dragon, and with a flick of its tail, it killed most of the insects, temporarily creating an area free of insects. Su-ran used the wooden dragon's head to accelerate and instantly arrived beside Mengshi. See you next time. Su-ran had already put away the two swords in his hands, replacing them with a flying thunder god kunai. Su-ran raised his hand and threw the kunai, but Mengshi confidently turned her head and launched an attack on the kunai. Su-ran was stunned for a moment when he saw this. However, Su-ran's combat experience allowed him to react quickly. He resisted the urge to activate the flying thunder god technique and instead focused his power in his hands, forming two Rasengan. Spiral combo. Two Rasengans slammed into Mengshi's back, the powerful impact sending her flying toward the boundary line. The bugs will regroup in 5 seconds. Hurry. I see. Su-ran's right arm crackled with lightning, and with the acceleration of the lightning, he quickly rushed to Mengshi's side. Thunderous plow, hot blade. Su-ran's right arm slammed directly into Mengshi's neck, and with the acceleration of the lightning, he rushed towards the edge of the arena. However, a dark figure rushed out and forcefully blocked Su-ran and Mengshi from crossing the boundary line. It's this bug. Su-ran realized that the bug that was preventing him from eliminating Mengshi was Big Gray. Taking advantage of the paralysis effect of the lightning, he paralyzed Mengshi's entire body, then turned around and kicked Mengshi and Big Gray off the stage. After watching Mengshi and Dahue be eliminated by Su-ran, Xiaoqiong began to lead the remaining 5 people to tighten their defensive perimeter. Everyone gathered together and don't give this guy a chance to grab a single order. As Xiaoqiong spoke, she released all the insects on her body and began to move towards her teammates. The 5 of them quickly huddled together, and Su-ran almost burst out laughing when she saw this. I'm worried that you won't be able to get together. After throwing out an explosive tag, Su-ran quickly created 4 clones using shadow clone technique, each standing in a different corner and unleashing the 5 elements ninjutsu. 5 elements. Great combo bullet technique. The 5 elements combined to form a massive projectile, which converged around the remaining 6 opponents. The interaction and restraint of the 5 elements produced astonishing destructive power. The 6 people on the other side only had time to set up a protective shield, but the shield was already on the verge of collapse after being ravaged by the great barrage technique. Let's give you some extra fuel. Su-ran locked onto the explosive tag he had thrown, and with his hands forming a hand seal, he activated another forbidden technique. Multiply detonating tags. More explosive tags began to fly out of the tag like snowflakes, and the layers of explosive damage directly destroyed the already crumbling protective shield. The thick smoke and dust from the explosion swept across the ground. Just as Su-ran caught her breath, she suddenly felt alarm bells ringing in her mind. She turned around and crossed her arms to block the fatal blow that was aimed at her. 7th rank? How come this insect has the aura of a 7th rank? Look closely. Following the system's words, Su-ran looked over and saw the 5 people lying on the ground, as well as Xiaoqiong, who was sitting cross-legged in the center, being protected. They must have used a special method to concentrate the power of all the insects into this one, which allowed it to briefly break through to the 7th rank. However, all power comes at a price. If you can just hold out for 10 minutes, this bug will be crippled without you even lifting a finger. How long can I maintain Sage Mode? 5 minutes have passed. The situation is now very unfavorable for you. Su-ran took out the 4th Hokage's divine robe from his ring and put it on, saying with a confident expression, "Now let's see if the flying thunder god technique is more powerful, or if this bug is faster." The 4th Hokage, the yellow flash, is wearing his battle robe. Nonsense. The aura of the insects on the other side is already at the 7th level. If we don't put on our armor, we'll lose. Isn't it supposed to be that only level 6, level 5 players can participate? Aren't the referees going to do anything about this level 7 players participating? What's the point of this? They only broke through to the 7th rank by using a special ability to gather the power of all the insects into this one, and it was only temporary. At this moment, Yu Gang and Yu Ye, who were sitting in the VIP stands, were watching Su-ran with great interest. Yu Gang picked up a glass of champagne next to him and said, "This kid has to win this match to be qualified to be your husband, otherwise I won't agree." Yu Ye nodded perfunctorily, her eyes fixed on Su-ran in the arena as she spoke. "I have a feeling he'll win big. After all, he's the man I've set my sights on." Su-ran raised his hand and summoned back the wooden dragon, replenishing its Amaterasu armor once more. "Now you hold that bug back with all your might. I'll go have a chat with its owner about life, and then I'll beat them into ginseng." Fortunately, all the insect's power is now concentrated on the giant insect fighting the wooden dragon. All the insects are now lying on the ground, as if they have been drained, unable to get up, and Su-ran is trampling on them. Su-ran only took out the cleaver, paper, covered it with Kagetsuchi, and said, "Just give up. Your teammates are all down. If you don't win, all my efforts will be wasted. Then I'll trade 1-for-1 with you. Anyway, they're still on the field and won't be out of the game. In the end, you'll still be the one who loses. Then let's wait and see." Without further ado, Su-ran raised her hand and unleashed a fiery blade at Xiaoqiong. But Xiaoqiong then took out a pipa and produced a piercing sound with 2 fingers. How did someone who plays the pipa so terribly even graduate? Quickly activate your Sharingan. Her biwa music could very well be a mental attack, a long-term, continuous interference, or even an auditory illusion. Su-ran activated her Sharingan, but felt the noise in her mind become even louder. Xiaoqiong, who was sitting at a distance playing the pipa, couldn't help but sneer when she saw this scene. If the demonic sound pipa, which has overcome countless obstacles, still can't affect you, then there's something truly amiss. Chapter 130 For the Serious Bow. The intense noise produced by the demonic pipa assaulted Su-ran's ears, causing her to feel a splitting headache. She collapsed to the ground, clutching her head and pounding it repeatedly. At this moment, the 5 people who had been knocked unconscious by the exploding tags began to gradually wake up and sat cross-legged on the ground to regulate their breathing. "Need my help, kid?" Azzy's voice appeared in Su-ran's mind. However, Su-ran, tormented by the demonic pipa music, had no chance to reply to Azzy's words, and used all her abilities to fight against the pipa's sound. Just as Azzy sighed and was about to emerge from the tattoo, Su-ran covered her mouth. "It's dangerous next, don't come out yet." After Su-ran finished speaking, he took out the heavenly wolf bow and stood up shakily. Seeing this, Xiaoqiong played the pipa even faster, and the loud noise once again caused Su-ran to fall to the ground. "With all this pipa music interfering, can you still aim accurately? Yellow flash?" Su-ran used would release to forcefully support his body as he stood up and drew the heavenly wolf bow in his hand. "Who said it had to be aimed at you?" Su-ran infused his supernatural power into the serious bow, and a giant arrow condensed on the bow. "The arrow rain includes me too. Anyway, I have strong recovery ability, so I'll fight you head on today." Su-ran released the bowstring, and the arrow flew into the sky before splitting into countless tiny arrows that fell like rain. The relentless barrage of arrows forced Xiaoqiong to release her demonic sound pipa and focus on defending herself against the arrows. Although 2 of the 5 who had fallen had recovered, Xiaoqiong still seemed powerless to protect the remaining 3 who were still unconscious. Su-ran didn't sit still. He activated his ethereal transformation, letting the rain of arrows pass through his body, and strode towards Xiaoqiong and the others. At this moment, a beam of light shot out from behind Su-ran, and the strong sense of threat forced him to stop. It was that 7th-tier insect. The wooden dragon it was fighting had been torn to shreds, with only specks of Amaterasu fire clinging to it. Celestial arts. Su-ran was about to activate the immortal wooden dummy when she realized that her immortal powers were almost depleted, and she could no longer even maintain the white hair feature of the immortal mode. "If I can't use the immortal magic mode, I'll use the normal mode. Would release, would human technique. Would release, would dragon technique." A wooden figure and a wooden dragon emerged from the ground. The wooden dragon coiled around the wooden figure, forming a huge monster. "Beat it up." The giant wooden figure seemed to move a little slowly, but it was not slow at all. As soon as Su-ran finished speaking, it slammed down with 2 punches, causing the ground beneath the insect to sink slightly. "King Insect Cannon." Xiaoqiong's voice came from afar, and a huge beam of light condensed in the insect's mouth, pointing directly at the wooden man, and Su-ran behind him. The black flames clung to the wooden figure, making the already imposing figure even more domineering. The wooden figure was also very domineering. The beam of light that the insect had just spat out was forcibly stuffed back into its mouth by the wooden figure, which was accompanied by Amaterasu flames. Decomposed Death Ray. Quan enters the capital with his hands clasped. Just as the insect was about to unleash a new skill, the wooden figure, with a huge seat character in its palm, slammed it directly onto the insect's head. "The intensity is just right. A bit dazed but not brain damaged. Youth is truly wonderful. I can fall asleep as soon as my head hits the pillow." The insect, struck by the wooden figure's Quan Ruyan Shueisho, a move that caused the insect to fall to the ground, was immediately picked up by Su-ran and thrown off the competition platform. The remaining people on the other side had all recovered. When they saw Su-ran controlling the wooden figure to throw out the insects, Gushu was about to play her flute when Su-ran immediately shot her to the ground with a blunt arrow. "If we use that thing again, next time it won't just be the flute that falls to the ground." Su-ran drew back the heavenly wolf bow, and spoke to the people around him as a single arrow was drawn from the bow. Seeing this, the people on the other side knew that if there was any more noise interference, Su-ran would really take drastic measures. They put away their instruments and took out their melee weapons, pointing them directly at Su-ran. Those who rely on insects for combat power are like tigers without their teeth after losing them. Their so-called close combat ability is nowhere near that of Su-ran, who can fight his way in and out of a pack of alien beasts 7 times over. Su-ran, wielding a cleaver, swiftly dispatched 5 people, leaving only Xiaoqiong standing on the stage to face Su-ran. "What? Still not admitting defeat?" Xiaoqiong took out a bright green bottle from from her bosom, uncorked it, and said, "I really liked one of the things you said, and now I'm returning it to you verbatim. But never be careless until you have a sure victory." A large black centipede crawled out of the emerald green bottle and suddenly bit Xiaoqiong's hand. Xiaoqiong's hair suddenly turned emerald green, and a green aura representing poison burst forth from her body.
Heavenly poison body. If you're really not up to it, just admit defeat.
The antidote for this poison is very hard to come by. One hit and you're basically half dead.
Is there a way to crack this?
Extreme young fire is the bane of all poisons, but you don't have it right now. At this moment, Azzy's voice entered Su Ran's mind. "You can't be careless with this little girl's heavenly poison body. I'll bite you and use my venom to resist the heavenly poison, so you won't be affected by it entering your body."
I have a bad feeling about this. How can this guy unleash such terrifying power? What a load of rubbish.
I've eaten at least 20 poisonous dragons already, and this little heavenly poison body really can't compare to my venom.
You didn't poison me, did you?
My poison stopped working on you when we signed the beast pattern contract. At most, it only has a stimulating effect now.
My poison is stronger
than that heavenly poison. Even if that thing invades your body, it will be quickly devoured by my poison, thus rendering it ineffective. As soon as she spoke, Azzy poked her head out from the tattoo and bit Su Ran's hand hard.
Ouch. Be gentle.
Su Ran was so startled by the sudden pain that she tried to shake off Azzy's wrist, but Azzy reacted quickly and injected the poison before retracting her head.
Heh, hee.
Su Ran was panting heavily, her eyes already bloodshot. Experience the pain of having your heart devoured by the heavenly poison. As Xiaoqiong spoke, she injected the heavenly poison into the dagger in her hand. The dagger flew towards Su Ran and directly cut open Su Ran's skin, and blood flowed down her forearm. Su Ran's wound instantly turned emerald green, but then an even more domineering purple color devoured the green, and everything returned to normal. "Your poison cannot counteract my poison."
Chapter 135 Persuading with Reason.
Suddenly, purple scales appeared all over Su Ran's body, completely covering him, turning him into a strange person.
Kurama, prepare to transfer your chakra. What are you trying to do, kid?
Short range, unmarked flying thunder god is too energy intensive. I need to use yours. Kurama inside Su Ran nodded and connected his chakra to Su Ran's supernatural power. Xiaoqiong was wearing a green suit of armor, and her long, dark green hair was flying behind her head.
Xiaoqiong is too reckless. Why did she use the heavenly poison body here?
The teacher leading the Miaojiang Academy looked at Xiaoqiong on the field and said with a worried expression,
"Damn Imperial University, this kid on the field has been poisoned. We absolutely cannot give him the antidote." Another teacher from Miaojiang Academy said fiercely, "But how come this kid also has the ability to use poison? It must be that snake.
Its venom is so potent that it can directly devour the poison of the heavenly poison body. We'll have to find a way to get our hands on it. Let's do it under the guise of compensation." The two old foxes were secretly plotting in the rest area how to get Azzy away from Su Ran, completely unaware that Xiaoqiong was already in danger. Xiaoqiongtian's poisonous body was no match for Azzy's poison, it could only barely suppress it. However, Su Ran's movements were extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, he injected several more toxins into Xiaoqiong's body.
"Where did you get this poison? Enough with the nonsense."
Su Ran activated Flying Thunder God technique again, delivering 3 powerful punches that shoved Xiaoqiong into the ground, making her impossible to pry out. "You stole our Miaojiang Academy's sacred beast." Xiaoqiong's words were astonishing, leaving Su Ran momentarily stunned. Seeing this, Xiaoqiong kicked Su Ran away with a rabbit kicking an eagle, then turned around and got up from the ground.
"So it was you who stole the sacred beast, you bastard."
Su Ran was enraged by Xiaoqiong's inexplicable words and cursed angrily.
"Azzy is my partner, not some damn sacred beast from your academy.
If you dare to insult Azzy again, I'll cripple you with one punch."
"You thief, are you getting angry? What poison, besides the sacred beasts of Miao territory, can surpass my heavenly poison body?"
Su Ran didn't want to waste any more words and began to gather her strength. A snake head shape appeared on Su Ran's right fist, and a purple phantom of a king cobra appeared on his right arm. Su Ran activated Flying Thunder God technique and instantly appeared in Xiaoqiong's face. He unleashed a powerful punch, sending Xiaoqiong flying out of the arena and slamming her against the wall. A purple snake-shaped mark appeared on Xiaoqiong's body. 3 seconds later, the mark exploded, and Su Ran turned her head away. A real man never looks back at an explosion. Su Ran released the possession of Azzy and walked step by step toward her own rest area. Upon hearing Lin Zhuyu's voice, Su Ran activated Susanoo without hesitation, and the Tatsuka blade in his right hand turned and swept backward.
"Boy, return the sacred beast. Looks like we'll have to play an extra match."
Kurama inside her body instantly understood Su Ran's meaning, and Su Ran, cooperating with Kurama's chakra, directly activated the complete body Susanoo.
The Susanoo giant, standing 100 meters tall, wields a weapon and looks down upon the people on the ground like a god descending to earth.
The wolf bao can be enlarged because Zhuge Ming specially modified it to suit your giant form.
It has to be him.
Su Ran took out the heavenly wolf bao.
After the heavenly wolf bao came into contact with Su Ran's Susanoo, its size rapidly increased, and finally it transformed into a giant bow which Susanoo held in its hand. Let's grab it and run. We both know how important this sacred beast is. The two teachers from Myeojong University exchanged a glance and unleashed their 8th level auras, preparing to forcibly seize the item. Su-ran used the Kusanagi sword as an arrow and knocked it onto the Sirius bow. This arrow contained not only Su-ran's power, but also the power of Kurama. An atmosphere of terror spread, startling the audience inside, who began to take cover. How did this fight start? Those two old bastards tried to forcibly take away Yellow Flash's battle pet, claiming it was their sacred beast. Yellow Flash got angry and decided to kill them. Dongfang Yu's voice came, and Su-ran released Susanoo and activated Light and Heavy Rock to fly to Dongfang Yu's side. I understand now. Now step back behind your master and watch what I do. Two teachers from Myeojong University also flew to Dongfang Yu's side and pointed at Su-ran's nose, cursing him. Dongfang Yu, you old bastard, look at the kind of student you've raised. You stole the sacred beast and won't return it. Fine, but you actually used something like this on your teacher. Does he even have the demeanor of a student? Does he know anything about respecting his teacher? Without further ado, Dongfang Yu produced two beads, one black and one white, in his hand. The two teachers from Myeojong University were terrified when they saw the beads in Dongfang Yu's hand. They immediately realized the seriousness of the situation. Elder Yu, please put down the spatial blast. We can talk things out properly. Dongfang Yu chuckled as he looked at the two of them, then picked up two beads and started twirling them in his hands. Didn't you just call me an old bastard? Keep calling me that. I really enjoyed your arrogance just now. Please come back to your senses. You say my disciple stole your sacred beast? Fine. I'll take this kid with me. If he really did steal it, I'll hand him over to you without hesitation. If it's false, Dongfang Yu tossed the two beads in his hand, the meaning of which was self-evident. The two teachers from Myeojong University were naturally aware of the terrifying nature of Dongfang Yu's space explosion. After all, there was still one of such a terrifying thing hanging in the sky above Shandong University. The terrifying power of that thing, which directly destroyed a large forest inhabited by the orcs, is still vivid in my mind. After all, the space of that forest was completely destroyed by the spatial explosion and has not yet recovered. Old Yu, you're so old. Please don't get so angry. Can't we put down the spatial blast and talk things over properly? Zhu Shui appeared beside Dongfang Yu, gently covering Dongfang Yu's two spatial explosions with her staff. What does this mean? Dongfang Yu looked at Zhu Shui with a half smile and said, I'm an old man, I'm not dead yet, and someone dares to slander my student in front of me. If I don't deal with this ruthlessly, won't this kid be bullied to death by you when I'm really gone? What kind of talk is this? Zhu Shui smiled ingratiatingly, looking at the two teachers from Myeojong University with a headache. You two idiots actually dared to provoke this king of hell. If you're not afraid of death, go back to your own place and provoke him. When this old bastard gets angry, he really dares to throw spatial explosions. Zhu Shui didn't say it aloud, but thought it to herself. Chapter 136, Frost Freezing Grass. Just as Dongfang Yu was about to say something, he heard a gasp from Su-ran's side. Zhu Yu, what's wrong? Dongfang Yu looked closely and saw that Lin Zhuyu's face was pale and her whole body was trembling. Su-ran panicked when she saw Lin Zhuyu's appearance and hurriedly tried to go over. Just as Su-ran's hand was about to touch Lin Zhuyu, Huokyuji hurriedly threw his sword over, blocking Su-ran's fingers a second before they touched Lin Zhuyu. Old Hua Yu. Before Su-ran could finish speaking, she saw Huokyuji's sword instantly covered in frost. Su-ran felt the icy aura and instantly flew into a rage. Cold poison? Those damned beasts. As he emerged from Su-ran's left arm and stood behind him. Hand over the antidote. I don't want to see blood. Su-ran's words were full of threat, and he slowly drew back the serious bow in his hand. Next time. As he also completely dispelled her suppression, and the terrifying aura of the 10th rank suppressed everyone present. Susanoo appeared, but instead of becoming a giant Susanoo, the red Susanoo covered Su-ran's body piece by piece, creating an oppressive atmosphere when combined with Azzy behind him. What happened to that prophet who said the yellow flash could pull out a 10th tier beast from his crotch? He's dead. Brother, please stop talking. Your mouth is like it's been blessed. Who knows what terrifying things that yellow flash might pull out? That snake is so cool. Zhu Shui was also attracted by the aura of the 10th rank, and when she turned her head, she saw Azzy entrenched behind Su-ran. Oh no, this is a huge problem. As Zhu Shui spoke, she turned her head to look at Dongfang Yu. Dongfang Yu smiled and shook his head, took out his pipe, lit it, and took a satisfying puff. This is my son's mythical beast. I won't do anything that would cause trouble for the Dragon King's temple. Don't expect me to help. I still have a score to settle with them. Zhu Shui immediately tensed up. Although she had some combat ability as a healer, she was not known for her combat skills. Yu He, the other 10th tier guardian of the demon capital, had not yet returned. Dongfang Yu, the only one with 10th tier combat power, could not take action because this 10th tier beast belonged to his disciple. In other words, if Su-ran wanted to, he could destroy the entire city of Shanghai. By the time the other tier 10 reinforcements arrived, the grass on the graves of the entire city
city would be over 30 centimeters high.
Calm down, let me take a look at your girlfriend.
As Zhu Shui spoke, she hurriedly came to Lin Zhuyu's side and used her staff to release a healing field, fearing that if she was a step too late, Su Ran would make a move to kill her. Su Ran coldly stared at Zhu Shui. As long as Zhu Shui revealed that they were the ones who poisoned her, Su Ran would kill the two 8th level opponents without hesitation.
Even Jesus couldn't stop him. Tick-tock, tick-tock. He began to speak. Time passed second by second, and the aura of the heavenly wolf bow in Su Ran's hand began to become terrifying. It had already been charged up with the power of Karama's chakra to the point where it could kill an 8th level opponent with a single arrow. As for the other one, even if he manages to dodge Azzy's attack, Su Ran still has this pistol that can absolutely kill him, and he hasn't used it yet. This is indeed a cold poison.
As Zhu Shui's voice rang out, Su Ran released the bowstring without a word, and the arrow, carrying a terrifying pressure, shot straight toward the two of them. The two reluctantly took out a small card and tore it open without hesitation. A shield glowing white light rose up. Su Ran's arrow struck it without causing the slightest disturbance, but the shield quickly dissipated after taking the hit.
Su Ran quickly drew back the bowstring, and the second arrow was swiftly drawn.
Seeing Su Ran mercilessly shoot the arrow and even make a move to shoot a second one, Zhu Shui quickly finished speaking the rest of her sentence. But this cold poison seems more like a result of her forcibly breaking through her cultivation level, which prevented her from integrating her supernatural abilities. Su Ran put down the bow in her hand, turned to Zhao Xiaoxiao and asked,
Xiao, what exactly happened? Su Ran.
Zhao Xiaoxiao stammered for a long time but couldn't get a straight answer. It was Chao Zhuang who spoke up from the side.
When the 6 of us left the field and saw you fighting 7 against 1, we all felt terrible.
Then Zhuyu sat down and started meditating cross-legged. Zhuyu's aura suddenly rose at an alarming rate, quickly reaching the 3rd tier, 8th level. When Xiaoxiao asked her why her cultivation level suddenly increased so much, she just shook her head and said that she didn't want to be a
bystander on the sidelines.
She wanted to stand by your side on the field and help you, even if it was just as a support to help you absorb damage. Then Zhuyu's aura quickly reached the 3rd tier, level 9, and then suddenly stopped. Then, as if she had made a decision, Zhuyu summoned the ice giant and tore off the 4th talisman attached to its body.
And then,
Chao Zhuang didn't say anything more, but Su Ran understood.
Su Ran turned to look at Zhu Shui's anxious question. How can we save her?
Zhu Shui thought for a long time before speaking. Since your girlfriend's poison is due to a breakthrough in her cultivation, then as long as you completely stabilize her cultivation and absorb the excess energy, the poison will naturally be cured. Frost freezing grass will do, but this thing only appears in dangerous places like Snow Ridge, and there are no more in Shanghai. Zhu Shui looked at Su Ran apologetically. After thinking for a moment, Su Ran took out the 4th Hokage's divine robe, put it on, and prepared to activate the light and heavy rock to leave. It was Dongfang Yu who smashed his pipe on Su Ran's head, calming him down. Your cultivation is only at the 3rd level, 9th grade.
Going there would be suicide. Calm down.
I'll go back and check if I have the frost freezing grass in my old collection.
Don't be too impatient.
With that, Dongfang Yu opened a portal and left the scene, returning shortly afterward with an apologetic expression.
Feel sorry.
This is not your fault, teacher. Su Ran unleashed the divine power in her eyes, releasing Chestnut, and pulled her to Dongfang Yu's side, saying,
Good girl, Chestnut, how about you play with Grandpa Dongfang these next few days?
Su Ran coaxed her gently, but Chestnut seemed to realize something and stubbornly held onto Su Ran's hand, refusing to let go. Su Ran stuffed the chestnuts into Dongfang Yu's arms without saying a word, and handed him a flying thunder god kunai.
Teacher, how long until the next quarter-final match?
Then I'll try to get back within 3 days. Just as Su Ran was about to use light and heavy rock to leave, Dongfang Yu threw a golden skill book into Su Ran's hand and said, Take this, it will be helpful to you. Chapter 137 The Power of Love.
The Wings of the Kuanping?
This is too precious, teacher. As Su Ran spoke, she tried to hand the skill book back, but Dongfang Yu smiled, shook his head, and pushed the book back, saying, This trip is too far for me to go with you, so you can use this skill book. The Kuanping soars 3,000 miles across the water. This will be of great help to your trip. Before Su Ran could say anything, Dongfang Yu tapped her on the head with his pipe and said with a laugh,
Idiot, this skill book isn't some kind of talisman.
You have to use it when you need to, otherwise it's meaningless.
You taught me that, don't you remember?
Su Ran nodded vigorously, and soon the skill book turned into a stream of light and entered Su Ran's body. Immediately, a pair of huge wings sprouted from Su Ran's back.
Absorb a foreign core now and quickly level up to Tier 4.
There are quite a few Tier 8 and 9 beings there. Once you reach Tier 4, with your full power and the Ninetales buffs, you'll have the strength to fight a Tier 9 being.
Su Ran took out the alien cores of a 5th order demonic ape and a 7th order golden armored rhinoceros.
As Su Ran's teacher, Dongfang Yu knew what Su Ran was going to do when he saw Su Ran take out these 2 alien cores. Absorb that 5th Tier 1, and you won't need the 7th Tier 1 to break through to the 4th tier.
I need strength, teacher.
Instead of sitting cross-legged to absorb the alien core, Su Ran directly put the golden armored rhinoceros's alien core into his mouth and began to absorb it. The golden rhinoceros's alien core instantly transformed into countless supernatural powers that surged into Su Ran's body, causing Su Ran's aura to rapidly increase. However, the pain it brought was also extremely terrifying. Without sitting cross-legged to protect Su Ran's mind, Su Ran was directly knocked to the ground by the powerful impact of the supernatural power and almost fainted several times. But Su Ran stubbornly held on through sheer willpower. When she was about to faint, she didn't hesitate to plunge a knife into her own body to stay awake, and she managed to hold on until the surge of energy ended.
The aura surged from the 4th rank, level 1, level 2, and finally reached the 4th rank, level 6 before finally stopping.
How strong must this kid's love be to withstand the pain caused by such a terrifying superpower impact on his body? Dongfang Yu watched Su Ran slowly stand up without saying a word, then raised his hand and sent another burst of spatial energy into Su Ran's body. If you can't beat them, just activate this aura, I'll come over. Su Ran spread her wings and flapped them forcefully into the sky, quickly disappearing from everyone's sight. Take Shuyu away for treatment, at least we need to stabilize her condition. Dongfang Yu used his supernatural power to lift Lin Zhuyu, who was lying on the ground, and turned around to see the two people who were about to escape. Dongfang Yu opened a portal and pulled the two of them back in one swift motion. It seems we still have some scores to settle. After being captured by Dongfang Yu, the two hurriedly took off all their storage rings and respectfully approached Dongfang Yu. Please, sir, be magnanimous and let us off the hook, considering how small these things are. Dongfang Yu glanced in the direction Su Ran had left, then put away the ring and said, I don't know if that kid will let you go or not. Upon hearing this, the two bowed repeatedly to Dongfang Yu, almost kneeling down to kowtow. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. After apologizing, the two quickly fled, fearing that if they lingered even a second longer, Dongfang Yu would change his mind. You better come back safe and sound. Chestnut, nestled in Dongfang Yu's arms, looked up blankly and asked Dongfang Yu, will my brother come back safely? Dongfang Yu picked up Li Zi and smiled as he stroked her long, snow-white hair. He can definitely do it. After flying for a while, Su Ran stopped, checked her location on the communicator, readjusted her direction, and then spread her wings and flew again with all her might. The objects on the ground looked like tiny black dots, completely invisible. All that could be seen were countless clouds rushing past in front of him. This speed, even the National Army's fighter jets can't fly as fast as me. That skill book of yours, if I'm not mistaken, was probably dropped by your teacher after you killed a level 10 adult Kunpeng. The Kunpeng can soar 3,000 miles in the water and rise 90,000 miles in the sky. Isn't that fast? When you feel cold, remember to stop flying, because you may be almost there. As Su Ran flew, she suddenly sensed danger and dodged to the side, but a bloody mark was still left on her face. A 5th-tier Divine Light Peregrine Falcon, the fastest flying beast. However, Su Ran looked around but couldn't see the Divine Light Peregrine Falcon at all. He could only barely dodge the Divine Light Peregrine Falcon's attacks by relying on the warning from his Sharingan. Su Ran turned around and tried to fly away, but the Divine Light Falcon was faster. Su Ran had only flown a short distance when it launched a new round of attacks. You really think I can't cure you, huh? Su Ran estimated that the attack time of the Divine Light Falcon was about to arrive, and activated the power of the immortal body to shoot out many thin wooden spikes from his body. Bury the big tree. The Divine Light Peregrine Falcon couldn't dodge in time and crashed headfirst into the wooden spikes, which pierced its body. After skillfully digging out the alien core, Su Ran threw the corpse directly into the air. Hurry up and leave. A 7th-tier Falcon King might be leading a flock of Divine Light Peregrine Falcons to cause you trouble. Use Dragon's Might in conjunction with Kunpeng wings to run away and scare them away as much as possible. Su Ran nodded, put the alien core into his mouth to absorb its power, and then flapped his wings and flew swiftly towards the snowy mountains. Falcon King was flying towards Su Ran's direction with a group of his underlings when he suddenly sensed an extremely terrifying aura. He immediately turned around and flew away with his underlings. As Su Ran was flying, she was suddenly shot down by an arrow. After landing, Su Ran looked at the three people standing in front of her and took out her cleaver and her slash without stopping. It seems that our Dark Church will be able to collect a decent puppet today. Su Ran activated the Platinum Gold Immortal Beast Link mode, combined with the already prepared Immortal mode, directly raising his aura to the peak of the 8th rank. The eerie ghost fire of the corpse woman's dance clung to his twin blades, and he slashed directly at the three of them. The three cooperated very well, and in no time they were evenly matched with Su Ran, who was at the peak of the 7th and 8th tiers. I don't have time to mess around with you guys. Su Ran summoned a Z, whose terrifying aura, representing a 10th tier Beast King, locked the three of them firmly in place. A Z flicked its scarlet forked tongue at the three people in front of it, as if it were looking at its own food. Leave no one alive? Kill them all. Leave no one alive who stands in my way to save Zhuyu. The twin swords, burning with the will-o'-the-wisps of the corpse dance, were instantly engulfed by the pitch-black flames of Amaterasu. Su Ran pointed the swords at the three people opposite him, sentencing them to death. Chapter 138 The Steamroller That Ate Me. Little Pink, can you hold one off right now? Su Ran summoned Little Pink, but Nine-Tailed Fox was still supplying energy for the celestial beast connection within her body, making it unsuitable for her to summon it for battle. According to my AI system, after the modifications, I can fight and completely defeat anyone below the 9th rank, so please rest assured. Please. Su-Ran formed hand seals, and a giant wooden figure emerged from the ground, with 2 wooden dragons coiling around its body. Armored armor. Su-Sanu. Su-Ran stood on the top of the wooden figure, and the bright red Su-Sanu armor emerged from the wooden figure and quickly enveloped it completely. Su-Ran jumped directly into the pentagon on the wooden figure's forehead and controlled the wooden figure to launch an attack. One of the 3 opponents slammed his hand on the ground, forming a formation. Countless bats emerged from the formation and attacked Su-Ran's group. Ghost Bat, a 7th-tier highly venomous beast. That won't help. 2 wooden dragons dismounted from the wooden figure. Su-Ran immediately imbued the 2 wooden dragons with the magic of Amaterasu, and then drove them toward the swarm of ghost bats. The ghost bats that were touched by Amaterasu's fire quickly collapsed to the ground and were swiftly burned to ashes. The wooden figure, wielding the Tatsuka sword, unleashed a powerful horizontal sweep towards the 3. The person on the far right was about to jump to the side to dodge when Azzy lashed him back with her tail. Upon seeing this, Xiaofan quickly assembled 2 giant cannons on the mecha, and 2 beams of laser light emanating a terrifying aura shot towards the 3 of them. Stop holding back. If we don't bring out some real weapons, the 3 of us will all be dead here. The person in the middle had just taken out a pill and was about to swallow it when he was slammed into the ground by the fist of the wooden figure enveloped in Amaterasu fire. Aura, 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 aura. Su-Ran controlled the wooden dummy to frantically punch the unlucky guy who had been smashed into the ground. He then used the light-heavy rock technique to fly into the sky and used wood release to create a 100-ton road roller. Su-Ran's eyes widened, and the road roller was instantly engulfed in a raging Amaterasu fire. Eat my road roller. Su-Ran threw the road roller shield down where the wooden figure had punched and even gave it a push from behind. Just as Su-Ran was about to be hit by the road roller, the shepherd dodged backward. The huge road roller precisely smashed into the spot where he had punched, and blood gushed out from the road roller in the gap like water. The battle at Azzy's place was also going well. The person who was fighting Azzy was struck by her tail, and most of his bones were broken. He lay there like a pile of mud, but Azzy simply surrounded the person, watching him with great interest without making a move, probably wondering how to eat him in a more palatable way. However, Xiaofan and her mecha were evenly matched, and for a time neither could gain the upper hand. Su-Ran took out the heavenly wolf bow, and a terrifying, jet-black arrow condensed on the bow. The person fighting against Little Pink also sensed the threat coming from this side and turned to run away. But how could an arrow fired from the legendary Sirius bow possibly escape? Su-Ran coldly watched as the man raised his hand and released the arrow, which pierced the man's left back and shattered his heart. Seeing that the battle on Su-Ran's side had ended, Azzy lost interest in playing. After leaving behind the hand with the storage ring, she swallowed the unlucky guy who was surrounded in one gulp and started chewing it with a crunching sound. Crunchy and delicious, tastes like chicken. As Azzy was chewing, her tail lifted the hand and flicked it, sending the hand flying directly in front of Su-Ran. After Su-Ran took off the ring, she threw the hand back into Azzy's mouth. After swallowing the palm, Azzy turned into a purple light and returned to the tattoo to rest. Xiaofan also came over with a storage ring. When she passed the huge crater created by the road roller, she happened to see the storage ring that had been left outside and brought it to Su-Ran. I have not failed you, sir. After receiving the ring, Su-Ran stored it in his divine might space. After unfolding the Kuanpum wings on his back, Xiaofan also transformed into a pink stream of light and entered the ring in Su-Ran's hand. Su-Ran flew into the sky to confirm his direction and then continued towards his destination. Decisive and ruthless, kid. Much better than when you first killed someone. You killed these 3-peak 7th-tier cultivators without a second thought. I didn't want to get entangled with them, but when they shot me down with an arrow, all 3 of them were already looking for death. Then don't you dare shout resurrection or anything like that. Oh my god, it's so cheesy. I will not let my loved ones sacrifice themselves in front of me. That is my promise. When Su-Ran said those words, the system stopped chatting and quietly checked the surrounding dangers for Su-Ran. Su-Ran grew increasingly anxious as he looked at the afternoon sun. He used every ninjutsu that could speed things up, including light and heavy rock, just to reach the snowy mountain faster. Su-Ran's speed suddenly increased to a higher level, but her body also showed signs of breaking down due to the extreme speed. Hey kid, slow down. In 5 minutes, your body will completely break down. Su-Ran ignored the system's words and flew forward on her own. This is insane. The system immediately conjured a wooden clone, forcibly stopping Su-Ran, and pointed at the bloodstains on Su-Ran's body caused by the high speed, cursing him. You want to save your girlfriend? You need to protect yourself first. Look at all these bloodstains on you. If you keep going at that speed, your body will completely break down in less than 5 minutes. Are you trying to set off a fireworks display for me? Think carefully about what your aunt you and the others said to you when they left. Su-Ran opened her mouth as if to say something, but after a long while, she only managed to squeeze out one sentence. I'm sorry, I acted impulsively.
impulsively. After seeing that Su Ran had calmed down, the system deactivated the wooden clone and returned to Su Ran's body, saying, "Based on the normal flight speed of the Kuanpun wings, you should arrive there around night. Try to keep yourself in top condition. The real challenge begins when you reach the snow-capped mountains." "Is it dangerous?" "The starting level is all 5th tier beasts, and there's even a sleeping 10th tier one among them. Be careful in everything you do." At this moment, 9 Lama also spoke. "Summon the evil spirit to fight, and leave me alone to maintain the connection with the celestial beasts." Su Ran nodded, and after the immortal body had completely healed its injuries, it continued to fly towards the snow-capped mountains, like a shooting star streaking across the sky. Chapter 139 Snow Ridge. As the sun gradually set, Su Ran felt a chill blowing in his face and quickly controlled the Kuanpun wings to slow down. "Looks like we've arrived." Looking at the vast expanse of white ahead, Su Ran asked the system, "This whole area, is it all snow-capped mountains?" "To be precise, everything you see covered in snow can be considered part of the snow ridge, otherwise, it wouldn't be called a place of great danger. The frost-freezing grass isn't rare, you can easily find it on Snow God Peak. However, for your girlfriend's sake, I suggest you go directly to the summit area and search there. You might find some older frost-freezing grass there, which would be helpful for her cultivation." Just as Su Ran was about to flap the wings of the Kuanping and fly into the snowy mountains, the system quickly spoke up to stop him. "With such a vast sky, you think you'd become a target if you tried to fly like that? Even an 8th tier snow eagle only dares to fly within its own territory. If you fly like that, you'll become a target and get shot down." Su Ran retracted the Kuanping wings and landed on the ground. The extreme cold forced out the dragon scale armor. "It's so cold here. It's even forced out my dragon scale armor." "You should be grateful that your dragon scale armor has a protective function. If someone else came wearing clothes like that, they'd be lucky to survive without freezing to the bone." Su Ran trudged through the snow, her steps uneven, heading deeper into the snow-covered mountains. After walking for a while, Su Ran took out some of the food she had stored, but it froze solid the moment she took it out. "Don't eat anything here. Just use Karama's chakra to replenish your body's energy." "System, how much longer until we reach Snow God Peak?" "Look over there." Following the system's instructions, Su Ran looked in the direction indicated, and a sacred mountain 10,000 meters high appeared in the distance. "That's Snow God Peak. The frost-freezing grass you're looking for is at an altitude of about 6,000 meters, but at the same altitude, a terrifying beast also inhabits." "Can I win?" "It's difficult. That blizzard ice bear king should be at the peak of the 9th rank. Its ferocity might not be enough to overcome Azzy's 10th rank pressure, unless you have 9 llamas to help you." "Can't the evil side come out?" "I'm talking about the fully formed Karama, whose strength in both good and evil is at the peak of the 9th rank. That guy might not be afraid." "In other words, the biggest flaw is, yes, it's you." "Then I'm going to sneak into the Divine Might space and hide there. Don't forget that Azzy made a contract with you through the tattoo. Azzy can't stray too far from the tattoo. Once you enter the Divine Might space, you will inevitably pull Azzy into the Divine Might space along with the tattoo. However, if they team up with Little Pink, they might have a fighting chance." "Then let's go." Su Ran threw away the food in his hand and used ice release to freeze his feet and fly across the snow. Not long after Su Ran left, a fluffy little ball appeared where Su Ran had been, picked up the food Su Ran had thrown away, and headed towards Snow God Peak. As the bright moon hung high in the sky, Su Ran hurried to the foot of Snow God Peak. "Find a place here and wait until dawn the next day. It's late at night now, and those high-level guys have all woken up. You can't handle those level 8 or 9 guys. Go up the mountain after daybreak the next day." Instead of using the 4 pillars technique, Su Ran used ice release and earth release to find a cliff edge and build an ice house that was completely embedded in the mountain wall. After creating wood with wood release and lighting it, Su Ran left the ice house. "What are you doing out so late at night? Delivering groceries? I need to hunt some exotic beasts. I don't have many high-level alien cores left." As Su Ran spoke, the twin blades fell into her hands, flickering with ghostly flames, the very sign that the corpse dance had been activated. 30 meters to the left front, a level 6 snow ape is leading 7 other snow apes, roughly at level 5, resting in the forest. Their unique cores can enhance mental power, making them a good supplement. Su Ran activated the first level of his form liberation and approached, discovering the 8 snow apes mentioned by the system. "Master, if I'm not mistaken, those 7 tier 5 monkeys all seem to be female monkeys, right?" "You're not mistaken, are you? I didn't see any little bells hanging from them either." Su Ran sheathed his twin swords, and after gathering momentum for his draw slash, he unleashed a fierce strike forward. Before the 8 snow apes could even comprehend what had happened, they were decapitated and met their demise. As usual, when Su Ran inserted the knife into the snow ape's skull to dig out the alien core, he found that after fiddling around for a long time, he hadn't dug anything out, only the tip of the knife was covered in white brain matter. After shaking off the filth from the tip of his blade, Su Ran wiped it with snow, then cleaved the snow ape in two with a single stroke, striking the white alien core. After taking out the alien core and playing with it in his hand, Su Ran asked the system, "Tonzi, why is the core of these strange beasts in the snowy mountains inside their bodies
bodies instead of being in their skulls like the strange beasts in Shanghai. Because the heteronucleus is a second life for the alien beasts, those heteronuclei living in warmer regions are not afraid of the harsh cold, so they grow inside the skull to evolve the brain. What's going on? However, the environment here is too harsh, forcing the alien beasts living here to relocate their alien cores into their bodies to maintain their body temperature and combat capabilities in conjunction with their hearts. After Su Ran dug out the remaining 7 alien cores, he put them into his ring. The 8 corpses were quickly buried by the wind and snow, concealing the battle that had taken place there. As Su Ran leaped through the trees, she suddenly felt the moonlight flash in her eyes, causing her to slow down. Something's not right. It's definitely not right. It's too quiet here. Su Ran stood still, having already drawn her twin swords and assumed a defensive stance. Just as Su Ran had said, there was no other sound except for the howling wind and snow. Not even the sound of small wild animals trudging through the snow could be heard. Upon hearing Azzy's voice, Su Ran slashed his sword backward and saw a giant, snow-white python biting the blade, its crimson eyes fixed on him. Blizzard python. You actually ran into a tier 7-1. Su Ran kicked the back of the blade, causing it to move 2 inches into the blizzard python's mouth. The blizzard python, in pain, released the blade, and Su Ran used the momentum to perform a backflip, landing behind it. Using the divine power left on the blade, Su Ran summoned it back. The twin swords that Su Ran held in his hand suddenly burst into flames of Amaterasu fire, and he activated his celestial beast mode without hesitation, staring intently at the blizzard python in front of him. Chapter 140. Let me eat it. Just before Su Ran launched his attack, a Z suddenly transmitted a message to Su Ran. Let me eat this brat. This guy has a terrifying cold poison on him, which will help strengthen my cold poison. After pausing for a moment because of a Z's words, Su Ran rushed forward again and said, after I finish fighting it, this snake will be swallowed by you. Su Ran took a step forward and unleashed a black flame cross with his twin blades, slashing fiercely at the head of the blizzard python. However, the blizzard python simply turned its head slightly, and the cross slash slid down its scales. It really is a snake, and it's so slippery. Su Ran sheathed his twin swords, clapped his hands together, and countless trees instantly sprouted from the ground and grew wildly, rushing towards the snow python. Would release, advent of the world of trees. After confirming that the tree realm had firmly bound the blizzard python, Su Ran clapped his hands again, and a huge wooden figure with 2 wooden dragons rose from the ground. Would release, thunder dragon strike. The 2 wooden dragons instantly transformed into 2 enormous golden wooden dragons that coiled around the wooden figure, beginning to tear at the blizzard python's body. But the blizzard serpent twisted its body and slipped out through the gap in the tree realm, escaping between the wooden figure's legs. The blizzard serpent burrowed into the snow and quickly blended into its surroundings. Su Ran's Sharingan spun wildly, trying to locate the blizzard python, but this was not the Hyuga clan's Byakugan, so he could only rely on the Sharingan's early warning to defend against the blizzard python's sudden attack. Su Ran turned around and grabbed at the snow python's body with his bare hands. The snow python, unafraid, revealed its 4 huge fangs, with drops of white venom dripping from their tips. The blizzard python was faster than Su Ran, but just as it was about to bite him, Su Ran's body twisted strangely, dodging the python's fatal bite. Su Ran gathered the supernatural power of the immortal beast within his body and focused it on his right hand. Soon, Su Ran's right hand was enveloped in platinum gold electricity, and the sound of the electricity was like the chirping of 1,000 birds. Sage art, lightning release, 1,000 birds. Su Ran's 1,000 birds immortal technique pierced through the snow python's body, leaving a huge bloody hole. The snow python was in pain, but it also found an opportunity. It lashed out with its tail and sent Su Ran flying into a tree. A trickle of blood spilled from the corner of Su Ran's mouth. If you're really no good, let me handle this. That little white snake feels its life is threatened and is preparing to fight to the death. When Azzy's voice came, Su Ran simply shook her head and stood up again. I'm not at the point of collapse yet, believe me. After Su Ran drew his twin swords, he covered them with Amaterasu fire and then sheathed them again, preparing for a sword-drawing slash. Suddenly, Su Ran felt a strange, inexplicable sensation. The feeling was strange. It guided Su Ran's next hand movements as if the next strike was always meant to be that way. After drawing his twin swords, Su Ran suddenly stepped forward. This time, the slash was much slower than the previous high-speed slash, but it felt like a lock-on skill, the kind that would definitely hit. Sure enough, no matter how the blizzard python tried to dodge, the slash relentlessly followed it, just like a turtle eyeing a green bean. This is... Just as Su Ran was wondering why this slash was so strange, the system's delighted voice came through. You're something else. You actually created a new special skill during the battle. Although the prerequisite for this skill is knowing how to draw your sword, it can still be considered a completely new special skill. If you understand, explain in detail. I'm still confused. I don't understand this locking mechanism either. I'm confused too. But since it involves a slashing attack, I can explain the principle behind it to you. You should remember this lightning-fast slash, right? Su Ran recalled the first extraordinary skill she had created and quickly nodded. Are these two related? These two are very closely related. Su Ran watched approached the blizzard python, which was twisting and burning from the Amaterasu fire while enduring the slashes, and realized that it was too busy to attack him, so he started chatting with the system. The principle behind your lightspeed slash is to display multiple strikes consecutively but make them appear as a single strike, while the strike you just displayed was clearly an enhanced version. If your normal lightspeed slash is considered a level 1, then your slash just now reached a level of 20, or even 30.
Isn't that just an enhanced version of the lightspeed slash? It's not exactly a new special skill. The key is that automatic enemy lock-on. That's what makes it so troublesome. Imagine an attack that's impossible to dodge, combined with such immense power. Isn't that disgusting?
What you're saying is really disgusting. Su Ran cautiously approached the blizzard python, which was already lying on the ground, after activating his divine power. He was afraid that the python might suddenly launch a last-ditch counterattack and self-destruct, intending to trade 1-for-1 with Su Ran. Being hit by such an explosion could seriously injure anyone, and Su Ran did not want to face that. As Su Ran approached, he gently touched the blizzard python's body with the tip of his cleaver. The blizzard python, which had been motionless, suddenly sprang up and bit down hard in Su Ran's direction.
I knew this thing wasn't completely dead. Although Su Ran possessed the divine might and intangibility, he still chose to lean back and dodge.
When the blizzard python exposed its huge opening on its lower abdomen, Su Ran slashed it open with a single blow, and warm blood gushed out. Su Ran threw a flying thunder god knife behind him and quickly activated the flying thunder god, thus avoiding having his clothes soaked in blood. After the blizzard python stopped moving again, he activated divine might and cautiously approached. As Su Ran approached, the blizzard python suddenly displayed a miracle of life, choosing to let its internal organs spill out in order to bite Su Ran. However, the blizzard python, now completely exhausted, was clearly no match for Su Ran. With a single strike, Su Ran severed the blizzard python's head, sending this 7th-tier white snake to join the old black dragon reincarnated in the underworld.
It's resolved. Come out and eat. After Su Ran dug out the alien core, he threw the whole snake into Aziz's mouth.
As he shook her head, used her sharp teeth to cut an opening in the blizzard python's body, found a white, bulging thing, ate it, and then pushed the blizzard python's body back to Su Ran.
All I need is its venom sac.
Su Ran threw the whole snake directly into Aziz's mouth and said,
I don't eat snake meat. You should eat it. After hearing Su Ran's words, Aziz did not refuse and swallowed a blizzard python in a few bites.
I'm going back to the tattoo parlor to rest. After saying that, Aziz immediately transformed into a purple light and returned to the tattoo.
Chapter 141 Wolves in the Snowy Night. Just after Su Ran finished dealing with the blizzard python, several wolf howls rang out one after another. Hurry, get back to the snow hut. Damn it, how come there's a pack of snow wolves around here? Hearing the system's anxious words, Su Ran didn't dare to delay.
After finding the right direction, the wings of the Kuanping unfolded from his back, and he quickly flew back towards the snow house. With the help of the Kuanping's wings, Su Ran quickly returned to the snow house and was relieved to see that the fire inside was still burning. Su Ran manipulated water escape techniques to create water bricks, which were then condensed into ice bricks by the surrounding low temperature, blocking the hole.
Combination ninja art blizzard.
With the power of ice release and wind release in his hands, a blizzard quickly swept outside the snow house, completely burying it. Just as Su Ran finished her work and wanted to take a break, her right hand suddenly bumped into something soft. The soft touch startled Su Ran, who jumped up abruptly, and the cleaver fell into her hand. Su Ran pointed the tip of his blade at the spot where the soft sensation came from, and the intense Amaterasu fire was already burning on the blade. The soft little thing rolled over and looked at Su Ran with its adorable, innocent eyes.
A blizzard bear cub? How could this little guy be here? Su Ran noticed a crumb of food on the bear cub's right hand. It was the same piece of food Su Ran had thrown into the snow. Could this little guy be hungry? There looks like the food I threw away on its right paw. Could it have been carrying the food and following my scent all the way here?
Su Ran produced a piece of jerky in her left hand, tempting the adorable little snowball.
Come here, let me hug you and I'll give you some. Whether the cub understood Su Ran's words or was attracted by the aroma of the jerky, it trotted over to Su Ran.
Upon seeing this, Su Ran scooped it up and held it in her arms, feeding the cub the jerky in her right hand.
It's decided. Your name will be Xiao Bai.
I knew you could come up with names for moves similar to Minato's back then, so you must be terrible at naming things, just like Minato.
Little pink, little purple, and now little white. Are you trying to collect all the colors?
Su Ran hugged Xiao Bai and stroked its white fur as she spoke.
What else should we call it if it's all white but not little white? Should we call it not black? Whatever you like.
The system remained silent. However, if you're going to Snow God Peak, you'd better bring this little brat along. That way, you'll have a better chance of getting the frost-freezing grass. After playing with Xiao Bai for a while, Su Ran fed it some food. After eating and drinking its fill, the little guy lay down on the ground and fell into a deep sleep. Just as Su Ran was about to tidy up and go to sleep, the wolf howling sounded again.
Oh no, they've found us.
Su Ran used her divine power to peek out, but immediately pulled her head back in after seeing the situation outside. 1/8 tier and 3 7th tier creatures, oh heavens,
goodness, how cruel you are to me. Don't try to act like a prime minister. These wolves look extremely hungry, otherwise they wouldn't have chased us all the way here. Your igloo won't stop them. The red light in their eyes means that if you don't kill them today, you'll become their food. Su Ran glanced at the sleeping Xiao Bai, then scooped up some snow and buried it completely, leaving only a small opening for it to breathe. Hopefully they won't find this little guy. Su Ran activated his form, released the first layer, and passed through the wall. As the biting wind blew Su Ran's hair wildly, the King Cobra tattoo on Su Ran's left arm burst into a bright light, and Aziz suddenly appeared behind Su Ran. Thank you for your help. That snake wasn't full, so I'll have another midnight snack. After saying that, Azzy charged towards the wolf pack, smashing a huge hole in the wolf enclosure. Seeing this, Su Ran immediately activated his complete Susanoo, relying on Susanoo's terrifying offensive and defensive capabilities to launch a one-sided massacre. Suddenly, a thin beam of snow pierced through Susanoo and attacked Su Ran's back. Just as the attack was about to hit Su Ran, Kamui intangibility automatically activated, allowing Su Ran to dodge the extremely dangerous blow. Susanoo was forcibly broken after being pierced by the snow light. Su Ran only managed to avoid falling from the sky by relying on the light and heavy rocks. Su Ran then summoned a wooden figure with two wooden dragons and squatted on the wooden figure's shoulder to search for its origin. When Su Ran saw a pair of blood-red vertical pupils, Kamui activated his ethereal transformation again, narrowly escaping death. Looks like you've hit the jackpot, kid. A snow wolf king, and a 9th tier one at that. The immortals have their own ingenious plans. Su Ran slapped his hand on the ground, and a huge black array appeared on the wooden figure. Yale! 9 tails. The evil within him knew what Su Ran was planning from the start. The moment it was summoned, the tailed beast ball in its mouth was fully charged and it suddenly spat it towards the Snow Wolf King. However, the Snow Wolf King's position only flashed slightly with silver light, easily dodging the attack. Quickly summon Azzy back. This is a huge problem. Su Ran, holding twin swords burning with Amaterasu fire, assumed a defensive stance, already drenched in sweat. What happened? If I wasn't mistaken about that silver light just now, you've probably run into a badger this time, and a 9th tier spatial badger at that. As the system finished speaking, the bright moonlight shone directly on the 9th tier Snow Wolf King. A small head suddenly peeked out from behind the Snow Wolf King, but unlike the other wolves, this wolf had a very human-like cunning on its face. Azzy, come back. Su Ran infused his supernatural power into the tattoo on his arm, and soon Aziz's figure reappeared beside Su Ran through the tattoo. What happened? We've hit the jackpot this time. Azzy was confused until Su Ran gestured towards the Wolf King, at which point Azzy noticed the space wolf cub lying on the Wolf King's back. Azzy's scales suddenly bristled, revealing her venomous fangs, as she warily stared at the wolf and the disheveled man opposite her. Damn it, kid, I might not be able to beat those two combined. Let's get that black fox to come and help. Su Ran nodded and jumped directly from the wooden figure's shoulder onto the head of the 9-tailed fox. What are you trying to do, jumping on my head like that? Let me take you back to the glorious days of our past battles. Su Ran slammed his hand down on the head of the 9-tails, and instantly, pieces of red Susanoo armor covered its body. The 9-tailed fox stood up abruptly, pointing its Tatsuka sword at the Snow Wolf King and the space wolf opposite it. I want to take on 10. Chapter 142. You're doing it again. Compared to the malevolent side outside, which was as excited as a monkey from Mauname, the benevolent side inside Su Ran's body was noticeably calmer. The sky has cleared up, the rain has stopped, and that wicked kid thinks he's all that again. Su Ran, don't make a move. I want to see what evil face looks like when he comes back with a bruised and swollen face. After completing the Susanoo armor, Su Ran jumped back onto the top of the wooden dummy's head and activated the wooden dummy Gundam. At this moment, Azzy poked the wooden figure with her tail and asked Su Ran, "You're really letting that fox fight on its own? Aren't you afraid it'll get killed?" Su Ran smiled and said, "That thing is unkillable. It's holding off those two peak 9th tier beasts for us. Let's clear the area quickly." As soon as Su Ran finished speaking, the wooden figure was engulfed in intense Amaterasu fire, and it began to hurl punches at the wolf pack. With each punch, a snow wolf is smashed into a pulp and loses its life. Only the glittering alien cores within the pulp prove that they once existed. 9 blades unleashed. Hellface Selha. The wooden figure instantly transformed from 1 head and 2 arms into 3 heads and 6 arms, wielding 9 enormous wooden swords burning with Amaterasu fire with ferocious power, each strike taking down a child. Once the ghost mask was fully formed, Su Ran put it on her face without hesitation. "I'm not human anymore." Su Ran roared, his entire being like a black vortex, reaping lives everywhere. The 7th and 8th tiers will be dealt with by Azzy. Although their guerrilla tactics can hold Azzy back and inflict damage, the damage they cause is negligible compared to the wounds left by Azzy's venomous fangs. Victory is only a matter of time. Azzy can even win by simply lying there and waiting for the poison to take effect. It's just a matter of these little creatures biting her scales a few more times. But Azzy was clearly not that kind of snake. Relying on her snake body and venom to fight, Azzy gradually gained the upper hand. 9 blades combined into into one. Starry Sky Iron Railway Annihilation / Pa, Pa, Pa. Starburst Sky Annihilation /
Su Ran used the light and heavy rock technique in combination with Earth release to create a weakened planetary devastation in the sky, which enveloped
all the low-level wolf packs still alive on the ground and sent them up.
Then, a huge black flame blade with a length of more than 500 meters appeared in the wooden man's hand.
Su's broadsword never harms the old or the young, but the old are not young and the young are not old. They should be executed.
The wooden man's greatsword, combined with Amaterasu's fire, cleaved the massive stone sphere in two, killing all the wolves inside with a single blow. Su Ran looked at the soaring kill points and chuckled. Kill those 2 9th-tier beings and you'll be able to directly ascend to the 4th stage immortal body. Hee. The system didn't respond to Su Ran's words, but simply smiled faintly. You'll be upgraded to the 4th stage when the time comes, but it's not time yet, so please be patient. Su Ran was still immersed in the scene of driving the thousand-hand Buddha and chuckled to himself, completely ignoring the system's words. After Su Ran dealt with the low-level wolf pack, Z also dealt with the few 7th and 8th level wolves, picked out the alien core with her tail, and threw it to Su Ran.
Su Ran controlled the wooden figure to catch the alien core and put it all into the divine might space, saying, "Thank you." After Su Ran finished speaking, a red figure crashed into Su Ran's wooden dummy, knocking it to the ground. Su Ran looked closely and realized that the red figure was the same evil-faced Ninetales who had charged forward with great ferocity, dressed in a majestic Susanoo, to fight the 9th-ranked being in a sorry state. At this moment, Evil Face's body was covered in wounds, and even Susanoo's armor was torn in several places. After Su Ran used the wooden figure to help the evil-faced creature up, he dispersed the wooden figure and jumped into the pentagon on the forehead of the evil-faced 9-tailed creature. "I'll help you."
After Su Ran repaired the Susanoo armor, he reversed the flow of the good-faced 9-tails chakra and injected it into the evil-faced body.
The evil-faced body,
as if it had just consumed 10 bottles of kidney tonic and dragon essence, stood up again with great vigor and charged towards the disheveled body once more.
"I can spend the whole day with you. Stop being so cheeky." Su Ran controlled Susanoo, and 4 8-pointed Magatama appeared on the extra Susanoo arm. When Evil Face saw the appearance of the 8-pointed Magatama, he understood what Su Ran wanted to do. The evil-faced beast gathered power again, and an even larger-tailed beast appeared in its mouth. "Since you were able to hide,"
Su Ran and Evil Face spoke at the same time, and the 8-panel Magatama began to slowly merge with the giant-tailed beast ball, emitting a terrifying pressure. "Azzy, protect the snow house." Su Ran spoke up, and Azzy quickly understood, making the mountain wall of the snow house completely secure. "Watch me unleash a massive area of effect attack and see if you two can dodge it."
8-plate-tailed beast Magatama.
The 8-tailed beast Tomo, radiating a terrifying aura, attacked the direction of the disarrayed creature, creating a huge shockwave that instantly obliterated the surrounding trees. Beep 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 beep. The beast detection alarm in the beast detection department of the Northern Dragon Guard General Bureau went off frantically, gripping the hearts of everyone present.
"What's going on? Why did the alarm suddenly go off?"
Wearing only a coat over a thin nightgown, Suhai, the director of the Northern Dragon Guard Bureau, walked into the beast detection department and asked in a loud voice.
"Reporting to Director Su, it's like this." A person in charge of monitoring the alien beasts ran up to Suhai and saluted.
Suhai returned the salute and then got up and went to the large screen displaying the alien beast detection alarm. Just 5 minutes ago, the alarm detected that there were beasts of level 9 or above fighting in the snow ridge, and there was more than one of them. The staff pointed to the 2 huge red dots on the screen.
Suhai pointed to the golden dot and asked incredulously, "A 10th-tier beast? Wasn't that 10th-tier beast in the snow ridge still asleep? How come it's awake now?"
The staff member shook his head and said to Suhai with a solemn expression,
"This is the troublesome point I wanted to tell you.
The fluctuations generated by that beast are not the energy fluctuations of the 10th-tier beasts in the snow ridge that we have recorded. It is a brand new 10th-tier beast and it is still in an awakening state." Suhai stroked his beard and thought for a moment before speaking. "Let's go into a state of high alert and summon the 6 level 10 experts who are stationed in the north.
Tell them I need to have a meeting with them."
Suhai said this and walked out. This is truly worthy of being the director of the Northern Bureau of the Dragon Guard. We admire his composure in the face of adversity. It wasn't that Suhai had the composure to remain calm even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him, it was simply because wearing a coat over a thin nightgown was too cold, and even Jill was getting chilled inside, so he was in a hurry to go home and change his clothes.
Chapter 143 Justice 4 against 2.
While Su Ran was engaged in a fierce battle, he was completely unaware that the Northern Dragon Guard headquarters had already entered a state of alert because of their fight. Su Ran looked at the wooden figure standing to the side, and a wooden clone emerged from behind Su Ran by forming a hand seal.
"What do you want from me, my true self?"
Su Ran grabbed the wooden clone and threw it onto the wooden figure's head before saying this.
"I'm giving you control of the wooden dummy. Simply cover it with your armor and fight."
After the wooden clone nodded, it merged into the wooden doll's body, and streaks of red Susanoo armor quickly emerged emerged from the wooden doll's body, soon completing its armor up. You, evil face, activate your Susanoo form to fight, and I'll go out and activate another battle form myself. Seeing that Su Ran was about to leave the pentagon on Evil Face's forehead, Evil Face hurriedly spoke up. Right now, you're the weakest one. If you go out alone, the Snow Wolf King will target you. Have you forgotten that there's still a 9 llama inside me? As soon as Su Ran finished speaking, the Platinum Gold Immortal Beast connection covered Su Ran's body, directly sending his aura to the peak of the 8th rank. Looking at Su Ran with a worried expression, he said, if you really can't beat them, remember to come back. With the benevolent face inside you, I can temporarily use the power of the complete form through you, so I still have a chance of winning. Su Ran didn't speak. Little Pink flew out piece by piece through the ring and covered Su Ran's body. Although her aura didn't surge again, the oppressive feeling she exuded from the pink-clad figure was no less than that of the Wolf King and the Jackal. Su Ran activated the thrusters on his feet, and his speed was so fast that he transformed into a bolt of lightning and attacked the Space Wolf behind the Wolf King. The Space Wolf simply raised its front paws slightly, and Su Ran missed its target. The Wolf King was teleported 5 meters behind Su Ran, and tiny streaks of snow light rushed towards Su Ran. Hello, Ningshin Gate. Several enormous vermilion torii gates fell from the sky. Sensing the terrifying sealing power of the Myojin Gate, the wolf once again chose to use its spatial abilities to transfer the Wolf King. Su Ran quickly realized something was wrong, activated the thrusters, turned around, and returned to the wooden figure's side, whispering among themselves. They soon reached a consensus. Su Ran gently patted the wooden figure's shoulder, stood on the figure's shoulder, and drew back the heavenly wolf bow, revealing an arrow bearing the mark of the flying thunder god. Little Pink didn't just stand there watching. It changed the thrusters to fix Su Ran to the wooden mannequin's shoulder, and the mecha fragments all over its body flipped up, forming 12 huge energy cannons. Really? As soon as Su Ran finished speaking, he released the sky wolf bow, and the 12 energy cannons, along with the arrows, attacked the direction of the Wolf King. As he wasn't idle either, she spewed out a bright green, highly corrosive poisonous mist that blocked the Wolf King's escape route, forcing them to use spatial teleportation again. Instead of attacking the poisonous fog along with the energy cannon, the arrow seemed to have eyes and chased after the Wolf King. The Wolf King raised his hand to shatter the arrow, but just before the Wolf King made his move, Su Ran activated the flying thunder god technique he had left on the arrow, and flew to the Wolf King's front. Using the Wolf King's raised front leg as leverage, he flipped over, and while in the air, the Rasengan in his hand was already condensed. Die! Instead of attacking the Wolf King, the Rasengan was aimed at the Wolf King. Just before the Rasengan hit, the Wolf King miraculously activated its spatial teleportation again, dodging the terrifying attack. Seeing the huge opening Su Ran had made, the Wolf King immediately launched several attacks with snowblades towards Su Ran. When Su Ran realized that the attack had failed, he activated the flying thunder god technique left on the wooden dummy's shoulder and flew back to the wooden dummy's shoulder. The spatial teleportation of that spatial jackal has a time limit. After it is used, there is a waiting period of about 5 seconds before it can be used again. The voice of the wooden clone came through. So what you mean is, Su Ran manipulated the excess fragments of Little Pink to form a third knife which she bit into and, together with the twin blades in her hands, launched the 3-sword style attack of the ghostly seraph. Devil's chef! A strange laugh rang out, and Su Ran's body began to gradually recover. The supernatural energy consumed by using skills earlier was quickly restored by the demon chef, and then he began to repair the wounds on his body. When the last scar on Su Ran's body healed, the pressure emanating from Su Ran suddenly became terrifying. Su Ran unleashed 3 consecutive slashes, and the 3 sword energies, each radiating a ghostly flame, quickly merged together, slashing towards the Wolf King with lightning speed. The Wolf King originally wanted the wolf to rest and stop using spatial teleportation, but the 2 large golden dragons wrapped around the wooden figure quickly made him change his mind. Dragon Strike! 2 enormous golden dragons, clad in Susanoo armor, charged toward the Wolf King, completely blocking his escape routes. 8-plate tailed beast cannon. Evil also promptly followed up with a tailed beast cannon, forcing the wolf to use spatial teleportation again. Su Ran threw a flying thunder god kunai at the Wolf King's back. Under the cover of so many attacks, the Wolf King had no idea that that small dart would determine the course of the entire battle. While the wolf was using spatial transfer and its old power had not yet dissipated and new power had not yet been generated, Su Ran activated the flying thunder god technique and flew to the wolf's face. The divine power in his right eye spun wildly, taking the wolf into the divine power space. When the Wolf King realized that the wolf had been moved away by Su Ran, it launched a frenzied attack to tear Su Ran apart, but Su Ran used the flying thunder god technique left on the wooden dummy and successfully slipped back. Su Ran stood on the wooden figure's shoulder and spoke to the 3 giant creatures. I'll go into the divine might space and entangle that wolf. The 3 of you quickly finish off the Wolf King and then send me a signal. I'll release this wolf so we can kill it together. After Su Ran finished speaking, he activated his divine power and sucked himself in, leaving the battlefield to the wooden man and the others. Although the Wolf King was still at the peak of the 9th rank even without the wolf. He no longer possessed the wolf's disgusting spatial abilities. With 2 peak 9th rank warriors leading the way and a 9th rank wooden dummy assisting him, fighting the Wolf King was much easier than before. Su Ran entered the Divine Might space and saw the wolf trying to use its spatial abilities to teleport him away, and sneered. It would be a miracle if you could leave my private space. Don't waste your energy on useless work. The wolf spoke in human language. Do you really have to kill us? Su Ran sneered, drew his twin swords, and pointed the tips, which were wreathed in intense black flames, at the wolf. The crowd responded in unison. Nonsense. You're all coming to eat me. Why wouldn't I kill you all? If you don't die, am I the one who dies? Chapter 144 Solution. After hearing Su Ran's words, the wolf realized that further words were useless, and the spatial elements around it surged, entering battle mode. However, within Su Ran's divine space, Su Ran knew the landing point of the wolf in advance every time it moved, and soon, wounds appeared on the wolf's body. The wolf needs the Wolf King to achieve a synergy greater than the sum of its parts. If it fights alone, the wolf is not even as good as Su Ran is now. But a peak 9th tier cultivator is still a peak 9th tier cultivator. Even a starved camel is bigger than a horse. The wolf, relying on its advantage in cultivation, barely managed to fight Su Ran to a draw. Bei knew very well that without its Wolf King, it was no longer a tough opponent, at most just a somewhat difficult peak 9th tier beast. However, Su Ran's side had 2 peak 9th tier beasts, and even a wooden figure that had reached the 9th tier. If Su Ran isn't dealt with quickly, both the Wolf King and the Jackal will become cold corpses. Thinking of this, the Jackal no longer hesitated, and a loud wolf howl came from its throat. Audio illusion. Be careful. Su Ran tried to use the kaleidoscope to deflect the illusion but found it was completely futile. She was forcibly pulled into the illusion space by the wolf's howl. There was nothing in the illusion except a large white bed and Lin Juyu lying naked on it. Lin Juyu's voice, which made Su Ran's bones feel weak, sent a shiver down her spine, and her body moved uncontrollably toward the bed. Let's play together. As she spoke, Lin Juyu sat up from the bed, grabbed Su Ran, and pulled her onto the bed. Sensing the increasingly ambiguous atmosphere around him, Su Ran's consciousness became clearer and clearer. When Lin Juyu, who was completely naked, touched Su Ran's chest again, Su Ran did not hesitate to stab Lin Juyu through the chest. Lin Juyu spat out a mouthful of blood onto the bed, and the bright red blood quickly stained the snow-white sheets. What are you doing? Lin Juyu asked weakly, her bloodied hand tightly gripping Su Ran. Su Ran kicked him away without any mercy, sending him crashing to the headboard of the bed. You look just like her. Your appearance, voice and mannerisms are so similar that I almost didn't realize it. But you've forgotten one thing. Su Ran quickly added insult to injury, and the illusion began to shatter. Lin Juyu shakily propped herself up with her arms and leaned against the headboard, asking a question. What did you say? If I'm not mistaken, the effect of your illusion is to arouse people's deepest desires, and even I almost succumbed to it. Su Ran stood up, drew her knife, and severed Lin Juyu's neck. You used this scene to make me realize that this is an illusion, even though Juyu is such a shy person. I admit that this is indeed a desire in my heart, but it's too fake, so fake that I don't even believe it. After Su Ran finished speaking, the illusion shattered. Su Ran broke free from the illusion and immediately jumped back, the sword in her hand already burning with raging Amaterasu fire. However, the wolf was clearly suffering a backlash after Su Ran broke the illusion, and it was lying on the ground howling. Su Ran charged forward with his sword, but the wolf was no pushover either, raising its hand to unleash several spatial blades at Su Ran. Su Ran subconsciously thought of using Divine Might intangibility to dodge the attack, only to find that she was already in the Divine Might space and could not use intangibility at all. Su Ran thought for a moment, then threw out more than 60 bitter pills, scattering them all over the ground, and began the operation of flashing yellow. While the wolf was enduring the backlash of the illusion, it still managed to throw an attack at Su Ran. Su Ran used the flying thunder god kunai closest to the wolf's rear to kick it up, briefly launching it into the air. Just as Su Ran was about to deliver the final blow, the wolf used spatial teleportation to escape, taking advantage of Su Ran's momentary lapse in attention to launch an attack and bite Su Ran's shoulder. The wolf's strength grew stronger and stronger, as if it wanted to tear Su Ran's arm and shoulder apart, wishing it could bite them in two. But a jackal is still a jackal. Unlike a normal wolf, it doesn't have a terrifying bite force or attack power. As the strategist of the wolf pack, it develops its brain more than its physical abilities. Seeing the wolf biting his shoulder, Su Ran turned around and pinned it down. On his other hand, which wasn't being bitten, a Rasengan had already formed, and the Amaterasu fire quickly turned the Rasengan completely black. Even though this isn't the official version, I still want to say, Spiral linked you. Su Ran slammed the Rasengan into the wolf's waist. The terrifying destructive force caused the wolf to release its grip, forcibly using spatial teleportation to evade this fatal attack. The immortal body quickly healed its injuries, and just as Su Ran was about to launch another attack, the wooden clone sent over some good news. The main body, the big dog, has been dealt with. We can prepare to release the wolf. Then prepare the Mingshin Gate. After I release the wolf, I will seal it directly. Su Ran severed the connection and began to focus on the attack. As the wolf teleported to the side of a flying thunder god kunai, Su Ran immediately activated the flying thunder god, grabbed the wolf by the neck, and used the power of his right eye to teleport the man and the beast away one after the other. Bei appeared in the outside world before Su Ran. Just as Bei was about to run away after the time-space transfer was complete, he was forcibly frozen in place by the wood clone's bright god gate, unable to move at all. Su then stepped out and, upon seeing the wolf sealed by the Mingshan gate, knew that the wood clone had come into play. He then concealed the flying thunder god mark he had secretly left on the wolf's neck and, looking at the wolf king lying limp on the ground in the distance, his curiosity was instantly piqued. So Su Ran asked the clone, "How did you manage to handle such a huge thing?" The wooden clone scratched its head and said embarrassedly, "I used tree world descent to change the terrain and hide Azzy inside. When the wolf king was focused on dealing with me and evil face, he completely forgot about Azzy's existence. That's how Azzy managed to bite him and inject poison, causing the wolf king to fall to the ground like a useless dog. After that, I informed you." Su Ran thought for a long time and realized she couldn't take anything out. When she saw that Tongzi had cigarettes, she grabbed them in the pack and gave one to Mufin. The wooden clone also cooperated in a very dramatic way. "Thank you, Your Majesty. Long live the Emperor. Long live the Emperor. Long live the Emperor. Rise, my dear subject." Seeing the dramatic performance of the two, Azzy and the other person's doppelganger, they exchanged a glance and both saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. The two beasts decided to avoid seeing each other and transformed into streaks of light, returning to Su Ran's body. Chapter 145 Climbing. The wooden clone lit a cigarette and started smoking. Su Ran simply took out a cigarette from the pack, lit it with the great fireball, and started smoking happily. The man and his clone were still smoking, completely unaware that the wolf inside the Mingshan gate was trying to control the spatial elements, attempting to teleport itself out through space. The wooden clone noticed the strange situation of the wolf and pointed behind it. Su Ran smiled and shook his head. Using wood release, he controlled a short sword to form behind his right heel. He covered it with fire and then kicked it backward. The short sword pierced through the wolf's head and burned its brain to ashes. Su Ran controlled it with great precision. After the heavenly flame completely burned the wolf's brain, it extinguished it without damaging anything that could be recycled. "And that big dog." The wooden clone pointed at the wolf king lying on the ground like a dead dog and said to Su Ran. Su Ran extinguished the cigarette but in his hand, and the cleaver quickly fell into his hand, forming a giant blade 100 meters long with the fragments of Xiaofan's mecha. 2A. Before dying, the wolf king spat out a mouthful of blood at Su Ran, but Su Ran easily dodged it with his divine power. Stubborn and obstinate, Su Ran showed no mercy, and after killing the wolf king with a single strike, he stored the wolf king's corpse in his divine might space. "Now that you've resolved things here, I'll be going. Remember to call us if you need anything, KO." The wooden clone quickly finished its cigarette, stubbed it out, and returned to Su Ran's body. "Oh right, I almost forgot about this." The wooden clone stretched out a wooden hand, picked up a wolfskin bag from the ground, and handed it to Su Ran. Su Ran opened the bag and found it was full of snow wolf cores, roughly estimated to be 20 or 30. Looking at the battlefield covered in blood, Su Ran activated a blizzard and then used her divine power to enter the snow house again. The blizzard quickly covered the bloodstains on the ground, as if nothing had happened. After returning to the snow house, Su Ran dug up the snowdrift where the bear cub was buried and found that the white ball of fur was still sleeping like a dead pig, so she felt relieved and began to meditate seriously. Su Ran took out a snow wolf core and placed it in his hand, beginning to absorb and refine it. "I used all the alien energy you absorbed in the last 2 months to stabilize your body. Your breakthrough this time was too forced. Your foundation was fundamentally unstable. This surge in cultivation didn't even lay a solid foundation for your immortal body." "I see." Su Ran fell silent and gradually entered a meditative state of clarity. When the sun rose the next day, Su Ran opened her eyes. Su Ran noticed that the hand holding the alien nucleus felt a bit heavy. Looking down, he saw that it was Little White sleeping on his hand. Su Ran smiled, stood up, and opened the sealed door of the snow house, letting in a biting gust of cold wind. The cold wind startled Xiao Bai, who turned around, scratched his bottom, and went back to sleep. Su Ran took out a Tier 3 alien core to replenish his body's energy. The moment Su Ran took out the alien core, Xiao Bai instantly turned on, its adorable eyes staring intently at the alien core in Su Ran's hand. "What? You want some?" Xiao Bai seemed to understand Su Ran's words and nodded vigorously. "A good opportunity. Then you can have it." Su Ran tossed the alien core in her hand, and Xiao Bai quickly and accurately caught it and swallowed it. Soon after, its body began to twitch. "Oh no, the little one has rolled over belly up. Help!" Su Ran sighed and rubbed her forehead in exasperation after hearing the system's words. This little guy is a bear, not a goldfish, so how could he possibly float up belly up? At most, he's just choking. As soon as Su Ran finished speaking, Xiao Bai successfully absorbed the third-order heteronuclear core and then happily ran back to Su Ran to ask for more. "Something's not right with this little guy. He absorbed a third-tier alien core in the blink of an eye? You mean? This little thing must have extreme extremely strong bloodline within the Blizzard Ice Bear clan. Otherwise, how could it absorb a third-tier alien core so quickly, when its cultivation is at most second tier? If it were any other creature of the same tier trying to absorb a third-tier core, it would have exploded. Su Ran patted Xiaobai, then lifted a small piece of the dragon scale armor that was stuck to her body, stuffed Xiaobai inside, and turned to walk into the wind and snow. The dragon scale armor visibly scrambled for a moment when Xiaobai suddenly entered, but it quickly recovered and wrapped Xiaobai in dragon scales as well. Where am I? Su Ran looked at the communicator, which had no signal at all, and then at the towering snow god peak in front of him, and asked the system. A good opportunity. You're currently on the western side of Snow God Peak, the eastern side is easier to climb. Su Ran glanced at the rising sun, left the flying thunder god mark in the snow house, and then chose to travel using the wings of the Kuanping. Sorry, I'm in a hurry. The extreme speed of the Kuanping wings caught many alien cores in the sky off guard, and by the time they reacted, they couldn't even see Su Ran's taillights anymore. After traveling for 2.5 hours with the help of the Kuanping wings, Su Ran quickly arrived at the east side of Snow God Peak. Looking at the 10,000-meter-high sacred mountain in front of him, Su Ran's hands and feet began to tremble slightly. Su Ran originally intended to use the wings of the Kuanping to fly up to a height of 6,000 meters in one go, but after flying only a few hundred meters, he was blown about by the strong mountain wind and had to be forced to land. Don't even think about using the Kuanping wings to fly up Snow God Peak. The flying beasts that inhabit there are all at least at the peak of the 8th rank. With your cultivation level of only 4th rank, 6th level, you can't possibly fly very high. You lose. Just as Su Ran was about to activate the Celestial Beast mode to forcibly increase her cultivation level, the system quickly stopped her. If you want to die, go ahead and activate your Celestial Beast mode. Almost every area on this mountain has its own owner. With your Celestial Beast mode aura so strong, flying will just be seen as a provocation. Just crawl on your legs. Hearing the system's words, he reluctantly put away the Kuanping wings, summoned the twin blades of slaying, and then released two small wind release ninjutsu on his legs to reduce weight. With the help of these techniques, he leaped dozens of meters towards the mountaintop. That's not necessarily true. Su Ran had only climbed about 1,000 meters when Xiaobai woke up. The strong jolts made it angrily pat Su Ran's chest with its little paws. Are you hungry? Seeing a level 5 snow rabbit nearby, Su Ran mercilessly threw her sword at it, ending its life with a single strike, and stuffed the rabbit and its flesh into Xiaobai's mouth. When he saw the snow rabbit, he couldn't take his eyes off it. When Su Ran put the rabbit to Xiaobai's mouth, he immediately hugged the rabbit and started munching on it. This little thing really eats like a glutton. It didn't even leave any bones behind. After eating the snow rabbit, Little White jumped out of the dragon scale armor, cleaned the blood off its body with its own blood, and then crawled back into Su Ran's dragon scale armor, nestled inside, and looked at the scenery outside. Chapter 146 The Old Bear King. And you. Su Ran climbed to a height of about 2,300 meters using only her own strength, but then became so exhausted that she had to stop and rest. The dragon scale armor can only resist low temperatures, but Su Ran needs to rely on his own strength to resist wind and climb upwards. He cannot borrow the power of the nine-tailed fox. To be honest, Su Ran is already quite outstanding for being able to climb the 2,300-meter high Snow God Peak with his own 4th level, 6th grade cultivation. After all, many 6th level cultivators can only reach this height on their own. You should rest and recover your powers first. Continue later once your powers are fully restored. Hearing the system's words, Su Ran nodded. Instead of using the 4 pillars technique to directly generate a wooden house, Su Ran chose to use his twin swords to dig a cave in the sheltered mountain wall that could accommodate 2 people. After crawling inside, he quickly used wood release to seal the exit to prevent cold air from entering. Little one, come out first. Su Ran yanked the sleeping Little White out of the dragon scale armor and threw it on the ground, then took out the alien core to replenish her energy. After absorbing the 2 5th-tier Snow Wolf alien cores, Su Ran felt as if she had come back to life. We need to plan ahead. Su Ran created 10 shadow clones, and after they all sat in meditation, he placed a 6th-tier Snow Wolf core in the hand of each shadow clone and began to absorb the natural energy between heaven and earth. Trouble. Within half an hour, the 10 shadow clones were filled with immortal techniques and supernatural abilities. Su Ran put them into his divine power space one by one, then picked up the sleeping Little White and took out a 4th-order alien core, waving it in front of Little White. Wake up, Xiaobai, I have something to ask you. Su Ran held the alien core and rubbed it against Xiaobai's nose. Xiaobai hadn't even opened its eyes yet, but it immediately bit into the alien core. Su Ran swiftly took away the alien core, leaving Xiaobai with nothing to bite. Realizing it hadn't gotten what it wanted, Xiaobai woke up in a huff. Little White's claws slapped haphazardly on Su Ran's dragon scales, the soft little claws causing no harm, just venting its anger. Su Ran stuffed the 4th-order alien core into Xiaobai's mouth and said, "Stop hitting me. I'm asking you, do you know where the frost-freezing grass is found?" Xiaobai tilted its head in confusion, looking at Su Ran as if it didn't understand what Su Ran was saying. Didn't you understand?
Su Ran quickly took out another 4th-tier alien core and fed it to Xiao Bai. After a stalemate between the two for half an hour, Z finally couldn't stand it anymore and spoke up. Little White is pretending to be stupid. This little thing understands what you're saying. Su Ran looked at the little white dog in front of her, and her sinful hand directly curled the little white dog into a ball and kneaded it. Fine, you're lying to me, aren't you? Su Ran picked up Xiao Bai and coiled it around like a walnut until Xiao Bai made a whimpering sound, at which point Az spoke up. This little thing says it knows it was wrong, and it will tell you right away. Upon hearing this, Su Ran stopped Pan Xiao Bai's hand and looked at Su Ran with an unfriendly expression. Yay! Little White stretched out its chubby right paw and pointed at Su Ran. After hearing what Little White said, a purple king cobra phantom appeared behind Su Ran. The aura of the 10th rank directly frightened Little White, who hid in a corner and trembled. Azzy, what did this little guy say? Z put away the illusory image and said, this little thing also wants you to feed it the alien core, saying it will take you there once it's full. After I released my pressure to scare it, it said it would take you there as soon as you've rested. Feeling the abundant supernatural power within his body, Su Ran threw a 5th-tier supernatural core towards Xiao Bai's location and said. Xiao Bai's eyes lit up noticeably after seeing the 5th-order heteronuclear core. After quickly finishing his meal, he patted his bottom and stood at the door. Su Ran released his wood release technique and followed Xiao Bai step by step up the mountain. This time, Su Ran was clearly different, having made thorough preparations. With Xiao Bai leading the way, she managed to climb to about 5,700 meters in just one afternoon before stopping to rest. But as if it had discovered something, Xiao Bai bit Su Ran's leg and dragged Su Ran toward a huge cave. Why do you want me to go into the cave? Having no other choice, Su Ran headed towards the cave. Su Ran sensed something was wrong as soon as he entered the cave. He instantly ignited the Amaterasu flame with his twin swords and prepared to unleash his ethereal power. The strong smell of blood in this cave suggests there might be a big monster inside. You lose. Su Ran launched wooden spikes at the surrounding stone walls, then activated the Phoenix Fire Dragon Fireball technique, igniting the wood one by one to illuminate the cave. My goodness! Inside the cave, a huge white bear lay on the ground, its right arm bare as if it had suffered a serious injury, with blood still dripping out. Upon seeing the giant bear, Xiao Bai took off running towards it. Su Ran tried to stop it, but it was too late. Little White is in danger. Just as Su Ran was about to activate the Flying Thunder God technique to bring Xiao Bai back, the giant bear suddenly spoke in human language. Human, you've kidnapped my child and brought him before me. What do you want? Su Ran was completely stunned by the giant bear's sudden remark and pointed at Little White to ask, is Xiao Bai your child? At this moment, the system's voice also rang out at an inopportune time. How come there's a Blizzard Ice Bear King here? Isn't that Blizzard Ice Bear King still in its pack at 6,000 meters high? How could it be living at an altitude of around 5,700 meters? What? This bear is the Blizzard Ice Bear King? Su Ran felt the pressure suddenly increase as she looked at the giant bear in front of her. Little Pink had already covered Su Ran, and the weapon system had begun to glow faintly. Seeing Su Ran's attack stance, the Blizzard Ice Bear King slammed its remaining left hand on the ground, and a huge ice wall rose up, followed by countless ice spikes. Just as Su Ran was about to launch an attack, Xiao Bai stepped between the man and the bear, making incoherent noises. However, Blizzard Ice Bear King nodded and removed the ice wall and ice spikes. I am very grateful to you, human, for returning my child. Please take one item from my collection as a token of my gratitude. Little White ran up to Su Ran and babbled at her. Su Ran couldn't understand what Xiao Bai was saying at all. At this time, Z, who could understand both animal language and human language, acted as the translator. It said, can you save my dad? He seems to be dying. I secretly slipped down the mountain this time to find some heteronuclei for my dad to replenish his energy. As soon as Xiao Bai finished speaking, he magically pulled all the alien cores he had eaten out of his mouth and pushed them all in front of the Blizzard Ice Bear King. These things are useless to me, kid. I hope you can take care of yourself after I'm gone. Chapter 147 Healing. The Blizzard Ice Bear King pushed the alien core back, shook his head with a smile, and said, Little White was so anxious when it saw that the Ice Bear King wouldn't eat the alien core that it almost cried. It picked up the alien core and wobbled up to the Ice Bear King's face, trying to feed it directly, but it failed several times. After several unsuccessful attempts, Xiao Bai ran directly towards Su Ran, knelt on the ground, and bowed in Su Ran's direction. Arise! I will not allow you to kneel before humanity because of my life. The Blizzard Ice Bear King roared with a huge sonic wave, causing Little White to tumble several times, but Little White pretended not to hear it and continued to bow to Su Ran. System, is there any way to help? Make a small incision in your palm and feed it your sage's blood. Combine this with the healing power of wood release, and you can bring this old Bear King back to life. Upon hearing the system's words, Su Ran immediately picked up Little White and held it in her arms, walking step by step towards the old Bear King. What are you trying to do, human? I heard what Xiao Bai was thinking, so I chose to save your life, Lao Bai. Su Ran placed Xiao Bai next to Lao Bai, and with a swift motion, she slashed her palm with her cleaver. Fresh blood trickled out from
from the wound, and the freshly made incision was showing signs of healing. This is a bit troublesome. It seems that having such a strong self-healing ability isn't necessarily a good thing. Su Ran used her superpower to stop the wound from healing, jumped to Lao Bai's mouth, patted Lao Bai's mouth, and said, "What are you going to do?" While Lao Bai was speaking, Su Ran put her palm into Lao Bai's mouth, and drop by drop, the immortal blood entered Lao Bai's body. Just as Lao Bai was about to say something, he was surprised to find that his injuries were actually starting to heal. Su Ran placed her other hand on Lao Bai's body, and the continuous life force from wood release was injected into Lao Bai's body. Old Bai's right arm stopped bleeding and began to heal, and his breathing improved significantly. "Let me make you a prosthetic leg." Su Ran used wood release to pierce Lao Bai's severed arm. Wood release quickly formed a giant bear paw. Su Ran used wood release to carve white fur and then raised his hand. After feeling that his body had recovered enough, Lao Bai propped himself up and sat up. He swung his right arm and felt that it was no different from his previous arm. "Human, I am very grateful to you for healing me, but it doesn't quite match my white fur with this green arm hanging out in the house." Su Ran snapped his fingers, and the wood release arm quickly turned the color of Old White's right arm, looking exactly like the original arm no matter how you looked at it. Old Bai made room for Su Ran, which was a sign that he had completely accepted him. Su Ran sat down next to Lao Bai, using his wood release technique to block out the wind and snow. Then he lit a campfire and took out his own fruit to eat. "Old Bai, why are you living here alone with your child? As the Bear King, you should be able to command the wind and rain within the tribe." Su Ran quickly roasted a 20-pound black-feathered chicken and handed it to Lao Bai, asking him a question. Old Bai took the chicken and swallowed it in one bite. He then pulled out a huge jar of honey from somewhere and said, "It's a long story." Little White crawled up to Old White and looked at him with concern. Old White smiled and said, "It's okay, we're friends now, it's fine to talk to him." Old Bai scooped some honey out of the jar, let Little Bai have his fill, and then started eating it himself. "I'll tell you the story using the name Old White. The new Bear King is a blizzard bear named Siren. He led several other blizzard bears to drive me out of the group. I would normally have had no trouble dealing with them. Having been the Bear King for many years, I naturally possess an aura of authority, and I quickly overwhelmed and beat those bears. But in the end, I never expected that I, with my lifelong reputation, would lose because of love." Old Bai licked a mouthful of honey, sighed deeply, and said, "According to custom, the bear that fails to win the battle for the Bear King will be killed." Just as I was about to strike, Little White's mother rushed out to plead for them. I didn't even see the coldness in her eyes and softened my heart, letting them go. As I turned to leave, the siren suddenly attacked me. Just as I was about to block the attack with my right hand, Little White's mother tore off my right arm, causing me to be seriously injured by the siren's attack. Just as they were about to kill Little White, I managed to escape from the tribe with him with all my might. Old Bai looked at the sleeping Xiao Bai, gently picked him up, placed him in his arms, and continued speaking. "I never imagined that a moment of weakness would lead me to this state. I also never imagined that the sirens would go so far as to have Little White's mother infiltrate my side for the sake of the Bear King's position, just to deliver a fatal blow at the crucial moment. Fortunately, this cave is the one I left behind when I was young, just in case. It was thanks to this cave that I barely survived. Then, Xiao Bai went out to find food for me and bumped into you." Su Ran placed the apple in her hand near the fire to thaw it before taking a bite and asking a question. "Now that I've healed your injuries, do you want to go back and take revenge? I'm old, and I no longer have the desire to compete. My original plan was to create a special memory using all my abilities when I was about to die and implant it into Xiao Bai's body. When he reached the required level of cultivation, he would comprehend my abilities on his own and one day return to the tribe to reclaim the position of Bear King. But now, thanks to you, I can teach him myself." After finishing her apple, Su Ran remembered why she had come here and quickly said to Lao Bai, "Old Bai, do you have any frost-freezing grass in there?" Upon hearing about the frost-freezing grass, Old Bai gently put Little White down from his arms, turned around, and walked into the depths of the cave, quickly bringing out a pile of snow-white grass. "Why do you need something that's everywhere?" Su Ran's eyes were glued to the frost-freezing grasses, and she quickly put them away. "I'm treating my girlfriend's injuries. She suffered a backlash from being poisoned by the cold due to forcibly breaking the seal of the contracted beast. I'm taking this back to her so she can fully absorb the excess energy and get rid of the cold poison." Upon hearing Su Ran say those words, Old Bai swept all the frost-gathering grasses into the fire with a single palm strike. Before Su Ran could react and was about to speak, Old Bai spoke first. "That's true. Then the quality of these herbs is not good enough. Let me take you to find some more." Chapter 148 Searching. "Old Bai, what did you say?" After sweeping all the frostbite grass into the fire, Lao Bai turned around to check again to make sure that all of the frostbite grass had been swept into the fire. After doing all this, Old Bai took out a jar as tall as a person and handed it to Su Ran, saying slowly, "These are just ordinary frost-freezing grass. They're fine for normal tasks, but if you're using them to save people, the quality of these grasses is too poor, and they might even have the opposite effect. This jar contains about 100 pounds of ice star flower honey. honey. Whether you take it home to eat yourself or add a little to your girlfriend's detoxification routine, it will have a very good effect. Given your situation, the only place that can save your girlfriend, Dylan Seaweed, is at an altitude of about 6,000 meters. I'll take you there tomorrow. 6,000 meters. Could it be that you? Old Bai gave a wry smile, but still spoke firmly. This jar of honey is not worth your kindness. Let me accompany you instead. Upon hearing this, Su Ran quickly refused Lao Bai's offer. Then don't go. Just tell me the location and I'll find it myself. I have a question. How can that be? Su Ran looked at Xiao Bai, who was sleeping soundly beside her, and said, although Xiao Bai's mother doesn't love him, at least he still has Lao Bai, who loves him. If this trip will risk your life, then you'd better not come. I lost my parents when I was young and have never experienced the feeling of family affection. However, I have a master who loves me very much, Aunt Yu who loves me very much, and a younger sister who loves me very much. They made up for the love I lacked in my family, but I still want to say something. Stay with Xiao Bai, Lao Bai. After Su Ran finished speaking, he began to meditate and absorb the alien core. Seeing this, Lao Bai did not say anything more, but took out a piece of animal skin and began to draw a map for Su Ran seriously. Old Bai's seemingly passive hands were actually extremely nimble. He took out a very small can of white paint from his belongings and quickly drew the map. Su Ran took out the alien core of the Snow Wolf pack and surrounded himself with it. The surrounding alien energy was so dense that it was almost like fog, completely enveloping Su Ran. The superpower flowed in and out with Su Ran's breath. The foundation that had been weakened by forcibly absorbing the golden horned rhinoceroses. Alien core to break through to the 4th tier, 6th level was gradually being restored, and there was even a trend of the shadow rising again. Breakthroughs that happen too quickly are not a good thing. The system's voice sounded, transferring all the supernatural energy that Su Ran had absorbed into replenishing his foundation, which finally stopped the faint trend of breakthrough. The next morning, Su Ran woke up just as the sun cast its first rays upon the ground. Old Bai also woke up and handed the map he had already drawn and a cloak to Su Ran. This is a map, and this ghost cloak is a piece of my loot, a special piece of equipment with a limited number of uses. The ghost cloak can completely conceal one's presence. Even I didn't sense anyone wearing this cloak approaching me at the time, but back then, I had high defense, high health, and high attack power. I smashed that human into a pulp with one palm. I kept this cloak because it wasn't damaged. Su Ran carefully put away the map and the jar containing the ice heart honey, then turned and put on her cloak before heading out of the cave. I will come to see you one more time before I leave. Goodbye. After saying that, Su Ran released the wooden escape technique at the cave entrance and rushed into the swirling snow. Old Bai was still a little uneasy looking in the direction Su Ran had gone. He put the sleeping Little Bai into his treasures, hung a bear tooth pendant around Little Bai's neck, and sealed it completely with an ice wall before muttering something. Those beasts see me as a thorn in their side and will find a way to kill me sooner or later. Rather than let Xiao Bai die in this freezing cold, I might as well take a gamble on that kid. I trust my judgment. After rushing out of the cave, Lao Bai sealed the entrance with an ice wall again, using his power to completely cover the cave, and then turned to chase after Su Ran. But at this moment, Su Ran was unaware that Lao Bai had already followed them and was climbing towards an altitude of 6,000 meters according to the map. Su Ran moved quickly, arriving at the place Lao Bai had circled and read, the Blizzard Ice Bear Clan settlement, in less than half a day. How do you plan to get in, kid? Just walk right in? Hearing the system's words, Su Ran shook his head and said, the beast from the demon city, which was blasted to pieces and only had its head left during the battle, appears in my hand. I'll trade this 8th tier alien core with them, but I can also offer those 2 9th tier cores as additional terms. I don't want to take action unless absolutely necessary. As he spoke, Su Ran walked into the habitat of the blizzard bear. It seems you don't know what bestial greed is. Su Ran was visibly stunned for a moment after hearing the system's words, but quickly recovered and strode deeper into the habitat with firm steps. I won't use that method to obtain the frost-freezing grass until the very last moment, but if they really don't know what's good for them, I don't mind taking action. Old Bai, who had followed Su Ran's scent and footprints all the way here, wiped his sweat as he looked at the footprints on the ground that had not yet been completely covered by the wind and snow and said, luckily, I made it in time. Old Bai stood up, and the ice and snow superpowers around his body began to surge, and a blizzard even more violent than the previous one began to blow. A blizzard in the frigid region. Old Bai's figure instantly transformed into snowflakes and hid in the blizzard, searching for Su Ran's location. Su Ran walked for a long time before seeing a group of blizzard bears gathered together. She took a deep breath and gave a Z and 9 Llama a heads up. You two prepare for battle beforehand. Although I don't want to use force to achieve my goals, I will still choose to use it when necessary. After calming herself down, Su Ran carried the dragon's head and walked towards the large group of blizzard bears. As soon as Su Ran approached, a blizzard attacked him. After dodging the attack with his divine power, Su Ran instinctively tried to retaliate, but the head of the dragon in his right hand quickly brought him back to his senses. At this moment, a blizzard bear that was clearly much stronger and larger than the other blizzard bears stood up, revealing its terrifying 9th tier aura as it pressed down down on Su-ran. Human, leave immediately, this is not a place for you. Su-ran clasped his hands in a fist salute and said, I know this is not a place for us, but for the sake of my beloved, I have dared to ask you, senior, for a cold freezing grass that grows here. I am willing to exchange this 8th order heterocore for it. Chapter 149 Sirens. After saying that, Su-ran split open the head of the dragon in his hand and showed the 8th order alien core inside to the new Blizzard Ice Bear King. Siren, bring me the heteronucleus first, then I'll give you the frost freezing grass. After hearing this, Su-ran secretly placed a flying thunder god mark on the alien core and the head of the dragon, and then threw them towards the direction of the siren. After glancing greedily at the alien core, the sirens did not choose to dig it out and devour it directly. Instead, they casually tore off a handful of frost grass from the ground and threw it to Su-ran. Take it, human. Although he saw that it was just ordinary frost grass on the ground, he didn't hesitate to pull out the slash and cut the flying frost grass into powder. He said with a gloomy face, Senior should know that what I am seeking is not this ordinary frost freezing grass, otherwise I would not have offered an 8th tier alien core in exchange for it. The sirens chuckled, a hint of human-like mockery appearing on their enormous bare faces. Then your exchange is not enough, you need at least one 9th order alien core. After thinking for a moment, Su-ran took out the Snow Wolf King's alien core, left the flying thunder god mark on it, and then sent a message to Evil Face and Az. Let's prepare to make our move. Let's start by charging up those skills that take a long time to charge. After finishing speaking, Su-ran tossed the Snow Wolf King's 9th tier alien core and said, then please take out what I need and we can exchange them at the same time. The sirens couldn't take their eyes off the 9th tier alien core in Su-ran's hand. After hearing Su-ran's words, their eyes darted around, and they turned around pretending to look for the frost condensation grass, but secretly gave a wink to the blizzard ice bears around them. The dozens of blizzard bears nearby understood and quietly surrounded Su-ran. After observing some of the blizzard bears' subtle movements, Su-ran began to gather her magical abilities. Under the cover of the heavy snow, Su-ran's long hair turned white without being noticed by the surrounding blizzard bears, whose eyes were filled with endless greed as they looked at Su-ran. The sirens quickly produced a plant that was as transparent as ice crystals. Su-ran immediately understood that the plant in the siren's hand was the key to saving Lin Juyu. Without any hesitation, Siren threw the ice crystal grass directly onto the ground 3 meters in front of Su-ran. As Su-ran threw the 9th tier alien core at Siren and prepared to bend down to pick up the frost condensation grass, a strange smile appeared on Siren's lips, and he roared, "Do it!" The blizzard bears surrounding Su-ran swung their paws, creating countless fine ice blades that completely blocked any escape routes for Su-ran, clearly indicating they were going for the kill. After Su-ran performed a forward roll to obtain the frost-freezing grass, he proactively activated Divine Might Illusion to avoid damage. He then placed the bank grass into the Divine Might space, donned the Ghost Shadow Cloak, and completely disappeared from the spot. Find it for me. If that human kid can produce the first 9th tier item, he can definitely produce the second one. As soon as Siren finished speaking, the surrounding bears frantically searched for Su-ran's whereabouts, completely unaware that Su-ran, wearing the Ghost Shadow Cloak, had quietly circled around behind Siren and slapped her hands on the ground. Spiritual communication. Upon hearing Su-ran's words, the sirens quickly turned around, only to be met with a jet black-tailed beast ball enveloped in purple poison gas. Sirens instinctively tried to raise their hand to defend themselves, but Az bit their right arm, tearing off the base of their arm along with it. After spitting the siren's right arm aside, Az quickly returned to Su-ran's side. At this moment, the tailed beast ball from the evil side arrived. Siren could only barely raise her remaining left arm to defend herself. Although the tailed beast ball at such close range did not kill Siren instantly, it still seriously injured her. Her left arm was completely blown to pieces, leaving only a bare paw lying alone in the snow. I originally intended to sincerely exchange with you, but what you've done puts me in a difficult position. Sirens. When Siren heard Su-ran pronounce her name accurately, her pupils dilated in shock. She quickly remembered something and said with a fierce expression, "You're here to avenge that old bear?" Su-ran smiled and said, "I originally planned to leave you to Xiao Bai, but with your attitude, I don't want to leave you to that little guy anymore. I might as well eliminate the obstacles for him in advance and kill you." Su-ran placed his hands on Evil Face and Az, and the red Susanoo armor quickly enveloped Az and Evil Face. Hiss, I'm under a lot of pressure. Su-ran patted her slightly dizzy head and forced herself to cheer up. However, maintaining the eye power of 2 Susanoo at the same time consumes too much energy. Even with the frantic drive of the 3rd stage Sage body, it can only barely replenish the energy consumed. Moreover, Su-ran also has to bear a series of side effects. Su-ran stood on Evil Face's head, combined the Tatsuka sword and the Yata mirror into a Susanoo weapon, and then threw the heavenly wolf bow to Evil Face, saying, "It's up to you." After picking up the serious bow again, the evil-faced man drew his bow and shot an arrow without hesitation, but the serious managed to dodge it with his agility and movement. After the siren reforged her arm with ice and snow, she took out a snow-white lotus flower and swallowed it. The severely injured siren quickly regained her peak strength, and the arm made of ice in her hand slammed down hard towards Su Ran's position. However, Evil Face was no pushover. It swung its tail back and flung it away, then began to recharge its tailed beast ball. A Tomo appeared around the tailed beast ball, radiating a terrifying aura. The sirens quickly realized what was happening, and began to gather terrifying energy in their mouths by lying on all fours on the ground. 8-plate tailed beast cannon, freezing at 0 degrees. The two attacks collided violently, but adhering to the age-old principle that the left side loses when facing a wave, the sirens on the left side still couldn't withstand the tailed beast cannon from the evil side and were violently thrown to the ground. However, things weren't going well for the evil side either. In many places, the Susanoo armor was frozen solid by 0-degree freezing, turning into pieces of white armor that looked like they would crumble at the slightest touch. At this moment, a white figure rushed out from the snow and slapped Evil Face on the head, attempting to pull Su Ran away. Evil Face, who was focused on dealing with the enemy in front of him, did not react in time. The Susanoo armor on Evil Face's head shattered, revealing Su Ran inside. Just as Evil Face was about to turn around to defend, it was too late. The huge bear claw had already reached in front of Su Ran, attempting to smash Su Ran into mincemeat. Su Ran tried to activate Kamui's power but found he couldn't use it at all. Not only that, he couldn't even use his Sharingan's internal eye techniques. He could only wait quietly for the bear's paw to fall. But at this moment, a white figure emerged from the swirling snow and with a single claw, sent the attacker who had ambushed Su Ran flying dozens of meters away. Sorry, I'm not late, am I? Chapter 150. Old Bai joins the battle. Su Ran looked at the snow-white figure and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Old Bai? What brings you here? I couldn't swallow this anger any longer, so I rushed back to get revenge. Su Ran nodded and forcibly repaired the Susanoo armor on Evil Face. Then he removed the Susanoo armor that was possessing a Z and focused on facing the sirens in front of him. Could you please go and clear out the henchmen around here for Azzy? I also don't like this bear, so I'm going to kill him myself. After nodding, Lao Bai led the owner of the hand that attacked Su Ran to another place to fight. I never imagined that even as husband and wife, we would still have to fight each other in the end. Enough with the nonsense. The sirens were already showing mercy by not killing you and your son after defeating you. Don't spout such disgusting things. Old Bai struggled to pull the bear in front of him out of his head, screaming in his heart that she was neither his wife nor Xiao Bai's mother, but the murderer who almost killed him and Xiao Bai. After a while, Lao Bai also finished his mental preparation. There was no longer any affection for his wife in his eyes, only the burning desire for revenge against the culprit, who had caused him to lose an arm. His gentle gaze was replaced by a cold killing intent, and he stared at Xiao Bai's mother in front of him, making her feel numb all over. The old Bear King's majesty is, after all, the old Bear King's. Compared to the old White Bear King, a newcomer like Sirens, who has only been in office for a few days, is like an adult compared to a child in terms of the Bear King's aura. Old Bai's attacks gradually quickened as he relentlessly struck Little Bai's mother, each strike drawing blood but none of them fatal. Old Bai finally softened. He couldn't bring himself to kill his wife after all this time, not even now. Azzy, how long will it take you to clean up the surrounding battlefield? It will take about 10 minutes. I only dealt a fatal blow to the blizzard bears that surrounded you. The others were just whipped away with a single tail strike. Alright, I'll have a good talk with this new Bear King. Su Ran re-entered the pentagon on the forehead of the Evil Face and coated all of the Evil Face's weapons with a layer of earth elemental magic. The weapons, burning with Amaterasu fire, were wielded by the Evil Face with great power, forcing the sirens to retreat. Their bodies were covered in Amaterasu fire. Siren, feeling the Amaterasu flames burning on her body, calmly tore off all the flesh covered in the flames. The torn flesh quickly grew back, as if nothing had happened. The sirens roared to the sky, and the system immediately sensed several terrifying auras rushing towards them. This is troublesome. I sense 2 more 9th tier auras heading this way. Summon the benevolent aspect as well and fuse it to form the complete 9 tails. Otherwise, you'll be worn down to death with just the evil aspect in your current form. Then I'll drive my little pink car and get ready to slip away. Those bears aren't deaf too and have anti-air capabilities. Let Evil Face leave you enough Sage Beast Chakra to protect yourself. Get ready to come out, kind face. The benevolent spirit within Su Ran nodded, then merged an extremely large mass of Celestial Beast Chakra into Su Ran's body and spoke. I've given you enough to finish this match. Upon hearing the words of the benevolent face, Su Ran jumped out of the pentagon on the Evil Face's forehead and slammed his palm directly into the ground. Spiritual communication. A wisp of white smoke rose, and the benevolent face appeared within the spirit communication array. Little Pink, it's our turn next. At your service, sir. Fragments of Little Pink's mecha quickly emerged from the ring and covered Su Ran's body. When Evil Face saw Evil Face wearing Little Pink's armor, he understood the next move. So, he condensed a terrifying ball of red chakra in his right hand and threw it at Su Ran, saying, I'll give you a portion too. This portion doesn't have any negative emotions. You can completely suppress them by activating the 1000 Hands necklace. Su Ran infused his supernatural power into the 1000 Hands necklace necklace. Upon receiving the power, the necklace immediately emitted a white light that suppressed all negative emotions. Before Su Ran could react, a snow-white line of fire pierced through his body. If it weren't for Shinwei's passive ethereal transformation that allowed him to dodge the attack, even with his third-stage immortal body, Su Ran would have been severely injured. Damn it! How did a snow phoenix get here? Su Ran looked at Xue Huang, who was looking at him with arrogance, and his dragon might erupted. Kuanpeng wings instantly appeared behind Su Ran. When the appearance of the Kuanpeng wings was detected, Xiaofeng used the excess mecha fragments to cover it, and a pair of wings carrying the might of the dragon and the pressure of the Kuanpeng directly pushed back the pressure of the snow phoenix. Xue Huang was forced back a step by the pressure of the dragon's might and the Kuanpeng's might, but then her eyes lit up with wild joy. Human, surrender your dragon's might and the wings on your back, and I will spare your life. Instead of taking out the twin blades, Su Ran slowly pulled a black rod from his palm, broke it in half, and held it in his hand as a weapon. What's wrong with you, kid? This is a 9th tier snow phoenix, and you're using a black rod as a weapon? Why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? With a flap of his wings, Su Ran charged directly toward Xue Huang, his divine power already activated. Overestimating yourself. Snow Phoenix controlled the surrounding wind and snow to form countless fine attacks that struck Su Ran, but the attacks mysteriously passed right through Su Ran's body. The target of the black rod in Su Ran's hand was very clear, the wings of the Snow Phoenix. When Xue Huang saw that Su Ran's target was its wings, it didn't hesitate to ignite snow-white flames on its body. Snow Flame, be careful. Upon seeing this, Su Ran immediately activated Amaterasu battle mode, the dense black flames contrasting sharply with the white flames on Xue Huang's body. At this moment, Chestnut, far away in Shanghai, suddenly felt uneasy. The intense unease made Chestnut feel as if everything had lost its stability, and her emotions trembled like fallen leaves in the wind, unable to calm down. Dongfang Yu, who was standing to the side, saw Chestnut's appearance and said something. What's wrong, little one? Chestnut's eyes were glistening as she held Dongfang Yu and asked, Grandpa Dongfang, is my brother really alright? Chestnut is very worried. Dongfang Yu gently patted Chestnut's back and said, you have to trust that kid. He went and fought an 8th level beast with only a 3rd level cultivation. If he really couldn't beat it, I would forcibly transfer my aura to him. Chestnut's unease was somewhat alleviated by Dongfang Yu's words, but she still paced around anxiously. Dongfang Yu smiled as he looked at Chestnut. If you feel uneasy, you can try the meditation I teach you. Meditation is very helpful for all kinds of fluctuating emotions. Chapter 151 The White Dragon. Upon hearing Dongfang Yu's words, Chestnut quickly sat down on the ground, cross-legged, and began to channel her supernatural abilities throughout her body. At first it was fine, but later Chestnut's aura became increasingly unstable, as if he was about to go into a state of demonic possession at any moment. Seeing that things were not going well, Dongfang Yu quickly took a silver blue bead and placed it in front of Li Zi. The bead quickly emitted a chilling aura, gradually stabilizing the Chestnut's fluctuating energy. Unable to escape, those unstable energies chose to directly rush towards the 4 symbols seal set up by the system. Fortunately, the supernatural power sealed by the 4 symbols seal had long been absorbed by Chestnut, leaving only an empty shell sealed there. The unstable energy suddenly rushed towards the seal but was violently bounced back by the seal. The aura tried to break through again, and after 180 attempts, the seal suddenly shattered. Chestnut's cultivation, which had been suppressed by the seal, suddenly entered the 6th rank, and then surged to the 4th level of the 6th rank before stopping. After breaking through his aura, Chestnut stood up and said to Dongfang Yu, Grandpa Dongfang, I'm going to help my brother. After saying that, Chestnut slapped her hand on the ground, just like Su Ran's spirit communication array, except that she was using her spirit to teleport herself to Su Ran's side. Just as Dongfang Yu was about to reach out to stop him, Chestnut had already turned into a wisp of white smoke and disappeared into the magic array. When Dongfang Yu stood in the spirit communication array, preparing to inject his supernatural power to activate it, the array had already vanished without a trace. Seriously, Dongfang Yu tore open a spatial rift and plunged inside. During Su Huang's battle with Xue Huang, a white tail suddenly lashed down from the sky, slamming Xue Huang to the ground. One tail can pull the snow phoenix down from the sky. It seems we're in for some new trouble. Although Su Ran was speaking, his movements were not slow at all. After throwing away the black stick, he switched to the sword and ignited the Amaterasu fire. He then used 1,000 ghost slash to cut directly at Xue Huang's neck. Hiss! Just as Xue Huang was about to fight back, a giant white claw pinned her to the ground, leaving her no chance to dodge. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Su Ran channeled all his supernatural power into the slashing blade, and a black flame blade with no end in sight cleaved directly at Xue Huang's neck, splitting her in two. After dealing with the snow phoenix, Su Ran's supernatural abilities were almost exhausted, but he still dared not be careless and dispelled the 2 immortal clones to put them back into immortal mode, staring intently at the white dragon in front of him. A 6th tier beast can suppress a 9th tier snow phoenix. What kind of divine beast must that be? As Su Ran spoke, the swords appeared in his hand, and he stared intently at the dragon's red eyes. The Amaterasu flame on the swords
swords had already ignited. However, the dragon showed no intention of attacking Su Ran, and instead turned around and unleashed a dark breath directly at the sirens. A white dragon using dark elemental abilities? Has the world gone mad, or have I gone mad? Su Ran asked, puzzled, but the dragon ignored her and continued doing its own thing. The white dragon stomped its foot hard on the ground, and countless stone spikes trapped Little White's mother, freeing Old White to deal with the other blizzard ice bears. After doing all this, the dragon turned around again and stared intently at Su Ran. Su Ran felt uneasy under the stare, but he dared not be careless in the slightest. He even connected the power storage chamber in the little pink psychic tank to his body, just to make himself capable of fighting the white dragon. After Su Ran and the white dragon stared at each other for 5 minutes, the system finally couldn't stand it anymore and created a wooden clone that hit Su Ran on the head. You've been looking at this for so long and still can't figure out who this giant dragon is? Su Ran bit the cleaver in his right hand, rubbed his head, and said, I don't know anyone who has a dragon-type battle pet. Besides, would I know someone who owns such a powerful white dragon battle pet? Hey kid, take a good look at that dragon's eyes. Haven't you figured out who it is yet? Su Ran looked at the dragon's eyes and realized that the look was familiar, as if she had seen it somewhere before. Combined with the dark and earth type abilities, the white dragon and the red eyes gradually overlapped with a certain figure in Su Ran's mind. Finally, she said with an incredulous expression, I asked the teacher to keep an eye on Chestnut, and besides, that girl is in Shanghai, while this is the snow ridge that I traveled for almost a whole day using the wings of the Kunping. There's no way that girl could come here. Reverse psychic abilities, what an idiot. Upon hearing Su Ran utter that name, the white dragon instantly emitted a dazzling white light, transforming into the exact same figure in Su Ran's mind. Chestnut, having transformed from her dragon form into human form, jumped directly into Su Ran's arms, exclaiming excitedly. Su Ran released the knife from her hand, hugged Chestnut, and said, You're being reckless by coming to such a dangerous place. Hurry back to Shenwei, it's too dangerous here. As Su Ran spoke, she tried to use the divine power in her eyes to take Chestnut into her, but Chestnut resisted by using the divine power Su Ran had left in her eyes. No, I want to fight alongside my brother. Stop fooling around. Go inside right now. As Su Ran spoke, he simultaneously activated the divine power of his eyes and took the Chestnut inside. When Chestnut saw that she had been taken back into the familiar divine might space by Su Ran, she was so angry that she lay on the ground, crying and making a fuss. Just after Su Ran put the Chestnut into the divine might space, a dangerous signal suddenly came from behind. Su Ran could only use Yin Yang escape to condense a small piece of black rod with the flying thunder god mark and throw it into the sky. Just as the abyss's gaping maw was about to bite Su Ran used the flying thunder god technique to instantly dodge the bite, and a super large jade spiral ball appeared on Su Ran's right hand. You're quite the player, aren't you, you little rascal? 9th tier crimson-eyed white toad. How come there are so many rare creatures here? After activating his ethereal transformation, Su Ran flapped his wings and soared into the sky, contacting AZ Dao through his tattoo. Have you finished cleaning up over there? This big guy is causing a lot of trouble. That's about enough. Old Bai is clearing the area. Then hurry up and get over here via tattoo. There's a big, troublesome guy here. Upon hearing this, AZ instantly transformed into a purple streak of light and returned to Su Ran's tattoo, then reappeared beside Su Ran through the tattoo. This is a 9th tier red-eyed white toad. Such a poisonous creature is extremely rare. As Azzy was about to rush forward excitedly, Su Ran quickly stopped her. Can your poison withstand this guy's toxins? What a joke. I've already swallowed 3 blue-eyed jade-scaled dragons, which are known as having the strongest poison among dragons. It's already a miracle that this guy's poison can even trigger my poison. After saying that, Azzy bit Su Ran, injected the poison into him, and then rushed towards the red-eyed white toad without looking back. Chapter 152 The Death of Old White. Su Ran and Azzy are working together to deal with the red-eyed white toad, while Lao Bai has also found his next opponent. The 9th tier spatial beast, the void-devouring wolf, was slowly whittling down Lao Bai's health with its spatial abilities. With its familiarity with space, the void wolf narrowly escaped Old White's attacks time and time again. Its spatial blades and sharp claws left bloody marks on Old White's body, staining his white fur red. But Old Bai lived up to his reputation as the former Bear King, and with his extraordinary skill, the extreme cold claw, he left 5 deep, bone-revealing claw marks on the devouring wolf. The void-eating wolf looked at the troublesome Old White in front of it, and then at Su Ran, who was cooperating with AZ to attack the crimson-eyed white toad. It turned around, tore open space, and attacked Su Ran. Upon seeing this, Lao Bai immediately transformed into a snowflake and rushed towards Su Ran's direction, but the speed of a snowflake was no match for space, and he was ultimately too late. Just then, Su Ran used his holification ability to dodge the red-eyed white toad's long tongue attack. As he jumped back to avoid it and deactivated holification, his Sharingan suddenly started issuing frantic warnings. As soon as Su Ran turned around, she saw a huge, silvery wolf claw stabbing straight toward her back. Su Ran had no time to defend herself. Just as she was about to use her intangibility, she discovered that the space was completely sealed off, and Kamui's spacetime ability was
was completely unusable. Su Ran decided to rely on his immortal body to withstand the attack. As long as his heart wasn't pierced, he might survive. Just as Su Ran was about to forcibly move her body to prevent the wolf's claws from piercing her heart, a huge white figure made of snowflakes blocked her way. The wolf's claw pierced right through the body in front of him, with bits of flesh, including the heart, still attached to the claw as it reached towards Su Ran. Old Bai, whose heart had been pierced, held onto the devouring wolf tightly. Before the wolf could use spatial teleportation to move away, the energy cannon in his mouth had already charged up and blasted the devouring wolf's head into powder mouth to mouth. Old Bai threw the body of the devouring wolf off his body, looked up at the sky, and saw his own life reflected there. As a cub, the little polar bear stayed by his parents' side. In his youth, he killed the previous bear king with his ruthlessness and took his place. In middle age, he had a wife and gave birth to a cub. Then, the scene of him losing an arm and being driven out of the tribe flashed before the old polar bear's eyes. Su Ran placed her hands on Lao Bai's wound, and the green energy representing the immortal body surged wildly, pouring into Lao Bai's wound. Su Ran even cut her own wrist, and immortal blood gushed out, pouring it all into Lao Bai's mouth. However, the immortal blood that saved Lao Bai last time did not work this time, and blood flowed directly from the corner of Lao Bai's mouth. Just as Su Ran was about to use would release to recreate Old White's heart, the system stopped him and said, "Vital organs like the heart cannot be created using would release techniques. Even if they were created and implanted, it would hasten his death, not only failing to save him but also harming him." Just as Su Ran was about to say something, Lao Bai gently pushed her with his right arm and said, "There's something I want to tell you, but I don't have much time left. I'll have to trouble you to finish the fight as soon as possible." Su Ran poured most of the sage body's energy into Lao Bai's body to maintain Lao Bai's last breath. The bright red, fully formed Susanoo rose from the ground and charged directly towards the sirens. At this moment, Azzy had also dealt with the red-eyed white toad and was swimming towards the direction of the sirens. Su Ran controlled the complete Susanoo to fly to Kurama's side. The two, who had fought side by side for a long time, looked at each other and understood each other's intentions. Su Ran formed a hand seal, and a huge Buddha throne rose from the ground. Kurama sat on the throne, spreading out all 9 of his tails. Su Ran's Susanoo also split up, completely enveloping the Buddha throne and Kurama. Countless wooden fox tails suddenly rose up behind the Buddha's seat, all exuding a terrifying aura. Impressive armor, truly thousands of tails. Countless fox tails pierced towards the sirens. At first, the sirens was able to resist, but later they were completely unable to resist and were pierced through by countless fox tails, pinning them firmly to the ground. Seeing the sirens, Kurama, who had been pinned to the ground, stand up, a giant-tailed beast ball with 9 tomos spinning around it condensed in Kurama's right palm, transform into a fox on top. The sirens tried to struggle and dodge, but pinned to the ground, they had nowhere to hide and were directly blasted in the head by the giant-tailed beast ball. After dealing with the sirens, Su Ran flew straight to Lao Bai and knelt down to wait for his words. But Lao Bai didn't say anything. He gently helped Su Ran up with his right arm and said, "Boy, could you grant me one request, for the sake of me saving you this time and for the sake of my last wish before I die?" Su Ran stood there, tears welling up in her eyes and turning into countless glistening ice beads that fell to the ground as she spoke. "Old Bai, just say the word, and I'll go through fire and water for you." Upon hearing this, Lao Bai visibly breathed a sigh of relief, and some blood foam welled up from the corner of his mouth, making it impossible to tell whether it was the immortal's blood or Lao Bai's own blood. "I will use all my treasures and my alien core as a price to ask you to take Xiao Bai away from this place, whether it is to live in the human world or somewhere else." "Why?" "The bears of the siren lineage will not allow Little White to exist. Little White is still young and its wings are not yet fully grown. They will definitely kill it as a target of their revenge. This contract will be void once Xiao Bai comes of age, and you will no longer need to care about Xiao Bai's life or death." As he spoke, Lao Bai pulled out his alien core. As he did so, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and, with a trembling right arm, handed it to Su Ran, saying, "This is the last thing I can do for Xiao Bai as a father. I beg you to agree to this contract." Su Ran solemnly accepted Lao Bai's alien core with both hands and said, "The contract has been made. Those who break their word will be punished by heavenly lightning and will never be able to escape the way of beasts." After hearing Su Ran's words, Lao Bai breathed a sigh of relief and pointed shakily toward a cave. "That's where I keep my treasures. I left Little White in the cave where we stayed yesterday. Please don't forget." After explaining everything, Old Bai closed his eyes and murmured something before he died. "I'm sorry, Xiao Bai. I'm sorry, Dad. I'm leaving you all alone in this world." At this moment, Xiao Bai, who was sleeping, suddenly woke up. Seeing her surroundings, she felt a sudden pang of pain in her heart, and tears streamed down her face. Chapter 153 Snow Phoenix Wings. After Su Ran closed Lao Bai's eyelids, the anger in her heart could no longer be suppressed. Su Ran couldn't figure out where this inexplicable anger came from. In the end, he just wanted to do one more thing for Lao Bai, kill all the alien beasts that had participated in this battle. After receiving the Divine Beast ability from 9 Lama, Su Ran activated the Divine Beast mode again, carrying a slashing sword and going going around killing people. With all the 9th tier beasts dead, the remaining 8th tier beasts were nothing special. After exchanging a glance, 9 Llama and Azzy also chose to join the battlefield to do the final cleanup. When all the strange beasts had been killed, Su Ran glanced at Xiao Bai's mother out of the corner of her eye. After realizing that Su Ran had seen her, Xiao Bai's mother hurriedly tried to use her superpowers to escape, but Su Ran's wooden spikes pierced her limbs and pinned her to the spot. Su Ran dragged his cleaver over, the sound of the cleaver scraping against the ground like the death knell, about to reap the last life. "No, you can't kill me. I'm Lao Bai's wife, Xiao Bai's mother. Lao Bai risked his life to save you. You absolutely can't kill me." Su Ran looked at Xiao Bai's mother, who looked flustered, and burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, you have quite the thick skin, huh? How can you say something like that with such a shameless attitude?" As Su Ran spoke, she raised her knife and chopped off his left leg before kicking it away. "If I remember correctly, you're the one who broke old Bai's right arm, and you still have the nerve to say that?" Su Ran cut off her right arm, and the countless fine wind blades created by his wind release technique directly shredded Xiao Bai's mother's right arm into pieces, causing her to completely disappear into the world. "I didn't. Old Bai's right arm is perfectly fine. I didn't break his arm." Su Ran wasn't angry at all when she heard this. Instead, she laughed and slapped Xiao Bai's mother across the face. The slap was so powerful that it knocked out all of Xiao Bai's mother's bare teeth, which she spat out along with a mouthful of blood. "Old Bai's right arm is a prosthetic that I attached to him using wood release. Is there any point in lying about that? Forget it. I'm not going to say any more to you. You'll have to be buried with old Bai anyway." As soon as Su Ran finished speaking, intense Amaterasu fire ignited on the blade of his sword, and he slashed towards Xiao Bai's mother with an aura of death. Please let me go. Xiao Bai has already lost his father. He can't lose his mother too." As Xiao Bai's mother spoke, she knelt down in front of Su Ran, tears streaming down her face. "If I'm not mistaken, as long as I don't kill you, you will definitely kill Little White, right? After all, you are also a bear of the Siren lineage, so you can't possibly let Little White go." "You're talking nonsense. How could I, as a mother, possibly harm my own child? Stubborn to the end." A kaleidoscope pattern appeared in Su Ran's eyes, and she made eye contact with Xiao Bai's mother. Tsukuyami was quietly activated. After being controlled by Tsukuyami, Xiao Bai's mother said something similar to what Su Ran had predicted, and even more outrageous. Xiao Bai's mother also realized that she had said something she shouldn't have, and looked at Su Ran with a deathly pale face. "Give yourself some dignity. After all, you were once Old White's wife. I'll drag you down with me even if it kills me." After saying this, Xiao Bai's mother suddenly hugged Su Ran and detonated her alien core, preparing to pull Su Ran down with her. Su Ran used his divine power to dodge the attack and then pierced its alien core with a single slash, ending its life completely. After resolving everything, Su Ran left a Z to guard the cave entrance, and then led 9 llamas directly into the cave. When Su Ran reached the end of the cave, she did not find the so-called treasure, but only a small necklace. Perhaps because Su Ran carried Lao Bai's alien core, the necklace suddenly burst out with intense light after Su Ran approached, and countless treasures emerged from the necklace and fell to the ground, quickly piling up all the treasures. However, Su Ran did not choose to activate any of them. Instead, she put all the treasures away with the necklace and then put Lao Bai's alien core inside. These things should have been left to Xiao Bai by Lao Bai, so it's better to return them to their rightful owner. After putting away the necklace, Su Ran turned and walked towards the cave entrance. At this moment, 9 Llama also transformed into a stream of orange light and returned to Su Ran's body. As soon as Su Ran stepped out, she saw Azzy anxiously peering into the cave, as if something had happened. "What happened, Azzy?" Azzy tossed a bag of alien cores wrapped in bearskin to Su Ran and then said, "Just after you entered the cave, the little white bird's body suddenly burst out with golden light. I didn't know what it was, so I waited at the cave entrance for you to come out and then took you to see it." Upon hearing this, Su Ran jumped onto Azzy's head and soon arrived at the place where Xue Huang had died. Su Ran lifted Xue Huang's corpse with his bare hands, and a golden skill book fell from Xue Huang's body. "The wings of the snow phoenix? It seems Zhu Yu has the ability to fly." As Su Ran was putting the skill book into her ring, the system quickly spoke up. "Take the little white bird's corpse with you. After your girlfriend refines it, she won't need to waste her supernatural abilities to spread her wings. She can fly directly using the little white bird's wings. Furthermore, the snow phoenix's aura is similar in nature to your dragon's might, making it highly effective against similar enemies." Su Ran nodded and put Xue Huang's corpse into his storage ring. Su Ran raised his hand and formed a hand seal, and countless wooden clones immediately appeared all around him. "Your job is to collect all the treasures of these dead beasts. Search them thoroughly and make sure nothing is left behind. I'll take Old White's body back to his cave and bury him there. I'll leave a flying thunder god mark there, and you'll all remember to come back." After Su Ran finished speaking, she released the chestnut, only to find a snow-white body inside. Upon seeing this, Su Ran quickly covered her eyes with her hands, peeking through a small gap between them. Su Ran felt a warm sensation on the tip of her nose, as if blood was about to flow from her nose at any moment. "Girl, where are your clothes? How can you go without clothes on?" "I don't know, brother. This is what I look like
like after I transformed back into human form. Su Ran was still wondering when the system spoke up. Are you stupid? How could that girl's true form, a dragon that big, not tear her clothes? Bring me the siren's bear skin, I'll alter it for her, and that will guarantee she won't look like this when she transforms back into human form next time. Su Ran turned around, took out her own clothes, and put them on Chestnut's body, barely covering her snow-white body. Then she ran towards the siren's corpse. Chapter 154 Departure. Su Ran used his divine power to move the siren's corpse away, leaving only a complete bare skin, which he then threw to the system. Hurry up and get it done. Okay, don't rush me. Soon a white light covered Chestnut's body, and after shaking off Su Ran's clothes, it burst out with dazzling light. A figure in white emerged from the white light, breathtakingly beautiful. Her features were delicate and charming, with exquisite eyebrows and eyes, and a smile on her lips. Her beauty was further accentuated by her white dress, like a dazzling star in the Milky Way. Her snow-white eyelashes paired with her red eyes added a touch of playfulness as she laughed and rushed into Su Ran's arms, asking a question. These are my new clothes, do they look good, brother? Su Ran picked up the chestnut, looked it over for a few moments, and then said, it looks good, but you'll have to turn back into your original form and do something for me next. Su Ran pointed to Lao Bai's corpse and said, I'll trouble you to carry him somewhere. Chestnut nodded, then transformed into a white dragon and reappeared. After dragging Old White onto its back, it slowly followed Su Ran down the mountain. At this time, all the wood clones had plundered all the resources, and even the bare paws that could be eaten were not spared. Soon Su Ran returned to the cave where she had stayed the day before with Chestnut, but the huge white figure was now lying down as it returned. Su Ran saw the huge ice wall inside the cave, quickly smashed it with a punch, and went inside. Su Ran saw that there were still many treasures in the cave, so she put them into Lao Bai's necklace. Then she picked up Xiao Bai, who was still sleeping, and put the necklace around Xiao Bai's neck. Xiao Bai woke up quickly, her eyes still glistening with tears. Sorry. As soon as Su Ran finished speaking, Xiao Bai jumped down and rushed to Lao Bai's side, calling out to him. However, unlike usual, this time, all that responded to Xiao Bai was Lao Bai's cold corpse. Su Ran gently picked up Xiao Bai and looked directly into Xiao Bai's eyes as she spoke. Old Bai trusted you a lot. For your safety, he entrusted you to me on his deathbed, asking me to take you away from this place. Old White said he'll come back when you become the Bear King. Let's reclaim the throne of the Ice Bear King, even though Old White is no longer here. Su Ran placed Lao Bai's body neatly in the center of the cave, then withdrew from the cave. After completely sealing the entrance with wood release and earth release, he stirred up a blizzard to completely cover the cave under the snow. At this moment, the system emerged from Su Ran's body with an incense burner and 3 long incense sticks. After arranging the incense burner, it lit the incense and respectfully bowed 3 times. After Su Ran used earth release to completely fix the incense burner to the ground, he left a flying thunder god mark on the bottom of the incense burner so that he could return at any time. I'll come see you again next time, Old Bai. After Su Ran finished speaking, she held Chestnut with her left hand and Little White with her right, then activated the flying thunder god kunai left on Dongfang Yu and teleported directly back to the demon city. At this moment, Dongfang Yu was so anxious that he kept stamping his feet, completely unaware of the strangeness in the kunai. After a flash of yellow light, Su Ran and Chestnut suddenly appeared next to the kunai. When Dongfang Yu saw Su Ran, he wanted to say something, but then he saw the chestnut that Su Ran was holding. Don't run around like that again. You almost worried this old man to death. Chestnut smiled sweetly and hugged Dongfang Yu's arm affectionately. No, Grandpa, I won't do it again. Good that you don't dare. Kid, have you found what you were looking for? Su Ran took out the crystal clear frost freezing grass from her ring and said, Found her. Hurry and rescue Zhuyu. As she spoke, Su Ran rushed out the door, only to be pulled back by Dongfang Yu's teleportation portal. I'll take you there. Dongfang Yu opened the portal and took Su Ran and Li Zi through it. Senior Zhu Shui, I have found the thing that can save Zhuyu. As Su Ran spoke, she carefully handed over the frost freezing grass in her hand. Great, I'll go make the antidote right now. Your girlfriend should wake up by tomorrow. As she spoke, Zhu Shui hurriedly went out to prepare the antidote. Su Ran looked at Zhao Xiaoxiao standing to the side and said, Here's a battle pet for you. You'd better treat it well. As Su Ran spoke, she handed over the little white dog in her hand. Zhao Xiaoxiao was about to reach out and hug Xiao Bai, but Xiao Bai clung to Su Ran's hand and refused to let go. It's too dangerous for you to follow me. You'll have more benefits by following that older sister than by following me. After much persuasion, Su Ran finally got Xiao Bai and Zhao Xiaoxiao to agree to an equal contract. Zhao Xiaoxiao, holding the little white dog in her arms, asked Su Ran, You're really willing to give me this adorable little bear? I gained a lot from this trip and I'll share some of it with everyone before the competition starts tomorrow. What is that? Just as Zhao Xiaoxiao was about to say something, Su Ran lay down next to Lin Zhuyu's bed and fell into a deep sleep. Just as Zhao Xiaoxiao was about to say something, Wat Kyuji gently waved his hand and said something. This kid has been working too hard lately, let him get some rest. At this moment, Xiao Shui, who was standing to the side, began to speak. Young lady, the little bear you're holding looks more and more like the blizzard ice bear, a ferocious beast from the snowy mountains.
Upon hearing Qiu Shue's words, Dong Fangyu, who was standing to the side, also looked intently at Xiaobai. This little thing is really a blizzard ice bear. What on earth has this kid been up to these past few days? Dong Fangyu turned his head and saw that the clothes Chestnut used to wear had disappeared, replaced by a white outfit. Dong Fangyu touched it, then plucked a hair from it and examined it closely. Chestnut's clothes are also made of blizzard bear skin. Did this kid just go straight to the monster's home base? Dong Fangyu's supernatural power probed towards Su Ran's body, and upon sensing the lingering blood energy on Su Ran's body, Dong Fangyu understood what had happened. What a devoted young man. At this moment, Zhu Shui also came in with the antidote. Soon after, Lin Juyu, whose whole body had been frozen pale, regained her color and sat up from the bed. When Zhao Xiaoxiao saw that Lin Juyu had woken up, she wanted to rush over to her, but when she saw Su Ran sleeping next to her, she forcibly suppressed her impulse. What's wrong, Xiaoxiao? What happened? No one spoke except Zhu Shui, who pointed at Su Ran and said something. This kid went all the way to the snowy mountains to find medicine for you after you fainted. Treat this kid well, after all, there are too few people as devoted as him. After Zhu Shui finished speaking, she smiled at everyone and turned to walk out the door. After confirming that Lin Juyu had fully recovered, everyone left the room one after another, leaving only Su Ran sleeping by the bedside. After struggling to lift Su Ran onto the bed, Lin Juyu gently kissed her forehead and said with a blush on her face, "Thank you for your hard work, my dear Yellow Flash." Chapter 155 The Real and the Fake Bamboo Rain. When the first rays of sunlight shone through the window onto Su Ran the next day, Su Ran gradually woke up. Su Ran turned her head and saw a pretty, flushed face sleeping beside her, as red as an apple, so Su Ran couldn't resist taking a small bite. Eat? Lin Juyu woke up quickly and hugged Su Ran tightly after seeing who was beside her. Fool, there's no need for you to risk your life for me. You deserve it. Su Ran gently embraced Lin Juyu, and the two were tender for a moment, but their moment was broken by a discordant voice. Get up, Juyu. Time to go to the competition. Zhao Xiaoxiao pushed the door open and walked in. After seeing the two embracing, she immediately turned around, closed the door, and thoughtfully locked it. The match starts in an hour and a half. You two hurry up. Zhao Xiaoxiao, you brat, just wait until I beat you up. Lin Juyu had just gotten out of bed when Su Ran stopped her and told her to go back. Wash up first, there's no need to rush. As she spoke, Su Ran walked into the washroom and began washing up. Change your clothes, or you really won't change unless I give you some, right? The clothes your wife gives you should be comfortable to wear. You're so good with words, hurry up and finish it. After saying that, Lin Juyu threw a gray robe over. Although he had changed out of his clothes, which were a bit worn from fighting for several days, and put on the gray robe, his already handsome face became even more aloof. Would you like me to cut your hair? Lin Juyu conjured a pair of ice scissors in her hand and asked Su Ran. Get a haircut. Long hair isn't good unless there are specific combat scenarios. Lin Juyu quickly cut Su Ran's long hair short again and looked at Su Ran's face in the mirror. If you changed your clothes and dressed up, you might be prettier than me. Isn't that great? What's so good about it? If I find out you're flirting with other girls outside, As she spoke, Lin Juyu twirled the scissors in her hand, threateningly. Then you can rest assured that I become a girl? Su Ran raised her hand to form a hand seal and used the transformation technique. After a puff of white smoke, a gray-robed girl who looked almost exactly like Lin Juyu appeared in Su Ran's position. How is it? Pretty good, right? Su Ran turned around and looked at herself in the mirror with satisfaction. Lin Juyu, who was holding Su Ran, started to get restless, her hands wandering all over the place. Brother, you smell so good. Let's try to fool Xiaoxiao and see if she can tell us apart. As she spoke, Su Ran took Lin Juyu's hand and they walked together toward the restaurant. After the two entered the restaurant, they found that the other people in the group were still sitting in their usual seats. Su Ran waved and called out to Zhao Xiaoxiao. Juyu, you two came down? Zhao Xiaoxiao turned around and choked on her own saliva. 2 bamboo rains? Old Hua told me to pinch you to see if this is a dream. Zhao Xiaoxiao's hand was slapped back by Hua Kyuji as soon as she reached out. Why don't you twist your own? It hurts me to pinch myself. After swallowing the sandwich in her mouth, Zhao Xiaoxiao walked over to the 2 Zhuyes, looked them over, and then took the real Lin Juyu's hand and said, "This is the Juyu we know. She smells the same as before. The one in the gray robe is not Juyu." As she spoke, Zhao Xiaoxiao looked over with a puzzled expression. Are you Juyu's older sister? The 4 people sitting in the back having breakfast looked at the gray robe on Lin Juyu and exchanged glances, all of them seeing the shock in each other's eyes. This Juyu wouldn't be. Su Ran used illusion magic to change her voice, and a slightly more mature voice than Lin Juyu's came from Su Ran's mouth. Lin Juyu's face flashed with countless micro-expressions in an instant, and Su Ran had to pinch her hard to stop her from laughing. At this moment, Xiaobai, who was silently eating, saw Lin Juyu and ran over without thinking, clinging to Lin Juyu's gray robe and begging for a hug. Lin Juyu picked up Xiaobai and held her in her arms, saying, "Little one, even Little White recognizes who I am, but you still don't? Aren't you Sister Juyu? Who else could you be?" Zhao Xiaoxiao confidently turned her head and said, only to see that the 4 people sitting in their seats eating breakfast all had indescribable expressions expressions on their faces, which was quite interesting. Should I say you're genuinely stupid or just pretending? A puff of white smoke suddenly rose from Lin Zhuyu's body, and when the smoke dissipated, Su Ran's appearance was revealed. Su Ran placed Xiaobai on Zhao Xiaoxiao's head and pulled Lin Zhuyu toward the dining table. I brought back a lot of good stuff from my trip to the snowy mountains. I'd like to share it with you all. There are too many people and too many eyes around here. Let's go to our own rest area first. As he spoke, Su Ran used wood release to connect the 6 people together, and then activated the flying thunder god mark he had left in his university's rest area to teleport them directly there. Old Huan and Dejuan will have to wait a while. Su Ran took out a huge, dark blue ore from the divine might space and said, "Mysterious cold steel, a superior forging material. This piece is big enough to make a new sword for Old Hua, and the rest can all be used by Dejuan to make iron shot. I've already given Xiaobai to Xiao Xiao. As for what's suitable for you, I'll look around and see if there's anything." Su Ran turned around, took out a twin lotus flower, and handed it to the 2 sisters, Xiuyu and Xiaoshui. The frosty heavenly lotus, and it's even a twin lotus. This guy's ability is very similar to yours, and he might even have some special uses. As for Zhuyu, you have a pretty good special skill. Su Ran took out the Snow Phoenix Wings skill book and the huge pair of wings that the system had already disassembled from the ring and said, "I've saved this newly released skill book for you since it's quite suitable for you. After learning that skill book, quickly refine these wings, they will greatly help your special skill." Of course, Lin Zhuyu looked at the golden skill book with a face full of desire, but after thinking about it, she pushed the skill book to Su Ran and said, "Keep this precious flight skill for yourself. If you teach me to fly, it's no different from you learning this skill from me." Upon hearing Lin Zhuyu's words, Su Ran's Kuanpeng wings instantly unfolded, and the strong wind nearly made the 6 of them lose their footing. "Your teacher already gave me the ability to fly, so hurry up and absorb it." Su Ran casually placed the skill book in Lin Zhuyu's hand. "Keep it up, I'm waiting for you to carry me to new heights." Lin Zhuyu looked at the book of supernatural skills and the wings in her hand and nodded vigorously. "I see." Just then, a discordant voice rang out. "I, Long Outyin, want that book of extraordinary skills. Chapter 156, please let me do it." Su Ran turned her head to look in the direction from which the voice came and saw an arrogant-looking young man standing at the entrance of the Imperial University rest area with his teammates. "I've got my eye on that flying technique book. Name your price." Su Ran stood up and said in a tone full of dissatisfaction, "You think you can just give it to me like that? If you want a star from the sky, why didn't your parents go and get one for you? Who do you think you are? How dare you talk to me like that? Interesting, but no one can refuse me, Long Outyin." A sudden burst of dragon might erupted from the boy and swept towards Su Ran and his group of 7. Before Su Ran could figure out how to retaliate, the black dragon's aura and the Kuanping's aura erupted from her body one after the other. The intense pressure directly dispersed the boy's dragon might, and the beastly might from the 2 10th-tier beasts suppressed the 7 people opposite them, making them unable to move at all. "So your name is Long Outyin?" Su Ran looked at the arrogant young man and walked towards him step by step. "Your special ability is quite a good match for your name. They're both related to dragons." Su Ran walked up to Long Outyin, and the dragon might emanating from the 10th Order Black Dragon Emperor suddenly erupted to its maximum. "But if you compare me to him, you are not a dragon at all." The intense pressure created a shockwave that knocked Long Outyin to the ground. "Don't show off if you're not capable enough. Luckily you ran into me today, so I won't beat you up. Otherwise, I'd consider it a miracle if I didn't beat the shit out of you today. You guys from Imperial University, just you wait. Do you dare to bet with me? I'll bet on this extraordinary skill. If I win, it's mine. You've got quite a bit of influence, haven't you? You're betting this extraordinary skill on me without even putting up any stakes. This extraordinary technique comes from the Snow Phoenix, a 9th-tier beast from the Snow Ridge. If you want to gamble, at least give me a 9th-tier exotic core, otherwise I'll just throw it away." After hesitating for a long time, Long Outyin finally took out a red alien core with a heavy heart and said, "A 9th-tier flame demon tiger core, is that enough to wager on you?" Su Ran looked at Long Outyin with a mocking expression and said, "You've got a clever scheme to get something for nothing. How can this kind of trash compare to a 9th-tier monster from a dangerous place like Snow Ridge? Kid, I'm warning you, don't go too far." An old man suddenly appeared beside Long Outyin and said something. "It's an honor for you, young master, to gamble with me. Don't be ungrateful." "I'm ungrateful?" Su Ran channeled his supernatural power into the cobra tattoo on his left arm, and soon as he emerged through the tattoo and coiled behind Su Ran. "Old bastard, get the facts straight first. This kid came up here saying he wanted to buy my girlfriend's special skill. If I don't buy it, he wants to gamble with this small amount of money. You're not even going to let me tease him a bit? If you can't afford to gamble, then get lost and don't offend my eyes." Just as the old man was about to retaliate, he felt an extremely terrifying aura lock onto him. Looking around, the old man's gaze finally landed on Azzy behind Su Ran. "A 10th-tier beast? Who exactly are you?" "Just a contestant from Imperial University, you old bastard. You better remember this." After saying that, Su Ran
then turned around and waved to the back. Z understood and used a dragon tail swing to fling everyone on the other side away. Su Ran, you're actually going to refuse a 9th tier alien core when you're betting this book on it? Su Ran gently rubbed Lin Juyu's face and said,
I've gotten several 9th tier alien cores on this trip to the snowy mountains, so I naturally wouldn't be interested in this kind of ordinary stuff.
More importantly, this is something I gave you, so that kid can't take it away no matter what.
Let's congratulate Huaihai University for bringing a wonderful battle to the audience in the quarterfinals against our Daijing University.
Huaihai University?
Su Ran activated his Sharingan and looked at the other party, discovering that the so-called Huaihai University was the same 7 people who had just been thrown away by Aziz's tail. At this moment, Little Pink popped out of Su Ran's ring and said,
Sir, may I take over this battle? Little Pink? You can hit me if you want, but you have to explain why.
I didn't get to fight to my heart's content in the Battle of Snow Ridge, so today I'm shamelessly asking you for this chance to fight.
More importantly, they insulted the lady, and I couldn't stand it. Alright then, but I want to ask you, are you confident you can handle 1 against 7?
Trust me, sir, you will be amazed by my abilities.
Then let's go.
After saying that, Su Ran led Xiao Fun and took the lead onto the competition stage.
The rest of the group followed suit and quickly set up their battle formation.
I'm giving you my main attacking position, go for it, Little Pink. As he spoke, Su Ran hid at the very back of the group, took out a glass of soda, and used wood release to create a recliner to comfortably relax. The host looked at the pink-haired girl standing in Su Ran's position and then turned to the referee. But the referee simply shook his head slightly and said nothing. The referee then controlled the stands beneath his feet to fly into the sky, announcing the start of the battle. Then let's not waste any more time, my dears. I hereby declare the first match of the quarterfinals open. The moment the start signal was given, countless flames erupted from Little Pink's body. The terrifying flames seeped out from the gaps in the mecha, making her look like a warrior returned from hell. That's how it ends. No one will get hurt. Otherwise, you will all die. Long Outyin stepped forward and said to Xiaofan with a disdainful look, how strong can your broken neck be at most? It's nothing more than a flick of my finger. The flames on Little Pink's body suddenly erupted but were quickly covered by black flames. After you leave the field, remember to tell that old bastard. It was mortals who gave you your final farewell. When Su Ran saw the Amaterasu flame burning on Xiaofan's body, she immediately spat out the soda she was drinking.
When did Little Pink learn Amaterasu? System, you even gave Little Pink a pair of Sharingan?
That was a wisp of Amaterasu fire that Xiaofan collected through his own spatial dimension when you used Amaterasu in battle. The flames on Xiaofan's body now are a fusion of his own flames and that wisp of Amaterasu fire. Then I'll have to give him some extra ingredients. A kaleidoscope pattern suddenly appeared in Su Ran's eyes, and Amaterasu and Kagetsuchi simultaneously possessed Xiaofan's body.
Let's play something real. If someone sees that wisp of flame, they'll think I can't afford it. If you're going to play for real. Thank you.
Flames erupted from Xiaofan's body, and a fist carrying intense flames slammed straight towards Long Outyan's face.
You don't need to provide Amaterasu flame for Pink anymore. If I'm not mistaken, the flames on Pink's body come from a 10th tier fire type alien core, but that's only to compensate for your troublesome Amaterasu abilities. In reality, it's not much weaker than your Amaterasu. Chapter 157 Igniting the Sea.
Little Pink gave a thumbs up to the opposite side, then slowly turned her thumb down towards the opposite side. I dismantled it again today and sold it for scrap metal. Long Outyan's body was instantly covered with grayish-brown dragon scales, and a fist shimmering with light quickly struck towards Xiaofan. Xiaofan easily dodged the punch by simply igniting the 2 thrusters on the right side, and then unleashed a punch carrying violent flames that slammed into Long Outyan.
Boom flame fong.
Xiaofan activated the 120 small thrusters on its back, and the powerful thrust propelled it to Long Outyan's side in an instant.
A tiger head-shaped flame shot out from Xiaofan's left fist and struck Long Outyan once again. The ocean is boundless.
Suddenly, countless waves swept towards Xiaofan from behind Long Outyan, forcing Xiaofan to retreat and dodge.
Interesting. Agreement 4, initiate.
The flames on Xiaofan's body were so powerful that they absorbed Amaterasu's flames, unleashing an even more terrifying temperature that directly evaporated the waves in front of her, creating a vacuum area in front of her.
I will. The flames on Little Pink roared forward, evaporating the waves completely, as if they had never existed. Ignite the sea.
Just then, a huge flower bud suddenly grew behind Long Outyan's camp. The flower bud bloomed, and countless pale yellow pollen particles rushed towards Su Ran and the others.
Everyone hold your breath, be careful, it might be poison.
Su Ran also abandoned her carefree attitude, stood up from the recliner, and stood in front of everyone.
Da Zhuang, take me up there.
After hearing Su Ran's words, Chao Zhuang nodded and quickly controlled the iron sand to create an iron sand platform, sending Su Ran into the sky.
Sexy sun bro. Su Ran exhaled a very powerful gust of air, intending to blow the pollen back directly.
The other parties seemed to have anticipated Su Ran's actions, as a huge banana leaf fan appeared out of nowhere, and the strong wind directly shattered Su Ran's sexy sun brother.
It's not over yet. Immediately after Afterwards, the holder of the banana leaf fan also spat out a mouthful of flames. The wind fanned the flames, and the flames quickly burned along with the pollen, and a scorching sea of fire roared and rushed towards Su Ran and his group of 7. Just as Xiaofun was about to give up on Long Outyan and come back to help Su Ran and the others escape this attack, she saw Su Ran gently wave her hand and say something. "Believe me, didn't you say this? Don't you remember?" After Su Ran finished speaking, he quickly formed 3 hand seals, and a terrifying torrent of water erupted from around him, forming a huge waterspout. Water barrier. The rotating water column absorbed all the burning pollen onto the surface of the water, and soon, a water dragon carrying all the pollen emerged from the water column. Multiple water dragon bullets. The water dragon quickly split into 5, attacking the holder of the banana leaf fan from 5 tricky angles. "How could you possibly defeat us?" The wielder of the banana leaf fan held it horizontally in front of his chest, attempting to withstand the attack with the fan. But this was just an ordinary weapon, the banana leaf fan, not the Uchiha fan that could bounce back. The wielder of the banana leaf fan was quickly sent flying by the 5 water dragons, lying straight on the edge of the boundary line. Su Ran sensed danger coming from behind him. Without even looking, he instinctively grabbed the dagger that was thrusting at him from the shadows. Using the dagger as a weapon, he flipped over and landed on top of its owner. A huge Rasengan appeared in Su Ran's right hand. Just as Su Ran's giant Rasengan was about to hit the attacker once again used the shadows to escape. Suddenly turning around to look at the screen, he saw Chao Zhuang using iron sand to condense an extremely sharp spike that was stabbing straight at his face. Su Ran stood there motionless, as if she didn't take Chao Zhuang's attack seriously at all. "What's wrong with my teammate? Why did he attack the yellow flash directly? Could this guy be a spy sent by the other side? There's a mole. End the battle." However, things didn't go as the audience expected. Chao Zhuang's iron spikes grazed Su Ran's cheek and went straight for Su Ran's back. With a crisp sound, Chao Zhuang's iron spikes became entangled with the dagger that attacked Su Ran from behind. Su Ran concentrated his supernatural power into his right arm and delivered a powerful iron mountain strike, sending the attacker flying dozens of meters away. "You sneaky mouse, this time you can't get away." Su Ran threw out a flying thunder god kunai and followed the attacker closely. Su Ran activated the flying thunder god and instantly arrived next to the attacker. Su Ran did not use any weapons to attack, but instead used the unmarked flying thunder god technique in combination with his physical skills to deliver a head-on blow to the attacker in flashes of light. The visceral thrill of each punch landing was incredibly satisfying. In less than 5 seconds, the attacker was knocked unconscious by the attack, which was so fast that no afterimage could be seen. Su Ran grabbed the attacker by the collar and lifted him up, throwing him into the air with all her might. Then Su Ran turned around and channeled all her supernatural power into her right foot. Su Ran turned around confidently and delivered a spinning kick to the falling attacker, sending him flying out of the arena. "I hereby declare that the sneak attack on the mouse is now a thing of the past." An explosion suddenly occurred on the attacker, who was kicked out of the arena. However, Su Ran had used a lot of force, leaving only a few explosion marks on the attacker's armor. This prevented the attacker from being kicked out of the arena and left with the strength to reveal Su Ran's weakness. Otherwise, a fully charged kick should have shattered his armor, instead of him lying comfortably asleep outside the boundary. Why does the knife technique that Little Pink used look so familiar? Su Ran noticed something was wrong when she saw the long sword made from mecha fragments in Xiaofun's hand and the sword energy she unleashed. 1,000 demon slashes? Little Pink also knows the 9-sword style? Little Pink copied and learned from you after seeing how many times you used the 1,000 demon slash. I must say, Little Pink's copying ability is almost on par with your Sharingan, and might even be stronger. Su Ran showed no fear as she looked at the 6 menacing figures staring at her. She took a step forward, and her full head of white hair, in sage mode, flew up from behind her head. "Old Su, you should rest. We'll take care of things from here on out." Huakyuji grabbed Su Ran's shoulder and pushed her back, then stood in front of her and said, "That's right. Old Su, you've worked so hard these past few days. Let's take over this match." Chao Zhuang also took a step forward, and the dense iron sand directly formed an indestructible defense, protecting everyone. Chapter 158: The Revival of the Gods. "Everyone, prepare to gather your energy and soar into the sky." Chao Zhuang roared, and the iron sand behind him coalesced into a pair of iron sand wings, carrying him into the sky. After exchanging a glance, Lin Zhuyu and Zhao Xiaoxiao spread their snow phoenix wings and flew into the sky with Zhouyu in their arms. Zhao Xiaoxiao took out a jetpack from the scroll, put it on her back, and then flew into the sky with Zhou Shue in her arms. "Let's go, old Hua." Su Ran's Kunpeng wings had already unfolded behind her. After embracing Huakyuji, she flapped her wings and soared into the sky. Quicksand iron prison. Iron sand continuously flowed from the storage rings on Chao Zhuang's hands, and the pitch-black iron sand quickly filled the area, forming a huge iron sand cage. 1,000-kill iron thorn. Countless iron spikes sprouted from inside the cage. Chao Zhuang squeezed his hand, and the cage immediately closed, forming a huge black sphere. "Old Su, old Hua." Su Ran
flung Wakuji towards the iron ball and then flapped his wings to attack it as well. Thousand ghost slashes. Frost chills the 14 continents. Two sharp, cold glints flashed, and the iron ball was instantly split in two. Two white figures suddenly appeared outside the boundary line. They were the two people the referee had saved. Lin Juyu shouted, and countless ice spikes shot towards the ground. Understood, provide fire support. After giving Qiu Shui a jetpack, Zhao Xiaoxiao took out 6 scrolls from her ring, and countless energy cannons appeared behind her. After a barrage of attacks, the referee intervened again to save 3 people. At this point, only Long Outyen remained on the field, along with Su Ran and her 7 companions. You will all become my stepping stones. Long Outyen roared to the sky, and thick, iron-gray scales completely enveloped him, transforming him into a giant dragon. This kid is quite talented. The fact that he could complete his dragon transformation with only a 3rd tier, 9th level strength proves that he has considerable talent, but he still needs to hone his skills. Just as Su Ran's hand touched Zhan's body, intending to pull Zhan away, Wakuji stopped Su Ran's hand first, drew his own sword, and slowly walked forward. You have to believe what the Hui in my name represents. Suddenly, a fierce sword aura erupted from Wakuji's sword, causing his robes to flutter wildly. An indescribable feeling emanated from Wakuji. Suddenly, Su Ran sensed that Wakuji's superpower was actually increasing. After all the fierce sword energy around him entered his body, Wakuji completely shattered the 4th order bottleneck, and his cultivation directly broke through to the 2nd level of the 4th order. A breakthrough on the spot. No wonder he is the one among the remaining bloodlines of the Sword Saint who is most likely to become the Sword Saint again. Dongfang Yu lit his pipe, took a puff, and slowly exhaled the smoke as he spoke. Our team is full of monsters. Apart from Lin Juyu, your disciple, and Wakuji who broke through here, there is another one of these little guys who is about to break through to the 4th level. Is it Chao Zhuang? His quicksand iron prison technique does indeed have the feel of a 4th tier skill. After extinguishing his cigarette in the ashtray, Jiang Long spoke slowly. It's Zhao Xiaoxiao. Didn't you feel that little girl's overwhelming attack? She's just 1 step away from the 4th tier. Chao Zhuang is at level 9 of the 3rd rank, while the Qiuyu and Qiushui sisters are a little lower, but they are both around level 8 of the 3rd rank. They're pretty good. I'm afraid these 7 little guys will be the ones competing in the global tournament. Jiang Long nodded, took out another cigarette from the pack, lit it, took a puff, and slowly said, these little guys need to grow faster. Dongfang Yu had never heard Jiang Long speak in such a heavy tone before, so he quickly put down his pipe and turned to look at Jiang Long to ask, what's going on? Even if it's a beast tide, there are at least 4 level 10 guards in the capital. They shouldn't pose a threat to these little guys. The news from the government has been released. If the predictions of the Lu family descendants are correct, the gods will soon be resurrected. Upon hearing the words divine revival, Dongfang Yu realized the seriousness of the matter and hurriedly asked Jiang Long. At most 6 months. Jiang Long threw the cigarette he had just lit into the ashtray and sighed deeply. It will be in the next few days at the earliest. How's the divine weapon coming along? Of the 37, only about 29 can be used. Many of them are rule-based divine weapons that can only be used by specific people. There are only 3 divine weapons in Imperial Capital University. After the president and vice president each have one, there are only the 5 spirit diagrams of our 5 deans. Olju, tell me the truth, is the white knife in Su Ran's hand the time blade from the Time-Space Blade series? Dongfang Yu seemed to realize something, and his expression instantly turned gloomy as he asked, what exactly do you want? This is not just my opinion, but also the opinion of the other 4 deans, as well as the president and vice presidents. The Blade of Time and Space was, after all, one of the divine weapons of its time, with destructive power second only to the Blazing Greatsword, which ranked 9th. If this divine weapon returns, we'll have a better chance of winning, because you split it in 2 back then, the Blade of Time and the Blade of Space. The Blade of Space is in your hands. If the sword in Su Ran's hand is truly the Blade of Time and Space. Before Jiang Long could say anything more, Dongfang Yu angrily interrupted him. What? If this kid's weapon really is the Blade of Time, are you still planning to steal it by force? A good opportunity. Seeing that Dongfang Yu's tone was off, Jiang Long quickly explained. After all, the price to pay for using the Blazing Greatsword once is too heavy. Even if our country has many strong people, we can't afford to go through that kind of ordeal. If possible, everyone would like the Time Blade to return, so that there would be no need to use the Blazing Greatsword and cause unnecessary sacrifices. I will not agree. Dongfang Yu's tone had turned completely cold, and his powerful aura caused Jiang Long to break out in a cold sweat. Don't think I don't know what they're up to. Putting aside the fact that the knife is that kid's weapon, even if that knife really is the Blade of Time, I wouldn't ask that kid to make the Blade of Time reappear. If nothing unexpected happens, this kid will be my last disciple in this life. I couldn't protect his senior brothers and sisters, but at least I can protect him. Last time I was unable to get back in time because of the 2 little ones on the frontier, but this time it won't be the case. And please don't forget, the U-blade in my hand is also a weapon that can slay gods. This is not the kind of scrap metal that you later forged, which had the power to slay divine artifacts. The
the U-blade in my hand. But he has truly slain a god. Chapter 159 No Need for Shame. On the field, Hwakyuji took a step towards Long Outyen, his sword aura beginning to intensify, but his aura began to grow increasingly terrifying. Step by step, as Hwakyuji took his 10th step, he gently slashed his sword downwards towards Long Outyen, and a gust of wind blew in Long Outyen's direction. Alarm bells rang in Long Outyen's mind. He dared not be careless and gathered all his power into a huge shield, intending to withstand the breeze. The seemingly sturdy giant shield covered in dragon scales was blown open by a gentle breeze, revealing a hole in it. No! How could I, the chosen one, possibly lose? Long Outyen roared, his right arm, now fully transformed into a dragon, reaching out towards Wayfoam, attempting to completely disrupt Hwakyuji's attack. What's terrifying is that after the dragon transformation, its right arm, which was covered with several layers of solid iron-gray scales, was also blown open like a shield, and the wind blew straight towards Long Outyen's dragon body. The dragon-transformed right arm was completely shattered into pieces by the breeze, as if the right arm had never existed at all. When Long Outyen's dragon body felt that wisp of breeze, he understood why his right arm had been instantly shredded. The seemingly gentle breeze contained an extremely terrifying sword aura. Countless fine sword energies directly destroyed Long Outyen's right arm at the cellular level, and now it was his body's turn. The moment Long Outyen's dragon body began to collapse, the referee instantly crushed the wisp of wind and moved the heavily injured Long Outyen off the field. The referee looked at Long Outyen, who was badly injured, and then at Suran. After a long while, he remembered his responsibility and spoke. Taikyo University wins the first match of the quarterfinals. After learning of his victory, Hwakyuji did not turn around and walk off the stage. Instead, he took out a small white jade bottle from his ring, from which a black pill burst out. After feeding the pill to Long Outyen, Hwakyuji said apologetically, "I'm sorry for using such force, your right arm will grow back within 2 days." Long Outyen used his remaining left arm to support himself as he sat up and asked Hwakyuji, "Cough cough cough, why are you all so strong? When I face you, I can't even muster a shred of fighting spirit." Hwakyuji shook his head and said, "Losing to us is understandable, there's no shame in it." "Why?" "Because our team has 3 4th-tier members, and that freak is even a 4th-tier level 6. Hwakyuji raised his sword and pointed it at Suran. Why can he reach level 6 of the 4th tier at such a young age, while I've been stuck at the 4th tier bottleneck for 2 months? At this moment, Suran also walked over and looked at Long Outyen, who had a crazy expression, and said, "You are not weak, you just lack faith. There are only a handful of geniuses who can transform into a level 9 dragon at the 3rd tier, and you are one of them." After saying this, Suran turned and walked towards the rest area. Hwakyuji watched Suran's departing figure for a long time before speaking. "He wasn't wrong, you just lack conviction. What is his belief? I don't know, but I can tell you this. This kid was willing to travel to the snow ridge within 3 days for his poisoned girlfriend. He was so eager to leave that he didn't choose to meditate and absorb the 7th order alien core but swallowed it directly. The pain was so intense that he needed to insert a knife into his body repeatedly to stay conscious, and he almost fainted several times. However, the torment also brought him gains. With that 7th order alien core, he directly rushed to the 4th order 6th level in one go, thus enabling him to rescue his girlfriend." After listening to Hwakyuji's words, Long Outyen pondered for a long time before finally taking out the 9th tier fire-type alien core and handing it to Hwakyuji. "I accept my defeat with a clear conscience." After saying that, Long Outyen summoned his weapon and staggered back to safety. After watching Long Outyen leave, Hwakyuji turned around and returned to his own rest area. Hwakyuji tossed the 9th tier alien core in his hand to Suran and said. Suran took the alien core and, upon discovering that it was the alien core that Long Outyen had used to make a bet with her, asked Hwakyuji, "What's going on?" "He gave it to you, saying that you have to accept the consequences of your bet." Suran played with the alien core for a while before speaking. "Then thank you in advance. I'll help him out next time I have the chance." Autumn rain and autumn snow. "Have you two absorbed the nutrients from that twin lotus flower yet?" "Not yet. What's wrong?" "If we haven't absorbed it yet, we'll open a huge cultivation room after we get back to the hotel and try to raise our cultivation to the 4th level before the next competition." 4th tier? Is that even possible? Suran said with a smile. "If you can have about a day of rest, that would be enough, as long as your cultivation level isn't at the 3rd or 4th rank." Everyone laughed when they heard Suran's words. At this moment, Dongfang Yu also stood up, walked to Suran's side and said, "If we calculate our rest time this afternoon, we still have a day and a half left, which should be enough for you." Dongfang Yu raised his hand and opened a portal, saying, "I had already booked the training room while you were chatting. You can just go there directly, and I will come to pick you up when the time comes." Everyone nodded to Dongfang Yu in greeting, and then entered the teleportation portal one after another. Suran was the last to enter. Just as he stepped into the portal, he seemed to suddenly remember something and took a jar of heavenly immortal wine from the system space for Dongfang Yu Adao. "Your wine is almost gone, old man. Drink it sparingly these few days, and we'll let you drink your fill when your disciple comes back." After finishing speaking, Suran stepped into into the portal without looking back. You brat! After filling the gourd with wine, Dongfang Yu put away the heavily immortal brew, then took a sip and opened the portal to leave. Jiang Long looked in the direction Dongfang Yueli had gone, feeling extremely conflicted. As one of Dongfang Yu's few friends, Jiang Long naturally understood the importance of the Blade of Time, and this was the last thing he should mention in front of Dongfang Yu. However, from the perspective of Din Xinglong, a powerful figure in the Dragon Kingdom, that divine weapon can be completely recycled. A single divine weapon could protect hundreds of millions of people from the harm caused by the resurgence of the gods. What exactly are those bastards in high positions trying to do? I hope things aren't going the way I think. Otherwise, the yellow flash might very well turn into a blood-red flash. Chapter 160 All members at Tier 4. Su Ran nodded as she looked at the training room, which was about 100 square meters in size. Let's begin, everyone. After exchanging a glance, Xiaoyu and Xiao Shui sat down cross-legged and took out the twin lotus flowers they had stored from their rings. Each of them stretched out a hand and held one of the lotus flowers, and began to slowly absorb their essence. At first, things went well. The two sisters steadily absorbed the medicinal power from the frosty heavenly lotus, and their cultivation began to rise steadily. However, just as the two sisters entered the third tier, level 9, their auras suddenly began to fluctuate extremely unstably. The two sisters' faces instantly turned extremely painful, as if they were making a huge struggle. As expected, it backfired. Although this frost nether lotus was indeed a rare and precious treasure for them, their current situation clearly indicated that they had absorbed too much of the medicinal power, causing their own abilities to become disordered. Su Ran heard the system's words and was about to stop the two from absorbing the energy when the system interrupted her. If you try to stop them now, you'll only harm them. It's better to break the mold and build a solid foundation for them using the extra medicinal power from this treatment. Then what should I do? Activate Sage Mode, using Yin and Yang release techniques in combination with Sage energy to circulate and refine the medicinal power within their bodies. First, have their palms face each other to open the energy circulation channel. Su Ran nodded and carefully used would release to lift Xiaoyu and Xiao Shui's left hands and press them together. Su Ran's left and right hands respectively displayed the moon symbol representing Yin release and the sun symbol representing Yang release. He placed his hands on the shoulders of the two people and slowly injected his Yin Yang release and Sage technique abilities into their bodies, beginning to control the flow of these abilities. At first, the injection of superpowers went very smoothly, but things gradually went wrong. From absorbing the frosty heavenly lotus at the beginning, it even started absorbing Su Ran's Yin Yang escape and immortal techniques. What's going on? Why are they turning around and hitting me instead? That's what makes these sisters' abilities so special. Tell me about it. While chatting with the system, Su Ran increased the output of her special abilities in her hands. The twin flower ability is extremely easy to obtain, almost as easy as, or even less likely to, rare abilities. Because one of the conditions for the appearance of the twin flower ability is that the twins must be biological sisters and born at the same time. However, the twin flower abilities of the Qiuyu and Xiao Shui sisters are flawed. True twin flowers should allow two people to support and heal each other, but they only exhibit healing abilities, lacking any support or even offensive capabilities. Your Yin-Yang release technique fills in their gaps. After they reach the 4th rank, they may be able to develop new abilities by relying on the power of the Yin and Yang release techniques they have absorbed. So what should I do now? Continue to empower them until they achieve a complete breakthrough. The power of Sage Mode can compensate for deficiencies in natural talent, which is why Jackie Chan was able to take on two opponents at once, Eternal Sasuke and Edo Itachi, after learning Sage Mode. If it weren't for the terrifying forbidden technique Izanami targeting Kabuto, they would have definitely lost the 4th Shinobi World War. Even the resurrection of the 4 Kage only temporarily delayed their defeat. Then I need to go check on the others. After leaving a wooden clone to take his place, Su Ran turned and walked towards Chao Zhuang's direction. Da Zhuang, sit cross-legged. Today I'll help you break through to the 4th level. Chao Zhuang nodded, then sat down cross-legged with 2 5th-order alien cores in his hand. After Su Ran dispersed one of his immortal clones and replenished his immortal abilities in his immortal mode, he placed his hands on Chao Zhuang's back and used his immortal abilities to help Chao Zhuang refine the 5th-tier alien core in his hand before beginning his attempt to break through the bottleneck of the 3rd tier, 9th level. The superpower crashed against the bottleneck of the 3rd tier, level 9 like waves. Half an hour later, the bottleneck shattered, and the massive superpower quickly filled the gap in the 3rd tier, level 9 superpower, and began to rush towards the bottleneck of the 4th tier. However, the difficulty of breaking through to the 4th tier was far greater than Su Ran had imagined. After 2 hours of trying, when even the immortal mode was about to disappear due to the depletion of his immortal powers, the bottleneck of the 4th tier remained firmly in place. I refuse to believe this nonsense today. Su Ran manipulated her superpower to form a small arm, took out a 6th tier alien core from her storage ring, and handed it to Chao Zhuang, saying, "It might hurt a little, you have to bear with it." Before Chao Zhuang could even react to what Su Ran was saying, the immense
intense energy from the 6th order alien core in his hand had already begun to assault Xiao Zhuang's meridians, causing him excruciating pain.
Su Ran could only use the power of Yang Escape to protect Xiao Zhuang's meridians from being directly ruptured by the violent supernatural power and suffering serious injuries. However, the pain brought by those terrifying impacts washed over Xiao Zhuang's mind time and time again, and he was on the verge of fainting. Don't faint.
If you do, not only will you not be able to break through the 4th tier bottleneck, but you will also suffer physical damage due to the extra energy impacting your body, which will lead to failure.
I know.
Xiao Zhuang barely managed to raise his right hand, forming a sharp iron spike, which he then plunged into his right leg.
The intense pain
instantly brought Xiao Zhuang back to his senses. Compared to the pain caused by the power surge, the physical pain was insignificant. With Su Ran's immortal techniques combined with Xiao Zhuang's own special abilities, the 4th tier bottleneck has begun to crack under repeated attacks.
It seems that if he persists for another half an hour, the bottleneck will be broken. I need to give you a boost.
Su Ran began to mobilize the chakra of Kurama within his body and incorporate it into his sage technique, working in conjunction with Xiao Zhuang's abilities to break through the 4th tier bottleneck. The supernatural wave that Su Ran created this time clearly produced a huge nine-tailed phantom, which directly smashed open a huge hole in the bottleneck. When the nine-tailed phantom struck for the 9th time, the bottleneck broke through, and Xiao Zhuang's aura directly entered the 2nd stage of the 4th rank, only stopping when he reached the peak of the 2nd stage of the 4th rank. After sensing Xiao Zhuang's breakthrough, Su Ran withdrew his hands from behind Xiao Zhuang's back, walked to Xiao Zhuang's right side, pulled out the iron sand spikes, and began to heal with the green light of wood release shining on his right hand.
I am deeply grateful, Lao Su. If you ever need my help in the future, just let me know. You should focus on recovering from your injury first. We'll need your help in the last 2 matches of the national tournament. Chapter 161 Success.
After helping Xiao Zhuang achieve his breakthrough, Su Ran walked up to Zhao Xiaoxiao and said, "Prepare for a breakthrough.
I'm on the verge of a breakthrough. Give me something good so I can break through on my own."
After thinking for a while, Su Ran started looking through her rings, but after searching for a long time, she found that none of them were suitable for Zhao Xiaoxiao.
So Su Ran simply condensed the magical abilities of one of her magical clones into a sphere and handed it to Zhao Xiaoxiao.
Then absorb the energy inside. After you've absorbed it, you'll be close to breaking through to the 4th rank.
Zhao Xiaoxiao gently shook the ball in her hands and said, "What's inside?" "Nice one."
Zhao Xiaoxiao, with some skepticism, drew out a wisp of immortal energy and absorbed it into her body, only to find that there were no obvious changes. Just as she was about to put down the ball filled with immortal energy and use the alien core to break through, Zhao Xiaoxiao realized something was wrong. The 4th order bottleneck, which had already begun to loosen, actually started to loosen again after that wisp of supernatural power was introduced.
Although it was only loosening by about 1%, it was still a real improvement.
After understanding the function of the magic ball, Zhao Xiaoxiao quickly sat down cross-legged, placed her hands on the ball, and began to concentrate on absorbing the energy.
Finally, it should be about Zhuyu's wings. Su Ran looked in Lin Zhuyu's direction and immediately noticed that something was clearly wrong with Lin Zhuyu.
The snow phoenix wings that sprouted from her back did not resemble the one she had condensed with her powers during the battle.
Instead, they looked
like a pair of wings that had been forcibly sewn onto Lin Zhuyu's back, flapping wildly as if trying to break free from Lin Zhuyu's control and fly away.
That little white bird actually hid its soul in its wings.
You'd better activate your mental pressure to the fullest extent, or your girlfriend might go berserk.
Upon hearing the system's words, Su Ran dared not delay.
Under the triple sanctions of the kaleidoscope, the Dragon Emperor's might, and the Kuanping's pressure, the movement of Lin Zhuyu's wings began to gradually subside, but there was still obvious struggle.
Use Tsukuyami directly to pull yourself into Lin Zhuyu's consciousness. If I'm not mistaken, that's where she encountered trouble. Upon hearing this, Su Ran quickly pried open one of Lin Zhuyu's eyelids and imprinted the Tsukuyami ability on it. After guiding Lin Zhuyu's supernatural power to activate Tsukuyami, Su Ran first cast an anti-illusion spell on the eye before confidently entering Lin Zhuyu's mental world. When Su Ran opened her eyes again, she found herself in a snowy wonderland. A 9th-tier snow phoenix was flapping its wings and looking down at Lin Zhuyu lying on the ground. Lin Zhuyu's aura was extremely weak, as if she were about to dissipate at any moment. Su Ran threw a flying thunder god kunai directly towards Xue Huang. The wooden spikes following behind the kunai were actually a wooden clone in disguise. Xue Huang also sensed the approach of the flying thunder god kunai, but simply moved her head slightly to dodge its attack. The wooden spikes behind the kunai instantly transformed into wooden clones that landed on Xue Huang's back. Countless wooden spikes pierced Xue Huang's body, locking all the meridians in her limbs before Xue Huang fell to the ground with a thud. Su Ran activated the flying thunder god technique and arrived in front of Xue Huang after several flashes of yellow light. "I didn't expect you to actually survive, little white bird."
Su Ran grabbed Xue Huang by the neck and lifted her up.
For some reason, the Rasengan in his right hand suddenly turned black. "Spiral Link?
I didn't expect you to develop another ability." But Su Ran had no time to listen to the the system. After pouring countless amounts of power into the spiral link in her hand, she pressed it onto Xue Huang's body. The moment it touched Xue Huang's body, the spiral chain, which was about the size of a normal Rasengan, instantly grew larger, and the huge spiral chain directly swallowed Xue Huang's body. In less than half an hour, Xue Huang's soul was completely torn apart by the spiral chain, and Lin Juyu, who was lying unconscious on the ground, slowly turned over.
What am I doing?
After sitting up, Lin Juyu saw Su Ran in the distance and forced herself to walk towards him. Seeing this, Su Ran quickly flew towards Lin Juyu and successfully caught her before she fell again. YXX, Su Ran knows this is my mental world, but I still almost didn't get to see you again. Why? Lin Juyu nestled into Su Ran's arms and began to sob.
That snow phoenix was so terrifying. I was almost killed by it, and it took over my body. Wah.
Su Ran held Lin Juyu in her arms and gently patted her back to comfort her.
It's alright, I'm here now. Don't worry, I'm here for you.
After snuggling in Su Ran's arms and whining for a while, Lin Juyu asked,
Then how am I supposed to get out?
Once you have fully absorbed the snow phoenix's soul, you can completely refine those wings and then you can come out. I'll go out first, so that my friends won't need my help if they need it. Lin Juyu looked at Su Ran in shock after hearing this.
Aren't you Su Ran from here?
Su Ran reached out and gently tapped Lin Juyu's forehead with her finger. Nonsense, I must have gotten here through some special means to help you, otherwise you silly girl would have been in trouble long ago. After Su Ran finished speaking, her figure gradually became illusory and eventually disappeared from the spot. Upon hearing this, Lin Juyu's pretty face instantly turned bright red and she touched her burning face with both hands as she spoke.
Ugh, this is so embarrassing. How am I ever going to face him after this? Unfortunately, Su Ran didn't hear Lin Juyu's words.
When her consciousness returned to her body, she saw that everyone was breaking through and nodded in satisfaction. Then she walked to Huaqiuji's side and said,
Old Hua, what was the last sword strike you used against Long Outyan?
It felt like a sword drawing technique.
Huaqiuji didn't say anything after hearing Su Ran's question.
He simply took out his sword and swung it at the training dummy in the training room once again. The gentle breeze reappeared, and this time it sliced the training dummy into tiny pieces, leaving not even a trace. One move in the Hua family sword technique, kill one person in 10 steps and leave no trace for 1,000 miles, does indeed contain a unique sword drawing technique, just as you said. Su Ran had already copied this technique using his Sharingan and secretly began to study it from the side. After Su Ran had been fiddling with it for an hour, the system spoke up.
You haven't used those 2 extraordinary skill books you received as a top scholar reward yet, have you? Taking them out now can give you a hand. Chapter 162, Leaving No Trace in the Snow.
Su Ran found the 2 books on extraordinary skills and was shocked by the names written on them.
Parry and stealth? Uncle Lin, are you kidding me? This is just a so-called ordinary supernatural skill?
When Su Ran looked at the skill description, her jaw almost dislocated. Parry, holding your weapon horizontally in front of you can block approximately 45% of damage. A perfect parry will prevent you from taking damage and will reflect the damage back to you.
Stealth enters stealth for 6 seconds after use.
Activating an attack will automatically break stealth and increase the damage of the next attack.
Su Ran looked at the 2 books on extraordinary skills and learned them without hesitation.
These 2 special techniques are indeed quite good, but only someone with the 2nd level of form liberation can fully utilize their effects. To put it another way, they are indeed slightly inferior to the sword drawing technique. Su Ran ignored the system's words and walked up to Huaqiuji.
Old Hua, give me a sword. Are you sure?
As Huaqiuji spoke, the aura of killing one person in 10 steps once again emanated from his sword. No, just come at me with a normal sword strike. Huaqiuji nodded, drew his sword, and slashed downwards, sending a streak of snow-white sword energy flying straight towards Su Ran. Upon seeing the incoming sword energy, Su Ran immediately went into stealth mode. Just as the sword energy was about to touch her body, she instantly held her sword horizontally in front of her chest, and a burst of light from the sword perfectly blocked the attack.
I only drink milkshakes.
Huaqiuji's sword energy was perfectly parried and deflected by Su Ran.
In fact, thanks to the enhanced attack, the sword energy was even more terrifying than what Huaqiuji himself had unleashed.
However, Huaqiuji simply turned his body slightly to dodge the sword energy and looked at Su Ran with a shocked expression. It's thanks to the perfect parry, plus the enhanced attack after breaking stealth, that this effect was achieved.
It has to be you. I even learned a trick from you.
Su Ran sheathed the sword again, and an aura almost as powerful as killing a person in 10 steps emanated from the blade. Su Ran turned around, drew his sword, and slashed at the training dummy, but nothing happened, as if Su Ran's attack was a dud.
Su Ran, what's wrong? Shoo, let the bullets fly for a while.
The moment Su Ran finished speaking, an astonishing aura suddenly erupted from the training dummy.
Before Huaqiuji could even react, the training dummy had vanished without a trace.
Watching you kill one person in 10 steps, I suddenly had a new idea. I combined several derivatives of sword drawing techniques with my own special ability and came up with this sword technique.
I'll name the strike, treading on snow without leaving a trace. 4 hours later, the people who were cultivating everything woke up one after another. That feels so good. Zhao Xiaoxiao stretched and stood up from the ground. You little brat, you didn't even mention how much of my magical powers you absorbed. Of course you're enjoying yourself. Su Ran looked at the empty ball in Zhao Xiaoxiao's arms and said helplessly, thank you. Zhao Zhuang also stood up from the ground, clapped his hands, and said, Da Zhuang, the new cold iron sand is already being made and it should be ready before our final match. Old Hua, you're the same. Hua Qiuji looked at Su Ran in shock upon hearing this. Weren't you sitting there cultivating and practicing your sword the whole time? When did you leave? A clone. I just used my spatial abilities to send a clone out on an errand. Lin Juyu also stood up, her eyes slightly unable to meet Su Ran's gaze. Su Ran then released the chestnut and said, Juyu, you take this little girl to take a bath. It's not convenient for me. Sister Juyu. Chestnut rushed into Lin Juyu's arms and acted coquettishly. Lin Juyu looked at the chestnut in her arms and said with a helpless expression, we're raising a daughter even though we don't have children yet. This little girl is almost like a daughter to me, isn't she? Xiaoyu and Xiao Shui stood up last and addressed everyone. Sorry to keep you waiting, everyone. After sensing that Xiaoyu and Xiao Shui had successfully entered the 4th level of cultivation, Su Ran nodded in satisfaction and said, not bad, not bad. Now our whole team is at the 4th level of cultivation. After Su Ran finished speaking, a portal suddenly opened beside her. A familiar large hand grabbed Su Ran's ear and twisted it around. Dongfang Yu's voice came from behind the portal. Don't get too cocky, kid. The rest of the team has new intelligence. Come back quickly. As she spoke, Su Ran was grabbed by the ear by Dongfang Yu and pulled into the teleportation portal. The remaining 7 people exchanged glances, shook their heads helplessly, and walked into the teleportation portal one after another, leaving the cultivation room. After passing through the portal, the group saw Jiang Long and Dongfang Yu looking worried in the rest area and quickly asked them what was wrong. What happened, Elder Jiang and Elder Yu? After a moment of silence, Dongfang Yu finally spoke. We have just obtained new intelligence. Yuya, the main force of Shanghai University, who possesses the Yu family's Phoenix bloodline inheritance and a Phoenix companion beast, has stepped into the 5th rank. Even her Phoenix companion beast has evolved to the level of a true Phoenix, which has also brought her into the 6th rank. Entering the true Phoenix level at the 6th rank? How is that possible? Zhao Xiaoxiao said with a look of shock. Shouldn't the evolution from a sub-Phoenix to a true Phoenix take around the peak of the 7th rank? How could it be so fast? Jiang Long took a deep drag of his cigarette, exhaled the smoke, and said, the Yu family has hidden it too well. That girl's bloodline concentration is almost the same as that of a Phoenix. It is only because of the activation of such a unique bloodline that this has happened. I'm happy that all 7 members of our team have reached Tier 4, but the worst case scenario we're facing right now is that we'll be drawn against Shanghai University in the semifinals, and we'll have absolutely no chance of winning. And me. Just as Su Ran was about to say something, Dongfang Yu interrupted her. Your platinum mode is essentially a combination of 2 energies. In other words, once you use that mode, the referee will immediately recognize it as using 2 enhanced abilities, and you will be directly eliminated from the game. The immortal mode can only support you up to around level 5, level 7. Z has already revealed that it can no longer be used. When everyone was in a somber mood, Xiaoyu suddenly spoke up. After my sister and I absorbed that frosty twin lotus, we gained a new ability, mainly ice-based, and even involved space-based abilities. I believe we will never lose. We are carrying the title of the #1 Teikyo University. Chapter 163 Hua Chang. Please trust the gentleman. Little Pink emerged from Su Ran's ring, and after countless fragments pieced it together into a human shape, it bowed politely to the crowd and said, I see countless possibilities in you, sir. A mere 5th rank is absolutely no way to stop you. Sir even fought a 9th tier beast alone in the Battle of Snow Ridge without being defeated. I don't believe that Sir would lose. Thank you all for giving me the opportunity to speak. Thank you. After bowing deeply to everyone, Xiaofan retreated behind Su Ran, doing her job like a servant. I really don't believe we'll lose. Zhao Xiaoxiao spoke up. While Shanghai University is undoubtedly strong, where do we fall short? Believe in yourselves, we must win the championship. Su Ran looked at everyone and said confidently, Old Hua and I both have trump cards up our sleeves, so it's not necessarily true that we won't win. Jiang Long wanted to say something more, but Dongfang Yu stopped him, shaking his head and saying, let the children strive. Don't let empty things blind you. I am, and so are you. Jiang Long clearly wanted to say something more, but in the end he didn't say anything. He just lit a cigarette and smoked it. Alright kids, stop talking about working hard. We get tired of hearing it all the time. Today is the semifinal, let's see who we draw. Just as Dongfang Yu finished speaking, the host's voice rang out. With excited hearts and trembling hands, let's first take a look at which universities will bring us exciting matches in the 2 semifinal games. The host pulled a cord on a small machine in his stands, and a little red ball rolled out of it shortly afterward. The host opened the small ball and said, Congratulations to our Imperial University. You've once again become the first team to compete. After finishing speaking, the host
host closed the small ball and placed it on his stand, then pulled the drawstring on the machine again. A moment later, another small red ball rolled out, and the host exclaimed in surprise after opening it. They're up against another top university from the same city, Tsinghua University. Let's give them a round of applause. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing that it wasn't Shanghai University, and turned to walk towards the stage. Compared to the imbalance of women on Su Ran's side, the situation on Hua Qing's side was even more severe, with the next 5 people besides the 2 boys all being girls. A beautiful woman, seemingly stepping out of a painting, pointed a 3-foot-long sword at Su Ran and said, "I'm sorry, but this time Taikyo University can only stop at the semi-finals." Upon hearing this, Su Ran's short hair, which had just been draped over her shoulders, instantly grew long and turned snow white. She drew her sword and casually pointed it at the woman. "I'll return those words to you, you can't stop us now." After Su Ran finished speaking, she walked back towards her own camp without even glancing back. Both parties should state their names. The referee's voice rang out, and both sides quickly announced their names. Hua Qiji, Lin Zhuyu, Zhao Xiaoxiao. The other side then said, Jiang Heling, Lin Shimeng, Chan Sun Lingyu, Wu Yueming, Mu Tang Tang. After announcing his name, Hua Qiji whispered in Su Ran's ear, "I'll deal with Jiang Heling. You hurry up and take care of Chang Sun Lingyu and Wu Mingyue. My intuition tells me they're in danger." After Su Ran finished speaking, the tips of the Kunpeng wings on his back had already emerged, as if they could be used at any time. The match begins. "Daxuan, give me a pair of iron sand wings." Upon hearing Hua Qiji's voice, Xiao Zhuan quickly controlled the iron sand to condense a pair of iron sand wings behind Hua Qiji, allowing him to accelerate and find Jiang Heling, who was holding a sword. 2 crisp sword cries rang out, and the two were already locked in a fierce and evenly matched battle. After seeing that the space was too small to provide enough acceleration for Kunpeng wings, Su Ran decisively chose to abandon Kunpeng wings and used the acceleration of wind and thunder ninjutsu to directly approach Chang Sun Lingyu and Wu Mingyue, who were located in the center of the team. "Let me speed things up for you." Zhao Xiaoxiao pulled out a huge cannon barrel from the scroll and fired a high-explosive shell directly at Su Ran with a bang. However, the high-explosive bomb exploded 30 meters away from Su Ran, and the powerful thrust directly increased Su Ran's speed to another level. Before Chang Sun Lingyu and Wu Mingyue could react, Su Ran had already arrived in front of them and reached out his right hand to grab them. Chang Sun Lingyu simply raised her finger slightly, and Su Ran immediately found herself unable to move forward. What happened? Su Ran summoned the slash into his hand through the divine might space, but when he tried to trigger the block, he found that nothing happened. Use Kamui to leave quickly. This is a spatial confinement. When Chang Sun Lingyu transformed her palm into a blade and unleashed a spatial slash towards Su Ran had already absorbed her through the divine power in her eyes, as if she had disappeared from this world. Su Ran used her divine power to teleport behind Chang Sun Lingyu, and with Amaterasu Black Flame, she looked directly at the two of them. However, Chang Sun Lingyu simply moved her finger slightly, and the slash remained suspended in the air like a work of art. No matter how hard Su Ran exerted himself, he could not move forward even half a step. Su Ran immediately released the blade, jumped back to create distance, and then summoned it back into his hand using the divine power he had left on the blade. The kaleidoscope appeared in his eyes, and he began frantically searching for weaknesses in the two. However, Su Ran observed for a long time but found no flaws. Finally, after his Sharingan saw a transparent thing that resembled a border, he realized why his attack was ineffective. Her special ability is spatial manipulation. No matter how I attack, it's useless. Don't forget the power of the first level of form liberation. The first level allows you to pass through anything, regardless of what you're doing. After activating the first layer of his form, Su Ran was still not at ease and activated his stealth as well. Through stealth, Su Ran completely disappeared from the sight of Chang Sun Lingyu and Wu Mingyue. Strange, where are they? As Wu Mingyue spoke, she was completely unaware of the blade coming from behind her. Chang Sun Lingyu reacted and manipulated a spatial cube to spiral towards the blade. That's exactly what we've been waiting for. After breaking through his concealment, Su Ran held his sword horizontally in front of his chest, and in coordination with Chang Sun Lingyu's attack, he triggered a perfect parry. A spatial cube with an aura even more terrifying than Chang Sun Lingyu's spatial cube then attacked the two of them. Chapter 164 Fire Kill. Chang Sun Lingyu couldn't stop Su Ran's counterattack even with countless spatial cubes, because those were originally her own spatial cubes, so how could she possibly block them with her own spatial cubes? Just before the attack was about to strike, green light suddenly burst forth from Wu Mingyue's body, and 2 sets of emerald green vine armor appeared on Chang Sun Lingyu and Wu Mingyue, blocking Su Ran's counterattack. Rattan armor, hurry up and drink some wine, equip the ancient sword, and give her a fiery kill. My Dabao has played too much, and I just can't resist when I see rattan armor. If there were a skill like Iron Chain Link here, it would be really fun. I'm so into playing 3 Kingdoms Kill. When I return to my original world someday, I'll definitely give 3 Kingdoms Kill a rave review. General, you eat the Han's food, so why are you a traitor to the Han? You are foolish, General. While arguing with the system, Su Ran's hands didn't
didn't stop moving at all. He turned around, took the gourd of immortal wine hanging at his waist, took a swig of wine, and then sprayed it onto the knife. He then took another swig of wine. Under the stimulation of alcohol, Su Ran became a little tipsy. Whether it was due to the alcohol on the sword or something else, Amaterasu's fire was more intense than ever before, as if it were about to devour Su Ran as well. Su Ran suddenly swung a fiery blade forward, but at that moment a crisp sound rang out. Water wall technique. Mu Tang Tang spat out a large amount of water, forming a huge water wall. After the water wall was completely burned away by Amaterasu's fire, she barely managed to block the attack. Su Ran formed the noon seal with both hands, and a wave of fire, even larger than Mu Tang Tang's water wall, rushed towards the three of them. Extinguished the mighty fire. A vortex appeared around Su Ran's right eye, and a fire snake emerged directly from it. A chaotic storm is brewing. Just then, Lin Shi, who was fighting in the distance, turned around to support the three of them, but was knocked back by Zhao Xiaoxiao's cannon. Don't look around when you're fighting. Lin Shiming instantly entered battle mode, white feathers instantly enveloping her, and huge white wings spread out from behind her. Looks like this is going to be troublesome. Zhao Xiaoxiao summoned her mecha, which covered her body, and flew up, looking directly at Lin Shiming in front of her. You shouldn't have stopped me. Two icy daggers instantly appeared in Lin Shiming's hands and stabbed straight at Zhao Xiaoxiao. However, Zhao Xiaoxiao, who had reached the 4th rank, was no ordinary person. She instantly fired a small high-temperature bullet from the left side of the mecha, which melted the ice dagger in Lin Shiming's hand. Don't even think about going to help those three people. Beat me first. At this moment, Wang Hao and Zhong Ling, who had not yet made a move, each took out a pipa and an arrow and began to play. To their own ears, this was like listening to celestial music, but to the Soviets, it was just a harsh, unpleasant sound. Just as Lin Zhuyu activated the Snow Phoenix wings, intending to eliminate the two sources of noise, she was struck by a powerful sound attack and rolled on the ground in pain. Upon seeing this, Su Ran ignored the three people in front of her and attacked Zhong Ling and Wang Hao directly. Tailed Beast Planet, Raisin Shuriken. Su Ran unleashed two terrifying attacks, a tailed beast ball and a Raisin Shuriken, in his left and right hands respectively. After charging up for a while, he threw them directly towards Cha Zhongling and Wang Hao. The two attacks merged into an even more terrifying flying object during flight, the purplish-black light and the constantly rotating lines within it seemingly illustrating the immense destructive power of this attack. The tailed beast Raisin Shuriken struck the two precisely. The purplish-black Raisin Shuriken instantly exploded into a huge purple sphere, completely enveloping and destroying everything within a 10-meter radius. However, the referee and the two who rescued the players did not appear off the field. Instead, Changsun Lingyu gently tapped two spatial cubes, and Zhong Ling and Wang Hao immediately appeared. Looks like this is going to be quite troublesome. Chao Zhuang, who was behind, instantly understood. Countless iron sands flowed like water towards the direction of Su Ran's battle, completely enveloping the five people opposite him. Quicksand Iron Prison. A grand burial in quicksand. Countless iron sands instantly coalesced into the shape of a pyramid. The pyramid suddenly contracted and then exploded. The iron sands filled the sky and even blocked Su Ran's vision, forcing him to use the light and heavy rock technique to fly up and observe the other side. After the iron sand dissipated, the five people opposite were standing there unharmed. Su Ran saw the huge spatial cube protecting them and understood how the five people had managed to dodge this terrifying attack. Let's test our reflexes then. Su Ran immediately released all her aura and stood there casually like an ordinary person, even with her back to them. Changsun Lingyu directly controlled 6 huge spatial cubes to attack Su Ran's direction. However, Su Ran had already activated the second level of her form liberation. The moment the attack touched Su Ran, she immediately activated her ethereal form and perfectly dodged the attack. Holding a black stick, Su Ran transformed into the Uchiha Tiger, constantly switching between feints and real attacks, making it impossible for his opponents to see the trajectory of his attacks. Give me rice, give me rice, give me rice. The system, seemingly enjoying the spectacle, started playing background music while Su Ran had already reached the outside of the spatial cube. Su Ran tried to jump into the space cube several times but failed, as if it were impossible to jump in at all. It seems your spatial abilities aren't that great either. Just as Changsun Lingyu relaxed, Su Ran activated his divine power and took himself inside, then opened the divine power space above Changsun Lingyu's head. Su Ran punched Changsun Lingyu directly into the ground, causing her to become dizzy. Before the other four could react, Su Ran used her divine power to suck herself and Changsun Lingyu in together. Fire release, storm dance. The fire serpent, carrying terrifyingly high temperatures, swept over the unsuspecting Changsun Lingyu and slammed her against a stone pillar in the divine might space. In the end, the fire serpent exploded, and the powerful impact blew Changsun Lingyu into a daze. Su Ran reappeared on the competition stage using his divine power, but Changsun Lingyu, who had also been taken away by Su Ran's divine power, did not appear for a long time. Where did you put the spirit jade? Wu Yueming asked anxiously, but Su Ran snapped her fingers lightly, and Changsun Lingyu, who had been knocked into the stone wall of the divine might space, appeared
appeared outside the arena.
Mocking my spatial abilities? Looks like you're not so great after all. It's a pity, but that's reality. Chapter 165 Combination Techniques.
At this moment, Lin Juyu, who was controlling the situation from behind, flapped her wings and flew to Su Ran's side, raising her hand to condense an ice blade with ice element and holding it in her right hand. Su Ran and Lin Juyu exchanged a glance, and then both of them raised their hands and unleashed an elemental attack in front of them. Wu Yueming slammed his hand on the ground, and a huge wooden wall rose up from the ground, directly blocking the two's attacks. Su Ran clapped his hands, and countless Amaterasu black flames around him condensed into a huge black dragon that enveloped him. Lin Juyu also successfully replicated the image of
the snow phoenix left in its wings using ice elements.
The two creatures, exuding terrifying auras, hovered around the two of them, their auras seeming to want to destroy everything.
Su Ran and Lin Juyu raised their hands and released their attacks.
The snow phoenix, formed from ice elements, first struck the wooden wall, causing a large area to freeze and directly freezing all the moisture in the wooden wall. Su Ran's black dragon then broke through the wooden wall in one fell swoop, knocking Zhong Ling and Wang Hao out of the arena.
Impossible. No one of the same level can break the wooden wall that Tang Tang and I created together.
Then your understanding of the wood element is still too superficial.
Am I naive? Like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, Wu Yueming suddenly roared wildly at Su Ran. My Wu family has used wood-based abilities for generations. How can a mere brat like you judge a family that has been passed down for over 100 years? After you are cremated, your whole body will turn to ashes, but your mouth will still be there.
Su Ran clapped his hands, and a huge wooden figure with two wooden dragons appeared in front of Wu Yueming.
Want to bump into my darling? Su Ran jumped onto the wooden figure's head and said, impossible. Aside from supporting healing, wood-type characters can only defend. They couldn't possibly have such terrifying offensive capabilities. You're not a wood type.
Wu Yueming's worldview seemed to have collapsed, and he sat down on the ground in a state of despair.
That's just because you don't know how to be flexible.
I don't have time to talk to you anymore. It's your turn to leave the stage.
Dragon strike.
Su Ran stomped her foot hard, and the two emerald green wooden dragons that were wrapped around the wooden figure instantly detached from the figure's body.
After detaching,
the wooden dragons instantly transformed into golden dragons that circled around the wooden figure's body and then rushed straight towards Wu Yueming's direction.
Multiple water wall techniques.
Mu Tang Tang immediately controlled a giant water wall to rise and block the attacking wooden dragon. Then, two clumps of water fell from Mu Tang Tang's body, forming two water clones that attacked Su Ran from the left and right. However, the wooden figure simply punched the ground lightly, and the two water clones were instantly shaken into water clumps, wetting the ground.
Cheer up, Sister Yueming. Isn't that the big wooden figure? I believe you can do it too. After hearing Mu Tang Tang's encouragement, Wu Yueming cheered up again. If he can do it, so can I.
As he spoke, Wu Yueming began to manipulate the wood to gather beneath him, and soon a wooden figure almost identical to Su Ran's wooden figure appeared at Wu Yueming's feet.
Wow,
this girl has quite a talent. She can create a nearly identical one just by looking at your wooden dummy. I just hope the power levels aren't too different, otherwise things will get tough.
How could her wood-based supernatural ability possibly compare to Hashirama Senju's sage body?
Her wooden doll only has form but no spirit. If she dared to replicate the thousand-armed Buddha, she wouldn't even be able to conjure a seat before being turned into a dried-up corpse.
Upon hearing the system's words, Su Ran no longer hesitated and controlled the wooden dummy to throw a punch directly at Wu Yueming's wooden dummy.
Wu Yueming also controlled the wooden dummy beneath him to meet the punch head-on. The two wooden dummy fists collided, generating a huge shockwave. But the result was obvious. How could Wu Yueming's counterfeit Pinduoduo be any better than Su Ran's original? The difference was already clear when their fists met. Wu Yueming's wooden dummy was smashed to pieces by Su Ran's wooden dummy with a single punch, and Wu Yueming himself was knocked out of the arena along with it. Su Ran released the wooden figure and stood on the ground again. He looked at Mu Tang Tang in front of him and took out 8 flying Thunder God kunai with both hands. Suddenly, the kunai burst out with a dazzling yellow light, forcibly illuminating Mu Tang Tang's eyes. Spiral Flash Flying Will Dance Roar 4 styles. Su Ran instantly entered Nine Tails mode and created a clone that also activated Nine Tails mode. He threw out the flying Thunder God kunai in his hand and used taijutsu to send Mu Tang Tang into the sky. What awaited Mu Tang Tang was 2 giant Raisengans from Su Ran and his clone. You're not bad, even though you're an opponent. Su Ran and his clone's 2 Raisengans slammed into Mu Tang Tang. After a flash of white light, the 2 Raisengans collided and exploded. Su Ran glanced out of the field and saw Mu Tang Tang being held by the referee. Little Pink, take me upstairs. At your service, sir. After Su Ran deactivated the nine-tailed mode, Little Pink quickly enveloped him, and the thrusters on its back propelled Su Ran into the sky. After Su Ran controlled the fragments of Xiaofan's mecha to form a charging cannon in his hand, Jia Xiaoxiao saw what Su Ran was doing and also controlled her own mecha to form a huge charging cannon.
I see.
The supernatural energy stored in the two mechs continuously flowed into the energy cannons in their their hands, and two terrifying auras emerged from the cannons. Seeing that Su Ran and Zhao Xiaoxiao were still gathering their strength, Lin Shimon wanted to take advantage of their momentum to escape, but the moment this thought came to her, several huge trees suddenly rose from the ground and tightly bound Lin Shimon. Lin Shimong's body instantly transformed into countless feathers that emerged from the tree realm descent, and then she was immediately bound by the tree realm descent. You can dodge the first day of the month, but you can't dodge the 15th. The cannons in Su Ran and Zhao Xiaoxiao's hands had already begun to glow, but Lin Shimong was still unwilling to give up and wanted to destroy the tree world descent to escape, but in the end it was all in vain. 3, 2, 1, fire! Two terrifying beams of light pierced through the tree realm that bound Lin Shimong, but the referee was still a step ahead, taking her out before the beams could hit her. Thank you for your help, Little Pink. It is my pleasure to serve you, sir. Little Pink quickly turned into fragments and returned to Su Ran's storage ring. Su Ran then turned her gaze to Zhang Heling, who was fighting Huaqiuji. After Su Ran took out his sword, he assumed a ready-to-draw stance. Upon seeing this, Huaqiuji quickly stepped back a few paces, sheathed his sword, and made the exact same move as Su Ran. This is our exhilarating combo. Chapter 166 Yuhi. Just as Su Ran and Huaqiuji got into position, the aura of 10 steps to kill one person and treading snow without a trace instantly erupted from the weapons in their hands. As the one being attacked, Zhang Heling was locked onto by these two powerful auras, and the sword intent on her body was completely frightened away. The referee, who had just saved two people, felt a sudden alarm bell ring in his mind when he saw the aura emanating from Su Ran, and his relaxed mind tensed up again. Damn it, what's with that yellow flash kid? He's always causing trouble. He saves this one and that one, I can't live like this anymore. Although the referee complained, his hands moved quickly, and an instant shield was already in his right hand. The aura emanating from Su Ran and Huaqiuji made the referee realize that saving them was impossible. They could only try to withstand the attack using the instantaneous shield and their own cultivation. Kill one person in 10 steps, leaving no trace in the snow. Su Ran and Huaqiuji both drew their weapons and swung them forward, but nothing happened. Zhang Heling, the victim, was stunned by the scene before her, standing there blankly and even forgetting to launch an attack. What's going on? Are these two blatantly putting on an act? You're making it so obvious, aren't you? This doesn't even have sword energy attack. It's better to just fart to annoy the opponent. The audience members with lower cultivation levels, along with Zhang Heling, naturally had no idea what Su Ran and Huaqiuji had done, but the referee, a 9th level expert, felt those two seemingly ordinary yet terrifying attacks. Without the slightest hesitation, the referee instantly appeared beside Zhang Heling, crushed the instantaneous shield in his right hand, and infused it with his own power to protect Zhang Heling completely within the shield. What's wrong with this referee? Why is he so nervous? Did the referee make a wrong call? That's it? Give me my money back. The moment the audience raised their doubts, Su Ran and Huaqiuji's attacks struck the shield. The terrifying attacks instantly covered the shield with horrific cracks. The referee, not daring to be careless, injected his own power to begin repairing the shield. After a minute of entanglement between the referee and Su Ran and Huaqiuji's attacks, the final blow from the two shattered the shield, revealing the referee and Zhang Heling inside. However, the two terrifying attacks were also at their limit, and the referee used his supernatural power to deflect the attacks and then announced, Tokyo University wins the first semi-final match. After a full minute of silence, the stands erupted into a deafening roar of cheers, and the host, controlling the stands to fly down, announced the start of the event. Then congratulations to our Tokyo University for being the first to step into the finals. After Zhang Heling walked off the stage in a daze, the referee walked up to Su Ran and said something. You little brat, try to cut your killer moves next time. Seriously, this year I've saved more people than I have in all the competitions I've done in the last 10 years combined. After putting away his weapon, Su Ran scratched his head sheepishly and said, Then please bear with it. After tomorrow's match, you won't need to save anyone. You little rascal. The referee cursed irritably, decided to avoid the issue, and turned to leave the competition area. Alright everyone, let's get ready for tomorrow's match. Su Ran waved to the crowd, then gracefully walked off the stage. However, Su Ran was stopped by a girl as soon as she stepped off the stage. The girl was Yuya, who looked at Su Ran with an expression of admiration. Su Ran, how about we make a bet on the finals tomorrow? Su Ran also became interested, took out a bottle of water from the Divine Might space, drank it, and joked with the girl in front of him. Then tell me what kind of bet you want to make first. If I win, you marry me. If you lose, I'll marry you. Puff. Su Ran couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of water, but out of gentlemanly manners, he didn't spit it on the girl's face. Instead, he turned his head and spat it onto the open ground to the side and asked, What did you say? If I win, you marry me. If you lose, I'll marry you. Forget it then, I'm not interested in this bet with you. But Su Ran wasn't a womanizer. Having already found Lin Juyu, he couldn't possibly accept another woman. With that said, Su Ran started to walk past the girl towards his own rest area. But the girl stepped forward and blocked Su Ran's path. What, are you feeling wronged marrying me? I am a member of the Yu family who possesses a phoenix companion bee beast, and I am the next head of the Yu family. Do you still feel wronged now? Su Ran turned her head and glanced at Lin Juyu, who hadn't come over yet, and said with a gloomy face, I said get out of the way. Don't you understand? At this moment, Lin Juyu walked up behind Su Ran, kissed Su Ran's cheek, hugged Su Ran, and asked, what happened? Bamboo Rain. Before Su Ran could speak, Yuya interrupted her. You don't want to marry me because of her, do you? A woman with no power or background can't help you. Aren't I more helpful to you in the future than this little girl from the Lin family? Although Lin Juyu didn't say anything, Su Ran couldn't bear it any longer when she saw Lin Juyu's dejected expression. Just before she made her move, Little Pink popped out, bursting into flames and entering battle mode. I will not allow you to insult my wife like this. I, modals, only acknowledge one wife, and that is Miss Lin Juyu. If you continue to insult the lady, don't blame me for taking action. Make a move? Let's see how much strength you have. A powerful pressure descended from the sky. Although Su Ran had only experienced this kind of pressure on Dongfang Yu when he was in Sage mode, he immediately channeled his supernatural power into the King Cobra tattoo on his left hand and summoned a Z. At this moment, Dongfang Yu also noticed the unusual situation on Su Ran's side, and immediately opened a portal to appear beside Su Ran and said, Yu He, it's no fun bullying the younger generation, is it? The man whom Dongfang Yu called Yu He chuckled and said, oh, Elder Yu, what a rare guest. I heard you finally broke through the 10th tier barrier that had been holding you back for so long. Congratulations. As for you, Yu He looked at a Z who was perched behind Su Ran and said, as a 10th tier beast, you're actually willing to acknowledge this brat as your master? Then you might as well acknowledge me as your master. I can guarantee that with the help of my Yu family's resources, your strength will reach a new level. Ah, Z spat and said, I approve of this kid, so is there a problem with me voluntarily becoming his beast? As for you, you reek of bird feathers and have the nerve to be my master? If you dare utter another word, believe me, I'll swallow you whole. Chapter 167. You can try it. The air around Azzy suddenly thickened, and her purple scales emitted a dangerous poisonous mist. As a 10th tier beast, Azzy finally unleashed her full power, radiating the majesty of a 10th tier venomous snake king. That's interesting. As Yuhi spoke, his body was instantly enveloped in flames, and he entered battle mode. I advise you to obediently agree, kid. There's nothing the Yu family can't get what they want. Don't wait until we have to use some special methods to make you give in, otherwise things will become ugly. For example, your current girlfriend, who knows what the Yu family might do to her family. Yuhi laughed wildly, as if he didn't care about Su Ran and a Z behind him at all. You old fool, try saying that again. What did you say? But Su Ran had no intention of wasting words with Yuhi at this moment. The Platinum Gold Immortal Beast Connection and Immortal Mode were instantly activated, instantly pushing Su Ran's cultivation level, which was stuck at the 4th level, to the 9th level. He held the Heavenly Wolf Bow in his hand and said, even with all my stats maxed out, I'm only at level 9. Su Ran switched the Sirius Bow to his left hand, took out the revolver with bullets designed for absolute lethality, and pointed the dark muzzle at Yuhi's body, saying, but I'm confident that with this guy, I can take you down with me when we die. Yuhi initially didn't take Su Ran's words seriously, but when he sensed the dangerous aura emanating from the muzzle of the gun, he realized that Su Ran wasn't joking at all. That revolver really did have an aura capable of killing him. And once I get your blood, I can activate the necromancer's curse. Your family will be buried with me. Ha 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 ha. I should also thank the scroll left in the secret realm. As Su Ran spoke, she held the revolver and approached Yuhi step by step. With the help of a Z, the flames that Xiaofan emitted also turned into poisonous fire, and she followed a Z step by step towards Yuya. I don't know how the master feels about the lady, Mississippi. Little Pink approached Yuya step by step, and the flames on her body grew increasingly terrifying. But I know that when you were at the 3rd rank and 9th level, you were willing to travel to the Snow Ridge alone for your poisoned wife. At that time, I understood your love for your wife. How could someone like you, who came out of nowhere, possibly interfere? Stay away from my daughter. The sound came from afar, and a fist engulfed in flames slammed straight toward Little Pink's chest. Boom flame fong. Xiaofan unleashed a powerful punch, the deep purple poisonous fire directly clashing with the bright red flames. This punch resulted in a draw between Xiaofan and Yu Chang, with neither able to gain the upper hand. However, Xiaofan had a Z on her side. A Z seized the opportunity and swiftly and accurately whipped Yu Chang with her tail whip, throwing him directly into the wall. Do you even have the right to speak? You ant. As Azzy spoke, she spat a mouthful of venom directly towards Yu Chang, but Yuya suddenly emitted a flame from her hand. The flame, imbued with the strong bloodline of the phoenix, actually vaporized Azzy's venom, causing it to dissipate into the world. Yui felt he had lost face as Su Ran, a junior, pressed him relentlessly. Just as he was about to make a move to cut off Su Ran's arm holding the revolver, Su Ran spoke first. You can try it. Let's see if your shot is faster than the bullets in this gun. As Su Ran spoke, she gestured with her left hand behind her, and a distorted vortex appeared beside Lin Juyu, from which a white figure emerged. Chestnut, spend some quality time with your sister Juyu. At this moment, Yuhi could no longer bear it. The intense flames enveloped Yu-Hee and transformed him into a giant phoenix, spewing a mouthful of flames at Su-Ran. Without hesitation, Su-Ran pulled the trigger, and the black bullet instantly pierced Yu-Hee's body, knocking him down from the sky. Yuya let out a mournful cry and tried to run towards Yu-Hee's direction. Be careful, don't forget that the phoenix can rise from the ashes. As soon as the system notification sounded, Yui rushed out from the corpses lying on the ground, thrusting a flaming sword straight at Su-Ran's chest. Su-Ran had no time to dodge and could only pin her hopes on the passive etherealization of the divine power. However, just as Yui's attack was about to pierce Su-Ran, some dragon scales suddenly appeared on Su-Ran's dragon scale armor, transforming into the shape of a knife and automatically blocking. With a perfect parry, Su-Ran deflected Yui's attack back and said, holding the newly appeared dragon scale blade, "Is this my third knife? It's not over yet, kid." As Yui spoke, he instantly transformed into a streak of fire and charged towards Su-Ran. However, Su-Ran had already bitten the dragon scale blade in her mouth and taken out the twin blades of slaying. A huge ghost mask appeared behind Su-Ran. All 9 blades unleashed. 6 wooden hands instantly appeared behind Su-Ran, each holding a sword made of yin-yang release. The ghost mask behind Su-Ran instantly transformed into a ghost mask and covered Su-Ran's face when Su-Ran took out the 9 blades. The aura of the 9th rank on his body was pushed up once again, and he directly reached the 5th level of the 9th rank, leaving no trace in the snow. Su-Ran slashed forward with all 9 of his swords. Although there was no actual attack, the tiny cracks that appeared in the space indicated the terrifying nature of this strike. Phoenix Feather. A shield made of red feathers instantly appeared on Yuhi's right hand. Suddenly, red flames flared on the shield, forming an even larger supernatural shield that blocked Yui's path. However, this time, the snow without a trace didn't tear Yui's phoenix feathers apart as it had done before, but it did leave several deep wounds on them. Everyone, stop. Just as Dongfang Yu had finished preparing his spatial explosion and was ready to join the battle, Zhuxue, who was watching from the sidelines, finally couldn't help but speak up to stop him. If she didn't stop him, and the thing in Dongfang Yu's hand exploded here, it would be the most serious accident since the start of the national competition. However, Yu-Hee and Su-Ran showed no sign of stopping, and the two continued fighting. Seeing that Su-Ran showed no sign of stopping, Dongfang Yu prepared to throw the spatial blast in his hand directly at Yui's face. Zhuxue noticed this and hurriedly stopped him. Calm down, Elder Yu. Put down your spatial blasting equipment and everything will be fine. Upon seeing this, Dongfang Yu deactivated the spatial blast. Just as Zhuxue breathed a sigh of relief, she saw Dongfang Yu take out his knife and throw it towards Su-Ran. Put your dragon scale knife back, kid. Use your teacher's knife instead. Chapter 168. Nothing special. After Su-Ran released the dragon scale blade from his mouth, the blade instantly transformed into dragon scales and attached itself to the dragon scale armor. He then caught the blade that Dongfang Yu threw to him with his right hand while still holding the blade in his mouth. After seeing Dongfang Yu throw his knife to Su-Ran, Jianglong understood what Dongfang Yu was planning and quickly stepped forward to stop him. Stop it, all of you. But Su-Ran and Yu-Hee, who were already in a frenzy, completely ignored Jianglong's words and continued fighting. Su-Ran retracted all 6 wooden hands behind her back, but the ghost shadow mask, representing the 9-sword style, did not disappear and remained on Su-Ran's face. The 4th Hokage's divine robes instantly appeared on Su-Ran's body. Su-Ran held 3 swords in his hands and prepared to charge. Seeing this, Yu-Hee also prepared to attack. Su-Ran used Flying Thunder God technique to rush directly to Yui's side, and before Yu-Hee could react, the sword was already slashing towards Yui's neck. However, Yu-Hee, being a veteran expert, reacted to Su-Ran's attack and blocked it with the fire sword in his right hand, while his left hand instantly launched countless fire feathers that pierced towards Su-Ran's body. From Yu-Hee's perspective, Su-Ran suddenly put away the knife in her mouth and used the knife given to her by Dongfang Yu in her right hand to barely block Huayu. Yu-Hee looked at Su-Ran with a wicked smile, but Su-Ran also maintained her Tsukuyami in the kaleidoscope and looked back at Yu-Hee with a wicked smile. This is the difference in strength between you and me, you little ant. Yu-Hee suddenly spat out a mouthful of flames towards Su-Ran's face, the terrifying heat even slightly distorting the space around him. After clearing away the fire feathers with his sword, Su-Ran used a perfect parry to deflect the flames back. He then used his sword drawing technique to charge up the Yudao in his right hand and slashed it directly at Yu-Hee's neck. Yu-Hee reacted a second before being struck by Yudao, and his left fist, which was covered in flames, slammed directly at Su-Ran. He barely managed to block Su-Ran's knife with his right hand, but Su-Ran released the spatial energy and the snow treading without trace from Yudao right at his face. After concentrating all his attacks into one point, Su-Ran chopped off Yui's right hand and entire arm, but due to the intense spatial fluctuations, he was unable to unleash his divine power and thus had to take the full force of Yui's punch. Su-Ran was also knocked away by Yui's punch, but after rolling on the ground a few times and spitting out a mouthful of blood, she stood up as if nothing had happened. It seems that not practicing swordsmanship for too long has also been a problem. This strike actually went astray and only managed to cut off your hand. As Su-Ran spoke, she spat out another mouthful of blood. After spitting out the blood, she wiped her mouth and stood up again. You little beast, I'm going to kill
you today. Yui stood up and unleashed his full power. At this moment, a Z also came behind Su Ran, and the two were even ready to merge. But at that moment, a huge fiery palm print descended from the sky and slammed Yui into the ground, followed by a booming sound. Aren't you ashamed enough? Kneel down, all of you. Upon hearing this voice, Yuya and Yu Chang immediately knelt down. The powerful pressure even affected Su Ran's side. Although everyone there couldn't help but want to kneel down when they saw that tall figure and the pressure, they were also affected. However, Su Ran took the lead and stood in front to block all the pressure for his companions. The purple scales that represented his fusion with a Z once again covered Su Ran's body. The tall figure walked up to Su Ran, and Su Ran finally saw the figure's face clearly. His face was sculpted with sharp, distinct features, exuding masculine fortitude and strength. His straight, firm nose looked as if it had been carved with a knife and axe, making him appear so resolute and decisive. But beneath the appearance of a middle-aged man, his voice possessed the composure of an elderly person. I, Yu Tian, apologize to my young friend for what happened today. As he spoke, Yu Tian bowed slightly towards Su Ran, then changed his expression and continued. But please apologize to the Yu family, young friend. The Yu family's authority cannot be challenged. After Su Ran put away all his knives, he pointed Dongfang Yu's Yu Dao in Yuya's direction and said, Old man, get this straight. It was this girl who insisted on stopping me from marrying her that led to the argument. Then, that old bastard Yu he attacked me, and I beat him to death and cut off his arm. If you want to avenge them, then go ahead. Anyway, I already have Yui's blood, and the necromancer's curse is just a matter of a thought for me. Su Ran met Yu Tian's eyes without fear and spoke calmly. Although I can't guarantee that I'll drag you down to hell with me when I die, I believe that when I die I can leave you with a scar that you'll remember for the rest of your life. If you don't believe me, you can try it. Yu Tian's expression remained unchanged, but his voice was extremely firm and powerful. Let's call it even for today. But kid, you still have one question to answer. Why won't you marry my granddaughter? My granddaughter is no less than your Lin family's girlfriend in any way, and in fact, she is far superior in every aspect. Su Ran smiled faintly, took out a cigarette, lit it with a fireball, took a puff, and said, Her name is Lin Juyu, that's all. This condition is better than your so-called granddaughter. After pondering for a while, Yu Tian burst into laughter and said, Then let the grudges between you young people be settled on the competition stage. I look forward to the finals tomorrow. After saying that, Yu Tian transformed into a streak of flame and disappeared from the spot. After Yu Tian left, Su Ran could no longer hold on and barely managed to stay upright by using Yu Dao to support her body. Seeing Su Ran's condition, Lin Juyu and Li Zi rushed over and put their arms on Su Ran's shoulders to help her up. Lin Juyu looked at Su Ran, who looked weak, and said with heartache, Idiot, fool, moron, why are you fighting so hard? Don't you know you'll get hurt? Su Ran turned her head with difficulty and kissed Lin Juyu on the cheek. Then just consider me an idiot. I want my brother to kiss me too. Chestnut also came over as if watching the fun, and after pestering Su Ran for a while, she finally managed to lightly tap Chestnut's cheek. Prepare the carriage and return to the palace. Su Ran spoke with a relaxed expression. Lin Juyu rolled her eyes at Su Ran's weak appearance, but still didn't say anything. She and Li Zi led Su Ran back to the hotel to rest step by step. Dongfang Yu, who was still standing there, smiled helplessly when he saw his Yu Dao lying on the ground. He picked up the Yu Dao, put it away again, took out the wine gourd from his waist, took a swig, and looked in the direction where the three had left. You little bastard, you just threw the knife I gave you away like that, huh? Wait until you're healed and I'll teach you a lesson. Chapter 169 Meeting again. Dongfang Yu opened the portal and returned to the hotel first. Only the other 5 people remained, staring at Zhang Long in bewilderment. Zhang Long looked at the other 5 and said irritably, What are you still looking at? Hurry up and go back to discuss tactics. With that, Zhang Long turned and left without looking back. Xiaofen's voice came, and soon countless pink mecha fragments emerged from the ring on Su Ran's hand, falling to the ground and forming a cool car. Let me take you back. Thank you. It is my pleasure to serve you, sir. After the 3 of them turned left and right, they returned to the hotel entrance. After confirming that all 3 of them had gotten out of the car, Xiaofen once again turned into countless mecha fragments and returned to Su Ran's ring. Chestnut, you help your brother first. I'll go upstairs and get him some hot water. This guy hasn't had a bath in days. As she spoke, Lin Juyu quickly ran upstairs to prepare hot water for Su Ran. Brother, how long has it been since you took a shower? What a mess. Su Ran noticed that the tone of the conversation was getting off as soon as Chestnut finished speaking, so she quickly interrupted the spellcasting with a rocket headbutt. If you really turn into that kind of brat, you'll see if I don't beat you up today. You want to hit my granddaughter? You think you're so tough, kid? Dongfang Yu's voice came from behind Su Ran's head, and a clear flick of the forehead hit Su Ran's head. Grandpa, you're back so soon? Dongfang Yu rubbed his wrist, then delivered a deliberate, powerful slap that nearly shut down Su Ran's brain. You little bastard, you dared to throw my knife around like that. You've been neglecting me for 3 days and now you're climbing on the roof, haven't you? As he spoke, Dongfang Yu summoned the Yu blade again and threw it to Su Ran. You kid, don't use
use the dragon scale blade tomorrow, use mine instead. Quietly, don't tell anyone. After receiving Yu Dao, Su Ran looked at Dongfang Yu with a shocked expression and said, Teacher, isn't it a bit inappropriate to cheat so openly? Looking into Su Ran's eyes, which were clearly clear yet foolish, Dongfang Yu couldn't help but tap his pipe. If I don't give you something good today, you won't even know how you lost tomorrow. For what you did today, if that brat Yu he doesn't give the Phoenix twin swords, the divine weapon of the Yu family, to that little girl Yuya, I, Dongfang Yu, will write my name backwards. Although the bow and swords you have are of divine weapon level, they are still not enough to deal with divine weapons. The two chatted for a while until they reached Su Ran's room. Su Ran went in first and then spoke to Dongfang Yu. So, in your opinion, would you consider this thing a weapon that can slay gods? As he spoke, Su Ran took out the Necronomicon left to him by Zhuge Ming. An evil, cold, and dark aura continuously emanated from the Necronomicon. The moment Dongfang Yu saw the Necronomicon, he immediately opened the spatial barrier, locking all the aura within Su Ran's room. The Necronomicon? Did Zhuge Ming give this to you? Su Ran nodded and said, Yes, what's wrong, teacher? If you don't want to get arrested tomorrow, you'd better put this Necromancer's Codex away right now. Seeing Dongfang Yu's expression, Su Ran realized something was wrong. She quickly put the Necronomicon back into her divine might space and asked, Can't this thing be used? It's not just unusable. If this thing were in your hands, you'd be thrown in jail. You yourself know what Zhuge Ming's special ability is. His special ability is the Zhuge clan's inherited ability of prophecy. From a normal point of view, he has no confidence to launch the Third World War. In fact, it was because of the Necronomicon. I don't even know how to describe this book. What you really want to know is that since World War III, the country has had the strictest control over undead equipment and skill books, because they are afraid that what happened to Zhuge Ming will happen again. Moreover, this is the infamous Necronomicon that Zhuge Ming used back then. You only need Yu Dao. I've left a surprise for you inside. Remember to open it. After Su Ran took out the Yu Dao, he found that his own sword suddenly fluctuated. After taking it out, he found that the two swords seemed to resonate with each other and stuck together tightly. The cleaver is my father's weapon, so why does it resonate with the Yu blade? Could it be? Su Ran looked at Dongfang Yu in shock. Dongfang Yu simply chuckled and nodded. You guessed right, teacher, I. Before Su Ran could ask anything else, Dongfang Yu had already left through the portal, leaving behind only a faint sentence. I will tell you when the time comes, but it's not time yet. Su Ran looked at the two knives stuck together in her hand and turned to Chestnut. Help me to bed, quick. Upon hearing this, Li Zi quickly carried Su Ran to the bed. Su Ran sat cross-legged, placed the two knives on her knees, and turned to meditate. Lin Zhuyu had just finished preparing the hot water and came out when she saw Su Ran sitting on the bed meditating. She turned to ask Li Zi, What's wrong with your brother? Chestnut shook her head and said, I don't know, but I'll stay here and stay with my brother. Su Ran regained consciousness after a strange light flashed, and saw the man sitting in front of him. The man was none other than Su Chen. Xiao Ran, you look a little bigger than when we last met. Su Chen's voice was very gentle, as if he were conveying all his love to Su Ran through his words. Father. Su Ran was about to say something when Su Chen interrupted her. The reason we're meeting this time is probably because our teacher gave you the Yu Dao and the Zhan Dao together. Let's finish this mission first, and then we can have a proper chat. Su Ran forcibly suppressed her thoughts and nodded gently. Su Chen raised his hands, and the Zhan Dao and Yu Dao appeared simultaneously in his palms. It seems you've encountered a very troublesome problem this time, otherwise your teacher wouldn't have given you the Yu Dao and then summoned my consciousness left on the Yu Dao and the Zhan Dao to help you. Su Chen suddenly reached out with his right hand to grab the blade of Yu Dao, and quickly created a golden seal, which he then placed on the blade. Su Chen broke the seal, and a powerful aura emanated from it, gradually merging into the sword. Soon, the quality of the SS grade sword was upgraded again, and this time the aura of the enhanced sword was almost the same as that of the Yu sword. It's done. Su Chen handed the two knives to Su Ran and said, I have completely removed the seal left on the sword. I hope you can use it well. Chapter 170 I Can't Lose. This is. Su Ran took the twin swords and felt the powerful aura emanating from them, which made her heart tremble. The teacher's sword is a spatial blade, an extremely powerful weapon for slaying divine beings. The same goes for the cleaver. It's a divine weapon whose power is comparable to the Yu blade, and its title is the Blade of Time. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Su Ran immediately pulled it out. As Su Chen's father, he understood what Su Ran wanted to do from her actions. Silly boy, don't even think about using the Blade of Time to cut through time and go back to the past to save us both. Let's not even talk about whether the sword can cut through time and go back to the past. Even if it could, you don't have any time-related abilities to resist the erosion of time. Su Ran's eyes, which had just been filled with hope, instantly dimmed again, and she muttered to herself, Is there really no other way? Su Chen shook his head and said, Even at my peak, I couldn't use my superpower to travel back in time to save people, because the price I would have to pay was simply too high for anyone in the world to bear. Su Ran asked as if she had remembered something. Where is mother? Your mother isn't here this time, but she'll be here the the next time we meet. After saying this, the father and son stared at each other in silence for a long time before Suchen finally spoke. How have you been these past few years? Su Ran paused for a moment, then said, then remember to tell your mother when you go back. I have been doing well these years. I have been eating properly. My master, Anchu, and Yaya all love me very much. I'm listening very carefully to what master and Anchu have to say. You have to believe me. I became the top scorer in the college entrance examination, and then I became a disciple of a teacher and studied under him. I have a new group of friends, and everyone is very nice to me. My teacher was very good to me, but he liked to tease me and also loved to steal my drinks. I drink a little, but not a lot. I don't get drunk like my master and teacher. I smoke occasionally, but not often. I have a new little sister, and my teacher and I both like her very much. The little girl likes me and my teacher very much. And I have a girlfriend now. I'll bring a picture of her to show you both next time my mother is here. She's Uncle Lin Sun's daughter, and she's very pretty. At last, Su Ran forced back the tears that were about to fall and said in a slightly hoarse voice, you must tell your mother when you get back there. There are so many people who love me, so she doesn't have to worry about me at all. I will live a good life. I will take you as my role models and become someone even better than you. Su Ran turned her head away, tears already silently streaming down her cheeks, wetting her collar. Su Chen turned Su Ran around, picked her up, and held her in his arms, saying, you've grown up, Xiao Ran. If your mother saw you now, she would be very happy for you. As parents, all we need to do is trust you. You are our pride. Su Chen looked up at the sky and then said to Su Ran, actually, there's something we've wanted to tell you for a long time. Happy birthday, Xiao Ran. You have grown into a real man. She will definitely be proud of you now. It's time for me to leave. Su Chen raised his right hand and handed a small pocket watch to Su Ran. This is a gift for you. As for what you said, I will tell your mother when I get back. She must be incredibly proud of her son. As Su Chen spoke, his body became increasingly ethereal, eventually soaring into the sky and disappearing completely. After Su Chen left, a drop of water fell from the sky and landed squarely on the pocket watch in Su Ran's hand. The pocket watch popped open instantly, revealing a small family photo of Su Ran and her family of 3. Su Ran quickly opened her eyes and saw that it was already completely dark outside. It wasn't until she saw the pocket watch in her right hand that she realized that everything before was real and not a dream. Su Ran opened the pocket watch, glanced at the family photo, and then carefully put the pocket watch into the Divine Might space to avoid any possible damage to it. After putting the knife away, Su Ran discovered Chestnut sleeping by the bedside and a small, roughly shaped wooden carving on the bedside table. However, Su Ran still recognized who the people carved on the wood were, Li Zi and herself holding Li Zi's hand. Chestnut wasn't sure if she was asleep or not, as she murmured as if talking in her sleep, happy birthday, brother. After Su Ran carried Chestnut to the bed, she picked up the small wooden carving and quickly saw a line of crooked characters on the base of the carving, which looked like they had been carved by Chestnut with its own dragon claws. We will be together forever and ever. After putting the small wooden carving into his divine space and placing it next to his pocket watch, Su Ran gently kissed Chestnut on the head and said, good night, little one. The next morning, everyone gathered in Dongfang Yu's room for a final encouragement before the competition. Play well, but remember, safety comes first. Losing is not shameful. I'm just afraid you'll get hurt. After hearing this, Su Ran slapped his hand on the ground and summoned 6 immortal clones. Everyone, put away my clones first. When the match starts, we'll all deactivate them together, and I'll take you into Sage mode. Huokyuji did not immediately retract his clone, but instead asked Su Ran, are you even capable enough yourself? As soon as Huokyuji finished speaking, the long hair draped behind the gray robe turned white instantly, and she looked at Huokyuji and said, these clones have enough energy to finish this battle, so you can use them without worry. Su Ran felt that the gray robe he was wearing was a bit inappropriate, so after putting himself into the Kamui space and changing into the Konoha Jonin uniform, he came out of the Kamui space and began to put Flying Thunder God Kunai into his ninja tool pouch one by one. After Su Ran finished setting up, Dongfang Yu opened a portal. Everyone crossed the portal and arrived at their own rest area, where they began to wait for the match to begin. Then I will announce the final match. In the national finals, Imperial University will face off against our Magic City University. Let's give them a round of applause. A burst of applause erupted. Chestnut wanted to go on stage with Su Ran and the others, but Dongfang Yu stopped her. The latter didn't say anything, but simply shook his head slightly. Su Ran led his teammates up the steps one by one. As they stepped onto the competition stage, the 4th Hokage's divine robe instantly appeared in Su Ran's hand. Su Ran pulled it over the sleeve and put it on. Bearing the name of Hokage, I cannot lose. Chapter 171. Don't get excited. After putting on the Hokage robe, Su Ran stood in his position and looked at the 7 people opposite him. The robe was blowing wildly in the wind, but Su Ran still stood there like a mountain, and an invisible pressure emanated from Su Ran. Yuya, standing in the Shanghai University camp, snorted coldly. Her phoenix companion beast instantly appeared behind her, and the powerful pressure representing the phoenix swept directly towards Su Ran's side.
The moment the Phoenix's aura appeared, Evil Face couldn't hold back anymore. If Good Face hadn't stopped him, Evil Face would have already used reverse summoning to summon himself and unleash a tailed beast ball to teach that arrogant little girl a lesson. Good Face, let me go. Let me throw a big treasure to the other side. Just one. Good Face, unable to bear seeing the tailed beast ball gathering in Evil Face's mouth, slapped it back into Evil Face's stomach with its claws and said irritably, "You'll have plenty to do later." The negative emotions also affected Su Ran outside. At this moment, Su Ran's eyes had turned into bright red vertical pupils, coldly staring at the 7 people opposite her. Unable to contain its provocation any longer, the Phoenix's evil side was finally unleashed. The reverse spirit summoning array was ready, and all that was left was to condense the tailed beast ball in its mouth and unleash a powerful attack. Calm down, the bad side. A scarlet 9-tailed fox phantom instantly appeared behind Su Ran, and the fox phantom let out a deafening roar at the 7 people opposite. Don't get agitated. The full-form Kurama's aura emanated from the crimson 9-tailed fox's phantom, transforming into a tangible attack that charged straight towards the 7 people opposite. Suddenly, a white light shield appeared, blocking all the attacks from the evil side. The person who blocked the attack was the referee, who coldly said something after putting away the light shield. "If you want to fight, wait until the match starts." Su Ran bowed respectfully in the direction of the referee, then walked back to her own camp with an air of indifference. "We won't announce the names of the 2 teams in this competition. Let's see which university team will be able to leave their name here." The host's voice came from high above, filled with excitement. "I hereby declare, the national finals begin." The moment the host finished speaking, all 7 members of Su Ran's team activated their immortal mode, their waist-length white hair leaving a deep impression on the audience. Holy crap, Yellow Flash has led all his teammates into battle mode all by himself? Holy crap, this match looks like it's going to be really exciting. Do you think they'll win? Holy crap, look at the Yellow Flash. Everyone on that side is close to the 5th rank, and there's even a 5th rank 7th level guy. And look at the Shanghai University side. They only have one 5th rank guy, Nego Bang. If Taekyo University loses this game, I'll eat this computer screen right now. On the stands, Yu-hee, who had just had his right arm reattached, asked Yu Chang, "Did you give the Phoenix twin swords to Shoya? I want to make sure Imperial Capital University suffers a crushing defeat." Yu Chang nodded and said, "I gave it to her, even your Phoenix feather." Yu Tian, who was watching the game from the sidelines, looked at his 2 sons and shook his head helplessly. Given Yu Tian's personality, using excessively powerful weapons in a competition is something he would find shameful. In the past, Yu Tian would have been beaten to death by his 2 sons, but now Yu Tian is old, and he still tacitly approves of his 2 sons' behavior because he values the family's honor above all else, and even provides them with considerable help. "We don't have time to play with them, let's just clear the place out, everyone." At this moment, Su Ran's tone was no longer as leisurely and lazy as usual, his whole body exuded a beast-like aura. Everyone understood the meaning of the words. As Lin Juyu and Zhao Xiaoxiao summoned their contracted beasts and weapons respectively, the Qiuyu and Qiushua's sisters took a step forward and clasped their hands together. Qiuyu looked at her younger sister Qiushui and said, "Let's use that move." A phantom representing twin flowers appeared behind the 2, and soon, a strange chill swept across the entire competition stage from all directions. What happened? Yuya summoned her phoenix wings and flew into the sky, even summoning her little phoenix as well, intending to work with her little phoenix to drive away the inexplicable chill. But the chill quickly froze the game, and even the space itself. Frozen space. The Qiuyu and Qiushui sisters had most of their superpowers drained instantly, but the powerful regenerative ability of Sage Mode began to continuously absorb the natural energy in the air, replenishing the sisters' depleted superpowers. With the help of Little Pink, Su Ran instantly jumped into the sky, and a puff of white smoke flashed past, filling the sky above the competition stage with countless Su Rans. Multi-layer combo technique. Although each of them released the great combo technique on their own, the combined power of countless great combo techniques far exceeded that of the great combo technique used by the 3rd Hokage. Upon hearing Su Ran's summons, Little Pink quickly emerged from Su Ran's ring and manipulated its mecha fragments to form a giant meow sword that floated behind Su Ran. The moment Su Ran's hand gripped the hilt of the sword, the mecha fragments that had been assembled into a scabbard suddenly contracted, transforming into a thicker and sharper blade, burning with intense, deep purple poisonous flames. Su Ran turned her head to look in Lin Juyu's direction, and after seeing that the ice giant had been successfully summoned by Lin Juyu, she threw Little Pink at the ice giant and said, "You should directly engage the ice giant in combat. It is my pleasure to serve you, sir." After speaking, Little Pink swiftly charged towards the ice giant with the hilt of her sword, sending countless pieces of mech flying behind her. The ice giant, who was in sync with Lin Juyu, raised his hand and took Little Pink into his grasp, letting the mecha fragments cover his body. Soon, a pink version of the mech ice giant appeared on the field. A petite girl from Shanghai University saw the ice giant dressed in mecha armor. She slapped the ground with her small hand, and a huge door appeared behind it. A massive horn emerged from behind the door, and once it had completely passed through,
it revealed itself to be a peak level 7th tier
Golden Armored Rhinoceros. Summoned beasts are not considered contracted beasts in combat. Contract level restrictions are irrelevant to them.
Tear it to shreds, little gold. The golden armored rhinoceros roared to the sky, pawed the ground with its hind hooves, and then charged fiercely toward the ice giant. The ice giant originally intended to block the golden armored rhinoceros's attack directly with an ice wall, but Little Pink controlled the ice giant to do something that surprised everyone. The moment the golden armored rhinoceros collided with the ice giant, Little Pink successfully triggered a perfect parry using the giant Meow sword she
had transformed into.
Combined with the ice giant's own ferocious power, she sent the golden armored rhinoceros flying back to where it came from.
Chapter 172 Four Sword Style.
Old Hua, come help me after you've finished dealing with one of them. Su Ran roared at Huakyuji, but Huakyuji had already reached his target by stepping on the bring in the wine sword. Huakyuji approached a boy carrying a knife and stabbed him without hesitation. The boy also assumed a blocking stance to deflect Huakyuji's attack, then jumped back to create distance, took out a bamboo flute from his sleeve, and began to play. A beautiful sound came from the flute, and Huakyuji found himself starting to feel a little dazed.
It's that damn auditory illusion again.
Huakyuji suddenly used his supernatural ability to create countless sword shadows. The sound of countless swords clashing with each other directly pulled Huakyuji out of his mind and used a terrifying ability that was completely unrelated to Huakyuji.
Do you really think I can't use illusions just because I wield a sword?
Countless sword cries rang out, but what appeared before the boy wielding the knife was a completely different scene. The boy found himself above the clouds, where a magnificent palace appeared before him. The boy went inside, and the beautiful scenery there completely captivated him. Inside were 12 enormous pavilions in 5 luxurious cities, where countless fairies frolicked and played. The nectar and jade liquor actually became the water source for this white jade capital. The 12 immortals were sitting in the pavilion cultivating and comprehending the Tao when suddenly one of them opened his eyes and floated straight toward the boy. The immortal raised his hand, and the longevity talisman was directly injected into the boy's body through his palm from the top of his head.
We are destined to be together.
Today, I will grant you immortality and the chance to ascend to the celestial realm. Become my disciple and explore the great path of cultivation with me.
Ha 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 ha, I did it. I did it. I've achieved immortality. I've become an immortal. Ha 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 ha.
The boy laughed wildly, while the immortal beside him simply looked at him with a benevolent expression and handed him a long sword.
This is the divine artifact of the immortal path, the sun-slaying blade. From now on, it is yours.
After taking the knife, the boy became even more arrogant, completely unaware that he was already in a huge illusion. Huakyuji looked at the boy who was laughing wildly and said with a sorrowful expression, "It seems that Bai Yujing should use this illusion technique less often, otherwise the mental impact of his dream shattering would be enormous." Huakyuji said this, but his hands moved without slowing down as he slashed at the boy with the 10 steps to kill one person technique. Yuya noticed the unusual situation at Huakyuji's place and was about to rush over to help her teammate when she was stopped by Zhao Xiaoxiao and Lin Juyu.
It's not your time to go there yet.
As soon as he finished speaking, Chao Zhuang's iron sand protected the two of them. Yuya even felt a deadly danger from Lin Juyu and Zhao Xiaoxiao.
Xiao Feng, let's finish this quickly.
Yuya raised her hand and summoned her phoenix, and the two of them engaged in a fierce battle. Although Yuya and Feng Niao's cultivation was superior to the two, Lin Juyu and Zhao Xiaoxiao managed to hold off Yuya and Feng Niao by relying on the powerful recovery ability of their immortal mode. After fighting for a while, Yuya and Feng Niao realized that they had no chance to support their teammates.
The rest is up to you, you bad guy.
Just before the 10 steps to kill one person's spell was about to hit the boy wielding the knife, Huakyuji, dispelled by Yujing's illusion, suddenly jolted awake from his blissful illusion of achieving immortality. The boy forgot to defend himself and sat on the ground in a daze, without even activating his supernatural abilities. After a flash of white light, the boy instantly appeared outside the competition stage. After rescuing the dejected boy, the referee didn't even look at him before turning back to observe the situation on the field. At this moment, Su Ran had already arrived at the rear of the opposing side using the Flying Thunder God technique. The 4 swords, slash, exterminate, mountain, and dragon scale, immediately appeared in Su Ran's hands, and the aura representing the 4-sword style suddenly burst forth from Su Ran's body. This time, Su Ran did not choose to bite the knife with her mouth but instead chose to transform herself into a 4-armed overlord wielding 4 knives to fight. 4-sword style, Mad Camellia's Remnant Joy. Su Ran slashed forward with all 4 of her swords, and countless camellia flowers were actually cut out along with the sword energy, crashing straight towards the 5 people opposite her. Then a chubby guy jumped out, spat out a tornado, absorbed all the attacks into the tornado, and looked at Su Ran with a smug expression.
The remaining 2 teammates also jumped out.
One spat out an oil-like substance that instantly blackened the entire tornado, while the other spat out fire, which quickly ignited the tornado, and the huge fire tornado rushed towards Su Ran. Su Ran used a clone technique to create a clone of herself, and the two understood each other's intentions without even looking at each other. Their hair instantly instantly turned white. The clone formed a hand seal first, and countless sharp air currents gathered around it, like the eye of a storm. Celestial technique. Great storm. A giant tornado, almost the same size as the fire tornado opposite, appeared in front of the clone. At this moment, Su-Ran quickly formed hundreds of hand seals and released all of his fire-style ninjutsu at once. Sage technique. Fire release grand gift pack. The wind fanned the flames, and the giant tornado created by the clone was instantly dyed red by the flames, roaring towards the opposite tornado with terrifying heat. I refuse to believe it today. The petite girl who summoned the golden armored rhinoceros slammed her hands on the ground again, and this time a loud eagle cry came from behind the door. A pair of steel-like wings emerged from behind the door. The owner of the wings grabbed the girl's clothes in his mouth and threw them onto his back, then flapped his wings and flew into the sky. Storm Eagle? I'd like to see how many more beasts you can summon. Blood tears suddenly flowed from Su-Ran's right eye, and the pitch-black Amaterasu fire instantly dyed the bright red fire tornado black. An even more terrifying flame aura than the previous fire tornado appeared on the tornado. Storm Strike. The girl controlled the Storm Eagle, flapping its wings. Under the Storm Eagle's control, countless small tornadoes were generated and merged into the tornadoes in the Magic City. What a nuisance. I'm going to make you disappear. Two enormous jade spiral shuriken instantly appeared in Su-Ran's and his clone's hands. After exchanging a glance, they threw them directly at the Storm Eagle in the sky. As the Storm Eagle lightly flapped its wings to dodge the giant jade spiral shuriken, it looked at Su-Ran and its clone on the ground with a hint of human-like mockery in its eagle eyes. Is it feasible to use a spiral to capture the ball? No, the speed of the Kuanping wings is too fast. I'm afraid I might accidentally fly too far. Then I'll take you up there. The clone grabbed Su-Ran, left a flying thunder god mark on his palm, and then flung Su-Ran into the sky like a cannonball, heading straight towards the Storm Eagle. Chapter 173 Six-Tailed Rampage. The girl easily dodged Su-Ran by controlling the Storm Eagle, and then hundreds of wind blades swept towards Su-Ran's direction. But Su-Ran seemed to have lost her momentum and started to fall freely towards the ground. Kick him out of here. The girl piloted the Storm Eagle towards the direction where Su-Ran had fallen. The extreme speed even caused the Storm Eagle to transform into a triangular beam of light, and the terrifying aura even cut off several strands of Su-Ran's hair. When the girl rushed up to Su-Ran, she saw a strange smile on Su-Ran's lips. You're still smiling when we're about to leave. The girl used both hands in conjunction with the Storm Eagle's wings to create countless fine wind blades, completely blocking Su-Ran's path to dodge. Su-Ran, who had suddenly fallen, immediately stood in mid-air and activated her ethereal form to dodge all the attacks. Su-Ran activated the light and heavy rock technique, and while the divine power was still there, he directly pierced through the Storm Eagle's body and grabbed the girl sitting on the eagle's back, activating the flying thunder god mark left on his hand by his wood clone. Su-Ran used the instant return technique to return to the front of the wooden clone. What greeted the girl were two enormous jade spiral shuriken in the wooden clone's hands. Su-Ran grabbed the girl's shoulder and let the two spiral shuriken from his wood clone slam into her body. The moment the girl fainted, Su-Ran activated his intangibility. The powerful impact of the spiral shuriken blasted the girl out of the arena, along with the Storm Eagle and golden armor rhinoceros she had summoned, which disappeared from the field. There are still 3 unresolved issues. I don't have time to mess around with them. Su-Ran took out more than 30 flying thunder god kunai from his ninja tool pouch on his chest. He used the flashes of the kunai to distract the opponent's vision and used his taijutsu and derivative applications of the flying thunder god technique to knock the 3 of them out of the arena one by one. Su-Ran, leave the last person on the other side to me. You go help Zhuyu and the others. As Chao Zhuang spoke, he controlled his iron sand and charged towards the only remaining aloof and elegant woman on the other side. Countless streams of water radiated outwards from the mature woman, transforming into massive ocean waves. The towering waves forced Chao Zhuang to wrap himself in iron sand to avoid harm. However, the iron sand became unusually heavy after getting wet, and even started to become somewhat unresponsive to Chao Zhuang's commands. Why? The older woman looked at Chao Zhuang and said with pity, I used water to bind all your iron filings together. With my water interfering with them, your iron filings naturally become less effective. Consider this a lesson learned. It's time for you to step down, kid. Just as the mature woman was about to knock Chao Zhuang off the field by controlling the water flow, some icy blue iron sand suddenly flowed out of Chao Zhuang's ring, transforming into a huge iron sand shield that blocked Chao Zhuang's path. This time, the icy blue iron sand did not solidify into blocks like the ordinary iron sand Chao Zhuang used before. Instead, it froze into chunks of ice as soon as the water approached, and was carried away by Chao Zhuang's iron sand. Chao Zhuang controlled the icy blue iron sand, which, as before, transformed into countless iron sand spears and stabbed towards the mature woman. If it weren't for the cold iron sand that Su-Ran gave me, I might have really suffered a great loss today when facing you. Unfortunately, that's reality. There's no going back. Chao Zhuang used his supernatural ability to create countless icy sand spears and thrust them towards the mature woman. The mature woman controlled. The water flowed flow to form a soft water shield around herself, hoping to use the power of the water flow to wash away Chao Zhuang's icy sand spears. But things didn't go as planned. The moment Chao Zhuang's frost sand spear touched the water shield, it froze all the water in that area into ice, and then shattered it.
Dazhuang, let me lend you a hand.
The voice belonged to Wakyuji, who was now striding towards Chao Zhuang with the cold sword Su Ran had just made for him in his hand.
Thousand Sands Iron Prison.
A single sword, its frost chilling 14 continents. Chao Zhuang manipulated the flowing cold iron sand to quickly cover the surrounding area, using it to envelop the mature woman in a giant ice blue iron sandball. Wakyuji's frosty 14 continents arrived one step behind, and the sword energy carrying the attribute of ice quickly cut Chao Zhuang's iron sandball into dust. A flash of white light appeared, and the mature woman lay flat on the edge of the boundary line, completely unconscious. At this point, 6 of the 7 students from Shanghai University have been dealt with, leaving only Yuya, who was being harassed by Lin Zhuyu and Zhao Xiaoxiao. When Su Ran turned to look at Lin Zhuyu, the chakra within her body, filled with malice, surged once again. Su Ran saw Yuya and her phoenix each use a fire sword to pierce through the bodies of Lin Zhuyu, Zhao Xiaoxiao, Xiaoyu, and Xiao Shui, pinning the 4 of them outside the arena. This time, neither the evil side nor the good side stopped the evil side's emotions from erupting. They simply set the evil side's emotional chakra to the maximum level, allowing only the 6 tails to be released, and then left it alone. Before the tailed beast cloak covered Su Ran's body, he deactivated Sage Mode to avoid being eliminated due to using 2 layers of enhancement. The ice giant, as a contracted beast, disappeared the moment Lin Zhuyu was seriously injured and forced to leave the battlefield. Little Pink also broke away from the ice giant and transformed back into human form, kneeling in front of Su Ran and saying, "I'm sorry, sir, I failed to take good care of madam." Su Ran waved her hand and said, "Go and take good care of madam. Leave the rest to me." After Su Ran finished speaking, the bright red-tailed beast cloak had already enveloped him. This time, the berserk state did not cause Su Ran to lose control. On the contrary, he was quite clear-headed in facing the situation ahead. 6 bright red tails swayed gently behind Su Ran, and at this moment, the white skeleton weapon with 6 rampaging tails appeared in Su Ran's right hand. Su Ran started running wildly on all 4s, and with the help of the light and heavy rock technique, she leaped into the air and punched Yuya hard with her right fist, which carried the skeleton. While still in flight, Yuya had no time to react before Su Ran punched her down, shoving her directly into the ground so hard she couldn't be dug out. The phoenix let out a roar, and its phoenix flames, carrying extremely terrifying high temperatures, shot straight towards Su Ran. Su Ran raised his right arm to block, but the phoenix flames in the phoenix's mouth seemed to cling to the bone like maggots, and actually began to burn with the help of the white skeleton. Seeing this, Su Ran didn't waste any words. After completely covering the white skeleton with Amaterasu fire, he threw the white skeleton in his hand hard towards the phoenix. Just as the phoenix was about to flap its wings to dodge, Su Ran took out his cleaver and infused it with his supernatural power. Soon, bursts of white light emanated from the cleaver. The surrounding creatures seemed to have had time frozen in place, while only the skeleton that Su Ran threw continued to move until it slammed into the phoenix. Intense Amaterasu fire began to cling to the phoenix and burn. Chapter 174 Zawaludo. Time seemed to have stopped for about 10 seconds before it began to flow again, frozen by the blade of time. Can time only be stopped for 10 seconds? As Su Ran spoke, he deactivated his full-tailed beast berserk state and switched to human form, wearing only a single layer of tailed beast cloak to fight. However, the surrounding audience did not notice that Su Ran had stopped time. From their perspective, Su Ran had just thrown his skeleton, which was burning with black flames, toward the phoenix when it successfully hit the phoenix. The dark flames began to attach to the phoenix and start to burn. What's going on? Am I seeing things? I feel like my eyes are playing tricks on me. How did the attack I just threw hit the phoenix in the next instant? I think I'm seeing things too. Ugh, which bastard pinched me? Isn't this to help you tell if you're dreaming or not? Then what do you mean by pinching my hook? Holy crap, Nantong, get your eyes off me. Brother, your second brother is so mighty. He. Just as Nantong was about to pinch him again, he was knocked unconscious by that hot-tempered man with a chop to the neck and lay unconscious in his seat. Take a deep breath. Dizziness is normal. Hey, I recognize you, Nantong. Liang Yu Ice Room. It's good to be young. You can fall asleep as soon as your head hits the pillow. After sensing the power within the cleaver, Su Ran did not hesitate to draw Dongfang Yu's Yu blade as well. The malevolent chakra emanating from Su Ran quickly enveloped the 2 swords, and the white light flashing on the swords became even more dazzling against the backdrop of the crimson malevolent chakra. Light speed slash. Su Ran picked up the Yu Dao and slashed forward, but this time the slash was not a normal sword aura, but a series of spatial slashes brought out by the Yu Dao. Just as Yuya was about to dodge, Su Ran activated the time stop of the slashing blade again, and a series of fine spatial slashes slashed straight towards Yuya. The phoenix didn't have time to help Yuya escape, so it could only use its back to shield Yuya from the harm. Voludo. The surrounding scenery seemed to have been suddenly paused, with everything remaining in the same state as before the time stop non-stop, including the 10th level powerhouses present.
Countless tiny wounds shimmering with silver light instantly appeared on the phoenix's back. Due to the spatial barrier, no matter how Yuya tried to heal the phoenix with her special abilities, it was all in vain. She could only watch as her abilities flowed out of the wounds, causing the phoenix unnecessary pain. Suddenly, the phoenix let out a soft cry. Upon hearing this cry, Yuya looked up at the phoenix in disbelief. The phoenix simply nodded and said nothing.
Yuya nodded, and immediately the phoenix wrapped her in its wings, forming a large red cocoon. Although it just stood quietly to the side watching what they wanted to do, it did not stop them. You will all pay the price for hurting Juyu. But before that, let me see how serious you are. The large cocoon quickly disintegrated into countless red feathers, revealing the girl inside. Yuya was wearing a long red dress made of feathers and holding two swords that were very similar to her own phoenix aura. Yuya held the sword in her hand and pointed it at Su Ran from a distance, unleashing her full power as a peak 7th tier cultivator.
Oh, is this your idea of being serious? It's nothing special.
As Su Ran spoke, he absorbed all the malicious chakra into his body, and the tailed beast cloak on his body was immediately torn apart, revealing the red nine tails, which had a ferocious appearance and corresponded to the golden nine tails.
But it wasn't over yet.
As Su Ran's aura reached the 7th level, countless fragments of red armor suddenly appeared on his body, covering the red-bodied nine-tailed creature that Su Ran had transformed into. The armored Susanoo was completed quickly, and even the twin swords that Su Ran was holding were not spared, as they were completely enveloped by the Susanoo sword, Hanashiro.
Although Su Ran's aura remained unchanged, the dangerous aura he exuded was several degrees more threatening than the previous aura of the red-bodied nine-tailed fox alone. Isn't that a foul, referee?
The host then manipulated the stands to fly to the referee's side, held the microphone to the referee's mouth, and asked a question.
It's not against the rules.
The rules only state that it's not allowed to have two kinds of enhancement powers to raise one's cultivation level. Only when these two conditions are met is it considered a violation. Su Ran here only fulfilled the first half of the condition, which is to summon those red armors again after using the red nine-tailed fox. Under normal circumstances, Su Ran should be judged to have lost and forced to leave the game. However, Su Ran did not fulfill the later conditions. After his aura surged and he summoned those red armor fragments, he did not increase his cultivation level again, thus failing to meet the later conditions. Therefore, he did not violate the rules. At this moment, the group of powerful figures outside the arena couldn't help but feel envious when they saw the two knives in Su Ran's hands. But despite their envy, no one dared to directly snatch the knife from Su Ran's hand, because doing so would be like looking for trouble in a toilet. At this moment, Yuhi, who was in the stands, had already sensed the two knives in Su Ran's hands. He slammed his hands on the stands and shouted angrily, "The blade of time and the blade of space? If you're afraid of losing, Dongfang you can just say so. There's no need to use two divine weapons to hurt your own people." At this moment, Dongfang Yu, who had just finished treating the 4 people who had been pierced by Zhu Shui, heard Yui's words and said with a cold smile on his lips, "If I'm not blind, old man, what pierced through my 4 precious children seems to be the Phoenix twin swords, the divine weapon of your Yu family, right? And if I'm not mistaken, the red feathers on that little girl's body are your Phoenix feathers. You're using them yourself, and you still have the nerve to ask me? If I hadn't given my disciple some good stuff beforehand, he probably wouldn't even know how he lost today. You shameless bastard. You let your disciple use 2 such terrifying divine weapons. You're really breaking the rules, old man. No wonder your disciple died such a horrible death back then."
Say that again, you fucking idiot.
Having his sore spot hit by Yuhi, Dongfang Yu instantly activated his sage mode, tearing open a spatial rift to teleport in front of Yuhi before punching him into the sky. He then slammed 2 small spatial explosives into Yui's chest. Just as a tiny spatial rift appeared on Yui's chest, his body instantly transformed into wisps of flame. After Dongfang Yu clearly saw who had saved Yuhi, he did not back down at all, but instead threatened him. "You Tian, don't even bother trying to reason with me." Dongfang Yu took his pipe, lit it with his trembling hand, which was shaking with anger, took a puff, and said, "I only have one thing to say today. Let me kill that bastard Yuhi and this matter will be over. Otherwise, I'll throw the large-scale spatial explosion directly into your Yu family's territory. I want to see if you're willing to sacrifice the lives of tens of thousands of people in your Yu family for your son." Chapter 175 Phoenix Descends. Compared to the pressure Yu Tian and his son faced against Dongfang Yu high above, Yuya felt that the pressure on her was now immense. Looking at the ferocious red behemoth before her, Yuya felt no fighting spirit whatsoever, and even her body began to tremble slightly because of Su Ran's imposing Susanoo.
Is this really someone from the same year as us?
As the youngest princess of the Yu family in Shanghai, the most talented young person in Shanghai actually had her Dao heart shattered by Su Ran.
Think about what you said when you made a pact with me, Yuya. A clear voice entered Yuya's mind. You once said that you would make it a habit to challenge the strong and constantly challenge the even stronger.
If you can't even muster the will to fight when facing someone from the same year,
then you will definitely not go far.
Phoenix's words rekindled Yuya's confidence. Suddenly, a pair of fiery red wings sprouted from Yuya's back and she flew towards Su-ran with flames enveloping her.
Oh, so it's starting its death throes? Then I'll have to shatter your unrealistic fantasy.
Su-ran's mouth began to condense a tailed beast ball, which, along with the power of Susanoo, was gathered together. However, Yuya simply channeled her supernatural power into the twin swords in her hands, and her red feather dress began to blaze with flames. At this moment, Yuya seemed to transform into a real phoenix and charged towards Su-ran. Su-ran's tailed beast ball was now fully charged, and the jet black-tailed beast ball, carrying for Yasaka Magatama, rushed straight toward Yuya. Yuya crossed her twin swords and unleashed a cross-shaped fiery slash. The two red slashes instantly transformed into the shape of phoenixes, rushing straight towards Su-ran's tailed beast ball. The slash collided with the tailed beast ball, and to Su-ran's surprise, the slash actually detonated the tailed beast ball. The powerful shockwave from the explosion forced Su-ran, who had fully transformed into a tailed beast, to take a step back.
Its body is too big to fight well.
After leaving behind a wooden clone to control the armored Susanoo, Su-ran jumped out of the armored Susanoo with two swords and charged straight towards Yuya using the light and heavy rock. Just as Yuya was about to use Phoenix Slash again, she was a step too slow for Su-ran. Su-ran's ability was faster than Yuya's, and the slash blade that received the ability had already lit up with a white light.
Time stopped flowing. Time seemed to freeze around them.
Su-ran used his free hand to take a flying thunder god kunai from his ninja tool pouch on his chest and thrust it toward Yuya's chest. Su-ran's other hand was already charging up the sword, ready to deliver a lightning-fast slash as soon as the kunai reached Yuya's face. Just as Su-ran's sword was about to strike Yuya's sword, the time stop ended. Yuya's phoenix feather reacted and transformed into a red feather shield, blocking Su-ran's lightspeed slash. Damn it, 10 seconds is still too short, and the time stop of the cleaver has a breath-like delay. After Su-ran realized something was wrong, he immediately threw a flying thunder god kunai behind him and used it to dodge Yuya's attack just as it was about to hit him. After Yujing's attack missed Su-ran, she flapped her wings and charged towards Su-ran, completely unaware of the strange smile on Su-ran's lips.
What is he laughing at?
Yuya thought to herself, but her body had already rushed to Su-ran's side. Su-ran's body suddenly twisted strangely, and then a black sphere passed directly through Su-ran's chest and hit Yuya.
All warfare is based on deception.
Using the light and heavy rocks beneath his feet and the cover of the tailed beast ball, Su-ran reached Yuya's side and then slashed down mercilessly. Yuya's body spun wildly and transformed into a large red cocoon once again, but this time, a beam of red light shone down from the sky and shone directly onto
the cocoon that Yuya had become.
A beam of light with a hint of divinity fell from the sky, like the gaze of the gods, and landed directly on Yuya's cocoon.
Hurry back to the Susanoo.
If I'm not mistaken, this little girl has actually awakened the ancestor of her clan, the Phoenix, who has descended to Earth. Su-ran was stunned for a moment when she heard the system's name and asked in confusion.
A 5th-tier cultivator plus a 6th-tier cultivator can summon a phoenix?
Then I can still claim to be the second six-path sage with my half-baked six-paths bloodline and immortal techniques. This aura, thankfully, it didn't actually cause the Phoenix to descend upon the world, it merely caused the Phoenix to temporarily descend upon their bodies and unleash an attack. If it was just a bluff, then there's no need to hide. Su-ran held the cleaver in his hand, the second level of form release was quietly activated, and even the etherealization of Kamui was prepared.
Forget about using time stop to dodge damage, get back to your starting point.
Why? I can use the time stop effect left on my knife to make them stand at attention on the spot.
Dodging would just be a waste of time.
Mythical beasts generally possess the ability to resist the erosion of time, which is why they can live for so long. Your time stop can only stop the Phoenix for half a second at most, and it's even possible that it won't stop at all. And if I'm not mistaken, their charged attack this time is a guaranteed kill. Your intangibility might not be able to cover it due to the long attack duration. Upon hearing the system's words, Su-ran immediately activated the instantaneous movement technique to retreat back into Susanoo, leaving only a foolish wooden clone with a clear eye to face Phoenix's full force attack.
You bastard, I'm eating lemons.
I'll F ******. Su-ran snapped his fingers inside Susanoo to dispel the wooden clone, thus saving the weak, pitiful, and helpless wooden clone from annihilation.
Looks like I need to get serious. Su-ran frantically mobilized the chakra within Kurama's body and his own supernatural abilities.
The 9 tails behind him, covered by the red Susanoo, began to sway gently, and 9 terrifying tailed beast raisin shuriken condensed on them. At this moment, Yuya's large cocoon broke open again, but this time it was not Yuya who emerged from the cocoon, but a giant bird with bright red body and colorful plumage. The overwhelming pressure emanating from the Phoenix made it hard for everyone outside the arena to breathe until the referee raised the protective shield over the stands, which finally made the audience feel a little better.
Family members, these tickets were totally worth it. We even got to see 2 mythical beasts fighting today. It was totally worth it.
The organizers must have exhausted their kidneys to make up for it this time. Luckily, I bought a package ticket back then, instead of buying ridiculously expensive tickets like you bunch of idiots.
Brothers, Awakeners, lend a hand. I'll just pour water on this show-off right here and now. Su-ran, after this strike, you'll have to fulfill our bet. Su-ran, controlling the Susanoo armor, gently shook his right index finger and said, "First of all, I'm not interested in your bullshit bet. I love Zhuyu, and we have absolutely nothing to do with each other. Secondly, what gave you the courage to believe that I was bound to lose? Was it Fish Liang?" Chapter 176. The grand competition ends. But at this moment, Yuya didn't care about anything anymore. Fiery red light began to condense in the phoenix's mouth, and a terrifying aura spread out from it. Sigh, just as I expected. Let me show you my true strength. After leaving a clone in place, the armored Susanoo suddenly leaped into the air and instantly transformed into a three-headed, six-armed being. Sage Art, Yin-Yang Release, Raisin Shuriken. The three hands on each side of Susanoo Kurama began to rub together, and soon two huge spiral shuriken, one black and one white, appeared in Susanoo Kurama's hands. The Susanoo clone that remained on the ground transferred the natural energy it had drawn up to the ground, and then used would release to penetrate deep underground and begin drawing natural energy from the earth. When the Susanoo Kurama in the sky received the transmitted natural energy, the two yin-yang release Raisin Shuriken in its hands swelled up again, and the terrifying aura seemed capable of destroying the world. There's not enough time, otherwise I would have given you the full version directly, but even the stripped-down version is enough to kill you. Su-ran raised the two yin-yang release Raisin Shuriken high above his head and then threw them directly towards the phoenix. Burning Phoenix Flame. A thin but terrifying line of fire condensed in the phoenix's mouth and shot straight toward the yin-yang release Raisin Shuriken. The two attacks collided instantly, and the resulting shockwave forced both of them back 5 steps. The shockwaves generated by the heavenly phoenix flame and the yin-yang escape spiral shuriken caused the protective shield on the stands to tremble precariously. Helpless, the referee could only wave to signal the remaining 9th-tier experts to stabilize the shield, while he himself kept a close eye on the two combatants, ready to intervene immediately to save the one who was defeated, lest they be killed by the overwhelming attack. After a brief stalemate, the yin-yang release Raisin Shuriken proved superior, breaking through the burning phoenix flame and striking directly towards the phoenix. Yuya tried to use her phoenix feathers to resist the damage, but the two yin-yang release Raisin Shuriken exploded together, shattering her into pieces. Her phoenix aura vanished instantly, and she lay on the competition stage like a dead woman. The match is over. Just as the host was about to announce the results of the match, the referee raised his hand and gestured to the host, gently shaking his head. "You haven't forgotten that Phoenix has a chance to be resurrected, have you?" "Of course I haven't forgotten. The Susanoo Ninetails left on the ground is for the next big attack." The phoenix's corpse lying on the ground suddenly burst into flames. As it was completely burned to ashes, a red light shot out from the flames, and Yuya's twin phoenix swords, now fused together, pierced straight towards Su-ran's chest. "I knew it." Su-ran snapped his fingers and dispelled the Ninetails clone that was sitting cross-legged on the ground. The moment the clone dissipated, Su-ran felt a surge of purer natural energy rush into his body, rapidly replenishing the energy he had used to unleash the yin-yang release Raisin Shuriken. Su-ran mobilized the power within his Sharingan, and in a short while, the Susanoo armor burst open with dense Amaterasu fire, revealing the ferocious red-bodied Ninetails face, which was completely covered by the Amaterasu fire. Fire God Susanna. Su-ran took out the Sirius bow and placed it on his right arm. The originally tiny Sirius bow instantly swelled up in the wind and quickly became a weapon that matched the size of the flame god Susanoo. Su-ran raised her hand and drew her bow. A jet-black arrow, infused with all of Su-ran's abilities, was knocked onto the Sirius bow and aimed directly at Yuya. The arrow in Su-ran's hand emitted a terrifying aura, which was even felt by the three people fighting high in the sky. "This isn't Xiaoya's aura. Quick, save her." After Yu Tian finished speaking, Yui turned around without hesitation and plunged downwards, but soon crashed into an invisible barrier. "You think you can leave before we've finished our business here? You really don't respect me, a spatial magic user?" At this moment, Yu Tian was so nervous that he was drenched in sweat, and he shouted at Dongfang Yu without any regard for his loss of composure. "Old Dongfang, if your granddaughter dies at the hands of your son, you'd better just wait." Dongfang Yu laughed in anger and directly tore apart the surrounding space to reveal a bottomless spatial rift. "Then let's give it a try." At this moment, Yui dared not rush through the spatial rift to rescue people. Who knew where the spatial rift would pull them? If they were trapped inside, it would be all over. Fire release. Indra's arrow. Under the lock of Su-ran's Sharingan, the jet-black arrow in his hand pierced through Yuya's body, the powerful force pinning her firmly to the wall, blood gushing out wildly from the wound. However, Su-ran hesitated at the moment of attack and did not lock onto the left chest, but only pierced the right chest. Otherwise, Yuya would already be a corpse and would not be panting heavily. After Yuya was shot off the competition stage by Su-ran's arrow, Su-ran deactivated all his abilities. Soon, the emptiness caused by the overuse of his powers rushed into his body, and he almost stumbled and fell to the ground. At this moment, a portal appeared in front of Su-ran, and a pair of strong hands supported her. Su-ran knew who it was just by looking at the clothes of the person in front of her. "As your disciple, I haven't disgraced you, have I? So, kid. Dongfang Yu took out a wine gourd, hit Su Ran on the head, and then threw the gourd into Su Ran's arms. Happy birthday, this is your birthday present. Su Ran shook the wine gourd and asked, is this the elixir of immortality? Dongfang Yu slapped Su Ran on the back of the head in an annoyed tone. Is this your sixth uncle's elixir of immortality? Kid, you're obsessed with getting immortal. This gourd contains the wine I buried 100 years ago. The last gourd is all there. Although the taste and flavor are not as good as your heavenly wine, it is still a very good wine. After hearing what Dongfang Yu said, Su Ran opened the lid, tilted her head back, and took a swig. Immediately, a rich aroma of wine wafted from the gourd in Su Ran's hand. It is indeed fine wine, teacher. If you know it's good wine, don't waste it like this, you little rascal. Su Ran took out 2 jars of heavenly immortal wine and placed them in front of Dongfang Yu, saying, once your disciple has mastered all the time-related abilities of the sword, you can drink any wine you've stored for as many years as you like. As she spoke, Su Ran put her hand on Dongfang Yu's shoulder and walked with him without any regard for their age. But at that moment, a discordant voice rang out from behind them. Young man from the Su family, quickly remove that attack from my niece, otherwise, what else do you want, you old man? After taking a swig of wine, Su Ran handed the gourd back to Dongfang Yu. In his divine beast mode, flame god Susanoo reappeared, emanating an extremely terrifying aura as he approached Yu He. Chapter 177 Apology. Su Ran gently raised the hand controlling the flame god Susanoo, and the black arrow that pierced Yu Ye immediately began to fluctuate erratically. Stop! What exactly do you want? Yu Tian's voice came from behind Yu He, and it was another aura of the 10th level. Although I didn't hear clearly what you were arguing about with my teacher during the match, you must have said something you shouldn't have said to get him so angry after just a few words. How about this? I'll let it go if you kowtow to my teacher and apologize. I'll remove the Indra's arrow from you. If you can't fulfill the conditions, then forget it. What did you say? Yu He felt that his dignity as a 10th order being had been seriously challenged. The firelight turned into a phoenix again, and the terrifying pressure of the 10th order was pressed down on Su Ran's flame god Susanoo at the speed of light. Facing the overwhelming pressure of a 10th level being, Su Ran did not retreat a step. Instead, she smiled and took out a piece of white parchment exuding an evil aura from her sleeve, and said calmly, you can try to kill me. Once I die, the necromancer's curse will be cast instantly. Not only will your Yu family be buried with me, but once Indra's arrow can no longer sense my presence, it will also explode on its own, taking your niece with it to hell. If you think you're faster than me, feel free to try. Su Ran's voice wasn't loud, but her threatening words instantly echoed throughout the entire arena. Holy crap, is Yellow Flash really that confident? Even Bull Demon King doesn't give a damn about a 10th tier opponent. If you had the ability to fight 2 8th level black dragons and kill a 10th level black dragon while only having a 3rd level cultivation, I guarantee you would be even more arrogant than him. Brother Bao. Faced with Su Ran's threat, Yu He found himself powerless to do anything but stand there anxiously. Kneel down and kowtow to apologize, Yu He. You really went too far this time. Yu Tian's voice came from behind Yu He. Upon hearing Yu Tian's voice, Yu He turned around in disbelief and shouted at Yu Tian, Dad, do you know what you're saying? The moment Yu He finished speaking, an even stronger 10th level pressure from Yu He dispelled all of Yu He's doubts. After finishing, Yu Tian asked calmly, you dare disobey my orders? I wouldn't dare. After saying this, Yu He immediately knelt down, respectfully kowtowed in the direction of Dongfang Yu, and said loudly, Senior Dongfang, I apologize for my previous words and actions. This is a small token of my apology. As he spoke, Yu He, with a pained expression, took out a storage ring from his pocket and handed it to Dongfang Yu. Yu Tian looked at Su Ran with a fawning expression and said, so, young friend, are you? Su Ran raised her hand and waved it gently. The pitch-black arrow of Indra vanished without a trace. If it weren't for the huge hole in the wall and the wound on Yuya's chest that proved that the arrow of Indra had ever existed, it would have been as if the arrow of Indra had never appeared in this world at all. You can forget about taking the necromantic forbidden spell back. Su Ran put away the parchment in her hand and said, although I changed the activation conditions of the forbidden spell to a new one, I won't give it to you in order to prevent that old bastard Yu He from making a move against me. Su Ran released the flame god Susanoo, retrieved the wine gourd from Dongfang Yu's robes, and walked towards his resting area, taking sips of wine with each step. Come on, teacher, what are you all standing there for? At this moment, Dongfang Yu did not hear what Su Ran said at all, because in Dongfang Yu's eyes, Su Ran's figure perfectly overlapped with the figures of the 2 people from 20 years ago. They really are their child, they look more and more alike. After Su Ran called him countless times, Dongfang Yu finally came to his senses, took out his wine gourd, and walked and drank with Su Ran back to his own rest area. At this moment, the 8th tier healing ability user from the Yu family had already arrived at Yuya's side, his hands radiating fiery red energy as he healed her. Yuya's chest wound healed quickly, and she stood up energetically in no time. Let's go, Xiaoya. This time, we've still fallen short of the capital. Yu Tian looked at Su Ran's departing figure and said, this child is destined for great
greatness. Then I'm even more determined to win him over. Yu Tian and Yuhi were both stunned when they saw Yuya confidently utter those words. He has a girlfriend, Xiaoya. You're not thinking of becoming a mistress. Xiaoya, I'm giving you a serious warning. Give up your dangerous idea. If he doesn't marry you, there will be plenty of girls from the Yu family who will come to marry you. He's just not lucky enough not to marry you. Grandpa and uncle, you've misunderstood me. What I mean is to make Su Ran's heart completely belong to me. If that doesn't work, we can force things to the point where it's too late. After all, once we have a child, he can't possibly shirk his responsibility. He's too strong. So strong that even when Xiao Feng and I managed to summon the Phoenix Descent, we still couldn't defeat him. His power has completely conquered me. I refuse to believe that I, the next head of the Yu family, can't even win over a man. I might as well find a block of tofu and smash my head against it and die. Su Ran didn't hear what Yuya was saying at all. When she walked into the rest area, she only saw the 4 wounded soldiers who had been pierced through lying there receiving treatment. However, the Phoenix was too destructive, so even the 7th tier healing ability users sent by the organizers could only slowly repair their injuries, and a bright red flame kept interfering with the wounds, preventing them from healing properly. Su Ran walked to the 4 people's side and gently touched their wounds. The Amaterasu fire quickly devoured the Phoenix's flames. After the Amaterasu fire devoured the Phoenix's flames, the 4 people's wounds began to heal visibly. But at this moment, Su Ran took out his sword and gently cut a gash in his palm. Instantly, crimson blood seeped out. After dripping his immortal blood into the mouths of the 4 people, Su Ran sat down cross-legged and began to quietly absorb the gains from this battle. The enhancements that natural energy in combat brought to Su Ran allowed him to break through the barrier of the 4th tier, level 6, and successfully advance to the 4th tier, level 7. When Su Ran opened his eyes, the 4 injured people also opened their eyes at the same time. After waking up, Lin Juyu searched everywhere for Su Ran. When she saw Su Ran, who had just finished cultivating, she rushed to Su Ran, hugged him, and asked, "Are you alright?" Su Ran sighed softly and pretended to be sad as she spoke to Lin Juyu. "We weren't injured, but we lost." "You lost? It's okay, as long as you're alright." Su Ran's voice, the host, came from the competition stage, breaking Su Ran's joke. "Now it's time for the awards ceremony. Please welcome our champion, Taikyo University." Upon hearing the words Imperial University, Lin Juyu abruptly turned her head, only to meet Su Ran's smiling face. "You're a bad person. You lied to me." Chapter 178 Award Ceremony. Alright, hurry up and get on stage. Su Ran grabbed Lin Juyu's hand first, forcibly interrupting her spellcasting, and pulled Lin Juyu towards the stage. Looking at the 5 people behind, including Zhang Long, they all felt a pang of envy. As for why Dongfang Yu didn't have any? Why would he be so jealous of his own disciple? The top 3 teams quickly walked onto the stage, with the team in first place being none other than Imperial University, led by Su Ran. Just as Yuya, standing at Shanghai University, saw Su Ran and was about to say something, Lin Juyu hugged Su Ran, turned around, and left Su Ran's back to Yuya, while gently kissing Su Ran's cheek. Just as Su Ran was feeling smug, she was kissed and then suddenly became incredibly excited, looking at Lin Juyu with a meaningful expression on her face. "Aren't you afraid I'll eat you up if you keep teasing me like this?" Lin Juyu puffed out her small chest, which had gone from an A cup to a barely decent B cup, making her clothes look slightly fuller. She said this with an air of nonchalance, like a dead pig unafraid of boiling water. "So, do you believe I'll make you meow tonight?" Looking at Su Ran's expression, Lin Juyu saw that after showing a hint of fear, she immediately retorted defiantly, "It's still uncertain who's behind whom." Su Ran leaned down and kissed Lin Juyu on the lips before speaking. "Then see you tonight." After Su Ran and Lin Juyu chatted for a while, the host finally spoke again. "Let's present our prizes first." The host pointed to the right, and one by one, beautiful women dressed in cheongsams, exuding mature charm, walked up carrying red trays and stopped in front of the Taikyo University line. Chao Zhuang and Hua Kyuji, who had never experienced hardship, blushed upon seeing the beautiful woman in front of them. Only Su Ran remained calm as she looked at the woman, seemingly oblivious to her presence. But actually, the moment Su Ran first saw those beauties, Lin Juyu's small hand had already slipped inside Su Ran's clothes. Her 2 slender fingers pinched a soft spot on Su Ran's waist and rotated at 360 degrees, causing Su Ran to enter a state of mental exhaustion, pretending that the women in front of him were just pink skeletons. But at this moment, Lin Juyu gently blew a breath into Su Ran's ear and said, "Aren't those older women in cheongsams beautiful?" "Good." As soon as Su Ran uttered the word good, Lin Juyu tightened her grip even more. "Good? What's so good about them? Are they pretty? It looks awful." After hearing Su Ran's answer, Lin Juyu nodded slightly, pulled her hand out of Su Ran's clothes, and said with a smile, "That's more like it." Suddenly, Lin Juyu's tone turned into that of a yandere. "Otherwise, I'll have to kill you and cut off your head so you can stay by my side forever." Upon hearing this, Su Ran felt a chill run down his spine. Lin Juyu's words successfully reminded him of the protagonist of a campus anime from his previous life. Su Ran felt like she was the male protagonist now, and Lin Juyu had completely become Katsura Kotonosuke.
Tanoha. At this moment, He-Wen, the director of the Shanghai Dragon Guard Bureau, came out, picked up one of the rings from the red tray, and said, "This is your prize money for this competition, a total of 1 billion Chinese yuan." After handing the ring to Su Ran, He-Wen picked up the second ring and said, "This is the second reward." He-Wen infused his supernatural power into the ring, and immediately 7 ninth order super cores, each flashing a different color, appeared on the tray. 1 ninth tier alien core for each person. Upon hearing that each person would receive a tier 9 alien box, countless university teams stared intently at the 7 tier 9 alien cores on the tray, fantasizing that they would be the first to obtain these 7 alien cores. At that moment, He-Wen's words ignited the audience. Holy crap, they're being so generous this time? I'm so envious. I wish I could be a member of Su Ran's team too. That's right, so what if it's me? Miss Tiger Tank Pogang, if you were in the Yellow Flash team, you probably would have dragged all 6 of them down with you during that flight mission, and they wouldn't even be able to take off. The guy turning left has the hardest job. But at this moment, He-Wen reached for the third ring, and after injecting his special power, 3 skill books emitting a rich purple light appeared on the tray. Originally, each person should have a book on flying techniques. He-Wen cleared his throat and spoke the next words. However, considering that many members of the Imperial University team have the ability to fly, we have changed the reward to 3 skill books produced by 7th tier flying beasts, plus 4 skill books of any kind from the 8th tier or below. He-Wen's words completely ignited the atmosphere, but He-Wen was determined to shock everyone. He reached for the 4th ring and dropped another bombshell. The 4th reward is that all the secret realms in the country, except for the particularly precious ones that require application, will be free for 1 year, exclusively for the 7 of you. He-Wen took out a black card, showed it to the 7 people, and then put it back into his ring. Dragon card, this is your identification for freely entering and exiting the secret realm for the next year. Don't lose it. The rest are some rarer materials and some equipment, nothing much to say about them. After speaking, He-Wen put everything on the tray into his spatial ring and gestured to the maids holding the tray to hand the 7 rings on the tray to the 7 people. But none of the 7 reached out first, they exchanged glances and then burst into laughter. "Why aren't you taking them, everyone?" Su Ran asked with a smile. "Take it," the 6 of them said in unison. "Only you are worthy of those rings." However, Su Ran used would release to push the other 6 people forward a step and then smiled as she took the ring in front of her and put it on her hand. "But this is our shared honor, and we should share it." After hearing Su Ran's words, the remaining 6 people no longer stood on ceremony and took the rings in front of them and put them on their hands. "Alright everyone, let's have our yellow flash." The savior of the beast tide, Su Ran, the absolute main force of Imperial University, deliver his acceptance speech. The host then held the microphone to Su Ran's mouth, but Su Ran immediately started her own antics. After a series of thanks to heaven, earth, and even the air itself, from Foshan to the heavenly court and then to the underworld, from the 3 pure ones to the Buddha and the 10 courts of hell, and after thanking everyone he could write down, he used his would release technique to create a man with a middle parting, wearing black clothes and gray overalls, holding a basketball in his hand. "Hello everyone, I'm an individual trainee who has been practicing for 2.5 years. Then Su Ran opened the MP3 player that the system had given him last time, found the song Chicken You Are So Beautiful, and played it. You're so beautiful, chicken. Oh, baby. Chapter 179 Morales. Yellow flashes are also black spots. Die-hard fans are all black. Don't you understand? Thank you, you are beautiful too. Give me some lychees, they really weren't cellar grown. Where are the branches? As everyone was immersed in a sea of joy, Su Ran and Dongfang took out their wine gourds, uncorked them, clinked them together, and then tilted their heads back to drink a mouthful of wine. But just as the two finished their first sip, Su Ran and his apprentice, relying on the powerful perception of their immortal mode, turned their gazes to the sky. The master and disciple exchanged a glance. After returning the Yudao to Dongfang, Su Ran immediately activated the celestial beast connection, held the cleaver in his right hand, and soared into the sky with a powerful leap. After receiving the U-blade, Dongfang also activated his immortal mode without hesitation and followed Su Ran into the sky. Soon, a ghastly green attack ripped through the sky and landed straight on the arena. By the time the high-level experts reacted, it was already too late. Great dimensional slash. Devil's chef. Dongfang raised his Yudao and slashed down, unleashing a slash carrying countless flashes of silver light that went straight towards the pale green attack. Su Ran's hands and mouth swiftly produced a sword and a dragon scale sword. A strange laugh rang out, and a pitch-black slash carrying the terrifying aura of the three-sword style rushed towards the pale green attack. The 3 attacks collided and exploded instantly, forcing Su Ran and Dongfang to retreat a full 100 meters. But the pale green attack simply dissipated, revealing the figures within. Emerging from the attack was a middle-aged man with long, dark green hair. His pale, almost inhuman face, combined with his blood-red eyes, created a strangely beautiful and eerie appearance. The middle-aged man simply released his aura, and both Dongfang and Su Ran coughed up blood. "You tiny insect, why do you stand in my way?" The middle-aged man spoke up. The middle-aged man pointed his finger forward
forward, and a beam of light, no less powerful than the previous ghastly green attack, gathered at his fingertip. I am Moralus, the god of calamity and disease. Pay the highest tribute to the Supreme Me, and with your humble lives rejoice in my resurrection. Other high-level experts also flew to Su Ran and his apprentice's side, and naturally heard Morales's words as well. Damn it! The gods have revived so quickly. A 9th-tier expert spoke up, and Morales looked up at the expert. The powerful man exchanged a glance with Morales, then suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward, crashing to the ground. Morales's powerful aura as a god erupted, an aura dozens of times more terrifying than that of a 10th-rank being, pressing down on everyone's shoulders. All the 9th-tier powerhouses were forced back to their knees by Morales's powerful encirclement, and even Yuhi, a 10th-tier powerhouse, was not spared. In the end, besides Su Ran and his apprentice, only Utian, the previous head of the Yu family, could stand up straight and look at Morales. Oh, there's actually a 4th-level kid here? Morales floated in front of Su Ran, pinched Su Ran's chin with his hand, and said, "Your 9th-level cultivation was actually temporarily boosted by a secret technique. You were able to withstand my divine pressure at the 4th level, 7th grade. What a promising talent. How about becoming my chosen one? Inheriting my divine position and mantle, reaching the 10th rank will be just a matter of a moment for you." Su Ran turned to look at Dongfang Yu, only to see Dongfang Yu frowning deeply and gently shaking his head. As a disciple who had spent so much time with Dongfang Yu, Su Ran instantly understood his meaning. After enduring the divine pressure of Morales and forcibly slapping his hand down, he activated his own flame god Susanoo without hesitation and unleashed a powerful Yasaka-tailed beast cannon towards Morales. Morales simply raised his palm, and a pale green light screen instantly appeared in front of him, seemingly blocking Su Ran's Yasaka-tailed beast cannon with minimal effort. This thing is ridiculously powerful. Su Ran knew very well that although the Yasaka-tailed beast cannon was not used at full strength, even a 10th-level expert would not have an easy time taking that attack. You've really met your match this time, and it's even made in China. Is it possible to kill him? System? Very few, if any. Then why are we playing the 6 of coins? If all else fails, I'll issue a mission to give you a trial card for the Rinnegan and then help you upgrade to the 4th stage of Sage Body. In this way, even though you don't have the chakra of the remaining 8-tailed beasts, you can temporarily enter 6-path Sage mode using the extremely rich natural energy of this planet. However, since this power wasn't obtained through normal means, it's far weaker than a normal 6-path Sage mode and can only be used for a maximum of 5 minutes. Then let's see if I can slay a god today. Su Ran threw a clone on the ground to absorb natural energy. Morales didn't stop him, but just looked at Su Ran with his godlike arrogance and said, "So you're unwilling to be my chosen one? If it's just because of that human, you don't need to do this. You have no idea how powerful the chosen ones are. They are the only ones who can ask the gods for power, and they are a whole major realm beyond the 10th level of this world. I'm giving you one last chance. Do you want to become my chosen one?" However, Su Ran had no intention of replying to Morales. After receiving the natural energy from his clone on the ground, he frantically activated his half-fused 6 paths bloodline. With the continuous natural energy and the blessing of the 6 paths bloodline, the complete versions of the Sage Art Yin-Yang release, Raisin Shuriken and Flame release, Indra's arrow appeared on Su Ran's armored flame god Susanoo. Since the teacher shook his head, I naturally have no interest in being some damn chosen one. Morales saw Su Ran charging up his ultimate move with all his might and didn't stop him, but just smiled faintly. "Are you sure? I explained the benefits of becoming my chosen one, and you actually rejected my invitation because of the words of a 9th-level old man." Su Ran chuckled, but his attack was already fully charged and ready to be unleashed at any moment. "My teacher would never harm me. Even if you say Dean Jianlong wants to harm me, that's possible, but if you say my teacher wants to harm me, I absolutely don't believe it." Morales was clearly surprised by Su Ran's answer. His shocked expression only lasted for a moment before switching back to his indifferent one. "Since you won't agree, then I can only ask you to die. It's still uncertain who will kill whom." Su Ran threw the Yin-Yang spiral shuriken and the flame release, Indra's arrow toward Morales. The two terrifying attacks merged together during flight, unleashing an even more terrifying pressure. 6 paths, Divine Cry of the Heavenly Demon. Chapter 180 Exploding Flame Greatsword. Morales remained unfazed by Su Ran's attack, simply raising his hand to summon the ghastly green light screen once more. But this attack was different from the last one. The divine roar shattered the pale green light barrier and crashed directly into Morales. Morales was sent flying dozens of meters away. After realizing something was wrong, he took out his weapon and used a huge sword to shatter the Shinra Tenka. He then looked at Su Ran calmly and said, "You are going to die today." At that moment, the system's voice also rang in Su Ran's mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host, you have triggered the quest The Fall of a God. Content, slay the god Morales. Successful completion rewards you with immortality. Failure incurs no penalty. The quest item, the Rinnegan trial card, has been sent to your inventory. Please check." As soon as Su Ran felt the Rinnegan experience card arrive, he used it instantly. Immediately, the whites of Su Ran's eyes began to show patterns like ripples on water, and his eyes turned purple. Shanghai will not allow you to cause trouble. The phoenix will always protect the Yu family. Yu Tian instantly transformed into a giant, fiery red phoenix and engaged Morales in battle. Dongfang Yu gently stroked the Yu Dao and said softly, "You must be very thirsty, having not drunk divine blood for so long." Yu Dao trembled slightly, as if in response to Dongfang Yu's words. "Old man, let's slay another god today." Dongfang Yu laughed heartily and poured his supernatural abilities into the Yu blade without reservation. After Yu Dao encountered Dongfang Yu's superpower, it quickly absorbed it completely. Then, an even purer superpower emanated from Yu Dao's blade and poured into Dongfang Yu's body without reservation. At this moment, Dongfang Yu's 10th level, which he had entered through immortal mode, finally stabilized completely, and there was even a faint tendency for him to break through upwards again. The three were locked in a fierce battle, and the powerful aftershocks continued to impact the city below. If it weren't for the massive defensive shield that protected the city, the entire city would have been completely destroyed by the force fight. "We need to take this guy out of Shanghai." Dongfang Yu turned his head and glanced at the giant phoenix that Yu Tian had transformed into. The two quickly understood each other's meaning through eye contact. "Xiao Ran, give me the cleaver." As Yu Tian unleashed his remaining strength to fight Morales and shift the battlefield out of Shanghai, Dongfang Yufa approached Su Ran and spoke. Although Su Ran didn't understand what Dongfang Yu was going to do, she still handed over the sword in her hand and said, "What do you want to do?" Dongfang Yu opened the portal and handed a golden card to Su Ran. "Go find Li Tai and ask him to give you that defective sword. Once you have the sword, come back immediately. But, there's no time to delay." After receiving the card from Dongfang Yu, Su Ran left the flying thunder god mark on him and then turned around and entered the portal. After the portal closed completely, Dongfang Yu placed the two swords together. With the infusion of Dongfang Yu's supernatural power, the two swords gradually merged into a brand new long sword. Long time no see, blade of time and space. But Dongfang Yu knew very well that now was not the time for reminiscing. After taking the time blade, he turned around and chased after Yu Tian. After passing through the portal, Su Ran discovered that this was in front of the elevator that Dongfang Yu had taken him to find Li Tai last time. Su Ran didn't dare to delay, so she quickly swiped her card, got into the elevator, and sped off towards Li Tai's forging workshop. The elevator arrived at its destination quickly, but the moment the doors opened, a hammer flew towards Su Ran's face. "Shut up, shut up, shut up. If you keep nagging me, do you believe I'll quit?" After steadily taking the hammer, Su Ran anxiously spoke. "Senior Li Tai, it's me, Su Ran." At this moment, Li Tai, who was engrossed in forging, looked up after hearing Su Ran's voice and burst into laughter upon seeing that it was Su Ran. "What brings you here, kid? What did your teacher send you here for?" Su Ran said anxiously. "The teacher told me to come and get a defective sword from you." "A defective product? What does old you want with the blazing greatsword? Doesn't he already have the Yu Dao? What, did he get so angry that he's going to kill someone to cover it up?" Su Ran felt a little anxious after hearing Li Tai's joke. "A god named Morales has resurrected in Shanghai. My teacher and senior Yu Tian of the Yu family are stalling for time, so they sent me to ask you for the sword." "The gods have revived? How could it be so fast?" Upon hearing about the divine invasion, Li Tai finally understood the gravity of the situation. After pressing his powerful hand on the forging table a few times, the table instantly split in two, revealing a mysterious opening underneath. "Come with me, kid." Li Tai went in first, followed closely by Su Ran into the secret room. Su Ran entered the secret room and found that it was a long corridor with various weapon display stands on both sides. However, most of the weapon display stands were empty, with only a few weapons completely covered in dust sitting alone on the stands. Li Tai led Su Ran to the end of the corridor and pointed to the greatsword stuck upside down on the table. "This is the defective greatsword you wanted. Tell Dongfang Yu that he can only use the flame spear form, and the flame sword form must never be opened. Also, the alien core can only be lit up to the 8th one, otherwise he will die after using it all." Su Ran drew the greatsword and asked. Li Tai took out a cigarette, lit it, took a deep drag, and said, "Did you see the 9 alien cores embedded in this sword?" Su Ran looked at the 9 fiery red alien cores on the sword and said, The sword is made from the cores of 9 10th tier fire-type beasts. There was originally a 10th one, but it was damaged during the last use and the sword spirit disappeared as a result. After that, it was sealed here. This sword is the Blazing Greatsword, ranked 9th among the divine weapons, and is known as the sword with the strongest destructive power. Then why would such a powerful sword be called a defective product? Li Tai took a deep drag on his cigarette, almost finishing the whole thing in one go. That's because the price to wield this sword is both simple and expensive. Life. This sword not only relies on those 9 alien cores to unleash its power, but if the wielder cannot withstand its power, he will be devoured by the sword. This powerful side effect is why it is called a defective product. The 10th alien core was damaged long ago, and the sword spirit disappeared along with it, so the sword's strongest sword form can no longer be used. When we get back, we must tell Olju that we only need to ignite 8 alien cores with the flame spear form. If we Ignite 9 will really be close to death. Chapter 181, Phase 4. As soon as Su Ran drew his sword, he felt an extremely hot aura rush into his body the instant his right hand touched the hilt. You little brat, you think you can't be controlled anymore? Su Ran used Shinra Tensei from the inside out. The powerful repulsive force of Shinra Tensei forced the heat wave back into his right hand, rendering it immobile. Senior Li Tai, I have to go now. Just as Su Ran was about to use the Flying Thunder God technique to leave, Li Tai's strong and powerful hand patted Su Ran's shoulder and said, "You and your father-in-law must both live well." Su Ran didn't say anything, nodded vigorously, and then activated the Flying Thunder God technique to leave the underground chamber. At this moment, Dongfangyu and Yu Tian were engaged in a fierce battle with Morales. Dongfangyu, relying on the time-space blade in his hand, was able to hold his own against Morales, and the battle reached a delicate balance. Time rewind. Dongfangyu once again used the power of the time reversal ring to restore himself and Yu Tian to their peak condition. Dongfangyu raised his hand and slashed forward, and fine chains shot out from the tip of the time-space blade. Time and space imprisonment. The seemingly fragile chains firmly bound Morales, freezing him in time and space. But the time-space confinement was broken the next second, and Morales reappeared in front of the two. This is really troublesome. Yu Tian had already transformed back into human form from his phoenix form, and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth as he spoke. Indeed troublesome. Dongfangyu took a deep breath and used the power of time again to restore the two of them to their peak condition. Dongfang, how much longer can you hold on? It won't last much longer, Dongfangyu said, panting heavily. I was only able to use the power of time thanks to the time reversal ring left to me by my disciple. Otherwise, I wouldn't even be qualified to pick up this sword. We can only wait until my son brings the blazing greatsword back. Yu Tian looked at Dongfangyu in shock and said, even you can't unleash the full power within this sword? Dongfangyu shook his head with a wry smile and said, I am merely the controller of space. I do not possess the power of time. As the two were talking, a humanoid figure suddenly appeared behind Morales, holding a bright red spear in his hand. You bastard! Your grandfather is here. After enlarging the serious bow, Su Ran fired the blazing greatsword in its spear form as an arrow, aiming directly at Morales's back. Su Ran released the bowstring, and the blazing spear, burning with terrifying flames, shot straight toward Morales's back. The speed of the blazing spear was so fast that it briefly tore through space. Although it only lasted for a moment, the intense fluctuations in the spatial elements proved the terrifying power of the blazing spear. Morales was caught off guard and could only barely erect two ghastly green light screens in an attempt to block the flaming spear. Clang! A metallic clanging sound rang out as the exploding flame spear pierced through the first layer of light barrier, becoming firmly stuck between the first and second layers. It's not over yet. Centered on Su Ran, countless white waves erupted around him, even propelling the explosive flame spear stuck in the light barrier. After receiving the thrust of Shinra Tensei, the fiery spear pierced Morales' shoulder and continued flying towards Dongfangyu. Terrifying flames burned the flesh and blood on Morales' shoulder, quickly reducing it to ashes. You lowly humans, you will all die here today. With a roar, countless dark green doors opened from all sides, and strange creatures emerged from them. My divine messengers, tear apart all living beings in this city and make them the flesh and blood for your evolution. The men known as the divine messengers roared and began a frenzied attack on the city walls of the demon capital. After Dongfangyu took the blazing spear, he opened a spatial portal and delivered the spacetime blade to Su Ran. This guy is for you to use. You go down and take care of those so-called divine messengers. Su Ran nodded and used the power of the time-space blade to open a portal and teleport himself down. Most of his killing moves were ready. Su Ran clasped his hands together, and countless trees seemed to hear his call and grew wildly, quickly forming a huge forest. The trees in the forest seemed to have eyes, and soon they used wood to tightly bind the surrounding gods to themselves. Super! The flower tree realm has descended. Su Ran formed another hand seal, and soon a raging inferno erupted from his mouth, igniting the forest along with the wood. Countless divine messengers quickly perished in the flames. This cleaning speed is not fast enough. Su Ran looked around at the battlefield. Although some powerful figures had begun to use their strength to clear out the divine messengers by the city wall, they were still struggling to cope with the seemingly endless stream of divine messengers emerging from the teleportation portal. Upgrade to stage 4 and unlock the Great Buddha directly. Su Ran glanced at his countless kill points and abruptly pressed the upgrade button for the 4th stage of the immortal body. The moment Su Ran pressed the button, a surge of life energy, so rich it was almost liquid, erupted from her body. As Su Ran felt the power surging within her, her cultivation level also rose to the 5th rank as she progressed to the 4th stage of the human body. Don't forget that the Rinnegan has another ability. He created 6 wooden clones, allowing them to inherit the Rinnegan's abilities and become the 6 paths of pain. With a thought, 6 wooden clones instantly appeared beside Su Ran, their eyes displaying the purple pupils that represent the Rinnegan. We are pain, we are God. The moment those words were spoken, the clothing of the 6 wooden clones instantly changed, transforming them into 6 Ronin with orange hair and purple eyes, wearing straw hats and samurai attire. I'd like to see if your so-called gods are any better than Lord Morales. 3 exceptionally large figures emerged from the group of divine messengers, unleashing their attacks with unreserved force towards Pain. But Pain, holding a katana, simply waved his hand forward, and the 3 attacks were instantly deflected by the purple ripples. It is useless to try to outsmart us. Su Ran looked at the countless divine messengers before him, and his eyes blazed with fighting spirit. You haven't forgotten that big guy, have you? How could I possibly forget? Su Ran clasped her hands together, and a huge Buddha head emerged from the ground, continuing to grow upwards. I've been wanting to see this for ages. The legendary Susanoo Buddha is a terrifying thing that can destroy 4 countries with just 2 people. Chapter 182 Divine Decree. A colossal Buddha statue, standing 10,000 meters tall, rose from the ground, its terrifying aura shaking everyone present. The constantly moving Buddha hands behind the Buddha represent the Buddha's most terrifying attack. Awesome outfit. Fire God Susanoo. Under the terrifying power of the Rinnegan, countless Susanoo armors completely enveloped the Buddha, not even sparing the Buddha's seat beneath it. The 1,000 hands of the Buddha behind him were instantly ignited by Amaterasu. Intense black flames burned on countless Buddha hands, forming a huge black circle behind the Buddha's halo. The terrifying aura was like that of an evil Buddha. True thousands of hands. Su Ran clasped his hands together and frantically poured his supernatural power into the giant Buddha beneath him. The black circle behind the Buddha began to move slowly. What's going on? Why is it dark? Who turned off the lights? You have 2 arms. Didn't you see that huge Buddha statue over there? You're telling me this is a Buddha statue? Are you kidding me? What is this thing if not a Buddha statue? Is it a manifestation of your ancestors? Which family's Buddha statue has a black halo behind it? Who cares? Anyone who can save us is a good Buddha. The 1,000 hands behind the Buddha slammed forward, taking the lives of one divine messenger after another. The 6 paths of pain also lived up to expectations, managing to hold off 3 god-level deities solely with the Rinnegan and Su Ran's combined abilities. With the help of the 6 paths of pain, all 3 of the divine orders sustained wounds of varying sizes, from which blood flowed gently. One of the gods, who resembled an ape, spoke. Think of a way, otherwise the 3 of us will all die here today. The wolf-shaped deity let out a long howl to the sky, and then spoke. First, kill the one with the flag among these 6. Otherwise, even if we kill the other 5, that guy can still use the terrifying thing he summons to repair them all. But the 6 paths didn't give them time to discuss tactics. Except for the Azura path, which was unable to use its power to protect the Hell path, the other 4 pains were already striding forward. The animal slammed its hand on the ground, and countless dark spirit communication arrays instantly covered the ground. The first to emerge was Archaeopteryx, which carried Animal Path into the sky. After that, Animal Path began to control the remaining summoned beasts. The centipede quickly emerged from the ground and approached the wolf-shaped divine deity. The 2 quickly became entangled in a fierce battle. Wolf God focused intently on the centipede's fight, completely unaware of the massive spirit array beneath him. A puff of white smoke flashed by, and the Hellhound appeared in the spirit communication array, its jaws tightly gripping the Wolf God token. Wolf God Ling tore the Hellhound's head off with his claws, and the once majestic Hellhound collapsed to the ground, as if dead. But a bizarre scene unfolded. The Hellhound, which should have died, rose again, not only regrowing its torn head but also growing an extra one. Try to understand pain. The human path and the demon path approached the monkey god's decree, while the Deva path, pain, approached the final human god's decree alone. The human realm and the hungry ghost realm complement each other, and the 2 realms actually managed to suppress the monkey god's decree with their own strength, and even had the possibility of killing it. However, the person fighting against pain did not make a move, but simply watched pain quietly and said, "With such strength, are you content to remain on the side of humanity?" At this moment, pain also became interested, but his expression remained as cold as a stagnant pool as he asked, "Then what?" The humanoid deity pulled out a book from behind his back, tore off a page, and showed it to Pain. By signing a pact with the great Morales, one of his most trusted lieutenants, you can possess power beyond this world. Not very good? As Pain spoke, the katana controlled by Shinra Tensei and Bansho Tenin pointed directly at the humanoid god. I will eventually possess god-level power, so there is no need for me to be subservient to others. You guys? Ha 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 ha. The humanoid deity seemed to have heard something very funny and burst into laughter. The most important thing to becoming a god is the divine position. Without the divine position, no matter how strong you are just a mortal and it is impossible to reach the level of a god. The deity waved the paper in his hand again, speaking in a seductive tone. Once the Lord finds his chosen one, he will abdicate and the position of god of calamity and plague will be vacant. That will be our opportunity. Join us and let's pursue great power together. Pain seemed to be bewitched, and walked up to the humanoid god's token, taking the paper. Drip your own blood and make a pact with the great him. However, under the shocked gaze of the humanoid god, Pain, wielding his katana, swiftly sliced the paper into pieces and spoke. After saying that, Pain launched Shinra Tensei, directly knocking away the humanoid deity in front of
of him. The other three also dealt with their enemies, and the three divine orders collided instantly. Heba Gideon Sai. A small black ball appeared in Pain's right hand, which he threw into the sky. The small ball quickly unleashed a terrifying suction force, pulling in the three divine deities and everything else around it that could be sucked up. Countless rocks enveloped the three divine deities, forming a giant rock sphere in the sky. 5 of the 6 paths of Pain instantly died, and through the Rinnegan, all their power was gathered into the Deva path of Pain. At this moment, Pain also used the demon Basaraha, and the giant sword he conjured cleaved the rock sphere in two, ending the lives of the 3 gods with a single strike. Pain dissipated his power, and the other 5 paths instantly stood up again. Continue cleaning. The 6 paths instantly dispersed and began heading to different battlefields to provide support. On Su Ran's side, after being baptized by Susanoo, it seemed that a large area in front of him had turned a ghastly green, with ghastly green flesh and blood stuck to the ground, like phlegm spat out by someone. No more divine messengers dared to rush towards Su Ran, but quite a few still bypassed Su Ran's Susanoo and rushed towards the city wall behind him. Use the blade of time and space. The system then issued a voice reminder. The blade in your hand is now the blade of time and space. It can directly destroy anything related to time and space. Su Ran instantly created a clone, who, wielding the spacetime blade, flew straight towards the teleportation portal. Su Ran himself stood up from the top of the Buddha's head, and a black sphere even more terrifying than the previous Pain appeared in his hand. Planetary devastation. Chapter 183,000 Hands. Shocking star. A huge black sphere appeared in Su Ran's hand. After it appeared, the sphere immediately left Su Ran's palm and floated into the sky. Su Ran glanced back at the many powerful figures who remained around the city walls to protect the protective shield, and then chose to control the black sphere to float towards the teleportation portal. After the black ball reached its position, it stopped moving and became completely fixed in the sky. Suddenly, the black sphere unleashed a terrifying suction force, pulling all the divine messengers on the ground up, along with countless surrounding objects. The black sphere was quickly enveloped by countless divine messengers and objects, forming a giant rock sphere that hung in the sky. We need to increase the intensity now. Su Ran removed the Susanoo armor covering the Buddha and then summoned it again. However, this time only a half-body, 4-armed Susanoo was summoned, completely lacking the astonishing aura of the Susanoo-clad Buddha from before. Hopefully we can bring one over. After speaking, Su Ran raised his hand and formed a hand seal. The Susanoo outside also formed 2 completely different hand seals, representing the powerful force of the Rinnegan, which shot straight into the sky and then disappeared without a trace. How? Before Su Ran could finish speaking, she felt a large portion of her superpowers being instantly drained away, and the draining was still ongoing. Kurama quickly recovered and fully restored Su Ran's power, while continuously transmitting his chakra into the sky. After a while, nothing happened, leaving only the lonely rock sphere in the sky and Su Ran, who remained in the hand seal posture. Zhang Long noticed Su Ran's unusual behavior and couldn't help but worry. Did this kid go too far? Zhang Long was about to head to Su Ran's side when Zhu Shui arrived first, moving faster than him. Zhu Shui had just taken out her staff when she saw Su Ran's relaxed smile and felt a sudden, inexplicable unease. Boom, 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 boom. Suddenly a loud noise came from the sky, but when everyone looked up, they did not find anything unusual. Heavenly obstruction star. The white cloud suddenly broke apart, revealing a huge, red-hot meteorite rubbed against the air. The meteorite quickly struck the rocky sphere floating in the sky, its terrifying force slamming it into the ground. The powerful aftershocks instantly killed countless divine messengers. Are there still some who aren't quite dead? They really want them alive. Su Ran channeled his power into the giant Buddha beneath his feet, and the Buddha began to rumble and move. The Buddha quickly rose from a seated position to stand up, raised its right palm, and an extremely terrifying power gathered in its right hand. Su Ran turned to Zhu Shui and said, "Senior Zhu Shui." Zhu Shui was still in shock at the fact that Su Ran had brought a meteorite from outer space. She only came back to her senses when she heard Su Ran call her name. Go back and tell those people to reinforce the protective shield immediately, otherwise the aftershock of this attack might shatter it. Before Zhu Shui could react, Su Ran raised her hand and used the spacetime blade to cleave a spatial rift before pushing Zhu Shui inside. Zhu Shui was still in a daze until she was surrounded by people again, and then she remembered Su Ran's words. Everyone above level 4, go to the edge of the protective shield and infuse it with your supernatural abilities. Be quick. Yui rushed out and asked. Su Ran said we need to reinforce the protective shield as soon as possible, otherwise his next attack might shatter it. Are you kidding me? At most, he can only break one of my arms. How could he possibly shatter this protective shield? Yui turned his head and saw the aura emanating from the giant Buddha that Su Ran was piloting, as well as the meteorite he had pulled down, which immediately dispelled his idea. What the hell are you all standing there for? Hurry up and reinforce the protective shield. Do you even want to live? Yui snapped out of his daze and started cursing at the people around him. He then transformed into a phoenix and rushed to the core of the protective shield, pouring his supernatural power into it without reservation. With your praises, protect the people of the world. Zhu Shui slammed her
her staff on the ground, and a domain radiating white light instantly erupted from Zhu Shui's center, quickly enveloping all the 4th tier beings. Azzy, go cover their retreat, and while you're at it, wipe out all those reckless divine messengers. A dense purple light burst forth from Su Ran's left arm, and Azzy instantly emerged from it. A giant serpent, 1,000 meters long, suddenly appeared, and only then did Azzy reveal its true power to the world. Azzy's serpentine body suddenly lashed out, gathering all the scattered divine messengers together and bringing them all into the attack range of the great Buddha Su Ran. A Buddha appears on the crown. The Buddha's right hand slammed down, and the terrifying power struck the heavenly obstruction star, shattering it along with the earth explosion star. A powerful aftershock slammed into the protective shield, and all those below the 6th rank were thrown back by the terrifying shockwave, coughing up blood. Fortunately, thanks to the healing area that Zhu Shui had set up in advance, no casualties occurred. After being knocked away, the low-level healing area was restored to its former vigor after a few large heals and flew back to the edge of the protective shield to replenish its power. Thanks to the efforts of countless people, the shield was eventually held up, though it looked somewhat shaky after being hit by such a violent aftershock. After seeing his rapidly increasing kill points, Su Ran removed the 1,000-hand Buddha and, wielding the spacetime blade, shot towards the teleportation portal of the teleportation envoy, leaving no trace in the snow. At this moment, the portal seemed to be shocked by Su Ran's attack and had not yet begun to re-teleport the divine messengers. Taking advantage of this moment, Su Ran suddenly swung his sword at the large number of portals, representing the power of space attached to the attack, completely tearing all the portals apart. It seems there's no danger here. Su Ran looked around and nodded. Then, he instantly released the clone that had absorbed the natural energy from the earth. Countless natural energies instantly flowed into Su Ran's body, and Su Ran's hair instantly turned white. Su Ran controlled the yin release and yang release power within his body, coordinating with his 6 paths bloodline to frantically produce truth-seeking balls. However, after exhausting all his power, Su Ran could only barely condense force-seeking Dao Jade, and could not squeeze out a single drop of the remaining power. I am the only one with the 6 paths, the strongest being in this world. Chapter 184 Desperate. But at this moment, both Dongfang Yu and Yu Tian's bodies were already on the verge of collapse. Let's go back to when Dongfang Yu first obtained the blazing spear. The moment Dongfang Yu obtained the blazing spear, he ignited the 7 alien cores without hesitation. The terrifying high temperature on the blazing spear even distorted space, and the flames quickly covered Dongfang Yu, forming a layer of flame armor. Yu Tian appeared beside Dongfang Yu and said, "Let me use this sword. Your body has no resistance to fire. If you use this sword for too long, you may be completely burned to ashes." However, Dongfang Yu gently shook his head, pointing his spear at Morales. "You don't possess the power of time. If you were to use it, you would die even faster. Although your Yu family has the inheritance of the phoenix, it cannot resist the erosion of this sword. Without the time to rewind the ring, you'll die before me if you use this sword, so I'll take your place." Dongfang Yu turned his head and glanced in Su Ran's direction, his eyes filled with tenderness. But when he looked at Morales again, all that remained in his eyes was cold anger and a fierce fighting spirit. "Let me bear all the sorrow. I just hope that the kid's future path will be a little smoother." But Morales simply waved his hand, and a figure almost identical to himself appeared beside him. Calamity is coming. The figure rushed towards Dongfang Yu in an instant, but was stopped by Yu Tian, who pulled him straight towards the ground in the distance. "I'll take care of this guy. He has to hold on." But Morales hesitated to act. He pulled out a cup from somewhere, took a sip of some unknown liquid, and spoke elegantly. "Dongfang Yu, that must be your name, right?" Dongfang Yu dared not be careless in the slightest. After assuming a defensive stance with his spear, he nodded slightly and said. After Morales finished drinking the liquid in his hand, he crushed the cup, and countless fragments vanished instantly in the wind. "But the feat you performed back then has been passed down among us countless times. 3 9th-tier beings actually killed a god." Morales appeared in front of Dongfang Yu in an instant, looking directly into Dongfang Yu's eyes and asking, "Tell me, how exactly did you kill Israfil?" Dongfang Yu used his spear to sweep Morales back and said, "It's nothing. He forced me and my disciple to become his divine messengers. When we refused, he tried to force the 3 of us." A lit cigarette suddenly appeared in Dongfang Yu's mouth. He took a few deep drags and said, "But unfortunately, Israfil eventually died at the hands of me and my disciples, becoming the biggest joke." Dongfang Yu thrust his spear toward Morales's face, finishing his cigarette completely, and the white hair that represented sage mode reappeared behind Dongfang Yu's head. "But the pressure you put on me is far less than that of Raphael back then. You seem to be even weaker than than him. Morales snorted coldly, and his divine armor instantly appeared on his body, along with a huge scythe in his hand.
I'm not some lowlife like Raphael.
I am burdened with the power of both calamity and horrific disease. Morales raised his scythe and slashed down, countless pale green rays of light slashing straight toward Dongfang Yu. Dongfang Yu did not hesitate at all, because he knew that if he did not use his full strength, he might die here first, so he unleashed his power without reservation.
The fiery spear instantly transformed into a greatsword, and the 8th alien core on the blade was instantly illuminated.
Intense flames once again enveloped Dongfang Yu's body, but this time they instead began to erode his flesh. Under such terrifying temperatures, Dongfang Yu had no choice but to activate the time reversal ring again, adjusting his physical condition back to its previous state.
If you're going to die, then just die honestly. How long can you last without my ring with its limited time power? At least taking your dog's life is no problem, and maybe I can even survive.
Morales was instantly enraged by Dongfang Yu's words and stood in front of Dongfang Yu, attacking him without regard for anything else. Dongfang Yu, relying on the power of his exploding flame greatsword and his own spatial abilities, managed to hold his own against Dongfang Yu, bringing the score to a draw. At this moment, Yu Tian, who had just finished off his opponent, flew back and began to fight Morales together with Dongfang Yu. Even if their power is close to that of gods, they are still not gods. The power of a god's position can elevate a god beyond words. If Dongfang Yu and his group's current power is a tiger, then Morales is a dragon that can fly, breathe fire, and use magic, and is omnipotent. After standing there for a while, Dongfang Yu, seeing his side's growing disadvantage, did not hesitate to activate the 9th alien core. The raging flames engulfed Dongfang Yu's arm, the one holding the greatsword, from the inside out.
The flames even melted away part of Dongfang Yu's flesh, revealing the stark white bone beneath.
But Dongfang Yu seemed to think that arm wasn't his at all, and he just wielded his greatsword and unleashed a fiery slash that was so fast that no one could react before it hurtled toward Morales's body.
Morales was unable to dodge in time and was struck in the body by the attack.
Immediately, a mouthful of pale green divine blood spurted from Morales' mouth. However, Dongfang Yu, who launched the attack, also spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body began to sway precariously in the air.
I'd like to see how many more attacks you can launch.
I'm afraid if I use it 2 or 3 more times, I won't be dead yet, but you'll be killed by the backlash of your own greatsword, right?
Ha 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 ha. East.
Yu Tian flew over at this moment, and just as he was about to help Dongfang Yu waved him away. If we nurture those promising talents well, they might become pillars of our society in the future. Dongfang Yu spat out another mouthful of blood, staring directly at Morales as he spoke.
You're right.
If I use the greatsword a few more times, I might actually die at its hands. Although I am dead, those who come after me will take up my will and carry it on.
This inherited will is the foundation of this nation, and how could a boor like you possibly understand it?
Dongfang Yu raised the blazing greatsword, and an extremely terrifying aura was contained within it. Just as Morales was about to use his power to leave, he discovered that the surrounding space had already been completely locked by Dongfang Yu's spatial power, and no matter what he did, he could not tear open a spatial rift.
To protect those I want to protect.
To protect the smiles of children.
I am willing to give my life. Chapter 185 Sealing and Slaying.
Dongfang Yu took a step forward, holding the blazing greatsword, leaving a deep red fiery footprint in the void.
With each step Dongfang Yu took, he left a deep red footprint.
The terrifying heat from the footprints even melted the space around him, leaving only black marks.
Human, have you gone mad? Morales panicked when he saw Dongfang Yu approaching with 9 alien cores ignited and wielding a blazing greatsword. He began to retreat, trying to escape.
However, the surrounding space had already been locked by Dongfang Yu. Even if the fallen space god Israfil were to be resurrected, he would not be able to break through the spatial blockade that Dongfang Yu had desperately released in a short time, let alone Morales, who had no spatial power.
Is it only the power to unleash a single sword strike? Feeling his own body, Dongfang Yu couldn't help but smile wryly. Sigh, it seems I really am getting old. The god-slaying demon actually has to risk his own life.
Dongfang Yu said this, but he poured all his power into the blazing greatsword, unleashing his final brilliance.
No, no!
Morales roared madly, and the ghastly green light representing his divine power kept attacking Dongfang Yu. However, Dongfang Yu had anticipated this moment and used a teleportation portal to completely envelop himself, allowing the attack to be transmitted to other places through the portal, thus achieving the goal of being unharmed.
I am a god, the most powerful and supreme god. How could it be? Killed by you lowly humans?
Morales gathered his most powerful strike into his right hand and stabbed it towards Dongfang Yu's heart. However, Dongfang Yu's greatsword was faster, and it slashed down before Morales could even make a move. The terrifyingly high temperature that could melt space, along with the sharp sword force, collided with Morales's attack, creating a powerful explosion. But in the end, the explosive flame greatsword's strike was superior, breaking through Morales's attack and striking Morales hard, forming a complex flame seal. Just then, the spatial blockade broke, and Dongfang Yu, along with Morales, crashed to the ground, kicking up thick clouds of dust. Dongfang Yu barely managed to lift his head to look at Morales, but his heart sank. Despite being hit by Dongfang Yu's all-out attack, Morales did not die. He was merely severely injured and sealed away by the attack of the explosive flame greatsword. Damn it! Dongfang Yu gripped the blazing greatsword tightly with his right hand, trying to stand up again, but the backlash from the blazing greatsword caused him to fall to the ground, unable to move, and could only quietly wait for his life to pass away. Ha 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 ha. Upon seeing Dongfang Yu's appearance, Morales, who had been severely injured and sealed away, burst into maniacal laughter. After you die, I'm going to tear everything you cherish to shreds, piece by piece. The so-called smiles of children? In the end, they will be infected by my divine power and become my divine messengers. Ha 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 ha. But at that moment, a white figure flew over using the flying thunder god mark left on Dongfang Yu and delivered a heavy punch to Morales. Take a break, teacher. Su Ran cut open his left hand and fed his immortal blood into Dongfang Yu's mouth. The yang escape power in his right hand, combined with the no-seal healing, flowed continuously into Dongfang Yu's body, repairing the tattered body that had been damaged by the backlash from using the exploding flame greatsword. Just as Dongfang Yu was about to pick up the blazing greatsword, Su Ran snatched it away and waved it around in his hand. Now it's my turn. Just as Su Ran was about to swing her sword, Xiaofan's voice rang in Su Ran's mind. Sir, I have a way to replace the missing 10th order fire-type alien core. My combat core, the combat core that Mr. Li Tai made for me, was made from a 10th order fire-type alien core. Then you wouldn't be. Su Ran was about to say something when Xiaofan interrupted her. I can replace your 9th tier fire-type alien core with your combat core. For me now, there isn't much difference between a 10th tier and a 9th tier alien core. It's just a matter of how much power it can unleash in a single moment during battle. After receiving Su Ran's affirmative reply, Xiaofan's mecha fragments emerged from Su Ran's ring and quickly enveloped the blazing greatsword, filling the vacant 10th alien core. The blazing greatsword suddenly erupted with even more terrifying flames in Su Ran's hand, and a girl appeared beside the blazing greatsword. The girl, reborn from the flames, smiled slightly at Su Ran, then disappeared into the blazing greatsword. The blazing greatsword instantly transformed into a new form, appearing in Su Ran's hand as an even more terrifying greatsword. Su Ran raised her left hand, and a terrifying suction force erupted from it, pulling Morales towards her. The black rod in her palm pierced Morales' body straight through, and pale green blood gushed out from the wound instantly. After kicking Morales away, Su Ran formed a hand seal, and countless black rods pierced through Morales, completely sealing his abilities. Su Ran's Rinnegan stared directly into Morales' eyes, and Morales' eyes quickly turned into purple Rinnegan as well. System, do you think he can use the reincarnation technique to resurrect the dead? Go ahead and use it. Your Rinnegan is just a trial version anyway, it's not like it's unusable. He shouldn't die immediately after using the reincarnation heavenly life technique given his god-level cultivation. Su Ran poured all the power of her Rinnegan into Morales' eyes, and Morales quickly felt the terrifying power in his eyes. Su Ran's eyes transformed back into Sharingan. Just as Morales was about to unleash the power within his eyes to attack Su Ran preemptively used Rinne Tensei. The King of Hell instantly appeared beside Su Ran, opened his mouth wide, and spat back all the souls of those who died in this war. The dead came back to life and embraced the survivors tightly. Su Ran's 6 paths mode was forcibly deactivated due to the disappearance of the Rinnegan, but the white hair feature of Sage mode remained. Now it's time to send you on your way. Su Ran concentrated the power of 10 10th tier fire-type alien cores into one point and unleashed a strike that surpassed even that of a god. Morales was completely obliterated by this blow, but it also left behind enough troublesome problems. Chapter 186 Immortality. In the name of the god of calamity and disease. Before his death, Morales cast a curse of divine power. All of humanity will be afflicted by a terrifying disease and die a horrible death. After saying that, Morales' body exploded completely, turning into a pale green blood mist and disappearing into the world. Su Ran planted the explosive flame greatsword in his right hand into the ground. Looking at his arm, which had been completely eroded and burned to the bone by the explosive flame greatsword, he couldn't help but sigh. It's such a hassle to use it once. If I didn't have the immortal body, I would have sent it to you a long time ago. After speaking, Su Ran transformed her left hand into a knife and, without hesitation, severed her right arm at the root. Just as the blood was about to gush out, the immortal body suppressed it back, completely sealing the wound on Su Ran's right arm. At this moment, Dongfang Yu had recovered to about 70 to 80% of his original state. He stood up, picked up Su Ran's skeletal arm, and said, "When we get back, I'll ask Sister Lin to personally help you reattach this arm. If that doesn't work, I'll use all my savings to help you grow a new arm." "No need, teacher." Just as Su Ran was speaking, the system's settlement notification sounded. "Congratulations, host, on completing the mission, The Fall of the Gods. The reward has been issued. Please check your account." Soon, an indescribable, terrifying energy exploded from Su Ran's body. Su Ran felt that the energy within her body was even approaching the 4th stage of the immortal body, and she was showing signs of improvement. With her left hand holding the blade of time and space, Su Ran recut the wound on her right right arm, causing a torrent of blood to gush out. Su Ran controlled the power of the immortal body Yang escape and the undying body, and his missing right arm quickly grew back. Su Ran wiped the blood off the blade of time and space and said, "Sorry for getting this knife dirty." After casually flicking the blood off the knife to the ground, Dongfang Yu looked at Su Ran's newly regrown right arm and said, "It's good that you're alright, kid. If the knife gets dirty, I can just wash it again. The fact that you're alright is the best thing for me." The master and apprentice, without prior agreement, took out their wine gourds, clinked them together, and then drank them down in one gulp. Something went wrong when the two were halfway through their drinks. The ghastly green gas produced by Morales' death did not disappear. Instead, it enveloped the entire city of Shanghai. "Oh no!" Looking at Yu Tian, whose face was covered in green spores and whose aura was weak and about to disappear, Dongfang Yu spoke with a heavy expression. "I didn't expect that old man's curse before he died would actually take effect, and even Yu Tian couldn't defend against it." "Then why are you alright?" The system resolved Su Ran's question as soon as she asked it. "That's because your teacher has your immortal blood in his body. Moreover, it's not just immortal blood, it also contains the power of Yang release. How could anything possibly go wrong? That curse from Morales before his death would indeed be troublesome for ordinary people, but do you consider yourself an ordinary person? With the fourth stage of Sage Body combined with immortality, as long as you're not instantly annihilated, you can revive without even needing to replenish your energy like Haiten did. Because this immortality mainly consumes supernatural energy, but the supernatural energy within you has become quite substantial after the fourth stage of the immortal body was activated, not to mention you also have Karama, that nuclear power bank, replenishing your supernatural energy. Xiao Ran, let's go." Just as Dongfang Yu was about to take Yu Tian back to Shanghai, Su Ran stopped him. "Teacher, please wait a moment. Let me try to see if this method works." Without hesitation, Su Ran cut her palm and dripped the immortal's blood into Yu Tian's mouth. A miraculous scene unfolded. The moment the immortal blood entered Yu Tian's body, all the green spores on Yu Tian's face disappeared, and his aura was completely restored. But Yu Tian still collapsed there unconscious, completely passing out. "Just let him get some rest." As Su Ran spoke, she put Yu Tian down on the ground and met Dongfang Yu's complicated gaze. "Xiao Ran, do you mean to?" But Su Ran stood up nonchalantly and said, "I've already given so much, what's a little more? I'll trouble you to activate your immortal mode and replenish my powers when the time comes. After all, the consumption at that time will be terrifying." After hearing Su Ran's words, Dongfang Yu no longer hesitated. He picked up Yu Tian, opened the portal, and brought Su Ran back to the center of Shanghai. A massive storm. With the combined efforts of the master and apprentice, the pale green mist was completely cleared away and sent into the spatial rift. At this moment, Su Ran sat down cross-legged without hesitation, and thousands of shadow clones immediately appeared around him. The shadow clones sat on the ground and absorbed the natural energy without hesitation. Countless natural energies were injected into Su Ran's body through thousands of shadow clones, instantly activating his immortal mode. Just then, a huge dark cloud covered the area, and it started to drizzle throughout Shanghai. At this moment, Dongfang Yu also activated his immortal mode and sat behind Su Ran, placing his palms on Su Ran's back to provide a continuous stream of natural energy. Without hesitation, Su Ran instantly detonated his arms. Countless streams of immortal blood exploded and were controlled by the light and heavy rock technique, flying into the sky, mixing with the rain, and falling on everyone in the magic city. Despite the intense pain, Su Ran used all of her natural energy to produce blood. The blood flowing from her arms even formed two towering pillars that flowed into the clouds. The people of Shanghai, who were cursed by Morales, began to gradually recover, but they had no idea what kind of suffering their benefactor was enduring. At this moment, the six paths of pain returned to Su Ran's side, with all six hands placed on Su Ran's body. The Deva path spoke. "Let us return all the remaining power of the six paths to you. This should be helpful for your current situation." After returning all the remaining power of the six paths to Su Ran, the six clones disappeared as if they had never existed. After obtaining the remaining power of the six paths, Su Ran's blood even stained the dark clouds red. The rain that was falling now had completely turned the color of blood, as if an ominous sign had descended. But the people of Shanghai felt a strong life force within it and all chose to bathe in the blood rain. After a while, all the thousands of shadow clones shattered and returned to the original body, and even the energy of Dongfang Yu's immortal mode was completely drained by Su Ran. Fortunately, Dongfang Yu's transformation into an immortal was already complete, otherwise, it would have been destroyed under such a terrifying extraction. "Looks like I've saved someone again." Dongfang Yu carried the weak Su Ran on his back and walked step by step into the distance. "Looks like you really are a savior." Chapter 187. She was reborn from the fire. Dongfang Yu carried Su Ran, who had lost both arms, back to the group of students at Imperial Capital University. The blood rain was still falling in a drizzle, but Su Ran suppressed the energy in his arms to prevent them from regrowing. "Mr. Yu." Just as Zhao Xiaoxiao was about to greet them, she was interrupted by Lin Zhuyu's scream, and then she screamed too. "How did you get such a serious injury?" Lin Zhuyu quickly helped Su Ran
ran down from behind Dongfang Yu and laid her flat. The two sisters, Xiuyu and Xiushui, began to use their supernatural abilities to treat Su Ran with all their might. With the help of the Xiuyu and Xiushui sisters, Su Ran managed to sit up, pretending. Looking at her own arms, she ran into the rain and burst into tears. My hand! At this moment, Zhao Xiaoxiao and the other two standing to the side were instantly petrified as they watched Su Ran. Old Chao, old Hua, there shouldn't be anything wrong with my eyes, right? I don't think there's anything wrong with my eyes. Zhao Xiaoxiao pointed to Su Ran, who had lost both arms, and cried bitterly in the rain. Didn't this guy lose both arms? How the hell is he still crying his eyes out in the rain? I am not sisterly. At this moment, Dongfang Yu, who was standing to the side, couldn't stand it any longer. He walked over and forcibly interrupted Su Ran's spellcasting, pulling her back. Stop fooling around, kid. Let's get this done while no one's around. Why, teacher? I just saved the whole city. Can't I enjoy myself a little? Dongfang Yu looked at Su Ran, who was lying on the ground and acting as if nothing was wrong, and sneered. You don't have to leave. That's fine with me. However, there will be a lot of trouble later. Your family will come to you for a marriage alliance, and I'm afraid your wife won't be Xiao Zhuyu anymore. What? Let's go. We have to go. Let's go now. Su Ran jumped up from the ground and tugged at Dongfang Yu's sleeve, saying, Hurry up, teacher. If you don't leave now, I'm driving off in my little pink car. Su Ran spoke anxiously, even releasing Little Pink. But Xiaofan was holding the strongest form of the blazing greatsword in her right hand, staring straight at Su Ran. Su Ran tapped on the lid of the little pink bottle and, finding no response, understood what was going on. You come out here. Su Ran grabbed Xiaofan's head and pulled her right off. The person behind the mask was the girl who appeared when the blazing greatsword activated its strongest form. You even tried to take the driver's seat from me, Pinky? Su Ran grabbed the girl and threw her out. After the girl left Xiaofan, Xiaofan returned to normal and started working again. Do you need any help, sir? Locate Imperial Capital University. I'll head there with my wife first. The girl, who had been thrown to the ground by Su Ran, got up and started punching Su Ran's chest with her little fists. It was Modals who reawakened me. I begged him for so long before he allowed me to sit inside. What right do you have to sit inside him? Su Ran grabbed the girl by the back of the neck and lifted her up, saying, Little girl, I'm afraid you haven't figured something out yet. Su Ran stretched out his wicked hand and pinched the girl's face into a bun, saying arrogantly, I'm the driver of Little Pink. If I don't sit inside, am I supposed to sit outside and starve? What's wrong, Sharan? Dongfang Yu pointed at the girl who was being held in the air by Su Ran and said, You mean her? Su Ran threw the girl to the ground and she looked at him with teary eyes and a wronged expression. When I used the blazing greatsword, I put Little Pink's combat core inside. It just so happened that Little Pink's combat core was also made of a 10th tier fire type alien core, so it filled the missing alien core, and then this girl came out. It should be the sword spirit that Senior Li Tai mentioned, the sword spirit that fell into slumber because the 10th alien core was destroyed. You little bastard, say that again? You loaded the 10th alien core during the fight? Dongfang Yu's voice gradually grew louder, making Su Ran's eardrums ache. What's wrong? Dongfang Yu looked at Su Ran with a smile that was hard to describe. When Su Ran saw Dongfang Yu's smile, she knew she was in trouble. I told you I could only use the normal greatsword form, but you came here and immediately unleashed your strongest form. Dongfang Yu grabbed Su Ran with his strong hand and smacked her on the head without any hesitation. Damn it, if the 10th heteronucleus is used, it will die if it can't withstand the backlash. Don't tell me Li Tai didn't tell you. Even if he did, I wouldn't believe it. Dongfang Yu's hand speed increased until he knocked Su Ran's head full of bumps before he stopped. Damn it, if there's a next time, I'll expel you from the sect, hang you at the gate of Imperial University, strip you naked, and beat you for 3 days and 3 nights, so you won't learn your lesson. Looking at Su Ran, whose head was covered in bumps, Dongfang Yu ultimately couldn't bring himself to do it, but said in an annoyed tone, Now, I'm afraid only you can use this greatsword. If anyone else tried to use it, they would probably die the moment they touched it. Let's give it a name, since the original name of this sword is no longer suitable. Su Ran took the blazing greatsword, its strongest form, from Little Pink's right hand and came up with a good name for it. The Greatsword of Calamity, the sword from which evil originates. As for your name, let's just call it Fire Spirit. I'm too lazy to think of any other name. After hearing Su Ran so hastily choose her name, the girl threw herself at him again and pounded his chest with her little fists. You gave this sword such a nice name, but you gave me this name? You bad guy. Su Ran looked helplessly at the girl scratching at her like a kitten and said, Linger, is this name alright now? Upon hearing the name Linger, the girl nodded in satisfaction, then turned her head and said with a haughty expression, Hey, this is really. Just as Su Ran was about to teach Linger a lesson, Lin Juyu pulled her back and said something. Why get angry with the child? Linger hasn't even been born for half a day yet. That makes sense. As he spoke, Su Ran gave Lin Juyu a quick kiss on the lips. My wife is the best. Before Lin Juyu could react, Su Ran kissed her. When she realized what was happening, her face turned bright red instantly, steaming like a boiling boiler. Okay, don't be shy. This isn't the first time I've kissed you. Su
Su Ran said this, but Lin Juyu's face was still as red as if it were about to bleed. Chapter 188 Linger. Sister Juyu. At this moment, Chestnut was also teleported to everyone's side by divine power and called out sweetly to Lin Juyu. Little Chestnut, you're not going to call me anymore, are you? No, that's not true. Chestnut threw herself into Su Ran's arms, her voice slightly aggrieved. It's just that my brother is too busy and doesn't have much time to spend with me. So, Su Ran looked at the little crybaby in her arms who was about to burst into tears, and patted Chestnut's back helplessly to comfort her. I promise to spend as much time with you as possible in the days to come. If I'm lying to you, Zhao Xiaoxiao, I'll always be a little potato. Su Ran, you son of a bitch. Just as Zhao Xiaoxiao was about to utter a curse, Wakuji stopped her, gently shaking his head and saying, just bear with it. Once this kid's temper dies down, I'll team up with the others to beat him up for you. After hearing Wakuji's words, Zhao Xiaoxiao stopped angrily, but her eyes still held a trace of anger. After seeing the 3 light blue alien cores pierce the sky and fall into Zhao Xiaoxiao's hands, Su Ran said, don't look so gloomy, little potato, smile. Just as Zhao Xiaojiang was about to say something, a white shooting star streaked across the sky and landed beside the group. Is everyone alright? The newcomer was Zhu Shui. After noticing that none of the people had the strange green spores, she sighed and said, phew, it's great that you didn't get those weird green spores either. Thanks to that bloodbath, otherwise Shanghai might have become a ghost town because of Morales' death. But I really want to meet that great power who made the move. He lifted the curse that the god cast before his death with just a drop of blood. I can't even imagine how far he has come on the road of healing. Upon seeing this, Su Ran used wood release to create a bottle, then cut his left arm to collect a full bottle of blood and handed it to Zhu Shui, saying, I dare not accept the title of a healing expert, but this curse was indeed resolved by my teacher in me. Zhu Shui took the bottle of blood, and after sensing the aura within, which was many times more concentrated than blood rain, she looked at Su Ran with a flushed face, like a hunter eyeing its prey. Don't look at me like that, it's creepy. Zhu Shui carefully capped the bottle and put it into her storage space, then hugged Su Ran's shoulders and shook her. Become my disciple and follow the path of healing. You will go further and see more of the world. After coughing twice, Dongfang Yu spoke. Isn't it wrong to poach someone's girlfriend right in front of me, Zhu Shui? Look how anxious I was, I completely forgot about that. I forgot you were Master Yu's apprentice. How could you possibly be in the treatment department? But it doesn't matter. After getting this vial of blood, we can start doing many experiments that couldn't be done before. Zhu Shui took out a small storage ring and tossed it to Su Ran, saying, this is a tier 9 item, the Radiant Bracers. It has a long-lasting passive field healing effect and restores mana and health. It's a pretty good item. After weighing the ring in his hand, Su Ran took out the Radiant Bracers and fastened them to Linger's left arm, saying, from now on, you'll be a wet nurse. I don't want to. Linger struggled to take off the wristband, but Su Ran placed the ring in Linger's palm and said something that completely dispelled her idea. If you don't bring this, both Xiaofan and I will get seriously injured when we use the Great Sword of Calamity, and then no one will be there to play with you. After hearing this, Linger chatted privately for a long time before finally speaking with a reluctant expression. As Su Ran spoke, he reached out and ruffled Linger's hair. Linger hummed softly twice and then said something. It's not because of you. I brought it because I was afraid mortals would get hurt. It has nothing to do with you. After looking at the porcelain doll like Linger, Su Ran joined the fray with both hands and started petting Linger. My hairstyle is going to be a mess. Linger quickly broke free from Su Ran's grasp and went to comb her hair. Everyone's here? Yu Tian's voice came from afar and then approached. Su Ran noticed a few people next to Yu Tian with her keen eyesight. Upon closer inspection, she realized that it was Yu He, Yu Chang, and Yuya. The Yu family will always remember your kindness, and the doors of the Yu family will always be open to you. No need for formalities. Dongfang Yu spoke. This is what we should do. If there's nothing else, we'll head back soon. At this moment, Yu Chang, the head of the Yu family, spoke. I have prepared a simple meal at home tonight to entertain you all. I hope you will not find the food too simple. Dongfang Yu sighed and said, we will be there on time. After the Yu family left, Dongfang Yu turned to Su Ran and said, I told you to leave faster next time, but you didn't believe me. Now trouble has finally come knocking. Is it too late for Run to make it now? Dongfang Yu looked around at the people around him and said, I'm afraid it's too late. I'll take you back to the hotel first. After observing the crowd that had gathered around him, Dongfang Yu immediately opened a portal and sent everyone back to the hotel. After returning to the hotel, Su Ran rushed to her room and lay down on her bed without saying a word, like a dead snake in her blankets. My soft, big bed is still the most comfortable. Lin Juyu walked in after Su Ran, and looked at Su Ran lying on the bed like a dead snake. Don't you see how dirty you are? Go take a shower right now. I'm disabled, I can't wash anymore. After hearing this, Lin Juyu didn't waste any words. After helping Su Ran undress, she brought a basin of hot water from the bathroom and wiped Su Ran's body. Then I'll wipe it for you. Honestly, you should be cleaner too. After putting away the Hokage robe and Jonin uniform, Su Ran put on his long-unused gray robe and said, this outfit
outfit is still the most comfortable. But Su Ran didn't notice at all that the person behind him who was wiping him had suddenly turned into a chestnut. After taking the sandpaper from Lin Juyu, Chestnut rubbed Su Ran's body hard, causing Su Ran to instantly put on a mask of pain. Su Ran turned her head and found it was her own chestnut, so she could only speak helplessly. Girl, if you push a little harder, your brother will be going down to keep Namaral's company today. Suddenly, Su Ran seemed to realize something and asked Lin Juyu, there shouldn't be any blonde guys around here at our school, right? Chapter 189 Attending the Banquet. Lin Juyu looked at the chestnuts peeling for Su Ran and quickly realized what Su Ran was talking about. Which blonde guy do you think could snatch this girl away? Lin Juyu smiled, took a warm towel and wiped Su Ran's face, saying, putting aside the fact that her grandfather is elder you, there are probably only a handful of people in the entire capital who would dare to offend him, not to mention your brother. Lin Juyu pinched Su Ran's face with her own hand, and after finding it felt nice, she continued to pinch it. Leaving aside how terrifying your fully formed giant is, take a look at the others. Lin Juyu counted on her fingers one by one with Su Ran. Now that you have the combination of Little Pink and Linger with the strongest sword of destruction, your Z and that big orange fox are both top-notch. Not to mention you, who possess such a terrifying Buddha statue and have the power to slay gods. If you and Elder you don't agree, even if the 5 major clans of the capital came, they might not be able to take the girl away. Su Ran thought about it and it made a lot of sense, but she still turned her head and asked Li Zi with concern, hey girl, have you heard of anyone asking you to be their girlfriend lately? Girlfriend? Chestnut tilted her head and asked with a blank expression, what is a girlfriend? Su Ran thought for a moment and then said, it's about whether any guys approach you and ask you to be their friend or something. Then, brother, what exactly is a friend? Targets that can be locked and marked by the Sage Mode's killing move, sending friends wind, can be killed after the conditions are met. It's okay if you don't understand. Su Ran sat up from the bed and after enjoying the services of the 2 women, she put on her gray robe and casually tidied her hair. Just as she was cutting the last strand of her long hair short with scissors, Dongfang Yu's voice came from outside. Let's go, kid, time to eat. Su Ran looked at Chestnut's clothes that she hadn't changed in ages and asked Lin Juyu, Juyu, does the girl have any more clothes? There should be, right? As Lin Juyu spoke, she took Chestnut's right hand and quickly took out a red and white Lolita outfit from the storage ring on Chestnut's hand. Su Ran looked at the red and white dress and then said, give this girl a change. In less than 5 minutes, Lin Juyu helped Li Zi change her clothes and then went with Su Ran to the place where everyone from Imperial University was gathered. Oh, you 2 brought chestnuts with you? Dongfang Yu looked at Chestnut, who was following behind Su Ran, and asked, we have to take this girl out for a walk. Grandpa Dongfang. Chestnut ran out from behind Su Ran and jumped into Dongfang Yu's arms, calling out sweetly, oh my little darling. Dongfang Yu picked up Chestnut and started lifting her high and spinning her around. You shouldn't spoil this girl too much. Get out of here, you little bastard. Dongfang Yu kicked Su Ran in an annoyed tone and said, it's none of your business to tell my granddaughter what to do. Su Ran shook her head helplessly after being kicked by Dongfang Yu, but at this moment Lin Juyu quietly took Su Ran's hand from behind and stood beside Su Ran. Su Ran felt her hand being held, and just as she was about to see who did it, she saw the face she loved most. Lin Juyu pretended to know nothing, but her slightly reddened earlobes betrayed her true feelings. Their hands intertwined, fingers clasped tightly together. The stench of love. The other 5 stood far away from Su Ran and her companion, and even fanned themselves in the wind with a hint of disgust. At this moment, a limousine pulled up in front of the group, and a middle-aged man dressed in phoenix attire stepped out and spoke. Please, everyone from Taikyo University. Zhang Long, who was in the lead, nodded and led everyone into the extended version of the car. The driver was very skilled and soon arrived at the Yu family's house. A middle-aged man who looked like a butler opened the car door and welcomed everyone out. The head of the family is already waiting for you all in the reception room. As the butler spoke, he led everyone toward the reception room. On behalf of the Yu family, I welcome you all. The butler had just pushed open the door when he heard a booming voice. The voice belonged to Yu Tian, who was sitting in the main seat, with Yu Chang and 2 others sitting to his right. Dongfang Yu and his group took their seats, but the seat next to Dongfang Yu that he had reserved for Su Ran was empty. Upon closer inspection, they saw Su Ran, Lin Juyu, and Li Zi sitting together at the back eating in silence. And this is? Yu Tian looked at Chestnut with her white hair and asked in confusion. My granddaughter, Su Ran's sister. Yu Tian clapped his hands and the butler quickly came over. After Yu Tian said something, the butler nodded and left the reception room. A short while later, the housekeeper returned pushing a small cart, which was filled with all kinds of desserts. The butler pushed the cart next to the chestnuts, bowed, and said, Miss, this is the dessert that the master ordered for you. Thank you, Chestnut said with a sweet smile. At this moment, the important figures sitting in front all stopped eating. Yu Tian activated his special ability, creating a barrier that enveloped Dongfang Yu Jianglong, Yu He, and Yu Chang, and then Qin Sheng spoke. Gentlemen, we have received some very bad news from the Dragon Guard Bureau. All the continents in the world
have begun to slowly merge together. It is estimated that in 7 days all the continents in the world will merge together to form a supercontinent.
After taking a sip of wine, Dongfang Yu said, "And what about those wolves in the west with their wolves' ambitions?" Yu Tian sighed and said,
"According to the information sent back by the spies arranged by the Dragon Guard Bureau, 7 gods have been revived in the west.
Among them, the angel god of the angel temple, the hell god of the demon temple, and the nature goddess of the forest of nature can be identified."
"Why are it these 3 guys?" Dongfang Yu frowned, then asked as if he remembered something.
"How is the recovery progressing in other countries?"
"In India, there are White Elephant Mountain and pharaohs in the desert. In short, not many have been revived. Apart from the major powers, other countries have only revived 1 or 2 gods, and some haven't even revived any yet."
"And what about our country? Vulcan has very likely been revived, along with several others."
Jiang Long said in a deep voice.
"Has our country's chosen one appeared yet?"
At this moment, Dongfang Yu said half-jokingly, "There is one, Su Ran. However, the god who chose that kid was moralist, and he has already died under that kid's blazing greatsword."
Chapter 190 Magnetism. "That guy?" Yu Tian then spoke.
"That thing became his chosen one, and who knows, he might be killed one day by someone else as a follower of an evil god. Even a dog wouldn't want his divine position.
Moreover, many of the mythical beasts may have revived." Dongfang Yu spoke slowly.
"Based on my experience of the last time a god revived, there may be around 20 to 30 divine beasts this time, from various countries, including ours.
However, many of those hostile divine beasts have probably also revived."
The crowd was not frightened by the number of divine beasts, but rather shocked by another key word in Dongfang Yu's words.
"The last time the gods revived? Old Yu, just how many years have you lived?"
Jiang Long asked incredulously.
After counting on his fingers, Dongfang Yu said, 165 years, right? If I remember correctly, the last time the gods revived was exactly the year I went to university.
At this moment, Yu Tian also recovered from his shock and looked at Dongfang Yu, saying in a deep voice,
"Dongfang, we have another request that we hope you will grant."
After hearing this, Dongfang Yu probably guessed what Yu Tian wanted to say, and after taking another gulp of wine, he said, "You don't need to expect me to plead for this kid and get him to give up Zhuyu and go to your yaya. This kid has a blazing greatsword. If he really goes on a rampage, I don't have the confidence to block one of his attacks. Just like Shao Qin back then, who single-handedly drove all the daughters of the 5 clans of the imperial capital back and forced Xiaoyu to marry him, this kid might not be able to drive them back after he gets the blazing flame greatsword. He should probably just prepare to sweep up his ashes."
Yu Chen quickly shook his head and said, No, it's something else important." Yu Tian then spoke up.
"I don't care about the children's relationship. What I'm after is something else. Let Su Ran go with Xiaoya into the Yu family's inheritance area to bring back the Phoenix's inheritance, that's all."
"Your family's ancestral land? I'd like to ask, why bring an outsider like this kid to participate?"
Yu Tian picked up a cigarette, lit it, and said, "Because that child is a 5th-tier person who truly possesses the strength to slay a god. With him by her side, Xiaodao's safety will be guaranteed like never before.
As for the reward, it's a 40-60 split.
You, the disciple, and I will receive all the good things from the land of inheritance."
Dongfang Yu shook his finger and said, "It's more like I have 6 disciples and you have 4.
Just as Yui was about to say something, Yu Tian stopped him and said, "Okay, I'll do as you say." Yui spoke anxiously, and even Yu Chang looked at Yu Tian with a worried expression.
"Shut up, I have my own reasons."
As he spoke, Yu Tian turned to Dongfang Yu. "However, there are still a few talented young men in the Yu family who are somewhat unconvinced.
Would you be so kind as to trouble Brother Su to lend a hand?"
Dongfang Yu glanced at the group who were almost finished eating and nodded. After saying that, Dongfang Yu walked over to Su Ran and Li Zi, who were silently eating, and picked Su Ran up.
"Stop eating, let's fight."
Seeing Li Zi, Dongfang Yu's expression changed drastically. He said gently,
"Don't eat anymore, little ones. I'll take you to get something good to eat later."
Seeing the starkly different treatment on both sides, Su Ran said indignantly,
"No, teacher, you're from Sichuan or Chongqing, right? How come you can change your expression so easily?" Dongfang Yu kicked Su Ran in the butt in annoyance and said,
"Finish this quickly, don't delay me from taking my granddaughter out to eat." Su Ran grew angrier the more he thought about it, and with a flick of his wrist, the fiery spear-shaped greatsword suddenly appeared in his right hand. "I'd like to see which bastards dare to disturb my meal." Soon, led by Yu Tian, the group arrived at the Yu family's martial arts arena. Su Ran was furious when he saw the 5 very similar-looking young men standing in the arena. The blazing flame greatsword instantly transformed into the Calamity greatsword and appeared in Su Ran's right hand.
Terrifying flames enveloped Su Ran once again.
Just as Su Ran was about to finish the job with a single sword strike, Dongfang Yu interrupted Su Ran's spellcasting. "Don't use that, use your own abilities." "What a hassle." Su Ran turned around and shouted at Chao Zhuang,
"Da Zhuang, lend me some iron filings."
Upon hearing this, Chao Zhuang immediately threw his 2 storage rings, which were filled with iron sand, toward Su Ran. Su Ran jumped and caught the ring. After injecting his supernatural power, countless iron sands flowed out of the ring, quickly covering the training ground. Watch carefully and learn well. Teacher Su Ran's little class is giving you a big lesson today. After Su Ran combined his wind and earth abilities with a portion of yang escape, the iron sand quickly adhered to his body. I didn't expect the recipe for magnet release to be so simple. I figured it out on the first try. Although Su Ran said this, his hands did not hesitate. The iron sand instantly transformed into countless sharp spears and stabbed towards the 5 people opposite him. I glanced at Su Ran, who was manipulating iron sand, and rubbed my eyes before speaking. Gao Zhang said, "Old Su doesn't have 2 superpowers, does he? How does he also have iron sand manipulation?" Hua Kyuji held a bottle of beverage in his hand and slowly sipped it as he spoke. "Haven't we had enough of this kid's antics already?" Xiao Zhuang nodded after recalling what Su Ran had done. Then Xiao Zhuang began to watch Su Ran's actions intently, afraid of missing even the slightest detail. Flowing sand waterfall. Countless iron sands flowed down to the feet of the 5 people opposite them, and the sudden appearance of countless iron sand spikes forced the 5 people to spread their wings and fly into the air to avoid the damage. Bound tightly with sand, Su Ran controlled countless iron sands to form a sandball that grabbed one of the opponents. After hitting the target, the sandball completely enveloped and squeezed the target, and finally the sandball exploded violently, directly blasting the person out of the arena. Giant iron sand needle. While Su Ran controlled countless iron sands to interfere with the opposing rays, 3 enormous iron sand needles were already poised to strike, waiting for the perfect moment. When Su Ran saw a huge opening behind one of the opponents, 3 giant iron sand needles pierced through his body without mercy, even though they avoided vital points because it was just a friendly spar. How annoying. Seeing the 3 people still flying in the sky, Su Ran did not hesitate to create a pair of iron sand wings on his back and send himself into the sky. "The sky is our home ground." The young man who was leading the group spoke, and countless fire attacks rushed towards Su Ran. The 2 people standing to the left and right of the young man also cooperated with him to unleash countless fire attacks, completely blocking Su Ran's escape route. "Is this all the value you have?" Chapter 191 Source Ice. Su Ran looked at the remaining 3 people with a cold smile. After using light and heavy rock to fly into the sky, he crossed his hands together, revealing a diamond-shaped hole. A grand burial in quicksand. The scattered iron sand quickly formed a huge iron sand pyramid, enveloping the 3 people inside. The pyramid rapidly contracted and exploded. After Su Ran regained control of the iron sand and allowed it to flow back into the ring, the 3 unconscious people were revealed. "It's not very good." Su Ran tossed the ring back to Chao Zhuang and said, "Here's Da Zhuang back. How much did you learn this time?" Chao Zhuang looked at Su Ran with undisguised admiration in his eyes. "There are so many. What I've learned today is enough for me to use for a lifetime." Su Ran patted off non-existent dust from her clothes, turned around and walked to Dongfang Yu's side, saying, "Old Deng, hurry up and take Chestnut and me to the next game." "What the hell?" As Dongfang Yu spoke, he suddenly attacked, and the 2 masters and disciples, who were arguing, suddenly pulled out their divine weapons. Seeing the 2 menacing figures, Chestnut quickly jumped out to mediate. "Stop hitting him. You can't kill anyone like that." Upon hearing Chestnut's words, both master and apprentice stopped fighting, but they both turned their heads away, like sulking children, apologized to the teacher. "Did I go too far?" The master and apprentice had just turned around with their own wine gourds when they saw the other person also turning around with a wine gourd. The 2 men looked at the wine gourds in each other's hands and suddenly burst into laughter. After touching the gourds together, the master and apprentice began to drink the wine while looking up at the sky. "Come on, kid, I'll bring you here to help out tomorrow." As he spoke, Dongfang Yu raised his hand, and 2 enormous teleportation portals appeared before him. Dongfang Yu turned to Zhang Long and said, "You take the children back to school first. This kid has some things to do and will have to stay in Shanghai for a while." Zhang Long nodded to indicate that he understood and then asked, "And what about these children?" Dongfang Yu tilted his head back, took a swig of wine, and said nonchalantly, "After I bring this kid back, I'll give them all a 2-week break, and then I'll prepare to let them go to their 2nd year of university." Lin Juyu looked at the drunken Su Ran, ran over to Su Ran, kissed her, and then took out an ice blue bead and said, "This is the clear ice pearl, which will help your mental strength." As Lin Juyu was about to place the bead in Su Ran's hand, Su Ran took off the 1,000 hands necklace from her neck and inserted the clear ice bead into it, saying, "Arigato, my dear wife San." The system exclaimed in shock after sensing the aura within the clear ice pearl. "Yuan Bing? I didn't expect your girlfriend to give you something so nice." "What? What is source ice?" Su Ran asked, puzzled, but the system simply replied calmly, "All you need to know is that this thing is extremely precious. An ice-type ability user might only have 1 piece of source ice in their entire life, and that girl gave it to you without hesitation. This thing is far more precious than Chu Numos in your previous world, where it could be easily repaired. If this thing is damaged, it could even affect that girl's cultivation level." Looking at the icy blue beads on the 1,000 hands necklace, Su Ran understood the multiple meanings behind this gift. Without hesitation, Su Ran unleashed all her power, and with her meticulous control and the help of the Yin Yang 4 symbol seal, it quickly suddenly transformed into a very dreamlike bracelet. Su Ran handed the bracelet to Lin Juyu and then said, "This bracelet isn't quite perfect yet. I'll get you a better one when I'm stronger. The bracelet contains 9 opportunities for me to unleash my full power, 3 opportunities to temporarily summon the afterimage of the blazing greatsword, and 1 opportunity to unleash my full power by wielding the greatsword." Lin Juyu took the bracelet and put it on her wrist. She knew very well how precious such a life-saving item was. When the two were deeply in love, they kissed. Dongfang Yu quickly covered Li Zi's eyes and picked her up to prevent her from seeing anything inappropriate for children. The others, feeling like a bright, shining light bulb, said goodbye to Yu Tian and left the scene. Lin Juyu also felt a little embarrassed. After leaving a red lip print on Su Ran's neck, he ran into the portal with a blush on his face. Dongfang Yu waved to Su Ran and said, "Let's eat at the hotel. I've extended our room stay by 1 day." Su Ran nodded, bowed to Yu Tian and the others, and then followed Dongfang Yu into the teleportation portal. After Su Ran and Li Zi devoured the entire buffet restaurant in a whirlwind, they comfortably patted their bellies and returned to their room. Just as Su Ran delivered chestnuts to Dongfang Yu's room and locked the door, intending to cultivate properly, she heard a loud knocking on the door. Su Ran opened the door and saw Chestnut, dressed in a snow-white nightgown, squatting in front of Su Ran's room, her lips pouting so much that an oil bottle could almost hang from them. When Su Ran saw Chestnut, he thought the girl didn't want to sleep and wanted to play with him. As soon as he squatted down and picked up Chestnut, Chestnut instantly used her octopus technique to cling tightly to Su Ran. Su Ran was stunned by the sudden hug. After standing up and managing to close the door with Chestnut blocking her view, she sat down on the sofa and asked, "What's wrong, little girl? Don't you want to sleep yet? If you don't want to sleep, how about I let Linger come out and play with you? Your brother still needs to cultivate." That's when things went wrong. After Su Ran said those words, Chestnut's eyes, which were as red as gemstones, instantly filled with tears, and she started hitting Su Ran frantically. "Brother, you're lying. You promised you'd spend as much time with me as possible, so why are you leaving again tomorrow?" After Li Zi finished speaking, she cried uncontrollably, her limbs tightly gripping Su Ran, as if that would prevent Su Ran from leaving. What exactly did the teacher say to the girl? Just as Su Ran had this thought, a portal opened behind Chestnut, revealing Dongfang Yu's slightly apologetic face. Seeing Dongfang Yu's expression, Su Ran realized that Dongfang Yu had let something slip and gently patted Chestnut's back as she spoke. Okay, stop crying." Su Ran looked into Chestnut's eyes, gently wiped away her tears, and then spoke softly. "Brother needs to become stronger, very, very strong, so that I can protect you all. Therefore, brother will continue on the path of becoming stronger." "I don't want to." Chapter 192, Heading to the Land of Phoenix Inheritance. Chestnut suddenly shouted, "I don't need my brother to become stronger, and I don't want him to become stronger, because if my brother becomes stronger, he will have to take on a lot of risks." Chestnut looked at Su Ran with tears in her eyes and said, "The last time was during the Beast Tide. In order to protect those who could forcibly use Little Pink, my brother almost died because too much supernatural power rushed into his meridians. This time, the invasion by some god was the same. Because that god used Linger's greatsword, his right arm was burned to the bone. In order to save the people of the whole city, he didn't hesitate to blow up both of his arms to frantically squeeze out his own blood." This was said after Chestnut's eyes suddenly transformed into Kamui's kaleidoscope. "These are the eyes you gave me, brother. I can see everything." Su Ran was utterly shocked by the kaleidoscope in Chestnut's eyes and quickly asked the system, "You gave this girl Kamui's kaleidoscope?" The system was still dazed at this moment, but it immediately woke up after hearing Su Ran's words. "I didn't give it to this girl? Then why is there a Kamui pattern in this girl's eyes?" The system opened its eyes on Su Ran's earlobe, and after seeing the kaleidoscope in Chestnut's eyes, it understood what was going on. "That's what you imprinted in that girl's eyes last time. It's basically like a projection of Pain's Rinnegan. As long as your eyes are still open, that girl can use your power through her own eyes." Chestnut hugged Su Ran tightly, pressing her face against Su Ran's chest. Su Ran simply held Chestnut gently, stroking Chestnut's long, snow-white hair tenderly. At this moment, Xiaofan's voice rang in Su Ran's mind. "Sir, perhaps I have a solution." "Tell me about it." "I'll assemble it into its normal mecha form and let Miss Chestnut sit inside. If we encounter danger, she can use the ability she has about you in her eyes to escape on her own, while I will quickly attach myself to you to fight." Su Ran listened to Xiaofan's words without noticing that Chestnut had fallen asleep and her body began to slide down. Su Ran quickly caught Chestnut's slipping body, carried her to the bed, and gently tapped Chestnut's head with her right hand. "Forgive me, Chestnut, maybe next time." Instead of cultivating, Su Ran lay down next to Chestnut and fell into a deep sleep. Su Ran woke up as soon as the sunlight streamed in. After using Flying Thunder God technique to switch places with the pillow next to her, she placed her usual gray robe next to Chestnut, put on the clothes Lin Juyu had given her, and then pushed open the door and went out. Su Ran bumped into Dongfang Yu as soon as she stepped out. Just as Dongfang Yu was about to say something, Su Ran put her finger to her lips and said softly, "I'll trouble you to look after this girl." Dongfang Yu nodded slightly and raised his hand to open a teleportation portal.
Come back soon.
Su Ran nodded and passed through the portal. Just as Su Ran passed through the portal and the portal disappeared, Dongfang Yu saw Li Zi sitting on the bed, looking at the place where Su Ran left with tears in her eyes. Just as Dongfang Yu was about to step inside, Li Zi used Shadow Escape to create a shadow hand that quickly closed and locked the door, then hugged her knees and started crying.
Tears quickly soaked Su Ran's gray robe, and Chestnut cried even harder after glancing at the robe.
After Su Ran passed through, she found Yu Tian and Yuya standing behind her.
When Yu Tian saw Su Ran, flames burst from his body and he transformed into a giant phoenix.
He turned to the two of them and said something. "You two come up here, I'll take you directly to the land of inheritance." Yuya spread her wings and flew up, while Su Ran used the Flying Thunder God technique multiple times to land steadily on Yu Tian's back. After seeing the two people board his back, Yu Tian flapped his wings and the huge phoenix flew towards the Phoenix Heritage Site, leaving a fiery red tail trail.
In less than an hour,
Yu Tian flew to the foot of a fiery red mountain, landed, and said, "The place of inheritance is inside the volcano, so you two must prioritize your own safety." As he spoke, Yu Tian tossed two green jade pendants into their hands. "If you encounter a situation where you really can't win, just crush the jade token, and you will be teleported out." As Su Ran gazed at the majestic beastly aura emanating from the distant mountains, the dragon energy within his body involuntarily activated, and he let out a melodious dragon roar towards the distant peaks. "Hold head high." Strangely enough, after Su Ran finished yelling, he suddenly felt that the pressure on him had decreased a lot. Although the pressure was still there, it was much easier than before. Su Ran immediately activated the Platinum Gold Immortal Beast Link, and after changing his appearance with illusion magic in Yuya's surprised gaze, he spoke. Yuya nodded, and a fiery red feather dress instantly appeared on her body. Her aura began to resonate with the beastly power in the distant mountains.
Su Ran led the way, while Yuya followed behind, collecting all the valuable items and dividing them into 4 or 6 portions. As Su Ran was walking, she suddenly stopped. Yuya, who was walking behind her, bumped into Su Ran's back without noticing, but Su Ran didn't care at all. The jet black dragon scale armor instantly enveloped Su Ran, and the slashing blade had already appeared in Su Ran's right hand.
"What's going on? Why did you suddenly stop?" Yuya asked, rubbing her nose, which was sore from the impact. Su Ran gestured with his lip in one direction, and Yuya was immediately assaulted by the terrifying beastly aura as she walked over, almost causing her to fall to the ground. Yuya looked at the enormous monster with 9 snake heads in front of her and asked Su Ran,
"What is that terrifying behemoth?"
"A peak 9th tier beast, no weaker than a 10th tier Hydra King.
It seems we've been utterly destroyed by Daiyun Motors this time."
"What? How could it be this?" Yuya rubbed her eyes in disbelief, but Su Ran pointed to the Hydra's neck and said,
"Look at their necks."
Su Ran pointed to the snake neck, which had already partially merged into one. 9 heads combined into one. "It looks like this guy is either breaking through to the 10th rank or about to transform into a dragon.
We're probably in trouble later."
But Su Ran saw the little stars in Yuya's eyes and said in an annoyed tone,
"Don't even think about pulling off a heist. Moreover, this big guy is a mutated species with ancient bloodline.
The two of us are just there to deliver vegetables."
Chapter 193 The Hydra King. If anyone's going to do it, it'll be me.
Su Ran walked out with the blazing greatsword in his right hand, pointing the tip of the sword at the Hydra. The alien core on the blazing greatsword was instantly lit up, and it quickly transformed into the shape of the Calamity Greatsword.
"Azzy, will eating this help you?" Azzy emerged from the tattoo on Su Ran's left arm, and its terrifying aura forced Yuya to retreat dozens of steps.
"The fire poison is very potent, which is indeed a very good thing for me."
"That's great."
The fragments of Little Pink's mecha quickly emerged from Su Ran's ring, encasing the dragon scale armor and forming an even more terrifying flame armor with the Greatsword of Calamity.
"Looks like you don't need to use that 9th Order alien core anymore, Little Pink."
"It is my honor, sir." Without hesitation, Su Ran left a flying thunder god mark on a Z and strode towards the direction of the Hydra, with 7 explosive tags tucked under his left hand. With a flick of his left hand, Su Ran sent 7 explosive tags fluttering towards the direction of Hydra. The 7 explosive tags instantly burst forth with countless rays of light, and soon more explosive tags were summoned through these 7 tags, fluttering down like snowflakes. Countless detonating tags burst forth with intense white light, so bright that Yuya couldn't open her eyes. A terrifying explosion rang out, and soon a huge white sphere of light enveloped the Hydra, causing countless amounts of blood to splatter out. "This is really bad. They only managed to blow off 3 heads." Su Ran looked at the Hydra with 3 heads blown off and shook her head with a slight sigh. At that moment, a boulder caught in the blast tumbled down the mountain and struck Hydra directly. Whoosh! The Hydra let out a mournful cry, but its tone quickly turned furious, and with a flick of its tail, it shattered the boulder into pieces.
"It's starting to get interesting."
Su Ran looked at her right hand, which was constantly being burned to bones and then growing back to flesh and blood, and shook her head helplessly. "Fortunately, I have an immortal body and a 4th stage immortal body, otherwise I really wouldn't be able to wield this Calamity Rising Greatsword."
"Nonsense. Do you really think those 10 level 10 fire-type beasts are just sitting around doing nothing?" nothing? The system will now output audio. At least the judgment of heavenly fire still distributes the damage equally between yourself and the enemy. As long as you don't recklessly touch it, you won't be corrupted by Honkai energy. The power of the blazing greatsword lies in its 10 alien cores, driven by the rage of their original owners, 10 10th tier fire-type alien beasts. However, Li Tai is indeed a genius. He actually thought of using the flame spear form to suppress their anger, thus allowing him to use the sword. However, this sword was originally designed to possess the ultimate destructive power, which is why it has the flame sword form and the calamity form. The system watched Su Ran's battle with Hydra and spoke to itself. This sword sealed the souls of the alien beasts within their cores, allowing it to unleash their full fury when used, extracting every last drop of their power. In other words, if you can use it, someone else wielding the greatsword of calamity would at most only be able to deliver a single blow, and might even be burned to ashes the moment they touched the sword by the rage of the beast within and the extremely dense fire element. While listening to the system's instructions, Su Ran chopped off 2 of the Hydra's heads. Taking advantage of one of the Hydra's attacks, he jumped back to a distance and said, "I'm not playing with this little snake anymore. There are people waiting for me at home." The alien core on the greatsword was pushed to its limit, and the phantoms of 10 strange beasts appeared, eventually transforming into Linger's appearance and entering the greatsword, bringing out the sword shadow that pierced the sky. Su Ran knew that the thing in his hand wasn't the one he was thinking of, but he still shouted out the deadly kill in a melodramatic way. Heavenly fire unsheathed. The terrifying attack cleaved the Hydra, which possessed extremely high fire resistance, in two, revealing its crimson alien core. Su Ran deactivated the blazing greatsword's celestial mode, walked to the Hydra's corpse, and took out the fiery red alien core, saying, "You have your new core." But Xiaofun removed her own combat core, refined the new alien core to fit the size of the alien core groove, and installed it, saying, "I still prefer to use my own combat core." "That doesn't matter." Su Ran put away Little Pink and the blazing greatsword, and beckoned Azzy to devour the Hydra's body. As expected of a 10th tier beast king, Azzy swallowed the entire corpse of the Hydra in one gulp and then curled up there like a snake that hadn't done anything wrong. After putting Azzy away, Su Ran walked towards Yuya and said, "They looted the loot box. How pitiful it is that someone killed you and then had to divide up the treasure you left behind." Yuya said this, but she was dismantling the spoils of war faster and faster. "What's the point of leaving it here if we don't take it? Are we just waiting to be buried with this guy?" Su Ran took out an apple, took a bite, and found that all the moisture in the apple had evaporated, so she threw it into the grass and walked up the mountain on her own. After disassembling the spoils, Yuya handed a ring to Su Ran and said, "Your spoils." After putting the ring into the divine might space, Su Ran unfolded the Kuanpum wings and looked at Yuya, saying, "We don't know how long it would take to travel like this, let's fly instead." After controlling the wings of the Kuanpum and sending himself into the sky, Su Ran looked at Yuya on the ground and asked, "Can you keep up?" Yuya spread her phoenix wings and flew to Su Ran's side. Su Ran glanced at her and then flew towards the mountaintop without looking back. Even though Su Ran deliberately controlled his speed, Yuya still had to exert all her strength to keep up with him. Soon, Su Ran stopped and looked at the dense red figures in front of him. "There are actually peacocks, descendants of the phoenix, here?" Su Ran didn't take out the blazing greatsword, but instead took out the slashing blade. Looking at the feathers on the peacock's body, the blade in his hand was already itching to be used. "I need to take some of this back and see if I can make clothes for those 2 girls." Just as Su Ran was about to activate the flying thunder god technique to charge into the peacock flock and begin the slaughter, an old peacock spoke in human language. "Humans, leave this place. This is not a place for you." Su Ran looked at the old peacock and pointed her sword at Yuya behind her, saying, "When entrusted with a task, one should be loyal to that person. His father has already asked me to help the girl obtain the phoenix inheritance, so I can't just give up halfway and go back. That's not my style." Chapter 194 Peacock. How dare you humans interfere with the legacy of Lord Phoenix? The old peacock's tone instantly turned angry, and the surrounding fire elements even began to move slightly because of his words. "I'm giving you one last chance to leave. Otherwise, prepare to rest here forever." Su Ran smiled at the old peacock in front of him, took out his cigarette, scratched it on his cleaver, lit it, and started smoking. "Old man, you're putting me in a difficult position." As soon as Su Ran took a puff of his cigarette, countless plumes of smoke billowed from his mouth and nose. The flame god Susanoo instantly appeared, and the terrifying Indra's arrow, burning with black flames, was already aimed at the flock of peacocks. "However, I usually like to flip the table and tell him not to do it when things are difficult. I'm sorry, I'm just a kind-hearted person. I can't bear to see you suffer so much before you die. I'll send you on your way now." The flame god Susanoo instantly released the serious bow in his right hand, unleashing a terrifying aura as the spinning arrow shot towards the flock of peacocks, only to be blocked by a fiery red light barrier. As expected, human nature has never changed. Greedy, selfish, and violent, they truly deserve to be called the most disgusting race. "Old man, don't say that with your body all stiff. I'm afraid your back won't be strong enough to break." After taking a puff of his cigarette, Su Ran threw the butt on the ground and stomped it
it out before speaking. If your Orcish race has the opposite morality to us humans, then explain what the beast tide is all about? We're all old foxes, you're trying to play your mother's ghost story with me. The old peacock cursed angrily. We did not. As followers of Lord Phoenix, neither we nor our ancestors launched a single beast tide. Old man, do you believe what you're saying? After creating a parchment using the Necronomicon in the Divine Might space, Su-Ran threw it in front of the old peacock and said, if you're so capable, drip your blood on that paper and say it again. I really don't believe you can still say those words under the necromancy curse that wiped out your race. Now it was the old peacock's turn to hesitate. After struggling for a long time, it stood still without making a move. Suddenly, the old peacock seemed to realize something. He angrily cursed Su-Ran. Why should I listen to you? If it's a forbidden spell that can be activated with a drop of blood, wouldn't that be terrifying? If you want to harm my peacock clan, just say so. There's no need to hide it. If you don't dare to admit it, then you don't dare to admit it. Stop pretending. Su-Ran snapped his fingers, and after the dense black flames burned the parchment, he spoke. I don't think there's anything wrong with you launching a beast tide. It's just the law of the jungle, that's how the world is. But don't fucking try to be a prostitute while pretending to be virtuous. It's disgusting. As Su-Ran spoke, he instantly threw out 4 yin-yang release, Raisin Shuriken, which broke through the fiery red light barrier. He then immediately followed up with an Indra's arrow, which instantly killed a group of low-level peacocks. The old peacock, upon seeing the dead peacocks, instantly unleashed power exceeding the 10th rank, and a giant, fiery red bird figure carrying terrifying power landed behind the peacock. I will make you forever bathed in the divine grace of Lord Phoenix, and you will repent for what you did today for eternity. Seeing the situation before him, Su-Ran knew he couldn't hold back anymore. He activated his remote divine power to take Yuya into his divine power space and then activated the Platinum Gold Immortal Beast connection in conjunction with his immortal mode. Based on Su-Ran's 5th order cultivation, he was directly pushed to the peak of the 9th order. Divine grace? That's quite funny. Su-Ran took out the blazing greatsword and pointed to the pale green bloodstains on the tip of the sword. This thing just killed a god. The blood hasn't even dried yet, and you're already here? The old peacock didn't speak, but instead transformed into human form and coldly stared at Su-Ran. Without hesitation, Su-Ran activated the 5th stage of form liberation, responding to the old peacock's cold gaze with even more ferocious power. Su-Ran's aura suddenly weakened to a mere wisp, like a flickering candle in the wind that could be extinguished at any moment. But what followed was an even more terrifying burst of cultivation, which barely allowed Su-Ran to step into the 10th level. The power of the immortal body and the undying body erupted instantly, making up for Su-Ran's missing energy and even making his blood energy more vigorous than before. I wonder how many of my sword strikes you can withstand with the power bestowed upon you by that lord you speak of? Su-Ran poured the chakra of the tailed beast ball directly into the exploding flame greatsword, and soon a pitch-black sphere was enveloped in flames and appeared at the tip of Su-Ran's sword. Su-Ran suddenly shook the sword, and the sphere was instantly flung out, carrying a terrifying aura and raging flames as it charged straight towards the old peacock. Just as the old peacock was about to use the light barrier to defend itself again, its limbs were instantly bound by countless emerald green vines that looked like they were dripping with water. It was firmly fixed in place. When the tailed beast ball collided with the old peacock, it caused a powerful explosion, even shattering the phoenix phantom behind the old peacock. Not to be outdone, the old peacock instantly created countless clones and spat out phoenix fire lines carrying scorching heat, completely sealing off Su-Ran's escape route. But Su-Ran simply activated her divine power to dodge the damage coefficient and then quietly looked at the old peacock with a faint smile on her face. Let me teach you how to use fire. Su-Ran clapped his hands, and a vortex-like ripple burst forth from his right eye. A black fire dragon emerged from Su-Ran's right eye and charged straight toward the old peacock. Fire release, Storm Dragon Dance. Just as the old peacock broke free from the shackles of the tree realm, a giant wooden figure appeared behind him and slammed him into the ground with a single punch. Ningshin Gate. Countless vermilion torii gates suddenly fell from the sky, completely sealing the old peacock in place. Take a good look at how I slaughter your descendants. Su-Ran placed his sword on the ground and walked towards the group of low-level peacocks. The peacocks scattered and fled as Su-Ran's aura spread out. Just as Su-Ran was wondering how to catch them, the system's voice suddenly rang out. I'll give you the complete guide to sealing arrays directly. Take a good look at it and use it yourself. Su-Ran did the same thing as before, throwing a single draw into the pool. A moment later, a book with a purple glow appeared in Su-Ran's right hand. Without hesitation, Su-Ran clicked learn, and instantly countless sealing formations rushed into her mind, nearly bursting it. So this is the power of knowledge? It's really a headache. Su-Ran rubbed his burning head, but the 6 kunai were instantly teleported to various places through divine power, and 6 purple light pillars rose up, forming a huge fence. These little things are actually quite hard to kill. Looks like I'll have to step up my game. Chapter 195. The Dual Gun Club provides the answer. Su-Ran clasped his hands together, and a giant wooden figure with 2 wooden dragons emerged from the ground. Cut him down. As Su-Ran spoke, he placed the Susanoo armor on the wooden doll, which then roared and charged towards the low-level peacocks. Each punch from the wooden figure could kill a large number of peacocks. Under the wooden figure's bomber-like offensive, 3 red beams of light appeared from the mountain and landed in front of the wooden figure, delivering a heavy blow. "Old man, you're not doing so well anymore." The 3 red lights instantly went out, revealing the 3 old peacocks that had been using the wood as bait. The peacock standing on the left raised its right arm and gently waved it, rescuing the old peacock who was being controlled by the Mingxian sect. Calling for reinforcements? Different colored lights suddenly shone from Su Ran's body, and the evil-faced nine-tailed fox, a Z, and Linger, who was piloting Little Pink, appeared beside Su Ran. At this moment, Linger controlled Little Pink to remove the 2 blades of the blazing greatsword, fold them into 2 pistols, and threw them to Su Ran. "Here are 2 weapons, so you won't say you're useless." The remaining part instantly transformed into a fiery red spear, which, combined with the flames on Little Pink's body, suddenly erupted. Su Ran looked at the 6 alien cores on the 2 guns and lit them up without hesitation. "Tonesy, tell me honestly, did you steal this sword? Why do I feel more and more familiar with it the more I use it?" Su Ran looked at her fluctuating breathing and said uneasily, "Are you stupid?" The system said irritably, "Don't forget, how could a system like me, who can't even make a move, possibly steal the heavenly fire for you and replace the explosive flame greatsword?" "That's true." Su Ran infused his supernatural power into his dual pistols. As soon as he pulled the trigger, countless red bullets from his predecessors flew out of the muzzles and flew straight toward the 4 old peacocks. Just as the 4 old peacocks were about to join forces to release their defense, they were scattered by Azzy's tail. One of them was taken away, and Su Ran set up a ceiling formation, which led to a righteous one-on-one duel. "We'll help you get one." As Linger spoke, she charged toward the old peacock with her fiery red spear. Su Ran quickly fired 2 more kunai and separated a small formation from the huge 6 purple flame formation. "I'm off now, kid. Remember to treat me to something nice when you get back." As the evil-faced figure spoke, 2 enormous-tailed beast shuriken appeared in his hand and he threw them at one of the old peacocks. At this point, the 4 battlefields were completely separated, leaving only Su Ran standing one-on-one with the old peacock who had started the fight. After absorbing a portion of the Earth's energy, Su Ran upgraded the 6 purple flame array into the 6 crimson sun array, raised his right hand, and pointed the dark muzzle of his gun at the old peacock's heart. "Who am I?" "Dual guns will provide the answer." As Su Ran spoke, he activated the light and heavy rock, which propelled him into the air. Without hesitation, a dense barrage of bullets spread out towards the old peacock. After the old peacock swiftly flapped its wings and shattered the barrage of fire, it was met with a spiral shuriken from Su Ran. Just as the old peacock was about to flee, Su Ran activated his ethereal form without hesitation, detonating the spiral shuriken in his hand. The elfin-like suction force pulled the old peacock back. Su Ran pressed his face against the old peacocks and pulled the trigger. Bang bang! 2 gunshots rang out, and 2 huge bloody holes appeared on the old peacock's body, from which blood flowed out. However, a peculiar red energy directly entered the old peacock's body from the outside, completely healing the wounds and even pushing the old peacock's cultivation aura to a new level. "I hate those who have a field advantage the most." Su Ran clasped his hands together, and countless emerald green vines completely covered the 6 red yang array, forming a huge forest. The trees in the forest quickly sprouted countless flower buds, which soon turned into bright flowers emitting pale yellow pollen. When the old peacock realized something was wrong with the pollen, it was too late. After Su Ran secretly injected a little magic power and Aziz poison, the old peacock was directly poisoned and fell helplessly to the ground. Su Ran looked at the wooden dummy clearing the area outside. After the 2 pistols were joined together one in front of the other, they instantly transformed into a huge sniper rifle, exuding a terrifying aura in Su Ran's hands. "This thing is really heavy." After fully charging the sniper rifle with his supernatural power, Su Ran laboriously raised it and pulled the trigger without hesitation, aiming at the direction where the old peacock had fallen. The enormous impact blasted the old peacock's body into countless pieces, with a layer of black Amaterasu fire even burning on them to ensure the old peacock wasn't completely dead. However, the old peacock who followed the Phoenix clan did have some means of survival. He used a special stealth technique to hide in the void, looking for an opportunity to kill Su Ran in one blow. However, Su Ran could also hide. Although she couldn't see the old peacock's exact location, she still knew roughly where the old peacock was hiding. Although she simply pretended not to see the old peacock and relaxed her vigilance, the explosive talisman with the spirit communication array already inscribed in her palm was ready to be released. Seeing Su Ran relax, the old peacock thought its chance had come. It gathered an extremely thin line of fire in its beak and swept it straight towards Su Ran's neck. But Su Ran acted as if nothing had happened and did not dodge. The moment the fire line touched Su Ran's main body, Su Ran used the substitution technique to replace it. The clone caused a huge explosion, and Su Ran used the explosion to quickly run behind the old peacock. "New stock has arrived. Here are 200 new explosive tags for you to try your luck." Su Ran looked at the 200 explosive tags neatly stacked in the the system warehouse and smiled so broadly that he almost wanted to chat with the sun. "You've been a huge help." Su-ran controlled the black rod to instantly pierce the old peacock's body and seal all its acupoints. After attaching 10 intelligence cards with spiritual power certificates to the old peacock's body, Su-ran quickly used his divine power to teleport hundreds of meters away. The old peacock was puzzled by Su-ran's actions. Just as he was about to break free of the black stick and go to fight Su-ran, the explosive talismans that Su-ran had attached to his body had already been activated, and all 200 explosive talismans were summoned. The powerful explosion even slightly tore open space, revealing black cracks. After charging a terrifying attack into his sword, Su-ran threw it out. Using the speed of the flying thunder god technique over short distances, he flew to the sword and triggered a perfect parry with the sword. The enhanced rebound attack landed on the old peacock, creating a powerful explosion. "I should be content with living this long. It's time to get going." Chapter 196 4-in-1. Just as Su-ran was about to execute the old peacock, an extremely terrifying power made Su-ran's hair stand on end. Almost without hesitation, he activated his divine power and narrowly dodged the attack. After Su-ran used his divine power to teleport himself away, he looked at the multicolored red giant bird and his hands and feet began to tremble slightly. As Su-ran spoke, an extremely angry dragon roar came from his mouth, which actually forced the phoenix to take a step back. Soon, Azzy and the others returned to Su-ran's side. Their terrifying aura was no weaker than that of the phoenix, and was even slightly stronger. With a wave of the phoenix's hand, the other 3 dying peacocks came to the old peacock's side and received treatment from the phoenix. Soon the 4 peacocks' injuries were completely healed, and their auras even broke through a small distance. The phoenix looked at the 4 peacocks and spoke slowly. "I grant you 10% of my power to kill all these foreign invaders." As the phoenix spoke, it transformed into countless phantoms and entered the bodies of the 4 peacocks. Soon, 3 of the peacocks merged into the body of the old peacock, whose feathers gradually turned fiery red and displayed 5 different colors. "So it was fake. I thought I was really going to take down a phoenix today." Su-ran shook his head dismissively at the old peacock in front of him, but his body betrayed him. He used flying thunder god technique to strike the old peacock's face with a tailed beast ball, the terrifying power of which forcefully shook it away. "Don't hold back. After gaining the power of that phoenix phantom, the little firebird's full force attack will definitely be no weaker than the phoenix's. Go all out." Su-ran shook her head helplessly as she listened to the system's words. Okay, I was actually planning to play around with it." After putting away Azzy's evil face and Xiaofan, Su-ran jumped in front of the wooden doll and deactivated Susanoo. He then controlled the wooden doll to sit cross-legged on the ground and slammed his hands on the ground. Instantly, a terrifying Buddha head lifted the wooden doll up and continued to emerge. Driven by Su-ran's extremely powerful supernatural abilities, the 10,000-meter-tall Buddha statue quickly appeared out of nowhere. Su-ran couldn't help but laugh when he saw the peacock, which was not even as big as the Buddha's head. "Ha ha, I thought you'd be quite powerful and majestic with your master's strength, but I didn't expect you to be so small." As Su-ran spoke, tears of blood streamed down his face, and pieces of Susanoo armor quickly enveloped the Buddha, radiating an aura of world-destroying power. Immortal techniques, truly thousands of moves. Su-ran stood atop the wooden figure, his hands clasped together. Countless arms behind the Buddha statue struck straight at the old peacock, but the old peacock nimbly dodged the attacks thanks to its ability to fly, as if Su-ran was doing something futile. However, the 1,000 hands in the name of the 1,000-hand Buddha is literal. While the old peacock was desperately trying to dodge the Buddha's hand attacks, he was completely unaware that he had fallen into Su-ran's trap. Countless Buddha hands instantly enveloped the old peacock into a giant wooden ball. Su-ran controlled the giant Buddha beneath him to stand up and played with the wooden ball. After playing for a while, Su-ran found it boring, so he threw the wooden ball into the air and then used the 2 huge Buddha hands of the Buddha to hold it, and with a sudden force, he directly compressed the wooden ball from 3 dimensions into 2 dimensions. Countless drops of blood burst from the Buddha's hands, instantly staining the 2 enormous hands red. But Su-ran clearly remembered the Phoenix's resurrection ability, yet he chose to risk everything by removing all defenses and standing upright on the wooden Buddha's head. Soon a red feather drifted down in front of Su-ran, but Su-ran didn't pay it any attention. However, the old peacock, who should have died, was resurrected in front of Su-ran through that feather, holding a long sword made entirely of flames, and pierced Su-ran's body directly. Su-ran suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and then slowly collapsed to the ground. "Rest here forever, you unruly stranger. May you, under the guidance of the Great Im, soon go to that world full of joy." The old peacock, without hesitation, cut Su-ran's corpse in 2. However, after the body was cut up, Su-ran's body disappeared completely, and even the bloodstains vanished without a trace. But at this moment, the real Su-ran appeared. After barely sealing off the surrounding space with his divine power, he grabbed the old peacock's body and stuffed the black sphere in his right hand into the old peacock's mouth. Tailed beast chain. The instant Su-ran stuffed it in, Su-ran's left hand condensed into an identical jet black sphere, which was then stuffed into into the old peacock's mouth. No matter what blessings the old peacock bestowed, it was no match for internal destruction. It immediately spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood and collapsed weakly to the ground like gold paper. There's another gift. As the old peacock shoved those 2-tailed beast wool bullets into its mouth, they actually generated a small wind-release raisin shuriken inside the old peacock's body, completely shredding its internal organs and severing its life force. But the old peacock was clearly dying with its eyes wide open, speaking with its last ounce of strength. "Kill me, but spare my people." Su Ran felt a pang of pity for the dying old peacock, pretending, and so she said. After Su Ran finished speaking, he dug out the old peacock's alien core intact, but the aura emanating from it was clearly not within the range of a normal alien core. Divine cores typically drop from beasts that have become chosen ones, and the drop rate is even lower than the probability of his 3 daughters from 16 years ago being his own flesh and blood. Su Ran reassembled the blazing greatsword, removed the Hydra's alien core, and installed the old peacock's divine core, feeling the surging power within it as he spoke. Is this probably his true form? I've found out. The place of inheritance is inside the volcano. You need to find a way down. The immortals have their own ingenious plans. Su Ran looked at the last remaining peacock and said coldly to it, "The next time we meet, either you'll kill me, or I'll kill you." After saying that, Su Ran walked up the mountain without looking back. Just as the peacock let out a long sigh, Su Ran turned around and used his terrifying sword to finish off the peacock's heart with a single strike. "You've met me for the second time, you should die now." After Su Ran finished speaking, he activated the first level of his form release and hit his entire body. He stood in the corner and quietly waited for the next protagonist to appear. Su Ran intended to eliminate the trouble forever and simply wipe out the entire clan in one go. Chapter 197 was indeed correct. Just 5 minutes after Su Ran went into stealth mode, a small peacock emerged from under a pile of peacock corpses. Looking at the numerous peacock carcasses scattered on the ground, its eyes were filled with undisguised hatred. "I knew there were still some left to kill." Su Ran deactivated his invisibility and stepped out, grabbing the little peacock's body and summoning the Necronomicon in his right hand. "Let me look for it." After suspending the Necronomicon in the air, Su Ran quickly flipped through it with his right hand and soon found what he wanted. After reading the introduction in the book, Su Ran used wood release to arrange the dead peacock's corpse into a large, blood-red array, then broke the little peacock's limbs and placed it at the very center of the array. "Now it's up to you to choose." Su Ran threw the cleaver and a piece of candy in front of the little peacock, and the system asked, puzzled, "What are you doing? Give this little thing a choice and see if he can find the way to live. Could you elaborate?" Su Ran took out a cigarette, lit it with the help of the dragon scale in the center of his chest, and started smoking. "If this little firebird chooses the knife, it proves that it has murderous intent. This child must not be allowed to live. If it chooses sugar, it proves that it is extremely cunning. This child must not be allowed to live. If it chooses all of them, it proves that its greed is not shallow. This child must not be kept. If it chooses none of them, it proves that it is inherently rebellious, and this child must not be kept." The system sighed and rubbed its forehead in exasperation. "We're all going to die today anyway, right?" Su Ran took a drag of his cigarette, exhaled the smoke, and said, "Otherwise what? Let this little thing give me a twist of fate, like 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Never underestimate a young man. When have you ever seen me leave behind any future troubles?" Su Ran spoke to the little peacock who was hesitant to make a choice. "Since you won't make a choice, let me make the choice for you." After throwing away the remaining half of the cigarette, Su Ran popped the candy into her mouth and ate it. Then, she grabbed the little peacock by the neck with her right hand, held the cleaver to the little peacock's neck, and said, "Let me guess. It barely escaped the hunt, but came out again to attract my attention to see if I left. If not, then it means there must still be some alive." Su Ran tightened her grip on the little peacock's neck instantly, and the little peacock's eyes quickly rolled back. "If you tell me who's hiding, I'll let you live and heal your wounds. Make a good choice." Su Ran placed the little peacock on the ground and quietly waited for the outcome. But the little peacock seemed to have its throat welded shut and refused to speak. At this moment, Su Ran injected some of the natural energy into the little peacock's body, helping to repair some of its injuries and slightly improve its cultivation level. "Can you feel this power? I'm not lying to you." Su Ran's words carried a strange allure, and the little peacock nodded as if possessed. After seeing the little peacock nod, Su Ran stabbed it through the body without hesitation. The last words the little peacock heard before it died were, "A person who would betray even their own family deserves to die." As Su Ran finished speaking, the little peacock's blood splattered onto the formation, which was successfully activated, bursting forth with a scarlet light that covered the area. Su Ran nodded in satisfaction as she watched the peacock's corpse turn to ashes in the formation, and hummed a little tune as she walked up the mountain. "You walking towards me make me so eager. I've never felt this way before, 'cause I got a crush on you. You are mine, but who am I to you?" The system cursed at Su Ran, who was walking up the mountain with a flamboyant gait while leaning on his ironclad back. "Damn it, even the extermination of 2Z's clan wasn't as tormenting as this kid. This unfortunate bastard is a complete villain, and the damn alien core destroyed all those materials. They've really gotten too cocky. When Su Ran was still several hundred meters away from the mountaintop, a trickle of blood suddenly spilled from the corner of her mouth. Without hesitation, Su Ran slapped her chest, causing a mouthful of blood to erupt. Indeed, the fire poison here is extremely concentrated, but the system exclaimed excitedly, "Release the little girl and activate Sage Mode. If all goes well, there should be something as valuable as Phoenix Flame Fire here." Su Ran opened the Divine Might space and released Yuya, but Yuya stood there as if nothing had happened, and even looked at Su Ran with a worried expression. "Are you alright? You look so pale, and why has your hair changed color?" Su Ran shook her head and said, "It's alright. Did you sense any strange fire element?" Upon hearing what Su Ran said, Yuya immediately activated the Burning Phoenix mode, but after probing for a while, she deactivated the mode and shook her head helplessly. "No, the fire element here is too concentrated, I can't sense it." After using Immortal mode to probe for a long time without finding anything, Su Ran asked the system, "Could we find that Phoenix Flame Fire?" "It should be possible," the system said leisurely. The fact that the four peacocks could temporarily borrow 1/10 of the Phoenix's power proves the Phoenix's true form, otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to borrow it at all. Phoenix Flame Fire is the flame that comes with the Phoenix. If your blazing greatsword is combined with this flame, its attack power may be even higher. Su Ran looked at the mountain peak not far away as if she had thought of something. She used light and heavy rock to float herself up and then rushed towards the top of the mountain. "Don't rush, wait for me." Yuya quickly spread her phoenix wings and caught up with Su Ran. After rushing to the top of the mountain, Su Ran looked at the magma below and the dense, almost liquid fire element around him, then slammed his hands on the ground. Countless pieces of wood, combined with the energy of his immortal magic, rushed into the ground, completely clearing out the magma pool. "I knew it. There's a huge space right under this magma." Su Ran spoke to her right arm. "Azzy, bite me." Azzy quickly poked her head out, bit Su Ran's wrist, and then asked. After activating his full power enhancement form, Su spoke to Yuya. "If you're brave enough, jump down with me. If you're not, just wait here for me." After Su Ran finished speaking, she turned her back to the lava rock, opened her arms, and fell down. Yuya rushed forward to grab Su Ran as he fell, but a mysterious force seemed to pull him down from the lava pool, its speed no slower than Yuya's phoenix wings. Upon seeing Su Ran fall into the lava pool, Yuya rushed forward without hesitation and fell into the lava pool with Su Ran. Chapter 198. You are not one of them. Yuya quickly grabbed Su Ran's hand and they plunged into the lava together. After being enveloped in the scorching heat for less than 30 seconds, the two plummeted and could already see the floor below. Su Ran spread his Kuanpun wings and flapped them fiercely, but as if there were some kind of restriction in this world, Su Ran's Kuanpun wings had no effect and he could only fall straight to the ground. Fire release, Great Fire Barrage. Su Ran formed a hand seal and spat out two fireballs towards the ground. The two fireballs collided and exploded violently. The resulting airflow allowed Su Ran to flip over and land steadily on the ground. Yuya wasn't so lucky. After trying to control herself and fly away to no avail, she could only barely use the airflow to avoid landing on her face. Even so, she still fell flat on her backside. "Ouch, my butt." Yuya rubbed her buttocks in pain and slowly stood up. Yuya looked at the surrounding buildings and asked incredulously, "This should be the true place where the phoenix is passed down. I don't have the bloodline of your Yu family, so I probably can't help you much from now on." "Oh, it's alright, just come and see for yourself." As Yuya spoke, she tried to take Su Ran's hand, but Su Ran subtly dodged her, leaving Yuya only able to awkwardly rub her hands together. Su Ran looked at the huge phoenix statue in the distance and walked towards it step by step. As expected, we still can't avoid fighting. Su Ran looked at the giant blue phoenix in front of the phoenix statue, and the three swords, slash, dragon scale, and dragon scale, instantly jumped into Su Ran's hands, and the aura of the demon hermitage chef instantly erupted. "Don't get so worked up, kid." The azure phoenix spoke in human language, looking at Su Ran and Yuya in front of it. "You must be the two who have come to receive the inheritance of the phoenix and the phoenix. Come forward to the statue of the adult." Yuya asked and walked over, but Su Ran's dragon energy seemed to have been provoked, and he suddenly let out an angry dragon roar. Upon hearing the dragon's roar, Qinghuan could no longer conceal the anger in her eyes as she looked at Su Ran. If sharp gazes could kill, Su Ran would have been killed 1,000 times over. "Get out of here, kid. The phoenix's inheritance grounds don't allow dragons to come otherwise." "Otherwise what?" As Su Ran spoke, he habitually took out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it with the help of the high temperature on the dragon scales, and then said, "Are you going to kill me, friend?" Qinghuan snorted coldly, and countless flames burst forth from her body, transforming her into a woman clad in azure armor. "Then I have no choice but to kill you and use your dragon blood to bathe the phoenix statue." Su Ran felt no fear at all upon sensing the violent aura emanating from Qinghuan. Instead, she burst into laughter. "There are 5 people who are confident that they can outdo me. Apart from the 2 in Jiangnan, there are 3 more by my side now. Unfortunately, you are not one of them." As Su Ran spoke, the blazing greatsword instantly appeared in his right hand. The immortal beast Link in immortal mode
mode were activated instantly, directly pushing Su Ran's aura to the peak of the 9th rank. This is the scent of the old peacock. What have you done? Qinghuan stared at the alien core on the blazing greatsword, her anger barely concealed. You mean that old peacock that's blocking my way outside? Su Ran exhaled the smoke and said slowly. He was annoying, so I killed him, including his entire clan. Qinghuan raised her longsword and slashed towards Su Ran, unleashing a terrifying fiery strike straight at him. Immortal magic, water formation wall. Su Ran used his free left hand to form a hand seal, and a huge water tornado, completely out of place with the surrounding environment, enveloped Su Ran and blocked the attack. After Su Ran sheathed the blazing flame greatsword with his bare hands, a sharp aura instantly appeared on the blazing flame greatsword. The 9 alien cores on the blazing greatsword were instantly ignited, and the terrifying flames even slightly blackened Su Ran's gray robe. Get out of the way, or I won't be there to collect your body if you die. Upon hearing Su Ran's words, Yuya quickly hid in a safe place and quietly watched Su Ran's actions. Su Ran's kaleidoscope appeared in her eyes, and Qinghuan suddenly felt herself locked by an extremely terrifying aura, but she could not find where that feeling came from. After using the lock-on slash, Su Ran focused on 2 things at once, and the aura of treading snow without a trace also condensed on the blazing greatsword. Please don't hate me. Su Ran drew her greatsword and charged forward. Using her wind and lightning ninjutsu, which she had pushed to its limit, she accelerated and reached Qinghuan's face before she could even react. The sword, filled with destructive energy, had already struck Qinghuan. The Azure Phoenix was engulfed by the terrifying flames and disappeared instantly, but Su Ran still remembered that the Phoenix lineage had the most abnormal ability to be reborn from the ashes. She twirled her sword and used it to block the exploding flame greatsword behind her. Su Ran instantly initiated a parry, and at that moment, Qinghuan's attack struck Su Ran's sword. The perfect parry was triggered instantly, and Qinghuan was slammed into the wall by her own attack, unable to pry herself out. Let me think about what ability I can use to ask where that so-called inheritance is. The 4th level of form liberation, the mantra. After you use the mantra, any object you touch can only speak the truth, otherwise it will be struck by lightning. The skill will definitely work. That's quite timely. It seems you've demonstrated a lot of good abilities. Su Ran activated the 4th level of form liberation, using light and heavy rock to float in front of Qinghuan and gently tap her body with a finger. Speak it out, so you won't have to suffer these physical pains before you die. I will not tell. You will not obtain the master's inheritance. Sigh, why did it have to be so unpleasant? Su Ran activated the Tsukuyami in her eyes, and instantly the same kaleidoscope appeared in Qinghuan's eyes as in Su Ran's. Tell me, where is the legacy? Stone statue, middle. Just after Qinghuan finished speaking, a bolt of lightning pierced through the magma layer and struck Qinghuan hard. It seems your mental strength is quite good. You were able to lie even when I was under Tsukuyami's control. Qinghuan bit her tongue hard and plunged the knife in her hand into her thigh, actually breaking through the Tsukuyami by relying on the intense pain and her mental strength. I will absolutely not reveal where the inheritance is, not even if you kill me, because I am the guardian personally appointed by Lord Phoenix. I cannot let him down. Chapter 199 Human Transformation. Forget it, I don't have time to argue with you. Su Ran concentrated his supernatural power in his left foot and kicked Qinghuan hard in the abdomen. Qinghuan immediately spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with some fragments of internal organs. Last chance. Su Ran held the blazing greatsword horizontally across Qinghuan's neck, and the 10th alien core was instantly lit up, transforming the blazing greatsword into its calamity form. The terrifying heat even melted the armor on Qinghuan's body, revealing her fair neck underneath. Tell me where the inheritance is and I might spare your life. Otherwise, go down and see your so-called superior. Absolutely not. Before Qinghuan could finish speaking, Su Ran, wielding the blazing flame greatsword, swiftly severed her neck, letting the blood splatter freely. By the way, Master, can I make Linger and Xiaofan into human form? The Necronomicon has a method of transforming into a human. As long as there is consciousness, it can be extracted and sealed into a new body, so that the consciousness occupies the new body and thus becomes a human. Linger might be a good fit, but Xiaofan is out of the question. Little Pink is an AI, but it doesn't even qualify as consciousness. I see. After Su Ran finished speaking, he reached into Qinghuan's chest without hesitation and pulled out its alien core, then said, I originally planned to give this Azure Phoenix's corpse to Little Pink, since I wanted to see what a mecha would look like in women's clothing. In that case, let's just forget about it. Su Ran placed the Azure Phoenix's alien core on the blazing flame greatsword. Soon, the alien core was refined by the blazing flame greatsword's terrifying temperature. After absorbing the ordinary core, the greatsword transferred all its essence to Su Ran. They only broke through to level 3. Su Ran felt the enhancement of her superpower and shook her head helplessly. Come out, stop hiding. Yuya then emerged from her hiding place and walked over to Su Ran, asking her a question. Can we still find the inheritance? I don't know, let's see how fate decides. After forming a series of hand seals, Su Ran slammed his hands on the ground. Soon, the wood release technique, imbued with natural energy, located an unusual place and transmitted the information information to Su Ran. Su Ran walked over and discovered the enormous phoenix statue. It turns out that girl had already told me where the inheritance was located. Su Ran delivered a deliberate punch with his right hand, shattering the stone statue and revealing a deep red portal hidden within it. Life is truly unpredictable, with the large intestine enclosing the small intestine, and the small intestine enclosing the duodenum. Stop staring blankly, let's go. Su Ran stepped into the portal first, followed closely by Yuya. Another secret realm to clear. Su Ran felt the same aura of the secret realm as when she last met Zhuge Ming. Little Pink was instantly summoned and covered Su Ran's body. Combined with Su Ran's connection with the immortal beast, its oppressive power was even greater. Su Ran saw a huge sycamore tree in the distance and understood where the inheritance lay. Have you come here to receive my teachings? The enormous phoenix perched on the parasol tree opened its mouth, and its powerful aura even caused Yuya to take a step back. Su Ran used his left hand to steady Yuya's retreating steps, then lit a cigarette and said, "Let me make this clear beforehand. The one who will inherit the mantle is this girl. I have no interest in her." The phoenix perched on the branch asked curiously, "Then why won't you accept my legacy?" It's no wonder the phoenix was puzzled, because Su Ran was the first human it had ever met who said he didn't want its inheritance. "I have even killed gods, so I am not interested in your powers. I can acquire your power, it's only a matter of time." Su then took a step back and looked at the phoenix perched on the branch. "Give me this body after you've passed on your power. Then my trip won't have been in vain." Just as the phoenix was about to get angry, Yuya quickly summoned her phoenix companion beast and said, "Senior, let's begin the passing on of knowledge." Phoenix snorted coldly. "My power requires both the phoenix and the phoenix to inherit it in order to take effect. If that kid doesn't come, my power simply cannot be inherited." Su Ran patted the back of the phoenix companion beast, leaving a wooden thorn disguised as a wooden clone on its back without anyone noticing. "Hurry up." Phoenix snorted coldly, and red light representing the power of the phoenix fell from the sky, shining on Su Ran and Yuya. Su Ran felt the increasingly restless bloodline within her body and the fatal attraction emanating from Yuya, and she realized that this old bird had no good intentions. Instant return. Su Ran and the wooden clone that had captured the phoenix instantly switched places, escaping the range of the phoenix's inherited divine power. "Calm down." Su Ran poured all her supernatural abilities into the clear ice pearl and the thousand hands necklace, and after meditating for nearly half an hour, she was able to barely suppress her agitation. Su Ran compressed all the inherited power he received from the phoenix into his right hand. At this moment, the blazing greatsword instantly transformed into its calamity form and pointed at the phoenix, saying, "If it weren't for her father's request, you would be dead here today." The power of mom's inheritance can also arouse desire. You can't lie to Zhao Xiao, she won't believe it. At this moment, Zhao Xiao, who was having dinner at home, suddenly sneezed, took a tissue to wipe her nose, and said fiercely, "You inherently evil Su Ran, I'll personally beat you down one day." At this moment, the phoenix spoke. "There's nothing we can do about it. The wave of divine resurgence has arrived. If I don't find a powerful protector for my successor, she might not even survive until she grows up. Then don't even think about using physical intimacy to force me and her together. My heart is already full, there's no room for anything else." Su Ran took a deep drag on his cigarette and said, "His companion beast, his father, his 10th level uncle and grandfather can all help him protect his path. I'll spare your life this time because I accepted the commission, otherwise, this sword would have been aimed at you." Phoenix felt its own energy waning and then felt the explosive flame greatsword in Su Ran's hand. Its tone softened as it spoke. "Here, take this body, if you agree to one condition. Stop spouting that nonsense about marrying her, or I might just slash you with my sword." She intervened once when she was in danger, that's all. After agreeing, Su Ran casually found a place to sit down and began to absorb and refine the abundant spiritual energy around her. Phoenix looked at Yuya, who was absorbing the energy, and spoke in a barely audible voice. "Whether you can find a strong partner depends on yourself, girl." Chapter 200 almost lost her innocence. At this moment, the system and nine-tailed fox, who possessed extremely strong perception abilities, naturally sensed that something was wrong with the phoenix. The fox and the system whispered to each other, "Tonzi, you go activate the clear ice pearl and I'll activate the thousand hands necklace. I have a feeling that old fire sparrow is up to no good, and I'm afraid he'll try to sabotage us." "Alright, you take a shot for this kid first." The system page instantly appeared in front of Kurama. Kurama lashed out with his tail, and an ice blue object appeared in his hand. With the frost stillness domain, if that old firebird really uses some kind of poison, just crush the bead and freeze this kid solid. 4 hours later, Yuya and the phoenix finally finished absorbing the phoenix's inheritance. Su Ran walked to the phoenix tree and caught the huge corpse. Yuya suddenly felt a fatal allure emanating from Su Ran, who was wearing a gray robe in front of her. Suddenly, she felt a bit hot, so she did not hesitate to start taking off her clothes. Just as Su Ran was about to resist, a special power from the phoenix corpse entered her body through her right arm, and soon Su Ran also began to feel hot. Compared to Yuya's madness, Su Ran bit her tongue hard, trying to use the pain to bring herself some clarity.
clarity, but unfortunately it had no effect.
Oh no, this is bad.
Just as Su Ran was about to make a mistake, the system and Nine-Tailed Fox instantly activated the Frost Forbidden Domain and the Thousand Hands necklace, forcefully pulling Su Ran back from the abnormal state. However, Yuya, who had just received the power of the Phoenix, was incredibly strong. She placed her hands on Su Ran's chest and actually intended to push Su Ran down and force herself on him. Seeing Yuya's flushed face and eyes clearly filled with love, Su Ran unhesitatingly unleashed a black rod from Yuya's body, locking all of her acupoints and directly rendering her unable to move. Seeing Yuya's flushed face, Su Ran didn't hesitate to use wood release to completely wrap her up, turning her into a giant rice dumpling.
Okay, next is. Su Ran patted the blade of the blazing flame greatsword, and Linger instantly emerged. You bastard, why did you call me out here?
Just as Linger's little fists were about to strike Su Ran grabbed her head to control the distance, then patted Linger's head and said,
Do you want to break free from the sword spirit state and become a real person? Make me a real person? Are you out of your mind, Su Ran? I'm already a sword spirit, how can I become a human?
After Su Ran used the black rod to completely knock Yuya unconscious, he took out the Necronomicon and said, The method is recorded here, and I've also looked around.
There are materials here that can help you become a normal adult again, so I'm asking for your opinion.
At this moment, Linger raised her cute face, her big eyes blinking as she looked at Su Ran and said,
Could we let Modals become human first? I think he needs him more than I do, since I can become a sword spirit and travel around at any time. He should have been a human before me.
But at this moment, Su Ran shook her head and said, I'm sorry, Little Pink, I'm afraid I can't help you with this. I cannot yet extract your consciousness and recreate you as a human, so,
don't blame yourself, sir.
Little Pink's voice came out and said,
I am already very honored to be by your side, and I don't ask for more, because I want to become a mecha AI, always executing the first clause of the protocol. Terribly sorry.
Su Ran then placed the Phoenix's corpse on the ground and beckoned Linger over.
Don't move around here, I'm going to find some materials.
After Su Ran sealed Yuya's 6 senses with the black rod, he took out the Necronomicon and began searching for materials,
turning smallpox into a spirit herb, sycamore wood.
As he spoke, Su Ran looked at the phoenix tree where it had once perched, and with a wave of his hand, Little Pink instantly reassembled into a giant axe that appeared in Su Ran's right hand.
Su Ran swung his axe down hard, leaving a deep gash on the Polonia tree,
but when Su Ran pulled the axe out, the gash was instantly repaired.
In ancient times, there was Wu Gang chopping down the cassia tree. Now, I, Su Ran, am chopping down the phoenix tree? It would probably take phoenix flame to damage this tree.
Since it was once inhabited by a phoenix, it's unlikely that any flame possessing the phoenix's symbiotic qualities could harm it.
You scoundrel, look at this thing.
At this moment, Linger handed Su Ran a stone that looked like a huge piece of red jade. The stone was filled with the aura of a phoenix, and there was a wisp of flame dancing in the middle.
I also said no, right? Su Ran took the stone and crushed it without hesitation. The wisp of flame instantly transformed into the shape of a small phoenix and tried to escape.
Su Ran swiftly reached out his right hand and grabbed the wisp of flame, but the flame clearly did not want to submit to Su Ran and actually began to burn Su Ran's palm in reverse.
Su Ran couldn't help but laugh as she felt the pain in her palm.
Without the phoenix, you are at most a little more terrifying than normal flames. But how could you possibly compare to the flames unleashed by the wrath of 10 rank 10 fire-type beasts? Su Ran abruptly drew the flames directly into his meridians, and began to forcibly refine them in conjunction with the immortal body. Phoenix Flame initially struggled, but after Amaterasu joined in, it instantly softened and obediently let Su Ran absorb it into her body.
Honestly, wouldn't it have been better to do this sooner?
After emptying the entire secret realm, Su Ran discovered that he was still missing a lot of materials. At this moment, the system's voice rang in Su Ran's mind. Material replenishment gift pack, not 98,000, not 9,800, not 998. Take all the ingredients home for just 9.8 yuan.
Have you been to my world before? You sound like one of those salespeople. Who knows?
However, Su Ran honestly bought the materials and placed them next to Linger, saying,
Sit cross-legged, the ceremony is about to begin. Su Ran, what if the ritual fails?
Although Linger didn't say it aloud, her expression betrayed what she was thinking. Su Ran took the newly made staff from Polonia wood, switched it to his left hand, and patted Linger's head with his broad right hand.
Don't be silly, I'm the strongest. I won't let you fall back into a deep sleep, believe me. Chapter 201. The ceremony begins.
After Su Ran put the staff back in his right hand, he held the Necronomicon in his left hand and said,
Let's begin the ceremony. It might hurt a little.
After Su Ran finished speaking, she gently tapped her staff forward with her right hand, and Phoenix Fire immediately enveloped Linger in the Phoenix's corpse.
After activating immortal mode, Su Ran poured all his power into the Necronomicon.
Instantly, wisps of black energy emerged from the Necronomicon, which Su Ran then controlled to drift towards Linger's body. The black energy suddenly entered Linger's body and began to gradually peel away her consciousness, that is, her soul, from the sword spirit. Su Ran looked at Linger, whose face was full of pain, and spoke to the 9 llamas inside her body. body. I'll activate the Celestial Beast connection and channel the power of Celestial mode into that girl's body to help alleviate her pain. Nine-tailed Fox nodded and activated his Celestial Beast mode before speaking. If you're running low on energy, just say so. If you're really short on energy, I'll fuse with the evil side again to form the complete form. Su Ran focused on two things at once, channeling the energy of Sage mode into Linger's body. After feeling the energy of Sage mode being channeled into her, Linger's pain was greatly reduced, and the distortion on her face gradually softened. Su Ran used the light and heavy rock technique on the spirit transformation flower to make it float. With a light tap of his right staff, Phoenix Flame instantly covered the spirit transformation flower, quickly turning it into a ball of light golden liquid. No, multitasking is too taxing. Activate the kaleidoscope. I'll keep an eye on the refining process for you. You just focus on extracting Linger's soul. After speaking, the system controlled Su Ran's right hand to begin refining the materials. It also used Phoenix Flame to ignite the Phoenix's corpse, injecting the power of the immortal body and immortal mode into it to revitalize it. At this moment, Linger's soul had been separated more than halfway. Just as Su Ran breathed a sigh of relief and was about to separate the remaining half, Linger's spirit body began to fluctuate violently. After discovering the problem, Su Ran immediately poured the power of the Celestial Beast connection into it, and Linger's fluctuating soul quickly stabilized. But this made things difficult for Su Ran. Using the Necronomicon to extract the soul was so energy-consuming that Su Ran had to activate both his immortal and immortal beast modes to replenish his energy. By channeling both modes into Linger's body to stabilize her condition, Su Ran's enormous amount of alien energy was quickly drained. This is terrible. I'll give you a hand, kid. Purple snake scales quickly covered Su Ran's entire body. Even her face was covered with dark purple snake scales. In an instant, vertical pupils identical to Aziz's eyes appeared in Su Ran's kaleidoscope. Then, Xiaofan gathered behind Su Ran through the ring and poured the enormous alien energy she stored into Su Ran's body. I'm here to lend you a hand, sir. After being injected with these two massive streams of alien energy, Su Ran stood up again and channeled an even greater amount of alien energy through her left hand. Sir, you need even more of the superpowers you require. After saying that, Little Pink instantly transformed into a giant receiving device and began frantically extracting spiritual energy from the secret realm. The spiritual energy in the secret realm was completely drawn in by Xiaofan, like a whale sucking in water, even forming a huge vortex of spiritual energy. Looking at the phoenix corpse that was now full of vitality, Su Ran began to wholeheartedly deal with Linger's soul. It's finally done. Su Ran looked at the spirit body, which was about the same size as Linger's body, and nodded in satisfaction. The soul cannot stay in the outside world for too long, otherwise it may be overwhelmed and exploded by spiritual energy. Then we'd better hurry. Su Ran quickly flipped through the legal code and found what she needed. Upon seeing this, the system quickly ignited a wisp of flame into the phoenix's corpse, completely bringing it back to life. Su Ran used the power of the Necronomicon to envelop Linger's soul and send it into the phoenix's corpse. After the soul entered the corpse, the system quickly controlled the surrounding refined natural treasures to rush into the phoenix's corpse one by one, beginning the final fusion. Use those Polonia wood array flags that you made to set up a spirit gathering and soul merging array for this girl. After putting away the Necronomicon, Su Ran flicked his left hand, and the 36 array flags appeared steadily in their proper places, beginning the final fusion process. Don't just sit there like a dummy. Infuse the power of both the Celestial Beast mode and Celestial mode into her to help her fuse better. Upon hearing this, Su Ran placed his staff in the center of the formation, sat cross-legged on the ground, and raised his left and right palms. A white gold and pure white power emerged from Su Ran's left and right palms and flowed into the phoenix's corpse. The old bird infused your body with the power of the phoenix's legacy, allowing it to flow back into your body. This will help the girl's soul absorb the phoenix's power and achieve a better fusion. Su Ran nodded after hearing this, and a deep red power quickly emerged from his right palm and was injected into the phoenix's corpse. Soon the phoenix's corpse turned into a large red cocoon, and Su Ran was about to rest when the system called out to her. Don't be lazy. With your power, the girl can save at least 80% of the time. Just as the spiritual energy was about to be completely drained, a crack finally appeared on the deep red cocoon. It's almost done. The moment the system's words fell, the cocoon shattered, and another naked white-haired, blue-eyed girl fell out of it. With the physical abilities granted by his immortal body, Su Ran rushed forward and caught the girl. After turning around, he draped his gray robe over her shoulders without hesitation. Why are they all white-haired? It makes me look like a perverted white-haired lolicon. I don't know why Chestnut has red eyes, but the reason for her white hair is that after your Sage Mode power was injected into her, it completely solidified the white hair feature. Ha! So from now on, any so-called human transformation work I do will result in white hair as long as I inject the power of Sage Mode? Uncertain. The system pulled out a cigar from somewhere, bit off the tip, lit it, and took a satisfying puff. This thing is like a dominant latent trait. If you only inject a tiny amount, it's like gambling on whether you'll get a single white hair. But these two little little girls transformed into human form, and you poured the power of Sage Mode into it the whole time. If it weren't for their white hair, I would have suspected they'd been switched. At this moment, Linger, who was being held in Su Ran's arms, opened her eyes groggily. The first thing she said after seeing that the person holding her was Su Ran was, Chapter 202 Moisturizing. Why don't you just experience it for yourself? After Su Ran put Linger's feet on the ground, she helped her stand up. Linger stood there blankly, thinking she hadn't succeeded, because this state was no different from the feeling of standing on the ground in her sword spirit state. But soon, her strong heartbeat and warm body broke her daze. Linger pressed her warm hands to her face and looked at Su Ran with disbelief. It's done. You almost turned me into a dried-up corpse. How could it not succeed? Upon hearing Su Ran's affirmative answer, Linger jumped up, hugged Su Ran, and kissed him on the right cheek. Thank you, thank you. Su Ran supported Linger with her hands to prevent the girl from slipping down, and said after Linger kissed her, Alright, let's go find Chestnut to play with from now on. Suddenly, Linger seemed to remember something, and looked at Su Ran with her watery eyes. Is the sword spirit of the blazing greatsword gone? Su Ran raised her right hand, and a small flame in the shape of a phoenix immediately appeared on it. Su Ran said, channeling the flames into Linger's body. This is Phoenix Flame Fire, the Phoenix's symbiotic flame. Once you have this flame, you can mobilize the power of those 10 alien cores. Combined with the Phoenix body explosive flame greatsword, it will be virtually impossible for it to harm you. Su Ran reached out her left hand and gently pinched Linger's delicate cheek. From now on, unless it's an emergency, you'll pilot Little Pink in battle. Once things get out of control, you can merge into the sword and I'll take over piloting it. Linger cheered immediately. After putting Linger down, Su Ran took a set of women's clothing from the system and threw it to Linger, saying, Hurry up and get dressed behind that rock. Linger nodded and went behind the rock to change her clothes, but at this moment Su Ran's eyes lit up instantly. Just as she was about to take a peek at the beautiful scenery, the system forcibly shut down her Sharingan. What are you trying to do, kid? You can't even stand to see your own daughter like that? I didn't. Kurama touched my eyes and forced them open. It has nothing to do with me. Are you fucking kidding me? You think I'd believe that? So you're planning to hijack your account, aren't you? You beast. You damn beast. Seeing that her little scheme had been discovered, Su Ran simply turned her head and summoned 2 nine-headed serpents to play around for a while. Linger's voice came from behind the rock, and Su Ran's eyes widened instantly. She had flawless skin, wore a blue and white dress, and had her hair braided into 2 pigtails tied together at the back of her head with a large red bow. She also wore a pair of black leather shoes. Are you alright? Su Ran coughed tactically and said, What do you mean by not bad? This is absolutely amazing. That, modals. Xiaofan's voice came, and a pink mecha appeared behind Su Ran. Am I pretty? Linger tilted her head back and asked. Based on modern human aesthetic principles and modern human fashion styles, as well as my subjective desires, you are very beautiful. Upon hearing the little pink girl say pretty, Linger's face instantly turned red. At this moment, Su Ran stepped in to ruin the atmosphere. Those two. Let's talk about whether it's good or not when we get back, otherwise that little girl Chestnut will hate me to death. Excuse me, sir. Xiaofan instantly opened the cab hatch, reached out her hands, picked up Linger, and put her inside. Su Ran threw out a wooden vine to bind the sealed Yuya, then spread his kumping wings. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly remembered something. Master, has this area been thoroughly searched? Even rats that come in here have to throw down a bag of rice and run back crying. Are you Taz Blind Ross, kid? Even a locust plague couldn't clear this clean. As long as it's thoroughly searched, that's fine. Su Ran flapped his wings, and Little Pink followed suit, activating all its thrusters and rushing out of the lava with Su Ran. After bursting out of the lava, Su Ran searched for the place where Yu Chang had brought her, rushed over, and crushed the jade tablet that Yu Chang had given her. In less than half an hour, a flash of light appeared on the horizon, and a bird engulfed in flames appeared before Su Ran. Su Ran released the black rod seal from Yuya's body, and the moment it was released, Yuya wanted to throw herself into Su Ran's arms. Shenwei instantly became ethereal, and taking advantage of Yuya's momentary sway before she could turn around after her attack, Su Ran swiftly swung out the vine in his right hand, binding Yuya tightly. Su Ran, what's wrong with you? The big bird transformed into Yu Chang, but Su Ran threw Yuya, who was tied up like a dumpling, into Yu Chang's arms and said, The little girl didn't control the power of the inheritance well. Just go back and find a cultivation room for her to absorb it completely. I've already taken what I needed to take, so I'll be leaving now, Patriarch Yu. Just as Su Ran put away Little Pink and was about to activate Flying Thunder God to leave with Linger's hand, Yu Chang threw a golden skill book to Su Ran. Thank you for helping Xiaoya obtain the inheritance. This small gift is just a token of my gratitude, and since you have a bow and arrow as a weapon, this skill book would be perfect for you. Su Ran looked at the golden skill book in his arms, which clearly read Arrow never misses, in large characters. Thank you for your kindness, Patriarch Yu. We hope to meet again someday. After saying that, Su Ran activated the Flying Thunder God technique and left Phoenix Mountain. After confirming that Su Ran was gone, Yu Chang burned the vines binding Yuya and said to Yuya, who was still whimpering in his arms. "Stop pretending, girl, that boy left a long time ago." Upon hearing this, Yuya instantly recovered, but her face showed a look of dejection. "There will always be some people you can't have." Yu Chang patted Yuya's head with his large hand and said, "I can tell that the boy's heart is completely with that girl named Lin Juyu. You can't win against him." His heart was completely filled by that girl, leaving not even the slightest gap. Yuya was stunned for a moment, but quickly said with a stubborn look on her face, "I want to go to Takeo University." "I don't believe it. He also received a portion of the Phoenix's legacy. I don't believe he would have absolutely no goodwill towards me." Yu Chang glanced at his stubborn daughter in his arms and said helplessly, "Don't think about it, girl. The last person in the same situation as him was Su Chen. That guy had to fight off the family that was trying to force him into marriage before he could marry his wife, MOU. And this kid is even more popular than Su Chen was back then. If we really try to force him into marriage, the blazing greatsword, ranked 9th among the divine weapons and possessing the strongest destructive power, is not so easy to deal with." Chapter 203 You Bad Guy. A flash of yellow light appeared, and Su Ran and Linger instantly appeared in front of Dongfang Yu. But this time, Dongfang Yu was squatting in front of Su Ran's room with a bag of snacks in his left hand and a large bag of dolls in his right, looking like he was in a state of emo. "What's wrong, teacher? Are you squatting outside my door waiting for me to come back for a drink? You dare to say that, you brat." Upon seeing Su Ran, Dongfang Yu unhesitatingly swung a whip kick at her. Su Ran dodged it by using her ethereal ability, and then Dongfang Yu saw Linger behind Su Ran. "Where did you pick up this girl this time, you little rascal?" Dongfang Yu probed the area and quickly sensed something was wrong. "This aura, is it the sword spirit of the blazing greatsword?" After taking the doll from his right hand with his left, Dongfang Yu grabbed Linger's wrist with his right hand, and his vast supernatural power directly probed inside. "A sword spirit can become a human? What exactly did you do, kid?" Su Ran smiled and said, "I used the human transformation formation recorded in the Necronomicon, along with the Phoenix's corpse and its accompanying fire, to help the girl set it up." After hearing this, Dongfang Yu stuffed the snacks and toys in his hand into Su Ran's arms and said, "Alright, then you'll have to coax my granddaughter back. That little girl has been staying in her room all day and hasn't come out. I knocked on the door but she wouldn't open it no matter what. I can't just go in using my spatial abilities. If you can't appease my granddaughter, you'd better wait to be hung at the gate of Imperial University and whipped with a saltwater whip." Su Ran opened the door with her key and saw Li Zi lying on the bed, her eyes and nose red from crying. The gray robe that Su Ran left behind was already soaked with tears, but Chestnut still held it tightly in her arms and wouldn't let go, as if it were her last resort. "Forgive me, little girl. I promise this is the last time." Su Ran gently touched Chestnut's face and deftly pulled out the wet clothes with her hands. Chestnut, whose gray robe had been removed from her arms, began to grope around until she grabbed Su Ran's hand and smelled the familiar scent, at which point she suddenly woke up. Seeing Su Ran sitting on the edge of the bed, Li Zi was clearly stunned for a moment, and soon her eyes began to redden slightly, with small pearls already accumulating in them. Upon hearing this, Li Zi completely broke down, rushed into Su Ran's arms, hugged Su Ran tightly, and burst into tears. Su Ran felt like her ribs were about to break. Chestnut, which inherited the power attribute of the sky-moving ant, had a lot of force in it, and it almost made Su Ran spit out a mouthful of blood. Just as Su Ran was about to say something, Chestnut's crying rang out at the right moment. Upon hearing Chestnut's crying, Su Ran was speechless. Chestnut cried for a while longer, until she had soaked Su Ran's clothes, before she finally stopped crying. When Chestnut looked at Su Ran with her tearful eyes, Su Ran's heart melted instantly. Then, Chestnut delivered a swift and powerful rocket headbutt to Su Ran's chest, the terrifying force breaking 4 of Su Ran's ribs. But with the help of the 4th stage immortal body, Su Ran's ribs instantly returned to normal, leaving only Chestnut in Su Ran's arms with a resentful look in her eyes. Alright, stop staring at me like that. You haven't eaten anything all day. Let me take you to get something to eat. You bad guy. Chestnut spoke softly, but Su Ran didn't hear clearly. Just as Su Ran was about to ask Chestnut what she said, Chestnut slammed a weakened version of a rocket headbutt on Su Ran and said, "You scoundrel." Su Ran pinched Chestnut's chubby little face and said, "Okay, I swear to God, for the next 2 weeks I'll turn down any tasks assigned to me by anyone and just play with you, okay?" Her chestnut red ruby eyes lit up instantly, and she looked at Su Ran with starry eyes and asked, "It's true, your grandpa Dongfang said so, and this trip isn't just for myself. We've gained a new partner." Su Ran clapped her hands, and Linger immediately walked in. "Sister Chestnut." The two hugged each other instantly, leaving Su Ran sitting there awkwardly. "Let those two girls chat by themselves. You, stop sitting there and come out with me." Dongfang Yu's voice came, and then Su Ran was grabbed by the ear by a strong hand and pulled directly into the portal. "I told Xia Lindsay and the others that you were going to take a 2-week leave, and now the phone is ringing." Su Ran looked at the call from Lin Hanshin displayed on Dongfang Yu's communicator, hesitated for a long time, and then pressed the answer button. "You little rascal, it takes you so long to answer the phone. What are you doing?" Su Ran, under the pressure of her master's tyranny, reluctantly agreed.
agreed. Didn't I just get a call from you? What's up? Lin Hanshin, on the other end of the call, chuckled coldly, lit a cigarette, took a puff, and said, I heard you pig, got eaten by a cabbage? Are you kidding me? Zundu. Lin Hanshin stubbed out his cigarette and said, if you dare bring any girl back besides Juyu, I'll break your legs. I've even prepared the money for your leg treatment. But if you bring Juyu back, that money is yours. I hope you don't go ungrateful. Su Ran swallowed hard as she watched Linger and Li Zi chatting in the room. Dongfang Yu burst into laughter at Su Ran's heartfelt expression. You're not afraid of anything. I'll go back to Jiangnan with you. With me and your Aunt Yu here, it would be a miracle if Xiao Linzi dared to make a move. Will you come back with me? Su Ran asked in shock. You're just going to abandon your wife and your child? Dongfang Yu gave Su Ran a hard tap on the head with his large hand and said, where did you get your teacher's wife, you brat? As for your teacher's wife, she died in battle 100 years ago. I can't even find her body. Dongfang Yu said with a relaxed expression. Therefore, I have no children. I'm a bachelor. I only have one person to eat and no one to worry about. I'm sorry, teacher. Hearing Dongfang Yu's relaxed tone, Su Ran's sense of guilt suddenly rose. Apologize for what? Dongfang Yu gave Su Ran's head a couple of hard rubs with his large hand and said, she died to save those children, and she had no regrets, so why should I have any? Su Ran asked cautiously, mustering her courage. So you haven't planned to look for it at all in the past 100 years? Su Ran was interrupted by Dongfang Yu before she could finish speaking. My heart was empty when she left. It couldn't hold anything anymore, so much so that I couldn't feel the pursuit of other women after that. Chapter 204 Ninth Young Master. Alright, kid. Dongfang Yu patted Su Ran on the shoulder and said, take those two girls with you. I'll open a portal and we'll go back to the capital to rest for the night. Tomorrow, we'll take Xiao Zhiyu back to Jiangnan. Su Ran nodded, turned around and pushed open the door. As soon as she opened the door, she saw two white figures rushing towards her. Su Ran forcibly suppressed the urge to perfectly blur the image and opened her arms to embrace the two figures. Alright, you two stop fooling around. Little Pink, come out and bring one with you. Countless mecha fragments flowed from the ring in Su Ran's hand, quickly assembling into the shape of a mecha. Xiaofan stepped forward, took Linger from Su Ran's arms, picked her up, and said, don't trouble yourself, sir. You've just finished fighting and are very tired. Okay. Linger pouted, then climbed up behind Xiaofan and said, carry me on your back. Xiaofan adjusted the mecha fragments on her back to make them fit Linger's body better so they wouldn't hurt her, and then a pair of strong hands supported Linger's legs. Brother, I want to carry it too. Then, without waiting for Su Ran's consent, Chestnut climbed up behind Su Ran and wrapped her long white legs tightly around Su Ran's waist. Did you leave anything behind? Chestnut shook the storage ring on her hand and said, it's all in the ring. After checking out, Dongfang Yu walked over to Su Ran and Xiaofan and gently snapped his fingers. I'm home. Finally home. I'm exhausted. After stretching, Dongfang Yu took off his wine gourd, tilted his head back, and took a swig. This national competition has really worn me out. More things have happened in the past 30 years than I have in this year alone. I need to ask Xinya to give me a proper vacation when I get back. Su Ran held the chestnut with her right hand to prevent it from slipping, and took out her wine gourd with her left hand to take a sip. The two walked through the portal and found themselves right in front of Dongfang Yu's hut. No, teacher, you can actually get through the protective barriers between the school and the city gates and come directly here? Dongfang Yu looked at Su Ran with a strange expression and said, why not? Your flying thunder god technique works too, doesn't it? My teleportation was practically instantaneous, so how did you tear open the space here? Dongfang Yu tapped Su Ran on the head with his wine gourd, sounding annoyed. I've lived here for so many years and have already recorded my spatial aura into it, so of course I can transfer it directly. Dongfang Yu pushed open the door and looked at the dusty room that hadn't been lived in for months, then said with a troubled expression, I have to clean the room again, ugh. Let me do it. Su Ran crossed two fingers together, and countless Su Rans appeared in the room. In just 5 minutes, they cleaned the entire house spotless, leaving Dongfang Yu dumbfounded. Su Ran put her dislocated jaw back together and said, don't even think about it. I have no interest in cleaning companies. I already have a blazing greatsword. Why would I be hiding in the back doing cleaning? If those guys knew, they'd laugh me to death. Good to know. Dongfang Yu took the chestnut from behind Su Ran and held it in his arms, saying, leave these two girls to me. You should go find Juyu now. Little Pink, put Linger down. Upon hearing Su Ran's command, Little Pink put down Linger and quickly transformed into countless mecha fragments, returning to Su Ran's ring. Su Ran walked up to Linger, squatted down, and stroked Linger's head as she spoke. You and Chestnut stay here and listen to Grandpa Dongfang. When Sister Juyu and I come back, we'll take you two to buy new clothes. The two little ones nodded vigorously and said in unison. After gently patting the two little ones' heads, Su Ran watched the setting sun and then activated Flying Thunder God technique to go find Lin Juyu for dinner. Just then, Lin Juyu, who was eating in the cafeteria, finished getting 2 meals. Just as she was about to call Su Ran, she noticed that the Flying Thunder God kunai that Su Ran had left her began to vibrate violently. Lin Juyu placed the kunai opposite her, and soon a yellow light
light flashed, and Su Ran sat upright opposite her. Is the beautiful lady waiting for someone? How about you do me the honor of having dinner with me? Yes, that heartless man ran off to the Yu family to become their son-in-law. Handsome young man, how about I marry you? Extremely happy to. After saying that, Lin Juyu couldn't help but laugh and gently kicked Su Ran with her foot. None of them are serious. If you Lao hadn't told me you were back beforehand so I could get 2 meals, we would have fought over this meal today. Su Ran buried her head in her rice, then looked up and said indistinctly, I have plenty of food in my divine might space. At worst, I can just go in and eat a couple of meals before coming out. Lin Juyu had only taken 3 bites when Su Ran finished her meal. Just as she went to get more food, several people sat down in Su Ran's seat with ill intentions. Beautiful lady, would you do me the honor of having dinner together? But when facing outsiders, Lin Juyu doesn't smile like she does with family. Instead, she's like an old, unyielding iceberg, her chilling aura piercing through people. Get out. I don't want to say it a second time. Wow. No woman has ever dared to refuse me. Lu Feng, the 9th young master of the Lu family. Meanwhile, Su Ran had already returned with the food. Hearing the boy who called himself the 9th young master of the Lu family, he didn't hesitate to conjure a black stick from his hand, snap it in half, and smash it on Su Ran's head. Su Ran's strength was so great that it even broke the black stick, and the terrifying force directly smashed a piece into Lu Feng's head. Didn't your mom tell you not to disturb other people while they're eating? What's more, you dared to take my place, you've got some nerve. Lu Feng snorted coldly, and 9 black circles appeared from his right eye. Time seemed to be paused instantly, and everything froze. Although it only stops time for 3 seconds, that's enough to deal with you. Lu Feng had just condensed a black dragon-shaped shockwave in his right hand and was about to strike Su Ran when he saw a strange smile on Su Ran's lips. Just as Lu Feng was about to touch Su Ran, he was also stopped in time. Su Ran looked at Lu Feng, who was still in an attacking posture, and without hesitation, she swung a whip kick at his head, sending him flying backwards towards the cafeteria entrance. Thanks to the strength left to me by my parents, I can stop time for 10 seconds without using the sword. Didn't expect that, did you, you little brat? You're not the only one who can stop time. The moment Su Ran finished speaking, time stopped, and a giant Rasengan with intense blue light flew straight towards Lu Feng. Chapter 205. I feel great now. The Rasengan quickly caught up with Lu Feng, who was flying backward. The giant Rasengan instantly engulfed Lu Feng, and the terrifying attack, under Su Ran's control, tore Lu Feng's clothes to shreds. It doesn't look like it'll work. If you don't have the ability, don't come out and show off. You're trying to pick up girls, but you don't even know who you're picking up. You bastard, how dare you pick up girls right in front of me? Do you think I'm some kind of nymph? As Su Ran spoke, he grew angrier and angrier. A miniature-tailed beast ball appeared directly in front of Su Ran's right finger, radiating a terrifying aura. What are you doing? A middle-aged teacher descended from the sky, shattered the Rasengan with a gentle wave of his hand, and stood in front of Lu Feng. Don't you know that private fights are not allowed on campus? If you want to fight, go to the arena. The law enforcement teacher asked Lu Feng angrily. Lu Feng, the 9th young master of the Lu family. Upon hearing the words Lu family, the law enforcement teacher's expression softened instantly, and then he turned to Su Ran and asked fiercely, what are your names? Her name is Lin Juyu. As for me. At this moment, Lin Juyu stood up and spoke in a cool voice. His name is Su Ran. Upon hearing the name Su Ran, the enforcement teacher's legs went weak with fear, and he asked tremblingly, is it that Su Ran? Su Ran scratched the back of his head and asked with a puzzled look, could there be someone named Su Ran? The law enforcement officer immediately responded after hearing this. Given that this is your first offense, I'll let it go this time, but next time, if you want to fight, get out of here to the arena. After saying that, the enforcement officer left without looking back. Just kidding. In the Beast Dynasty, a being with only a 3rd tier cultivation level killed 2 8th tier beings, and with the final strike, killed a 10th tier being. He even killed a god with the blazing flame greatsword. Who wouldn't be blind enough to want to mess with him? Please, don't make things difficult for the teacher. Su Ran smiled and gestured for Lu Feng to enter, but that smile looked terrifying no matter how you looked at it. Lin Juyu could tell from Su Ran's smile that Lu Feng was in for trouble. A warmonger. You'll be meowing tonight, don't worry, Su Ran said without turning her head. At this moment, Lu Feng's youthful passion was also ignited, and he said to Su Ran with a face full of resentment. With that, the group headed towards the training ground. As soon as Su Ran arrived at the training ground, she saw a familiar figure. Teacher, what brings you here? Dongfang Yu stood there wearing flip-flops and a tank top, carrying a bag of fried peanuts and a gourd of wine. When Dongfang Yu heard Su Ran call his name, he turned around and saw Su Ran rubbing her hands together excitedly. Give me some. Without waiting for Dongfang Yu's agreement, Su Ran reached directly into the bag of fried peanuts. You little brat, you think you can steal food from my mouth? Dongfang Yu quickly retreated, carrying the bag of fried peanuts, but Su Ran simply snapped her fingers, and time was paused again. It's a pity you don't have the time or ability. Su Ran grabbed a handful and started crunching on them. When the time stop ended, Dongfang Yu saw that half of the bag of fried peanuts was gone and realized realized something was wrong. Did you stop using time, you little brat? I'm useless. Dongfang Yu smashed a gourd full of wine on Su Ran's head and said, that little bastard of yours has used time stop to steal food from me quite a few times. With such obvious time fluctuations, do you think I wouldn't know if you have time stop? After saying that, Dongfang Yu spoke in a voice that only he and Su Ran could hear. This ability can be used as a trump card, but don't use it too often. Even if you're just using time in a simple way, you'd still be considered a time manipulation user. I won't go into details, but you know how serious the price is that comes with such an incredible ability. Seeing Dongfang Yu's solemn expression, Su Ran understood the seriousness of the matter and nodded. So how are you feeling now? Do you still have the strength to fight after just returning from the land of inheritance? Su Ran pulled out the blazing greatsword, ignited only 3 alien cores, and grasped the sword, saying, I feel great right now. As he spoke, Su Ran walked towards the martial arts stage. Don't kill anyone, or it will be hard to explain. Su Ran didn't turn around, but simply waved her hand to indicate that she understood. Lu Feng also walked onto the stage, his right arm instantly covered by jet black scales, followed by a jet black heavy sword. Prepare to die. As Lu Feng spoke, countless black auras instantly fell from the great black sword in his hand, covering Lu Feng's left arm as well. Let's not go through all that trouble. Let's settle this with one strike. If you can catch this sword of mine, you will win, and you can do whatever you want with it. Before Lu Feng could finish speaking, he saw the 100-meter-long flaming giant blade in Su Ran's right hand. The giant flaming blade sliced through the night sky, even illuminating a small area around it. Just as Lu Feng was about to say something, Su Ran slashed down with her sword without hesitation. The terrifying power directly cleaved the floor of the martial arts arena, which was made of hundreds of composite metals. The terrifying high temperature even melted the metal of the floor. Lu Feng was stunned by the terrifying sword strike, and he was so dumbfounded that he forgot to dodge or defend. However, Su Ran's control over his attacks had already reached a level of unparalleled mastery. The giant flaming blade slashed at Lu Feng half a centimeter in front of him. If Lu Feng had taken even half a body length forward, he would have been cut in half by this terrifying blow. But in reality, Lu Feng was not harmed, but his clothes turned to ashes instantly under the terrifying heat, and a naked person appeared on the field in an instant. Lin Juyu knew what was going to happen when Su Ran was about to make a move, so she turned around early to avoid seeing something she shouldn't have, which would have resulted in a sty. Su Ran stepped out of the martial arts arena, casually took out a card from his ring, and slapped it onto the arena. I'll cover the maintenance costs for the venue, the rest is your tip. As Su Ran spoke, she took Lin Juyu's hand and walked gracefully towards home. On the way back, Lin Juyu suddenly thought of something and asked, if you really lose to that Lu Feng today, are you really going to let him do whatever he wants? Su Ran smiled, and as he skillfully took out a cigarette and was about to light it, Lin Juyu slapped it away and said something. No smoking. Su Ran rummaged through the divine might space for a long time, and finally took a long toothpick, put it in his mouth, lit it, and said, Miss, please have some faith in me. If I, someone who has even killed a god, can't beat that Lu Feng, I might as well just crash into your chest and die. Chapter 206 is incorrect. You bastard. I'll drink papaya milk until I die. Just wait and see if I can run you over with a ball later. Alright, I was wrong. Please, Lord Juyu, have mercy on me and let me off the hook. Lu Feng knelt on one knee in front of a huge armchair, where a middle-aged man with an imposing presence sat. The middle-aged man was none other than Lu Guohua, the ruler of the Dragon Kingdom. Father, I don't have a good son like you. Lu Guohua looked at Lu Feng with a half-smile, then suddenly cursed. I told you not to go hanging out in those brothels, but you wouldn't listen. Look what a mess you've made now. You're a sophomore about to graduate and go to the front lines, and you're still only a tier 4. You got taught a lesson by a freshman and don't even dare to hide anymore. Just like your mother. As Lu Guohua grew angrier, he stood up from his chair and kicked Lu Feng with terrifying force, sending Lu Feng flying into the wall. Lu Feng suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Lu Guohua walked up to Lu Feng, grabbed him from the wall, and stomped on Lu Feng's head, stomping him into the ground. Remember this, if your mother hadn't slept with me back then, you wouldn't even have the title of the 9th young master of the Lu family. Focus on your cultivation and don't even think about going to those brothels again, or be prepared to be kicked out by me. A piece of trash who's worse off than some and worse off than others. Lu Guohua stomped hard on Lu Feng's back, wiped the blood off his shoes, and walked away without looking back. Su Ran, that's quite an interesting name. I don't know if these are your children, my 2 dear old friends. Linger, Chestnut, I'm back. After opening the door, Su Ran opened her arms wide. Just as Lin Juyu was wondering why Su Ran was doing this, 2 white figures rushed into Su Ran's arms one after the other. The 2 little ones clung to Su Ran's body like 2 koalas, one on each side. After playing with them for a while, Su Ran put them down on the ground and said, I need to take you 2 little ones to buy some clothes today. Su Ran looked at Linger's rather plain clothes and said, otherwise, it would be awkward if someone had no clothes to wear when they transformed into human form next time. Su Ran took Li Zi's hand, and Lin Juyu took Linger's hand. The 2 of them were like taking their own children out to buy things. wings. The four of them quickly arrived at the school gate. Su Ran looked at a person kneeling in front of the school gate and suddenly felt that he looked familiar.
I remember now, it was you. Water release. The 1982 old phlegm technique. Su Ran spat a mouthful of phlegm from 1982 onto the Yamamoto clansman who was nailed to the gate of Imperial Capital University by Dongfang Yu and Jiang Long without any politeness.
Lin Juyu asked when she saw that slightly disgusting face.
Who is this person? Why is he nailed to the school gate? Su Ran said irritably.
That old bastard almost killed me on my first mission. Luckily, I had the nine-tailed fox as a trump card back then, otherwise I would have been done for long ago.
Lin Juyu sensed the lingering ninth-tier aura on the corpse and asked curiously. What mission were you on back then? This little cherry blossom guy actually disregarded the unspoken rules and sent out a ninth-level warrior?
Just as Su Ran was about to light a cigarette and speak, Lin Juyu's murderous glare forced her back, and she said sullenly,
so what if we blew up their sacred toilet and armory?
Those little cherry blossoms can't afford to mess with us. Lin Juyu rolled her eyes and said irritably,
you deserve it.
Su Ran clapped his hands, and soon the fragments of Little Pink's mecha emerged, forming a huge car.
Same as always, let's go.
The four of them soon arrived at the familiar shopping mall. Su Ran took out a card and handed it to Lin Juyu.
Why don't you take Linger to buy some essential women's clothes? It's really inconvenient for a grown man like me to come along.
Su Ran took out the Flying Thunder God kunai from Lin Juyu's body, filled it with Flying Thunder God energy, and then said,
just infuse your powers into the dart and come find me.
I'm taking Chestnut with me now to see if there's anything fun to do.
Lin Juyu waved gently and said, then you two go have some fun. Lin Juyu turned around and spoke gently to Linger.
Just as Lin Juyu and Linger left, she grabbed Su Ran's hand and ran to a place where a crowd had gathered and said something.
Brother, I want to play this. Su Ran picked up a stone at random and asked the shopkeeper, boss, how do you play this?
At this moment, a thin, middle-aged man with a pointed mouth and monkey-like face stood up and said to Su Ran, boss, our jade gambling shops are honest and reliable, and all the jade is definitely worth the price. One play only requires one tier 3 alien core, and if you're lucky, you can even take away a tier 9 rift devouring skyhorse alien core.
Su Ran tossed the stone in her hand and said,
of course it's true. Su Ran tapped the ring and poured out 10 tier 3 alien cores.
Let my sister try it first.
The middle-aged man spoke obsequiously to Chestnut. Please, miss, take 10 stones as you please. You can open them here or take them away as you please. Chestnut looked up at Su Ran, who simply smiled faintly and said,
take whatever you like, whatever makes you happy. Isn't playing with stones just about having fun?
Chestnut nodded, quickly selected 10 stones, and handed them to the middle-aged man.
Could you please open it for me?
The middle-aged man quickly produced a series of tools, and in no time, the contents of the 10 stones were extracted one by one. The middle-aged man held up what he had extracted from the stone and said, a series of second-tier materials and one third-tier material. Miss, your luck is probably not so good. Chestnut looked up at Su Ran, who then took out a bag of third-tier alien cores and said,
just have fun, nothing else is necessary.
Su Ran raised his right hand and quickly burned all the low-grade materials to ashes with Amaterasu fire. The system's voice rang out just as Su Ran began using his Sharingan to examine the stone.
You say you don't care? You've even awakened your Sharingan, how can you really say you don't care? If someone gives me a 9th tier space-type alien core, I'll naturally accept it with a smile. Wouldn't it be foolish not to take advantage of a good deal?
After using his Sharingan to observe for a while, Su Ran finally spotted a broken rock, only about half the size of a fist, hidden under a pile of stones. It's really well hidden. I never expected it to be hidden here. Su Ran swiftly pulled out the stone, played with it in her hand for a while, and then put it into her ring.
Chapter 207. You should take a good look at yourself first. Behold my mighty Vajra palm.
Chestnut placed 20 stones together, then swung his right arm in a wide arc and delivered a powerful blow. The table shattered instantly after being struck by Chestnut's powerful palm, turning into countless wood chips.
Oh, there's an unexpected surprise? Su Ran picked up a fiery red scale from the pile of rubble and played with it in her hand. Fire dragon scales?
They're actually from a true dragon species. The middle-aged man's expression turned ugly as soon as he saw the red scale in Su Ran's hand, while Su Ran took out a 5th-order alien core and threw it to the middle-aged man.
This is to compensate you for the loss of that table.
After saying that, Su Ran didn't even look at the remaining materials. She grabbed Chestnut's hand, turned around, and led her away from the scene. Chestnut Man was still a bit dazed, and it wasn't until Su Ran pulled him away for a while that he came to his senses.
Brother, are these scales very valuable? Su Ran smiled and patted Chestnut's head as she spoke.
It's more than just valuable. If the owner knew the truth about these scales, he probably wouldn't have cried this much even if his parents had died. Su Ran picked up the scale, glanced at it, and immediately put it into the Divine Might space. This thing is a reverse scale, and it is definitely the reverse scale of a purebred fire dragon. There is even a trace of dragon fire inside.
Girl, your true form is a dragon. You should know how precious this thing is, right?
Just as Chestnut was about to cry out in surprise, Su Ran pressed pressed her mouth shut and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, "And I also took that 9th tier devouring Skyhorse core."
"Boss, you've lost everything today."
The sudden warning from the immortal body and the malicious perception of Kurama made Su Ran's hair stand on end, and the blazing greatsword instantly appeared in Su Ran's right hand.
Suddenly, countless crows flew into the darkness in front of Su Ran.
The crows quickly coalesced into a short figure wearing a cloak, and from under the cloak came a voice that was neither male nor female.
"You killed Yan and the other two, didn't you?"
Su Ran looked at the black cloak and heard the words spoken by Xiren in front of him and immediately thought of that terrifying organization.
"The Dark Church? How did you manage to infiltrate?" "You don't need to know that. Dead people don't need to know that much."
The cloaked figure lightly stomped his right foot on the ground, and countless black spikes emerged from the darkness, piercing straight towards Su Ran. Just as Su Ran activated his ethereal form and dodged the spikes, he was about to ignite the explosive flame greatsword when the cloaked figure spoke calmly. "The surrounding area has 14.57 million people, which is about 1/10 of the population of the entire capital. If you attack me with the blazing greatsword, I will likely die by your sword, but the terrifying residual heat of the blazing greatsword attack will also send these 14.57 million people to hell to be buried with me." Su Ran sheathed the blazing greatsword and instantly drew the twin blades into his hands.
"Stay here and don't wander off. If you really can't find anything, go find your sister Juyu."
As soon as Chestnut finished speaking, Su Ran rushed forward.
"Ha, overestimating yourself."
The black cloak controlled countless spikes that instantly pierced Su Ran's body. Just as he floated in front of Su Ran to interrogate her, he saw the kaleidoscope in Su Ran's eyes and Su Ran's eerie smile.
He was still laughing even when he was about to die.
"You should take a good look at yourself first." The Tsukuyami in Su Ran's eyes quietly activated, and soon the huge illusion woven by Tsukuyami shattered, and Su Ran and the black-cloaked figure instantly switched positions. The black cloak was pierced by its own dark spikes. Just as Su Ran was about to remove the spikes, his hand was already on the cloak, and a terrifying suction force suddenly burst out from his right eye. After a dizzying spin, the man in the black cloak and Su Ran both entered the divine might space. At this moment, the cloak was also lifted, revealing a face that was neither male nor female. Su Ran held the blazing greatsword in her right hand and the Wutong staff in her left hand, which she had used when she helped Linger transform into a human last time. "Illusions won't work, you should think this through."
"Are you really willing to risk the lives of over 10 million people just to kill me?"
Su Ran casually took out a cigarette and said,
"Don't you have any information about me on your side?"
"Oh, sorry,
it seems everyone who saw me over there is dead, so how could you possibly have any information?"
"I'll let you die knowing the truth before you die." Su Ran lit a cigarette with her Wutong staff, took a satisfying puff, and said,
"This is my independent, alternate dimension.
As long as I am alive, even if the great Tao here is restarted, the outside world will not suffer the slightest damage. It's just that I need to repair this place myself. That's why I can use the blazing greatsword without any worries."
After Su Ran finished speaking,
he raised his hand and unleashed a slash. The black-cloaked figure instantly transformed into countless crows that scattered in all directions. "You're still too green to play with crows." Su Ran directly ignited the 10 alien cores on the sword. At this moment, Linger, who was picking out underwear with Lin Juyu in the underwear store, suddenly trembled and looked in the direction where Su Ran opened the divine power space.
"What's wrong, Linger?"
"Brother is using the blazing greatsword here, and he's already upgraded it to the Calamity Greatsword." After quickly swiping her card to pay the bill, Lin Juyu took Linger's hand and opened the Ice Phoenix wings. The two of them wandered around in the sky for a long time, trying to see if they could find anything unusual in the entire capital city.
"I'll try using a dart."
Lin Juyu took out the flying thunder god kunai and infused it with her supernatural power.
Soon, the kunai shone with a dazzling yellow light. After the light flashed, the kunai only trembled slightly and did not teleport the two away.
Has something happened? Su Ran carried the blazing greatsword and walked step by step toward the black cloak. The blade scraped against the ground, making a creaking sound, like a lullaby before death. "The only reason you dared to attack me in the capital city is because you're betting that I wouldn't dare use the blazing sword, because if I did, at least 1/10 of the people would die.
But unfortunately you want to attack me even though you don't have complete information about me? Do you really think I'm made of dough?"
Su Ran formed a hand seal, and soon 108 black rods appeared on the black cloak's body, completely sealing off the black cloak's acupoints. Su Ran stared directly into the black cloak's eyes with the kaleidoscope in his eyes and asked,
"Why did they target me? Or what was their reason for doing so?"
The man in the black cloak opened his mouth as if to say something, but in a flash, the cloak was burned to a pile of black ashes from the inside out.
Chapter 208 A Beautiful Night. As expected, there is a curse.
After using the power of the wind to dry the ashes, Su Ran took out the fire dragon's reverse scale and asked the system, "Just stick this reverse scale directly onto your staff and use that staff to nourish it." After all, the fire element from where the phoenix once dwelled is quite concentrated, enough to reignite the flames. Su Ran found a spot, inserted the staff into the ground, placed the scales on it, and then left the divine might space. As soon as Su Ran came out of the divine might space, Chestnut quickly quickly ran into Su Ran's arms and hugged Su Ran's neck tightly. "Are you alright, brother?" Su Ran gently patted Chestnut on the back and said, "It's alright now, that guy's body is gone too." Su Ran felt her neck being squeezed by two huge things. As soon as Su Ran put the chestnut on the ground, the chestnut climbed onto Su Ran's back and its two long white legs were tightly locked around Su Ran's waist. Su Ran looked at the long white hair hanging down on both sides and said helplessly, "You're a grown woman now, why do I still have to carry you every day?" Chestnut's cheeks flushed slightly, and then she said nonchalantly, "When I first came out, I used to call you Dad. If you hadn't insisted that I change how I address you, I would still be calling you that now. What's wrong with you carrying your daughter on your back? Be careful, or I might get that blonde guy to carry me," Su Ran said with a forced smile. "After I return to the capital from Jiangnan, I will wipe out all the yellow-haired bastards within a 10-mile radius. If you bring back even one of them, I dare to give him a little Ma Xiangyang set." Chestnut smiled, kissed Su Ran on the cheek, and said, "I'm not going to date the blonde guy. I have my brother, that's enough." Su Ran carried the chestnut to the riverbank, casually broke off a few willow twigs, wove them into a willow wreath, and put it on the chestnut's head. A yellow light flashed before them, and Linger and Lin Juyu, dressed in new clothes, appeared in front of them. "You're back from shopping for clothes? How come you're back so fast?" After putting the shopping bag into her storage ring, Lin Juyu reached out her snow-white hand, pinched Su Ran's right ear, rotated it 180 degrees, and then said, "I was only gone for a moment and you started fighting again? If Linger hadn't told me you used the blazing greatsword, you wouldn't have told me, would you? Ouch, ouch, ouch. Juyu, let go first." After hearing Su Ran's words, Lin Juyu let go of his hand, but her expression clearly indicated that this matter would not be over until Su Ran gave a reasonable explanation. "Would you believe me if I said I was going to use the blazing greatsword to grill meat for Chestnut?" Then Lin Juyu looked at Su Ran with an expression as if she were an idiot and said, "Putting aside the fact that the barbecue thing is so suspicious, you're kidding me when you say that next sentence. You're going to ignite 10 alien cores just to grill meat? Are you going to grill chestnuts and eat them instead?" Su Ran reluctantly revealed the truth only after seeing Lin Juyu's murderous gaze. "Some members of the Dark Church infiltrated and were about to assault me when I pulled them into the divine sense space and dealt with them with a single flame blade opening heaven." After hearing this explanation, Lin Juyu's expression softened somewhat, and then she said, "Just tell the truth next time, and I won't be angry. As long as you guarantee your own safety." After Su Ran put the chestnut down, she patted Lin Juyu and the other two 3 times, and soon all 3 of them floated up. "Let me show you the charm of low-altitude flight." Su Ran also activated the light and heavy rock and flew up, leading the 3 of them through a series of turns to a small alley. "Tonight's entire bill will be paid by young Master Su." Su Ran regretted it as soon as he said those words. Lin Juyu was alright, she was so full that she couldn't eat anymore after eating 5 servings of food. But Chestnut and Linger, those 2 big eaters, ate from one end of the alley to the other, and they almost ate the entire alley. After eating a little something, Su Ran packed a large portion of barbecue, wiped the grease from the corners of Chestnut and Linger's mouths, and then said, after hearing Su Ran's words, Xiaofun popped out. Just as Xiaofun was about to transform into its vehicle form, Su Ran stopped it and took out the stone containing the 9th tier rift devouring void horse core. "Just use this alien core, its spatial properties will be of great help to you." Su Ran crushed the stone and, without further ado, placed the alien core into Little Pink's cockpit. Xiaofun suddenly found that she could communicate with spatial elements. Su Ran looked into Xiaofun's eyes, which were made of mecha fragments, but he could clearly see gratitude in them. Just as Xiaofun was about to say something, Su Ran stopped her and said, "No need for thanks, we're family." Little Pink nodded vigorously, and after all 4 of them got into the car, she actually tore open a spatial rift and took them directly back to Imperial Capital University. "See you tomorrow." Su Ran looked at Lin Juyu and just waved her hand, but Lin Juyu said something. "It seems the dormitory door is locked, so I guess I'll have to stay here tonight." Just as Su Ran was about to go and find out what was going on, Dongfang Yu slapped her back and said in a voice that only the 2 of them could hear, "They practically said they were going to give it to you for free, so why are you causing all this trouble? You 2 sleep on the 1st floor, and I'll sleep in the room on the 3rd floor with these 2 little girls." After saying that, Dongfang Yu took Li Zi and Linger's hands and disappeared from the spot. "Then come stay at my place." Su Ran pushed open the door, went to her room on the 1st floor, and took a shower before she arrived. Su Ran came out in less than 5 minutes. While she was drying her hair with fire and wind elements, Lin Juyu also finished washing up and came out. At this moment, Lin Juyu, dressed in a white nightgown, looked like a lotus emerging from the water or a fairy descending to earth untouched by the dust of the world. Su Ran was completely stunned, but Lin Juyu chuckled and said, "What are you standing there for? Come over and help me blow dry my hair." As she spoke, Lin Juyu picked up a small stool and sat down in front of Su Ran. After a moment of surprise, Su Ran quickly controlled the fire and wind elements to start blowing Lin Juyu's hair. "My cat can do backflips, do you want to see it?" "I want to, but it's so hot." Lin Juyu pulled her pajamas down a little, revealing her fair and delicate shoulders. Su Ran's
Chestnut's breathing became rapid because an unprecedented battle was about to take place here. Su-ran locked the door and drew the curtains, even going so far as to reinforce the soundproofing with wood to prevent any unwanted sounds from leaking out. 20 years, a full 20 years. How did he, a young man with boundless energy and vitality, manage all these years without any tools to release his desires? Do you, the readers, know? Yes, you know that perfectly well. Because you all went through the same thing. Chapter 209 White Robe. What are you guys thinking? You really think I can write about the next 6 hours of action? Dude, do you even want this book anymore? Just pick any website and take a look. At this moment, Dongfang Yu, who was lying on the third floor, could no longer bear it. Hearing the sounds coming from downstairs, he finally put a spatial cage on his room. That little bastard is really something. What the hell is that time? Fortunately, I had soundproofed the rooms of those two little girls in advance. I should have done the same. After saying that, Dongfang Yu shut down his hearing and fell into a deep sleep. On the first floor, Su-ran, having just finished the battle, was stunned as she looked at the rising sun on the horizon and Lin Juyu lying unconscious on the bed. All night long? It's a miracle your girlfriend didn't die in your bed. Hurry and use your abilities to heal her. Don't forget you have to go back today. After Su-ran nodded, the powerful healing power of the unmarked healing and immortal body was continuously injected into Lin Juyu's body through Su-ran's right hand, directly reviving her to full health. Lin Juyu rubbed her dizzy head and, seeing Su-ran's enigmatic smile, shrank back into a corner in fear. Do you want to come again? After cleaning up the battlefield, Su-ran burned all the war debris with Amaterasu fire and replaced it with a new set of bed sheets, then said, "Pack your things properly, we need to go home today." Just as Su-ran was about to put on her gray robe, which she hadn't changed in 800 years, Lin Juyu handed her a set of white clothes. "Change your clothes. You've been wearing that gray robe for so long without changing it." Su-ran tapped the ring and took out hundreds of gray robes from inside, saying, "No, we still have so many clothes, how can we not change them?" Lin Juyu sighed and rubbed her forehead in exasperation. Holding the white clothes in one hand, she pushed Su-ran into the bathroom with the other. "Change into something white so I can see." A moment later, Su-ran came out dressed in white. At this moment, Su-ran was holding a white hair tie and tying her newly grown hair together. "Help me tie my hair up." Just as Lin Juyu took the hair tie to help Su-ran tie her hair, she looked at Su-ran, who was dressed in white with white hair and whose face was almost as pretty as any girl's, and suddenly thought of a new hairstyle. Lin Juyu raised her right hand, and a pair of ice elements condensed into scissors that instantly appeared on it. Click click click. Lin Juyu looked at Su-ran's jellyfish-shaped hairstyle and nodded in satisfaction. "Bro, you smell so good." At this moment, Su-ran noticed the two tufts of long white hair draped over her shoulders and realized something was wrong. She quickly used ice release to create an ice mirror. "Is this me?" Su-ran stared in disbelief at the face in the mirror that resembled Lin Juyu's. "Hey bro, you smell amazing." At this moment, the system, not wanting to miss out on the fun, laughed as if it were poisoned. "Never mind, I'll have to do it myself." After taking the ice scissors from Lin Juyu, Su-ran controlled a wooden clone to quickly cut the hair. Su-ran put the immortal wine gourd on her body, and her entire demeanor instantly changed. "She's not bad looking." Lin Juyu used ice elements to create an ice sword and handed it to Su-ran. "Take it, let me see the effect." After receiving the sword, Su-ran sheathed it with a backhand motion, looking like a banished sword immortal descending from the heavens. Just as Lin Juyu was about to give Su-ran a new look, Su-ran pushed her into the bathroom and said, "Hurry up and change your clothes, I'll go wake those two girls up." Su-ran felt a sense of resentment as soon as she pushed open the door. TSK. This resentment alone could feed 10 evil sword immortals. Su-ran looked toward the source of the resentment and found Dongfang Yu staring intently at her with bloodshot eyes. "Teacher." Before Su-ran could finish speaking, Dongfang Yu interrupted her. "There's still some empty land next to your house, you should hurry up and build a house and move in." "Damn it, you guys stayed up all night last night. Don't you know I need to sleep?" Just as Dongfang Yu was about to unleash a torrent of abuse, Su-ran swiftly used the flying thunder god technique to escape the scene. "I'll go upstairs and wake those two girls up first." "Teacher, you can wait in the living room." Su-ran arrived at the door of the two little ones' room and gently knocked. "Get up, wake up." After standing outside for 20 minutes, Su-ran realized that the two girls hadn't gotten up at all, so she simply opened the door and went inside. "Good heavens, what kind of sleeping position are you two in?" Su-ran was stunned when she saw the two sleeping with their heads on each other's laps. Su-ran walked over and gently rubbed the two little ones' faces with both hands, speaking softly. "Don't sleep, go home and sleep." "Wha? Eat?" Looking at the two sleepy little ones who were clearly still half asleep, Su-ran raised her hand and summoned Little Pink. "You take one and I'll take the other. Let these two girls wash up first, they're sleeping like logs." Fortunately, Linger woke up groggily after washing up. Only Chestnut was still asleep. After wrapping her arms around Su-ran's neck, Chestnut jumped up with her two long, snow-white legs and transformed into a giant koala clinging to Su-ran. Su-ran held the Chestnut with her right hand and pulled Linger downstairs with her left. Dongfang Yu looked at Chestnut, who was clinging to Su-ran like a koala,
sofa and asked in confusion. This little girl is still asleep? Su Ran sat on the sofa, holding chestnuts, and said, yeah, this girl is sleeping like a log. You can't wake her up no matter how much you call her. Dongfang Yu looked at Lin Juyu, who was wearing an elegant white dress, as she was the last to come out of the room, and said something. Have the little ones packed everything? Dongfang Yu raised his Yudao and slashed down, creating a huge spatial wormhole in the living room. Let's go, little ones. Su Ran and her group passed through the teleportation portal and instantly traveled thousands of miles back to Jiangnan. Su Ran looked at the mysterious forest not far away and was filled with emotion. The place where dreams begin. Even without the explosive flame greatsword, you could still rampage through the enemy ranks right now. However, you should be careful lately. I seem to sense the presence of a deity here. Su Ran's expression instantly turned serious when she heard the system utter the word God. A benevolent god or an evil god? I'm not entirely sure, because this is only at the level of breath. The source of the aura is approximately 100 miles to your right and rear, in that coastal area. A god related to water? Su Ran glanced deeply in that direction, then turned and walked into the city. 100 miles away on the sea, a blood-red vertical pupil suddenly opened, its pupil staring intently in Su Ran's direction. Chapter 210. I'm back. Finally home. Looking at the familiar gate in front of her, Su Ran was filled with emotion. I never expected that just a few months after I left, I would feel like things have changed. Look at what major events you've been through in the past few months. Most people's entire lives might not be as eventful as the past few months you've experienced. Dongfang Yu patted Su Ran on the shoulder and laughed heartily. That's true. Su Ran took a deep breath and pressed the doorbell. Soon, Shenruyue's voice came from the doorway. A delivery man. At that moment, Shenruyue was watering flowers at home when she heard the noise outside the door and scratched her head in confusion. Old Lin, did you order a package? I didn't buy it. Can you check if it's for Yaya? Shenruyue nodded and opened the door, then saw the face she had been worrying about. I'm back, ain't you? Oh my goodness, why didn't you call me before you came back? Shenruyue hugged Su Ran and asked excitedly. The teacher came back with me. We were traveling through the wormhole so fast that we didn't tell him beforehand. Su Ran stepped aside, revealing Dongfang Yu leading Chestnut from behind. Old Yu, you've come too? Ha, the capital was too boring, so I came back to Jiangnan with the kid. Did I disturb you? At this moment, Lin Hanshan also saw Dongfang Yu suddenly jump up from the sofa and say something. What are you saying? If you'd like to stay here, I can even arrange a house just for you. No need for that, just give me a room. Shenruyue also saw Lin Juyu standing to the side. After exchanging a glance with Lin Hanshan, they both had the same expression as if their own pig had finally learned to eat cabbage. Shenruyue pulled Lin Juyu aside and asked in a low voice, Girl, has this guy gotten a girl yet? Lin Juyu blushed instantly, but still nodded and whispered, I've got it, the cabbage is mine. Shenruyue turned and went into the room, took out a gold bracelet and a jade bracelet and put them on Lin Julian's hands, saying, Auntie doesn't have anything valuable, so please keep these two bracelets safe. Although it's just ordinary stuff, you must accept it. Before Lin Juyu could react, Shenruyue had already put the bracelet on her wrist. After realizing what was happening, she quickly said, Su Ran gave me a ring, but this bracelet is too expensive for me. Shenruyue gripped Lin Juyu's hand tightly and said, Keep it, consider it a gift from your mother-in-law to your daughter-in-law. After a long struggle, Lin Juyu reluctantly accepted the two bracelets. After confirming that Lin Juyu had accepted the bracelets, Shenruyue sighed with relief, walked to the balcony, wiped away her tears, and looked up at the sky. Aiken and Ayu, Shaoran has a girlfriend. Ayu, I've already given her your gold bracelet. I didn't break my promise this time. Just as Shenruyue said, the gold bracelet among the two bracelets was the one that Su Ran was found in her swaddling clothes when the two of them found her. There was also a letter written by MOU on it, saying that the bracelet was to be left for the boy's girlfriend. Although Su Ran was nominally Lin Hanshan's apprentice, the two had long regarded him as their own child after raising him for so many years. Therefore, Shenruyue also gave her own gift as a mother-in-law, which was the jade bracelet. After Lin Juyu solemnly put the two bracelets on her hands, she said to Shenruyue, Auntie, I should go back now. I'm going to see my parents first. Remember to come to my house for dinner tonight. Oh, it's time to go back and see them. Don't worry, they'll all be here tonight. Shenruyue gently touched Lin Juyu's face and said, But you should change how you address me. You shouldn't call me auntie anymore. Lin Juyu blushed again, but still straightened her back and said, Hey, good boy, go back now. At this moment, Lin Hanshan saw Linger and Li Zi following behind Dongfang Yu and looked at Su Ran with a meaningful smile. Lin Hanshan's dark elements quickly condensed into a baseball bat, which he played with in his hand. Kid, didn't I tell you that if you bring back any girl other than Juyu, you'll get a beating? You've really gotten better at this, kid. You even brought two back with you. As he spoke, Lin Hanshan raised his baseball bat above his head, only to have it firmly grasped by a hand possessing terrifying strength. Old Lin, what are you trying to do? The child just got back and you already want to hit him? Do you want to die? Just as Shenruyue was about to punish Lin Hanshan, Su Ran quickly spoke up.
Anju, please stop for a moment. Su Ran pointed to the chestnut that had barely perked up a bit and said, this is my partner who signed a beast contract with me. Her name is Chestnut. Then Su Ran pointed at Linger and said, this is the sword spirit of my weapon. I used some special methods to give her a human body. Her name is Linger. Shenruyue took their hands and looked at the two little ones with increasing fondness. Xiaoran, the one with red eyes is Chestnut, and the one with blue eyes is Linger, right? Shenruyue pinched their cheeks and said, that's great. You two sit on the sofa for a while. I'll go wash up some food for you. After saying that, Shenruyue rushed into the kitchen to start preparing. Su Ran opened her bedroom door and chose to get a good night's sleep in her bed. This time I slept very well. I actually slept straight from morning until past 4 p.m. Su Ran walked out of the room and asked Shenruyue, Anchu, I'm going to pick up Yaya. Which high school is that girl studying at now? Jiangnan number 1 high school. Didn't this girl go to the same high school as you? Don't you remember? I've been so busy these past few months that I'm a bit out of it. I'll go pick up that girl now. Okay, after picking up that girl, go straight to Zhuyu's house. After Su Ran walked out of the gate, he did not choose to use Flying Thunder God to travel, but instead turned left and right and came to Uncle Da's meat stall and called out, Boss, 1 chicken, 1 serving of offal, and 2 pounds of pork trotters. Upon hearing this familiar request, Uncle Da, the butcher, rushed out and saw Su Ran standing in front of his stall with a beaming smile. Xiao Ran is back? Su Ran nodded and said with a smile, yes, I was really missing the food from your shop, so after I came back home, I came to your shop. Alright, as usual, these are free. Consider it a small token of Uncle Da's help for your future journey. After wandering around for a while, Su Ran took advantage of a moment when Uncle Da turned around and slipped the money for the meat under his butcher's knife. Then, she put the tool into her ring and left. Thank you for your wonderful gift, sir. I'll come again next time. After Su Ran walked away, Uncle Da picked up the meat cleaver, collected the meat money under the cleaver, and said, silly boy, how could I not have noticed after using this method for so many years? After wiping the grease and blood off the meat money, Uncle Da opened a special drawer and put the money inside. Without realizing it, the money you've given us using this method has almost filled this cabinet. Ha! Chapter 211 Chu Qiao. After putting away the meat he bought from Uncle D, Su Ran summoned Little Pink, which transformed into a sports car, and then sat in it. Xiaofan opened the navigation, but I haven't been back for so long that I've even forgotten how to get to school. It would be my pleasure, sir. Soon, a holographic projection map appeared on the center console inside the car, clearly marking the map of Jiangnan. Su Ran drove his car, turning left and right, until he arrived at the gate of Jiangnan number 1 middle school. After arriving, he got out of the car, leaned against the door, and lit a cigarette. By the way, system, I didn't even activate Sage Mode, so why did this white hair appear? Sage Mode is now bound to your Sage body. You can think of it as your teacher completely solidifying Sage Mode. You can turn your hair back to its original black color with just a thought, but I think your white hair looks quite nice too. Su Ran picked out a strand of her white hair, looked at it for a while, then tucked it behind her ear, turned the white hair black, and said, black hair looks better. You like long, straight black hair? I remember you were a fan of white-haired people, weren't you? Who the hell controls their own white hair? Su Ran finished her cigarette quickly, and the school bell rang to signal the end of the school term. Su Ran quickly spotted Lin Yeye emerging with the crowd, accompanied by 2 female classmates who seemed to be waiting for a bus. Su Ran got into the car, started the engine, and drove up to Lin Yeye. Then, she got out of the car, respectfully opened the door, and gestured for Lin Yeye to enter. Miss, the master has sent me to pick you up and take you home. The 2 girls who were talking to Lin Yeye were instantly stunned. Yeah, you. Lin Yeye looked at the copper coin bracelet peeking out from Su Ran's left sleeve and said irritably, you idiot, next time if you're going to pretend, at least try to make it convincing. Let's not even talk about how you didn't notice the copper coin bracelet was showing. Who has a kind butler who comes out to greet people dressed like a dashing young master in all white? Seeing that her disguise had been exposed, Su Ran lightly flicked Lin Yeye's forehead and said, if you know, hurry up and get in the car. I still need to take you to your sister Zhuyu's house for dinner. Lin Yeye waved to the 2 female classmates behind her and said, I'm leaving now, see you next time. The 2 female classmates blushed instantly upon seeing Su Ran's face and said shyly, goodbye. Seeing their awkward expressions, Lin Yeye, who was their best friend, immediately understood what they were thinking. Stay away from my brother. Don't even think about harming him. Su Ran started the car and sped off into the distance. The 2 were bored in the car, so Lin Yeye broke the silence first. Brother, are you and sister Zhuyu together yet? Su Ran raised her left hand and gestured towards the antique black ring on her left middle finger. It was already done long ago. Lin Yeye was genuinely happy for Su Ran, but she soon thought of a serious problem. Then, brother, aren't you? Lin Yeye didn't say the next half sentence, but Su Ran already knew what Lin Yeye was going to say. He reached out his right hand and patted Lin Yeye's head. Don't worry, how could I possibly forget you, girl? By the way, you seem to be a senior in high school, right? How many months until your superpowers awaken? Lin Yeye counted on her fingers and then said, how about 2 months from now? Would you like to come and see me when I awaken? Of course I'll come. I don't know about Master and Anchu, but your sister Zhuyu will probably come too. The two were chatting in the car when the system suddenly spoke up. Be careful, the wooden clone I sent out to scout has been discovered by that god. This is a god whose divine position was shattered. Judging from your aura, you were probably one of that god's former subordinates, but that guy has obtained about 4/5 of the divine position, making him almost equivalent to a fully fledged god. Moreover, there are terrifying auras in that sea. Be extremely careful. These gods are still chasing me. Damn it. You're like a god summoning machine, bringing forth gods wherever you go. Fellow Taoist, I see a dark cloud hanging over your face. I hope it's a benevolent deity. I don't want to have to fight and kill while on vacation. Su Ran gripped the steering wheel tightly, and Lin Yaya quickly noticed something was wrong. What happened, bro? Su Ran quickly composed herself and said with a relaxed smile, you have 2 new younger sisters, who were taken to your sister Zhuyu's house by Master and the others. Before Lin Yaya could speak, Su Ran slammed on the gas pedal. Little Pink Tor opened the space in front of them, and the two instantly appeared at Lin Zhuyu's doorstep. Su Ran opened the car door and the two got out one after the other. Little Pink quickly transformed back into her mecha form and gracefully bowed to Su Ran. It's a pleasure to serve you, sir. You've worked hard, get some rest. Lin Yaya almost dazzled Su Ran when she saw the light in Xiaofan's eyes. Dude, your mech can even talk. It's so cool. Su Ran affectionately patted Lin Yaya's head and said, I'll give you one when you get into university. Yay, thanks bro. Su Ran pushed open the door and immediately felt a resentful gaze lock onto her. Su Ran followed the direction of the gaze and found that the person looking at her was Lin Sun. Just as Su Ran was standing at attention, ready to be scolded, Lin Sun extended his right hand towards her and said, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and order some heavenly wine for your father-in-law. Do you know that during the days you were gone, I had to go to Lin Hanshan to drink this wine? Su Ran quickly took out 10 jars of heavenly immortal wine, put them into a spatial ring, and respectfully handed them to Lin Sun, saying, for your Uncle Lin. You little brat, what did you call me? Try calling me Uncle Lin again if you dare. That's more like it. At this moment, Chu Chao also came out, looking at Su Ran with the eyes of a mother-in-law, becoming more and more satisfied. You must be Xiao Ran, that's great. Su Ran was good at judging the situation. She leaned close to Chu Chao, sweetly called her mom, and then urged the system. Give me some gifts to give when I meet my mother-in-law. I forgot to prepare anything because I left in such a hurry. Take it, consider it a gift for meeting your mother-in-law. Su Ran took out the exquisite box given to her by the system from her system space, opened it, and handed it to Chu Chao, saying, this is just a small gift, nothing more. Chu Chao was shocked and covered her mouth when she saw the jewelry in the box. After thinking it over, she decided to accept the box and then go to find Shenru Yue to divide the jewelry together. Chapter 212 again? Su Ran turned her head and saw Lin Hanshan's greedy face. She reluctantly took out 10 jars of heavenly immortal wine and handed them to Lin Hanshan. Please have some first, and ask me for more if you need more. You little rascal, you still have some conscience at least. Lin Hanshan happily accepted the wine, then went to the kitchen to get some snacks to go with it before going to drink with Lin Sun. Soon the banquet began, and everyone enjoyed the meal. Suddenly, Lin Sun's phone rang. After hearing the voice on the other end of the line, Lin Sun's expression instantly turned serious. He used his supernatural ability to clear the alcohol from his body and spoke to everyone. Please continue eating, everyone. I have something to attend to at the Dragon Guard Bureau, so please excuse me. Soon everyone present felt a salty, fishy smell, as if they were sitting by the sea. Having experienced the slaying of a god, Su Ran and Dongfang Yu exchanged a glance, and then the two of them activated Sage Mode without hesitation. After Su Ran put on the 4th Hokage's divine robe, they disappeared from the spot one after the other. But Su Ran quickly returned, put Linger into the blazing flame greatsword, and left a wooden clone in front of Lin Zhuyu, saying, tonight might be a bit unsettling, so take this clone with you. This clone has 90% of my main body's combat power. If the situation becomes unmanageable, simply shatter this clone and absorb all the power within it. You will then have my power to fight for about half an hour, which is enough time for you to hide in a safe place. When Lin Zhuyu pulled Su Ran, she wanted to say something, but she couldn't say anything for a long time. Finally, she let go of Su Ran's hand and said softly, come back safe and sound. Yeah, Lizzie, and I will be here waiting for you. Su Ran activated the celestial beast connection and said with a smile, don't forget who I am. I'm the man who has killed a god. I'm the strongest. After saying that, Su Ran instantly left the spot using the flying thunder god technique, leaving only the girls sitting at the table. Damn it, I want to see which bastard is stopping me from having dinner with my daughter-in-law. Damn it, I want to see which bastard stole my son-in-law. The two argued as they took out their weapons, preparing to fly into the sky and head to the battlefield. Lin Zhuyu grabbed one of them by the hand and said, let's just wait here. If we go over there, they'll have to focus on protecting us. Trust them, they are the strongest. In the Jiangnan Dragon Guard's combat command center, Lin Sun looked at the colossal object in the distance and felt
felt a deep sense of powerlessness. Which 10th tier being left here? Tell him to come out right now. At this moment, a young man stood up timidly and said, Old D is still at his butcher shop, and he says he's too old to sell his meat. Lin Sun watched as everyone in the command room picked up the communicator and called Lin Hanshin. Old Lin, go and ask Old Ju to help me. This is troublesome again. Lin Hanshin quickly emerged from the darkness, holding a bag of peanuts in his hand and eating them as he spoke. That kid and Old Ju are both here, so don't worry. Suddenly, a huge rift opened up in the distant behemoth, and a terrifying, light blue sphere emanating from it materialized on top of the rift. The terrifying aura emanating from the sphere intimidated everyone present. I'm going to the city wall first. You guys stay here and be careful. After saying that, Lin Hanshin re-entered the darkness and completely disappeared from the spot. This is getting a bit tough. I wonder if we can get rid of this attack. Dongfang Yu's left hand caressed the U-blade. His extremely terrifying spatial ability had been fully concentrated on the blade, and the fluorescent light flashing on the blade emitted an aura no weaker than the giant ball in the mouth of a colossal creature. The enormous creature suddenly spat out the ball, and the terrifying aura instantly turned everything in its path into dust, giving the forest a neat, parted look. Just as Dongfang Yu was about to use his U-blade to cleave open a spatial rift and transfer the ball away, the ball vanished instantly. If it weren't for the huge ravine that the ball had passed through on the ground, Dongfang Yu would have even doubted that the ball had ever existed. The ball appeared instantly behind the behemoth and slammed into its back. Roar! Roar! A flying thunder god Kunai quickly appeared next to Dongfang Yu, and then Su Ran, dressed in white and gold and in the celestial beast link mode, appeared at the dart. Sorry, am I late? We arrived not too late. At least we gave that monster a good beating. Su Ran put away the kunai, summoned the blazing greatsword, detached the blade and folded it into two pistols, then reassembled the remaining parts into a spear and handed it to Xiaofun, who had just come out of the space. After putting Linger into the cockpit, he said, This place is too small for me to use the Buddha statue. You guard the area 100 kilometers outward from the city wall, and leave the rest to me. Teacher, you should stay here. I'm afraid those bastards might disguise themselves and sneak into the Divine Envoy's court. If they do, I'll have to trouble you to deal with them. And you, kid? Dongfang Yu asked in confusion. There are three things I hate most in this world. The first one is that he loves to fight. The second one is this damned god. Thirdly, it's the people who disturb me while I'm eating. That bastard takes on all three categories. As Su Ran spoke, he raised his hands and suddenly pulled the trigger. Bang! Bang! Two bullets pierced the twilight, traveled hundreds of kilometers, and struck the colossal creature. A raging fire broke out, and soon a bunch of sticky stuff appeared on the guy's body, covering the flames. As if it was angry about being attacked, it actually started to charge up its second giant ball. I'll change my surname to yours if I let you attack. Su Ran hurled the flying thunder god kunai towards the enormous object, then used it to teleport there before clapping his hands together to summon a wooden doll. With a powerful Koan Ryo strike, he pressed the ball back down. Su Ran suddenly detonated the supernatural power left in the sphere, causing the sphere to explode instantly, directly knocking the behemoth over. Brother Tonzi, how much longer will my dragon fire last? I was planning to use it in conjunction with Phoenix Flame Fire. In 5 minutes, I'll directly speed up the process of ripening the seed. The system quickly channeled natural energy into the staff, and the wisp of dragon fire that was on the verge of dying out instantly stabilized and began to grow rapidly. Human, don't stop me. This is my hatred for this city, and it has nothing to do with you. But there are three types of people I hate the most in my life. The first one is that he loves to fight. The second is the gods. Thirdly, it's the people who disturb me while I'm eating. You bastard, you've done all three. Su Ran took the spear handed to him by Xiaofun and reassembled it into a blazing greatsword, pointing it at the enormous object. You bastard, you've taken advantage of every single one of these three places. You have already chosen a path to death. Chapter 213 Dust Escape. The teacher is the same as always. Su Ran summoned the cleaver, tossed it into the air, and then slammed it onto the back of the blade, sending it hurtling towards Dongfang Yu's position. You take the time blade, I'll use the blazing flame sword. After Su Ran finished speaking, she injected all of her time-related superpowers into Dongfang Yu's body, and then took out the blazing sword and ignited the 10 alien cores. The blazing greatsword instantly evolved into its calamity rising state, and the terrifying heat had already slightly melted the floor tiles on the city wall. Azzy's purple snake scales quickly emerged from under Su Ran's skin, completely merging with the dragon scale armor on Su Ran's body and unleashing an even more terrifying aura. I go! Crimson Rampage Chakra burst forth from Su Ran's body, and Amaterasu form was also activated, completely merging with the Crimson Rampage Chakra to form a brand new battle form. Little Pink, here's the blazing greatsword for you. Su Ran threw the blazing greatsword into the sky, and soon a pink mecha arm emerged from the void and caught it steadily. Little Pink then appeared on the scene. Linger is inside the sword, letting Linger control it. And what about you, kid? Dongfang Yu asked anxiously. Su Ran smiled, tilted her head back, and took a sip of the wine from the immortal wine gourd. Her originally clear eyes immediately turned red. Of course I'm going to find that big guy and give him a good fight. He deserves to die for disturbing my meal. After saying that, Su Ran pushed off the city wall with both feet, creating 2 huge craters, and flew towards the body of the behemoth. While flying, Su Ran did not forget to spread the wings of the Kuanping to provide acceleration. Just as Lin Hanshan was about to set off to find the enormous creature alone, Dongfang Yu stopped him. Let that kid go, there won't be any problems. If it's just the 2 of us, we'll have to clear out those scum and create a safe environment for this kid to attack. After Lin Hanshan nodded, he patted his body with both hands. Soon, the sound of chains breaking rang out from Lin Hanshan's body, and his aura was directly pushed to the 10th level. I never thought that I, a level 10 character, would have to help my apprentice clear out the mobs. Lin Hanshan, wielding a black slender sword, turned and charged into the horde of divine messengers rushing toward the city wall. After fusing the mountain-slaying blade together, Dongfang Yu activated his immortal mode, wielding the time-space blade, and followed Lin Hanshan into the group of divine messengers. I'm still holding a divine weapon in my hand. Aren't I just here to clear out the mobs anyway? Sage Art, Ice Release, Raisin Shuriken. A giant spiral shuriken condensed in Su Ran's right hand. Soon, countless tiny ice crystals were absorbed into the spiral shuriken, which then turned a deep blue color. Since you want to come out of the water, then so be it. After throwing out the Raisin Shuriken, Su Ran immediately followed up with a tailed beast ball. The combined power of the 2 terrifying attacks completely destroyed everything within a 3-kilometer radius of the explosion. Huge red skeletons quickly enveloped Su Ran, and a terrifying red giant, 400 meters tall, appeared before the behemoth. Susanoo aimed the Tatsuka blade in its right hand at the enormous creature, and soon a terrifying suction force erupted from the gourd, attempting to directly pull the entire behemoth into the gourd for sealing. However, the enormous creature suddenly broke off a tentacle-like piece from its body, escaping the Tatsuka sword seal, and then a stream of pitch-black ink sprayed directly towards Su Ran. Susanoo raised the Yata no Kagami on its right arm, and a red energy shield immediately appeared on the surface of the Yata no Kagami, blocking the ink. Soon, something strange happened. The ink corroded the energy barrier created by the Yata no Kagami, and even the Yata no Kagami itself was slightly corroded and damaged. This is difficult. Su Ran glanced at the city wall 100 miles away, but still resisted the urge to use the 1,000-hand Buddha to deal with this guy. After all, a Buddha statue that is tens of thousands of meters tall can easily injure others or oneself if not properly maintained. Su Ran was afraid that some innocent people would die under his Buddha statue, so he suppressed some of his strength. Apart from the wood release ninjutsu, the wood man and wood dragon were all unusable. Then use Kamui to pull him into the Kamui dimension to fight. If that doesn't work, use Koto Amatsukami to directly modify his will. However, since this guy's level is so much lower than yours, your Koto Amatsukami might not succeed. Then let's kill him fair and square. After Su Ran finished speaking, he didn't even put his hands together, but soon a series of ninjutsu attacks exuding a terrifying aura emerged from behind him. Soon, a series of ninjutsu were thrown out as if they were free. This time, the consumption was even more severe than last time. If it weren't for the 4th stage of the sage body, Su Ran would have been completely drained long ago. The relentless attacks quickly tore open numerous wounds on the enormous creature's body, but the wounds healed rapidly. Suddenly, a tentacle covered in suckers emerged from beneath the water and stabbed straight towards Su Ran. This bastard is actually an octopus. Su Ran flapped his wings to dodge the attack and flew into the sky. He knew very well that if he got entangled by this guy's tentacles, he would be in big trouble. Chief, do you know dust escape? 3 parts wind, 3 parts fire, 3 parts earth plus 1 part yang release chakra. I'll take 1 shot. Give me more gold dust. Su Ran quickly redeemed a card and threw it into the card pool. The system's voice rang out soon after. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired 20 tons of placer gold. Upon hearing the quantity, Su Ran quickly emptied one of her storage rings to barely fit the gold dust inside. Su Ran tried the recipe provided by the system, and soon a white, transparent cube appeared in Su Ran's hands. Prepare to die. Su Ran poured all his supernatural power into his hands, and soon a huge white transparent cube appeared in his hands. Dust release, a technique that transcends limits and separates elements. Su Ran threw the huge white transparent cube in his hand directly at the octopus on the ground. Soon, most of the octopus's body that was above the surface of the sea was covered by the dust escape. The dust release suddenly contracted, and the part of the body covered by the dust release disappeared completely in an instant. If it weren't for the gruesome flesh and blood that were proof that they had once existed, probably no one would believe that such a terrifying attack wound was real. However, the octopus's damaged body regenerated at an incredible speed, and the octopus roared to the sky. A rumbling friction sound soon appeared in the sky. Su Ran looked up and saw that a huge meteor shower had appeared in the sky. Chapter 214. Another one arrives. Seeing the meteor shower getting closer and closer, Su Ran abandoned the octopus without hesitation and turned to destroy the meteorites. Teacher, please keep an eye on that giant octopus for a while I destroy all these meteorites. Su Ran threw out all of his more than 100 flying thunder god kunai, and the kunai landed precisely on each meteorite. However, what Su-ran didn't notice was that a huge meteorite was hidden, and the flying thunder god kunai didn't pierce it. Next up is the yellow flash. In an instant, Su-ran transformed into a yellow flash, darting back and forth across the battlefield. When the yellow flash grazed the meteorite instantly exploded into pieces of rubble that scattered on the ground. At this moment, Dongfang Yu looked at the giant octopus, and the time-space blade in his hand had already been sheathed. Draw your sword, transcend time and space, and time will never turn back. I'd like to see how you're going to block this attack that can accelerate your time. At that moment, the ground rumbled, and a giant stone figure raised its hand to block the attack. The stone figure quickly weathered into sand, then rose again from the ground beside it. Earth Spirit? And it's a 10th tier 1? How the hell did this meteor shower even happen? Looking at Tu Shiling's stone-carved eyes, Dongfang Yu could clearly sense the mockery in them. If I don't show my power, you really think I'm old, huh? With his left hand, Dongfang Yu used the power of the space jumper to pull a small black hole from outer space and hurled it at Tu Shiling. Free 1+1. Dongfang Yu pulled in another white hole. The collision between the black hole and the white hole instantly generated tremendous power, but Dongfang Yu barely managed to repair the shattered spacetime by relying on the power of time and space. He simply watched the octopus and the Earth Spirit quietly. I wonder if you guys can handle the enhanced space blast. The octopus and the Earth Spirit were instantly torn to shreds, but they quickly regenerated. Dongfang Yu's right hand, which was holding the blade of time and space, involuntarily tightened its grip even more. Damn it, divine decrees are really troublesome, especially elemental ones like this. They're so annoying. Meanwhile, Su-ran was under immense pressure. After clearing away the meteorite furthest from Jiangnan, Su-ran discovered a meteorite about the same size as his wooden figure, hurtling straight toward Jiangnan. Just as Su-ran was about to use the flying thunder god technique, he discovered that his kunai was missing from the meteorite. At this point, not only flying thunder god, but even the wings of the Kunping couldn't get there in time. Time was too tight. If Su-ran had actually flown there, the meteorite would have already shattered Jiangnan. Let's give it our all. Su-ran concentrated all his abilities into his right arm, which was instantly covered in black and white electricity, and countless bird calls rang out from his right arm. Countless electric currents quickly coalesced into a straight jet that pierced the meteorite, its speed so great that it caught up with it in an instant. However, Chidori only shattered the lower half of the meteorite. The upper half remained completely undamaged. When Su-ran tried to use Chidori again, he was stopped by a feeling of emptiness in his body. Su-ran looked inward and found that his energy had long been exhausted, while the immortal body and Kurama were still replenishing their energy. At this moment, Su-ran clearly saw a meat cleaver fly out of the city and instantly shatter the meteorite into countless fine fragments. Why does this knife look so familiar? Meanwhile, Uncle D, standing in the butcher's stall, put away his meat cleaver, carefully wiped off the stone dust with a rag, and looked into the distance as he spoke. I'll leave the rest to you. Anyway, the old man is here to cover for you. After saying that, Uncle D turned around, took the knife, went back into the shop, and continued sharpening it as if nothing had happened. After seeing the boulder shattered, Su-ran used the flying thunder god technique to arrive next to Dongfang Yu, only to find Lin Hanshan standing there as well. Master, teacher, what's next? Su-ran, carrying the blazing flame general, slashed out with his sword without hesitation. The terrifying heat even evaporated some of the seawater. At that moment, a light blue figure emerged from the sea, spitting out a jet of water that neutralized Su-ran's sword strike. It seems that Gangang's divine position is on this octopus and this dragon. Su-ran looked at the octopus and the water dragon with undisguised fervor in her eyes. Ask our own people who want the divine position. If all else fails, teacher, why don't you take that position? Dongfang Yu smiled and waved his hand. How could I possibly become a god if I haven't even reached the 10th rank? However, this divine position must be destroyed if no one absorbs it. Even if it is reformed, it cannot fall into our hands. Lin Hanshan nodded and said, you understand the principle of possessing a treasure invites trouble, so we'll use the blazing greatsword for our final blow against these two. We must destroy them in one fell swoop. I've opened up the spatial battlefield. Now, the only way out is to kill those three. Then I'll go first. Su-ran mobilized his dragon energy and roared to the sky. The terrifying dragon might actually stop the water dragon. Su-ran instantly unleashed his complete Susanoo, pulling the water dragon out of the water and slashing down with a devastating blow from Susanoo's hand. The water dragon unleashed a water wall, barely blocking the attack, and then spoke in human language. Humans, even though I only possess a part of his divine position, are you going to exterminate me? If it were anyone else, Su-ran might feel a little guilty now. But who is Su-ran? What kind of good person is someone who has studied immorality and breaking the law? If I had known you had this, I would have come after you long ago. Why would I have kept you alive until now? Do we beasts have to die? Nonsense. If my fellow Taoist dies, why shouldn't I die? If you don't die, am I the one who dies? I have family, a girlfriend, a sister, and a bunch of friends. I'm so capable. I'm already a winner in life.
Why would I die in a market?
As Su Ran spoke, she abandoned all of Suzua's weapons and instead chose to use the purest form of power.
Electricity crackled around Susanu's fists before it slammed them into the water dragon. Zawarudo, stop time.
Within the 10 seconds of time stop, Su Ran used Susanu to seal all 379 acupoints on the water dragon's body. Soon, the water dragon transformed into a little girl because all its power was sealed.
Oh, I didn't expect you to be a female dragon? I happen to be short of a maid, so you'll be the one.
After saying that, Su Ran didn't wait for the water dragon's consent and picked it up directly. Without hesitation, she took out a spirit scroll and made a spirit contract between the two of them.
That's it for today. From now on, we'll have someone to clean the house. Chapter 215 brought back another one. Go into the divine might space.
After Su Ran grabbed the dragon girl with his hand, his right eye suddenly emitted a suction force that pulled her in.
Then he looked at the only remaining giant octopus and said, "If Aunt you made takoyaki out of this, I wonder how delicious it would be."
"Then you dare try it, kid. You might end up being turned into Su Ran's little dumpling."
Dongfang Yu and Lin Hanshan also came to Su Ran's side, each holding their own weapon.
Lin Hanshan held a slender black sword, and a dark aura constantly emanated from his body. "Shaoran, Yu Lao and I will control the giant octopus and find an opportunity to kill it."
"What about the earth spirit?" Dongfang Yu twisted his neck and said nonchalantly, "Kill them all. Armored armor. The beast's challenge."
After summoning Kurama, Su Ran covered it with the complete Susanoo, then let Kurama fight while he sat down on the ground and began to draw on the natural energy of the earth.
"You little rascal, you wouldn't think of that."
Su Ran slammed his hands on the ground, and soon most of the sea behind the giant octopus was filled with mud, trapping the octopus inside.
Next up is the Buddha statue.
Soon a huge Buddha head emerged from the soil, but Su Ran stopped the Buddha when it was only about 1,000 meters away in order to control its power.
"Nine Lama, your skills haven't diminished, have they?" Standing on the wooden figure's head, Su Ran controlled the giant Buddha and began its attack. Colorless fists rained down, slamming heavily onto the giant octopus's body. "How could that be? Don't forget who I am?"
Kurama controlled his 2 extra Susanoo arms, took out 2 Aim no Mika swords and crossed them, then activated Sage Mode and charged up the tailed beast ball. "This guy isn't even as tough as the 6 paths tailed beast Jinchuriki from the Ninja Wars.
What kind of trouble can a mere shattered godhead cause?" The 2 Kusanagi swords quickly transformed into energy, enveloping the tailed beast ball. The terrifying aura even caused the surrounding space to slightly collapse.
"That's true." Su Ran manipulated the wooden Buddha, lifted it up, and slammed it down hard.
At the same time, Kurama also launched the tailed beast ball from his mouth.
The 2 terrifying attacks collided, creating a massive explosion that blasted the giant octopus into pieces.
"Shaoran, be careful. This guy's life force hasn't been completely cut off yet."
As Su Ran watched the seawater slowly reassemble the giant octopus's body, he unhesitatingly raised his hand and flung out 172 black rods, creating a small array within Dongfang Yu's spatial battlefield.
"Reborn, is that it?"
Su Ran took out the Necronomicon, flipped to a page, and suddenly poured his supernatural power into it. In a symbiotic relationship, both parties suffer the same harm. When one dies, the other will also die. I want to see whether your rebirth priority or my symbiotic link priority is higher. Su Ran once again drew his blazing greatsword, transformed into his Calamity Rising state, and slashed at himself without hesitation. A huge gash appeared on Su Ran's body, but then a huge gash also appeared on the giant octopus's body.
"Looks like it worked."
Su Ran's right hand suddenly conjured a black rod, which he plunged straight into his heart.
"Sandwich."
Just before falling, Su Ran threw the blazing greatsword to Dongfang Yu, who immediately understood Su Ran's meaning upon receiving it.
"Shaolin, you go catch that kid, I'll take care of the rest."
Lin Hanshan nodded and flew towards Su Ran, catching her in no time.
"Kid, you."
Lin Hanshan was instantly enraged when he saw that Su Ran had lost all signs of life.
Eternal darkness.
Everything around them turned black instantly, and visibility dropped to a terrifying level. However, Dongfang Yu still sensed the location where the giant octopus died, and when it was reborn, he cleaved the giant octopus's body open with a single strike and forcibly extracted its divine fragments. The giant octopus, dragging its dying body, asked with great reluctance, "Why are you stopping me? Why are you stopping me from taking revenge?" Dongfang Yu originally wanted to follow up with a flaming blade heaven opening strike, but he scoffed after hearing those words.
"You don't even have the strength to take revenge, yet you keep talking about it. You don't really think you can cause any big trouble with just 4/5 of your divine position, do you? Even Mahlers, the god of calamity and disease, died at our hands, let alone you?"
Dongfang Yu picked up the blazing greatsword and uttered the last words the giant octopus ever heard.
"Remember to be reborn into a better family in your next life." Flame blade, heaven opening.
Dongfang Yu killed it with a single strike, collected the giant octopus's corpse, and flew to Lin Hanshan's side.
"Old you, this kid wouldn't."
Before Lin Hanshan could finish speaking, Dongfang Yu already knew what Lin Hanshan was going to say.
He stepped forward and,
without saying a word, pulled out the black rod that Su Ran had inserted into his heart, and then slapped him hard across the face. You little bastard, stop pretending. If you're not dead, get up and walk around a bit. Su Ran jumped up suddenly, and Lin Hanshin felt his sanity dropping as he saw Su Ran come back to life. What is this? Dongfang Yu tossed a large portion of the divine position fragments to Su Ran and said, this kid has some kind of immortality ability. I really don't believe that this little black stick can kill someone who can't die even if the exploding flame greatsword erodes his body. You little brat, come here right now. No, if you dare touch me, I'll kneel down in front of Aunt Yu and cry when we get back. You little bastard, you're trying to blackmail me? I'll beat you into a Kinder Surprise today, or I'll say you're tough enough. Just as Lin Hanshin was about to hit Su Ran suddenly looked towards the sea. Lin Hanshin looked over as well and then froze. Xiao Ran, if I'm not mistaken about the aura, then is the water reaching the sky a tsunami? A tsunami triggered by 3 10th tier leaders. Dongfang Yu picked up the conversation and said, in other words, if the three of us can't stop this thing, the city behind us will be destroyed by it. System, is Dragon Flame fully healed? Once it's properly cared for, you can use it fully by infusing it with dragon energy. Linger, give me the Phoenix Flame. Linger, unaware of what was happening inside the sword, obediently gave the Phoenix Flame to Su Ran. I don't know if 3 types of flames are enough. After leaving behind a clone that merged with the 3 flames of his own body, Su Ran's main body rushed directly towards the direction of the waves. Chapter 216 Frozen. That's right, that bastard Earth Spirit. Su Ran's clone clapped his hands, and countless pieces of wood burrowed into the ground to find the location of the Earth Spirit. In no time, they found it and brought it back, tightly binding it. Damn it, I can't let you get away this time. Countless pieces of wood tightly bound the Earth Spirit, drawing upon its power. The wood releases powerful absorption ability quickly drained the Earth Spirit completely, turning it into stone powder that scattered on the ground. How did I reach the peak of the 5th rank? Your clone captured and absorbed the Earth Spirit, and naturally, your cultivation level will rise along with it. Su Ran quickly arrived at the sea surface not far from the tsunami, and stood on a piece of ice that had formed beneath her feet. The Xian Tian Imperial Decree obeys my command. A huge ice blue talisman appeared in Su Ran's hand. After pinching the talisman between 2 fingers, Su Ran flung it violently into the seawater in front of him. Permanently frozen, the icy blue rune slammed into the tsunami, instantly freezing the towering wave into a towering ice wall. At this moment, the system and the 9 llamas stared at each other, both stunned. System, did you give him the talismanic method? I didn't teach this kid? Did you teach him how to use Haku's ice release? I didn't teach him. Back when I fought Haku, I struggled so hard to even reveal a little bit of my chakra. How could I possibly know his ice release? After freezing the seawater, Su Ran looked at the towering ice wall she had created inside slowly. It seems that some of the power from my previous life has been restored. Not much, but enough. Su Ran summoned a wooden clone using the Flying Thunder God technique. Upon seeing the blood-red fireball in the wooden clone's arms, he suddenly grabbed the wooden clone and flung it directly towards the ice wall. Triple Flame Blade opens the heavens. Dragon Flame, Phoenix Flame, and Amaterasu Flame instantly coated the blazing greatsword. Although he picked up the hilt without any fancy sword techniques, he simply slashed downwards. The ice wall melted instantly, and part of the ocean evaporated as well. I see you. Su Ran suddenly unfurled the wings of the Kuanping behind him, and the speed of his flight even generated a sonic boom. Su Ran suddenly cleaved the sea surface with his sword, revealing a group of whales hidden beneath the ocean. Just as Su Ran stepped onto the water and was about to use the 1,000-hand Buddha again, she discovered that the Buddha, which had always worked, could no longer be used. Damn it! There's not a single earth element here, so I can't even use my great Buddha. But there's also this. A 1,000-meter-tall Susanoo giant instantly appeared on the sea surface, infusing the Aim no Murakumo sword with the power of the exploding flame greatsword before slashing it down into the sea. With that one cut, more than a third of the goldfish was instantly vaporized by the terrifying heat, and the seawater even began to boil. Your time to die has come. This time, Su Ran chose to draw upon the natural energy of the ocean, and soon the Indra arrow, burning with 3 kinds of flames, appeared on the Sirius bow in the right hand of Su Ran's Susanoo giant. Su Ran released the bowstring, and Indra's arrow shot out fiercely. The arrow quickly found the largest whale inside and hit its tail. The arrow suddenly disappeared, and at the same time, Su Ran also sensed the aura of the divine beast. Soon a deer with 4 horns on its head broke out of the water and stood in front of Su Ran. Su Ran felt a strong threat as he looked at the 4-horned deer, and at the same time, he thought of the name of an ancient mythical beast, Fu Zhu. Fu Zhu spoke human language, and his clear voice quickly spread in all directions. Humans, leave this place. Today, I will protect the Shanghai whale pod. The position of the water god has already fallen into your hands. If you do not wish to anger the sea, leaving is the best outcome. Bullshit. Su Ran showed no fear of the divine beast Fu Zhu in front of her, pointing her exploding flame greatsword directly at Fu Zhu's head as she spoke. If I hadn't returned from the capital, the people of Jiangnan would be dead today. I've only taken what I deserved, and you expect me to stop? How dare you? I'm putting my words here today, and those Shanghai whales can't vouch for what I said. Even if Jesus came, or even if the old man pleaded with the master, they couldn't be saved. Fu Zhu's expression suddenly turned cold, and ice spikes condensed on his horns, pointing directly at Su Ran. So you mean you're determined to fight to the death? Let me kill those whales and that'll be the end of it. Otherwise, I'll kill them even if I have to go out to sea to catch whales. You're so arrogant and ignorant. Fu Zhu thrust his horn forward, sending countless ice spikes hurtling towards Su Ran. Su Ran simply raised his blazing greatsword and used parry to return all the ice spikes to him. The fire of the phoenix and the dragon? Then you are even less likely to be allowed to live. As Fu Zhu spoke, it stomped its hooves hard on the ground, and instantly the water elements in the ocean transformed into Fu Zhu's power, which then attacked Su Ran fiercely. You really think I'm easy to bully, huh? Su Ran flapped his wings and flew into the sky, condensing the natural energy in the ocean into two enormous immortal techniques, dust escape and transcendental stripping techniques, in his hands. Su Ran suddenly threw down the two large, transparent white cubes in his hand, and the Shanghai whale pod, which was enveloped by the dust escape, was instantly wiped out. Even Fu Zhu was caught off guard and had two of its horns broken off when it was grazed by the edge of the dust escape. Fu Zhu's tone was full of anger, and the fact that the four corners that represented Fu Zhu's face had been damaged naturally put him in a state of rage. However, a strange fluctuation suddenly came from the ocean, and Fu Zhu's anger subsided instantly. Human, the next time we meet will be when you die. Su Ran used magnetic escape to apply magnetic force to the two broken horns of Fu Zhu and retrieved them before Fu Zhu could. After playing with them for a while, he put them into his storage ring. Let's not wait for next time, let's just fight it out right here this time. It not only distinguishes between superior and inferior, but also determines life and death. The Necronomicon instantly appeared in Su Ran's left hand, and Fu Zhu's eyes showed obvious fear upon seeing it. I've skimmed through the Necronomicon. There are about 156 spells that can kill large groups of people, and about 57 spells that can cause permanent pollution. There are countless other types of magic, but absolute killing magic. There are 27 types, and most of them do not require any special conditions. They can be activated simply by injecting the superpower. I know we'll see if your dog's life is long enough or my immortality is strong enough. Chapter 217 Leisurely Days. Su Ran spoke nonchalantly, but Fu Zhu slunk away, breaking through the seawater and disappearing back inside. After putting away the Necronomicon, Su Ran deactivated all combat forms and lay back in the sea, letting the water gently wash her back to shore. Where is that little bastard? That deer went back, but the kid still hasn't come back. At this moment, Dongfang Yu pulled out a huge telescope from somewhere and began to observe Su Ran's whereabouts on the sea. Look, Mr. Yu. Lin Hanshan also pointed a huge telescope at a cigarette sticking up on the sea and said, that little bastard should be there. Otherwise, if that lit cigarette is floating upright on the water, I wouldn't believe there's a water ghost there. It's definitely that kid. After Dongfang Yu used the blade of time and space to cleave open a spatial rift, he reached in and grabbed Su Ran, pulling her back and throwing her hard to the ground. When Su Ran felt her collar being grabbed, she instinctively wanted to attack, but when she saw the familiar portal, she let down her guard and allowed the large hand to pull her into the portal. Oh ho ho! Just as Lin Hanshan was about to deliver a familiar blow to Su Ran's face, Su Ran activated her ethereal transformation to dodge the attack and instead straddled Lin Hanshan's neck. Old dang, what do you want? I just finished a fight, and you want to hit me again? Is there no justice in this world? Is there no law in this world? Do you believe I'll run to aunt you and make a scene, then threaten to hang myself? You won't be allowed in the bedroom tonight. You little bastard, you've gotten so cocky after being gone for a few months, haven't you? Looks like you've really forgotten the 7 wolves you knew when you were a kid. Lin Hanshan suddenly pulled off the belt around his waist. Just as he was about to hit Su Ran used Lin Hanshan's body to push off with both feet and ran towards Shenruyue. Aunt Yu, I finally managed to protect Master Jiangnan, but that old bastard wants to hit me again. Su Ran's screams were heard throughout half of Jiangnan City, including by Shenruyue. Damn it, I think old Lin is getting more and more arrogant. Shenruyue took a huge staff and rushed into the sky, but was quickly stopped by Lin Juyu. Mom, don't worry. Lin Juyu brewed a cup of tea and respectfully placed it in front of Shenruyue. Dad definitely can't catch up with Su Ran's speed. You wait here, he'll be back in less than 10 seconds. Just as Shenruyue was about to pick up her teacup to drink, she saw a flash of white light, and Su Ran appeared directly at the entrance of the Lin family's gate, sliding down to his knees behind Shenruyue. Lin Hanshan arrived shortly after, but seeing Shenruyue holding a staff, he knew that his plan to use the 7 wolves to give Su Ran a good beating was going to fall through. Kisaragi. Shenruyue elegantly picked up a cup of tea, blew on the steam, took a sip, and said, "Go ahead and speak, I'm listening." Then Lin Hanshan looked at the ground where Shenruyue's staff had touched, and it had completely cracked. Lin Hanshan knew he was in trouble tonight, so he simply knelt down in front of Shenruyue, looking down and obediently accepting the scolding, completely losing the imposing aura he had displayed as a 10th level expert on the battlefield. Shenruyue reached out her right hand and gently pinched Lin Hanshan's ear, then rotated it 720 degrees. It If it weren't for your in-laws being here today, you would have been beaten to death. How dare you little bastard, hit Xiao Ran in front of your mother? Behave yourself. I'll teach you a lesson when we get home. Lin Hanshan nodded repeatedly, which showed his position as a younger brother in his family. Suddenly, as if remembering something, swirling ripples appeared around Su Ran's right eye, and the dragon girl he had captured was released. Give me the position of the water god. Su Ran said this, but without waiting for the dragon girl's consent, she directly took 4/5 of the water god's position from Dongfang Yu and peeled off the last part of the position. The fluctuations generated by the restoration of the divine position continued to spread outwards, but Dongfang Yu had already set up a spatial barrier to prevent the energy from overflowing. Destroy it. No, teacher, I still have a use. Su Ran searched through the arrays in her mind and quickly found the contract array. After Su Ran cut the dragon girl's hand, he took a drop of blood, used his supernatural power to create a talisman, and then dripped the dragon girl's blood onto it, followed by dripping his own blood onto it. After receiving the blood from both places, Fu Li suddenly shrank into a golden bead, which Su Ran directly put into his storage ring. You don't seem to have a name. Spiral Super Dance Roar Deep Sea Natural Water God Dragon Girl Jade Fire Night Flying Little Dragon Tang Yuan Original Cheese Big Nose GA? Go away. What kind of weird name did you choose? If you ask me, this girl should be called Tang Yuan, Sweet Rice Ball. It's a very nice name. Su Ran walked over and directly implanted the complete divine position of the water god into Tang Yuan's body. Then, he quickly drew on Tang Yuan's body with his hands, and soon a huge array appeared on Tang Yuan's body. Su Ran clapped her hands and said, "Alright, with this heaven-sealing seal here, the aura of the water god's position won't be exposed." Tang Yuan, feeling the continuous flow of water elemental power within her body, looked at Su Ran with disbelief and asked, "Why did you give me something so important to a prisoner you captured?" Su Ran patted Tang Yuan's head with his large hand and said, "I don't have the concept of being a prisoner here. Once you're in this house, you're family. Even though you work as a maid and do housework, you're still family. Consider this my gift to you." Upon hearing Su Ran's answer, Tang Yuan punched Su Ran hard in the chest and rushed over to punch Su Ran's chest repeatedly. Bad guy, bad guy, bad guy. Do you really have the heart to ask me, a dragon who has just turned 5, to do housework for you? Furthermore, I already possess a portion of the water god's position, and you still have the nerve to claim it as your gift? That's shameless. That's outrageous. After Tang Yuan made a fuss for a while, Lin Juyu came over and took Tang Yuan away. Dongfang Yu appeared next to Su Ran and handed her a skewer of grilled meat. Why was that little girl put in the position of the water god? While I respect your ideas, I can't understand your choice this time. In my memory, even if you didn't use something this powerful for yourself, you would have given it to Li Zizuyu, or even to Linger in Shaofun. Then why did you choose this little girl you just brought back? Chapter 218 Shin Ruyue's Strength. The first reason is naturally because this little girl has a contract in formation left by me, so I am not afraid at all that this little girl will betray me. Secondly, because this little girl herself has a fragment of the water god's position, it is best for her to receive the water god's power, at least there will be no backlash from absorption. Thirdly, this girl will eventually be left with Chestnut and the others, serving as an invisible bodyguard by their side. Su Ran took out his wine gourd, took a sip of wine, ate a bite of roasted meat, and then said, "No one who wanted to harm the people around me would have imagined that there was actually a water goddess hidden among those girls." Dongfang Yu looked at Su Ran for a long time, and then a gratified smile appeared on his face. "Looks like you've thought things through quite thoroughly. If you've made up your mind, then do it. All you need to know is that you have me, your master, and your aunt you behind you." Su Ran's curiosity was instantly piqued when Shinruyue was mentioned. "By the way, teacher, why does master, a dignified 10th level expert, act like a mouse seeing a cat when he sees Aunt Yu? Even if he's henpecked, he can still stand up for a while. You've probably never seen your Aunt Yu in action, have you?" Dongfang Yu looked at Su Ran shaking her head and had an I-knew-it look on his face. "Let me think, when was the last time your Aunt Yu took action?" Dongfang Yu sat down on the spot, took out a small wooden table covered with wine and dishes, and ate and drank as he spoke. "If I remember correctly, your Aunt Yu's special ability is rated as an S-class Lightbringer. Although most of this ability's skills are offensive, it is actually a healing ability. 30 years ago, during a beast tide, your Uncle Lin had not yet taken up the position of director of the Jiangnan Dragon Guard Bureau. That beast tide resulted in heavy casualties. Even the director of the Dragon Guard Bureau at the time was seriously injured and on the verge of death. Almost all the powerful figures suffered injuries of varying degrees. If I remember correctly, the leader was a 9th-tier Dark Sky Bat. Your Aunt Yu used her staff to smash it into a pulp. Just thinking about it is brutal." When Su Ran heard from Dongfang Yu that Aunt Yu had actually killed a 9th-tier Dark Sky Demon Bat single-handedly, she suddenly spat out the wine in her mouth. Dongfang Yu seemed to have anticipated this, having already opened a portal to teleport away all the wine Su Ran had spat out. He then took a sip of wine from his gourd and said slowly, "If I remember correctly, your Aunt Yu was wearing a set of holy light robes at the time, holding this holy staff in her hand, and relying on her own healing. She smashed that guy into a pulp one by one. Your Aunt Yu should have sealed her cultivation now. Her current cultivation level is at least the 9th level. Back then, she, at the 7th level, single-handedly killed the dark sky bat from the 9th street. That's why your master was so afraid of your Aunt Yu. So if your master wants to do something in the future, you should run behind your Aunt Yu. I bet he won't dare to touch you, even if it means he drinks for 10 years. Sparrow eats. No matter how much master wants to hit me, as soon as Aunt Yu appears, I wilted like an eggplant hit by frost. At this moment, Su Ran gently pulled Shinryue and said, Aunt Yu, I want to eat your takoyaki. I haven't had it for months. After hearing Su Ran's words, Shinryue didn't even glance at Lin Hanshin and turned around to make the takoyaki that Su Ran wanted to eat. Aunt Yu, please use this. Su Ran took the giant octopus tentacle handed to her by Dongfang Yu and used the cleaver Dongfang Yu gave her to chop it into tens of thousands of pieces, handing them to Shinryue and saying, That's the giant octopus from the sea. It should taste better. As Su Ran spoke, she took a step to the right, blocking Shinryue's view of Lin Hanshin, and whispered to the person behind her, Hurry up and go have a drink with the teacher. You might miss this opportunity, but you won't get another chance like this. After getting up, Lin Hanshin quickly ran to Dongfang Yu's table, grabbed a glass of wine, and pretended to drink it. Su Ran lay on a recliner, snapped her fingers, and looked up at the sky. Where's my little maid, Tang Yuan? Give me a massage. The response wasn't Tan Yuan's voice, but a sharp rap on the head from Lin Juyu. I'm warning you, don't even think about making Tang Yuan do hard labor, or you'll be waiting to die. I treat Tang Yuan like a little sister. What do you want? If you want that little girl to be a maid, ask me first if I agree. Su Ran then put on a pitiful look and stared at Lin Juyu. After being stared at by Su Ran for a while, Lin Juyu couldn't take it anymore and turned around and ran back to her room. Your sister Juyu has left. Before she comes back, quickly give me a massage. Although Tang Yuan looked extremely unwilling, she still obediently walked over and gently pressed her soft, boneless little hand on Su Ran's head. Su Ran sighed deeply, then grabbed a glass of juice with a straw and drank it. Tang Yuan, please massage my shoulders. I feel like I'm falling apart after fighting that giant octopus. Su Ran didn't open her eyes, but what she never expected was that Lin Juyu, dressed in a maid outfit, took Tang Yuan's place and began to vigorously massage Su Ran's shoulders with her own strength. Ouch, 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 ouch. Tang Yuan, please be gentle. But neither Lin Juyu nor Tang Yuan responded to him. Instead, Lin Juyu tightened her grip even more. This little girl needs to be taught a lesson. Su Ran reached out and grabbed Lin Juyu's shoulders, forcefully throwing her back from behind and catching her steadily in her arms. However, Su Ran noticed something was off when she felt the weight of the person in her arms. This weight, is not right. As Su Ran spoke, she grabbed at her chest, only to find that she had only grasped a wisp of air. After realizing that she hadn't caught anything, Su Ran instantly understood that she was going to die. She opened her eyes and looked at Lin Juyu's smiling face, feeling guilty as she spoke. Juyu, would you believe me if I said Tang Yuan came here willingly? Lin Juyu looked at Su Ran with a smile on her face. Do you think I believe it or not? So do you think I trust you or I trust you? Then you think I'll believe you. After playing with the dolls for a while, Lin Juyu couldn't take it anymore and suddenly smashed a rocket headbutt into Su Ran's chest. I already told you not to bully Tang Yuan. Su Ran then pulled Lin Juyu into her arms, holding her with her left arm and gently patting her back with her right, saying, Sleep, sleep, my dear. Chapter 219 Hunting Beasts Outside the City. Under the influence of Su Ran's lullaby, Lin Juyu gradually fell asleep. This girl is so trustworthy. She fell asleep as soon as she nestled in my arms. Elder brother. Su Ran. Elder brother. Seeing several sleepy creatures walking towards her, Su Ran used wood release to create a huge round bed. After carefully placing Juyu and the others on the bed and covering them with blankets, she comfortably lay down on the recliner. We need to set up a barrier to prevent sudden rain. As Su Ran spoke, he raised his hand and 72 black rods shot out from his left hand, quickly forming a protective array that enveloped the entire Lin family. Su Ran looked at the adults who were still chatting, then comfortably closed her eyes and fell asleep. Look at those children. Shu Chao pointed to Su Ran and the others sleeping outside and chuckled softly. Xiao Ran and the others must be exhausted. Let them rest here. Dongfang Yu then threw out several large beds from his storage space and said, Don't go inside to sleep. That kid has already set up a barrier, so there's no need to worry about the rain. The wind and scenery outside are nice, so you might as well sleep outside. After exchanging glances, the group decided to sleep in the Lin family's courtyard. Then came a scene that seemed utterly absurd. A water god, a god-slaying being, 2 level 10 beings, 2 level 7 beings, one of whom had his cultivation sealed, Chu Chao, and a series of children all lay outside, sleeping in the courtyard, none of them choosing to go home to sleep. When the sun rose the next day, Su Ran woke up from the recliner. It feels so good. I never knew that such a simple life could be so comfortable. Meanwhile, Tang Yuan had already woken up and came over to Su Ran after seeing her wake up. Su Ran, go wash up. Tang Yuan handed over a cup made entirely of solidified water and a toothbrush with toothpaste already squeezed on it. After Su Ran finished washing herself herself with her wooden hands, she reached out her big hand and patted Tan Yuan's head. Not bad, it seems you've already grasped the essence of being a maid. Wait a minute. Su Ran began to invoke the system. Tonzi, get me the best black and white maid outfit according to Tan Yuan's size. 200 kill points. After exchanging the items, Su Ran found a beautifully crafted maid outfit in her hand. She helped Tang Yuan put it on and then looked at Tang Yuan and said, "Not bad, quite cute." "You rascal, don't pat someone's head and say they're cute." At this moment, the rebellious spirit within Su Ran's body began to flare up. After controlling Tang Yuan with one hand, her sinful right hand began to knead it. The method for making glutinous rice balls is also very simple. Just look up to the sky and shout loudly, "Sister Zhuyu bullied me." Lin Zhuyu, who had just gotten up and finished washing up, saw Tang Yuan being bullied by Su Ran and rushed over without saying a word to pinch Su Ran's ear. "Didn't I tell you not to bully Tang Yuan?" Su Ran looked at Lin Zhuyu's maid outfit, which she hadn't changed out of yet, and then glanced at Tang Yuan before speaking. "You two still look quite alike. If I didn't know Tang Yuan's background, I would really doubt whether this girl is your sister. That's how it is now." Lin Zhuyu took Su Ran's hand and led her to the front door before saying something. "Let's get some good food. Yaya hasn't been to school for a week, so let's take advantage of this time to let them have some fun." A suction force erupted from Su Ran's right eye, pulling Su Ran inside. Then, somewhere outside the city, a vortex-like ripple appeared again, followed by Su Ran's true form emerging. Let me think about which exotic beast would taste better. The 9th-tier demonic thorn sea urchin, dragonfish, and sky-eating whale in the sea are all extremely delicious and highly nutritious exotic beasts. If you can kill Fuju, your sister probably won't need to wait several months for her superpower awakening. She can awaken it now after eating Fuju's flesh. The superpowers contained within the flesh and blood of creatures at the level of mythical beasts are terrifying. Who knows, your sister might just awaken an SSS level superpower directly. Su Ran spread her wings and flew into the sky, saying in an annoyed tone, "That thing is the ocean. It's his home ground. I can beat him, but if he wants to run away, I can't stop him. If it drags on for too long, I might even lose. Besides, no matter what superpower that girl awakens, I'll still be her brother. Even if she awakens an E-level lollipop, I can guarantee her a lifetime of food and clothing security." The system didn't continue Su Ran's sentence, but spoke in a voice that Su Ran couldn't hear while Su Ran was flying. "But unfortunately, in the predetermined future, this girl's ending probably won't be too good." Looking at the dark blue ocean beneath him, Su Ran activated his celestial beast mode, folded his wings, and plunged into it. "Let me think of how to move around in this sea." Su Ran held his clever brain and thought for a while, and he actually came up with a good idea. Su Ran directly condensed 2 miniature spiral shuriken, then turned them upside down, converting the suction force of the spiral shuriken into a repulsive force, and attached them to his feet to act as propellers. "You're a fucking genius. If Naruto knew about this method, wouldn't he be able to fly?" All techniques originate from a moment of inspiration. Mine is at most an improvement. After swimming for a while, Su Ran found one of her targets in a trench. Su Ran looked at the enormous sea urchin, which was almost as big as a wooden man, and said, "This is a 9th tier item? This thing is almost as big as my wooden puppet." It seems that the barrier to the 10th tier was loosened after the gods revived, allowing many people stuck at the threshold of the 10th tier to take the final step. "This guy is clearly about to reach level 10. Should we wait? Then tell me, how much longer do we have to wait?" "It can take 1 or 2 hours at most, or 3 to 5 years at most. To be honest, the insights gained during a breakthrough are purely a gamble. If you're unlucky, you might lose everything before you even reach level 10. Then we'll have to artificially accelerate their ripening." Su Ran raised his right hand and injected a large amount of immortal energy into the demon thorn sea urchin. Soon after, the aura on the demon thorn sea urchin began to fluctuate violently. "It'll be finished soon." After waiting for half an hour, Su Ran suddenly unleashed the aura of the demon thorn sea urchin, clearly indicating that it had overcome the hurdle. Next comes the time to collect interest. Chapter 220 Mermaid? How pitiful, dying just after reaching the 10th level. While Su Ran said this, her hands didn't slow down at all. She directly annihilated all the immortal energy in the demon thorn sea urchin's body, sending it to its doom. 2 giant wooden hands suddenly appeared behind Su Ran, and after processing all the sea urchins, they put them into her storage space. "Let me see where the arowana is." Su Ran looked at the low-level demon spikes without any interest and turned to leave. Wa'ada. Soon, a long, faint cry of a whale echoed from the deep sea, which Su Ran still managed to catch. "It's been delivered right to our door." After activating the first level of his form, Su Ran swam towards the direction from which the whale's cry came. As Su Ran looked at the group of void-eating whales, each several sizes larger than his wooden figure, his hands and feet began to tremble slightly. "This guy's flesh and alien core aren't important. What's important is the whale oil in his head. The meat of this thing is definitely not as good as that of dragonfish or sea urchin, and it's so tough you probably won't be able to chew it. But the whale oil in this creature's head can help enlighten intelligence, and it has unparalleled benefits for the growth of mental strength and the nurturing of the spirit. Let me see whose brain has the best whale oil."
whale. Soon, Su Ran locked onto the largest void-eating whale inside. After leaving a flying thunder god dart in place, he quietly stood on the head of the largest void-eating whale while invisibly. Hopefully, Kanui can be used to some extent. Su Ran used his divine power to pass his hand through the enormous head of the devouring whale and directly touched the whale oil inside. After wrapping it with his supernatural power, he suddenly stored it all in his divine power space. Roar! Row! The void-eating whale let out a huge mournful cry, but the culprit, Su Ran, had already fled with the whale oil. This stuff is so oily. Go back and refine it with dragon fire and phoenix flame. You can't even imagine how fragrant it will smell after refining. After Su Ran used her supernatural ability to clean the oil off her hands, she turned around and saw the last of the 3 ingredients she needed. Looks like the heavens have finally given me a hand today and stopped bringing up any gods. What if we introduced deities? Then I'll break down and destroy this world. Su Ran stared at the largest and fattest dragonfish inside and stretched out his right hand to reach forward. Suddenly, the warnings from his Sharingan and sage body sounded from within his body. After leaving the flying thunder god mark on the dragonfish, Su Ran changed from probing to grabbing, firmly holding the iron fork in his right hand. Is that a mermaid? Su Ran saw a group of human-bodied, fish-tailed creatures appear in front of him. He kicked the mermaid holding the iron fork back and then took out his cleaver. One of the petite, red-haired female mermaids took out a conch shell and started blowing it. However, Su Ran, a veteran of countless battles, knew that it was not a welcoming tune for him. He saw obvious killing intent in the red-haired mermaid's eyes. Su Ran was one step ahead of them, projecting Tsukuyami into the water so that all the mermaids could see the Sharingan pattern. Soon, all the mermaids except the one blowing the conch shell were controlled by Su Ran. However, the mermaid took out a light blue bead from her chest and injected her supernatural power into it. The mermaid, who had been pulled into Tsukuyami, was forcibly pulled out by the fluctuations generated by the light blue bead and looked at Su Ran with obvious anger in her eyes. Damn it, if it weren't for the fact that there are no conditions for permanent freezing underwater, I would have frozen them all and taken them back to make canned fish. After Su Ran activated Amaterasu battle mode, she added dragon fire and phoenix flame to it. Soon, the terrifying high temperature evaporated the seawater around Su Ran, creating an area without seawater. The red-haired mermaid suddenly pointed forward, and countless water arrows carrying obvious mental fluctuations shot towards Su Ran. Black flame thrust. Although the form of the heavenly Tao was changed and Amaterasu was transformed into a jet black spike that thrust forward, the water arrows that hit the black flame spikes were like tickling, and even the flames of Amaterasu did not weaken in the slightest. But Su Ran saw a strange smile on the red-haired mermaid's lips, and then Su Ran's mind began to tremble violently. Su Ran covered her head with one hand and pounded it violently, as if trying to force these sensations out of her mind. Unfortunately, all of this was in vain, but at this moment, the image of the god of the sea appeared in Su Ran's eyes. Don't blame me for going all out. Koto Amatsukami instantly started spinning, and this time, the red-haired mermaid and the others were all hit by Su Ran's Koto Amatsukami. Everyone you see here is your enemy. Warriors, pick up your weapons and fight. Then all the mermaids, including the red-haired one, went berserk, and soon only the red-haired one and 4 seriously injured ordinary mermaids remained. Although the 4 mermaids were seriously injured, they were clearly very cooperative and gradually managed to suppress the red-haired mermaid. Just as one of the mermaids was about to succeed in its sneak attack, a huge golden trident emerged from the deep sea and instantly impaled all 4 mermaids. Those annoying guys from Atlantis might be showing up. Let's get out of here. Although upon seeing the golden trident, he didn't hesitate to stomp on the red-haired mermaid and send himself out of the ocean. He didn't choose to return directly to Jiangnan but instead flew towards Shaorizi. At that moment, a strong, blonde mermaid approached the red-haired mermaid, gently patted her head, and then suddenly shook the trident in his hand. The red-haired mermaid quickly regained her senses, surfaced, and began searching for Su Ran's location. Because Su Ran had been mentally attacked by her, she quickly found Su Ran's location. When the blonde mermaid emerged from the sea with a trident, the red-haired mermaid pointed in the direction Su Ran had fled. The blonde mermaid picked up the red-haired mermaid and began to chase after Su Ran. What are you thinking, kid? Su Ran chuckled and said, I've already transformed my aura to be just like those cherry blossoms. I'll just use this trick to shift the blame. They'll never have imagined that I lured these mermaids here. After that, whether Sakura lives or dies is none of my concern. That arowana? Su Ran made a grabbing motion with her left hand, and soon the plump dragonfish appeared in her left hand. I already captured him using the flying thunder god technique. Su Ran turned his head and glanced at the golden and red figures following closely behind him. He rushed into Sakura's city and then activated the flying thunder god technique to leave. Little cherry blossoms, you don't need to thank me. I love doing good deeds. Chapter 221. A moment of patience only makes you angrier. Su Ran had just returned to Jiangnan when she looked at the sea and became angrier and angrier. Finally, she put away the ingredients in her hands, spread her Kuanpun wings, and flew back towards the direction of Shaoyinghua. Damn it, if I hold back for a moment, I'll get angrier and angrier, and if I back down, I'll feel like I've lost out. If I've forced this bastard to come back, do you think I can stand this humiliation? As Su-ran flew through the sky, the blazing greatsword in his hand appeared. After transforming into the Calamity Rising state, it began to absorb the elements in the world and accumulate power. What are you trying to do, kid? Su-ran even activated both Celestial Beast mode and Celestial mode to power the blazing greatsword simultaneously, and replied after hearing the system's words, "I'll fly back and give that mermaid a good stab. I won't stand for this." In the end, Su-ran even added all three of his own flames to the sword. At this moment, a vacuum area had been formed around the blazing flame greatsword. Any creature that approached it would be incinerated by the terrifying temperature. The speed of the Kuanpeng wings quickly brought Su-ran back to Sakura. With her Sharingan, Su-ran saw the two figures, one gold and one red, from a great distance. Su-ran even saw several of Xiaoyinghua's 9th tier opponents. While watching them fight, Su-ran had already used the first level of form release to conceal himself and was less than 100 meters away from them. Su-ran suddenly broke free of his concealment and slashed forward with his sword. The terrifying heat even evaporated some of the seawater, creating a huge trail. Before Xiao Ying's level 9 rank members could react, they were instantly incinerated by the terrifying heat. However, the golden mermaid reacted quickly, shielding the red mermaid behind her. Then, she swung her golden trident in her right hand and created a water-based shield that instantly enveloped the two of them. But this was a powerful attack that combined the full strength of Su-ran and the blazing greatsword. Even a god would have to avoid its power, let alone this small water shield. When the flaming blade struck it, the water shield was instantly vaporized, and the golden trident snapped in two. The golden mermaid suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Her left arm had already disappeared. "This is the price you pay for pursuing me." Su-ran instantly drew the heavenly wolf bow, nocked an arrow, and after charging it up, shot it towards the red-haired mermaid. The golden-haired mermaid tried to resist again, but Su-ran's left eye had already locked onto her remaining right arm. Kamui instantly unleashed a powerful suction force, forcefully snapping off its right arm, but the golden mermaid actually chose to take the arrow with its body. "I can do whatever I want. I don't eat beef." Su-ran turned away, her eyes filled with a cold light as she watched the red mermaid weeping while holding the golden mermaid. But the instant Su-ran turned her head, she saw intense hatred in the red mermaid's eyes. With a flick of his right hand, Su-ran sent an explosive tag flying to the two mermaids. A strange array suddenly appeared on the tag, and countless explosive tags descended upon the two mermaids through it. Art is an explosion. Countless explosive tags detonated instantly, blasting the two mermaids to smithereens, leaving not even ashes behind. The system applauded as it watched Su-ran's actions. "Excellent, excellent, ruthless and decisive in your methods. And that red-haired mermaid's charm spell didn't seem to work on you at all. I saw her constantly giving you flirty looks. I'm already focused on killing them, so why would I care if she flirts with me? That's ridiculous." Su-ran glanced at the mess on the ground and then turned to leave, as if she had made up her mind. Soon Su-ran returned to the Lin family home. As soon as she entered, Lin Juyu came up to her and asked, "What have you been doing? You set up 2 more sites? Did you go help Uncle to slaughter pigs?" Su-ran smiled and then took out the 9th tier demonic sea urchin and the large dragonfish that she had obtained this time. "I noticed that the meat in the beast market wasn't very fresh, so I just went into the sea to catch some. These two are still alive and very fresh." Su-ran took the cleaver and sheathed it. Then, after a flash of silvery white light, the giant dragonfish was neatly sliced up in an instant. Meanwhile, Lin Hanchen and Shin Ruyue, who were watching from the side, were completely dumbfounded. "Do you think his dad will beat him if he finds out that this kid is using his dad's knife to cook?" "Probably not. If his father dares to punish him, Ayu will definitely take action. Don't forget how much Ayu loved Xiaoran when she was pregnant with him. She chose the best of everything for fear that something might happen to the boy." Su-ran looked at the storage ring filled with whale oil and asked the system, "How can we use this oil on that girl? Should we refine it with fire first?" "No need. Just find a basin and have your sister soak it in it. She can take some internally, and the rest can be used externally. Then stop nitpicking about natural energy and make up for it, because I'm also very curious about your sister's superpowers. With this set of good stuff, even an E-grade lollipop can be turned into an S-grade star-breaking hammer. If you feed it to a pig, it will instantly turn into Pigsy." After Su-ran controlled the wood to form a huge wooden vat, he waved to Lin Yaya. "Yeah, come here." After saying that, Su-ran opened the ring and poured all the whale oil into the tank. The whale oil filled exactly 8/10 of the tank before it was empty. Su-ran scooped out the amount for Lin Yaya to take orally, and smelled the strange-smelling whale oil with a peculiar smile on her face. Lin Yaya felt a bad premonition as she looked at Su-ran's strange smile. "Brother, don't laugh like that. It scares me." Su-ran tapped Lin Yaya's smooth forehead with her finger and said, "Stop talking nonsense and quickly drink this portion of whale oil to absorb it. Don't waste the void-eating whale oil that we just retrieved." After smelling those strange odors, Lin Yaya shook her head violently and said, "This smells awful. I don't want it. It can enhance your physique, raise your level of supernatural awakening,
nothing, and has a very good effect on your skin. Lin Yaya was indifferent to the first two sentences, but when she heard the last sentence about how good it was for the skin, she jumped in without saying a word. After thinking for a moment, she jumped out and snatched the whale oil from Su Ran's hand, gulping it down. You're really in a hurry. After setting up a spirit-gathering array, Su Ran left a wooden clone in each of the 4 directions, east, south, west, and north, activated their immortal modes, and continuously poured immortal energy into the vat. Just as Lin Yaya was about to sit down to meditate, she saw Su Ran take out the huge demon thorn sea urchin and say something. You were in such a hurry, now you're going to miss out on the delicious food. Chapter 222 The Beach. Just as Lin Yaya was about to crawl out, Su Ran pressed her back down and said, Don't rush, I know where there are more of these. After you've absorbed them, I'll personally catch some for you so you can have a good meal. Don't rush this time. Lin Yaya only reluctantly returned to the whale oil to meditate after hearing Su Ran say that she would be given another meal. After hearing the word brother, Su Ran was hugged from behind by Li Zi. Su Ran turned around, hugged Li Zi, and teased him. Have you missed me? Chestnut turned her head away and gave a haughty snort. No, I don't want to be a bad brother. Su Ran pinched Chestnut's chubby little face and made it look directly into Su Ran's eyes. Chestnut quickly turned its head away guiltily. Really not. Su Ran put on a sour face, then held the chestnut high and placed it on the chair, saying, If you don't miss me, then I'll go do my mission. Just as Su Ran was about to leave, Dongfang Yu suddenly kicked her into the wall and said, You little brat, if you dare make my granddaughter cry, I'll never forgive you. Su Ran clutched her back, which had been kicked by Dongfang Yu, and couldn't help but groan in pain. That almost ripped my kidneys off. Li Ning has already kicked the lines open. After picking up Chestnut, Dongfang Yu said to Chestnut, Sweetie, let's leave this naughty guy behind and Grandpa will take you to play, okay? After a 3-minute brainstorming session, before the CPU burned out, Chestnut ran to Su Ran's side and hugged her tightly. My brother promised me he wouldn't take on any missions during his vacation. If he's lying to me, then I'll go cry to Sister Zhuyu. As he spoke, Yao Zi pretended to grab Su Ran's hand, squeezing out a few tears and looking at Lin Zhuyu with teary eyes. Su Ran knew something was wrong when she saw Lin Zhuyu's smiling face, so she quickly covered Chestnut's mouth and said, Don't cry, I'll take you out to play today, okay? Su Ran turned to Lin Hanshan and said, I'll leave it to you to look after Yaya. Be sure to send me a message after Yaya has finished absorbing the nutrients. Lin Hanshan looked at Su Ran with a blank expression and said, Then what are you doing, kid? After Su Ran summoned Little Pink and assembled it into a huge SUV, she said to Lin Hanshan, I'm taking the girls out to play. Su Ran looked at Tang Yuan, who was dressed in a maid outfit, and called out to her, Little Tang Yuan, let's go. I'm bringing your sister Zhuyu along. Tang Yuan, who thought she was about to become the maid of this house, was stunned by Su Ran's shout. After her little brain worked quickly, she pointed to herself incredulously and said, Su Ran opened the car door, stuffed the chestnuts into the back seat, walked up to Tang Yuan, grabbed her soft, boneless little hand, and said, Look around here, besides you, who else is called Tang Yuan? Of course I'm going to take you out to play. Do you really want to stay here and wait for your sister Yaya to wake up? Just as Tang Yuan was about to say that she could, Lin Zhuyu smiled and pushed her into the back seat of the car. Stop teasing the child. The whole family should go out together. Where is Linger? Where did Linger go? After Su Ran summoned the blazing greatsword, he patted the blade, and soon Linger, dressed in white pajamas and still sleepy-eyed, emerged from the sword. After Linger came out, she fell onto Chestnut's lap and went back to sleep. I really am a sleepyhead. Su Ran smiled and got into the driver's seat. After starting the car and activating the autopilot, she comfortably lay down in the car. Xiaofun was very fast, and soon brought a carload of people to a beach paradise. Su Ran put away the pink card, walked to the ticket counter, and randomly picked up a card, saying, I'll book the best beach here for the whole day. Okay, sir, please. The ticket seller quickly completed the payment, and just as Su Ran received the card, a shrill voice came from behind her. Oh dear, miss, why did you give away the beach bag I frequent to someone else? As he spoke, a folding fan was placed on Su Ran's shoulder, and the person behind him spoke to Su Ran in a disgusting voice that was neither male nor female. Excuse me, sir, I'm taking my family out for fun today. Could you please let me have this stretch of beach? Su Ran suddenly raised his shoulder, shook the folding fan down, and then turned to the person behind him and said, I'm sorry, I also brought my family here today. Please find a new beach yourself. The long-haired man behind Su Ran smiled and narrowed his eyes, but spoke in an unquestionable tone. What if I insist on having this beach? Su Ran had no patience to argue with this guy, so he summoned a Z, waved to her, and said, Take care of this guy and come find me. Don't kill him. After saying that, Su Ran led the group toward the beach they had just booked. You dare leave your beast behind and I'll beat you to death? You're truly ignorant of your own limitations. Just as the long-haired man was about to attack a Z flicked her tongue, and her 10th level pressure immediately forced the long-haired man to his knees. Just as Azzy was about to spew out a mouthful of poison to corrode the long-haired man, she remembered Su Ran's words. With a gentle flick of her tail, she sent him flying into the sky before turning and walking towards Su Ran. After arriving at the beach, Azzy immediately jumped into the water without saying a word, her huge body resembling a newly emerged island in the sea. Su-ran noticed that Azzy's snakehead was facing the sea, so he took out the fishing rod he used before from his divine power space, jumped onto Azzy's head, and cast the rod directly into the sea. Within 5 minutes, a fish took the bait. Su-ran lifted the fishing rod and discovered that it was actually a 4th-tier demon poison pig. Su-ran patted Azzy's huge head beneath him and asked,
"This thing is said to be incredibly poisonous, unmatched in its class. Can you eat it?"
Azzy extended her forked tongue, wrapped it around the demon poison pig, skillfully unhooked it, and swallowed it whole. After finishing, she smacked her lips and said something. "This thing is alright, its poison has absolutely no effect on me right now. I can eat anything that I catch, whether it's poisonous or not doesn't matter." After changing into their beach clothes, the 3 girls played in the sand for a while and built a huge sandcastle. But when they saw Su-ran fishing on Azzy's head, all 3 girls put down their toys and ran to Azzy's head, sitting obediently next to Su-ran and watching him fish. Meanwhile, Lin Juyu, who was wearing sunglasses and reading a newspaper under a beach umbrella, looked at the 3 girls fishing with 3 fishing rods that Su-ran had just made and shook her head and smiled helplessly.
Chapter 233 The Tide is Coming. After the 4 of them had been fishing for a while, Azzy gently moved his head and said to Su-ran, "Su-ran, I have something to tell you."
After finishing her sentence, Azzy spoke softly to the 3 little girls.
"Girls, can I have 5 minutes?" Although the 3 little ones looked completely bewildered, they obediently jumped off Audie's purple head and walked obediently to Lin Juyu's side.
After seeing the maids leave, Azzy instantly used her supernatural power to create a huge purple shield that enveloped herself and Su-ran inside.
"Alright, let's talk about what we need to talk about now. So what should we talk about?" "The wave, I'm sure you've heard that word somewhere."
"As for why I know this, it's because that bastard Zhuge Ming sealed that memory for me, and only now has the seal been broken."
"Wave."
Su-ran pondered the word carefully, combining it with the wave the system had mentioned long ago.
Azzy could tell from Su-ran's serious expression that this kid definitely understood the wave.
As Zhuge Ming once said, the tide is the source of all disasters, but it is also the beginning of everything. And all the so-called battles between the strong now are nothing but children playing house, and in the end, even the 10th ranked are just cannon fodder.
Could it be?
Su-ran thought of a possibility, but then he thought the idea was too crazy. But Azzy's eyes were calm and unwavering, as if she were simply stating a fact.
"That's right, the final battle of the waves will be a war of gods."
Soon, Azzy used her snake tongue to pull out a piece of golden paper and handed it to Su-ran. Before destroying the observatory, Zhuge Ming made his last prophecy, and the tragic outcome of that prophecy is still vivid in my mind. Azzy quickly used her supernatural power to sketch a scene, but it had no color, no living creatures, only pitch-black scorched earth and a sky that had been torn to shreds. The earth is pitch black, and the sky is torn apart.
"Everything will cease to exist, including him."
Then Zhuge Ming made 754 more predictions, and without exception, the results were exactly as predicted. But on his 755th prophecy, the outcome changed, and the person who was prophesied was you. You are the only variable, so when he left the last chance to use stargazing, he destroyed the original stargazing. All they got was the most basic divination. How ridiculous that a most basic divination technique has been treasured and worshipped by that group of people for so many years. I think their expressions would be quite interesting if they knew that so-called stargazing was just a most basic divination technique. Su-ran took the gold paper and infused it with his supernatural power. Soon, a strange image appeared in Su-ran's mind. A white-haired woman knelt before a towering tree, weeping bitterly, and at the top of that tree was connected to another planet. At that moment, a strange sound rang out. "Nothing will exist, in the face of ultimate catastrophe, only death is eternal." Su-ran suddenly woke up with a start, while Aziz seemed to be used to it and simply asked indifferently,
"What did you see? Can you tell me?"
Su-ran described everything in the scene in detail, and after she finished recounting everything, Aziz nodded in satisfaction and said,
"Indeed, you are the variable. Now I'd like to ask you a question on behalf of Zhuge Liang. What's the problem?"
Azzy cleared her throat and said, "Why does life vanish? And why does hatred persist? Don't rush to give me the answer to this question. You'll deliver the results someday." In Zhuge Ming's prophecy, I was still alive at that time. Then Azzy deactivated her supernatural shield and continued to lazily lie in the seawater. Su-ran was unable to process all the information and sat there blankly until Lin Juyu gently walked behind everyone, knelt down, and rubbed Su-ran's temples with her 2 fingers, which were filled with coldness, and asked, "What happened?" Su-ran was quickly brought back to his senses by the chill, but he didn't say anything and kept it to himself, speaking with a relaxed expression. "It's nothing," Azzy said. "He hasn't had anything good to eat in a long time. He should be able to transform, right? Let him transform and have dinner with us." "Forget it, Azzy is too stubborn to choose to transform. At worst, we'll just feed him a few more exotic beasts." At this moment, the 3 little ones also ran over, pushed Su-ran down, and then haphazardly touched Su-ran's body with their little hands, applying sunscreen to her. "I'm almost at level 6, how could this little bit of sun possibly
possibly burn me. This sunscreen smells nice, my brother will smell nice too if he applies it. Seeing the sun gradually rising high in the sky, Su-ran didn't choose to continue fishing. Instead, he dove into the sea and soon threw 2 huge devil tuna ashore. Su-ran picked up the larger one and threw it directly into Aziz's mouth, saying, "This thing is too big for me to slice, just swallow it whole. I don't think you got enough of that small piece." After chewing the fish, Aziz swallowed it whole. Then she swam a little deeper into the sea and fell asleep. Su-ran took out his cleaver and after a flash of cold light, sliced the entire fish. Then he split the fish head in half and set up a fire to roast it. Alright, the fish head is done grilling. Just as Su-ran brought the huge fish head to the table, she noticed that the 3 girls had already eaten almost all of the freshly sliced sashimi. Lin Juyu didn't eat much. After eating a few pieces, she wiped the mouths of the 3 girls and got them water. After placing the fish head on the plate, Su-ran sighed and rubbed her forehead in exasperation. Raising you 3 little guys is really expensive. A fish weighing over 200 pounds is almost eaten up by the 3 of you in the time it takes to turn your head. Alright, after all, I said I'd support the 3 of you. You guys eat this grilled fish head first, and I'll go get another one. After saying that, Su-ran went into the sea to catch fish. At this moment, Tang Yuan looked up at Lin Juyu with a blank expression and asked, "Sister Juyu, is it really that expensive to support the 3 of us?" Upon hearing this question, the other 2 children also looked at Lin Juyu, who simply smiled and wiped the grease from their mouths as she spoke. "You think you can worry about your brother not having money? If the 3 of you can eat your fill for the rest of your lives and still manage to eat a third of his savings, I'll consider you 3 quite capable. That kid may not be richer than a country, but he can easily support the 3 of you, and even 3 more wouldn't be a problem." Chapter 234 Ceiling. Looking at the 3 little ones' seemingly understanding faces, Lin Juyu couldn't help but rub each of their faces and said with a smile, "He'll be happy if the 3 of you can eat. If none of you eat, he might think something's wrong with you, and he'll probably be heartbroken." After all, if I remember correctly, one of his favorite sayings was that being able to eat is a blessing. As soon as Lin Juyu finished speaking, Su-ran broke out of the sea and emerged. After quickly slicing the fish, she continued to grill the fish head. Chestnut, however, held a piece of raw fish dipped in sauce to Su-ran's lips. "Sister Chestnut, you're so cunning." After they finished speaking, Linger and Tang Yuan each took a plate of sashimi and ran to Su-ran's mouth to feed him. Under the feeding of the 3 little ones, Su-ran was fed to the point of being stuffed within 5 minutes of the fish head being grilled. Su-ran seriously suspected that if the fish head had been grilled for even half a minute longer, she might have died from overeating. Alright, you 3 eat up. If it's not enough, I'll go catch more. There are 4 or 5 schools of fish here anyway. Upon hearing this, Aziz, who was sleeping with her eyes half closed, suddenly stretched her tail into the sea, and soon returned with 3 large fish wrapped around it. Aziz tossed the 3 fish into her mouth one by one, crunching them as if they were candy. Really good, crunchy chicken flavor, and 20 times the protein of beef. After placing the fish head on the table, Su-ran didn't eat it herself. Instead, she watched the 3 little ones devour the food, and she couldn't stop smiling. Watching these 3 girls eat makes me feel full. Lin Juyu smiled and placed her hands on all of their shoulders as she spoke. "Then you'd better work hard to make money. If one day you can't even afford to feed these 3 girls, and they run away with Huang Mao, you'll have nowhere to cry." "How could that be?" Su-ran smiled. She said with a smile, "After the vacation, we should form a team of superhumans to take on missions. With our strength, we should be able to handle B-level to A-level missions. With mission rewards of tens or hundreds of millions, we shouldn't be unable to support these 3 girls." For the rest of the afternoon, Su-ran abandoned all his identities. He was no longer the Yellow Flash who saved the Demon City, nor the wielder of the god-slaying blazing greatsword. Now he was just an older brother named Su-ran. As the sun was about to set, Su-ran asked the system to change the camera. He gathered everyone together and took his first photo against the backdrop of the sunset. Su-ran looked at the photo slowly emerging from the bottom of the camera and nodded in satisfaction. "How about I go with you to buy a photo frame tomorrow? These kinds of photos won't last long without a frame." Several small pieces of wood sprouted from Su-ran's right hand and quickly formed a small photo frame. After fixing the photo in the frame, Su-ran smiled and said, "Isn't this readily available?" Su-ran became more and more satisfied with the photo. After putting away the frame and cleaning up all the surrounding trash, she put it into her divine might space and waved to the 3 girls. "Let's go, girls, today's a wonderful day is over." Chestnut rushed up behind Su-ran and jumped on her, saying, "I can't walk anymore, brother, carry me." The other 2 children couldn't help but feel envious as they looked at Chestnut, who was hanging on Su-ran's back like a koala. After securing Chestnut's legs to her waist, Su-ran picked up the little one with one hand and slowly walked towards home. After walking for an hour, the 2 returned to the Lin family home. When Su-ran came back, Lin Yeye had just finished absorbing the whale oil and stood up from the tank. "I feel like I'm bursting with power right now. I think I could punch that guy flying right now." Then Su-ran grabbed Lin Yeye by the back of her neck and lifted her up, saying, "You want to punch me out of the water? Girl, you've gotten bolder since I was gone for a few months? After struggling for a while and realizing that her efforts were futile, Lin Yaya could only cry. Sister Zhuyu. At this moment, Lin Zhuyu slapped Su Ran's hand, saving Lin Yaya. Alright, stop bullying Yaya. Let's go play with the sea urchins since we haven't eaten them yet. Let's eat them here together. Seeing the stars in Lin Yaya's eyes, Su Ran reluctantly took out the sea urchin, processed it, and handed it to Lin Yaya, saying, "Eat slowly, don't rush. Tell me immediately if anything goes wrong. You just absorbed whale oil, so your superpowers should be at full capacity. If there are any fluctuations in your superpowers, tell me promptly to prevent them from awakening prematurely. It's not that serious, is it?" Before Lin Hanshin could even open his mouth, Dongfang Yu tapped him on the head with his pipe and said, "This kid is right. We should try not to awaken our powers too early. The longer we nurture our abilities within our bodies, the higher the probability of them becoming powerful. For someone like Yaya, we can use a sealing technique to seal her away. We can remove the seal when she awakens her superpowers with the awakening stone, so that we can maximize the benefits." As soon as Dongfang Yu finished speaking, Lin Yaya's supernatural power began to fluctuate unstably. Elder brother. Before Lin Yaya could finish speaking, Su Ran swiftly sealed all the acupoints on her body and used the Bagua seal to completely suppress the fluctuating supernatural power, allowing only wisps of power to flow out from the seal to improve Lin Yaya's health. Luckily I discovered it in time, otherwise I would have been in big trouble this time. Lin Hanchen and Dongfang Yu looked at the huge black vortex seal on Yaya's body and asked Su Ran, "When did you learn sealing techniques? How come we didn't know? I only have a slight understanding, by sheer luck." Just as Lin Hanchen was about to ask something, Shen Ruyue grabbed his ear and whispered a warning. "Xiao Ran has finally come back, so don't ask me any of those random questions. If you want to ask, you should hold back. If Xiao Ran wants to tell us, she will." Meanwhile, Su Ran was also waiting for Lin Hanchen to ask him a question. After a stalemate of half an hour, Shen Ruyue broke the silence first. "Father-in-law and mother-in-law will be leaving now. Remember to bring Zhuyu for dinner tomorrow." Lin Zhuyu looked at Chestnut, who was already asleep behind Su Ran, and then at Linger, who was also asleep and had been put back into the greatsword by Su Ran. She picked up the drowsy Tang Yuan and followed Su Ran step by step out. "Honey, why do I get the feeling that this girl is already siding with outsiders even before she's married?" Chu Chao nudged Lin Sun with her elbow and said irritably, "You should be worried about Xiao Ranju, you not siding with outsiders." Chapter 235 6th Rank. Su Ran carried chestnuts on her back, and Lin Zhuyu held glutinous rice balls in her arms. The two walked back towards Su Ran's home, one after the other, just like an old couple who had lived together for decades. After a long while, Lin Zhuyu looked at the stars in the sky and sighed. "It's so beautiful. I just don't know how long these peaceful days will last." Su Ran chuckled softly, looking firmly into Lin Zhuyu's eyes. "It won't be long. Alright then, since you're the strongest Su Ran, what can I say?" Lin Zhuyu chuckled and kissed Su Ran, this time not turning into a steam princess, but only blushing slightly. The two quickly returned home. Su Ran looked at the two little ones sleeping soundly like dead pigs, and decided to put them on her bed and cover them with a blanket. She then turned to Lin Zhuyu and said, "Let me take you home." Before Lin Zhuyu could react, Su Ran scooped her up in his arms and flew into the sky, returning to the Lin family home in no time. Su Ran kissed Lin Zhuyu's lips deeply for a long time before separating and saying something. "See you tomorrow, darling. See you tomorrow." After Su Ran finished speaking, she disappeared in a flash. Lin Shu skipped and hopped home like a little girl who had received candy. After returning home, Su Ran sensed the aura of his impending breakthrough but chose not to cultivate it home. Instead, he left a Flying Thunder God manual on the living room table, opened the window, and flew out. Su Ran quickly left Jiangnan and arrived at a forest by the sea. After setting up a small spirit gathering array with the black rod, Su Ran sat down at the core of the array, slowly channeling his magical power into it. The cultivation went very smoothly. Su Ran didn't even feel any bottleneck as her superpowers naturally increased. Time passed second by second, and soon the first rays of the morning sun appeared on the horizon. At this time, Su Ran's body was covered with dew. The black rod that had been used to form the spirit gathering array was immediately shattered by the shockwave emanating from around Su Ran. Su Ran stood up, clenched her right fist tightly, and threw a powerful punch towards the sea. The fist even created a dragon-shaped shockwave, and then a huge water hole suddenly exploded on the sea surface. Is this the power of my physical body? It's terrifying. Even without using your special abilities, you could easily defeat a level 5 ability user right now. With your current physical attributes, a level 7 ability user wouldn't stand a chance against you. Upon hearing the system's words, Su Ran suddenly increased the speed of his punches, and soon the sea surface was filled with huge waves created by the force of his punches. The Morning Peacock. However, no matter how much Su Ran increased his punching speed, the flames of the Morning Peacock did not appear from Su Ran's fists. Only the white dragon head struck the sea surface again and again. Forget about it. You can't use the taijutsu techniques associated with the 8 gates unless you open the corresponding gate. Even if you channel all your supernatural
natural abilities into the death gate, you still can't open it. After hearing the system's words, Su-ran sighed softly, and the wind from her fists gradually stopped. I thought I could steal the chicken and directly reverse the 8 gates. You're dreaming, aren't you? You think you can reverse engineer the 8 gates just because you used psychic abilities and explosive tags to deduce the multiplicative explosive tags? You've got some nerve. You know very well the price of the 8 gates. Even if you possess immortality, opening the 8 gates doesn't guarantee a return alive, since that thing is designed to burn away everything you have. Let me add something here. If you're really going to use the 8 gates technique that day, you should think it over. Even if it's not for anyone else, you should at least think about Chestnut, Linger, and Tang Yuan. After taking a deep breath to expel the stale air from her body, Su-ran calmly said, "It won't happen. I will become the strongest person, so strong that I will leave everyone else in the world far behind." After saying that, a terrifying suction force erupted from Su-ran's right eye, absorbing him into it. A vortex of ripples opened in Su-ran's room, and Su-ran turned around to see the two sleeping sprawled out on their backs. Perhaps because they sensed Su-ran's presence, Chestnut and Tang Yuan both slowly woke up. Before Chestnut even opened her eyes, she stretched out her hands and mumbled something incoherently. Tang Yuan was probably still half asleep, and like Lizzie, she stretched out her hands and called out to Su-ran. Su-ran gave a helpless wry smile, then picked up the two little ones in each arm and carried them out of the room. Su-ran placed the two little ones in front of the sink, applied toothpaste and water for them, and then took her own toiletries and started washing up. As for why Su-ran still brushes his teeth even after reaching the 6th level, it's because he remembers that Lin Hanshin was once too lazy to brush his teeth and was punched into the wall by Shunru Yue. Since then, Su-ran has always been very careful about his personal hygiene and has never been lazy about it. After the two little ones brushed their teeth in a daze, Su-ran used a damp towel to wipe their faces. It took them 2 hours to become noticeably more alert. "Go sit at the table, and you should have breakfast ready." Just as Su-ran sat down at the dining table with the two little ones, Shunru Yue brought over 3 bowls of noodles. "Eat up, Xiao-ran. I've been craving your noodles all these past few months in Beijing. They're still the best noodles I've ever made." Shunru Yue smiled and said, "You're so sweet-talking. Alright, hurry up and eat the glutinous rice balls and chestnuts." The two little ones were still a bit confused looking at the noodles in front of them, but their eyes lit up instantly after they picked up their first bite with their chopsticks and put it in their mouths. Then, in the blink of an eye, Su-ran had made the noodles and soup disappear. The two little ones lay comfortably on the chair, rubbing their bellies. "It's just the two of you. If anyone else ate a bowl of noodles made from Tianshui wheat, they would be stuffed to death. Even I can only eat one bowl now." After the two boys finished eating, they ran to the sofa, turned on the TV, and snuggled together to watch it. Just as Su-ran was finishing her noodles, Lin Yeye also got up. After washing up, she ate a bowl of noodles and finally felt refreshed. "Brother, do you have any plans for this long vacation? So what kind of arrangements do you want?" "I want to have a very fulfilling holiday, with every day packed with activities." Just as Lin Yeye was still fantasizing about Su-ran taking her out to play, Su-ran's words pulled her directly out of that beautiful illusion. "Alright, before I leave, you will have physical training with someone every day. And that person was me." Chapter 236 Physical Techniques. "Brother, are you kidding me?" Lin Yeye suddenly spat out a mouthful of water, but fortunately Su-ran instantly turned the water into ice, preventing her from suffering the same fate of being sprayed with water. "You're already at rank 6 and you still want me to fight with you? Do you have several younger sisters and think I'm not even your real sister? If you're going to kill me, just do it quickly. There's no need for a sparring match as a reason." After saying that, Lin Yeye slowly collapsed under the table, completely turning into liquid. Su-ran walked over, took Lin Yeye's right hand, injected a little immortal energy into it, and whispered in Lin Yeye's ear, "Are you sure you don't want to practice with me?" Lin Yeye nodded vigorously and said. Su-ran pointed with her left hand to Chestnut and Tang Yuan, who were sitting on the sofa watching TV. "If you want to train with those two girls, I'll have to reserve a burial plot for you first, because those two girls are dragons in their true form. Even now that I'm at the 6th level, I wouldn't dare say I'm confident I can easily defeat them with my physical strength. In that case, I wish you good luck." Lin Yeye turned her head to look at Shunru Yue, wanting to ask for help but was swept away by a powerful glare from Shunru Yue. "Your brother is right. You'll be awakening soon, so you should start training early, otherwise your brother might not have the chance to teach you later." Lin Yeye resignedly stood up and followed Su-ran into the courtyard. After creating a huge training ground using wood release, Su-ran sealed his cultivation and stood there, saying, "There's not much vacation time left, so I won't teach you anything for now. Go straight into real combat so you can learn close quarters fighting skills faster." Su-ran pointed a finger at Lin Yeye's brow, and Lin Yeye's hair instantly grew long into a head of snow-white hair. Su-ran stepped back 50 paces and spoke calmly. "Sage mode can help you recover quickly. After using Sage mode for a while and gaining some experience, you will naturally be able to use Sage mode after you awaken your superpower." After Su-ran finished speaking, she rushed forward and punched Lin Yeye in the abdomen without any mercy. Lin Yeye was sent flying falling by Su Ran's punch, but she quickly flipped over in the air to dissipate the force and landed steadily on the ground. Lin Yeye began to try her best to deal with Su Ran's attacks. At first, she simply took the hits, but eventually she gradually blocked Su Ran's attacks, and finally she even had a chance to make a move. Unfortunately, Lin Yeye's hastily trained skills were no match for the battle-hardened Su Ran. After Su Ran found an opportunity to unleash 7 consecutive palm strikes that neutralized all of Lin Yeye's strength, she collapsed softly to the ground. That's fine. Once you've absorbed the remaining immortal energy, you'll be able to stand up naturally. Su Ran helped Lin Yeye up and helped her into a meditation position before turning around and walking out. Was it really necessary to be so cruel to that girl? At this moment, Dongfang Yu leaned against the door and looked at Su Ran, asking a question. Disaster is coming soon, and I'm not sure if this girl can awaken a combat ability. But after she passed the physical training and added Sage Mode, she gained the ability to protect herself. At the very least, she can hold out until I come to her rescue with Flying Thunder God technique. I absolutely cannot lose them again, otherwise I really can't imagine what I would do. Dongfang Yu smiled and handed him a book of scriptures. Take it. Su Ran looked at the 2 huge characters Earth scripture on the cover of the book and asked in confusion. It's an ancient cultivation manual, and it should also contain the heavenly scripture part, but unfortunately I haven't found it. However, this manual is complete. It's the best body refining method I've ever seen. Let Yeye practice according to it. Dongfang Yu patted Su Ran on the shoulder, then untied the wine gourd from his waist, took a big gulp, and swayed as he walked out. After leaving the house, Dongfang Yu opened a portal at a corner and walked in, arriving at a place where peach blossoms were in full bloom. Dongfang Yu searched in the peach grove for a while and soon found what he was looking for. It was a small tombstone, covered in moss as if it hadn't been cleaned in a long time. Ah Mei, if you were still here, you would be happy to see so many children, wouldn't you? After wiping the moss clean, Dongfang Yu used a carving knife to carve the characters on the tombstone a little deeper. Then, the carving knife went straight through the sharp blade of the tombstone and appeared on the back of the tombstone. Dongfang Yu stared blankly at the carving knife that had pierced the tombstone for a moment, then seemed to remember something and burst into laughter. Ha ha, I forgot that this thing is over 100 years old. I didn't expect it to be so badly worn down by time. Dongfang Yu was laughing there, but his laughter sounded somewhat bitter. After reaching into the void, Dongfang Yu quickly took out a very smooth piece of jade. He then used a carving knife to quickly carve the words on the tombstone. The old tombstone was then taken down and placed neatly to the side, and the newly made tombstone was placed on top of it. Ame, I'm leaving. After placing 3 incense sticks in the open space in front of the tombstone, Dongfang Yu took out 3 wine cups, filled them with wine, and then picked some brightly blooming peach blossoms from nearby trees and arranged them in front of the tombstone. After a long while, he slowly uttered a word. The next time we meet, it might be underground. I hope you're not angry that I've kept you waiting for so many years. Dongfang Yu turned and left the peach grove, leaving only a melodious tune drifting from afar. Peach blossoms in the grove, who will give them to me? Only I, a lone goose, remain to cycle through the world. Those who have passed away can never return. It's pitiful that I'm left alone to reincarnate in this world. After leaving, Su Ran did not choose to go back to her room to rest, but instead left Jiangnan once again through divine power. Just then, Lin Zhuyu arrived and saw the last fluctuations of Su Ran's divine power as soon as she entered the courtyard. Where did that idiot go again? Lin Zhuyu pushed open the door and went upstairs, where she saw Tang Yuan and Lizzie curled up on the sofa watching TV. Upon hearing the shout, Chestnut immediately looked up and turned to see Lin Zhuyu. Sister Zhuyu, Chestnut called out sweetly, and Lin Zhuyu patted Chestnut's head before asking, your brother just left. Do you know what he went to do? After thinking for a moment, Chestnut said uncertainly, he must have gone to find something for Sister Yeye. Brother spent the whole day practicing physical skills with Sister Yeye today, so he must have gone to find some medicinal herbs for her to heal herself. Lin Zhuyu reached out and rubbed Chestnut's face as she spoke. Move over a bit, make room for your sister to watch TV. Chapter 237 Borrowing Something. Tongzi, do you think we can use the branches of that magic tree king? The system quickly understood Su Ran's intention. Is this for that girl? The system pondered for a moment before speaking. Then forget about using those old branches. The immense spiritual power they contain is too terrifying and might cause irreversible damage to that girl's spirit. Then you need to go to the top of the tree and see if there are any new branches. Use those. Besides, your sister might also have some spiritual attributes. Okay, I'm off. Su Ran quickly returned to the Beast Mountain range using the Flying Thunder God mark he left by the natural pool, and soon he saw the towering tree. Su Ran used his divine power to walk up to the Magic Tree King, but unexpectedly the Magic Tree King spoke first. It's you again? Human brat. What are you doing here all this way? The branches that the Magic Tree King had laid down swayed gently, and then a steady voice came from the trunk. If it were an ordinary human, I probably wouldn't remember it. If I remember correctly, a few months ago you were only at the 3rd level and you were able to deflect my illusions, so you naturally left a deep impression on me.
me. Since you know me, it's easier to talk to you. Su Ran casually picked out a 9th tier alien core and said, I'll trade this heteronucleus for a new branch of yours. The Magic Tree King lowered its branches and rolled up the alien core, then said, for the younger generation? The Magic Tree King broke off a branch and handed it to Su Ran, saying, given how generous you are, I'll naturally accept this deal. And I'll also throw in a piece of news. The Magic Tree King cleared his throat and said, there should be a medicine immortal's ruins deep in the Beast Mountain range. If I remember correctly, a great figure of the 10th rank once passed away there and was revered as the medicine immortal at the time. But you should also be careful. I sense that some birdmen with light elemental powers have also entered the Beast Mountain range. I reckon they're after the medicine immortal ruins. Su Ran looked at the Magic Tree King and finally asked the question that had been bothering her. Are illusionists' perceptions really that strong? The Magic Tree King smiled and said, although my perception is not strong, my roots are basically spread throughout the entire Beast Mountain range, and I have eyes and ears throughout the entire mountain range. After all, I haven't lived these many years for nothing. After thinking for a moment, Su Ran took out a pen and paper, quickly wrote a letter, and then opened the Divine Might and threw it in. Lin Juyu, who was sitting on the sofa watching TV while holding Tang Yuan and Lizzie, noticed a letter suddenly appearing on the coffee table in front of her. Curious, she opened it and took a look. I've found a new medicine immortal's ruins. I'm going inside to find medicinal herbs for Yaya and won't be back for a day or two. I'll have to trouble Juyu to look after those girls. Love you all, Su Ran. Chestnut was numb to the contents of the letter. She had long known that Su Ran couldn't be by her side every day. Chestnut rubbed Tan Yuan's face and then pressed them together, saying, I knew that big liar would pull something like this. Just as Lin Juyu was about to say something, Chestnut slowly spoke up. Alright, it's all for Yaya's sake, so I'll forgive him this time. After Su Ran returned the letter, he was about to spread his wings and fly when the Magic Tree King placed one of his leaves on Su Ran's shoulder and said, take this leaf with you and I'll show you the way, trying to shorten your journey as much as possible. Why help a human like me? The Magic Tree King smiled and said, it's a pity you're human. I don't know how much of my illusion magic you can learn. I have never cared about the difference between humans and beasts. I only care about whether my lineage can be passed down. In a few years, I may have to try to cross the heavenly thunder, so I want to find a suitable successor for all my abilities as soon as possible. Actually, I chose you a long time ago, kid, but it's a pity that I couldn't teach you some things because your teacher was there. Now I have the opportunity. Su Ran felt a strange mix of emotions as she looked at the Magic Tree King's relaxed tone and finally just uttered a soft sentence. Let's get going. With the guidance of the Magic Tree King, Su Ran quickly arrived at the entrance of the ruins, where he soon saw the group of people that the Magic Tree King called birdmen. Su Ran's eyes gleamed with excitement as she looked at the golden emblem on their snow-white robes. People from the Temple of Angels? Great, they're fucking foreigners. I was worried that it would be difficult to act if they were our own people. But since they are foreigners, we should kill them and slaughter them. At this moment, the Magic Tree King asked Su Ran softly, aren't you afraid they'll find out and come after you for revenge? What am I afraid of? Su Ran said nonchalantly, since they are here, they definitely did not go through the country's diplomatic application, because I don't believe that the people above would be stupid enough to give their own cultivation resources to foreigners. The country has said that it will not care whether foreigners who come illegally live or die. If they die, it is their bad luck. And if they want to harm the people around me. As Su Ran's eyes flashed with a kaleidoscope, the two guards standing at the entrance instantly had their eyes pop out, blood gushing out as they collapsed to the ground, their life force vanishing in an instant. Then I'll have to see if their holy city can withstand my wrath. The Magic Tree King stared at Su Ran for a long time before finally uttering a sentence. What a dangerous kid. Then the Magic Tree King spoke solemnly to Su Ran. All my abilities are contained within this leaf. How much you can learn depends on your own skill. If you don't know, ask me as soon as possible while I'm still around. Once I'm gone, you'll have no one to ask you. After speaking, the Magic Tree King's leaf transformed into a jade green ring and was securely placed on Su Ran's little finger. Su Ran looked helplessly at the storage rings on her hands. Dude, you're such a sissy. Why are you giving me so many rings? Su Ran looked at the only empty ring finger on her left hand and said, you're the only one missing, buddy. Give me a break and let me get on board as soon as possible. Su Ran took out a black cloak and covered her entire body before turning around and walking into the secret realm portal at the entrance of the ruins. Soon, a series of sensations of weightlessness came over her, but Su Ran soon found herself standing on a completely new piece of land. It seems this is the secret realm. Be careful, I detected a 10th tier aura here. I don't know if it's a monster guarding this secret realm or someone from the Angel Temple. Chapter 238 The True Purpose of the Necronomicon. It's alright, the current 10th rank poses no threat to me. Although I don't know what they want to do here, since they blocked my plans, I guess I'll just have to send them to their deaths. System, give me another set of Red Knight's mask and clothes. Ding! 1,000 kill points have been deducted, and the Knight of Extermination outfit has arrived in the warehouse. With a flash of thought, the scarlet mask reappeared on Su Ran's face, revealing the scar
scarlet Sharingan through the only hole in the mask. Su Ran was holding a cleaver, and the scarlet aura emanating from him had reached its peak. Soon, an iron chain appeared on Su Ran's left arm. Su Ran swung it and pulled it all into her hand, holding it firmly. Su Ran watched as the exit of the secret realm was sealed off. He then threw out 28 black rods, forming the four symbols formation. After the exit was completely sealed, he slowly walked in. At this moment, it was nighttime in the secret realm, and a bright white moon hung high in the sky. It's already night, let's disappear quietly. After walking for a while, Su Ran soon saw 5 people gathering herbs, and 3 guards with a pair of white wings extending from their backs and holding long spears. Su Ran walked out without any hesitation, loosened the chain on her left hand, and swung it around violently. Before a guard in the sky could react, he was entangled by the iron chains that Su Ran had modified. Su Ran pulled him down with a strong tug with his left arm and then plunged a knife into his chest. The last thing the guard saw before he left was Su Ran's scarlet right eye. After throwing the knife out, Su Ran kicked it into the sky and then instantly used his divine power to teleport himself away. Soon, ripples of the vortex appeared above the guard's head. Su Ran emerged from it and stomped the guard into the ground, his right hand already drawing his sword. Su Ran severed the guard's neck with a single stroke, and the guard, whose aura was at the peak of the 7th rank, was quickly and cleanly dealt with by Su Ran. In this battle, Su Ran did not use any of his abilities other than divine might and draw sword technique. He simply relied on physical skills and chains in combination with divine might and draw sword technique to cleanly and efficiently eliminate this group of people. Something's not right, these people are too weak. After robbing all the medicinal herbs he had collected, Su Ran also looted and took away all the remaining herbs, and even the 100-year-old earth dragon buried underground. Something's not right, something's really not right. It's not right to say 800 out of 100. Su Ran spread out the perception of wood release in Sage mode, and in less than half an hour, Su Ran had explored the entire secret realm. There are 3 places led by 9th rank officials, and 1 place that clearly has the aura of a 10th rank official. After rubbing her chin for a while, Su Ran smiled as if she understood something, and then quickly sped towards the nearest location. I want to see what treasures are here that would warrant the Temple of Angels sending so many people, even so many elders. He even brought along a chosen one, Meanwhile, the 2 foxes in the system, sitting in the divine might space, drinking and eating snacks, were watching Su Ran's battle like a TV show, gnawing on braised pig's trotters while watching with great interest. Su Ran suddenly jumped out, but the cleaver in his hand had disappeared. Hello everyone. Su Ran suddenly waved her hand, revealing a temperament completely opposite to that of the scarlet mask on her face. 6 dice made of wood appeared in Su Ran's hand. Su Ran shook the 6 dice in his hand and said, "Let's play a game. If all 6 dice roll 1, I'll kill you. If that's not the case, then you can kill me." Without waiting for the other party's agreement, Su Ran suddenly threw the dice into the air. Does it mean to own everything? The die fell to the ground with a thud, revealing 6 huge dots on the facing side. Or will I still have nothing? Su Ran instantly conjured a slashing blade in his right hand and charged into the crowd. Su Ran's left-hand chain instantly reached the 9th level elder. The chain was very fast, and it arrived in front of the elder in an instant. Just as the 9th level elder was about to unleash a beam of light to block the chains, Su Ran's right hand wielded a cleaver that instantly moved, unleashing streaks of crimson sword energy. The sword energy was imbued with the 1000 ghost slash, and the light shield was quickly shattered by countless scarlet sword energies. The remaining sword energy chased straight after the elder. A pair of snow-white wings suddenly unfurled from the elder's back, and with a powerful flap of the wings, the scarlet sword energy vanished instantly. Let us all perform the dance of death. At this moment, the Necronomicon hidden in Su Ran's left sleeve was activated instantly, and soon countless necromantic energies attached themselves to the iron chains and were once again drawn towards the elder. Necromantic energy? You're from the Dark Church? Su Ran shook her head while wearing the scarlet mask. I'm not one of those overconfident insects. After much deliberation, Su Ran decided to use a pseudonym. My name is Zhuge Ming. You should have heard of this name before. The 9th rank elder was so frightened by the name Zhuge Ming that he fell to the ground and pointed at Su Ran, trembling as he spoke. No, impossible. Zhuge Liang died 200 years ago. How could you, who was personally sealed by Gu Chongqing back then, possibly have survived? Su Ran revealed the Necronomicon in his left hand and said, how could that seal possibly trap me? I just want to find a place to spend my time and play in the afterlife. Soon Su Ran's chains rushed up again, but this time the elder couldn't muster any fighting spirit and was directly bound by the chains. Su Ran pulled the chain back sharply, and the cleaver instantly filled with scarlet sword energy. The elder's body slammed into the blade and was instantly cleaved in two. Then, what was clearly seen? Something white burrowed through the elder's corpse into the Necronomicon in Su Ran's hand. So this thing can store souls as a driving force, huh? I get it now. Su Ran looked at the remaining people with a scarlet killing intent in his eyes, and laughed like a villain. Although this is neither the Emperor's banner nor the Blackbird banner. Su Ran launched an attack with both chains and swords simultaneously. With the help of Shinwei and most others, Su Ran quickly killed
everyone and collected their souls into the Necronomicon. But I still ask my fellow Taoists to join my Necronomicon and lend me a hand. After cleaning up the battlefield once again, Su Ran suddenly flew towards the next location, and the people of the Angel Palace finally sensed that something was wrong. Chapter 239 The Saintess. Your Highness Tia, the teams led by the 7th Elder and the 5th Elder have completely lost their presence. One of the elderly men with gray hair quickly and respectfully addressed a blonde girl in a pure white dress. I have contacted the Grand Elders team. They are on their way here. My advice is to leave as soon as possible. After all, this is Dragon Kingdom territory. We didn't apply for permission to die here, and even the Holy Sun can't avenge us if we die here. The blonde girl, Tia, spoke, her voice as clear and beautiful as a mountain spring in the early morning. But I haven't found the medicinal herbs I need yet. The white-haired old man spoke anxiously. Medicinal herbs can be found anytime, but your safety is the most important thing right now. You are a saintess of the Temple of Angels. Even if you have a mark on the statue that can bring you back to life, you can't waste your life like this. Before Tia could say anything more, a group of people called the Great Elders rushed over. One of them, a tall elderly man in a dark blue suit, knelt on one knee and clasped his hands in greeting to Tia. The 7th and 5th brothers have met with misfortune. There must be something terrible happening here. Could it be that someone sneaked into the secret realm? The 2nd Elder had barely opened his mouth when the 1st Elder sternly interrupted him. The guards at the entrance to the secret realm are all Angel's personal guards. How could anyone possibly break in? Demor, your pig brain is better stewed than used. At this moment, an iron chain radiating a scarlet aura slammed into the front of everyone. The terrifying impact forced the 1st Elder and 2nd Elder to separate their shields to neutralize it. Your 2nd Elder is right, but there is one thing I need to correct. The so-called Angel's Guard is nothing but a joke. Those who couldn't even last a single round under my command are pure trash. Su Ran swiftly pulled the chain back, and after leaving the Flying Thunder God mark on the spot, he instantly used the chain to appear in front of everyone. How many herbs have you all gathered here? Could you all give them to me? I will exchange it for something that you all cherish very much. The Elder's right hand tightly protected Tia, but Su Ran smiled indifferently, his Sharingan eyes instantly turning crimson. Your lives are in danger. If you don't leave your things here, none of you are going to leave. At this moment, Tia spotted a small fruit tree with one gold and one white fruit hanging at Su Ran's feet, pointed at it anxiously, and shouted to the Grand Elder. That's the sun and moon fruit we've been looking for. We've finally found it. The sun and moon fruit? Su Ran picked the fruit and tossed it in her hand, playing with it. It seems this thing is quite important to you. Name your price. If you offer a price that satisfies me, you might be able to take the fruit away. Otherwise, the fruit will have to be scrapped. The Grand Elder really wanted to snatch the 2 fruits from Su Ran's hands, but the aura emanating from Su Ran and her carefree attitude suppressed his impulsive thoughts. You will become a friend of our Angel Temple, and you will receive 3 bottles of absolute healing holy water in 20 10th tier alien cores, including 3 space type and 1 time type core. The Elder took out a ring and patiently explained. That's pretty good. The conditions you proposed actually appeal to me. Then, under the shocked gazes of the person opposite, Su Ran blurred the mask, swallowed the 2 fruits, chewed them, and said, "It's delicious, sweet and juicy, a rare and wonderful fruit." You. Tia was so angry that she clutched her chest and swayed as if she was about to fall over. It was someone nearby who helped Tia up, and the Grand Elder looked at Su Ran's mask and said in a gloomy tone, "Don't you want these things anymore? Do you want to be an enemy of the Temple of Angels? I've said it before, if the price you offer is right, I might consider giving you the pair of sun and moon fruits. I didn't say I had to give them to you." And Su Ran took out the cleaver, held it between his elbow and wiped away the blood on it, saying, "Dead people are better at keeping secrets, and besides, if you die, the things in those rings will be mine anyway, so I don't need to waste my time with you." When the others spread their wings to try to escape, Su Ran's cold words shut them up. "Don't even think about it. I've completely blocked the only way out. If I don't die, you'll never be able to escape that cage in your lifetime." Su Ran took out his cleaver and played with it in his hand. Through Su Ran, I could see the murderous intent in his eyes as soon as I saw the one eye that was exposed. There is only one choice now, either you kill me, or I kill you. The 1st Elder and the 2nd Elder exchanged a glance, then summoned their spears and thrust them fiercely at Su Ran. However, Su Ran easily used his divine power to dodge the attack, then forcibly changed the trajectory of the 2 weapons, causing them to collide. He then said with a mocking expression, "It's a pity, the sneak attack tactic is no longer useful." Su Ran had already killed 1 person during their conversation. When they felt the soul being carried into Su Ran's hands, the 2 elders' expressions instantly turned ugly. Absorbing souls? The Dark Church must be eliminated. Su Ran was calmly dodging the attacks coming at him, only using his divine power to become ethereal when he absolutely couldn't dodge them. Soon, Su Ran cleared away everyone around her, leaving only 7 people. She looked at them mockingly and said, "You guys aren't so great either. I wiped out over 100 people in an instant. Am I too strong, or is this era too weak?" The 1st Elder and the 2nd Elder held their long spears, pointing the tips at Su
Ran, while Su Ran laughed heartily at the sight. Joy, truly enough joy. You think you can stop me with 2 broken weapons? You think I don't know how to fight after all these years? Let me try the mental illusion that the old tree gave me. Thousand wheels jade. A sound of jade colliding rang out from Su Ran's body. Everyone inside, except for the Grand Elder, was quickly brought under control, and even a second of time could not be passed. Su Ran lashed out with his chain, and just as he was about to pull Tia back before she could react, the Elder suddenly snapped the chain in two. Seeing the two acting strangely, Su Ran seemed to remember something and chuckled. This isn't a city in the Dragon Kingdom where I can do whatever I want. Besides, even if you manage to get out alive with nothing, you'll still be wanted by the authorities. You might as well stay here and die peacefully. Chapter 240. A pure white scepter quickly appeared in the Grand Elder's hand. After drawing a circle with the scepter, the Grand Elder suddenly slammed it into the ground. Countless little angels appeared instantly, and the illusion cast on the remaining 6 people was instantly dispelled. Purify the realm of hymns? Su Ran looked around and found a demonic willow tree that was almost 100 years old. He reached in and forcibly grabbed a section of the trunk to use as a scepter, then placed the Necronomicon on it. What do you want to do? Tia pointed at Su Ran, and with a sudden flap of her wings, countless white feathers shot towards Su Ran. Su Ran simply twirled the scepter in front of her to block out all the feathers, and said nonchalantly to that holy face, "Accept the grace of the dead." Su Ran slammed the scepter into the ground, and soon familiar faces of Tia emerged one by one. Milia, Hamel, Sasha. Tia looked at those familiar faces and felt a surge of anger rising in her heart. A set of pure white armor instantly covered her entire body, and Tia held a pure white, slender longsword in her right hand as she thrust it towards Su Ran. Su Ran stood still, not wanting to move at all, until she saw Tia rushing towards her with a long mirror in her hand, at which point Su Ran moved slightly. An ant trying to shake a tree, a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Didn't those people from the Temple of Angels teach you that? Su Ran suddenly delivered a spinning kick to Tia's chest, sending her flying backward. She crashed into 3 large trees before finally coming to a stop. If the difference in strength is too great, shouldn't you just go and get yourself killed? Tia coughed up a mouthful of blood, and her breathing began to fluctuate erratically. The first elder and the second elder completely ignored Su Ran in front of them and rushed to Tia's side to begin treating her. But Su Ran didn't choose to make a move at this time. Instead, she thought of a new way to have fun. Here's what we'll do. You can leave once you've fulfilled one of my requests. One of the remaining people, a man with a fierce expression, hurriedly asked, "What do you want? Tell me." Su Ran pointed his knife in Tia's direction and said, "Kill her, bring her body to me and let me extract her soul, then I will let you go. Otherwise, you'd better prepare to become brothers inside my Necronomicon." Su Ran, seeing the conflicted look on their faces, remained calm. She swung the iron chain in her left hand, hooked it onto a thick tree branch, and then flipped over and sat on it, quietly watching their choice. "We must survive. We must survive." The man, wielding a huge curved sword, approached Tia. "Assel, what do you want to do? Do you want to be an enemy of the Temple of Angels?" The second elder had an even more volatile temper, and with a wave of his hand, dozens of beams of holy light shot towards Asar's direction. Asar, however, used his scimitar to block the dozens of holy lights, staring at Tia with a crazed expression. The second elder was so angry he felt like his lungs were about to burst, and roared in Asar's direction. "What is the punishment for murdering the holy maiden of the Temple of Angels? You will be condemned to death. Your family, your friends, and those you cherish, even the organization you belong to, will suffer endless retribution from the Temple of Angels." But at this moment, Asar's mind had already been broken by Su Ran's terrifying aura, and he roared in Tia's direction. "We risked our lives to smuggle ourselves into the Dragon Kingdom in order to get the medicine that this so-called saintess needed, and even then we ran into a powerful figure from the Dragon Kingdom who wanted to kill us. Her life is her life, and our lives are just grass, right? If you don't hand her over, I'll kill her today even if it costs me my life. I need to at least leave a way back for my brothers." Asar said he was ready for battle, and the huge scimitar in his hand was already brimming with supernatural power. Upon hearing this touching message, Su Ran couldn't help but clap her hands. After jumping down, she patted Asar on the shoulder and said, "What a loyal and devoted person you are. You may leave now." Su Ran pointed in a direction with his knife and said, "I have lifted the seal. You may leave with your brothers. Be grateful for your loyalty and righteousness, otherwise you and your brothers would all be stuck here." "Thank you, thank you." After Asar and the remaining 3 cowed out 3 times, they ran towards the exit, but soon the 4 of them suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Asar looked down at his chest and saw a wooden knife gleaming as it pierced his heart. After Su Ran pulled the wooden swords off the 4 men one by one, he looked at their fallen bodies and slowly said, "I did let you leave, but I didn't let you leave alive. The soul leaves. No, the soul must enter my Necronomicon. Does leaving the body count as leaving?" Without even looking, Su Ran casually unleashed a fire blast that burned all 4 corpses to ashes. Su Ran looked at the 3 of them and said, "I am determined to fight to the death." "Looks like the 3 of you are determined to resist to the end." Tia stepped forward and and said, "The glory of the Temple of Angels will never fall upon you, a wicked and crooked person. Even if I die today, I will send you to the holy light of the angel god to repent." Su Ran wiped the blood off the cleaver and chains, then flung them to the ground and said, "Then we can only ask you to carry your so-called glory." Su Ran activated his divine power and instantly appeared in front of the three, unleashing countless scarlet sword energies towards them.
"You've come to be a guest in my Necronomicon." After gathering enough crimson sword energy on his blade, Su Ran slashed forward with a fierce strike. Even the holy light shield released by the three of them together could not withstand this attack and shattered with a bang. After activating his ethereal transformation, Su Ran slashed fiercely at the ground. Countless scarlet sword energies, upon contact with the ground, transformed into circular blade energies that rolled forward continuously. Su Ran instantly transformed into countless red sword energies that crisscrossed. The second elder made a mistake and was pulled into the net of sword energies. The countless scarlet sword energies instantly cleaved through all of his defenses. Taking advantage of the moment when the second elder's defenses were broken and he was kicked into the sky by countless attacks, Su Ran activated his divine might, instantly teleported to the second elder's head and stomped him into the ground. Su Ran had already sheathed his sword, but using the moonlight behind him, he drew it out and slashed it fiercely at the second elder's neck. Before the second elder could put up a fight, his head rolled off. Su Ran unceremoniously absorbed the second elder's soul into the Necronomicon and then looked at the two people opposite him. "Say goodbye to this meaningless world." Chapter 241 Angels Descend. Just as Tia was about to rush forward, the Grand Elder stopped her, looking directly into Tia's eyes. "Your Highness, from now on you will have to walk this path on your own. This old servant will take his leave now." "Elder, could it be that you intend to?" the elder said with a bitter smile. "Given the current situation, if I don't use real weapons, neither of us will be able to escape. And this should be the last time I ask him for strength." The light aura emanating from the Grand Elder instantly reached its peak, at which point the system also issued a reminder. "Be careful, there are 7 angels in the series. Although only 1 or 2 gods will awaken during a divine resurrection, it's still possible to borrow power from those 7. Moreover, this guy is clearly about to ignite the flame of life to summon it. With his 10th level cultivation, he might even attract the attention of an angel temporarily. In this life or death situation, the angel might even project itself onto the Grand Elder to fight. I'm going to kill another god of war. I'm so excited." After thinking it over carefully, Su Ran spoke to the system. "Tonzi, help me change the color and shape of Susanoo. Isn't it unnecessary to hide the identities of these dead people? I'm afraid they might have some disgusting resurrection ability." "Angels do have resurrection abilities, and it wouldn't be good if we took that information out." "Okay then." Su Ran summoned a pale green Susanoo arm and suddenly reached out to grab it. However, the wings behind the Grand Elder instantly multiplied into 3 pairs, and a terrifying aura of light instantly filled the entire secret realm. "Damn it, this guy brought Michael here." The Grand Elder pointed his scepter at Su Ran, and instantly a cage of holy light enveloped Su Ran, with countless points of light lighting up inside. Su Ran unleashed his divine power and instantly appeared behind the Grand Elder, slashing at him with his sword. However, the Grand Elder's wings slapped the sword away. The Elder couldn't help but laugh when he saw the slightly disheveled stranger. "Confess your sins again, and come with me to the Temple of Angels to kneel in the holy light and repent, and I will spare your life. Otherwise, prepare to die here now." After Su Ran stood up, she instantly swung the chain in her hand. But the chains didn't go towards the Grand Elder. Instead, they instantly pierced through the void and bound Tia tightly. "Then let's take a gamble now. I'd like to see whether your angelic descent takes longer or your saintess can outlast me." I really like a quote that someone once said, "All or nothing." Just as Su Ran appeared in front of Tia, intending to finish her off with a single strike, the holy light from the Grand Elder arrived before Su Ran and broke the chains, forcing Su Ran to retreat. After his right eye darted around frantically, Su Ran came up with a brilliant idea. Su Ran used illusion magic to disguise his eyes as normal 3-tomo eyes, but in reality they were patterns of Kodo Amatsukami. Kodo Amatsukami was activated instantly, but Tia, who was hit by it, was completely unaware. Su Ran suddenly swung the chain and charged forward, unleashing an unrestrained barrage of sword energy. The Elder held a staff in his left hand, creating a shield of holy light, while a slender lightsaber was materializing in his right. After Su Ran infused the iron chain with supernatural power, he suddenly ripped the shield apart and then poured the power of the Necronomicon into the cleaver without reservation. Su Ran slashed directly at the Elder's abdomen with his sword, but the familiar cutting sensation did not come from his hand. The Grand Elder slapped Su Ran away and then pierced Su Ran's heart with the holy sword in his hand. But from the Grand Elder's perspective, Su Ran, who was about to die, had a strange smile on his lips. A person who is dying is still laughing so happily. There is really no hope for them. "It's alright, the Lord will forgive you." At that moment, an identical holy sword pierced directly through the Grand Elder's back, causing him to vomit blood and collapse to the ground. Seeing this, Su Ran stopped pretending, pulled out the holy sword stuck in her heart, and slowly stood up. "Didn't expect your plan to fall short of mine." mine, did you? You old fool. You probably never dreamed that the person who stabbed you was. The elder turned his head and saw Tia's face. Tia, you! Just as the Grand Elder coughed up a mouthful of blood, attempting to heal himself with holy light, Su-Ran's Necronomicon was faster. The Necromancy Codex opened and enveloped the Grand Elder lying on the ground. May he live on forever, and may the light of the dead shine upon us forever. In my name I summon Kelkrus, and with your divine power I imprison him forever in the hell of the dead, so that he may never rise again. Countless chains descended from the Codex, binding the Grand Elder tightly. Just as the chains were about to bind Tia, the Grand Elder unleashed his remaining strength, blasting Tia out of the Codex's range. Your Highness, run! I have broken the seal on the exit. You must escape back to the Temple of Angels as soon as possible. The Grand Elder gritted his teeth and cast a holy light purification on Tia. At this moment, Tia, who had been controlled by Koto Amatsukami, finally came to her senses. Elder, don't worry about me, just go. Oh my, how wonderful it would be if such a sentimental scene were made into a TV series. Su-Ran suddenly increased the amount of supernatural power she poured into the Necronomicon. The Grand Elder was instantly pulled into the Necronomicon by the chains, and the necromancy closed and returned to Su-Ran's left hand. Unfortunately, I don't have the patience to watch this boring show anymore. You'd better get going. After all, I can't let outsiders know what I did today, otherwise I'll be in a difficult situation. Tia realized what was happening, but instead of doing anything, she knelt down, put her hands together, and began to pray. At that moment, a beam of holy light shone down, and Su-Ran sensed the aura of an angel once again. Damn it! The Necronomicon's hell technique still needs time to be digested, so this trick is unusable. Then just crush this angel. Why are you suddenly acting like a coward? This isn't the Su-Ran I know. Su-Ran shook the iron chain in his hand and wiped the blood off the cleaver before speaking. If I could use the Great Buddha and the other Sharingan abilities, I wouldn't have had to fight so suffocatingly. Damn it, apart from those few illusion-based abilities, the others are too obvious and unusable. Moreover, I can't use the blazing greatsword. If I do, I'm very likely to expose my identity. Otherwise, I would have plucked the chicken wings off the back of this angel today and made chicken wings for those girls. Chapter 242 The Third Weapon. The pressure is a little bit big. Su-Ran controlled the pale green Susanoo to instantly complete the second stage, and a green Susanoo bow appeared in the right hand of the humanoid Susanoo. It seems this is Susanoo's third weapon. Su-Ran controlled Susanoo and immediately drew the bowstring and shot an arrow. However, an unusual force erupted, directly deflecting Su-Ran's Susanoo arrow. Serial the Moon Angel. At this moment, the system's voice became more solemn than ever before. This guy can control both light and darkness, and he's the only angel who is both a light angel and a fallen angel, making him extremely difficult to deal with. Furthermore, it's currently nighttime in the secret realm, so this guy can borrow power from the moon. Do you still have the ability to kill using the rules? If not, how about I give you some? Borrowing power from the moon? Is she going to destroy me in the name of the moon? Su-Ran felt the time-related abilities within her body and used them all without hesitation, instantly accelerating the flow of time within the secret realm. Time. Accelerate its flow. After Su-Ran turned the time back to daytime, he suddenly pulled the chain off his left hand, but Tia's eyes, devoid of any emotion, simply raised her hand slightly, and instantly the sun god fire burned towards Su-Ran. Su-Ran suddenly swung the chain in her left hand toward Tia and took a step back, her mind racing as she tried to come up with a solution. What bloodline limit haven't been used yet? Damn it, magnet release and dust release are unusable now. You could try dark release. Dark release has an effect similar to the absorption seal technique of the hungry ghost path, allowing you to directly absorb and store the enemy's attacks within your body. When necessary, you can use this energy to launch an attack. 3 fires, 3 winds, and 4 parts of escape can be combined to create it. After a few attempts, Su-Ran quickly felt the power of the netherworld escape within his body. Facing the solar fire controlled by Tia, Su-Ran instantly formed the 3 seals of Z, Mao, and Yu on his hands. Mingdu, suck the holes. The solar fire that was attacking Su-Ran was quickly absorbed into his body. After absorbing it all, Su-Ran used another ninjutsu of the dark release. Netherworld escape. Evil destroys the battle. Su-Ran's right hand instantly unleashed countless blue flames, attacking Tia directly, but Tia easily thwarted the attack with a simple flap of her wings. At this moment, the system began teaching Su-Ran other bloodline limits. Use swift step to interrupt that little girl's attack rhythm. She's clearly struggling against the power of the Moon Angel Serial. Only by controlling the pace of the attack and stalling until she finishes her angelic descent will you secure a victory. The swift escape technique requires 4 winds, 4 thunders, and 2 portions of yang escape, and this technique is undetectable to others. You can use it normally after this battle. Having fused multiple bloodline limits, Su-Ran had already figured out the method of fusion. In less than 2 minutes, a new bloodline limit appeared on Su-Ran's body. Using the wind element, Su-Ran stepped into the sky, his right hand wielding a slashing blade towards Tia's wings. So you think you can fly, huh? I'll tear those wings off if I don't live today.
way. Su Ran reached out with his left hand toward Tia's shoulder, and the divine power in his eyes began to activate. Tia simply flapped her wings and retreated to dodge Su Ran's divine might, and then countless golden holy swords emerged from behind her. Use steel release quickly, otherwise so many attacks might be enough to withstand your Kamui's intangibility duration. The recipe is 7 earth release, 1 lightning release, and 2 yang release. Upon hearing the system's recipe, Su Ran immediately activated steel release, and his body instantly hardened. Instead of using steel release to withstand the attack, Su Ran held his sword and began to stack perfect parries one by one. Su Ran used the slashing blade in his hand to perfectly parry every attack from the holy swords, absorbing them into the blade. Relying on the blade's powerful absorption ability, he actually gathered all the holy sword rain into a single strike. After perfectly parrying the final sword strike, Su Ran suddenly unleashed all the supernatural power stored within his sword, instantly sending a terrifying holy sword hurtling towards Tia. Tia's expression finally began to waver slightly. With a light tap of her right hand, layers upon layers of holy light shields enveloped Tia completely. I don't need to explain the recipe for storm release, right? I've seen you use water lightning combination ninjutsu quite a few times too. Su Ran's hand instantly flashed with the light of water mines, and then a terrifying ninjutsu was thrown towards Tia. Storm release, thundercloud wave. Tia, who had just received the attack from Su Ran, finally showed some emotion. She then lightly tapped a holy sword with her left hand and thrust it straight towards Su Ran. Special attacks are ineffective against me. Su Ran raised his right hand and used Netherworld Escape to absorb the holy sword's attack, then transferred all the energy into his sword. The Tsukuyami in Su Ran's eyes also began to spin. Tia suddenly found herself in a strange space, where countless attacks began to pierce through her body. Meanwhile, outside the illusion, Su Ran had already detonated the thundercloud wave he had thrown over, and Tia, who was inside the illusion, suffered a double attack on both her body and mind. After activating his divine might, Su Ran launched Tia into the sky with a lightning kick. Instantly, he conjured the lightning blade in his left hand and, with the acceleration from the lightning blade and swift release, caught up with Tia and pierced her heart. After using Kamui transfer again, Su Ran used the same tactic, stepping on Tia's neck and stomping it into the ground before suddenly drawing his sword from its sheath and severing Tia's neck in one strike. Su Ran threw the Necronomicon over, but the Necromancy Codeg failed to detect Tia's soul after a long time. The old fox Su Ran naturally remembered something and involuntarily uttered a curse. Angels are resurrected. Damn it, whatever I say comes true. At this moment, the system slowly said, whether the little girl can still become the successor of the Moon Angel after this battle is uncertain. Your mother, in the battle at the Medicine Immortal Ruins, you at least replenished the Necronomicon with more than 200 souls, and you're still not satisfied? People always have to be a little greedy. The more greedy they are, the more motivated they become. The West, the Temple of Angels. Tia, who had been resurrected in the holy water pool behind the angel statue, suddenly sat up in the pool, her eyes filled with a series of fearful emotions. Chapter 243 Heaven-Mending Dragon Mushroom. At that moment, a blonde man rushed over and helped Tia up from the pool. At this moment, Tia's eyes were filled with confusion, as if she had lost faith in everything. Zhuge Ming. Tia muttered to herself, seemingly having lost her mind. Upon seeing this, the blonde man instantly pulled out a token and crushed it. Soon, a woman with 4 wings on her back flew in front of the two of them. The woman bowed respectfully, and the blonde man spoke anxiously. Please take Tia to get treatment first. Her condition is very abnormal right now. The woman nodded slightly and then asked, Then your highness? Go and investigate. It doesn't matter that those low-level trash are dead, but those 4 elders are 4 of the 9 pillars of the Temple of Angels. They must not be lost. With that, the blonde man quickly left the scene and began his investigation. Su Ran put away the red knight mask and the grey robe of Uchiha Pleasure Knight, changed into his own grey robe, and walked to a stream to clean the bloodstains off his body. Damn it, the more I think about it, the angrier I get. Such a good soul just ran away like that. The system finished eating the potato chips in its hand in the divine might space, clapped its hands, and said, That girl's true soul should be stored in the Temple of Angels, otherwise, the Necronomicon wouldn't have been unable to collect it. Consider yourself unlucky. I used a different kind of escape technique this time, not your usual one, so I had no chance of discovering your true identity. After washing her face with water, Su Ran swept all her bangs back and tidied her hair before asking a question. Don't be a riddle teller, you'll easily get beaten up. The system then opened a bottle of plum juice and chug-dredged it up, saying, That girl's Moon Angel inheritance might become very difficult. After all, you at least shattered half of that Moon Angel's power in this battle. Take a good look at the medicinal herbs here. Those that were harvested can be taken away, and those that weren't can be left here to continue growing. This place can serve as a backup resource for you. I can't carry this thing with me around in the Beast Mountain range. Am I supposed to store it in the Divine Might space? No. The system then extended a small wooden finger from Su Ran's hand and pointed to the emerald green ring on Su Ran's little finger, saying, Let that tree plant its own sapling here to grow. Let it guard this place
place for you. With its own sapling here, it can't possibly be indifferent. After Su Ran had robbed all the storage rings, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a small crack in the stone, from which a strange light seemed to be shimmering. Su Ran walked over and soon saw a huge, umbrella-shaped plant. Heaven-mending dragon fungus? There's actually such a good thing here? This aura must be at least several hundred years old. I've really stumbled upon a great treasure today. Just as Su Ran was about to reach out to pick the heaven-mending dragon fungus, the system interrupted her. You don't need to use this kind of thing right now. Its main purpose is to correct congenital defects and perfect oneself. You don't need to use it now. Just keep it here and nurture it well. Who knows, you might need it someday? Su Ran found this reasonable, so she used earth magic to completely isolate the aura inside before turning around and leaving the medicine immortal ruins. After breaking the seal at the entrance of the ruins, Su Ran set up a simple seal again, then flew to the Magic Tree King and spoke to him. Old tree, please help me. The voice of the Magic Tree King came, and Su Ran raised his right hand and told the Magic Tree King how to remove the seal placed at the entrance of the ruins. This is the method to remove the seal on the medicine immortal ruins. You can leave your own seedling there, but the price is that you have to guard it for me and prevent anyone from entering. If you really can't beat them, just forcefully break the seal, and I'll sense it. After nodding, the Magic Tree King extended a branch and gently tapped it in the direction of the medicine immortal ruins. I've set up a bewitching array there. Unless someone's illusion skills surpass mine, that array can't be broken. Su Ran waved to the Magic Tree King and said, Gana, I'll come see you again next time. After saying that, Su Ran activated his divine power and instantly left the Beast Mountain range. When Su Ran got home, she found that the sun was already setting in the west, so she quickly set up a jar and kept throwing medicinal herbs into it according to the system's rules. Soon, a pot of pitch-black medicinal soup appeared in the jar. At this moment, Lin Yeye walked down the stairs with the help of the handrail. Su Ran picked her up horizontally and threw her into the vat, then said, soak in it overnight and you'll feel better tomorrow. As soon as Lin Yeye put on a bitter face, Su Ran pinched Lin Yeye's cheeks together and said, no, I'm leaving tomorrow, and I won't be back for several months. After I've thoroughly laid a solid foundation for your body before I leave, I can go with peace of mind without worrying that your superpowers will wear down your body. Just as Lin Yeye was about to say something, Su Ran took out a huge roasted chicken leg made from a peacock from Phoenix Mountain and handed it to Lin Yeye, saying, absorb it well, I will protect you tonight. Just as Su Ran sat down cross-legged, preparing to guide the natural energy, she suddenly felt something pressing down on her from behind, and a delicate fragrance quickly entered her nostrils on the breeze. Su Ran knew who the owner of the fragrance was, and with a large hand, he pulled Chestnut behind him into his arms. What's wrong? Aren't you going to sleep yet? I want to sleep with you. I have to protect Sister Yeye tonight, maybe next time. After hearing this, Chestnut thought for a while, then turned around and went upstairs. A little while later, she came down with a quilt. Soon Tang Yuan followed, also carrying a quilt in her arms. Then we'll sleep next to you, brother. It won't disturb you. Su Ran looked at the two little ones who had already laid out the bedding and crawled inside, and sighed helplessly. Then she released Linger from the blazing greatsword. Oh, you still remember me and the sword? Sorry, I forgot to release you from the sword when I left. Linger gave a soft hum, then pulled the blankets of Chestnut and Tang Yuan together, crawled into the middle, and put the two pillows together to sleep. The two little ones soon felt sleepy and fell into a deep sleep in no time. After shaking his head, Su Ran used his left hand to control the three flames to continuously extract the essence of the medicinal liquid in the vat, and inject it into Lin Yeye's body to help improve her health. With his other hand, he guided natural energy to continuously flow into the vat. Chapter 244 Dawn Squad. Fortunately, nothing went wrong throughout the night, and by the time the sun rose, the water in the tank had become clear and transparent. Su Ran stood up and stretched, her bones cracking as she did so. The three little ones woke up quickly, and Su Ran coaxed them awake one by one before taking them upstairs. Su Ran turned her head and saw Lin Yeye coming out of the medicine vat. Lin Yeye stretched her wrists and said, I feel like I'm full of power right now. I could kill a bull with one punch. You really can now. Su Ran stretched out her right hand and beckoned to Lin Yeye. Lin Yeye understood what she meant and her face turned red instantly. But Lin Yeye still leaned her head closer, and Su Ran rubbed it with her hand before saying something. I'm really looking forward to seeing how you perform after your powers awaken. You can go to school for the next few months, or you can stay at home and let your master and Aunt Yu teach you how to control your superpowers. Because your body currently possesses extraordinary energy, it just hasn't awakened yet, but you can already start learning the most basic applications. After having her head rubbed for a while, Lin Yeye finally couldn't hold back anymore and smashed a rocket headbutt directly into Su Ran's chest. Su Ran pinched and rubbed Lin Yeye's cheeks with both hands as she spoke. Alright, remember to listen to Aunt Yu and Uncle Lin at home. Be good and don't make Master and Aunt Yu angry. As Su Ran turned to go upstairs, Lin Yeye was about to grab Su Ran's sleeve, but after reaching out her hand, she didn't pull. Su Ran sensed this and gently tapped Lin Yeye's head with her right index and middle fingers, saying, Su Ran reached out her right hand and took Lin Yaya's hand as they went upstairs. After having breakfast, Su Ran packed her things. Actually, there's not much to pack, just bring Chestnut and the other two along. Lin Juyu rushed over, and Dongfang Yu turned to look at the 5 children and said, "Have the little ones packed everything?" Su Ran looked at the person beside her and said loudly, "Teacher, please take good care of yourself." Shinruyue rushed out of the kitchen and handed a box to Su Ran. "The sauces you like and these girls like are all in this box. If you want some, just take some out and eat them. If you need more, remember to call me." After Su Ran took the box and handed it to Li Zi, she hugged Shinruyue and said, "Thank you, Aunt Yu, I definitely will." Lin Hanshin said sourly from the side, "You should be secretly happy. Your Aunt Yu didn't sleep a wink last night because of this box of sauce. I don't even get this kind of treatment." Shinruyue suddenly smacked Lin Hanshin on the head and said, "You eat my cooking every day at home, but I've never seen you say it's delicious. I think you've gotten too tight since I haven't beaten you in a few days. Let me loosen your skin." Everyone quickly burst into laughter, and after Dongfang Yu snapped his fingers, a huge teleportation portal appeared in the living room. "Shaolin, this old man will come back to play again next time. As long as you're willing to stay here, I won't say anything. I'd be happy to do so." After Dongfang Yu laughed heartily, he was the first to pass through the portal, followed by Lin Juyu and the 3 little ones. After waiting for a while, Su Ran took out a necklace from her pocket and tossed it to Lin Yaya. "I almost forgot to give you the gift." Su Ran waved her hand and then rushed into the portal, which quickly closed. Lin Hanshin looked at his home, which had become deserted again, and said, "The house is quiet again. Why are you sighing? Xiao Ran will be back in a few months. Won't the house be more lively then?" Su Ran and her group of 6 quickly returned to the capital. After leaving the 3 maids at home, Su Ran took Lin Juyu's hand and walked out the door. "Why did you bring me out here? You don't mean to wander off into the wilderness." Su Ran smacked Lin Juyu on the head in an annoyed tone. "Wilderness, my foot." Su Ran took out her phone and dialed her teammates' numbers before speaking. "We need to form a team of superhumans to go out and take on missions. Don't forget we'll be sophomores after the national competition." Lin Juyu only came to her senses at this moment, and then her face turned red. Su Ran had finished contacting her teammates and, holding Lin Juyu's hand, headed towards the Superpower Association. "Too slow, let's fly." After Su Ran used the light and heavy rock to change the gravity of herself and Lin Juyu, the 2 of them left the ground and flew directly towards the Superpower Association. The 2 quickly arrived at the main gate of the Superpowered Individuals Association, and soon the other 5 people also arrived one after another. Su Ran looked at everyone and said, "Because you didn't slack off during the holiday, right?" Huakuji stepped forward and unleashed his aura as a peak 4th-tier cultivator. "I haven't been slacking off. I've spent the last half-month in the Hua family's sword tomb. In just half a month, my cultivation level has gone from just entering the 4th rank to the peak of the 4th rank." Su Ran looked at Huakuji and smiled without saying a word, while Lin Juyu covered her mouth and secretly laughed. Then Su Ran and Lin Juyu released their supernatural abilities, and Lin Juyu's early stage of the 5th rank instantly stunned the other 5 people. "Juyu, you're that strong?" Zhao Xiaoxiao rushed over and hugged Lin Juyu, while Su Ran released his 6th level aura without reservation. The aura of a 6th order expert quickly intimidated the 5 people present. Huakuji looked at Su Ran and felt that his future was bleak. Su Ran patted Huakuji's shoulder and then injected a surge of immortal energy into him. The powerful immortal energy directly broke through Huakuji's 5th level bottleneck. "Everyone knows how extraordinary my abilities are. I only broke through to the 6th rank by devouring a 10th rank earth spirit." As Su Ran spoke, she turned and walked into the gate of the Superpowered Individuals Association. The 5 of them quickly followed Su Ran through the gate and began queuing at the window for registering their superpowered teams. "Have you thought of a name for our superhuman team yet?" Lin Juyu reached out her elbow and gently nudged Su Ran, who responded, "I have an idea, but I need to see everyone's opinions." The queue moved quickly, and it was soon Su Ran and her group's turn. After the 7 people handed in their identification documents to register the team, the receptionist asked them a question. "Please state the name of your superhuman team." Su Ran turned to look at the other 6 people, and all 6 shook their heads before turning their gazes to Su Ran. Su Ran sighed and said to the receptionist, "The squad's name. Let's call it Dawn." Chapter 245 A Second Blossom. The Dawn Squad? The receptionist's hands flew across the computer screen, and soon she handed Su Ran a gold card. "Your squad has been created, and information for all 7 of you has been entered into it. May your military career prosper." After taking the card, Su Ran addressed the crowd. "Let's go. Let's take on a mission first." The 7 of them quickly arrived at the screen where they could accept the mission, but Su Ran directly clicked on the A-level mission in the mission list. Zhao Xiaoxiao asked with an incredulous expression. "Even the lowest-ranked A-level missions require an 8th-tier character. Do you think we, with our few 5th-tier characters and your 6th-tier character, can handle it?" Lin Juyu gently tapped Zhao Xiaoxiao's head and pointed at Su Ran. "Don't forget, we have a great deity here. This kid has already killed 1 or 2 gods. How could he be any worse than an 8th-rank one?" Su Su-ran didn't say anything and continued scrolling through the task screen. Soon he saw a familiar task. Rank A, bombing the shrine. Requirement, destroy the Sakura shrine in one go, no limit on the number of people or methods. Mission item, 100 kilograms of specially made high-explosive black powder TNT. Mission requirements, bomb the shrine and flee immediately. Mission completion will be calculated the day after submission. There is no penalty for failure.
Su-ran took out the Dawn Squad card sticker and placed it there, and soon successfully accepted the mission.
Soon, 100 kilograms of black powder TNT appeared in front of Su-ran.
After Su-ran put it away, a young lady in uniform hurriedly ran up to Su-ran and asked,
"Was it you who accepted the mission to bomb the shrine?"
Su-ran nodded and showed his team card.
"That's right, it's us." After sensing their presence, the uniformed woman said,
"This mission requires at least a 9th tier leader to accept.
The Sakura shrine has been heavily guarded after the last bombing, and there's even a 10th tier expert stationed there. Your newly created team doesn't have a 9th tier expert in it."
Just as the uniformed lady was about to say something, Su-ran activated the Celestial Beast link, managing to prevent his aura from spreading outwards.
"Have we met the requirements now? I'm satisfied."
Su-ran nodded, put the card away, and walked out, with the others following behind her. After leaving the Superpowered Individuals Association, Su-ran left enough immortal energy in the bodies of the 6 people and said,
"I've left you enough energy to activate Sage Mode again. Let's try to finish this as soon as possible and come back for dinner."
Su-ran summoned the nine-tailed fox, then held the small nine-tailed fox, about half the size of a person, on his shoulder and said, "The immortals have their own ingenious plans." Su-ran unleashed a terrifying suction force from her right eye, drawing everyone into the Divine Might space before returning to Dongfang Yu's courtyard. At this moment, Dongfang Yu was pruning peach blossoms in the courtyard, with 3 maids helping him. They claimed to be helping, but they were actually just causing trouble. Dongfang Yu had stuck peach blossoms that had been pruned into the heads of the 3 little ones, and from a distance, it looked like 3 peach blossom buds were moving along with Dongfang Yu.
"Old man, I'm back."
Su-ran rushed to Dongfang Yu's side, and before Dongfang Yu could notice, she grabbed the Yudao behind him and quickly ran to Lin Juyu's side.
Dongfang Yu was still in a daze. He reached behind him and realized that Su-ran had taken his Yudao. "You little bastard, what are you doing with my knife?" "I'm going on a mission to get this knife as a safety net. Remember to save some food for me tonight."
Seeing Dongfang Yu rushing towards him, Su-ran quickly activated her divine power and left the scene of the crime. Dongfang Yu watched Su-ran leave and cursed her angrily.
"What a little bastard, he's just like his father."
At this moment, Chestnut, wearing the peach blossom wreath she had made herself, asked Dongfang Yu with a blank expression,
"Grandpa Dongfang, I remember you can use spatial abilities, so why didn't you stop my brother?"
Looking at Chestnut, Dongfang Yu felt his heart melt. He picked Chestnut up and put her on his shoulder, then said while pruning the peach blossoms, "That kid has to grow up eventually. Anyway, I knew long ago that he would one day be like his father, grabbing my U-blade without even asking me and going to fight.
I left spatial coordinates on it beforehand.
If this kid encounters a situation he can't beat, Yudao can provide me with spatial coordinates so I can teleport there. That way, I can take this kid's life. But judging from the current situation, it seems that no one on this planet can beat this kid." Dongfang Yu laughed heartily, took out a small wooden table, laid out a table full of pastries, put down the chestnuts, and said to the other 2 girls who were playing among the peach blossoms,
"Girls, stop playing around and come over for a drink of water and a snack."
Su-ran activated his divine power and led the 6 people back to the familiar mountaintop. He then created a forest on the mountaintop and hid the 6 people in the trees, leaving only one gap that was directly facing the Sakura Shrine in Sakura Castle. Lin Juyu asked softly, while Su-ran, having summoned the complete 9-tailed fox, replied, "I've used an array to create a sky-covering formation to conceal the aura of the trees here, ensuring that Kurama won't be discovered by the people inside the cherry blossom.
The 6 of you stay here and help Kurama prepare to receive me.
I'll go in and dismantle their protective shields so Kurama can throw the tailed beast ball directly into the shrine."
"So you want to?"
Shoyu asked worriedly, while Su-ran patted Lin Juyu's pocket, revealing the flying thunder god kunai.
"With this guy around, I can get here no matter where I am. The people inside can't stop me. The 6 of you should use Sage Mode energy to enter Sage Mode immediately after I leave. Once I arrive with my people, use the
strongest binding ability to restrain me as well, and then Kurama should launch a tailed beast ball to kill me directly in the face.
Then you'll..." Hwakyuji didn't say the next half sentence, but Su-ran smiled and said, "I have divine power, so those attacks can't hurt me.
If they don't get in, I still have a contract with Kurama, so I won't die.
This time we must uproot that shrine completely. I get annoyed just looking at that toilet."
After stretching his body, Su-ran said,
"It's their fault for annoying me." Chapter 246 The fish has taken the bait.
After thinking for a moment, Su-ran decided not to put on the Hokage robe, but instead activated Kamui and left the mountaintop.
After Su-ran left, Hwakyuji clapped his hands and said, "Everyone, climb the trees and hide first. Su-ran will send an explosion signal once she succeeds." The
other 5 nodded and immediately jumped up the tree, while Hwakyuji turned to the 9 llamas and said. 9 llama did not respond to Hwakyuji but simply nodded slightly and then hid himself in the woods. Su-ran activated his divine power and quickly arrived at the walls of Sakura Castle. After careful consideration, he chose to activate the first level of his form release and directly pass through the thick walls into Sakura Castle. Su-ran was initially intrigued, but soon her ears were sore from the incessant chatter of birdsong that she simply turned off her hearing. After remaining invisible, Su-ran climbed the wall with her hands and soon found a blind spot that they were patrolling. After sneaking over, Su-ran immediately activated the wide-range illusion technique taught to him by the Magic Tree King. The illusion's range was so vast that it directly covered most of Sakura City. Su-ran directly used his divine power to create a huge opening in the protective shield of that section of the city wall, and then went to the other end of the city wall to place about 20 kilograms of explosives. Are you trying to use this explosion to lure them away, so you can attack their shrine directly? That's right. The great Mr. Zhou Shuren once said, warfare is based on deception. Although this thing is ranked only 15th in the art of war, it is often the simplest things that can have the most effective results. Sun Tzu really did write The Art of War. This is truly a work by Sun Tzu. After setting up the gunpowder and leaving a wooden clone to detonate it, Su-ran activated the divine power in his right eye and left the city wall. Soon, a vortex of divine power appeared in an inconspicuous corner of the shrine. Su-ran, still invisible, flicked out a vine with his right hand and nimbly flipped himself onto the main beam of the shrine. With a smile that seemed to smother nuclear cancer, Su-ran began planting bombs everywhere. I love bombs, and bombs love me. After placing the bomb, Su-ran activated his divine power to search for the next bomb placement location. Su-ran acted quickly and soon planted bombs in all the rooms of the shrine, except for one room that was locked and sealed with an array and had not been entered. This is tricky. There are so many people here. If we try to disable it, we'll definitely be exposed. Use the Yudao, mountain sword, to go behind that room and use a maze-like illusion to affect everyone in the shrine. Then, gently cleave a spatial rift with the Yudao to create a portal, and you can enter directly. After glancing around, Su-ran covered the turquoise ring on the left manuscript paper with her right hand. A moment later, Su-ran slapped her right hand on the ground, and a strange pink mist began to rise. Su-ran jumped up, used her hands to push herself up, and flipped herself to the back of the room. Then she cleaved open a spatial rift to act as a teleportation portal, and quickly slipped inside before the rift closed. Once inside, Su-ran immediately used the power of the U-blade to repair the space, and then discovered that she had won the grand prize. Damn it, I've finally found the rooms where those war criminals are enshrined. Su-ran looked at the 20 pounds of gunpowder left in the hands of the hundreds of memorial tablets and began to carefully disassemble them. Su-ran walked to the nearest memorial tablet, picked it up, slammed it to the ground, and then kicked it hard. The tablet, made of cherry wood, shattered into 2 pieces instantly. After Su-ran used wind element to put the memorial tablet back on the table, she placed a piece of gunpowder in its original position and then began searching for the next lucky person. Su-ran acted quickly, crushing all the memorial tablets and placing them with gunpowder within half an hour. Then Su-ran heard a rustling sound at the door. Sachiko, today is the day to clean the memorial tablets for those adults, so you have to do a good job. After she finished speaking, the sounds outside the door stopped, and then Su-ran saw the door begin to shake slightly. Let's start the countdown to your deaths. Su-ran immediately activated his divine power and left, turning around to the protective shield where he had opened a hole. 3. Su-ran activated the celestial beast connection while in stealth mode. Immediately, Kurama, who was hiding in the forest, sensed the aura of Su-ran using the celestial beast connection and stretched out its fox head to begin condensing the tailed beast ball. Seeing the gap created by his divine power, Su-ran gritted his teeth and tore off the entire large piece, immediately triggering a loud alarm. Su-ran first detonated the gunpowder hidden in another part of the city wall. The terrifying explosion destroyed everything within a 1-kilometer radius. The fumes from the explosion attracted countless people away, and no one noticed Su-ran's situation at all. After detonating all the gunpowder hidden in the shrine, Su-ran leaped up and a huge tailed beast ball condensed in his right hand. Kurama then condensed the tailed beast ball and spat it out. The pitch-black tailed beast ball, carrying an aura of destruction, headed straight for the shrine. At that moment, a cherry blossom pink figure flashed by, shattering Su-ran's tailed beast ball the instant it was thrown out. An old woman's eyes were fixed on Su-ran. Su-ran had already changed his appearance using illusion magic, and at this moment he was wearing the face of an ordinary cherry blossom person. Before the old woman could say anything, Kurama's tailed beast ball had already rushed into Sakura City. When the old woman tried to stop it, she was a step too late. The tailed beast ball, together with the black gunpowder that Su-ran had hidden inside, directly destroyed all living things within a 5-mile radius. Instead of using divine might to escape, Su-ran turned around and used swift escape and wind escape to fly towards the formation he had set up for the 10th level of the Sakura Kingdom. Lord Tianzi, countless 9th-tier beings flew to the old woman's side, and the old woman simply waved her hand and said
said something. You 9th rank cultivators stay in the city and deal with the unrest. I will go alone to capture that thief who dared to attack the Sakura shrine. As she spoke, a pair of jet black wings unfurled from the old woman's back and she flew straight toward Su-ran. Su-ran turned her head and saw the old woman following behind her. She was overjoyed and quickened her pace. Looks like the fish has taken the bait. Chapter 247 Encirclement and Kill of the 10th rank. Su-ran glanced around and then instantly activated Flying Thunder God technique, rushing into the forest, with the old woman following closely behind. It's your turn to step in, Azzy. Su-ran slapped the ground with his left hand, and instantly a purple king cobra about 100 meters long emerged from Su-ran's left arm. Let's get this done quickly. Azzy opened her mouth, and instantly countless purple mists spewed out from it. Su-ran quickly opened the ring she had obtained from the medicine Immortal Ruins and began searching for antidotes. Before long, she found 6,000 flower leaves. Su-ran instantly activated Immortal Mode and quickly located the positions of the other 6 people. Su-ran swung his right hand forward and 6 Flying Thunder God kunai instantly landed beside the 6 people. Using the Flying Thunder God kunai, Su-ran flew to the 6 people, opened their mouths, stuffed the 6,000 flower leaves into them one by one, and then landed, finally revealing their true form. The old woman watched as Su-ran, whose back was to her, suddenly unleashed a bolt of black lightning. After Su-ran chose to use illusion magic to change her face, she used illusion magic to hide the characteristics of her immortal mode and immortal beast mode, and gently formed a hand seal. Ming escaped suck hole. The pitch black lightning was instantly absorbed into Su-ran's left hand. Then, Su-ran condensed the black lightning into a ball of black lightning in the palm of his left hand and flung it back. The old woman felt increasingly uneasy as she looked at the surrounding fog. Suddenly, she felt a sweet taste in her throat and spat out a mouthful of blood. The old woman quickly took out a small bottle from her body, looked at it with a slightly distressed expression, and then poured out a black pill without hesitation and swallowed it. Is it really meaningful to resort to such despicable methods as poison? Su-ran activated his invisibility, and his body gradually disappeared, but a crystal-clear voice appeared in the old woman's mind. I really want to fight you fair and square, but unfortunately the conditions don't allow it. If this were on the battlefield of alien beasts, you would definitely be beaten to death by me. Blame your country for the beastly things they did. I can't forgive them. Alright, I'm done chatting with you. You should get going. The old woman suddenly sensed an extremely dangerous aura coming from behind her, and when she turned her head, she saw the cleaver in Su-ran's hand. Just as the old woman was about to think, she suddenly realized that the left side of her body was paralyzed by the poisonous fog in the air and she could only watch helplessly as Su-ran cut off her left arm. After successfully striking, Su-ran instantly vanished into thin air, while simultaneously controlling the natural energy of heaven and earth to communicate with the Qiuyu and Qiushue sisters. Qiuyu turned to look at her younger sister Qiushue, and then an ice lotus appeared in their hands. Twin souls, space freeze and imprisonment. A powerful binding force instantly emerged from the ice lotuses in their hands, forcibly controlling even the old woman who had already reached the 10th level for a second. However, the old woman was also a veteran 10th level expert. After being controlled for a second, she suddenly unleashed her supernatural power to break free from the restraints, but found that she could not break through. The reason why Qiuyu and Qiushue were able to imprison the old woman was quite simple. At this moment, there were 2 huge orange tails behind them, continuously supplying them with energy. 9 Llama. A giant orange fox pierced through the purple poisonous mist in an instant, and the old woman clearly saw the tailed beast ball condensing in Kurama's mouth, which carried an aura powerful enough to kill her. After the old woman unleashed her full power to forcefully break free from Qiuyu and Qiushue's restraints, Su-ran's wood release followed. The wood release technique pierced through the old woman's limbs, blocking her power for a second before exploding instantly, with countless wooden spikes piercing through her body. Su-ran watched as Kurama, who was still gathering his strength, used his wood release technique to condense a wooden sword and sever the old woman's remaining right arm. After taking the storage rings from her hands, Su-ran activated Kamui and moved to another location. After seeing Su-ran leave, Chao Zhuang instantly controlled countless iron sands to form a huge pyramid, which directly suppressed the old woman there. After Su-ran shouted in Zhao Xiaoxiao's direction, a huge wind release Raisin Shuriken appeared in his right hand. At this moment, Zhao Xiaoxiao's mecha main cannon was fully charged, and the muzzle was flashing with a blood-red light. I am honored today because another tier 10 will die at my hands. But unfortunately, you are the one who will become the prey. Alright, I don't have time to talk to you anymore. It's time for you to get going. Su-ran and Kurama joined forces to release the tailed beast planet, and Zhao Xiaoxiao's mecha main cannon followed closely behind. The blood-red light instantly dyed the tailed beast planet bright red, as if it had just been taken out of blood. Zhao Xiaoxiao jumped up excitedly as soon as she deactivated her mecha, but Su-ran knew that something had blocked his attack. Although the attack had torn apart the shield that blocked it, he also knew that the old woman was definitely fine, at most seriously injured. Su-ran, holding the U-blade in his right hand, activated the Flying Thunder God technique to gather everyone together, and then slashed down with his right hand,
tearing open a spatial rift. Huokyuji asked with an uneasy expression, knowing that Su Ran's expression meant that some troublesome person had arrived. Another one has arrived. I'll send you all back to the capital first. If you stay here, I'll have to spare some of my energy to protect you. Everyone nodded and went inside one after another. Just as Xiuyu and Xiushui passed by, the two sisters clasped their hands together, conjuring a golden lotus flower, and handed it to Su Ran, saying, "This is a healing lotus formed from the power of our twin flowers. Wearing it will help with the recovery of our powers and accelerate the healing of our wounds. Come back safely." Su Ran glanced at the two sisters, then put Jinlian in the left inner pocket of her clothes and pushed the two sisters inside, saying, after Su Ran slashed with Yudao to close the spatial rift, he stared intently at the huge hole created by the attack. Soon, a figure in a red and white shrine maiden's outfit emerged from the smoke and dust, her fair and slender hand holding a gohei ceremonial hat and suddenly flicking a pink light towards them. Earth Escape Earth Spear. After combining the two hardened body escape techniques, Su Ran gathered all his power in his right arm and crushed the pink light with his bare hand. Looks like this is going to be troublesome. This actually alerted the chief priest of the shrine. The woman in the shrine maiden's robe smiled, her black hair flowing freely, but Su Ran clearly sensed a dangerous aura in her smile. Chapter 248 Absolute Thunder Plow and Hot Blade. My name is Sakura, and I happen to be the chief priest of Sakura Shrine. Su Ran looked at Ying's smiling face and heard the chill in her tone, but Su Ran was not afraid. The fighting spirit in her eyes began to stir. However, I'm afraid you need to give me a reasonable explanation for your repeated destruction of my Sakura Shrine. Sakura gently waved the gohei, and instantly countless cherry blossom trees reversed course, enveloping Su Ran's formation and forming a massive barrier. Otherwise, I would have no choice but to ask you to return with me to the shrine to properly repent. Su Ran looked at Ying, whose face was cold, and took out a cigarette, put it in her mouth, took out a metal lighter, lit the cigarette with a snap, took a puff, and then slowly exhaled the smoke and said, "Does this need a reason? Your country has caused a lot of damage in China, hasn't it? Why didn't you repent properly back then? Now you know that you need to repent for causing damage?" Su Ran took another drag of her cigarette and held it between her left and right hands, letting the smoke brush against her face. Sakura felt increasingly pressured as she looked at Su Ran, who showed no fear whatsoever, but she still forced herself to speak. "What you say makes sense, but those who prayed at the shrine were innocent. You have to give me an explanation for killing them, don't you? Give me an explanation? Okay." After rummaging through his storage space for a while, Su Ran threw a roll of strong transparent tape in front of Sakura and said, "Here's the tape you wanted. As for why I killed them, do I even need a reason?" After Su Ran finished smoking the cigarette and left only the bottom, he threw the bottom on the ground, stomped it out, took out another cigarette, lit it, and said, "My reason for killing them was simply because their left and right feet stepped into the shrine's gate first, nothing more. I don't need a reason to kill them, just as you did to kill your ancestors. I understand the law of the jungle. In the past, the Dragon Kingdom was indeed not strong and was bullied, so there's nothing to say about that. But now that the roles of prey and hunter have been reversed, you should be prepared to be killed." Su Ran took a puff of his newly lit cigarette and threw it on the ground. He then seized control of the Sakura barrier and looked at the two of them, saying, "So, you're prepared to be killed, aren't you, prey?" Seeing Su Ran's face turn pale with anger, Ying turned to the seriously injured old woman and said, "Lord Tianzi, are you still able to fight?" The old woman, known as Tianzi, coughed twice and then spoke. "It's alright, at least I can help you out without any problem." Upon hearing this, Su Ran retrieved Azzy and 9 Llama back into his body and then created a wooden clone, saying, "Your mission today is to kill that old hag by any means necessary, and then help me kill this woman." Upon hearing these words, the wood clone instantly erupted with blue lightning and charged forward with a roar. Su Ran watched as the wood clone charged forward, unleashing the tailed beast's rampage to the 6 tails. The 6 scarlet tails and the monster-like face added to Su Ran's terrifying aura. With the white skeleton in her right hand, Su Ran suddenly pushed off with her back foot and charged towards Ying. Sakura suddenly activated her illusion magic as she looked into Su Ran's eyes, but Su Ran looked at her as if she were an idiot. "How is this possible? Why did my illusion fail?" Su Ran turned around and suddenly threw the skeleton in your direction, then deactivated his berserk state, holding 7 double-edged swords made of wood. "Since you're already dead, telling you won't hurt my eyes." After clamping the 7 knives between his legs, Su Ran suddenly flipped forward and charged, still uttering the answer as he did so. "It can make one immune to all illusions. The wild heron fells its knife." Instantly, the double-edged sword was filled with lightning attribute supernatural power. With the acceleration of lightning and swift escape, Su Ran's speed could no longer be seen with the naked eye, only the afterimage of his movements could be barely seen. Sakura's 10th rank was only achieved with the help of the sacred cherry tree at the Sakura Shrine. In reality, her 10th rank is not as strong as Dongfang Yu's 9th rank peak. Sakura's movements were completely out of sync with Su Ran's, so she could only manage to activate her shield to defend herself. However, every time the shield was successfully activated, it would be pierced by Su Ran's 7 swords the very next instant.
instant. Su Ran's movements became faster and faster, and Ing even saw 49 knives in an instant. Su Ran seized an opening in Sakura's defense and plunged 5 of the knives into her body, injecting the lightning elemental power attached to the knives into Sakura's body without reservation.
The 5 swords exploded violently in an instant, and Sakura was blown backward, leaving a long trail of blood beneath her. The wooden clone arrived beside Su Ran and gave a thumbs up to indicate that its mission was complete. Su Ran stomped her right foot heavily, and a giant tree instantly grew from under Sakura, supporting her body. Su Ran's right arm and the left arm of his wooden clone were instantly filled with an enormous amount of terrifying lightning attribute power, and even the space around them crackled with electricity.
Wu Luo's Wasu, Lei Ri Dao.
Su Ran and the wooden clone both accelerated and rushed forward, their 2 arms, filled with lightning power, directly slamming into Sakura's neck.
Compare. Man. Su Ran and his wooden clone kept crashing into and breaking trees, finally slamming Ing hard into a giant tree.
The wound on her neck revealed her throat. Su Ran grabbed the wooden clone's hand and slammed it forward behind the tree. Then, both of their arms were once again filled with lightning energy.
Extreme Thunder Plow, Hot Blade. The person and their clone accelerated instantly, and then their 2 arms slammed into Sakura's neck, one in front and one behind.
Su Ran and the wooden clone suddenly exerted force, and Sakura's neck was broken by the 2 of them. At this moment, bright red blood gushed out from her neck like a geyser. But at that moment, the cherry tree suddenly sprouted branches that wrapped around Sakura's body and head. Su Ran realized something the moment she saw this. Su Ran's right hand instantly conjured a blazing greatsword, which slashed forward fiercely. However, no Sakura's corpse appeared in the severed tree trunk, only the tree trunk itself was ablaze with flames.
They got away again. I'm devastated. After Su Ran activated his speed boost and knocked down the surrounding cherry blossom trees with a series of punches, his body convulsed as he lay on the ground shaking. I have konjac juice. Ah, let this moonlight shine upon us. Su Ran watched as Sakura Castle in the distance manipulated ice elements, instantly conjuring a giant ice sword. Just as he was about to leap into the sky and unleash a devastating attack, he was punched down by the system. Chapter 249 The Lu Family's Conspiracy. After being struck by lightning by the system, Su Ran calmed down, looked around this familiar old place, cleaned up the scene, and then flew to the gate of Sakura City with the old woman who had been beaten to death by the wooden clone. After throwing the old woman into the air, Su Ran suddenly delivered a spinning kick, sending her crashing onto the city gate. He then waved and said, "You can have this dead man. I left her with a complete body." Before the guards at the city gate could react, the explosive tag that Su Ran had stuck to the old woman's clothes exploded instantly, splattering countless pieces of blood and flesh all over the city gate. Just kidding, how could we possibly leave her with a complete corpse? Feed this corpse to the dogs, ha 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 ha.
After Su Ran used would release to conjure a hat, he gracefully bowed and then slowly disappeared into Kamui's vortex.
The capital city, the Lu family. Lu Guowa's eldest son, Lu Jinghua, held a tablet computer, pulled up a document, and respectfully handed it to Lu Guowa, saying, "This is the information on Su Ran that you asked me to collect, along with his recent activities. Please take a look." Lu Guowa used his fingers to browse through the information on the computer, and soon he came across a document that he found very interesting. A newly formed team of superhumans dares to take on an A-level mission? They're not simple. "Father, would you like to take him into our Lu family?" Or, Lu Jinghua gently wiped his neck, but Lu Guowa said something. "No, no, no. That's too rude. Since he is the son of my 2 old friends, there is absolutely no way he can join my Lu family and be used by me. The best way to kill someone is to destroy their spirit. We can use some special methods." After taking out a box of cigars from his side, Lu Guowa used a fine cigar cutter to cut open the cigar head, then took out a match and gently blew on it. The match lit instantly, and Lu Guowa lit his cigar with the match, took a puff, and said, "If the information from my hidden guards is correct, Su Ran managed to obtain a water god's position during the battle against the Jiangnan Beast Tide. If the information is correct, that water god's position is with that little girl named Tang Yuan. We can tell those foreigners that there is a water deity position here that is on a little girl's body. I believe some people will be interested in this position." But at this moment, Lu Jinghua's voice trembled slightly as he spoke. "But Dongfang Yu is not someone to be trifled with. That old man and his disciples, when they go berserk, have the power to slay gods, while our side doesn't possess divine power. If they were to settle scores with us later, we might. Think about my position, child. Without absolute evidence, they would never dare to make a move against the king. Otherwise, I could use the charge of assassinating the king to kill them openly and legitimately. I'll leave this matter to you. Isn't it a good thing to have an enemy that can weaken us? Try to get this information out to the 3 parties in the West: the Temple of Angels, the Temple of Demons, and the Forest of Nature. It would be best if the people from the Temple of Angels got involved in person. After all, the position of the Moon Angel among them is very suitable for your sister, and didn't your sister say that she wanted to become an angel? It's a perfect solution to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Understood, father? After bowing respectfully, Lu Jinghua turned and left,
laughed, while Lu Guohua looked into the distance with a hint of mockery in his eyes.
Su Ran, what a promising talent.
Lu Guohua casually stubbed out his cigar, stood up, and turned to leave.
If you are not of use to me, then I have no choice but to ask you to die.
The West, the Temple of Angels. One of the men, dressed in a red robe, respectfully walked behind a blonde man and knelt on one knee. Your Holiness, Her Highness the Holy Maiden's Moon Angel inheritance can basically be described as. The man in the red robe did not say anything more, but the Holy Sun already knew.
Why can't we give Tia one of the 7 angels' inheritance? Why insist on clinging to the legacy of the Moon Angel?
Your Holiness, the succession of the 7 angels was determined by the 7 angels themselves, and it is probably impossible to change it.
However, this old servant has another way.
The man in the red robe took out a newspaper from his robe and handed it to the Holy Sun. The Holy Sun was stunned when he saw the contents of the newspaper.
The yellow flash once again protects Jiangnan, forcefully seizing the position of Water God.
New information from our spies in the Dragon Kingdom suggests that, if the prediction is correct, the position of Water God would be excellent for Her Highness, whether for her own use or for repairing the legacy of the Moon Angels. However, the defenses in the Dragon Kingdom are too tight, and it's not just this yellow-haired figure in the newspaper who has the ability to slay gods. His teacher, Dongfang Yu, also has the ability to slay gods.
What about those lower-ranking people? How many are there in total?
There are 1,700 below the 5th rank, 900 below the 7th rank, and only 54 below the 9th rank. Let them create a war to lure us away from our position, but the most important thing now is to find the person who holds the position of the Water God.
You don't need to worry about that.
The man in the red robe took out a document and handed it to the Holy Sun, saying, Lu Guohua's son, Lu Jinghua, provided information that the position of the Water God is held by a girl named Tang Yuan next to the yellow flash.
All we need to do is capture her. Let's make some plans first.
I'm determined to get Tia's divine position. Su Ran, who had just returned home, suddenly sneezed. After wiping her nose, she took out a cigarette and lit it.
No smoking. Don't you know how hard it is to clean up the cigarette ash that falls?
Tang Yuan reached out and took Su Ran's cigarette.
Su Ran looked at Tang Yuan's angry expression and pinched Tang Yuan's cheek.
Then give me a massage. I'm so tired from this mission I feel like dying. After thinking for a moment, Tang Yuan put down the broom and started massaging Su Ran's back, but Su Ran took advantage of the situation and said something.
It's boring.
Tang Yuan increased the pressure on her hands, but Su Ran still maintained a deadpan expression and said,
How boring. Tang Yuan, didn't you eat?
White dragon scales instantly appeared on Tang Yuan's hand, and he suddenly pressed it onto Su Ran's back, causing Su Ran's body to crack.
Tang Yuan, sweet rice balls. Su Ran said, enduring the pain in her back. Don't use so much force.
You've broken 3 of your bones.
Tang Yuan turned her little face away angrily and said,
You're the one who said it was boring.
Chapter 250 Don't lie.
Tang Yuan turned her little face away, but her hands continued to massage Su Ran obediently. Chestnut's voice came from outside the door, and then Su Ran saw the door collapse with a bang. If Tang Yuan hadn't cleaned it up, dust would probably have been splattered everywhere.
Cough cough cough. Chestnut, you just broke down the door? Remember to open the door next time.
Just as Su Ran was about to give him a stern lecture, Dongfang Yu gave Su Ran a sharp rap on the head and said,
It's just a door, right? Let the kids play there. It's not that expensive.
So Su Ran saw Dongfang Yu skillfully replace the old door with a new one, and then Dongfang Yu put the old door into a ring that Su Ran had never seen before.
TSK, teacher, your skill in changing doors is so adept it makes my heart ache.
Su Ran sat up, grabbed Chestnut's round little face with her right hand, and looked at Chestnut and said,
Chestnut, tell me honestly, how many doors did you break?
This, he. Chestnut quickly pulled out a square pink box from behind her and handed it to Su Ran, saying,
Brother, try it. Grandpa Dongfang taught us how to make peach blossom pastries this afternoon. Chestnut made them herself.
Su Ran took the box with her left hand, placed it on the table, and then pinched Chestnut's other cheek with her left hand, saying in an unquestionable tone,
Don't change the subject. Tell me honestly how much was damaged?
Only five doors. Su Ran could tell from Li Zi's guilty look and the way she turned her head away that Li Zi was lying. Su Ran brought her face close to Chestnut's ear and spoke in a tone that only the two of them could hear.
I smell a lie. Tell me the truth, girl, you can't fool me. There really are only 5 doors. You have to believe me, brother.
As she spoke, Chestnut tried to shed 2 tears from her eyes and looked at Su Ran with teary eyes. However, Su Ran, who had lived with Chestnut for so long, already understood that this was just a common tactic of Chestnut. Su Ran pinched Chestnut's face suddenly and squeezed it hard, rubbing the slightly chubby face as she spoke. If you lie again, I'll prepare a room for you to sleep in by yourself, or you can go sleep with Grandpa Dongfang. Upon hearing the punishment, Chestnut's face turned deathly pale, and she finally stammered out the words. There are 35 doors in total.
35 panels?
When Chestnut saw Su Ran's smiling face, she knew she was in trouble. She closed her eyes, lowered her head, and waited for a while, but there was no scolding as she had imagined. Dongfang Yu used a powerful, weakened version of Yi Kai to kick Su Ran into the wall, and looked at Li Zi with
with heartache. Don't worry, girl, if that brat dares to prevent you from entering his room, I'll get up in the middle of the night and tear down his door so you can go in. Grandpa is the best. Chestnut jumped up with a cheer, wrapped her arms around Dongfang Yu's neck, and kissed him on the cheek. Su Ran then repaired the wall after coming down and said, Teacher, do you have to be so ruthless? Aren't you afraid that your only disciple will be kicked right here today? Dongfang Yu turned around, holding chestnuts, and said, Even the erosion from 10 fully activated explosive flame greatswords couldn't kill you, kid. If I had kicked you to death, I would have made sure this world stopped eating beef long ago. But I didn't say I was going to blame this girl. Su Ran walked over and took the chestnut from Dongfang Yu's arms. Just confess honestly if you do something wrong. These 35 doors aren't worth 3 or 4 billion each. Do you think your brother can't afford them? I'm just teaching you not to lie. After Su Ran took the chestnuts, Linger rushed in, holding a long sword that looked like a blazing flame greatsword, and said to Su Ran, How is it? Isn't my knife beautiful? It was made from a huge peach tree branch that Grandpa Dongfang trimmed for me. After taking the knife, Su Ran used wood release to create a knife rack on the wall and placed it on it, saying, Let's hang it here. The peach wood can scare away some ghosts. Su Ran looked at the already late sky, rubbed her eyes, let out a long yawn, and said, Ah, how strange. I've already reached the 6th level of cultivation. Why am I still feeling sleepy? Dongfang Yu walked over and tapped Su Ran on the head. It's good to feel sleepy. If you feel sleepy, it means your body hasn't been overly assimilated by your superpowers into the kind of super worker who doesn't need to eat or sleep. Even though I'm at the peak of the 9th level, I still need to eat and sleep like a normal person. Dongfang Yu pointed to a room on the 2nd floor and said, Your room has been changed. When Linger came out, I knew that these girls would definitely sleep with you, so I was planning to get you a big bed. Later, Tang Yuan came too, so I just ordered a 3-meter king-size bed for you in your room. After hanging the chestnuts on herself, Su Ran took Linger's hand with her left hand and waved to Tang Yuan with her right hand. Let's go to sleep. Seeing that Tang Yuan hadn't arrived yet, he looked at the koala on his body and said to Linger, who was so sleepy she could barely keep her eyes open, I'll go up first. If you still have anything to do, hurry up and finish it so you can come up and go to sleep. If you really can't finish it, just wait for me to help you tomorrow. After saying that, Su Ran turned and went upstairs to her room. With his eyes closed, Su Ran used his senses to change the 2 sleepy girls into their pajamas and then tucked them into the blankets. At that moment, he saw Tang Yuan, who was wearing a white nightgown, walk into the bathroom in the room. The sound of rushing water came from the bed. Soon after, Tang Yuan finished washing and came out with her long, wet hair hanging down. She sat on the bed, wanting to sleep with her long, wet hair still on. Su Ran quickly helped Tang Yuan up and said, Let me blow dry your hair. If you sleep with your hair all wet, you'll have a headache tomorrow morning. As she spoke, a ball of chakra, small in flame and strong in wind, appeared on Su Ran's right hand, while she used her left hand to grab Tang Yuan's hair and blow on it. Soon Tang Yuan's hair was dried. Just as Su Ran lay down, Li Zi and Linger pulled one of Su Ran's hands under their heads to use as a pillow. Tang Yuan looked enviously at the 2 girls who were using Su Ran's hands as pillows. After a brainstorming session, she finally gently pushed Su Ran's arm. Pushed by Tang Yuan, Su Ran instantly realized what was happening and whispered to Tang Yuan, What's wrong, Tang Yuan? Did I squeeze you? As she spoke, Su Ran moved closer to Chestnut and Linger, and Tang Yuan lowered her voice and quickly said, No, I wasn't bumped. What's wrong? Do you want me to tell you a bedtime story? Tang Yuan gently nudged Su Ran's arm. At first, Su Ran didn't know what Tang Yuan wanted, but when she turned her head and saw the 2 girls using her hand as a pillow, she immediately understood what Tang Yuan wanted. Su Ran used her remaining arm to gently push Tang Yuan's head upwards, then placed her arm under Tang Yuan's head and whispered, Okay, go to sleep. I wish you sweet dreams tonight. Chapter 241 I'll castrate you. While sleeping, Su Ran suddenly felt something soft and fragrant on her chest. Although it wasn't heavy, it still made it a little hard for her to breathe. When Su Ran opened her eyes, she saw Tang Yuan sleeping soundly on her chest with her rosy cheeks, her hands still tightly wrapped around her arm. As Su Ran watched the sky gradually brighten outside, she decided to stop sleeping. Just as she was about to use the instant return technique to teleport herself out, she made a slight noise while placing a doll underneath her. Chestnut and Linger, who were sleeping like logs, didn't notice at all, but Tang Yuan, who was sleeping on Su Ran, woke up. Eat? Tang Yuan sat on Su Ran's lap, got up, and rubbed her sleepy eyes, as if trying to force her little brain to turn on. Just as Su Ran was about to sit up and help Tang Yuan up, Li Zi and Linger suddenly started whimpering and clung tightly to Su Ran's hand, refusing to let go. After using wood release to create an identical prosthetic limb for the 2 girls to cushion, Su Ran sat up, hugged Tang Yuan, and asked, Are you awake yet? Do you want to sleep a little longer? After rubbing her eyes vigorously, Tang Yuan slapped her face hard with her little hands. Once she was awake, she got out of bed and went to the bathroom to wash up. Su Ran looked at Tang Yuan, who had already gotten up and was washing up, and then at Li Zi and Linger, who were sleeping like logs on the bed. She shook her head slightly and went into the bathroom to wash up as well. After washing
Flushing up, Su-ran looked at herself in the mirror and found that her hair had grown longer again. The character's long hair shouldn't have been a defining feature of Sage Mode in the first place. Su-ran used wood release to create a plain hairpin, grabbed her hair, tied it to the hairpin, and quickly pinned it in place. Then Su-ran felt a burning gaze. Su-ran bent down and touched Tang Yuan's face, asking a question. What? Do you want to wear your hair up like I do? Tang Yuan didn't speak, but nodded vigorously. Su-ran walked behind Tang Yuan and gently pinched her right hand, and another hairpin appeared in Su-ran's right hand. Su-ran quickly tidied Tang Yuan's hair. Tang Yuan looked at the two very similar appearances in the mirror and couldn't help but laugh. Su-ran affectionately patted Tang Yuan's head and said, "Alright, go downstairs. Those two girls are still sleeping like logs, so don't disturb them." After the two tiptoed out of the room, Su-ran sat on the sofa, turned on the TV, held a heteronucleus in her right hand, and took out a newspaper in her left hand to start reading. "Brother, have some noodles." Tang Yuan came over carrying two bowls of noodles, one large and one small, and handed the large bowl to Su-ran. "What? I brought you back home saying you'd be my little maid, and you actually became one?" Tang Yuan picked up a noodle with her chopsticks, slurped it up, and said, "Grandpa Dongfang taught me this. He said it would save me from starving myself if I was lazy and didn't want to cook, so I learned how to cook from him. I've almost mastered all the recipes he gave me." After the two finished eating their noodles, Su-ran cleaned up the bowl, took it to the kitchen to wash it, and then said to Tang Yuan, "Don't bother saving my lunch today. I have something to do outside and will come back for dinner tonight." Just as Su-ran finished speaking and was about to push open the door to leave, Tang Yuan ran over and handed her a bottle of freshly brewed fruit tea. "Remember to drink water." Su-ran opened the fruit tea, took a sip, and slowly walked out of the courtyard. Tang Yuan stood at the door and watched Su-ran leave until she disappeared from sight. Su-ran held the fruit tea in her left hand and took out her communicator with her right hand to call Lin Juyu. "Juyu, what are your plans for today?" Lin Juyu had just finished breakfast when she received a call from Su-ran. She wiped her mouth with a tissue and replied, "Our team has finished our A-level ranking task, so we don't need to take on any more tasks for a while. How about we try challenging the school's top rankings?" "Okay, let me make a call and call Lao Wochoyu and the others." Su-ran quickly dialed several people's numbers and explained the situation. After receiving affirmative replies, Su-ran used wind release to float up and slowly headed towards the location of the heavenly ranking. Su-ran strolled over leisurely with his hands behind his back like an old man, while the other six were already waiting at the foot of the heavenly ranking. Seeing Su-ran looking relaxed, Lin Juyu rushed over and grabbed Su-ran's ear, saying something. "Stop dawdling and get here quickly." Lin Juyu pulled Su-ran to the bottom of the heavenly ranking and looked at the top 7 names on the list. 5 of them actually took up the top 6 spots. "Who is that second place Lu Jinghua? The son of the king?" Zhao Xiaoxiao looked at Su-ran and said irritably. Then Su-ran looked at the 7th name, and what she saw almost scared her out of her wits. Yeah. Isn't that girl in Shanghai? How come she's on the list of top students at Beijing University? Zhao Xiaoxiao looked at Su-ran with a teasing expression and said, "They turned around a long time ago. It seems like they turned around specifically for you." "Juyu, I'm not the kind of person who stirs up trouble. Don't worry, even if I gave him 200 lives, he wouldn't dare to go after that girl." Hearing Lin Juyu's trusting words, Su-ran was so moved that she almost burst into tears. She threw herself into Lin Juyu's arms and started wailing. However, Lin Juyu's next emotionless remark brought Su-ran back to reality. "If you dare to go to that girl, I'll castrate you today no matter what. And if you ever dare to wipe your snot and tears on my clothes, you can expect to be beaten to death when you get home." Upon hearing this, Su-ran was instantly frightened and stood timidly behind Lin Juyu like a primary school student. "So what is our goal for today?" Huo Kyuji asked with a puzzled expression. "Let's try to get into the top 5, and let's borrow some good equipment for Choyu and Choshue to help them improve their rankings as well. After all, we haven't been back to school for too long, and our cultivation resources were all obtained from these few beast tides." After Zhao Xiaoxiao and Su-ran summoned their mechs, they placed them next to Choyu and Choshue. "I've already set the conditions. Both of you will also have the right to pilot the mechs." "I've set it up too." After exchanging a glance, Choyu and Choshue stood beside the mecha. The mecha quickly disintegrated into pieces that adhered to their bodies, and their auras instantly became dangerous. Chapter 242 Explosive Kick. After everyone took out their student IDs and entered their information, they all chose one of the top 7 candidates without exception. Su-ran then approached his old friend Chu Xiaonan once again. After choosing Chu Xiaonan as his challenger, a portal instantly appeared in front of Su-ran. Su-ran stepped through it and saw Chu Xiaonan also entering through the portal. "Hey, old buddy, long time no see." It wasn't long, only 132 days in total. "You remember it quite well." After Chu Xiaonan stretched his limbs, a phantom image of a Qilin instantly appeared behind him. "While you were away participating in the national competition, I trained every single day, just so that one day I could defeat you rightfully." "Are you sure? Since you know about the national competition, you should now be aware aware of how big the gap is between us. After Chu Shaonan absorbed all the Qilin phantoms into his body, pieces of golden armor instantly appeared on his body, quickly covering him completely, even his face. You may go further than me in the 5th tier, but I also have the power of the peak of the 5th tier, and I am definitely not weaker than you.
5th tier? Looks like your information is a bit outdated.
Su Ran did not choose to use the Celestial Beast mode or Celestial mode. Instead, he released all of his 6th tier aura, which actually forced Chu Shaonan to take a step back.
It seems your intelligence system isn't very good either.
Su Ran habitually took out a cigarette from the pack, lit it, took a drag, and slowly exhaled the smoke.
Of course, it's not your fault.
After all, I was promoted when I went back to Jiangnan for vacation, so it's normal that you didn't know. Su Ran didn't choose any fancy fighting methods, he simply took out his sword, held it in his right hand, and said,
I'll suppress my cultivation to the 5th level and give you a chance to fight.
I hope the Qilin among the 5 sons won't disappoint me. In an instant, a long spear crackling with lightning appeared in Chu Shaonan's left hand, which he hurled towards Su Ran. Earth escape earth spear. After hardening his body, Su Ran gripped the lightning spear with one hand. Then, Su Ran found that the hand holding the lightning spear was instantly paralyzed and he couldn't move it at all. I almost forgot that using earth release to fight lightning release is a disadvantage. After Su Ran released the hardening of the earthen spear, she switched the spear to her left hand and threw it back.
Chu Shaonan didn't even dodge, letting the spear pierce straight towards his face.
A clang of metal rang out as Chu Shaonan, clad in armor, gripped the lightning spear in one hand, twirling it and causing it to crackle with lightning once more.
Looks like we need to be more serious, otherwise we might really make a mess of things.
After activating the second stage of Susanoo, Su Ran continuously fired Susanoo crossbow bolts at Chu Shaonan. However, Chu Shaonan managed to dodge the bolts by the speed of lightning each time, and summon bolts of lightning with his lightning spear, striking Su Ran's Susanoo.
But Susanoo's terrifying defensive power was not something that could be broken by these few small lightning bolts. However, Chu Shaonan was getting closer and closer to him, and Su Ran had not been able to hit him with a single sword strike. Su Ran's heart could not help but begin to get anxious. At that moment, the system's voice sounded. Here's a little trick to help you hit the bullseye every time you shoot an arrow. What technique? Tell me quickly.
After applying a small amount of magnetism to the opponent using magnet release, even with your eyes closed, your magnet release
attacks will still target the object that has been magnetized. It's just a little trick of the 4th Kazekage's magnet release.
Upon hearing the system's words, Su Ran released all of his gold dust without hesitation, and soon countless gold dust covered the entire area.
Golden gold hands.
Su Ran controlled the sand gold to generate countless hands that directly grabbed Chu Shaonan. Just when Chu Shaonan thought he would have to put in a lot of effort to break these sand gold hands, he found that he could easily shatter them all with a light kick.
What Chu Shaonan didn't know was that Su Ran's magnetic force had already brushed against Chu Shaonan's body.
At this moment, Su Ran closed his eyes and controlled Susanoo to shoot arrows at will.
This time, the arrows seemed to have eyes. Even if Su Ran shot it backward, it would turn around and fly straight towards Chu Shaonan.
The credit for this was thanks to the few pieces of gold dust that Su Ran had hidden in the Susanoo arrow. Just as Chu Shaonan was halfway there, Su Ran instantly deactivated Susanoo and placed her left hand on top of her right.
Golden burial.
The gold spread across the ground quickly formed a giant golden pyramid, trapping Chu Shaonan inside. Su Ran changed his hand gesture, and the sand gold burial was instantly switched to dust escape.
Primordial detachment technique.
The transparent white cube instantly enveloped the entire pyramid, and soon the pyramid vanished into the world along with the disappearance of the dust cube.
The experienced fighter Su Ran suddenly bent over to dodge Chu Shaonan's sneak attack and then kicked Chu Shaonan into the air. Chu Shaonan, I'm going to teach you a lesson today.
Countless vines instantly sprouted from Su Ran's hands, tightly wrapping around Chu Shaonan, who was flying in the sky, and then she pulled him down sharply. It's useless to ambush someone who's too far below you in level, because every time you try to ambush someone who's a higher level than you, it's like watching a child's clumsy performance, and your stealth has already been exposed by the start. Su Ran secretly activated the power of the blazing flame greatsword, gathering all 3 types of flames together with the greatsword's flames on his right foot, and with a powerful somersault kick sent Chu Shaonan flying out of bounds. Although I am challenging you, in reality it is as if you are challenging me. It's impressive that you had the guts to challenge me, but that's all I can praise you for.
Although Su Ran took out the fruit tea that Tang Yuan had given him that morning, after taking a swig, he threw away the cigarette, stomped it out hard, and turned to head back the way he came.
True strength is never physical power, but rather the inner strength. The weak seek strength from the outside, while the strong seek strength from within. I hope you will always remember this advice. Upon hearing these words, Chu Shaonan seemed to suddenly understand something, and his body instantly sprouted countless scales. Su Ran felt the presence behind her and a smile crept onto her lips.
She quickened her pace and soon passed through the portal back to the heavenly ranking.